Chapter 1. Death, Rebirth, and Space. In the decade following the apocalypse, once magnificent skyscrapers lay toppled amidst the dust. The earth quaked violently, and the once thriving metropolis had long since dissolved into oblivion. Most of humanity did not survive the cataclysm, succumbing to the zombie virus and transforming into mere shells of their former selves. Those who remained battled against this harsh reality, awakening extraordinary abilities within themselves to fight back. At the Xianyang safe base in City B, in a dimly lit room, a captivating woman was bound to an operating table, blood gushing from her wounds, staining her attire crimson. Nan Xiangwan, would you like to know how your brother met his demise? With great effort, Nan Xiangwan opened her weary eyes to behold her once dearest friend, her voice hoarse as she inquired. You know? Indeed. Out of compassion for your imminent death, I shall enlighten you. Your beloved brother was tied to this very table by me and Brother Mu Yang, and we slowly carved open his skull to extract 2 crystal cores. In his final moments, he regretted not killing me sooner. TSK, TSK. However, your brother's lightning and spatial crystal cores were truly exquisite. I wonder if yours will be just as splendid. I must admit, I am rather eager to find out. Upon hearing Li Jie's words, Nan Xiangwan finally grasped the truth behind her brother's tragic end. She had always known his abilities were formidable. How could he have met such a gruesome fate? It was, after all, at the hands of someone she had once trusted implicitly. He must have suffered greatly. She had been a fool, blind to the warnings he had offered, urging her repeatedly to distance herself from Li Jie. Yet, she had remained steadfast in her misguided trust. The outcome? Her brother lay dead, and she herself had been ambushed, imprisoned in this shadowy laboratory, stripped of her value until the very last drop. Why the silence? Are you perhaps on the brink of death already? Tears of regret streamed down Nan Xiangwan's face as she weakly proclaimed, Li Jie, you and Zhou Mu Yang will meet a wretched end. Huh, well, I shall certainly outlive you. Besides, I have claimed 3 abilities from you. Remember, in your next life, keep your eyes wide open and choose your friends wisely. What about Zhou Mu Yang? As I approach death, does he not come to bid me farewell as a friend? If that is your final wish, I might just oblige. How generous of me, right? Do not blame me, blame you siblings for overshadowing us all. Enough with the chatter. Summon Zhou Mu Yang to accompany me on my last journey. Very well then. I shall fulfill your dying wish. Nan Xiangwan felt her life ebb away. She smiled upon the arrival of Li Jie with Zhou Mu Yang. All were gathered, they could descend into hell together. In another life, I shall ensure your demise is equally tragic. See you in the next life. Not good. She's about to detonate the crystal core. Withdraw. Boom. The entire Xianyang safe base was obliterated in an instant. She had avenged herself. How delightful. Sister, wake up. You're going to be late for school. Beware of being banned by the teacher. Nan Xiangwan's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, fragments of memories replaying incessantly. Had she not perished? Why could she still hear her brother's voice? Was she in the afterlife? Sister, if you don't get up soon, I shall ring the gong. Her brother, Nan Xiangwan, shouted. Annoyed by her brother's insistence, Nan Xiangwan suddenly opened her eyes, only to find that her surroundings were not the realm of the dead. What was happening? Sister, you're not really daft, are you? You've got 28 minutes before you're late. Gazing at her adorable brother, she finally realized she had been reborn. What day is it today? Sis, it's Wednesday. How could you forget school? I mean the year and date. May 18th, 2037. Why? Is there something significant? Panic surged within Nan Xiangwan as she checked her phone. Oh no, the apocalypse was merely 3 months away. She had to act swiftly to gather supplies. She could no longer endure cold meals. Brother, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. Huh? What is it? You sound so serious. The apocalypse is imminent. Nan Xiangwan reached out to feel his sister's forehead, pondering if she had taken ill, wondering if she had watched too many zombie films. Seeing the skepticism etched on her brother's face, Nan Xiangwan hastily retrieved their ancestral jade pendant, pricking her finger to draw blood, which she let drip onto the pendant. Sis, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you entranced by novels? Ignoring her brother's queries, Nan Xiangwan focused intently on the jade pendant, and suddenly, she was enveloped within it. Sis, did you hear me? Where did she go? Had she vanished into thin air? Once inside the space, Nan Xiangwan observed that it was unlike anything from her previous life. Curiosity bubbled within her. How could this space not only store items, but also accommodate her entire being? And what are the majestic mountains, flowing waters, and fields? Was this a manifestation of her blood being tainted upon her previous awakening? Before she could ponder further, her brother's frantic cries pierced through her thoughts. With little time to contemplate, she projected a thought out of the space. Ghost. And Xiangwan quipped, "Why so timid? When the apocalypse arrives, how will you face the zombies?" Nan Xiangwan, feeling his heart racing, retorted angrily, "Sister, are you trying to murder your own brother? And how did you just disappear like that? It nearly scared me to death." "Calm down. I just visited our family's ancestral space. Would you like to see?" Seeing her sincerity, Nan Xiangwan hesitated before asking, "Is there truly a space like in novels?" "Indeed. Would you like to go?" "Absolutely. Let's go now." Nan Xiangwan exclaimed with excitement. "All right, hold my hand, and let's see if I can bring you in." Okay, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, leaving Nan Xiangwan utterly speechless. What? Could someone explain why the world had suddenly turned fantastical? Nan Xiangwan remained silent, keenly observing her brother's reaction, fearful of the potential shock. After a considerable pause, Nan Xiangwan cautiously ventured, "Sister, the apocalypse isn't truly approaching, is it? What else could it be? The space serves as the finest reminder we must stock up." "Ah, sister, does this mean we can fight zombies in the future?" "Yes. Are you frightened?" "I shall protect you," she assured him, even as he awakened his powers. "No, I just feel a sudden thrill. Thankfully, Mom and Dad taught us some martial arts, otherwise we might have been in dire straits." As she gazed at her exuberant brother, Nan Xiangwan vowed in her heart that in this lifetime she would safeguard him, ensuring that her only family would never be lost to her. Again, Chapter 2, Exploring the Space. By the way, what all is in this space? Do you know? Nan Xiangwan had no knowledge of what the space contained, as she had just discovered it herself. She shook her head and replied, "I'm unsure. I merely had a prophetic dream otherwise. How would I know there was a space within our ancestral jade pendant?" There was no way she would divulge to her brother that she had been reborn. It would surely terrify him. "Oh, I see. So what shall we do now? Should we explore here or head out to gather supplies?" "Let's explore first, see what we have, and then head out to prepare." "All right, but sister, is the apocalypse truly coming?" "Yes, and we have just 3 months, so we must act swiftly." "Does this mean we won't have to attend school?" Hee, this troublesome child just doesn't enjoy going to school. By the time he decides he wants to, there may be no opportunities left. Soon, he'll request a leave of absence. After all, taking a break from university is quite simple. Well, that means you won't graduate from your master's program either. Let's not dwell on that for now. Let's go check out that house and see what's inside. All right, let's hurry. The siblings approached the entrance of the courtyard, gazing at the courtyard-style houses, pondering if they were products of the 1960s. Upon pushing open the wooden door of the large courtyard and entering, they first opened the door to the living room, revealing exquisite furniture made of golden silk enamel wood. Impeccably preserved and devoid of dust, in the center hall, there hung a portrait of a woman, bearing a 5-point resemblance to Nan Xiangwan, who thought that this must be their ancestor. Immediately, she and her brother knelt, bowing 3 times in reverence. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, revealing a phantom. "Are you the descendants of the Nan family?" Nan Xiangwan stared at the apparition, nearly frightened to death, and whispered to his sister, "Is this a ghost?" Nan Xiangwan quickly covered her brother's mouth and, feeling embarrassed, addressed the phantom. "Ancestor, I apologize. My brother can be a bit foolish. We are indeed the descendants of the Nan family. I am Nan Xiangwan, and this is my brother Nan Xiangwan. Have we disturbed your meditation?" "Oh, indeed, you are the descendants of the Nan family. What year is it now?" Returning to the ancestor, "Is the year 2037. So much time has passed. Little ones of the Nan family. I am now merely a phantom and shall soon dissipate. This space jade pendant only seeks those fated from the Nan family." The adjacent room contains a study, a weapons room, a medicinal herb room, and a bedroom. The land outside is suitable for cultivation. The river can sustain fish, and the well water is good for cleansing. Much of this has been passed down through generations. Unfortunately, my era was one of decline, and many things have fallen into disrepair. You will be the masters of this place from now on. Remember, cherish your journey and do not cling too tightly to the past to live in the present. As Nan Xiangwan listened to her ancestors' words, she watched the phantom gradually fade before her eyes and respectfully bowed her head in tribute. Nan Xiangwan, witnessing the sudden disappearance of the figure, felt as if his worldview had shattered. With talk of space, apocalypses, and souls conversing, he wondered if they had left Earth. Nan Xiangwan turned to her brother, noticing he seemed dazed. She waved her hand before his eyes, saying, "Hey, are you all right? Sis, are we still on Earth?" Did this child really think they had traveled through time? Novels had truly corrupted his mind. "Dear brother, we are still on Earth. Don't overthink it." The ancestor mentioned a study. "Here, let's see if there are any martial arts manuals. You're also deeply influenced by novels. Let's not just pick on the younger sibling." Nan Xiangwan opened the door to the study, revealing shelves lined with books. She casually pulled out one entitled The Book of Poisons. Upon opening it, she found it filled with traditional characters. Had she not studied archaeological literature, she might not have recognized any of it. Then she picked up another book titled The Art of Acupuncture, contemplating if it was all medical knowledge. Not one to be deterred, she rummaged through several texts until she finally discovered a book on ancient martial arts cultivation. "Brother, come here. I found something, but is this ancient martial arts akin to the internal skills from the past?" Nan Xiangwan was uncertain, but assumed it was similar to what he had seen on television. "Sis, let's practice and find out." But not today. We have things to do, and I haven't even taken a leave of absence from school." "What? Sis, you didn't skip the class of the strict teacher today, did you? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "But if I skipped, I wouldn't be in the mood to attend anyway." "Sis, I've noticed you've changed. In the past, you would never skip class without washing your face." Upon hearing her brother's teasing, Nan Xiangwan playfully slapped a book on his forehead. "When have I ever gone out without washing my face? Do you have any idea how to treat your sister?" "Ouch, sis, that hurts." "Are you trying to kill me?" "Serves you right. Let's go outside for now and return later." "Fine." Nan Xiangwan took her brother's arm, and with a single thought, they exited the space. As orphans whose parents passed away early, they had inherited a substantial fortune, relying on one another. Just as they were about to rise above their struggles, they found themselves facing an apocalypse. "Brother, let's calculate our total assets. Aside from the villa we currently live in, we need to convert everything else into cash and stock up on supplies." "Sis, that would be a lot. Just the real estate documents in the safe are a stack, and it might take 3 months to sell everything. Let's sell at 80 of the market price, someone will buy it. Isn't that a loss? Better to sell than let it gather dust during the apocalypse, and after that, many goods will be discontinued. Even food won't grow. If we don't stock up on supplies, do you want to survive on air? All right, our savings amount to 1.28 billion. The rest is here, but we still have a lot of jewelry. Should we sell that too? Yes, convert everything into cash. When society collapses, it'll take you to a place where everything is free. No one will want these then." Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled at the thought of future abundance, imagining the thrill of scavenging. "Then let's do as you say, Sel. What are you doing, little rascal?" "You look foolish, sis. It's your strict teacher on the phone." "I know. I want to answer. It won't be good news. It's best to enjoy some peace and quiet. After all, she wouldn't be going back anyway. Let whatever happens, happen. You do as you wish. I don't have any classes this morning, so the teacher won't nag me." He then flopped onto the bed, deciding to enjoy the remaining peaceful moments before the apocalypse, imagining it would be just like the movies. Chapter 3. Preparations begin. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her brother before heading to the bathroom for a shower. She needed to submit their leave of absence requests first, otherwise it would be hard to explain the unexplained absences. After showering and changing clothes, she drove to the school. Once there, she quickly submitted both of their leave of absence applications, explaining that relatives abroad had found them and that they needed to handle some inheritance matters, which would take some time. After taking care of her affairs, and just as she was about to leave, she spotted her former enemy, who was now her closest friend, Li Jie. "Wan, why didn't you come to class today?" The strict teacher was furious. "I had something to attend to, so I didn't go." Li Jie sensed something off about Nan Xiangwan today, but couldn't pinpoint it. She continued, "Wan, several new clothing stores have opened recently. Let's go check them out. It's been ages since we shopped." Nan Xiangwan suppressed her inner anger, maintaining a calm expression as she replied, "No, I have matters to attend to and must leave now." With that, she pressed the gas pedal and drove off, fearing she might lose her composure and lash out. Shopping for clothes? Every shopping trip had been funded by her. Li Jie came from an ordinary middle-class family, and she had often spoiled her, buying her things. Yet the very dog she had nurtured had led to her demise, and that of her brother. She didn't wish to see her at all. Li Jie, upon being rejected by Nan Xiangwan, wore a gloomy expression. If her family weren't wealthy, she wouldn't have bothered trying to please her. It seemed this wallet was slipping away, which was a pity. However, she could always try to appease her later. A free wallet like this was hard to come by. She had no intention of entertaining men for money. She wanted to preserve her virtue for a wealthy husband. Nan Xiangwan drove home in one breath, and upon entering the house, she drank a large glass of water, allowing her pent-up frustration to subside. Sister, have all the matters been resolved? Yes, we'll start purchasing supplies tomorrow. After lunch, we should list all the properties under our name for sale, compile a shopping list, and also rent a large warehouse. Sister, if we suddenly buy so many things, people will definitely ask questions. What shall we say? We could say we're opening a large supermarket or procuring employee benefits. Which excuse do you think is better? Let's go with the supermarket. That way, the variety of items will be broader and it won't raise suspicions. Agreed, but we also need to reinforce the villa we are currently residing in. Time is of the essence, and we must act swiftly. Nan Xiangwan regarded his sister's serious demeanor, fully aware that once the apocalypse strikes, it would resemble the scenes depicted on television, a scarcity of water and food. If it weren't for his sister's spatial abilities, he would likely be feeling quite anxious. Brother, let's go out for a feast. We can eat whatever we desire and pack some of our favorites. Time stands still in the space, so we needn't worry about our provisions expiring. She was quite tempted. Living through a decade of the apocalypse was no easy feat, and she intended to stockpile her favorite delicacies while she still could. Sure, let's go have barbecue. I want to eat that. All right, let's go. Once they arrived at the barbecue restaurant, they indulged heartily, with Nan Xiangwan nearly choking on her food in delight. This was truly what it meant to eat well when the apocalypse arrived. Such pleasures would be unattainable. She was determined to stockpile as much as possible, knowing that money would soon become worthless. Suddenly, she recalled a pressing matter: the safe base. They resided in Haishur, but the safest base in the later stages would be in Jingshur. So, should they head there now, or wait until after the apocalypse? Never mind, she would discuss it with her brother when they returned home. However, they couldn't linger here too long. Once the zombie virus erupted on a massive scale, the most populated areas would fall first. Their villa, being situated outside the city center, would make their escape easier. After their feast, they returned home, and Nan Xiangwan broached the topic of the safe base with her brother. Sister, how do you know Jingshur is the safest? I saw it in a prophetic dream. She continued to fabricate stories. Sister, what if, when the apocalypse comes, we fight our way through and enjoy endless zero-cost shopping along the way? Just imagining it excites me. Nan Xiangwan's lips twitched. She hadn't realized her brother was this greedy. Yet, it was also her own thought, as supplies in Jingshur would be limited. It would be prudent to gather resources while heading north, though it meant facing zombies along the way, which was a daunting prospect. Brother, while you're enjoying the thought, you'll also have to slay countless zombies. Aren't you afraid? Humph, you underestimate me. Aren't zombies just like they appear on TV? I won't be afraid after seeing enough of them. I am a man. She recalled how her brother had vomited all day after his first encounter with a zombie in their past life, taking a long time to accept reality. It was then that her usually carefree brother matured overnight. Later, he had worked tirelessly to provide a better life for her, ultimately leading to his tragic demise, and she never saw him again. Sister, why have you fallen silent? Do you not believe in me? I have trained. Once we master the ancient martial arts in our space, we will be unstoppable in the apocalypse. Unstoppable? Do you want to be a crab? Sister, you're bullying me. Nan Xiangwan looked at her brother's pitiful expression and pinched his cheek. All right, we need to go out for business now. List the houses with the agency, rent a warehouse, and buy a car from the dealership. Can I buy the off-road vehicle I like? Yes, but it will need modifications. The sturdier, the better. We should also purchase a camper for convenience. As for other vehicles, you can only take those that are abandoned. Okay, they'll follow your lead. All right, let's set off. The siblings drove directly to the largest real estate agency. When they presented a thick stack of property titles, the staff were taken aback. Are you certain you want to sell all of these? Yes, very certain. We need to sell them all within 2 months. We can go below market price by 30%, but we require full payment." The staff swallowed hard, thinking to themselves about the extravagance of these individuals, as these were all fixed assets in prime locations. They could easily rent them out for steady income. "If you insist on selling, we will proceed to list the properties. Are you really not reconsidering?" "Yes, I'm sure. Additionally, I would like to rent 2 larger warehouses. We have a large warehouse on the outer ring, but the owner wants to rent it out as a whole. There are 4 units available. Does that work for you?" Nan Xiangwan hesitated only briefly before nodding. "That's fine, but how are the prices calculated? For how long do you intend to rent?" "Initially, for 6 months, with the option to extend depending on circumstances. The total cost for 1 year is 800,000. So for 6 months, it will be 400,000 plus a deposit of 20,000. That works. Let's finalize it now. I'm in a hurry." "Sure, we can proceed right away." Thus, the siblings spent the entire afternoon listing all their properties with the agency and securing their warehouse rental, showcasing their remarkable efficiency. They then hurried off to the car dealership. Chapter 4. Purchasing a vehicle and indulging in lobster. Upon arriving at the 4S dealership, the siblings promptly commenced their car shopping. "Hello, we would like to purchase 2 motorhomes and 5 off-road vehicles, all of which must be in stock. We shall pay in full." The salesperson, taken aback by Nan Xiangwan's statement, was momentarily stunned. Surely this must be a jest. 7 vehicles, all paid in cash. Does she possess such wealth? Noticing the salesperson's bewilderment and silence, Nan Xiangwan impatiently interjected, "Are you selling cars or not? I am pressed for time." The salesperson, jolted back to reality by her words, swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Are you certain you wish to acquire 7 vehicles?" "Indeed, rest assured, I have the funds. I only require the best and safest cars. The finest vehicles cost tens of millions each. Acquiring 7 would exceed 100 million. Yes, I am aware. Simply prepare the invoice." Money is no object. After all, she had ample funds, and if she did not spend now, there would be no opportunity in the future. The salesperson thought to herself, "Clearly, these 2 are wealthy second-generation heirs, and the extravagant type at that. If they were my children, I would certainly discipline them." Yet, despite her internal musings, she recognized that such a lucrative commission was not to be dismissed. "Well then, let us start by showing you the vehicles you wish to purchase. If all is satisfactory, I shall prepare the invoice for you." "All right, brother, let us proceed." The siblings accompanied the salesperson to the showroom, where they meticulously examined each vehicle and ultimately decided to purchase the 7 most expensive ones, totaling a staggering 130 million. After settling the payment and finalizing the delivery address, the siblings departed. Once they left, the dealership erupted in chatter, speculating about the origins of these affluent heirs who spent money without a second thought. Naturally, the salesperson who attended to them was the one most envious of their commission. "Sister, where are we headed now?" "Home." "No, we're going to enjoy some barbecued lobster and beer that I've been craving it immensely and intend to indulge." "Then let us visit that newly opened restaurant. I believe they have some promotional offers." "Very well, let us go." "Lobster, here I come." Upon arriving at the restaurant, the siblings began to place their orders, followed by an extravagant feast. By the end of their meal, Nan Xiangwan inquired of the waiter, "Do you have any more of your lobster left?" "Yes, madam." "Would you like to order another serving?" "No, I want all of your lobsters to go." "Pack them up." The dish was exceptionally delicious, and she felt it would be a shame not to stock up. The waiter, startled by her request, quickly summoned the manager. "Hello, are you 2 intending to purchase all of our lobsters?" "Indeed. I find your restaurant's lobsters delightful and wish to buy a substantial quantity for my employees. Is that a problem?" "Of course not. However, it may take some time. Would you be willing to wait?" "Not an issue. Just bring me another plate while we wait, and please settle our bill as well." "Very well. I will arrange that for you." The manager was elated. This was a significant order. He promptly headed to the kitchen to make arrangements, instructing the staff to finalize the bill and deliver it, as securing payment would bring him peace of mind. As the siblings savored their lobsters and sipped their beer, they felt utterly content. Nothing beats a good beer. Nan Xiangwan contentedly burped, relishing the moment. "Sister, should we call for a designated driver to take us home? What do you think? Do you expect me to drive under the influence?" "Ugh, forget I asked. Just then, the manager approached with 208 servings of lobster. Hello, your lobsters are ready. Would you like assistance loading them into your vehicle? Yes, and please arrange for a designated driver for us. As we have been drinking, certainly, we have a designated driver available on site. Manager, your establishment is remarkably considerate. We shall return for another meal. Thank you for your kind words. Now, let us proceed. With the bill settled and their meal concluded, they departed. The manager had the designated driver assist in loading the items into the car. Due to limited trunk space, the remaining lobsters were placed on the back seat, leaving Nan Xiangwan to keep them company while Nan Xiangwan took her place in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt as the driver navigated to the address she provided. They soon arrived at their residential area, and the driver, noting the grandeur of the villas, was filled with envy. Miss, which building is yours? No need to drive in. You can let me out here that I can manage the rest myself. Besides, there is unlikely to be any scrutiny regarding drinking and driving. The driver was momentarily taken aback by Nan Xiangwan's response, but quickly deduced that she likely wished to keep her residence private. Acknowledging her decision, he replied, "Very well. I will exit here. Please take care, as you have been drinking, even if it is a short distance. Thank you, kind sir. Here is your tip. Goodbye." Nan Xiangwan handed the driver a 200 tip before departing, leaving him bewildered. Wealthy individuals certainly knew how to be generous, and he hoped such opportunities would arise more frequently. "Sister, we are home. Let us store the food before it cools down." "Indeed, let us do so now. Starting tomorrow, we shall begin our shopping spree. The more we acquire, the better." "Understood, sister, we should retire now. The beer has made me a bit dizzy." "Agreed, let us head inside." Once back in their room, the siblings took turns showering before collapsing onto the soft bed, closing their eyes and drifting into a peaceful slumber until dawn. "Little rascal, what are you doing? You look foolish." Nan Xiangwan, groggy, picked up her phone and answered a call. "Who is it?" "Wan, it's Li Jie. I heard you suspended your studies. Why would you do that when you're just a year away from graduation?" Upon hearing Li Jie's voice, Nan Xiangwan's senses sharpened instantly, contemplating whether this persistent individual planned to cling to her indefinitely. "How utterly vexing. I have matters to attend to abroad and won't return for at least 6 months, so I've chosen to suspend my studies. If there is nothing pressing, let us leave it at that. I need to pack." "Wait, I can come to your house to help you pack." Was this insufferable girl attempting to abandon her? What happened to their friendship? "No need. My brother and I can manage just fine. Also, once I leave for abroad, this phone number will no longer be in use, so there is no need to contact me again. Goodbye." Suppressing her pain and resentment, Nan Xiangwan ended the call and promptly blocked Li Jie that "You'd best survive in this apocalyptic world for a long time, or else my revenge would lack meaning that I still need to extract your crystal core to honor the blood feud between my brother and me. Otherwise, this burden will remain forever unlifted." Chapter 5. Two little hamsters stockpiling supplies. After being roused from her slumber by her enemy's call, Nan Xiangwan promptly rose to wash her face and brush her teeth. She then ordered breakfast via a delivery app before commencing her workout. Before her parents passed away, they enrolled her and her brother in martial arts classes, citing that their family's affluence made them susceptible to threats. Only by cultivating their martial prowess could they adequately protect themselves. This training enabled them to survive for so many years in the apocalypse, especially after awakening their abilities, which positioned them as the elite of their team, provoking envy among others. Thus, she reasoned that it was imperative to maintain a low profile, particularly in this lifetime. She had already resolved to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger, living a quiet life as a salted fish while allowing others to deal with the zombies. Having come to this conclusion, the delivery person arrived. "Haochin, wake up! Breakfast has arrived. Hurry, sister, let me sleep a little longer." There is no need to sleep excessively. Once dead, one will sleep eternally. We have critical matters to attend to, so hurry up. Haochin, upon hearing his sister's words, was suddenly wide awake, realizing how foolish he had been. The apocalypse was approaching. There was no time for sleep when they should be stockpiling supplies. He quickly got out of bed, washed up, dressed, and headed downstairs to eat. "Sister, where are we headed today?" "To the agricultural market. We need to prioritize purchasing food." "Indeed, it's fortunate we have space at home. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how to store so many supplies." "Exactly. We need to get moving. Starting tomorrow, wake up early and join me for workouts." Dante, wait until the zombies are chasing you, and you can't escape. Houchin instantly envisioned a horde of zombies behind him, and the dread of being unable to outrun them washed over him. I will listen to you, sister. I must train diligently. I absolutely cannot be caught and turned into zombie food. How could such a charming and handsome young man become a zombie, right? After enjoying breakfast, the siblings drove to the largest agricultural market in Haishur. Upon arriving at the grain and oil section, they approached the owner and stated their intention to purchase a large quantity for their supermarket. Young lady, you intend to open a large supermarket? What products do you plan to stock? We have a comprehensive selection, and if you're ordering in bulk, I can offer you a discount. Sir, we require quite a bit and would appreciate your assistance in delivering it to our warehouse. Would that be possible? Certainly. We provide free delivery for wholesale orders. Great. Now let me list the grains we need, and you can jot it down, of course. Please provide 50 tons each of all your rice and flour. What? Are you sure you want that much? In addition, there are 10 tons each of cornmeal, buckwheat flour, glutinous rice, purple rice, black rice, millet, sorghum, quinoa, Jobs tears, red beans, adzuki beans, black beans, organic yellow soybeans, green beans, and white lentils. Are you certain? Well, I can pay in advance. Just ensure the delivery is made to me, of course. I would also like 10 tons of various types of noodles. Very well. I shall prepare the goods for you right away. Shall I use Alipay or WeChat? I will transfer the funds to you first, and then you can deliver them to the warehouse location I provided. Naturally, please call me before delivery. I will be there to receive and inspect the goods. Understood. I will follow your instructions. After the boss tallied the total, it came to 3,200,000. After settling the bill, Nan Xiangwan took the receipt and proceeded to the next establishment. The siblings then arrived at an oil vendor's place and entered the largest store they could find. Boss, I wish to wholesale some products. Dear friends, may I inquire how much you require? Our selection of oils is extensive. I need a substantial amount. Please offer me a discount. Very well. It depends on the quantity you wish to order. I would like 1,000 barrels each of canola oil, peanut oil, salad oil, olive oil, walnut oil, soybean oil, sunflower oil, and sesame oil from various brands. The boss, upon hearing this, asked uncertainly, "Do you truly require so much?" "Yes, we are planning to open a chain supermarket and need to stock up for our grand opening event." "I see. Then I shall provide you with the lowest price." "Thank you, boss. Here's the warehouse address. I will pay you in advance. You can deliver directly to the location, correct?" "Absolutely. I assure you everything will arrive intact." "I am merely jesting. Such a substantial order yields considerable profit. If I do not accommodate you, you may not return next time, and that would be a loss indeed." However, Nan Xiangwan and her brother were indifferent to her thoughts. They simply wished to visit more stores for purchases, for this was still far from sufficient. It appeared a trip to another city was in order. They then acquired 1,000 barrels of lard, mutton fat, and beef tallow, as well as 1,000 boxes each of fried chicken marinade and puff pastry oil. Next, the pair hastened to the seasoning section, where the array of products was even more abundant. She purchased 100,000 gene of iodized salt in small bags and the same quantity of sea salt. Although the amounts were considerable, she merely paid and left the logistics to the vendors. They then moved on to the sugar vendor, acquiring 100,000 gene each of white sugar, rock sugar, and brown sugar, followed by 20,000 bottles each of soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, light soy sauce, fish sauce, cooking wine, and dark soy sauce. Nan Xiangwan, accompanied by her brother, also procured 10,000 boxes each of sugar garlic, red Sichuan pepper, green Sichuan pepper, dried chili peppers, millet peppers, lantern peppers, Hangzhou peppers, black pepper, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, cumin, fennel, 13 spices, grass fruit, scallions, ginger, and garlic. With these seasonings, she felt assured that cooking would not lack flavor. As her experiences over the past decade had left her weary of tasteless meals, they then ventured to the sauce section, purchasing 10,000 boxes each of Pixian de Banjiang, Hunan chopped chili sauce, sweet bean sauce, garlic chili sauce, barbecue sauce, beef sauce, tomato sauce, curry sauce, peanut sauce, shiitake mushroom sauce, chive flour, fermented tofu, sesame sauce, Laogong ma sauce, and fulling mustard. They also acquired 10,000 boxes each of spicy hot pot base, clear soup hot pot base, tomato hot pot base, mushroom hot pot base, and marinated hot pot dipping sauce, along with canned beef. After an exhausting morning of shopping, the siblings found themselves utterly fatigued, parched, and with blisters on their heels. "Sister, dear sister, I am starving. Can we go eat now?" The sister is also hungry. "Let us go for roasted duck. I have a craving." "Very well, as long as we can fill our stomachs, I shall eat whatever you desire." Nan Xiangwan drove her brother to an authentic roasted duck restaurant in the city center, where they indulged in a hearty meal and reserved 500 ducks to provide benefits for their colleagues, requesting vacuum packaging for delivery to the warehouse. Although they initially planned to shop for more items in the afternoon, their first extensive shopping experience had left them feeling overwhelmed, prompting them to return home for rest. Realizing that time was not of the essence. Chapter 6. The joy of stockpiling. The siblings slept soundly until evening, feeling too lazy to cook, so they began ordering various culinary delights via their phones. Each order was for double portions, with leftovers stored in their space. After dinner, Nan Xiangwan and her brother started placing orders online for various items, buying anything they fancied or needed. "Sister, what else shall we purchase tomorrow?" "Household necessities. What do we need?" "Shampoo, hair masks, conditioner, body wash, facial cleanser, soap, moisturizer, body lotion, towels, blankets, towel quilts, laundry detergent, laundry powder, underwear, soap, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. That we must also get sanitary pads, as they are essential for women. Shall we visit the small commodity wholesale market tomorrow?" "Yes, but for now, I want to buy some ham sausages, marinated eggs, instant noodles, hot dry noodles, mixed noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, snail rice noodles, marinated dried tofu, spicy strips, rice crust, beef tendons, snowflakes, boneless chicken feet, palm-sized chicken, bread, various types of milk, yogurt, beverages, and mineral water online." "Sister, please give me some dried fruits. The Three Squirrels brand is the best. Also, some pork products, duck feet, and sunflower seeds. Give me plenty. Can't you order them yourself? It's not as if you lack funds. Place your own orders. It will also allow us to fill in any gaps in our purchases." "All right, I will order myself. By the way, let us also buy some books. Without television, it would be nice to have something to read." "For books, we can visit the second-hand book market later. They are quite affordable there." "Sounds good." The siblings busily placed orders for their individual items, and soon several million yuan had vanished, as spending was swift. "Let us halt for now. My brother and I will enter the space and explore that ancient martial arts book. We should start practicing early, lest the apocalypse arrives prematurely." "Excellent idea. Let us proceed." Nan Xiangwan grasped her brother's arm, and with a thought, they entered the space, where they began studying the ancient martial arts book. By the end of the night, the siblings had only grasped the basics. Had it not been for Nan Xiangwan's understanding of traditional characters and classical texts, the book might have remained untouched. "Sister, this book is truly remarkable. Although we have just begun, I already feel an unusual lightness throughout my body." "Indeed, I have noticed too. However, this book primarily focuses on sword techniques, suggesting we should visit the antique street to procure 2 ancient swords." "Certainly, sister. As day breaks, we shall set forth to continue our stockpiling." "Let us go. The sooner we complete our purchases, the sooner we can rest." The siblings quickly had a light breakfast before heading to the small commodity wholesale market, where they spent the entire morning shopping and accumulated an extensive array of goods. Following this, they began receiving shipments to the warehouse. Once all the goods were stored, Nan Xiangwan pulled the power switch, ensuring everything was safely contained within their space. Why turn off the power? One might wonder, as the area was rife with surveillance cameras, and a power outage provided a safer environment. After receiving their goods, they proceeded to the bedding market, purchasing 1,000 sets of various cotton and cashmere blankets, 4-piece bedding sets, and electric blankets. Given the likelihood of extreme cold in the post-apocalyptic world, Nan Xiangwan also acquired top-grade cashmere coats, cashmere sweaters for major brands, and wool sweaters in sizes ranging from S to XXXL, amassing 1,000 items in total. Furthermore, they procured 1,000 units of various models of extra-long down jackets, down pants, and 1,000 pairs of snow boots, as well as 1,000 pieces each of outdoor brands windbreakers, military coats, and heavy cotton coats, along with 1,000 pairs of outdoor hiking shoes in different sizes. With the impending extreme cold, multiple layers of clothing would be necessary, thus the largest sizes could be worn as outer layers. She still harbored a lingering fear of extreme cold. Had it not been for the abundance of clothes in her previous life, she might have perished from the chill. They then purchased tents, outdoor tarps, smokeless coal, quick-burning charcoal, sleeping bags, insulated bags, gas canisters, barbecue grills, kettles, outdoor lights, and frostbite ointment. To avoid freezing. They also acquired heating devices, 2,000 electric heaters, small suns, and warm air fans. Naturally, they purchased a substantial number of generators as well, including solar generators, hydroelectric generators, and diesel generators, acquiring 1,000 of each conceivable type. They continued shopping until nightfall, returning home utterly exhausted. Sister, I am utterly worn out. Can we purchase the remaining items online? Of course, for the next couple of days. We shall remain indoors to receive goods, that we will ensure everything available online is purchased, and then we can seek out items not found online. That sounds reasonable. Shopping in person is exceedingly tiring. And I barely have the appetite for dinner. Don't say that. I will order some barbecue for us now, and perhaps have a drink before we sleep. Such days will be few and far between. We should take pleasure in every moment. All right, I shall follow your lead, that I will take a short nap first. Wake me when it's ready. Nan Xiangwan reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Nan Xiangwan sighed, resigned to her fate, and began placing orders for barbecue takeout, naturally including various seafood. She intended to stockpile as much as possible, as although she could cook, there would be times when she preferred a ready-made meal. While waiting for the food, she discovered a cake shop offering promotional discounts and decided to purchase everything on offer, believing that the more food available, the better. Finally, while waiting for the orders to arrive, she browsed a certain website and began purchasing cosmetics, ordering 1,000 sets of various skincare products, along with 1,000 units each of foundation, eyebrow pencils, eyeliner, mascara, lipstick, blush, lip balm, makeup remover, cotton pads, facial masks, hand masks, and foot masks. Even in the face of an apocalyptic world, she resolutely intends to remain stunningly beautiful. After all, in her past life, she lived as a single soul until her demise. This time, she is determined to capture the heart of a handsome young man and savor the essence of masculinity. Otherwise, her existence would feel utterly meaningless. Once she placed her order for cosmetics, the delivery arrived. Brother, come help me with the takeout. I ordered quite a bit. Nan Xiangwan, barely awake and on the verge of dozing off, immediately perked up upon hearing his sister's voice. Sister, what did you order this time? A feast of delights. I bought a plethora of food. Let us grab it and store it in the pantry. All right, then. Lazily, Nan Xiangwan joined his sister to retrieve the takeout. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an overwhelming array of delivery bags, exaggerated to say the least. Good day, ma'am. Is this your order? Yes, it's all mine. I have a gathering tonight, so I ordered quite a bit. Thank you for your assistance. Not a bother at all. It's our duty. The siblings swiftly ushered all the takeout into the living room, promptly closing both the front and room doors. Sister, let us store it away first. Just leave out what we plan to eat. Otherwise, it will all get cold. All right, I'll start storing now. You go fetch some drinks from the wine cellar. Sure, beer or red wine. For barbecues, it's definitely beer. How many people do you know who drink red wine while barbecuing? Oh, understood. I'll get it right away. Thus, the siblings embarked on their nocturnal revelry, only retiring to bed once intoxicated. Chapter 7. By what you think of the next morning, Nan Xiangwan slept in until midday, pressing her aching head and vowing never to indulge in such excess again. After a refreshing shower, she prepared to head to the warehouse to collect supplies, as her properties had begun selling, and she was merely waiting for the day they could all sign over the deeds. Eyeing her bank balance, she realized she needed to exert more effort. Otherwise, it would soon dwindle into worthless paper. After opening her phone and logging onto a group buying website, she inadvertently ordered an excessive amount of food. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan, unable to handle his alcohol, remained blissfully asleep, savoring his dreams. Nan Xiangwan took out her notebook, meticulously documenting what she had purchased and what remained on her list. Convinced she wouldn't be venturing out for the next few days, she decided to focus on renovating her home. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, she would need a secure place to stay for at least a year, especially considering the extreme heat that marked the beginning of the apocalypse, followed by sandstorms, blood rain, and the viral outbreak that turned people into zombies. Only after the initial zombie outbreak did the weather plunge into frigid temperatures, eventually returning to normal. But disasters would continue to plague the world. The mere thought of the apocalypse made Nan Xiangwan feel uneasy. She had had enough of that life. Yet, She felt powerless to save the world, yearning only to survive until a new era dawned. Setting her notebook aside, she descended to retrieve the takeout, consuming her lunch without waking her brother. Alone, she drove out. Upon reaching the warehouse, deliveries began arriving in droves. As she surveyed the boxes brimming with supplies, a sense of reassurance washed over her. This was the essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Once all the supplies were delivered, she secured the large door and began activating the electricity to receive her goods. After clearing out the warehouse to her satisfaction, she made her way directly to a renovation company. "Hello, I need to renovate a villa urgently. Do you accept such requests?" The staff, taken aback by her directness, were surprised by her lack of small talk, even bypassing inquiries about pricing. "Urgent requests do require additional charges. May I ask if you're agreeable to that?" Without hesitation, Nan Xiangwan replied, "That is acceptable. Money isn't an issue. However, I want only the finest materials. The main entrance must be stainless steel, the walls raised to 5 meters with electric fencing, and all doors and windows inside should also be stainless steel with shatterproof glass. The sturdier, the better." Miss, are you attempting to construct a prison?" "Not at all. A few days ago, a thief broke into my home, and it's just my brother and me living there. My brother was so frightened he fell ill. So for our safety, I need to make these renovations. You know how sparsely populated the villa area is. If something happens, no one would notice that. It's better to ensure our home is secure." "Oh, in that case, it's wise to prioritize safety. However, the cost will be substantial. What do you think? Here, this is a 50 million check as a deposit. Adjust accordingly that I expect work to commence tomorrow, and ensure that no substandard materials are used. If I find out otherwise, I will file a complaint." The receptionist accepted the check, beaming as she assured, "Rest assured, we guarantee the authenticity and quality of our materials. That is satisfactory. Please prepare an invoice. I'll leave you the address. Contact me if needed." "Certainly, I will prepare the invoice right away." With the invoice in hand, Nan Xiangwan drove off, contemplating the need for a large solar-powered generator. Otherwise, when the entire city faces blackouts, she would either be scorched by heat or frozen to death. Speaking of extreme heat, she also required cooling fans, ice machines, and, of course, an ample supply of ice pops. She promptly headed to the ice pop wholesale market, purchasing a bulk supply for delivery the following day. Furthermore, she reserved 100 generators and ice machines, even ordering 500 refrigerators, leaving the salespersons bewildered. Did she intend to open a store? Nan Xiangwan paid no mind to their thoughts. She was now in a state of buying whatever came to mind. After a bustling day in the city, she finally paused in the evening, spotting a street lined with snacks. Parking her car, she ventured in, faced with a myriad of culinary delights. Her mouth watered. Ever since her rebirth, she had been indulging in food nonstop, yet for someone who hadn't tasted gourmet dishes in a decade, the offering seemed woefully insufficient, especially for her beloved stinky tofu, grilled squid, takoyaki, spicy sour noodles, sweet and sour pork, cream-filled fried cakes, grilled cold noodles, handheld pancakes, rib rice cakes, Hawaiian beef soup, Baha'i shrimp cakes, duck blood vermicelli soup, skewers, crab roe soup dumplings, and changsha sausages. There were simply too many to count. She yearned to stockpile a bit of everything, knowing she wouldn't have such luxuries in the future. Thus, she commenced her sweeping raid of the street, purchasing every beloved snack she could find until her car was filled to capacity. Before departing, she even placed an order for the next day's supplies. With little else on her agenda, she decided to make daily visits to the snack street until her home renovations were complete, after which she would take her brother to gather local specialties from other places. This moment, nothing was more crucial to her than food. Speaking of which, she recalled the land in her space had yet to be cultivated and decided to place an order for various seeds, including several fruit trees. The thought of enjoying fresh fruit in an apocalyptic world brought her immense joy. Even durians, her absolute favorite, wouldn't be spared. Lost in thought, she found herself salivating and immediately placed an order for several boxes of Musang King durians. Upon her return, Nan Xiangwan lamented, "Sister, why didn't you take me out today? I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to wake you. Besides, I managed to accomplish so much on my own. Have you had dinner yet? If not, I can fetch something from the pantry for you. I already think IT was so boring without you around. I couldn't go out to see my classmates. And gaming felt pointless. So I spent the afternoon shopping and accidentally spent 20 million. We'll have a flood of deliveries at our house over the next few days. Do you think it will draw too much attention? You quite considerate, brother, that it might be a tad conspicuous. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll buy a delivery truck to make several trips back and forth. When the apocalypse arrives and others come looking for food, we can simply say we've already sent everything out. They'll have no clue what we're truly up to. Sounds good. It's settled then. Let's call it a day. You should get some rest. You've had a tiring day. All right, I'll head back to my room for some rest. Good night. Good night. Chapter 8. Renovating the villa and stockpiling in the north after a restful night. Nan Xiangwan awoke the next day and instructed her brother that workers would be coming to renovate the house and asked him to keep an eye on things. She then made her way to the warehouse to collect supplies and purchase a large delivery truck, envisioning how, once the renovations were complete, she could drive her brother around to stockpile provisions. Once the basic supplies were secured, they could venture abroad to procure weaponry. The initial waves of zombies were manageable, but as they evolved, firearms would be essential. A bullet to the head was far more gratifying than relying on supernatural abilities. Arriving punctually at the warehouse, she began awaiting the deliveries. By midday, she had received all her previous purchases into her storage. Next, she acquired a sizable delivery truck, instructing the staff to deliver it to their home while she headed to a real estate agency. Having sold all her properties, she was there to finalize the paperwork and collect payment. After a busy afternoon, her account balance increased by an impressive 1.3 billion. But looking at her newfound wealth, she mused that spending money was indeed a laborious task. Once her errands were completed, she drove home only to find a renovation crew still at work. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. If you could expedite the renovations, I'd be willing to offer each of you an extra 10,000 as a bonus upon completion. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, the masters contemplated what could possibly go wrong. The foreman promptly interjected, "All right, my dear girl, just for the sake of your extra 10,000. We shall complete this task for you. We'll finish the work in 6 days instead of the 10 allocated. Does that sound agreeable?" "Certainly. I appreciate your efforts. I've ordered takeout, which will arrive shortly. You may enjoy it as a reward for your hard work." She replied, "Thank you, esteemed employer." They responded, grateful. "No need for thanks. Do carry on with your work." Nan Xiangwan was eager to avoid wasting too much time, as once the house was ready, she needed to venture out to stock up on supplies. "Sister, have you had dinner yet?" "Not yet. Feel free to order whatever you like. I received a multitude of packages today, all stored in the garage. There's simply too many." Once the renovation crew departs, be sure to swiftly move everything into storage. Understood. After a long day of toil, Nan Xiangwan, feeling exhausted, informed her brother that she would forego dinner and retreated to her room for rest. Thus, the days passed swiftly amidst house renovations and the arrival of packages. Until at last, the day of completion arrived. Esteemed employer, it is time for inspection, but I must say, this house has been fortified remarkably. It could withstand a car crash, and any thief daring to intrude would surely regret their decision. Indeed, this is precisely the effect I desired. Why, brother, and I shall sleep peacefully at night. I will conduct a final inspection, and should all be satisfactory, I will settle the remaining payment. Take your time. We are in no rush. Accompanied by her brother, Nan Xiangwan meticulously checked all safety measures, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Once satisfied, she promptly paid the final amount, along with an additional 12,000 for each of the 12 workers, who departed with smiles upon receiving their remuneration. "Brother, we set off for Mongolia tomorrow to procure cattle and sheep. Shall we drive a truck?" "Are you foolish? We'll store the vehicle in our space and fly there instead. It will save time." Nan Xiangwan smacked his forehead, realizing his momentary lapse in judgment. "Sister, should we not also acquire some poultry? Indeed, we need piglets, chickens, ducks, geese, and various saplings as well." "All right, it seems the days of comfort are dwindling." "Yes, with just over 2 months remaining, we must act swiftly." On the following day, the siblings set off light and ready, boarding a first-class flight northward, arriving in Mongolia by the afternoon. The air here is delightful. Filled with vast grasslands, Nan Xiangwan mused, appreciating the pristine environment. Knowing it was due to the sparse population, And oh wonder the mutton and beef here are the finest. They are free-range and naturally raised. Sister, where do we go now? First, to check into a hotel, then we'll inquire about wholesale suppliers for live cattle and sheep, along with some jerky, and we must stock up on local specialties. As soon we may not have the opportunity to savor them again. Why must we face such an apocalypse? Who knows? No matter how much we ponder, we cannot change what is to come. We can only prepare ourselves for it. I understand. Sister, let us take plenty of photos over the next few days to commemorate this. Agreed. I will order a DSLR shortly. The siblings hailed a taxi to a nearby 5-star hotel, booking a presidential suite before heading out for a meal. While dining, they gathered information about the area, knowing it was their first visit and wishing to make the most efficient use of their time. If you wish to purchase a large number of cattle and sheep, you'll need to go to the grassland tribes, where the prices are lowest. Thank you, kind sir. We appreciate your guidance, and no need for thanks. But do remember to negotiate. Sister, shall we drive out to collect the cattle and sheep tomorrow? What do you think? It seems your mind is not as sharp lately. After a restful night, the following day, they found an isolated spot where Nan Xiangwan retrieved the truck from their space, activating the GPS to navigate directly to their destination. They spent the day traversing the grasslands and successfully acquired 500 sheep and cattle. Had she not known they would reproduce, she would have purchased even more, as the days without meat were quite challenging. Additionally, they unexpectedly bought several sharp knives from the region. Nan Xiangwan examined the curved blade in her hand, contemplating how efficiently it would slice through zombies. The siblings spent 4 days in Inner Mongolia, not only stocking up on supplies, but also acquiring many fruit trees, all while capturing numerous scenic photographs as mementos. On the 5th day, they ventured to Russia under the guise of stockpiling fuel and natural gas, given that their country was the most abundant in such resources. Upon arrival, they leveraged their skills in the black market. And lacking suitable containers, Nan Xiangwan purchased an entire fuel truck, inadvertently hoarding 50,000 tons, filling a corner of their storage space. Observing the increasing supplies within their space, Nan Xiangwan felt a sense of security and proceeded to acquire a considerable amount of weaponry, particularly grenades, as many as could be obtained, for their explosive sounds would divert the attention of zombies, far more effective than firecrackers and capable of eliminating a fair number of them. The bank balance dwindled rapidly. Given the exorbitant costs of arms, had her savings not been substantial, it would have proven insufficient. After purchasing the arms, the siblings lingered for a few more days before returning home, their expedition yielding bountiful rewards. Chapter 9. The apocalypse approaches. Sees rebirth. Upon returning home, the siblings rested for 2 days before resuming their stockpiling efforts, finally ceasing just 10 days before the impending apocalypse. Sister, autumn has arrived, yet the weather remains sweltering. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Nan Xiangwan inquired anxiously from the window. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing her brother's concerns, gazed outside and replied calmly, "Indeed, it will be upon us shortly. For the next few days, refrain from venturing out. Utilize this time to hone your ancient martial arts skills, for we shall soon face the undead." All right, but are zombies truly as terrifying as depicted on television? I feel a bit frightened. It is somewhat accurate, but you'll grow accustomed to it. Why do you seem so unafraid, sister? They're zombies. What does it matter? Whether I fear them or not, I cannot escape this fate. I can only accept it. Very well. On August 18, 2037, the apocalypse finally commenced. That day before dawn, Nan Xiangwan was awakened by the oppressive heat. Glancing at the thermometer reading 54 degrees, she quickly arose to turn on the air conditioning. And it took a while for the temperature to drop. Nan Xiangwan, also awakened by the heat, emerged shirtless and groggily asked, "Sister, has it begun?" "Yes, check the news." Nan Xiangwan skillfully tuned into the news channel, where the anchor discussed the recent weather changes, urging everyone to avoid going outdoors to prevent heat stroke, and mentioned that the weather would improve once the heat wave passed. Little did they know that this extreme heat would persist for 6 months before transitioning into frigid temperatures. Hokin, prepare for water and power outages. Fill all the extra water buckets in the house to create a buffer in case outsiders come. Sister, who would come to our house? You worry too much. What if? No one knows what might happen next. Fine, but we don't have many water buckets. I'll fill them all. Yes, do so now. lest the temperature rises further and you become drenched in sweat. The siblings indulged in the luxury of turning on all the air conditioning units in their home, determined to enjoy their comfort for as long as possible, knowing the electrical system would soon falter under the heat. At that point, they would be forced to rely on generators or retreat to their storage space. The oppressive heat truly felt as though it could steam one alive. They wondered how they had endured such conditions in their previous life. The siblings filled all empty buckets with water, and Nan Xiangwan stored them in their space, recognizing that leaving them outside would likely result in evaporation. Just then, a notification from their homeowners group chimed, advising residents to prepare food and drinking water, as well as to consider purchasing generators, given the area's remoteness and the risk of accidents in such high temperatures if a power outage occurred. They feared complaints from the residents. Upon reading the message, Nan Xiangwan thought the property management was quite considerate. After setting down her phone, she retrieved 2 servings of breakfast from their space, and they began to eat. Following their meal, they commenced practicing ancient martial arts, as this skill would be essential for survival in the post-apocalyptic world. As for unlocking any special abilities, they would have to wait for the first blood rain. Thus, Nan Xiangwan resolved to remain indoors for the next few months, avoiding any unnecessary outings that felt akin to a sauna. Meanwhile, in the capital city, within the high-end ward of the People's Hospital, a strikingly handsome man opened his eyes. Bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, he could hardly fathom that he had been reborn, finding himself back at the moment just after his appendectomy. Indeed, Sia had returned to life. Having perished alongside the zombie king in his previous existence, he had anticipated that everything had come to an end. Yet upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his former life. Feeling vexed as he glanced at the date on his phone. "Why couldn't I've been sent back a week earlier?" He lamented. "If only I could return to the very first day of the apocalypse. I would be tempted to die again." However, recognizing that it was merely a heat wave, he realized he still had time to stockpile supplies. Immediately, he picked up his phone to call his subordinates. "Biming how? At this moment, you must immediately utilize all available funds to procure supplies. Acquire as much as you can of essentials for sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The more you procure, the better deal you understand." There is a sense of urgency. Upon receiving a call from his superior, Biming Hao, feeling perplexed by the directives, inquired, "Boss, are you certain?" "The total funds amount to over 3 billion, absolutely certain," his boss affirmed. "Moreover, I must inform you that the apocalypse is imminent. The current extreme heat is but a harbinger that you comprehend the significance of securing supplies. Time is of the essence. You must act swiftly." Biming Hao, taken aback, thought, "Is the boss jesting? The apocalypse? Has he watched too many movies?" However, he dared not voice his skepticism and responded, "Understood. I will arrange for the purchases immediately. Yes, store everything in our secret underground warehouse, and make sure to stockpile generators and fuel. Water and power outages are forthcoming. Do you understand?" Listening to his boss's stern words, Biming Hao sensed a grave seriousness behind them. If the apocalypse truly were upon them, he needed to prepare without delay. After all, he had seen his fair share of apocalyptic films and was well aware of the importance of provisions. He promptly replied, "I will begin preparations right away." He then asked, "Boss, will you be coming to pick me up from the hospital?" "No need. I will discharge myself when the time comes. Do not concern yourself with me. Securing supplies is our top priority. Also, gather your family at a single villa." "Understood. I will ensure the task is accomplished. If there are dissenters among them, do not force them." After Jean Ciu hung up the phone, he called a few close friends, urging them to stockpile supplies. Indifferent to whether they believed him or not, he had witnessed enough of humanity's selfishness in the face of the apocalypse and felt weary of managing too many people this time around. Lying on his bed, he contemplated how wonderful it would be if his abilities from his past life had returned with him. Upon closing his eyes and reaching within, he discovered that indeed his powers had followed him back. He quickly closed his eyes again to sense his spatial abilities and was elated to find that his resources remained intact. In his joy, he also explored his water and lightning abilities. After all, in his previous life, he was a triple elemental adept and a formidable 10th-tier powerhouse, able to match the zombie king in combat until they both perished. Yet in this reincarnation, his level had regressed to the 2nd tier. Nevertheless, No one knew of his spatial abilities from his past life, which remained his sole trump card, as he was the only one left in his family. He wondered if this lifetime would still find him alone. He yearned for companionship. If Nan Xiangwan knew that others returned from reincarnation with their powers intact, she would surely feel envy and resentment, questioning why she remained a novice. Zhan Xiu mused, "Be content. At least you still have time to stockpile that I'm already facing the apocalypse, and no one should harbor any grievances." Chapter 10. The unrelenting heat. At this moment, Nan Xiangwan was unaware that there was another individual like her, who had also been reincarnated. It was only after their paths crossed that they discovered they were both reborn. Thus, Nan Xiangwan believed herself to be exceptionally capable, only to realize upon meeting a powerful figure that novices would forever remain novices. It was far better to cling to the strong for support. On August 19, the temperature soared to an unprecedented 69 degrees, causing electrical wires to ignite under the relentless sun, plunging the entire city into darkness. The residents who remained at home found themselves utterly despondent. The heat was unbearable. Those with small generators could at least run fans, yet it only provided a meager respite, leaving them to rely on the scant coolness from their refrigerators. Repair workers toiled under the scorching sun, striving to restore power until nightfall. However, their relief was short-lived, as chaos ensued once more the following day, driving the populace to madness. Nan Xiangwan, too, resorted to using a kerosene generator, as the electrical grid and air conditioning in her courtyard required power, and she could afford the consumption. During their leisure time, she and her companion practiced ancient martial arts and sword techniques within their spatial realm, occasionally engaging in friendly sparring. By August 20, the hospital was overwhelmed with patients suffering from heat stroke. Had it not been for the hospital's own generators, they would have struggled to maintain normal operations. Seizing the moment when power was restored, Nan Xiangwan checked the news, discovering that volcanic eruptions had occurred in many regions across the nation, with her country suffering the most catastrophic consequences, obliterating its population in an instant. The relentless onslaught of tsunamis followed suit. That moment, many began to ponder whether the end of the world was indeed at hand. The government sought to reassure the populace, while those with foresight braved the oppressive heat to stockpile supplies. On August 25, all networks and electrical systems ceased to function normally, leaving workers unable to perform repairs. The temperature had now reached a staggering 72 degrees, rendering even the act of breathing difficult. Naturally, mobile phones became nothing more than decorative items. Bored, Nan Xiangwan busied herself perusing various books at home, occasionally cooking meals. Yet, the tranquil days were soon shattered. Someone discovered that the protective electrical grid surrounding her home was still operational, igniting a covert desire among neighbors to seek refuge in her abode or request an extra generator. On the morning of August 26, just as dawn broke, a loud knocking echoed at Nan Xiangwan's door. Hearing the commotion, Nan Xiangwan, feeling irritable, rose to find his sister still asleep. He nudged her awake. It wasn't that Nan Xiangwan was sleeping soundly. Rather, she had stayed up late the previous night, irritated by the abrupt awakening. She snapped, "Why did you wake me? Whatever it is, we can discuss it after I wake up." Nan Xiangwan rubbed his head in exasperation, replying, "Sister, someone has been knocking on our door for quite some time. Shouldn't we check? Let them knock. They will leave soon. It's sweltering outside. I refuse to believe they can keep this up. Fine, I'll just go back to sleep then. This is truly disruptive to my dreams." The siblings paid no heed to their visitors outside and returned to their slumber. Is anyone even home? Why is no one answering the door? The neighbors gathered outside, exchanged glances, puzzled. Surely, someone must be home. Otherwise, how could the generator be running? An older man spoke up. Perhaps they didn't hear us, or they heard and chose not to respond. Does anyone know this family? I know. I'm their neighbor. There are just 2 siblings, and they are quite wealthy. Before the heat wave, I saw them making numerous trips to purchase supplies. Surely their pantry is well stocked. Right now, it's not merely about food, but rather about finding out who has an extra generator. The sun will rise soon. We can't all hide in the basement for relief. Even there, the heat is still oppressive, and adults can manage, but children are struggling. That if only we had known when the message went out in the group. We should have bought a generator. Who could have predicted this? We used to have a solar generator, but the excessive heat rendered it useless. Enough talk. Let's check on others. We can't linger here. Indeed, let's go before the sun rises. It's unbearably hot. After much chatter, the group departed, uncertain of when this ordeal would end. Nan Xiangwan and her brother slept until noon, awakening to find the weather still uncomfortably hot. Even the trees began to wither. They realized that water shortages were imminent, and when that day arrived, humanity would descend into chaos, willing to kill for water. After all, this was how it had been in his past life, marking the beginning of societal collapse. Sister, are we going to be stuck at home for an entire year? Approximately. Yes, we cannot venture out until the temperature drops. How dull. I can't even play games, and my favorite comics are gone. Didn't I buy plenty of novels and comic books? Go read those. We still need to work on our physical training later. Very well, that it's better than doing nothing at home. At least I have you for company. Otherwise, this existence would surely drive one mad. In Jing City, Zhan Xiu, having nearly fully recovered from his surgery, was eager to be discharged. The time he had left was precious. If his memory served him correctly, the extreme heat would soon give way to blood rain, followed by frigid weather that he needed to hastily establish a temporary safe haven. For while being alone was manageable, his subordinates were awaiting his guidance. Meanwhile, Bai Minghao felt grateful for having heeded his boss's advice. Otherwise, he would be a loss now. Who could have anticipated that the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in films would materialize in reality, and who knew when this dreadful weather would cease? Zhan Xiu first drove to his private villa. Packing all his belongings into his spatial realm before departing he passed a few abandoned supermarkets. He seized the opportunity to gather supplies, albeit moderately, taking only half of the goods to leave others with a chance for survival. He then drove directly to his secret base, which was already home to many residents. Thanks to their foresight in stockpiling generators, the inhabitants there had been largely unaffected by the turmoil. Upon his arrival, his subordinates gathered around him. Boss, have you arranged for your families? We have followed your orders, but a few families have yet to arrive. They're still in their own villas, and they too possess generators. Since that is the case, there is no need to worry. Please inform everyone that the meeting room will commence in 20 minutes. All right, boss. Chapter 11. An urgent meeting with Zhan Xiu entered the conference room and took a seat at the table. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of how the zombie king from his previous life had come to be. Could it be that he had also evolved after consuming a crystal core? Or was he simply a unique existence? No matter how he pondered, the answers eluded him. However, if he could encounter that zombie king earlier in this life, he would decisively cut through the chaos, leaving no opportunity for growth. Otherwise, he might end up facing the same fate as in his previous life. I could see that moment. A knock echoed from the door of the conference room, pulling Zhan Xiu from his reverie. He coldly replied, "Come on in." As the door swung open, a dozen individuals entered one after another, all subordinates and brothers of Zhan Xiu. Is everyone here? He inquired. Boss, everyone is present. Good. The matters I am about to discuss are of utmost importance. If anyone doubts this, you may leave. I will provide you with a generous supply of resources. However, for those who wish to continue working with me, you must obey my command from this day forth. Should I discover any traitors, their fate will be dire. Upon finishing his statement, Zhan Xiu unleashed his lightning abilities, igniting a nearby chair, leaving the others in the conference room stunned. Bai Minghao swallowed hard and timidly asked, "Boss, is this the legendary supernatural power?" "Indeed. I have activated the abilities of the apocalypse in advance. In due time, each of you will also awaken your powers, but you will need a medium. This transformation may strengthen you, or it could lead to becoming a zombie. So, while there is still time, consider whether you are willing to take the gamble. Without taking that risk, you will forever remain an ordinary person." Zhan Xiu's words struck a chord as he reflected on the impending blood rain. He would watch each person closely. In his previous life, many had perished, either becoming zombies or being bitten to death, and he vowed that such tragedies would not repeat themselves. Hearing their leader's words, the brothers fell into contemplation to live as ordinary individuals for a lifetime or to gamble for the chance to become empowered beings. The worst outcome would merely be death, and they were all men of courage, unwilling to live in mediocrity. Even if they survived, A mundane existence would be fraught with hardship, as everyone knew that only the strong commanded respect. Zhang Xiyu observed his brothers, recalling those who had gained powers in the past, while others had perished during the zombie mutations. He pondered how to isolate this group effectively, for a single misstep could lead to devastating losses. Have you made up your minds? Biming Hao was the first to stand, declaring, "Boss, I want to awaken my abilities. If I fail and become a zombie, I ask that you grant me a swift end." Yes, we share the same sentiments that I end this apocalypse. Societal order will soon collapse, and survival will depend solely on strength. We refuse to be weak. Rather than live a mundane life, we would rather take the chance. Indeed, we feel the same. Zhang Xiyu regarded their eagerness and continued, "It is easier for those who are single. For those with families, it is best to discuss it first. Anyone can awaken their abilities, but you may also lose your loved ones in the process. Remember, zombies can only be killed by severing their heads. When the time comes, will you be able to take that action? If you fear loss, then do not take the risk. However, in this apocalypse, those without self-defense capabilities will struggle to survive. You are aware that I have stockpiled substantial resources. But that is far from sufficient. With the heat, many factories have ceased operations, meaning no new goods will be produced. Moreover, as the heat intensifies, the land will cease to yield food and vegetables, making grain a necessity we must hoard. Once medicines stop being produced, new supplies will dwindle, and water resources will soon become scarce, that if we distribute the supplies we have hoarded to those lacking survival skills, will you feel comfortable with that? Do not speak to me of familial bonds. When faced with death, humanity becomes ruthless. Therefore, I present you with an opportunity. Everyone in the base must make a choice. Either become empowered beings or leave the base. Here, only children under 12 and the elderly over 60 will receive basic sustenance without charge. Anyone else will receive nothing. Remember, all consumables have now become scarce. The more we give to those who cannot survive, the less there is for everyone. I require a unified response by tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Zhang Xiyu had never spoken so extensively before, but under the current circumstances, he had no choice. He needed to clarify matters thoroughly to avoid complications later. He would not allow idlers to remain. Having experienced the apocalypse, he was no saint. As the others exchanged glances upon the meeting's conclusion, the single individuals were not particularly troubled, but those with families faced a dilemma. They had not expected their leader to issue such an edict, indicating that the base would not harbor the weak. Granting the elderly and children a chance to survive was already a show of mercy. Once everyone had gradually departed, only Biming Hao and Situ Mo remained in place. Zhang Xiyu looked at them and asked, "Why haven't you two left? Do you have other thoughts? Boss, we will follow your lead. Whatever choice you make, we shall abide by it's just death. After all, that we fear nothing. Moreover, neither of us has many burdens or responsibilities. We are merely concerned about those with families having objections. Do not worry. Those who do not follow my command will be sent away. And what of the key to the underground warehouse?" Biming Hao produced the key and handed it to Zhang Xiyu, saying, "Boss, time is tight, and we have not acquired all the supplies. The heat has forced many businesses to close. What shall we do next? Do not fret. This heat wave will last at least 6 months. Situ and Mo, accompany me tonight. Since we are in the apocalypse, some things can only be obtained through one's own efforts. Boss, it won't be as I think, will it? It is precisely as you think. Striking first is paramount. Acquiring resources early will bring peace of mind out of course. Once the heat subsides, we will still need to gather supplies from other cities. Resources in the capital are limited and insufficient for our consumption. All right, let us do it. We shall experience what it feels like to be bandits at that moment." The usually taciturn Situ, Mo, spoke up, "Boss, should we retrieve the weapons from over there as well?" "Yes, I will make arrangements." Zhang Xiyu looked at his two closest brothers, reflecting on how they had never betrayed him. Even to the end of his previous life, he contemplated revealing his spatial abilities to them, as it would facilitate future resource collection. After all, he had already tested their loyalty in the past. Chapter 12. The onset of blood rain in this life. Zhang Xiyu did not wish to fight alone any longer. Having come to this realization, he instructed Biming how to close the meeting room door securely. "Boss, you seem mysterious. Is there good news?" "Indeed." Biming Hao's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, Really? What good news? Howsy Mosey, both of you are orphans and my right-hand men. I can completely trust you, correct? Boss, you will always be our elder brother. If it weren't for you, both Mosey and I would have perished long ago. So we will never betray you. Situ, Mo nodded earnestly, affirming, we will never betray our elder brother. Good, in this base, I only trust the two of you, and no matter what you see later, you must remain silent. Understood? The two exchanged serious glances and nodded in agreement. Jean Siu then casually waved his hand, causing numerous items to materialize in the conference room, only to vanish with another wave. Situ, Mo, remained calm, while Biminghow nearly gasped in astonishment, gazing at their leader with wide eyes, like a curious child, and asked, "B-Boss, is this the mythical space bag from the books?" Not quite, but similar. This is called a mental space. A type of supernatural ability that MY space is vast and can hold many items. This will be our trump card for survival, as resources will inevitably dwindle that I am not a good person. So, do you both understand my meaning? The usually silent Situ, Mo, spoke gravely. Boss, we will cover for you that we must ensure that no one discovers this secret. Otherwise, danger will ensue. Yes, Mosey is correct. Boss, this matter must remain confidential. The temptation is too great. Jean Siu observed that neither of them displayed any greedy glances, which reassured him that his gamble was not misplaced. He smiled with relief. Rest assured, only the three of us will know. Tonight, Housie will guard the base while Mosey and I go out to gather supplies. Nighttime is the only time the weather is bearable. All right, I will watch over the base. Yes, I trust you to handle it, but be cautious. While they're also brothers, they're not like us. That it is not selfishness on my part. It is simply that in this apocalypse, one must be a little self-serving to survive. Thus, some may develop ulterior motives. Boss, we understand. When faced with life and death, there is no familial bond. However, Mosey and I will remain loyal to you. Right, Mosey? Indeed, being solitary brings no fear. Good, but rest assured, as long as I am here, you will never go hungry. Thank you, boss. But when will we finally awaken our powers? Waiting for the rain. Why must it rain? Is this rain a divine gift? A boon from the heavens? In due time, you shall understand, but rest assured, with me around, I won't allow you to turn into zombies. That's a relief. Those creatures are utterly repugnant. If I were to become a zombie, I'd rather perish outright. Well then, I need to check the storage room. I intend to stash away some surplus supplies that I fear that while I'm away from the base. Thieves may strike. Oh, surely not. Who knows? Life's uncertainties abound. Very well, that I hope no traitors emerge. That would be truly unsightly. Jean Siu shared his innermost thoughts, feeling a sense of joy as he and Moheo proceeded to the storage room. Since there is still electricity, the door can be opened with a password and iris scan. Upon opening the storeroom door, they found it brimming with an abundance of supplies. Had time allowed, there might have been even more. Moheo, tomorrow we shall continue hoarding supplies. Those currencies will soon turn to mere waste paper if left unspent. Indeed, but many shops are no longer in operation, and with the power and internet cut off outside, no one can be contacted. It poses quite a challenge that, no worries, we shall manage. Once the world has fully descended into chaos, we can venture out for a zero-cost shopping spree. That would be splendid. But will we truly have to confront zombies then? Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. There's no choice. We must overcome this psychological burden, for soon the streets will be teeming with zombies, even surrounding us during meals, so we must acclimate. But, boss, why do you seem unafraid of anything? One cannot simply claim to be a reincarnated soul, can one? Even during my first encounter with zombies in my previous life, I remained unfazed. Perhaps it stems from my origins in the underworld and my history with lives lost. Just think of it as vanquishing foes. The way you speak so nonchalantly makes it seem as though killing zombies is as simple as slicing through a watermelon. As if you've done it before. Jean Siu, you guessed correctly. I've taken down quite a few, including the Zombie King. Now, who knows the exact quantity of supplies here? Besides me and Mosey, the others only have a rough idea. Very well. In that case, I shall first secure a portion of these supplies, as the future remains uncertain. Agreed. We shall heed the boss's orders. Jean Siu gazed at the ample supplies, swiftly reducing their quantity by half. for only by storing them within his own space could he sleep soundly. Henceforth, they would venture out nightly in search of supplies, having pried open numerous supermarket doors due to prolonged power outages. Much of the food in refrigerators had spoiled, which pained Mosey greatly. Thus, they toiled for several months until the first blood rain finally fell. On this day, Nan Xiangwan and her brother stood by the window, gazing at the crimson downpour in silence. After a long while, Nan Xiangwan finally spoke to her brother. "Brother, are you ready? The opportunity to awaken our powers has arrived." Nan Xiangwan firmly replied, "I am prepared." "Then what are we waiting for? To the rooftop we go." The siblings clasped hands as they made their way to the rooftop, where they began to embrace the baptism of the blood rain, only returning indoors once thoroughly soaked. "Quickly, brother, take a hot bath, then come to my room dressed." "All right, I'm going now." After the siblings finished bathing and got dressed, they lay together on the bed. Nan Xiangwan, somewhat worried, said to her brother, "Haochen, we might experience a high fever soon. You must hold on, all right? I will stay by your side. After tonight, we shall possess our powers. Just think of the excitement of effortlessly conjuring fire and water." "Yes, I hope my powers will be formidable enough to protect you, sister." "Of course, brother. Your powers are the mightiest, lightning-based abilities." While they awaited the awakening of their powers, Zhang Xiyu was also busy arranging for the people in the base to endure the rain. However, his situation was far from leisurely. Fearing that many might turn into zombies, he ordered that all who had been rained upon wear chains until they succeeded, knowing that failure would result in death. This night was destined not to be tranquil. Chapter 13. Powers online. The siblings lay in bed, soon feeling an intense heat coursing through their bodies, until they became drowsy and fainted. Nan Xiangwan felt unwell as well. Though she had experienced this before, going through it again was still quite uncomfortable. As for Nan Xiangwan, he began to babble due to the fever. Had she not known they were awakening their powers, she would have suspected his mind had been affected. Thus, they endured an entire night of fever before finally cooling down. Nan Xiangwan was the first to awaken. After a night of fever, she felt utterly drained. After sipping some spring water from her space, she gradually sat up, attempting to sense the changes within her body. Upon measuring her mental strength, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an additional water-based ability, which filled her with joy. Although she had previously possessed mental, wind, and wood abilities, the addition of water was indeed a delightful surprise. She was curious whether her brother's powers would differ from his previous life. After noticing her brother still asleep, she gently touched his forehead, wondering why he had not yet woken. It wasn't until the afternoon that Nan Xiangwan stirred, blinking in confusion for a long moment. Relieved to find he had not perished from the fever, that he attempted to rise to use the restroom, but found himself too weak to leave the bed. Nan Xiangwan, having completed her physical training downstairs, returned to the bedroom to find her brother awake and immediately inquired, "You're awake. Is there anything uncomfortable? I feel weak and cannot get up. I need to use the restroom." Upon hearing her brother's words, Nan Xiangwan quickly fetched some spring water from her space and offered it to him. After drinking, Nan Xiangwan took a moment to gather himself before heading to the restroom. Upon returning, he asked, "Sister, have we awakened our powers?" "Yes. Sit down and feel the changes in your body. Concentrate on discovering your abilities." Upon hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan sat cross-legged to sense the alterations in his body. Soon a small spark of lightning emerged from his right hand, crackling with energy, followed by a plume of black flame. Nan Xiangwan was taken aback, astonished that her brother had also gained hellfire, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. She immediately questioned, "Brother, can you sense if you possess space abilities?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Sister, how did you know I had space? You're truly remarkable, but my space is quite small. Only 20 square meters." Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing this, playfully tapped his forehead and chided, "Be content with your 3 abilities. Do you realize they are all among the strongest combat capabilities? Your lightning is formidable, and your fire ability is a delightful surprise." "Why do you say that?" "Because your fire is a mutated flame, hellfire, capable of incinerating zombies to ashes without leaving a trace." Nan Xiangwan's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked, "Is it really that powerful? Does that mean we need not fear zombies anymore?" "What are you thinking? Your abilities must reach at least stage 5 to attain such prowess. Currently, we are merely beginners at stage 1, barely capable of defeating zombies. Ah, what a letdown. How can we upgrade our abilities? We must wait for zombies to evolve and produce crystal cores. That is the key to advancing our powers, but newly transformed zombies will not have them. Alright, but sister, what abilities do you possess? Please share with me. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing her brother's request, extended her hand to summon a stream of water, placing her palm atop a potted plant. Instantly, the previously dormant flower bloomed, and a cool breeze swept through the room. Nan Xiangwan watched in awe as his sister showcased her abilities and timidly asked, "Sister, are you also a 3-system wielder?" "No, I possess 4 systems, including mental abilities which can incapacitate ordinary people's brains, rendering them fools. Against other ability users, it can delay their actions, and at higher levels, it can instantly eliminate lower-tier ability users." Wow, that sounds like an invisible weapon of murder. Well, it's somewhat akin to that. Your water ability is quite useful. No longer will you have to worry about bathing without water. Haha, and when food supplies run low, your wood ability can hasten seed growth, truly a boon for everyday life. But what about wind abilities? Surely they only serve to create a breeze. What are you thinking? Once upgraded, water abilities can transform into water walls and columns for attacks, while wood abilities not only promote plant growth, but also possess healing properties. Any area with trees can serve as a weapon, and wind abilities can enhance running speed and unleash tornadoes. Don't you think that's useful? Hearing her sister's description, he conceded that it was indeed impressive, yet lamented that these skills were currently unusable. It felt futile. Sigh. The powers I long for turn out to be rather lackluster at first. Be grateful. Go check the rooftop. It should have already changed. The zombies are likely approaching the battlefield. That I won't go. It's too hot. The rain hasn't cooled things down. Nan Xiangwan gazed out the window, deep in thought. Her rebirth seemed to have caused a slight butterfly effect. The sandstorm that had arrived early in her previous life had yet to make landfall, suggesting it would soon come. Calculating the time, she realized they would soon be able to venture out. And that would mark the beginning of true hell on earth. "Brother, are you hungry?" "Yes, I've been starving." "Sister, I want beef noodles. Bring me a bowl." "All right." An 11ing W and casually handed a bowl of beef noodles to her younger brother and continued. "Once you finish eating, we shall practice our abilities together, followed by a round of ancient martial arts. And finally, we will engage in physical training. Soon, we will be ready to venture out in search of supplies, with a primary focus on mastering the art of dispatching zombies." Coughing slightly, and nearly choked and pitifully replied, "Sister, could you please wait until I finish eating before discussing such matters? It is rather unappetizing." "Very well. I shall refrain from speaking. Please, enjoy your meal." And 11ing W and observed her brother eating while she indulged in a durian, which made NNHO feel a pang of desire. "Sister, save some for me. I will eat it after I finish my noodles. There is ample space." "Why save any? I shall give you an entire one shortly, which will be much more enjoyable if you cannot finish it. We can store it in your space. We shall see if it can remain fresh. If it can, then you can keep whatever food you fancy in there, saving you the trouble of seeking me every time you are hungry." In her previous life, her brother's space had not preserved food, and she wondered if there would be any changes in this life. That is a splendid suggestion. IT would indeed be more convenient. Once I conduct my tests and confirm its efficacy, I will retrieve food from the space. If it does not preserve, I shall have to settle for some snacks that can withstand storage. At least there will be something to eat. Yes, eat quickly. Do not disturb my enjoyment of the durian. Thankfully, I had the foresight to purchase durian seeds to plant in the space. Otherwise, I would never have the pleasure of such a delicious delicacy again. Indeed, thinking about how others will go without while we feast on fruit is rather infuriating, is it not? Haha. If you wish to avoid being beset by a mob, you might want to reconsider. Well, perhaps I shall forego that notion. I rather enjoy the thought of indulging alone. The mere image of being mobbed for fruit sent a shiver down her spine. It would be wiser to avoid such a fate. She chuckled lightly. Chapter 14. Survival of the fittest. As the brother and sister honed their abilities, Zhang Sui encountered chaos and disorder. He had not anticipated that only half of the individuals would awaken their powers. while the other half would transform into zombies. Had it not been for the chains he had secured beforehand, the others in the base would have surely suffered, despite many having prepared themselves mentally. The reality of facing zombies filled them with dread, especially when it came to slaying what had once been brothers and kin. They could only watch helplessly as their loved ones howled in anguish. With a stern expression, Zhang Sui assessed the situation before issuing a final ultimatum. Those before you are still whole in death. If I were to cast them out, their fate would be uncertain. Others will not care who you are when it comes to survival. They must be dealt with immediately, or the base will be in grave danger. Unless, of course, you wish to join their ranks as zombies. I will not hinder you, oh my child. What shall we do if you perish? Husband, how could you have become a zombie? Why did everyone else succeed while you failed? Zhang Sui observed the crowd weeping, and his patience waned. Huzi, you will remain to handle this. Those who disobey orders shall be dealt with, and anyone bitten by a zombie will be executed on the spot. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. After returning to his room, Zhang Sui, agitated, lit one cigarette after another, utterly disinterested in the fate of others. Were they not his subordinates, he would have taken Hauzi and Mosey and left. It seemed the plan would require some alterations. Bai Minghao, gazing at the room filled with zombies, felt the hair on his neck stand on end. It was truly as horrifying as depicted in the films. He thought to himself that he would surely have nightmares after this. Mosey stood impassively at the door, gun in hand, wary of any unforeseen incidents. The boss had warned that once bitten by a zombie, one would immediately mutate. Are you going to kill them or not? If not, get out of my way. Bai Minghao shouted in frustration. That moment, a beautiful girl cried out, "Why can I awaken my powers, but my brother cannot? Did Zhang Xiao not say that the blood rain could awaken powers? Why is he still a zombie? You are all liars." Upon hearing this, Bai Minghao chuckled. The blood rain does indeed awaken abilities, but also carries the zombie virus if your body's functions are inadequate. That is the result. This is merely a game of survival of the fittest orchestrated by heaven, and the consequences were made clear from the beginning. You have only yourselves to blame. Must we truly kill them? You can choose not to. I will do it. If we do not eliminate them now, we will all perish once they evolve. The girl, biting her lip in frustration, replied, "Then I must trouble you. How's it that I cannot bring myself to do it?" With that, she turned and left. Bai Minghao, oblivious, did not notice the shadow that crossed the girl's face as she departed, but Mosey did. He silently noted her potential as a future problem, in the aftermath. Several families took action, while Bai Minghao dealt with the rest, bringing them all to the square for incineration. Following this series of events, many fell silent, unable to believe that the apocalypse had truly arrived. For seeing was believing. Once the zombies in the base were cleared, Mosey approached the boss. "Boss, everything is clear now. I observed a few families with sinister gazes. They may cause trouble." Zhang Sui absently toyed with a butterfly knife. "Understood. Keep a close watch, and be cautious of your safety. Killing is not a crime at this juncture." "Yes, Hauzi, and I will be careful that I'm not worried about you. Hauzi is rather oblivious, so you must be more vigilant and not fall into others' traps." "Understood. I will be cautious. Now sit cross-legged and assess your body's condition. Discover what power you have awakened." "All right." Situ, Mo promptly sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on the energy within. As he extended his hand, a blazing fire erupted, followed by a flash of golden light. Zhang Sui was taken aback, realizing that Mosey had gained an additional ability compared to his previous life. Could this be the butterfly effect of reincarnation? Seeing the boss's silence, Mosey grew anxious. "Boss, is there something wrong with me?" "No, you possess dual abilities, fire and gold. Once the zombies have cores, you can advance. Though having powers now is somewhat impractical, they're not as useful as firearms." Hearing this, Mosey finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking his powers were normal, Zhang Sui continued, "To the outside world, you will claim to have fire abilities. The other power shall be your trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal it to others. Understood? I grasp the importance of concealing my strengths. Go check on Hauzi and see why he hasn't come yet. I want to assess his abilities. As for the others, observe what powers they possess. Right away." Situ Mo exited the room in search of Bai Minghao, only to find him retching. "Huzi, are you all right?" Bai Minghao, upon seeing Matsi, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replied, "I'm fine, just feeling a bit nauseous. Glad to hear it. The boss is calling for you." "Got it." Bai Minghao grabbed a bottle of mineral water to rinse his mouth before heading to meet Zhang Sui. "Boss, you called for me?" "Yes, come here, sit cross-legged, and feel what powers you possess." Upon hearing this, Bai Minghao slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling the matter of abilities. They had been so focused on handling zombies since awakening that he had nearly forgotten. He obediently sat down and began to sense the changes in his body. After some time, Zhang Sui observed the ice forming in his hands, puzzled. "Last life, you were clearly earth-based. How did you acquire this rare ice ability?" "How's are you only sensing one ability?" Bai Minghao, confused, replied, "Yeah, is it possible to have two?" "Mosey has golden fire. I possess water, lightning, and psychic space abilities, which is why I asked if you had any others." Bai Minghao scratched his head sheepishly. "Boss, I only have this one. This is the ice ability you mentioned, right?" "Yes, it has great potential in combat. Practice diligently in your spare time." "Okay, I will practice hard and won't hold you back." "Good. You may return to rest now. Many may find it hard to eat tonight. There is no need for the kitchen to prepare food. Anyone hungry can take a bag of bread. And remember, do not speak of our abilities to others. Understood?" Indeed, he felt no appetite. He had never felt such nausea while dispatching enemies before. Who would have thought that blowing a zombie's head off would be so revolting, leaving a mess of brain matter that sickened him? Had the boss not said that only a headshot would kill a zombie, he would have avoided it altogether, and now he couldn't even bear the thought of eating tofu pudding again. After everyone departed, Zhang Sui took a shower, reflecting on how their base was now equipped with everything they needed. The water reserves alone could last a long time. He contemplated going on a supply run soon. As for the people in the base, he could only do so much that if they were still around when he returned, he might consider taking them with him. For those who had faltered, he was not a savior and could not shoulder the burdens of the weak. Chapter 15. Practice until you vomit on this day. An 11ing WN rose early to exercise, glancing at the current temperature, which read 65 degrees, slightly lower than the usual sweltering heat. She felt a sudden urge to venture outside. Stepping on her balcony, she looked out to find scattered zombies wandering about the community. Without delay, she called for her younger brother. "Haochin, hurry! Sister is taking you to fight zombies." Sleepily, Nhochn, upon hearing the mention of zombies, instantly shook off his drowsiness. "Sister, are there zombies? Where are they?" "In the neighborhood. There are only a few, just enough for you to practice your skills." "But, dear sister, don't you need to practice as well?" "I'm not in a hurry. You go first, and I'll keep watch for you, just in case of any surprise attacks." After hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan felt it was indeed wise to be cautious. Considering they were both novices, he certainly did not wish to become a monster. The siblings changed their clothes and, after finishing breakfast, ventured outside. The sun was not yet overwhelming. It would reach its peak intensity around noon. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the temperature was still bearable, it was best to practice as much as possible. Nan Xiangwan retrieved 2 machetes from her storage and handed one to her brother, instructing him, upon encountering a zombie, you must act swiftly, and remember, it can only be killed by severing its head. Otherwise, it remains unscathed, and be extremely cautious not to get scratched or bitten. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to send you to meet the King of Hell. Ugh, sister, could you please say something more auspicious? I have no desire to share tea with the King of Hell. Being alive is quite preferable. Well then, you must put in the effort. Rest assured, I am no fool. I won't embarrass you. Hee, just be careful not to speak too confidently. It's easy to get slapped in the face, you know? Nan Xiangwan led her brother outside to assess the situation, then cautiously opened the gate to their yard. Come on, there are 2 zombies ahead. Nan Xiangwan asked in confusion. How do you know? Are you foolish? I sense them with my mental energy today. I forgot that sister possesses that ability. Since you know where they are, what are we waiting for? Let's go. The excitement Nan Xiangwan felt was soon overshadowed by regret upon seeing the zombies. After walking for a few minutes, they finally spotted the creatures that it was his first time seeing a real zombie. And although he was initially thrilled, he nearly wet himself upon glimpsing its grotesque face. What in the world is that? Suddenly, he wanted to return home. Was it too late? Sister, I can't bring myself to do it. It's too terrifying. Nan Xiangwan, exasperated, face-palmed. She had anticipated this outcome, recalling her previous life. They are approaching. We must act swiftly. Eventually, you will have to confront this challenge. If you cannot overcome it, you'll never accompany me outside again. Just think of it as killing a pig. But I've never killed a pig. Then think of it as killing a chicken. You must have done that at least. Enough with the nonsense. With no other options, Nan Xiangwan took charge. The zombies were right before them. With a swift motion, she severed their heads. Ugh! Why are you so cruel? Is this still the little lamb I knew? Watching her brother retch uncontrollably. She comforted him, Brother, this is merely the beginning. You must adapt. See? It's quite simple. After all, they are no longer human, so you need not feel any psychological burden. But sister, it shouldn't be viewed this way. Don't you find it repulsive? Well, I've become accustomed to it, but I can't admit that. Perhaps it's because I've watched too many zombie movies. Why is there such a stark contrast? We've both seen zombie movies. Enough. Stop retching. You'll waste your breakfast. Hurry, follow me. There are more ahead. You promised to protect me, remember? Seeing his sister's doubtful gaze, Nan Xiangwan ceased his retching, wiped his mouth, and brandished the knife, declaring boldly, Let us go. I think I can manage now. It's just killing zombies. If sister can do it, I can too. Thus, throughout the morning, Nan Xiangwan handled the zombies while Nan Xiangwan spent the entire time retching, his complexion paling. Upon returning home, Nan Xiangwan took a shower and changed her clothes. Turning to her pitiful brother and asking helplessly, Are you going to have lunch? No, I want to sleep. He feared that eating would only lead to more retching, so it was better to take a break. One missed meal wouldn't be the end. In the end, Nan Xiangwan had lunch alone before taking a nap. However, they were unaware that their entire morning of zombie hunting had been witnessed by their neighbors. Indeed, the survivors were trembling in their homes, while these two ventured out to practice with zombies. Who could be bolder than them? Honey, those two are incredible. Should we seek refuge with them? Our supplies are dwindling. Our parents are gone, and we don't know where the children are. The world has changed, and we don't know how much longer we can survive. The man held his wife close and gazed out the window. Responding calmly, Let us observe for now. The heat hasn't subsided. That girl from next door looks like a trained fighter. She is not to be trifled with. Unless absolutely necessary, we shouldn't trouble them. I'm sure the military will arrive to rescue us soon. Let us hope. So, in another house, a group of over a dozen students gathered, both male and female, all newcomers to this area. Living in vacant homes. Had they not been afraid of the heat, they would have starved long ago. Ming, did you see those two today? Killing zombies isn't that hard. Just chop off their heads. Yeah, I saw them, but do you have a weapon? Alas, I only have a fruit knife. What do we do? They had been out for a while, unable to return home, and if this continued, they would surely go mad. Let us wait and see if we and come out for a trip. We wouldn't be stuck here. If I had known, I would have stayed home. This dreadful weather has brought out the zombies. It truly feels like the apocalypse, that we must prepare for what's next. Next time we venture out for food, it won't just be the heat we have to worry about, but the zombies. I want to go home. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. Me too. I want to go home. Ming, observing the girls crying daily, felt overwhelmed. He realized they needed to make plans quickly. With so many burdens, they would surely be a hindrance. Wang Lei, let us go out and see if there are any empty houses. We need to find some weapons. Otherwise, when the zombies come, we'll all be doomed. I agree. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to fight back, or we'll only be waiting for death. Right? Let us go after sunset. The other men exchanged glances. Finding Ming's words highly sensible, sit idly by meant they were merely waiting for death, and they were not ready to perish. They decided to venture out together at night, believing that sticking together would increase their chances of survival. If Nan Xiangwan were to hear Ming's words at this moment, she would undoubtedly recognize him as a former friend. How remarkably coincidental. The butterfly effect of her rebirth had indeed veered off course. Chapter 16. Watching the show at night, the siblings slept soundly until nightfall. Since the apocalypse began, their lives had descended into chaos. On idle days, they spent most of their time sleeping. With no entertainment options available, aside from practicing martial arts and eating, their only pastimes were sleeping and reading. After finally acquiring a new form of entertainment, zombie hunting, her brother had nearly fainted from retching after just one morning. Upon awakening, Nan Xiangwan stretched and glanced out the window, finding the night devoid of stars, shrouded in a thick haze, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After washing her face and feeling more alert, she noticed her brother still asleep and chose not to wake him. Instead, she prepared her dinner and poured herself a beer. Surprisingly, over the past 6 months, her alcohol tolerance had significantly increased. She used to be tipsy after one bottle, but could now handle several. Her appetite had also grown, especially after awakening her powers, causing her to consume food at a faster rate. Had it not been for the ample supplies they had, she would not have dared to indulge so freely. Their resources were simply unsustainable. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Nan Xiangwan locked the front door and stepped outside. As sleep eluded her, it was better to survey the surroundings. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that covered her exposed skin, she felt somewhat warm but deemed it necessary given the rampant viruses. Exposed skin always felt precarious at the same time. In another villa, Ming and several boys also ventured out into the pitch-black night, where visibility was nearly non-existent. The group huddled together cautiously. Ming, it's so dark. We only have one flashlight, and we're afraid to use it. Should we wait until morning? Shut up. Do you want to attract zombies? Our kitchen knives aren't just for show. If we see one, we'll chop it down. Are you brave enough to do that? She'll listen. There's a noise. The boys instantly tensed, their eyes darting around warily. Nan Xiangwan had only intended to take a stroll, but was surprised to find others daring to venture out at such a late hour. She couldn't tell if they were seeking death or merely courting danger. Ming, do you think there are zombies? How would I know? There's just a noise, so let us be cautious that— Oh, I thought it was a zombie. You scared me. Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of these boys. They resembled a group of thieves. With nothing pressing to do, she decided to observe their antics while popping a lollipop into her mouth, enjoying the show. Ming led the way, cautiously advancing until they reached a house he had observed during the day, where no one seemed to be living. The front door opened with little effort. However, being cautious, he refrained from entering first. Instead, he shone the flashlight inside to let others enter first, claiming the role of the rearguard. Although no one lived there, they could not rule out the possibility that the former occupants had turned into zombies, that if they were bitten, it would spell disaster. The others, lacking Ming's caution, pressed forward, armed with kitchen knives and improvised weapons. Inching ahead together, 11W utilized her mental prowess to scan the yard, discovering that there were indeed 4 zombies inside the house, all presumably from the same family. Perhaps the door had been securely shut before the calamity struck, leading to their entrapment. TSK, one wonders if these individuals can manage to deal with the zombies within. They certainly possess a remarkable audacity. And 11W mused aloud as she observed the commotion outside, where someone had shattered the glass. Ming, is there anyone inside? Shall we venture in? Let's first observe. If no one emerges after such a ruckus, we will proceed. Very well. The voice that spoke was oddly familiar to an 11W, yet she could not place it. Shrouded as it was in the darkness, that it wasn't until a zombie staggered out that clarity struck. A zombie. Ming, what should we do? What should we do? Of course, we must eliminate it, with so many of us here. Surely we can handle these 2 zombies? Not just 2. There are 2 more smaller ones behind, indicating this is indeed a family of 4. Ming, we should flee. If they emerge, we will all be doomed. Don't come any closer. Help! Ming, disregarding the peril, swung a kitchen knife, severing a head with a sickening thud. The others, witnessing Ming's swift dispatch of one, rallied to attack. Soon, the remaining 3 zombies lay vanquished, though one boy had sustained a scratch that went unnoticed by the others. However, an 11W, the passive observer, had taken note. They ought to count their blessings. The first wave of zombies was notoriously sluggish in their reactions. Had they waited for mutations, the outcome would have been dire, as it was clear they lacked any martial prowess. After catching their breath, Ming and the others began scavenging for supplies, hoping to collect whatever edible items they could find, as well as some weapons. That was only when the Scratch Boy began to show signs of mutation that 11W could no longer restrain herself from speaking. Be cautious. Someone is about to transform into a zombie. Who? Who is speaking? It matters not who I am. You just killed a zombie and someone was scratched, so a new zombie is about to emerge. If it weren't for your apparent foolishness, I would not bother to warn you. Hearing this, Ing and the others exchanged glances. Who among you was scratched? Quickly step aside. The boy who had been scratched stood motionless. His mind clouded. Everyone, keep your distance. This zombie is about to evolve. Be very careful, or you won't escape. And 11 WN reiterated, her warning earnest. Upon hearing her, Ing and the others instinctively created distance. Cautiously observing one another, it was only when the zombie began to wail that they recognized it was their classmate. Ing shouted urgently, "Quick, kill him. He is no longer human." Ing, we can't hurt him. He was our classmate. Nonsense, he is a zombie now. If you lack the courage, I will do it. I refuse to die here. I want to return home to my parents. In a split second, Ing charged forward, wielding the kitchen knife, and 11 WN perched on the wall, watching with keen interest, and only when Ing had slain the zombie did she comment. I advise you all to refrain from venturing out at night. With your level of incompetence, you are merely offering yourselves as sacrifices. As for me, I shall take it upon myself to clear the zombies outside. But I cannot guarantee that other areas remain unscathed, so gather your supplies and hasten back. Farewell. After hearing her words, Ing and his group momentarily forgot their fears, scrambling to gather supplies and retreat, not wishing to linger any longer. Who could have anticipated that in just one night they had lost a classmate? Continuing down this path would surely drive them to madness. Meanwhile, an 11 WN returned home in high spirits. Moving about with ease, Chapter 17. Unscathed by society's harshness upon arriving home, and NHOC had already awakened and was staring off into space, looking rather despondent. When did you wake up? Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? And NHOCH looked up at his sister, expressing guilt. Sister, am I useless? I couldn't even bring myself to kill a zombie and spent the whole day vomiting. And 11 WN gently ruffled her brother's hair, offering comfort. It's perfectly normal to feel hesitant. Do not berate yourself. Everyone needs time to adjust. Once you become accustomed, you'll find it easier. However, I cannot grant you too much time, as reality does not allow for prolonged sensitivity, understand? Yes, I understand. Only by becoming stronger can we avoid being bullied. Exactly. As long as I am here, no one can bully us. Now, let us eat something. What do you wish for? I want congee, but not plain rice porridge. All right, how about 8 treasure congee? Drink it and then get some more sleep. We'll need to go out again in the morning. The zombies in our neighborhood are limited, but we might need to scout the area. Okay, I will overcome my fears. And 11 WN handed her brother the 8 treasure congee before heading off to take a shower. She contemplated how the oppressive heat was soon coming to an end, though it was the extreme cold that would truly lead to mass casualties. Just thinking about it was exhausting. This state of affairs would continue for another 6 months. Once it was over, they would have to leave immediately, as their family's villa was near the mountains, and after the cold subsided, this place would become a perilous zone. For no one would anticipate that in the apocalypse, not only would humans mutate, but even animals and plants could become lethal. After her shower, she began to train her abilities. Although she lacked crystal cores for enhancement, she could still gradually level up, albeit at a slower pace. She could not afford to sit idly by. She needed to be prepared for battle at any moment. Early the next morning, before dawn, an 11 WN woke her brother to set out. This time, they did not linger in the villa, but drove directly towards the suburbs in their off-road vehicle. Sister, where are we going? We'll check out some shops nearby. We can now engage in zero-cost shopping. Really? Yes, but we can only search the surrounding areas. We absolutely cannot venture into the city center. Why? Because densely populated areas mean more zombies. With our current combat capabilities, we can manage to protect ourselves. But if we encounter a horde, we will only be able to flee. Upon hearing his sister's words, and NHOCH felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of being chased by a horde of zombies. He dared not dwell on it. Brother, hold on tight. There's zombies ahead. We're going to charge through. Okay. An 11ing WN pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling forward and sending a zombie flying before speeding away. They did not stop until they reached a nearby commercial street. Brother, we're getting out. Stay close to me. There should be quite a few zombies around here, so be careful, all right? Yes, sister, don't worry. I'm not as scared as I was yesterday. I think if I get used to it, it will be fine. Exactly. Once you get used to it, it's just a matter of delivering a swift blow. What is there to fear? Right, let's go. After parking the vehicle in an unoccupied area, the siblings stored it in their spatial realm, each grabbing a machete before heading to the first supermarket. Seeing the shutter doors already opened, it was clear someone had been there. But an 11ing WN reasoned that even if someone had come, they could not have taken everything. Brother, stay behind me. I will lead the way. All right, but be careful. An 11ing WN extended her mental prowess to assess the situation inside. Discovering no survivors, only a dozen or so wandering zombies, they proceeded cautiously into the store. Brother, there's a zombie on the right. You handle it, I'll give it a try. Quickly now, be brave. You'll get used to it. Suppressing his fear, and repeatedly chanted to himself, I must be strong. I must protect my sister. When he saw the zombie, he gathered his courage and struck down with his knife, resulting in a thud as the zombie's head fell away. Rather than feeling fear, he found himself exhilarated. What was happening? Though his clothes were stained with zombie blood, which made him uncomfortable due to his slight germophobia, and an 11ing WN felt a swell of pride witnessing her brother take this step. He was finally growing up. Brother, follow me. There's just one zombie downstairs, but there are quite a few upstairs. Perfect for you to practice. All right, let us go to S. They ascended the stairs, and an 11ing WN busily collected the remaining supplies from the supermarket, akin to a bandit raiding a town. Once they reached the second floor, they continued to clear the zombies, with NUKES taking the lead, while an 11ing WN provided protection. Soon, all the zombies on the second floor were dispatched. Here, use these wipes to clean your hands, and NUKES accepted the wipes from his sister, using them not only to clean his hands, but also to wipe down the knife he had used. There were still plenty of items on this second floor. Today, this outing had proven fortuitous. Let us enjoy some shopping without spending a dime. After slaying several zombies, and NUKES quickly adjusted, feeling less repulsed. Hearing his sister's words, he eagerly began to scavenge, realizing that experiencing it firsthand was the only way to truly appreciate the thrill. Once the supermarket was thoroughly looted, the siblings moved on to the neighboring store, collecting anything clean and usable they found. After all, in the apocalypse, all factories had ceased production, so stockpiling supplies was crucial. There was no such thing as too much. They were indeed grateful for the spatial realm their ancestors had bequeathed them. Without it, they could not have transported so many supplies. Just as they were about to leave, they encountered several people being pursued by zombies, a scene of utter chaos. Help, please. Is anyone there? Save us. Run, sister. Should we help them? If you wish to save them, then do so. I shall not intervene. Why not? You may be able to rescue them momentarily, but you cannot provide them with a lifetime of salvation. The zombies are evidently sluggish now. Any person could dispatch them. Yet if you hesitate to act, even if you save them today, survival will remain a lingering issue. Let us observe for a moment that it is only when one is on the brink of death that they unleash their latent strength. So, it is wise not to rush in.um. Shall we simply watch? What is wrong with that? They are not our relatives. You must learn to be a bit more ruthless. We are in the apocalypse now. If you continue to be so soft-hearted, you will suffer the consequences sooner or later. Nan Xiangwan gazed at her brother, realizing he still had an overly naive disposition. It seemed necessary to expose him to the harsh realities of society. Without experiencing its brutalities, one can never truly mature. I will kill you all. With this desperate cry, the brother and sister were jolted back to reality. They looked over to see that the person who had just been pursued had indeed fought back against several zombies, albeit in a gruesome manner, likely unaware that one must decapitate a zombie to truly eliminate it, as dismembered limbs lay scattered about. Nan Xiangwan was astonished. It appeared that his sister was right. People only find courage when faced with death. Lesson learned. Chapter 18. The male protagonist begins his southern journey after witnessing the spectacle. The siblings departed, as noon was fast approaching and the oppressive heat outside was unbearable. It was better to return home. Once they reached a secluded area, they retrieved their off-road vehicle, switched on the air conditioning, and only felt revived once the interior was comfortably cool. After a swift drive home, they both rushed to take a shower. For merely stepping outside had left them sweat-soaked, more so than a sauna could manage. Sister, I found that killing zombies isn't as terrifying as I thought. Though, it does still make me feel a bit nauseous after seeing so much. That's normal. You've only just begun. Wait until zombies are everywhere. You will grow accustomed to this what they call better to die well than live poorly. How are you living poorly? You have food, drink, and air conditioning. Who else could be more comfortable than you? True. I suppose I am quite fortunate. What do you want to eat? Let us reward ourselves for today as fruitful endeavors. I haven't had crayfish in ages. Let us have that, along with 2 bottles of cold beer. After drinking, we can sleep. All right, let us go. Nan Xiangwan retrieved some supplies from her space, and the siblings began to leisurely enjoy their drinks and crayfish, savoring the pleasures of life. Meanwhile, Zhan Siyu was also enjoying his days, though lacking the culinary delights that the siblings relished, as he had unfortunately returned to life at an inopportune moment. Boss, when do we set out? Tonight. Howsy, arrange it. It's best to give the warehouse keys to someone trustworthy. Although we aren't short on supplies, others are in need, that if someone with ill intentions gains control of the granary, it would spell disaster for everyone that I understand. Based on my observations lately, I think Liang Dong is a decent person. He is fair in his dealings and only has his daughter with him. Making complications minimal. I believe he would be a suitable choice. What do you think, boss? Upon hearing Liang Dong's name, Zhan Siyu's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. He recalled that Liang Dong had indeed survived for quite some time, only to later hear that he had met a gruesome end at the hands of a woman. He was left wondering which woman had brought about his demise. Boss, are you listening to me? Are we going to proceed or not? Zhan Siyu snapped back to attention, pondering the situation. The person was fine, but he was uncertain if history would repeat itself with someone meeting an untimely death. However, given the current circumstances, he could only take one step at a time. Let us go with Liang Dong, but inform him to be wary of women. All right, I'll arrange that. Bai Minghao grumbled to himself as he walked, questioning why they should be cautious of women. Did old Liang have bad luck with romance? Yet, once all the arrangements were made, he still couldn't fathom the meaning behind the boss's words. That night, Sidu Mo drove a modified jeep, transporting Zhan Siyu and Bai Minghao as they set out. Boss, where are we headed first? First to our arms depot. We'll retrieve our supplies before heading to other cities. Understood. Sidu Mo barreled through numerous zombies, finally reaching their secret arms depot after a bumpy ride. Zhan Siyu disembarked, dispatched the scattered zombies outside, and led his companions to the underground entrance. However, upon spotting a rat the size of a cat, Zhan Siyu immediately recognized it as a mutated rodent. Be careful. That's a mutated rat. Don't let it bite you. Bai Minghao, seeing such a large rodent, swallowed hard, thinking to himself how drastically the world had changed. With even rats growing to such sizes, how large must cats and dogs have become, with dogs now rival donkeys in size? Ugh, I've digressed. Boss, I'll take care of it. Zhan Siyu quickly restrained Situ Mo, saying, don't move. You want to catch it? Let me handle this. With that, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the mutated rat, unable to evade in time, was instantly transformed into a charred carcass, emitting a faint glow. Well, the boss is impressive. After eliminating the mutated rat, Zhan Siyu forcefully broke open the security door. Since there was no electricity, this was the only way in, and they wouldn't be returning. Once inside, they began inspecting for safety hazards, and, upon confirming everything was in order, Zhan Siyu waved his hand, and the entire armory was swiftly cleared out. Let us go. From now on, we'll check every place with supplies we come across. All right, but are we leaving the city tonight? Yes, heading south where supplies are more abundant. Once we've gathered enough, we'll return. The capital S safe base is still quite good. Perfect. We can also practice combating zombies along the way. Yes, and perhaps check if there are any crystal nuclei in zombies' brains. Huh. That stuff is in their heads. Indeed, The three of them got into the vehicle and, under the cover of night, began their journey southward. Zhang Xiu calculated the timing, anticipating that they would reach Haishur just as the extreme cold set in, where he had a villa in the outskirts that would serve as a refuge from the frigid temperatures. However, what he did not foresee was that by the time they arrived, his villa would be reduced to nothing more than a pile of bricks. After resting for a night, Nan Xiangwan rose with renewed vigor and called her brother to join her for some physical exercise. After breakfast, the siblings set out once more for a zero-cost shopping spree. He Ming stood by the window, noticing them drive away, feeling a stirring in his heart. Wang Lei, grab your weapons and come with me. Let us see which vehicles are still operational and go out to scavenge for supplies. That brother and sister venture out every day. We cannot remain idle, or we'll surely starve, Ti Ming. Are we really going out again? Last time we ventured out, we lost a person. Isn't it quite normal to die in the apocalypse? If you're too afraid to go out, I'll go alone. But the food I find will be for me alone. You can all wait to starve, Ti Ming. How can you say that? We're girls. Aren't you boys supposed to take care of us? Ti Ming looked at the girls in the room, his disdain evident. Those siblings across the way can go out to find supplies. What makes you any different? If you're timid, don't make excuses. Besides, I'm not your parent. I can't look after your lives, so spare me the lectures. All I know is that strength is paramount. Wu. Ti Ming, we're classmates. How can you be so unkind? Wang Lei, witnessing their tears, felt a twinge of annoyance that he agreed with Ti Ming's sentiment. In this apocalypse, simply managing to survive was already commendable. Did they truly think finding food was so easy? Before the zombies appeared, food was already scarce, and now, with zombies rampant, why should he share the hard-earned supplies he found? Ti Ming, I'll go with you. I refuse to starve. Afterward, a couple of other classmates joined in agreement. And soon, no one else remained in the room. Once they set off in their vehicle, Ti Ming added, after we gather supplies, let us find a new place to stay. Those people are beyond saving. And returning will only drag us down. The others remained silent, acquiescing to Ti Ming's decision, not out of cold-heartedness, but because they simply wished to survive. Chapter 19. The sandstorm approaches. Ti Ming made such a choice due to his inherently selfish nature. Initially, they had banded together out of necessity, but the current situation left no room for him to remain so benevolent. Thus, in the apocalypse, the ugly facets of humanity would gradually magnify. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan was reveling in her zero-cost shopping spree, leaving a trail of chaos in their wake. Some might claim she was selfish for not leaving a path for others. Yet if one were to switch perspectives, many would likely do the same. After all, everyone desires to survive. Sister, we've been out for several days without encountering many survivors. Do you think they've all perished? Nan Xiangwan, enjoying a popsicle, replied nonchalantly. Many people are simply too afraid to venture out. Most still fear the zombies that I believe they will emerge once they've exhausted their supplies. All right, but finding food will be truly difficult by then. How is it that you and sister can hoard so much? Let us go. There's a jewelry store ahead. Let us take a look. Really? Yes, but look, the windows are shattered. Who knows if there's anything left? Nan Xiangwan glanced at the shop mentioned by his sister, and an immediate cloud of discontent shadowed his expression. His little treasures had vanished. Let us go. Not everyone has access to space. Even if we take something, there will be leftovers. Indeed, what are we waiting for? Let us hurry. Don't rush. There's zombies inside. Oh, I'll take care of them. Together then, let us proceed with caution. The brother and sister wielded their machetes, dispatching zombies with relentless efficiency, swiftly reducing their number by more than half. Once confident that no more zombies lurked about, Nan Xiangwan employed her psychic abilities to scan the area before stepping inside. The jewelry store's counter had indeed been completely ransacked, leaving only some large decorative pieces behind, likely due to their bulk. However, Nan Xiangwan bore no disdain as she collected every valuable item into her spatial storage. Sis, come up quickly. There's a safe here. Upon hearing her brother's call, Nan Xiangwan hurried to the second floor, where she found him fiddling with an enormous safe. Sis, this thing won't budge. I'll store it in my space for now and examine it later at home. It's not safe here. Oh, fine then. My space is full. You take it. All right, Without further ado, Nan Xiangwan stowed the safe away and collected the jewelry from the second floor. The siblings then proceeded to an industrial building outside the city, but only glanced at it before departing. Confused, Nan Xiangwan inquired, "Sis, since we're here, why not go inside? Such a large factory must be teeming with zombies that you wish to offer yourself as a sacrifice. Once our combat abilities improve, we can explore it, but for now, it's best to refrain." After considering his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan found them reasonable and fell silent that on their way back, they happened to pass by Ming and his group's vehicle. "Ming, I see that our neighborhood's car?" "Yes, it belongs to that brother-sister duo Da. At our age, they're so impressive. I can't help but feel envious." Ming squinted thoughtfully, remarking, "Once we return, we must also start exercising. If our stamina falters, we won't be able to escape formidable zombies." The others agreed, realizing that they could no longer afford to indulge. It was time to train, exhausted after a morning of battling zombies. Ming and his companions felt a sense of accomplishment looking at their abundant supplies. As the oppressive heat rose, they found refuge in an unoccupied house, where they all began to rest. At midnight, Nan Xiangwan arose to use the restroom, suddenly hearing a rustling sound outside. Approaching the window and drawing back the curtain, she discovered a sandstorm approaching. Quickly, she cut off the electric fence in the yard and called for her brother. "Houchin, wake up! No more sleep. A sandstorm is coming. Check the doors and windows for any gaps. Otherwise, when the winds blow, the house will be filled with sand." Groggy, Nan Xiangwan sat up. "That I'll check now. You inspect upstairs. I'll handle downstairs that not open any windows." "Understood." While the siblings inspected for safety hazards, Zhang Xiyu was searching for a place to take refuge. He had not anticipated the chaos of the butterfly effect after his rebirth. Had he not noticed the weather warning in advance, they might have been stranded midway. "Boss, there's only one village nearby. Should we go?" "Yes, drive faster. A strong wind is imminent, and we need to find shelter." As Situ Mo drove cautiously, keeping an eye on the surroundings, Zhang Xiyu felt the sting of sand against his face, prompting him to hasten their descent southward, fearing the onset of extreme cold weather that could trap them. Upon entering the village, Zhang Xiyu assessed the situation and stopped at a large courtyard. "Stop, this one will do. There are 2 zombies inside to deal with." The 3 disembarked, with Ming Hao and Situ Mo scaling the wall into the yard, while Zhang Xiyu secured the vehicle. After dispatching the zombies, they opened the main gate. "Boss, it's clear." "Good." Ming Hao surveyed the disarray within the house, irritation rising. "How can we sleep in this mess? It's too filthy. If it weren't for the boss's orders, I'd want to leave for another place." Upon entering, Zhang Xiyu took in the chaos and commanded, "Throw everything out. Find something to barricade the doors and windows. A tornado is approaching. I have beds in my space. We'll manage for now." Hearing this, Ming Hao felt much better, grateful that his boss wouldn't let them suffer, almost forgetting about the boss's spatial storage. He and Situ Mo quickly tidied the house, transforming it into an open space. Zhang Xiyu, seeing their progress, tossed out 3 single beds. As it was scorching hot, blankets were unnecessary. Making it easier, he then retrieved cooking utensils and began preparing a meal. Don't be surprised that the boss can cook. Food from the future is terrible. Only home-cooked meals are palatable. The first time Zhang Xiyu cooked, both Hausi and Mosey were apprehensive, fearing his culinary skills would lead to disaster. However, after tasting his cooking, they realized his talent was exceptional. "Boss, is there any meat? I want to eat meat." Motzi found Huzzy's eagerness amusing. "Yes, I'll make you steak. Let us enjoy some red wine and rest well tonight. It's safer outside in this weather, and this house appears sturdy enough to withstand the sandstorm. We'll listen to the boss. As long as he says there's meat, there's no room for debate." After their dinner, the wind and sand outside intensified. The sounds clear even within the house. Situ Mo, observing the secured doors and windows, expressed concern. "Boss, do you think we'll be all right? The wind is really picking up." Zhang Xiyu, lying in bed with eyes closed, reassured him, "It's fine. This house is quite solid. Sleep soundly. This storm will last at least a few days." He distinctly recalled that in his previous life. This calamity had lasted 3 days. Mosey, comforted by the boss's words, returned to bed, trusting his assurance of safety. Meanwhile, The group left behind by He Ming was teetering on the brink of madness. They had not anticipated that after He Ming departed, he would not return. With dwindling food supplies and the sandstorm upon them, they were facing starvation. The villa echoed with cries, a truly pitiful scene, illustrating the fate of the idle. Conversely, He Ming's quartet felt fortunate to have ventured out to gather supplies. Otherwise, they too would have faced starvation. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan and her brother were busy planting crops in their spatial realm. "Sis, do we need to plant everything here?" Glancing at the expanse of land, Nan Xiangwan felt a twinge of stress, pondering how long it would take for them to finish. The only frustration stemmed from forgetting to stock up on farming machinery. It seemed they would need to venture out for a harvester and a tiller once the weather improved. Otherwise, they would exhaust themselves. "Let us start slowly. We only need enough for ourselves. We'll figure out the machinery later." "That's good. The land is just too vast that I wish I could be lazy and avoid work." "All right then, consider a workout. Be grateful, you know. Others wish they had land to cultivate." Yes, I'm grateful. Very grateful. I'm just venting a little. Life is tough." The siblings toiled for a small portion of the day, managing to plant merely 2 acres, utterly exhausted. Nan Xiangwan collapsed onto the sofa, declaring, "I will never waste food again. I am so tired." "That is good to hear. Farmers have it hard, and with machinery, it's a bit easier. Imagine ancient farmers. That was real hardship. No fertilizers, laborious toil, and low yields. Just surviving was a stroke of luck. Our generation is quite pampered." "Yes, but soon they won't have a luxury to waste anything." As the siblings lamented their toil, those survivors were not so fortunate. They weren't just wasting food. They were running out of it. Thus, the storm persisted for 4 days before finally ceasing, a day longer than in his previous life. When Nan Xiangwan opened her door, the yard was in disarray. Nan Xiangwan, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, stepped outside. "Sis, what's that hanging from the tree over there?" Following her brother's gaze, Nan Xiangwan almost choked on her own saliva, incredulous at the sight of a bright red pair of shorts. "Where did that monstrosity come from? It's blinding. Sis, that looks like a big Annie-ass shorts. So huge." Nan Xiangwan. Winky face, seriously. "Are you really discussing this as a grown man? Sis, look over there." "Isn't that?" Sensing something amiss, she quickly followed her brother's gaze, and, "Is this a matching set? Oh, let us clean up the yard first. It's filthy that if we keep staring, we'll need to cleanse our eyes. Let us get to work. Should we clear it all out?" They swept everything to the entrance and set it ablaze, ensuring cleanliness before the strong winds could return. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing his sister's words, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Let it burn. After all, the refuse heap contained an assortment of items, even those related to relaxation services. He felt a twinge of admiration for the audacity displayed on such a blustery day. Were one unaware of the situation, they might presume that someone was intentionally attempting to disgust the siblings. After toiling for half the day, the duo finally cleared the yard, and only when they saw the last remnants of the fire extinguished did they retreat indoors. "All right, let us wash up and rest for a day before heading out tomorrow." Meanwhile, on the side of Zhang Xiu, after enduring the wind and sand, the door refused to budge, with no other option. The 3 had to escape through the window, only to discover that a large tree had fallen in the yard, effectively blocking the door. Had it not been for the window, they might have had to dig a hole. "Boss, it's quite chaotic outside. I doubt we could drive out," Zhang Xiu remarked, surveying the disarray in the village, confirming that driving was indeed impossible. "Let us leave while the temperature is still bearable. We can discuss further once we reach the highway." "Very well. That's our only course of action. Be cautious. There are zombies nearby that we must evacuate swiftly. Also, check the map to see how far we are from Haishur. We need to accelerate our journey as the weather is about to change." Upon hearing their leader's words, Housie and Mosey tensed up. Could this weather still allow for survival? Little did they know. When the extreme cold arrived, it would have been exceedingly difficult without their boss. Each armed with a machete, the trio pressed onward, but before they could exit the village, they encountered other survivors. "Hey, wait up." Zhang Xiu, with an icy demeanor, inquired, "Is there something you need?" El Xiu, captivated by the striking man before her, felt her gaze glued to him, prompting Zhang Xiu to feel a wave of nausea, and he swiftly turned away. Fearful of being repulsed, as he walked off, Xiao finally realized, exclaiming, "Hey, don't go! Wait for us!" Mosey, having noticed the woman's lingering gaze, irritably shouted, "Scram! Why are you being so hostile?" She retorted, teary-eyed. "What is wrong, Xiao? Did they bully you?" Her brother asked as he approached. "Brother, I've taken a liking to that man. Could you please bring him back as my husband?" The trio exchanged glances, bewildered. Are people now so brazenly vying for partners? Bai Minghao felt equally perplexed, wanting to ask her, "Where's your sense of beauty? With such an unappealing visage, how can you dare to covet our boss? Your mind must be clouded. Hey, you there, did you not hear my sister express her fondness for you? Be wise and return with us to be her man, or I shall break your legs." Zhang Xiu, feeling exasperated, commanded Haozi and Mosey, "Handle this quickly. I'll wait for you ahead." Without even glancing back, he departed with remarkable speed. Upon seeing him truly leave, Xiao burst into tears, wailing, "Wah, big brother, he has gone. You must bring him back." Haozi and Mosey exchanged glances, contemplating whether they were merely ornamental. However, they were too disinterested to prolong the conversation. Swiftly drawing their firearms to deal with the two fools, disdainfully spitting before hastily pursuing their leader. Unbeknownst to Xiao and her brother, their fate would unfold tragically, leaving their eyes unclosed even in death. Other survivors, witnessing the siblings' demise, felt a mix of relief and schadenfreude, but no sympathy. Evidently, they were the village's disgrace, deserving of their fate. Chapter 21. Enemies converge when Haozi and Mosey caught up with Zhang Xiu. They beheld their leader striking down zombies with impressive flair. While they admired him, they also grew discontent with their own abilities, wondering when they would have the opportunity to showcase their powers. Zhang Xiu, surveying the scattered corpses, contemplatively remarked, "Check if any of them have objects in their heads, roughly the size of marbles." Haozi and Mosey, upon hearing their leader's directive, donned masks and gloves, commencing their grisly task. Before long, Motzi indeed uncovered a marble-sized transparent orb, albeit slightly murky. "Boss, is this what you meant?" Zhang Xiu fetched a bottle of mineral water to cleanse it, revealing it to be a crystal core. Recently formed and diminutive in size. "This is it. Such transparent cores are suitable for all to cultivate. Colored ones require matching abilities, and to find one so soon is remarkable. I checked over there and found only one." He then turned to Haozi. "Did you have any luck?" Haozi, feeling nauseous, lamented, "Nothing at all, just a mess that I need to vomit." He hurried away to relieve himself. Zhang Xiu, contemplating the crystal core in hand, mused on the implications of zombies beginning to evolve, indicating that many things were about to deviate from their expected course. After Haozi finished expelling the contents of his stomach, Zhang Xiu retrieved the jeep and stated, "Let us go. Time is of the essence. We should travel through the night, taking turns driving." Seeing the gravity on their leader's face, Haozi and Mosey realized something unknown was about to transpire. Thus, the trio commenced their hurried journey southward. Meanwhile, on the same day, Nan Xiangwan, while seeking supplies with her brother, fortuitously encountered He Ming and his team. Finally recognizing the familiar voices, it was none other than the most treacherous individual from her past, a true enemy lurking in close proximity. After all, in her previous life, he had orchestrated the demise of her and her brother, only to find that his wind abilities could not surpass her own, leading him to covet what was hers. Had she known it was them that fateful night, she would have refrained from acting. How foolish she had been. Yet, contemplating the fact that her enemies had perished, she mused that revenge would lose its thrill. In this life, she had ample time to play with them, so there was no rush that He Ming and his 5 companions, on this day, finally discerned the true nature of the siblings, noting their pristine appearance in stark contrast to their own disheveled state, prompting a sense of embarrassment, especially in He Ming, who developed a sudden interest in Nan Xiangwan. He Ming approached, saying, "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Nan Xiangwan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, while her brother, feeling bashful, replied, "Hello, my sister isn't accustomed to interacting with strangers. Please forgive her." Internally, he marveled at how adept his sister was at feigning disinterest. What is she pretending for? She simply doesn't wish to engage. Nan Xiangwan thought. Unfazed, He Ming continued, "No worries. I understand that we previously resided in the same villa area and witnessed your prowess in slaying zombies. It was quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan recalled their initial encounter with zombies and awkwardly chuckled. Ah, it was nothing special. One gets used to it. Nan Xiangwan, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings, suddenly noticed a swarm of creatures approaching from the south, her heart racing. Quick, get in the car. A horde of zombies is on the way. While Ming and his companions were momentarily stunned, the siblings had already leapt into their vehicle, fleeing at an astonishing speed, leaving them gaping in astonishment. Did they train for this speed? Brother, did that woman really say a horde of zombies is coming? Surely she jested, for we haven't noticed anything. Indeed, I suspect she merely sought an excuse to avoid us, remarked Tang Jing, the only girl in their group, jealous of Nan Xiangwan since her first sighting. She felt furious that someone appeared so refined while they looked like refugees. Seizing the opportunity, she sought to sow discord, determined to prevent Ming from forming any connection with her, as he was her target. However, Ming remained oblivious to her words, instead contemplating Nan Xiangwan's warning. He felt there was no reason for her to deceive them. Her abilities spoke for themselves. If she wished to ignore them, she could have easily done so. Since she had issued a warning, it was undoubtedly serious. He promptly commanded, "Get in the car. We must retreat immediately." Tang Jing, hearing this, stomped her foot in frustration, reluctantly boarding the vehicle, while cursing Nan Xiangwan under her breath. As Ming only knew that a horde was approaching without knowing its direction, he was hesitant to move haphazardly, for navigating through the debris-laden streets could lead to peril. Wang Lei, did you see which way that brother and sister went? Without hesitation, Wang Lei replied, "North, away from the villa area. Let us follow them." Quickly, Wang Lei thought Ming was overreacting. Surely there weren't that many zombies around. It seemed more like a scare tactic. Nonetheless, he started the vehicle, though unbeknownst to Ming, they veered eastward. "Sis, is there really a horde of zombies coming?" "Yes, I sensed it with my mental power, and it's likely brought by other survivors. It seems this area is about to get chaotic again. What should we do?" "Head home. Let us take a detour home, then assess the situation over the next couple of days." All right, the siblings drove in a wide arc before finally returning home. Unfortunately, Ming and his group were not so fortunate. "Wang Lei, are you trying to get us killed? Don't drag me into this. Look to the right. Quick!" Wang Lei glanced to the right, instantly terrified, his nerves fraying to the point he could barely drive. Seeing this, Ming shouted, "Get to the back now. We'll settle this later." Wang Lei was utterly unaware of the existence of a horde of zombies, and the unfortunate coincidence of encountering them filled him with a profound sense of regret. "Help! Someone save us!" he cried out. "Hey, kinds are up ahead. Please rescue us. We implore you." Ming, observing the survivors rushing towards them, hesitated to respond at first, but upon glimpsing a strikingly beautiful face, he quickly changed his mind, saying, "Wang Lei, urge them to board the vehicle quickly. The one behind as well. Squeeze in, hurry." Wang Lei, about to voice his concerns, realized he had already made a grave mistake and reluctantly ushered everyone onto the vehicle, thinking to himself how cramped it was with 6 people crammed inside. "Thank you, kind sir. You are a good person, and we shall repay your kindness," came the grateful words from the survivors. Ming merely acknowledged them with a grunt before driving away, feigning calmness. However, just as they departed, another group of disheveled individuals approached, their expressions filled with rage as they glared at the departing vehicle. "Brother Liang, what should we do now?" one inquired. "Run. Survive first, then we will take our revenge on that wretched woman." Chapter 22. An encounter with familiar faces. Ming swiftly returned to their makeshift base with the 6 new recruits. Zhang Zichen, upon surveying their humble dwelling, expressed her disdain, reflecting on how, under different circumstances, she would have never chosen to accompany them. "Brother, this place is far too shabby. I had thought they were more capable than this." Zhang Zirui, her elder brother, soothed her. "Do not be so choosy. Surviving is already a blessing. I see they have considerable supplies, especially given our current predicament. And as for you, you have irrevocably made an enemy out of Liang Sehi by pushing his sister into the horde of zombies." Zhang Zichen, unfazed, retorted, "Humph, their survival is not my concern." Zhang Zirui sighed, "Ah, your temperament will undoubtedly lead you to trouble one day. You've been spoiled by our parents. Even in the apocalypse, you still refuse to temper your attitude. You will face the consequences eventually. Meanwhile, Ming was discussing matters with his original 4 classmates, stating, "In this apocalypse, we must strengthen our ranks to contend with the zombies. That is why I brought them back. Rest assured, they will not receive supplies without contributing." The other 4 pondered his words, recognizing that 5 individuals alone would not suffice. After a moment of contemplation, they agreed, "If everyone is in agreement, I shall negotiate with them." "Very well, we shall accompany you." Ultimately, it was unclear what transpired in their discussions, but Ming was appointed the captain of their small team. But on the other hand, Nan Xiangwan and her brother were idly lounging in the living room when they heard a knock at the door. They exchanged glances, wondering who could be foolish enough to venture out at such a time. "Sister, let me check. You stay inside. It's too hot out there. Wait, I'll use my psychic ability to see who it is first." "All right, I almost forgot about your walking surveillance." Nan Xiangwan extended her psychic sense to the entrance and discovered 7 disheveled survivors, one of whom she recognized. She quickly withdrew her psychic presence and declared, "I'll step outside for a moment. You stay here." Nan Xiangwan, hearing his sister's words, did not pry further and continued reading his comic book. "Is anyone there?" Liang Shuja called out. "Brother Liang, they probably opened the door for us. Should we try another house? We've been calling for so long." Liang Shuja understood this well, yet their supplies had run dry, and even the slightest glimmer of hope was worth pursuing if it weren't for that wretched woman. They wouldn't be in such dire straits, and his sister would still be alive. He cursed himself for having taken them in, vowing not to rest until he had avenged this injustice. Just then, Nan Xiangwan's voice reached them. "Do you need something?" Upon hearing her voice, Liang Sahi quickly responded, "Hello, could you assist us? If you save us, we will surely repay your kindness. Yes, please, miss, we beg for your help. We do not wish to perish." Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing their pleas, was not motivated by sympathy alone. Liang Shuja was a formidable fighter, known to possess fire-related abilities, and he had once saved her brother's life. For that reason alone, she felt compelled to return the favor. "There are 2 zombies in the neighboring Villa number 10. If you eliminate them, I will provide you with food. The choice is yours." Outside, Liang Sahi was taken aback by her request, but was willing to do anything to survive. "Will you keep your word, miss?" "Of course. Furthermore, once you clear it out, you may use that villa as a temporary refuge. It is still quite safe here." "All right, I will do it, but could you lend me a weapon?" "No problem." Nan Xiangwan tossed 3 machetes over the door point 2 zombies. "That should suffice, correct?" Liang Shuja replied without lifting his gaze. "That's enough. We will be quick. I hope you remain true to your word." "Certainly, but do not get injured or bitten, or you will become the next zombies." "Thank you for the warning." With 2 capable companions, Liang Sahi set off to the neighboring villa. Nan Xiangwan was not trying to make things difficult for them. She merely wanted to gauge their resolve. If they were merely seeking to take advantage, she had no interest in aiding them. However, they did not disappoint her, swiftly dispatching the 2 zombies. Liang Shuja, machete in hand, approached Nan Xiangwan's door and called out, "We have cleared it. I heard you. Please wait inside the villa, and I will bring you food shortly." "Thank you." After leading the others to the neighboring villa, they began to rest. They were utterly exhausted. Had they not stumbled upon a vehicle mid-journey, they might have met a grim fate. Upon returning to her home, Nan Xiangwan said to her brother, "Haochen, 7 survivors have arrived next door. They seem decent enough, and I feel pity for them, so I intend to send them some food. Would you like to take a look?" "Sister, you know best, but what should we send them?" Nan Xiangwan contemplated not sending anything too extravagant and ultimately decided on a box of instant noodles. A box of bread, a box of sausages, and 2 cases of bottled water. This should suffice. As long as they get through this hurdle, they won't starve. Shall we deliver it now? Let us go now. They look like they're on the verge of starvation. Then let us be off. The siblings gathered the supplies and headed next door. Upon hearing the commotion, Liang Shuja instinctively stood up, machete in hand, and stepped outside, curious when he saw the pair of siblings. "Who are you? Didn't you just knock on our door?" Upon hearing this, Liang Shuja immediately lowered his weapon, embarrassed. "I'm sorry. Are you the ones bringing us supplies?" "Yes, I assure you that I will keep my promise. Come inside. It's too hot out here right? Please come in quickly." Once Nan Xiangwan and her brother entered, they found the other 6 individuals staring at them intently. "These are my brothers and friends. We used to have more, but they all perished." Listening to Liang Shujia's sorrowful words, Nan Xiangwan was at a loss for how to comfort him. She simply nodded politely at the others and said, "Those who have passed cannot be revived. I offer my condolences. This is what my brother and I have brought for you, though it is not much. Once you have rested, you will need to venture out to gather supplies. Given the current weather, it is wise to stock up. This villa has fairly adequate resources, so consider it a temporary home that if you need anything urgent, feel free to call for me next door. My name is Nan Xiangwan, and this is my brother, Nan Xiangwan." She could only offer this much help, for having too many supplies could attract unwanted attention. Liang Shujia was taken aback by her generosity, his eyes welling with gratitude. "Thank you. We will repay your kindness in the future. Don't mention it. You all seem weary, so I won't intrude any longer. Farewell." "Thank you." After Nan Xiangwan and her brother departed, the others finally spoke up. "Brother, they're good people. We will remember this kindness." Liang Shujia wiped away his tears and replied, "Let us not speak of it. Let us eat first, that we've all been hungry for a day. Once we're full, we'll rest, and tomorrow we'll search for supplies again. This villa can serve as our temporary refuge. Indeed, let us strive together to survive." Chapter 23. A change in the weather upon returning home. Nan Xiangwan asked, "Sister, those individuals seem quite decent." Relaxing on the sofa, Nan Xiangwan chuckled at her brother's remark. "What do you think? Do you believe I am a fool? Rest assured, our supplies will not be given away without recompense." "Why do you say that?" "You will understand soon enough. I'm off to take a shower now. You can entertain yourself." After a day of exertion, she felt quite uncomfortable and decided to refresh herself. Naturally, Nan Xiangwan followed suit and took a shower as well. The following morning, as Nan Xiangwan awoke, she noticed that the temperature was not as sweltering as usual. Had a sudden thought cross her mind about the impending cold front. She wondered if the frigid weather was approaching sooner than expected. She quickly prepared herself and called her brother to go outside and assess the situation. "Sister, what's with the sudden urgency? We haven't even eaten breakfast yet." Nan Xiangwan turned to her younger brother and playfully reprimanded him. "Speak properly." Suddenly struck by her older sister, Nan Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. His sister had indeed become increasingly violent. Who would dare to marry her in the future? Stupidly standing there. Why didn't he hurry along? Hadn't he noticed the unusually low temperature this morning? Upon hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan realized something was amiss. "Sister, I must say, why is it so chilly this morning? Is the scorching heat finally coming to an end?" "Haha, it certainly is, but more challenging days are on the horizon," she replied. "What could possibly be worse than sweltering in a sauna?" "Oh, you'll know soon enough. Now, get the car started and go out to gather supplies." "What about breakfast?" "Eat on the go. You won't starve." "All right, then." As the siblings drove out, they encountered a few neighbors. Liang Shujia was surprised to see them and smiled as he approached. "Good morning, Miss Nan. Are you two out searching for supplies?" "Yes, you're out early as well." "Are you heading out too?" "Indeed, we can't just sit idly by. With hands and feet, we are bound to seek food." "True enough, but don't you have 2 cars in your yard? And remember to gather extra items for warmth. The temperature is already dropping, and it's uncertain whether we will plunge straight into winter. Do you understand what I mean?" Liang Shujia, being clever, quickly grasped the underlying message from Nan Xiangwan and replied earnestly, "Thank you for the reminder. We will make sure to collect some. Well then, see you later. Goodbye." Once Nan Xiangwan saw that his sister had finished speaking, he started the car and continued on their way. Liang Xi, watching the siblings drive off, pondered the weather, sensing that there must be a reason behind her warning about gathering warm supplies. After all, he too possessed supernatural abilities, albeit newly awakened and not yet very useful. Just enough to light a cigarette. "Brother Liang, what did Miss Nan just say?" "Wang Ming, did you notice the sudden change in the weather today?" What about the weather?" "I senti it just cooler." "I senti that a good thing, after half a year of heat. It was unbearable if it didn't cool down, especially with the water and power outages. It's manageable in this heat, but if it were winter like this, we would freeze to death without even a cotton coat." Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, Liang Shujia broke out in a cold sweat. Winter, warmth, cotton clothing. Could it be that after this heat wave, they would immediately plunge into winter? "Let us go. Today we need to find not only food but also cotton clothing and heaters. Why would we need those in such hot weather? Miss Nan just warned me that the weather is unpredictable and it's best to prepare some warm items, coupled with your earlier comments. I suspect that after this intense heat, winter may indeed arrive. You understand now. The others, upon hearing this, thought to themselves that if winter truly came suddenly, they would indeed freeze to death. Just the thought sent shivers down their spines. And they quickly resolved to find warming supplies. Meanwhile, inside the car, Nan Xiangwan curiously asked, "Sister, why did you say that to them? Consider it a form of salvation. It's better than having to rescue them later." Due to the sudden drop in temperature, more survivors began to venture outside in search of supplies, to gather more provisions. Nan Xiangwan intentionally traveled to a more distant location. Along the way, Zhan Xiyu and his companions hurriedly made their way to Haishur. "Boss, we finally made it. Where are we headed now?" Zhan Xiyu, observing the weather and calculating the time, replied, "Let us not go to the villa today. We need to stockpile supplies first. More is better. We can head west tomorrow." "Great, finally a chance to reap the benefits. We've been rushing all this way without much to show for it, and my hands are itching to find something. Let us be cautious. There will likely be many zombies in areas with abundant supplies. Don't worry. My big pineapple ISNT, just for show, be careful not to fall into a trap. Let us go." Having frequented this area before, Zhan Xiyu was familiar with the routes that he drove with his two brothers, scouring everything usable along the way. That if Nan Xiangwan were to witness the scene, she would surely think they possessed a space similar to hers. That day, the streets were teeming with survivors hunting for supplies and battling zombies. It was utter chaos, with even the station troops beginning to search for provisions. Many were excited to see soldiers and insisted they ensure their safety. Fortunately, the temporary safety base in Haishur could still shelter some survivors. So anyone wishing to reach the safety base was escorted there. "Boss, is this safety base reliable?" Zhan Xiyu leaned against the car, smoking casually. "It might be fine at first, but as more survivors gather, troubles will inevitably arise, especially concerning supplies. Are you willing to waste resources on the weak and ill?" "Certainly not. Thus the base may not be as good as it seems." "Well, where there are benefits, there are drawbacks. We three are doing quite well, aren't we?" "Indeed. But boss, aren't you planning to take in some more people along the way? It depends on the situation. That if there are suitable candidates, we should certainly take some in. As the base will need powerful abilities in the future. That's good then. Are we still just watching the show, boss? Let us head north, find a safe place to rest." That day, Nan Xiangwan and her brother had a fruitful haul. Although many areas were inaccessible due to the increasing number of survivors, they could no longer continue to exploit the same spots and had to search in less frequented areas. If it weren't for the ample gasoline, they might not have had enough fuel for their travels. Upon returning home, they rested for a while before enjoying a hot pot meal. Within just one day, the temperature had risen above freezing, and only hot food could provide some comfort. Of course, barring any misfortune, tomorrow would bring a winter wonderland. Chapter 24. The arrival of extreme cold. Zhan Xiyu had intended to head to his villa the following day to escape the cold. However, that night, the temperature began to plummet gradually, becoming increasingly frigid. He promptly woke up Huzzy and Motzi. "Don't sleep just yet. Quickly put on your cotton clothing. The temperature is dropping, and we must set off now. We cannot afford to wait until tomorrow. That if we encounter a snowstorm, we will be stranded." Howsy and Mosey quickly donned their cotton garments, and when they checked the thermometer, they gasped in disbelief. The temperature had plunged to -15 degrees within just one day and was still falling. "Boss, is it possible that the temperature will drop to Antarctic levels?" "Haha, it may even be colder than Antarctica." "Enough chatter. Let us get moving. That'll drive. Let us go." Zhan Xiyu and his two brothers traveled overnight, finally arriving at his villa in Haishur, only to find the temperature had dropped to 30 degrees, bitterly cold. After disembarking, they approached Villa number 8, which was devoid of zombies. Let us head inside. After stepping out of the vehicle, Zhan Xiyu attempted to unlock the door, but quickly discovered the lock was broken. An ominous feeling washed over him as he hurried inside to inspect the interior. "What happened to my beautifully decorated home? Why does it look like a shell? Boss, is this place too clean? Are you sure this is your house?" It was no wonder. All the furnishings had been taken, even the chandeliers, had it not been for the tiles and walls. The house would have been utterly unrecognizable. Fortunately, the windows remained intact. Mosey replaced the door lock. Howsey, check all the windows to ensure they are securely closed. I will now install the heating equipment. Understood, as Jean Cu surveyed the bare room. He thought to himself how fortunate he had been not to purchase too many items. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly benefited others. He began setting up a generator and a small heater, quickly warming the space. Feeling too lazy to head upstairs to rest, he laid out 3 beds and a sofa in the living room. Once Howsey and Mosey completed their tasks, they returned to the living room to warm themselves. "Boss, it's so cold that if I stepped outside to relieve myself, I might freeze solid. This is only the beginning. After nearly half a year of extreme heat, this bitter cold won't be any better. So, are we going to hibernate indoors for the time being? We'll see what tomorrow brings. For now, let us sleep." After a tumultuous night, they were indeed quite fatigued and each lay down on their respective beds to rest, with the heating equipment making the room pleasantly warm. Meanwhile, Liang Shuzhe, having heeded Nan Xiangwan's warning, managed to gather a considerable number of cotton garments and blankets during the day, even bringing back several boxes of warming pads, thus faring reasonably well. However, for He Ming and his group, conditions were less favorable, though they were not in danger of freezing to death. Many of their furnishings had been burned for warmth, and the 11 of them huddled together, brainstorming strategies that, in such frigid weather, lacking cotton clothing and blankets would be exceedingly difficult. As for Nan Xiangwan, her air conditioning was already running smoothly, thanks to her well-equipped home and the ample supply of generators she had stored for emergencies. As the day turned to night, a chilling wind began to blow, and heavy snow fell, transforming the world into a glistening white landscape. Holding a steaming cup of milk tea, Nan Xiangwan stood by the window, lost in thought. "Sister, the snow is really coming down. Just yesterday, we were in short sleeves, and today it's all about the down jackets." Hearing her brother's lament, Nan Xiangwan was at a loss for words. Reality was indeed harsh. She grabbed a thermometer, quietly extended it out the window, and upon bringing it back in, her hand was already turning red from the cold. The reading showed -54 degrees. "Sister, are you all right? Your hand looks red." And she shook her head, silently gazing at the thermometer in her hand. This frigid weather was far more unbearable than the sweltering heat. Moreover, once this extreme cold had passed, that would usher in a true hell on earth. The thoughts of the corpses and remnants of humanity from her previous life filled her heart with an endless sorrow. Before humanity even had the chance to engage in battle against the zombies, the harsh environment had already eliminated a significant portion of the weak, survival of the fittest, indeed that at that moment, in the safe base of Haishur. And then NGWN's nemesis, LG, finally crossed paths with HUMYN. It must be said that LG was exceptionally fortunate, despite the apocalypse having persisted for half a year. She had managed to survive unscathed. After all, she had awakened her supernatural abilities during that bloody storm, possessing both water and wood elements. However, she had been cautious, only revealing her water abilities to the outside world. In a time when many lacked water resources, this allowed her to navigate the apocalypse rather adeptly. HUMYing, who had been NGWN's second greatest adversary in her previous life, had also awakened his powers, specifically a singular lightning ability. Otherwise, he would not have coveted NHOCH's crystal core in the past. The IT was only after acquiring a high-level crystal that he had managed to break through his previous limitations. In her past life, lightning abilities were exceedingly rare, with most powers being elemental: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while ice, wind, lightning, psychic, and spatial abilities were highly sought after. Even the healing abilities that came from the wood element after its advancement were fiercely contested. Rare crystal cores were elusive treasures. Otherwise, one would not have to battle peers for them to level up. Since the onset of the apocalypse, LG had been living in constant dread. Had it not been for the admirers who had protected her along the way, she would likely have perished long ago. Today, upon seeing the newcomer HUMYing in the base, she was instantly smitten. However, he was currently involved with someone else, forcing her to awkwardly greet him before departing. "LG, come. Enjoy some hot buns. These just came out of the kitchen. I exchanged 2 packs of instant noodles for them, specifically saved for you. LG regarded the man before her with some annoyance. She truly disliked their class monitor. Not only was he of average appearance, but he also exuded a sense of fragility, offering no sense of security whatsoever. Yet, it seemed that such a person had unexpectedly awakened Earth abilities. One could only say he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. However, upon seeing the hot buns in his hand, hunger gnawed at her. Remembering the principle of not passing up free food, she smiled and said, "Thank you, class monitor. You are truly kind, as long as you enjoy it. That's all that matters. Don't worry. I won't let you go hungry. I'll also find you some warm clothing tomorrow. For today, just make do." "Thank you," SLG munched on her bun. Her mind was already concocting strategies on how to shake him off and secure a new benefactor. She was beginning to suspect that an NGWN had known something all along. Otherwise, why would she have chosen dropout just before the apocalypse? The most infuriating part was that she had blocked and abandoned her, leaving LG to curse her countless times. Had she given her a hint back then, things would not have turned out so dire. The more she thought about it, the more resentment brewed within her. Perplexed as to when that obedient fool had become so clever, and she NGWN were aware of her current thoughts, she would undoubtedly say, "It was intentional, as long as you're struggling." She finds joy in it, and this is merely the beginning. Chapter 25. In the frigid snow when she NGWN awoke, the world outside was cloaked in a silvery white. NHOC, while slurping instant noodles, gazed out at the scenery, feeling an urge to build a snowman. "Brother, why are you up so early this morning?" NHOC swallowed his noodles and replied, "Sister, look, the snow is piling up almost to my backside that I'm wondering if it continues like this will the house get flooded. It should stop soon. However, we really need to go outside and clear some of the snow at the entrance. Otherwise, we be able to leave the house." "Huh, but it's so cold outside. I've never seen such heavy snow and frigid weather in my life. Just wear more layers that I'll check the situation upstairs." You finish your meal first, dressed in thick winter clothing, and she NGWN ascended to the rooftop, releasing her mental energy to survey the neighboring situation. She discovered that the 7 individuals residing next door were quite clever. They had not only found warm clothing and blankets, but had also started a fire for warmth. After retracting her mental energy, she scanned the vicinity, only to notice something unusual about Villa Number 8. Driven by curiosity, she immediately directed her mental energy toward IT that moment. HSY, who was seated on the couch engrossed in a book, sensed the intrusion and retaliated with his own mental energy. The sudden clash of mental forces left she NGWN with a throbbing headache. After a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. In her heart, she pondered, when did a powerhouse of psychic abilities arrive in this place? This mental force clearly surpassed my level. Had I not reacted swiftly, I might have ended up a fool. If I find out who this is, I might just have to teach them a lesson. Hearing his sister's exclamation, NHOC rushed upstairs. Upon finding her lying on the ground, he anxiously helped her up, asking, "Sister, what happened to you?" And she NGWN rubbed her temples and replied, "I am fine. Just help me downstairs. It's too cold up here." "All right." After repelling and she NGWN's mental energies, SY fell into contemplation. Were psychic abilities really that strong nowadays? Had he not remained vigilant, he would have been thoroughly exposed. He promptly informed HOZ and MZ. There's a formidable psychic ability user nearby. We must exercise caution. Let us avoid unnecessary exposure for now. We still need to determine whether they are friend or foe. Upon hearing of a powerful ability user, BIMHO excitedly inquired, "Boss, who is stronger?" "Of course it's me. But the other party isn't too shabby either. If only we could go outside. I'd love to see who it is that if they're decent, we might consider recruiting them, as psychic users are quite rare." Gaining the boss's recognition indicated that the individual indeed possessed some skill. However, for now, they could only wait. They had no idea when the heavy snowfall would cease. Thankfully, the boss had wisely chosen to travel the previous night. Otherwise, they'd be stuck in quarantine. "All right, I'll bring out the fitness equipment." During this downtime, We should make sure to exercise regularly. We can't afford to get lazy during this winter, or we might end up as zombie fodder. Yes, we'll heed the boss's advice. Exercising is a good idea. Otherwise, if we just lie around, we'll become sluggish, and the zombies will outrun us. That is the right mindset. Once this wretched weather clears, the zombies will also level up and become even more formidable. Thus, we must not slack off. We should practice our abilities daily. Although we may be training at a slower pace without crystal cores, we cannot afford to relax. Understood. While Sy and his companions engaged in physical training, she wore a grim expression. She lay in bed, her complexion pale, enduring the agonies of ability advancement. Indeed, the collision of mental energies had inadvertently prompted her abilities to shift, and upon returning indoors, she began to endure the prickling pain akin to needles. Ultimately, she broke through from the second tier to the third tier. After the upgrade, and she felt her senses sharpening. Her hearing and eyesight clearer than before. Joy filled her heart as she realized the unexpected benefits of this experience. Sister, are you feeling any better? And she looked at her worried brother and replied cheerfully. My psychic abilities have upgraded again, and even the bottlenecks of my other abilities seem to have loosened, that I believe it won't be long before they too reach the second tier. You need to work hard. That's a relief. But what happened upstairs just now? Upon hearing her brother's question, she grew serious. There's a newcomer in Villa number 8 across the way. Their mental abilities surpass mine, that I intended to probe a little, but I was met with a rebound from their mental force, which is why I ended up on the floor. Hearing his sister's explanation, and expressed his concern, does that mean we aren't safe? Not to worry. I'm here to will adapt as necessary. For now, no one can leave the house. Come on. Let us go practice in the space. It seems we need to enhance our strength that if we encounter a tough opponent, we must be prepared to escape. All right, I'll train diligently to protect you. Sister, and believed it was his duty as a man to safeguard his sister. So he committed himself to rigorous training in ancient martial arts and supernatural abilities. And she watched him with a mix of pride and sorrow. Yet, she could not intervene. In this apocalyptic world, only by becoming stronger could one better protect oneself. Herself included, as the heavy snow continued to fall. 3 days later, the sun finally emerged. However, it felt as though it was obscured by something, offering light but no warmth. Early that morning, many families residing in the villa began to clear the snow from their doorsteps. And were no exception. The siblings donned thick down jackets, fully armored against the cold, with only their eyes peeking out from their layers. Sister, this winter is worse than summer. Wearing so many clothes makes me feel like a bear. I can barely hold a shovel. Stop complaining. The heavy snow does have its advantages. At least many people won't die of thirst. What? Is that what you mean? Yes, exactly. Snow that melts can be boiled and consumed, which is far better than running out of water in the summer to ask for warmth. There are plenty of trees in the back mountain. We can burn them all winter long, so as long as we have food, it's easier to survive than in summer. That is true, but without warm clothing, it would be tough that I wonder how many people will freeze to death in this bitter cold. As Nan Xiangwan listened to her brother's words, she contemplated the unfortunate fate of those who had perished from the cold. She realized that once the heavy snow melted, the bodies of the frozen would soon rise as zombies, marking the onset of a catastrophic outbreak. This would also signal the time for harvesting crystal cores, making it significantly easier for abilities to upgrade. That in the early stages, many were oblivious to the existence of crystal cores within the brains of zombies. These were treasures to be collected in abundance. However, once the ability users became aware, finding them would become exceedingly difficult. Chapter 26. Under the gaze of the powerhouse, the siblings toiled for an entire day to clear a path through the snow that had piled high at their doorstep. Looking at the snow that was now waist-deep, they wondered when it would finally melt. Sister, are we going to stay home for a while longer? Nan Xiangwan inquired. No, we shall venture to the back mountain and pretend to gather some firewood. Otherwise, others will realize that we possess valuable resources, and that would lead to trouble. The day the snow melts will be our moment to depart. We must endure and bide our time. Hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan felt grateful for her foresight. He often reflected on how, without her, he might have met a dire fate long ago. Meanwhile, the 7-member team next door, after enduring 3 days of extreme cold, had nearly exhausted all the burnable furniture in their home. Once the snow ceased, they set out to search for anything that could be used for warmth. Every bit would be essential, given the scorching heat had persisted for nearly half a year. They had little hope that the bitter cold would pass swiftly. Thus, it was prudent to prepare early. Sadly, during this harsh winter, the classmates Ming had abandoned had all crossed over to the afterlife. One could say that indolence bore no fruitful outcome. In Villa number 8, boss, we've cleared the snow at the entrance. What are the plans moving forward? After surveying the nearby survivors with his mental prowess, Zhang Xiu noted that there were indeed many survivors in the vicinity, particularly in Villa in number 11, which was unmistakably fortified, far sturdier than most. This piqued his curiosity, although he dared not probe too deeply. Let us head out shortly to find some trees for firewood. Everyone else is seeking warmth. We cannot afford to be exceptional, he said. Of course, he was also eager to chance upon the psychic ability user he had heard whispers about. Agreed, but the snow is too heavy. We can only search nearby, we won't be able to travel far. Yes, let us just move around the community for now. It was then that Nan Xiangwan noticed a multitude of survivors emerging in search of fuel. Sister, we're overdressed for this snow. It's so deep that I'm exhausted just trying to walk through it. Upon hearing her brother's lament, Nan Xiangwan looked at the snow before her and suddenly exclaimed, I shall attempt to melt the snow with my water abilities, though it may leave the ground icy. Can water abilities be utilized in such a manner? He asked, surprised. An icy surface is still preferable to trudging through unyielding snow. Besides, we are wearing non-slip shoes. I trust you, sister. Proceed. Removing a glove, Nan Xiangwan summoned a stream of water. However, being a first-tier ability, it resembled a child's playful urination, rather ineffective. Nan Xiangwan initially expected a substantial flow of water, only to be taken aback by the meager trickle that he thought to himself, how long would it take to clear a path this way? Sister, perhaps we should hold off on the water by the time you clear a route. I'll have frozen to death. Can we not wait until the snow melts before venturing out? It's truly unbearable. With a resigned sigh, Nan Xiangwan retracted her ability, acknowledging that she needed to upgrade her powers urgently. This first-tier ability was indeed lackluster. Let us return home and discuss it tomorrow, but we should at least pretend to cut down that large banyan tree at the entrance. Gazing at the banyan tree planted by their parents, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of reluctance. However, considering the apocalypse, he quickly reconciled his feelings. Sister, shall we use a chainsaw? No, we shall use axes. It's a perfect opportunity to build our arm strength. Remember, there's a powerful psychic at Villa No. 8. So let us keep a low profile. Oh, I almost forgot. Let's hurry and chop it down. Once we finish, we can return for dinner. In truth, Nan Xiangwan was cautious, fearing that others might spy on their home. However, Zhang Xiu, having observed other residences, refrained from inspecting theirs, wary of potential psychic backlash. After all, until he understood his surroundings, he preferred to remain inactive. Sometimes, he pondered that as a reborn individual, he might not be the only one with extraordinary experiences. Many things in this life differed from his previous one. Nan Xiangwan and her brother labored to fell the tree. It took a grueling half-hour before it finally toppled. They then struggled to drag it into their yard. Just as they were about to close their gate, Liang Shuja from Villa number 10 approached them. Miss Nan, may I trouble you for a moment? Could we borrow your axes? We wish to fell the tree at our entrance for firewood, but lack the tools. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the tree at their entrance before calmly replying, Brother, hand him the axes. Upon hearing his sister's command, Nan Xiangwan obediently passed over the 2 axes they had just used. Liang Shuja expressed his gratitude and hurried back to his own yard to begin chopping. Naturally, Zhang Xiu, standing atop a nearby building, witnessed the entire exchange. Boss, what are you looking at? I'm observing Villa No. 11. Have you noticed how uniquely it has been modified? It appears as though they anticipated the apocalypse. Otherwise, who would construct a home resembling a prison? Mosey, hearing his leader's remark, also turned his gaze towards Villa No. 11. Aside from the basic layout, virtually nothing could be discerned inside. Boss, this family is indeed intriguing. They've installed one-way glass. Most households wouldn't go to such lengths. Do you think one of those siblings is among the occupants? It's hard to say. However, I've surveyed the area, and their living conditions appear to be the best, quite similar to ours, if I'm not mistaken. One of them must be a space ability user. Wait, boss, didn't you mention that space and psychic abilities are rare? Why are we suddenly encountering both? It feels as if they were specifically prepared for us. Zhang Xiyu pondered Mosey's words, recognizing that aside from himself, who possessed rebirth and inherent abilities, others should have awakened only after the blood rain. Yet, those two felt anything but novice. They exuded an air of expertise. We should seek an opportunity to engage with them. If their character checks out, we might consider enlisting them. I concur. Well then, since they are chopping trees, we cannot lag behind. You and Housie should also go cut down a tree to maintain appearances. Understood. I will go at once to that moment. Nan Xiangwan remained unaware that they had captured the attention of a formidable powerhouse, blissfully indulging in their self-heating hot pot. Sister, this self-heating hot pot is truly convenient. I wish I had bought more back then. Nan Xiangwan swallowed her food before replying. Patience. We purchased enough to last quite a while. When we head north, we can gather more supplies. I fear that by then everything will have been snatched away. I really want to visit the hot pot factory. That is not out of the question, provided your lightning ability can upgrade swiftly. If you reach level 3. I will take you. Otherwise, it's best to stay put. The zombie hordes are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan felt a chill at the thought of stumbling into a horde of zombies. He decided it was wiser not to court danger. After all, there was no shortage of food, and he had no desire to play the hero. No one would award him a medal, and let the zombies be someone else's problem. Chapter 27. A first encounter after finishing their meal. The siblings took a brief respite before commencing their daily physical training, for the current environment left no room for complacency. A wish to be a slacker was to align oneself with the zombies. Time flew, and before they knew it, a month had passed, during which 3 significant snowfalls had occurred. Fortunately, none were as severe as the first. Otherwise, no one would have been able to venture outside, due to the extreme cold. The zombies moved sluggishly. One day, the siblings set out in their family's Hummer in search of supplies. Boss, the siblings have left their home. Should we follow them? Without hesitation, Zhang Xiyu replied. Let us go. We ought to see what they are up to. We've been watching them for a month. It's time to make contact. The heavy snowfall had not melted, rendering their vehicle's progress slow, which aided Zhang Xiyu in his pursuit. Sister, there's a vehicle trailing us. Nan Xiangwan, glancing in the rearview mirror, noted a modified jeep, a surprising sight in this desolate time. At this hour, only the upper echelon or someone exceptionally capable could drive such a vehicle. Ignore them. We shall proceed with our own agenda. We'll assess the situation later. If they prove unfriendly, we can always send them to meet their maker. Nan Xiangwan processed his sister's brazen words. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When had she developed such a cavalier attitude towards life and death? If not for the apocalypse, she would have faced repercussions for such talk. Seeing that his sister remained unfazed, he continued driving south while Zhang Xiyu closely followed behind. They eventually arrived at the entrance of food factory. Sister, what brings us here? We're here to gather supplies. While the zombies here will be numerous, their sluggishness is in our favor, allowing us to hone our skills. Is there a problem with that? No, I'll follow your lead. It was a jest, even if he had objections. His sister would not heed them. It was better to comply and act accordingly. Upon seeing them stop the vehicle, Zhang Xiyu also brought his car to a halt. As Nan Xiangwan observed, the vehicle behind her had also come to a halt. After stepping out, she approached the front of Zhang Xiyu's car with an irritable demeanor, boldly exclaiming, "Get out of the car! You've been tailing us all this way. What are your intentions?" Zhang Xiyu was taken aback by the audacity of this young woman, who wasted no time on pleasantries and dove straight into the matter at hand. Clad in layers that obscured her features, her striking large eyes stood out as exceptionally beautiful. "Hey, can you hear me in there? Hurry up and get out. We need to talk." Nan Xiangwan continued, her irritation palpable. "Get out already. If you don't, this girl might just explode," Bei Mingho remarked to his superior, amused by the boldness displayed. He thought to himself that only Zhang Xiyu could pull off such a stunt. He had not anticipated this side of his leader. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Siyu opened the car door and stepped out. Upon seeing him, Nan Xiangwan still could not discern his features due to his towering height of nearly 2 meters, prompting her to tilt her head and ask, "Who are you? What do you want after following us all this way?" Zhang Siyu regarded the feisty young woman before him with an inexplicable sense of amusement, noting that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. When she noticed his silence, Nan Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and pressed on, "Are you mute? Speak up. If it weren't for all these layers, I'd really like to kick you." "Hello, we are for Villeneuve 8, and it's a pleasure to meet you," she added, captivated by the sudden sound of his voice. She thought, what a melodious tone. If he were a host, he would undoubtedly charm countless young women. Zhang Siyu, observing her stunned silence and the slight smirk on his lips, cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Zhang Siyu. I apologize for inadvertently intruding upon your mental space earlier." Instantly, Nan Xiangwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, she had been the one to act impulsively first. If the roles were reversed, she would have retaliated in kind. Fidgeting with her hands, she sheepishly replied, "Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just curious and meant no offense. I tend to observe my surroundings out of habit. However, your response did inadvertently lead to my upgrade, so I suppose my apology is unnecessary. But how did you know it was me?" "Because I, too, have been observing the surrounding survivors, and only your family was elusive, which led me to conclude it was either you or your brother," Zhang Siyu explained. Nan Xiangwan was surprised to learn that he was also observant and felt relieved that he had not drawn too much attention to himself. "Oh, I see. Since we will be neighbors from now on, I hope we can have the opportunity to exchange our abilities. But may I ask how to address you?" "I am Nan Xiangwan, and this is my brother, Nan Xiangwan. However, can we continue this conversation later? We're in a hurry to gather supplies. Would you like to join us?" Zhang Siyu accepted her invitation without hesitation, replying, "Sure, but rest assured, the 3 of us possess abilities and won't slow you down." "Really? That is fantastic. How about we split the supplies we find evenly?" "Agreed. It's your call," Zhang Xiang responded, pleasantly surprised by how agreeable he was. She quickly dismissed her earlier annoyance and cheerfully said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us go." "Right." Zhang Siyu gestured to the 2 individuals in the vehicle, signaling them to disembark. He then turned to Nan Xiangwan and asked, "Miss Nan, is this where we leave the vehicle?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan skeptically replied, "What else would we do? After all, we just met, and I can't reveal my brother's space just yet." However, to her surprise, Zhang Siyu showed no hesitation as he waited for the others to exit before effortlessly retracting the vehicle into his own space. Without a hint of concealment, Nan Xiangwan glanced at his sister, silently inquiring whether they should also retract their vehicle. Zhang Siyu, noticing the exchange between the siblings, smiled and inquired, "Miss Nan, do you require our assistance?" "I am a space manipulator." Recognizing his sincerity, Nan Xiangwan thought that since they both possessed space abilities, there was no need to covet what the others had. She promptly replied, "Thank you for your kindness. But my brother is also a space manipulator, so we can manage on our own." She then signaled to her brother. After hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan quickly retracted their vehicle into his own space. Yet once they finished, there was hardly any room left, as the space was rather limited. Zhang Siyu was surprised to discover that Miss Nan's brother shared the same space ability as him. I think so too. If I hadn't seen others with ordinary abilities, I might have assumed space abilities were commonplace," Zhang Siyu mused, eyeing the sibling duo with a desire to whisk them away. For they resembled a mobile treasure trove in this apocalyptic world. Even in his past life, such abilities were exceedingly rare. However, they had only just met, so he knew he had to take things slowly. If Nan Xiangwan and her brother had any inkling of his intentions, they would likely flee, feeling like innocent lambs being eyed by a cunning wolf. Chapter 28. Clearing the snack factory, leading the way. Nan Xiangwan Pride opened the factory door and began to scan the entire premises with her mental power. To her surprise, she found that there were no zombies in the factory. Yet upon scanning the dormitory area, she detected a horde of zombies wandering about. It seemed that when the apocalypse struck, these individuals must have been resting inside, which explained the absence of zombies in the factory. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of caution, Nan Xiangwan advised her companions, "Be careful. I just checked, and there are no zombies in the factory. They're all gathered in the dormitory area. So let us tread lightly and avoid making any noise that could attract them. Her companions nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the gravity of her words that in truth, Zhang Xiu had also surveyed the factory-esque situation and found her observations consistent with his own. However, he chose to remain a silent observer, simply enjoying the sight of the spirited young woman leading the charge. The five of them skillfully avoided the dormitory area and made their way into the factory, which was eerily empty, save for machines and unwrapped snacks that had gathered dust. Despite the disheveled appearance, the food was still consumable, especially given the scarcity of provisions in these dire times. Mr. Zhang, shall we begin to gather supplies now? Once we finish here, we can head over to the warehouse, Nan Xiangwan suggested. Sounds good. Let us split up. Zhang Xiu concurred, nodding to his companions. He felt that since this area appeared relatively safe, it would be prudent to divide their efforts. However, he was unaware that Nan Xiangwan also possessed a space ability, and her intent to separate was deliberate. Hey, my space is full. I'll cover for you while you gather supplies. The shouldn't catch on. Nan Haochen whispered to his sister. Understood. Let us start by collecting the scattered supplies in the factory. They're all packaged, so the dust won't matter, she replied. All right, let us get to it. The siblings began to quietly transfer the supplies. Once the factory was thoroughly scoured, Zhang Xiu approached them, stating, let us move to the warehouse. Okay. The five of them cautiously navigated around the dormitory area and made their way to the warehouse. Just as Bei Mingho reached for the warehouse door, Nan Xiangwan abruptly halted him. Don't move. There are unidentified creatures inside. If I'm not mistaken, they appear to be mutated rats, and there are quite a few. A chill ran down the spines of her companions at the thought of mutated animals on top of the already troublesome zombies. Nan Xiangwan continued, in this apocalypse, it's not surprising for animals to mutate alongside humans. Who knows, once the snow melts, the plants might start mutating too. As long as we stay cautious, we should be fine. Zhang Xiu, pondering her words, felt that this young woman seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. Appearing remarkably composed, all right, everyone, stay alert that if our abilities fail us, we'll resort to using handguns. If we can scare them off, that would be ideal. If not, we'll resort to gunfire, he instructed. Nan Xiangwan added, you all have silencers on your handguns, right? If not, it's best not to fire. I fear it might attract the zombies, and then none of us will be able to leave easily. Rest assured, we wouldn't do something so foolish. By the way, do you two have guns? If not, we can lend you some, one of the men offered. Just as Nan Xiangwan was about to respond that they were fine, her brother preemptively interjected. We have our own guns. Thank you for your kindness. Well, that brother of yours could use some refinement, Zhang Xiu thought. Why not keep their cards close to their chest? It would be more concerning if two ordinary individuals possessed firearms. However, since the secret was already out, Nan Xiangwan decided to stop hiding. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu's curiosity about their identities was piqued. After all, it was typical for someone in the underworld to possess a firearm. But for them, it was quite unusual. Yet he had no time to dwell on that and calmly stated, since we all have firearms, it will be more convenient that I'll lead the way and you can follow behind. My combat skills are quite commendable. Seeing their leader take the initiative, Nan Xiangwan remained silent. She then heard him count to 3 before opening the warehouse door. As the door swung open, a cacophony of squeaks echoed from within, sending shivers down their spines. They thought, please tell me we didn't just disturb a rat's nest. Zhang Xiu swiftly commanded, engage. Be careful not to get bitten. Who knows if these creatures carry the zombie virus? If bitten, we could be in serious trouble. Understood. Let us move. After the 5 individuals entered, they quickly dispersed to deal with the mutated mice. Soon, a cacophony of sounds echoed through the space. Fortunately, the initially mutated creatures were not excessively outrageous, and they swiftly cleared the area. Once they were done, however, they noted that these mice had grown quite large, surpassing domestic cats in size and almost rivaling small household dogs. Listening to her brother's complaints, Nan Xiangwan calmly explained, have you not noticed the numerous supplies in this warehouse that have been gnawed upon? With zombies roaming about, what are mutated mice in comparison? Even if domestic pigs were to grow as large as cattle, I would remain unperturbed. My only concern is whether they are edible. Zhang Xiyu, overhearing the sibling exchange, felt an urge to inform them that they indeed were edible, but refrained from doing so, as he did not wish to attract their suspicion. Nan Xiangwan added, "Of course, she knows they are edible. No need for you to say it." Zhang Xiyu then remarked, "Whether they are edible or not will be revealed in due time. For now, let's hasten our efforts to gather supplies. Though not a staple, they will at least satiate our hunger. Indeed, Brother Zhang, please store the items in your space for now, that we can sort through them once we return. This place is too chaotic, making it quite inconvenient." This would also allow her to gauge the extent of his spatial abilities. Zhang Xiyu, upon hearing her request, readily agreed, stating, "As long as you are not concerned that I might pilfer your share, I will proceed to collect it." "Not all. I trust you. These snacks are hardly worth skimming off," she replied, confident that she did not lack in provisions, and this would serve as a test of their character. "Very well. Since you've said so, I will not be courteous." With a grand gesture, the entire warehouse was instantaneously emptied, save for the corpses of the mice. Just as Nan Xiangwan was about to say something, "Sit up," Mo suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, we need to leave quickly. The stench of blood seems to have attracted some zombies. Several are already approaching." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan rushed to the entrance to peer outside. His pupils constricting in alarm, he thought to himself, "So we've been discovered," and shouted, "Sister, hurry." The group exchanged glances before swiftly retreating from the warehouse, sprinting toward the main entrance. As they ran, they turned back to fire at the approaching zombies. Truth be told, had it not been for the heavy snow impeding their speed, the zombies would likely have already caught up with them. The sight of the relentless horde behind them sent chills down their spines. Upon reaching the factory's entrance, Nan Xiangwan gasped for breath and urged, "Get the vehicle. We must leave this place at once." Zhang Xiyu recognized that this was not the moment for idle chatter, and without further ado, they each retrieved their vehicles and hastily departed, realizing that it was unwise to linger. They could discuss matters later. Chapter 29. A familiar encounter. Nan Xiangwan led the way as she drove, pressing the accelerator to its limits. Had it not been for the treacherous snowy conditions, she would have undoubtedly driven even faster. Nan Xiangwan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart racing as he watched his sister's reckless maneuvers. Zhang Xiyu and the others closely trailed behind, and soon they found themselves back in the villa district. Once Nan Xiangwan parked the car, she exhaled a sigh of relief. It wasn't the zombies that frightened her, but rather the overwhelming crowd of people, which unnerved her. After collecting her thoughts, she and her brother exited the vehicle, followed closely by Zhang Xiyu and his companions. "Miss Nan, should we distribute the supplies at your home or ours?" Zhang Xiyu inquired. Without hesitation, Nan Xiangwan replied, "Let's go to yours. Our home is not a place for just anyone. We must avoid unwanted eyes, especially since we possess many valuable items." "Very well, but do note our home may be somewhat modest." "I hope you do not mind," he responded. "Not at all. It is a blessing to be alive that a roof over our heads is sufficient." "Then let us proceed." Nan Xiangwan instructed her brother to drive the car into the yard before they made their way to Villa No. 8. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xiyu promptly ushered them inside. Once inside, Nan Xiangwan noticed the spaciousness of the place, though it was quite warm. "Miss Nan, the room is rather warm. You may remove your hat and scarf to breathe a little easier." He was eager to see the true faces of the siblings. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan realized it was indeed stifling and removed her hat and scarf. However, as she did so, her hair became disheveled, giving her the appearance of a wild child. The moment Zhang Xiyu laid eyes on Nan Xiangwan's true visage, his heart raced unexpectedly. He had not anticipated her beauty. Truly, she was a gem of the north, captivating and enchanting. Even Bei Mingho and Mosey were momentarily entranced, having encountered countless beauties in the past, yet none compared to the exquisite countenance of Miss Nan. Seeing the way they gazed at his sister, Nan Xiangwan's expression darkened as he grumbled, "Are you planning to ogle us as well? Surely, you must allow us to see how you look." Zhang Xiyu and his companions snapped back to reality, awkwardly responding, "We'll remove them shortly." Nan Xiangwan noticed the glances exchanged among them, but their gazes were filled with admiration rather than the lewd intent often found in men. Thus, she chose to remain silent. After all, beauty is universally appreciated, and she was no exception. Since Zhang Siyu and the others had returned to their own abode, they promptly shed their outer garments and removed their headgear. When Nan Xiangwan beheld Zhang Siyu's true appearance, her eyes widened in surprise. Why was he so remarkably handsome? It felt as though she had seen him somewhere before, yet she could not recall where. "Mr. Zhang, have we met before? You seem so familiar," she blurted out, though she could not place the memory. Zhang Siyu pondered her words, considering the slim chances of their prior acquaintance. Could it have been during her earlier visit for a property inspection? Could it be that Miss Nan has seen me here before? Nan Xiangwan shook her head, uncertain, yet the familiarity lingered. Seeing his sister engage so comfortably with this man, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of annoyance and interjected. "Mr. Zhang, can we have our share of the supplies now? We are eager to return and rest. Of course, I will retrieve them for you immediately." Jiansu noted the displeasure on Nan Xiangwan's face and was perplexed as to what had provoked it. But he willingly produced their share of supplies, thinking that there would be plenty of time for further interactions later on. Once they had gathered the items, Nan Xiangwan stored them in a space. Though many had been transferred by Nan Xiangwan, as his limited space could not accommodate such a vast quantity of supplies. However, the siblings underestimated Zhang Siyu's capabilities, for as they collected their provisions, he discerned two distinct fluctuations of energy, causing his expression to darken in surprise. After everything was stored, Nan Xiangwan turned to his sister and stated, "Let's head home. I want to sleep." Nan Xiangwan, hearing her brother's words, turned to Zhang Siyu and his companions, saying, "It has been a pleasure collaborating with you today. Since there is nothing more to discuss, we will take our leave. Should any matters arise, feel free to come to our home and call for me." Zhang Siyu understood her reluctance to linger, considering their recent acquaintance and the prevalent wariness. Thus he refrained from insisting they stay for a meal. "In that case, we shall not impose upon you for dinner. When time permits, we would be delighted to invite you both for a meal." "Very well, until we meet again." With that, Nan Xiangwan and her brother donned their headgear once more, waved goodbye, and strode away confidently. Once the siblings disappeared from view, Zhang Siyu returned to the sofa and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he reflected on his initial observation of them. He could not shake the feeling that Miss Nan was aware of something, as if she were akin to him. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. If his suspicion were true, it would certainly complicate matters. He pondered the nature of this world, which seemed intent on tormenting them even in death. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Nan Xiangwan and her brother enjoyed a small hot pot together. Observing his sister, Nan Xiangwan expressed his concern. "Sister, that man was too handsome. Please do not let his looks ensnare you." Understood, caught off guard by her brother's words while eating, Nan Xiangwan nearly choked, glaring at him in annoyance. "Are you attempting to murder your own sister? Do you not know it is inappropriate to speak while eating?" I apologize, sister. Are you all right? Please drink some water to soothe your throat." Nan Xiangwan accepted the mineral water her brother offered, drinking until the burning sensation in her throat subsided. In the future, be mindful of your words. That man is indeed handsome, but your sister is not lacking in that regard either. Even though I may appreciate beauty, I have my limits. If this were not the apocalypse, I might consider pursuing him. But in this dire time, I must refrain. After all, I am now a wealthy woman. I cannot afford to stumble into danger, blinded by allure. Upon hearing her words, Nan Xiangwan finally relaxed, as long as his sister was not swept away by some charming rogue. All would be well. After all, they had only just met, and he was uncertain of the man's true character. It was best to observe for a while. "Now, let us eat without further distractions. Afterward, we shall retire." Agreed. Chapter 30. Unforeseen calamity. The days of ease and comfort had barely begun when Nan Xiangwan found herself confronted with an unforeseen disaster point one day. A group of refugees unexpectedly arrived in the villa district. 2 vehicles carried 9 individuals, and upon reaching the area, they set their sights on the residence of Nan Xiangwan, drawn by its unique allure. "Brother Tian, this place will do," one commented, noting the house's robust structure. The man referred to as Brother Tian was named Li Xiaotian. A rogue by nature, he had engaged in all manner of mischief. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had leveraged his physical prowess to command a following, which fed an unprecedented sense of vanity. If not for the dire straits he found himself in, he would not have ventured out in search of new shelter. Indeed, this house is quite commendable. Even if zombies were to come, it would pose little danger. You lot, go pry open the door. Upon receiving the order, the men below gathered their tools and prepared to force open the entrance to Nan Xiangwan's home. In the living room, Nan Xiangwan, who had been engrossed in a comic, heard the commotion and promptly went to the rooftop to investigate. Spotting the intruders, he hurried downstairs to awaken his sister, who was indulging in a beauty sleep. "Sister, wake up! Someone is trying to pry open our front door." Nan Xiangwan, groggy and disoriented, was jolted awake by her brother's urgent words. Her expression darkened as she pondered who would dare trouble her. Swiftly, she donned her cotton coat and made her way to the rooftop. Meanwhile, the individuals outside struggled to breach the door, cursing as they exclaimed, "Damn it! This door is tougher than it looks. My hands are freezing. And I can't even unlock a single lock. I'm done for. My hands are numbed up. Let's return to the car and regroup," one of them suggested, grumbling as they retreated. They relayed their failure to Li Xiaotian, who, unfazed, responded, "If we can't break in, then we'll find a way over the wall. We're running low on fuel. If we waste more time, we'll be in trouble." "Right, Brother Tian, I don't want to freeze. My skin will suffer." Another chimed, "I in Li Xiaotian," cradling a woman in his arms, glanced at his subordinates and said, "Didn't you hear your sister-in-law express her fear of the cold? Hurry up and get that door open. We need to get inside." Reluctantly, the men descended from the vehicle once more, gazing at the imposing gates with trepidation, wondering if there were no other houses they could try. Observing the situation, Nan Xiangwan formulated a plan and whispered something to Nan Xiangwan, prompting the two to head downstairs. The commotion outside caught the attention of residents in adjacent buildings. Numbers 10 and 8. "Boss, should we go help?" one inquired. Jean Siu scoffed, "No need. Those few incompetents aren't even worthy practice for the siblings. Let us just enjoy the show. That really wise. Don't you know the concept of a valiant rescue? It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity," another objected. However, since the boss deemed the situation trivial, they decided to observe from a distance. Meanwhile, the occupants of Villa Number 10 deliberated whether to intervene. "Brother Liang, what do you think?" "Wait. When the time comes, will they CT Oh, you truly believe those siblings are thriving in this apocalypse by mere chance? If they had no strength, they would be no different from us. We shouldn't underestimate them. If help is needed, we will step in. Otherwise, we might just complicate matters." "Agreed. Let us monitor the situation for now. We'll take turns keeping watch. It's too cold out there for prolonged exposure." "All right, we'll follow Brother Liang's lead." Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan and her brother were in the living room, savoring the pungent aroma of their loasafen. Completely unconcerned about the intruders outside, they only awaited the right moment to confront them. "Sister, how many are there?" "9 in total, with only one woman, armed and with both trunks filled to the brim." "Ah, so we have a feast delivered right to our doorstep." "Indeed, but that depends on their awareness. If they insist on confrontation, we shall not be held accountable." Li Xiaotian grew increasingly frustrated with his subordinate's inability to breach the villa's entrance. He pushed the woman aside and approached the door himself. "You worthless fools! Can't you do anything? Do you want to spend the night in the snow?" "Brother, this place is too fortified. Can't we try another house?" "Nonsense! It's precisely because this house is secure that we must have it. I refuse to worry about zombies while I'm trying to sleep." After finishing their meal, Nan Xiangwan and her brother stood on the rooftop, quietly observing the farce below without rushing to their confrontation. "Sister, this is dragging on. I think we should go down and inform them that we are home. That works. It's better than idling about. It'll be a bit of fun. Go ahead." With his sister's consent, Nan Xiangwan retrieved a water gun from their supplies, filled it, bundled up warmly, and stepped outside. He maneuvered a ladder from the courtyard to the wall, calling out to the intruders, "You bunch of scoundrels, trying to pry open our door without even asking. Who do you think you are?" Li Xiaotian and his gang looked up to see a young man, bundled tightly, perched on the wall, brandishing a toy gun. "Is this your home, little brother?" Nan Xiangwan retorted, "Of course it is. Who else would it belong to? Have you no shame? Trespassing in broad daylight. Have you just crawled out from under a rock? A normal person wouldn't stoop so low. Listen, kid, I suggest you open that door and let us in, or you might regret it." "How amusing. A key costs 3 yuan. Do you think you can afford one? Li Xiaodian, enraged by Nan Xiangwan's taunts, drew his handgun and fired, but the boy dodged effortlessly. Taken aback by the lack of decorum, Nan Xiangwan's demeanor turned icy. If they sought death, he would oblige. Upon hearing the gunfire, Nan Xiangwan's expression darkened as she retrieved a formidable weapon from her space. How dare they bully her brother? Brother, arm yourself. Leave no survivors. With weapons in hand, Nan Xiangwan grinned. I hope you can hold your ground. Chapter 31. Nan Xiangwan asserts dominance. Prepare to embrace the reckoning. You worthless scum! With a thunderous shout, Nan Xiangwan swung the weapon, and the gunfire immediately drew the attention of survivors throughout the villa district. Brother Tian, they have guns. What do? The third and fourth are down, and the car has a flat. Li Xiaodian had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance when he had chosen this house. Frustrated, he declared, "Yes, just one person. Take him down. Once he is dead, all the weapons and supplies will be ours." Nan Xiangwan, eavesdropping on their conversation, was nearly brought to laughter. Who were these fools, so blindly confident? Then a few of her well-trained companions produced their own impressive weapons and leapt onto the wall. "Hey, you scoundrels outside. If you know what's good for you, take your people and leave, or you'll be joining Yama for tea." Li Xiaodian, upon hearing this, felt despair creeping in that if there were better places outside, they wouldn't have come here. Now, not only had their vehicle been destroyed, but even if it hadn't, they lacked sufficient fuel to seek refuge elsewhere. In this freezing weather, without shelter, they would surely perish. Resolving that they had little to lose, he rallied his men. "Damn it! I'm going all in. Charge!" As the fierce gunfight erupted, it became clear that the siblings were overwhelming their attackers, leaving them in a state of utter defeat. "How dare you provoke us?" Seeing her brother's triumphant demeanor, Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but feel a mix of pride and embarrassment. She then called out to the occupants of Villa Number 10. "Liang Shuzhe, come out and help clean up this battlefield, and I'll share half of the spoils from those 2 vehicles as a reward." Instantly, Liang Shuzhe and his companions perked up at the prospect. "Miss Nan, we'll take care of them right away. Yes, once they're gone, unload the supplies and send half over to me." "Absolutely. We'll gladly accept your generous offering." They knew that in times of scarcity, they could not afford to refuse assistance, and once their situation improved, they would repay her kindness. Having given her instructions, Nan Xiangwan turned to leave, pulling her exuberant brother along with her. "Boss, these siblings are truly a hidden gem. Their firepower rivals our OWN.MY. Curiosity about their true identities is growing by the minute." Jean Siu mused, his expression shrouded in mystery. "Let us head downstairs. Once the weather clears, we'll make our move." Understood. In the battle at the southern front, numerous survivors in the vicinity bore witness to the fierce determination of the brother-sister duo. Originally, several individuals had contemplated taking advantage of the situation, but their intentions were swiftly extinguished. No one could have anticipated the ruthlessness of the two. While dispatching zombies may have been one matter, the cold-blooded execution of living humans was entirely another, carried out without a flicker of hesitation. "Sister, why are we sending half of our supplies to the neighbors? I have been observing them for some time. They seem to be decent people that I hope to team up with them when we head north. So we can't afford to let them starve. Besides, we're not in dire need, and their assistance would save us the effort of doing everything ourselves. We can't just let those people languish at our doorstep. Can we?" "Oh, I see. But are you certain they will join us? We'll see about that later. I'm off to take a bath." Meanwhile, after restoring their territory, 7 individuals gathered in the living room, contemplating the surplus supplies before them, each feeling a mix of emotions. "Brother Liang, what do you think Miss Nan means by this? Perhaps she intend to help us. Let us not overthink it for now. Let us distribute the supplies and deliver them next door. Once we get through this ordeal, we can repay them later." "All right, we'll follow Brother Liang's lead." However, they will remember this act of kindness. When Liang Shuzhe delivered the supplies, only Nan Xiangwan was there to receive them. After handing over the items, Liang Shuzhe left, but he was astonished by the facilities within their residence. Who would have thought that a kerosene generator could still be afforded in this apocalypse? They truly were the affluent of the wasteland that, in the biting cold of winter, Nan Xiangwan mostly remained indoors, occasionally venturing out in search of supplies. Over the past few months, she had accumulated a significant number of crystal nuclei, and with Nan Xiangwan's assistance, his thunder-based abilities finally broke through to the third tier, and even his spatial powers had expanded twofold. As the date of August 20, 2038 approached, Nan Xiangwan remarked, "Sister, the weather is starting to warm up. The snow is nearly melted. Should we not begin our journey north?" "Yes, but let us wait a few more days until the weather stabilizes completely." On this day, Zhang Xiyu could no longer contain his impatience and arrived at Nan Xiangwan's residence with his brothers. "Is Miss Nan in?" Upon hearing Zhang's voice, Nan Xiangwan promptly stepped outside. "Brother Zhang, what brings you here? May I come in to speak? I'm looking for my sister. Please wait a moment while I open the door." With little left in the house, most of the unnecessary items have been stored away in their space. "Please come in. I'll call my sister from upstairs." "All right." Still lost in a pleasant dream, Nan Xiangwan was roused by her brother's call. Groggily, she mumbled about the waste of not having eaten her favorite dish yet. However, upon realizing someone was looking for her, she shook off her drowsiness, dressed, washed her face, and made her way downstairs. "Mr. Zhang, what brings you here today?" "Miss Nan, though we have not known each other long, I have come to inform you that we are preparing to return to Jing City. Would you and your brother care to join us?" Nan Xiangwan was taken aback by the prospect of being invited north by such a prominent figure, considering the dangers of the journey. It was indeed unsafe for just the two of them. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "That sounds good, but would like to bring along the 7 individuals from next door. I have observed them for quite some time and find them trustworthy. With 12 of us, our chances of safety would increase. I wonder if that would be convenient for you, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Xiyu had not anticipated her desire to include those individuals. After careful observation, he too had hoped to recruit them since 4 of them were already endowed with abilities. The road north would be fraught with dangers, particularly from zombies. If Miss Nan wishes for this, I have no objections. After all, having more people offers additional protection. But who will be the team leader? That would undoubtedly be you. I'll reluctantly take on the role of deputy leader. Zhang Xiyu was surprised by her straightforwardness in handing over the leadership, but it aligned with his intentions perfectly. "Should I approach the matter of the neighbors? Or will you?" "I'll handle it, as I am familiar with them." "Very well. We shall set off once the weather has stabilized." Agreed. It's settled then. I must hold tightly to the golden thigh of this esteemed figure. Once Zhang Xiyu had arranged everything, he departed with his companions. Having successfully amassed a group for the journey ahead, he was determined to seize the opportunity he had set his sights on, believing that time would foster feelings of camaraderie. Chapter 32. The formation of the team after Zhang Xiyu's departure. Nan Xiangwan proceeded to the neighboring villa, Liang Xuzha present. Upon hearing the voice of their neighbor, Liang Xuzha, who was in the midst of a meal, quickly rose to greet her. After all, their survival thus far had been greatly aided by Miss Nan. "Miss Nan, do you need something from us?" "Yes, may I come to talk?" "Of course, just bear in mind that the place is a bit disorganized. That is quite all right. Let us go in." Once inside, Nan Xiangwan took a seat and regarded the 7 young men before her. Without wasting time, she directly stated, "I have made arrangements with the esteemed figure from Villa 8 to head north in a few days, where the safest base awaits. I would like to know if you wish to accompany us." The 7 were taken aback, astonished that they had secured a place on Miss Nan's journey. Without a moment's hesitation, they replied, "Yes, we will go with Miss Nan, but we lack transportation. Is there an extra vehicle at your home?" "Indeed, a van would suffice to accommodate all 7 of you. Since you have agreed, please prepare your belongings over the next few days. By the way, since we will be working together, we might as well form a small team. I have discussed with the leader from Villa 8. He will take the lead, and I shall serve as deputy. Does that meet with your approval?" "None at all. Your capabilities are evident, and we have no objections. We are grateful to be included in this journey. This is but a small matter. However, as we will be teammates, I have a question. Are the ability bearers among you the ones who awakened after the blood rain incident?" "Yes, but many who were caught in the rain turned into zombies, leaving very few survivors. Additionally, many fell victim to that wretched young family, including my sister. If we encounter them again, may I take my revenge?" Nan Xiangwan had not anticipated this backstory. Yet, recalling her own brother's tragic fate in her previous life, she felt a sense of empathy. "Rest assured, if we do come across them, You may exact your vengeance, and we will support you." Upon hearing her words, Liang Shuja's eyes glistened with gratitude. "Thank you. Now, let us set that matter aside for now." Returning to our discussion, did the remaining individuals without abilities avoid the rain as well? Yes, we all stayed indoors at that time. That is regrettable. Otherwise, only 3 of you would remain without abilities. Indeed. Then I need to know what abilities you all possess so I can assign roles accordingly during our journey. Without a moment's thought, Liang Shuja replied, "I possess fire abilities. Wang Meng has metal abilities. Zhang Lu controls water, and Lu Yun wields wood abilities. However, we find our powers somewhat lacking, and we are uncertain how to upgrade them." Nan Xiangwan realized they were nearly at full elemental capacity that I see. This is minor. I must inform you that when we encounter zombies, remember to extract the crystal nuclei from their brains. That is the key to enhancing your abilities. The nuclei come in various colors and grades. The transparent ones are universal, usable by anyone, while colored ones correspond to specific abilities that you understand. The group was astounded to learn of such treasures within the zombies' brains. They couldn't help but reflect on what they had missed, lamenting their lost opportunities. Noticing their expressions, Nan Xiangwan continued, "Do not dwell on past regrets. The nuclei have only recently begun to form. Even if you had wished to extract them earlier, it would not have been possible. Furthermore, the journey north will not be entirely peaceful. We will face zombies at every turn. Thus, do not fret over the missed chances as for the 3 without abilities. I will ensure you are equipped with firearms for self-defense." Once Nan Xiangwan finished speaking, the group felt considerably more at ease, grateful for her thoughtful considerations. "Thank you for being so considerate, Miss Nan." "You're welcome. However, I must mention that all crystal nuclei collected during our journey will be distributed uniformly, but I hope you have no objections to this arrangement, or we can allocate them based on who defeats the zombies." After some contemplation, Liang Shuja concluded that relying solely on their own efforts to gather the nuclei would be futile, given their limited combat prowess. Moreover, he had known Nan Xiangwan long enough to trust her integrity. "Let us go with uniform distribution. We believe in your character, Miss Nan." "All right, with that settled, there is nothing more to discuss. We can leave at a moment's notice once we receive word that I will take my leave now. Should anything arise, I shall be nearby." "Understood, Miss Nan. Safe travels." Once Nan Xiangwan departed, Wang Meng turned to Liang Shuja and exclaimed, "Brother Liang, are they truly going to take us along? It feels like a dream." "Indeed, Brother Liang, Miss Nan does not hold us in disdain." Liang Shuja never anticipated that they would be included, yet now that he had chosen to align himself with Miss Nan, he solemnly addressed his brothers. "Over the past 6 months, our survival is solely due to Miss Nan's generous support. Therefore, none of us is permitted to act against her interests. Should I discover otherwise, our brotherhood will be forfeit. Do you understand? Rest assured, Brother Liang, we are not ungrateful souls. We would never stoop to such base actions. Even in death, we shall die with honor. Indeed, good brothers, let us strive together. I firmly believe that Miss Nan shall not disappoint us. Yes, let's give it our all." On that day of Villa number 10, every face was adorned with smiles. The days of worry and fear had finally found a pillar of support, which was truly wonderful. Upon returning to the villa, Nan Xiangwan walked to her parking area and retrieved an old business vehicle that had long been unused. Though it had not been modified, it was sufficient for the road. Sometimes, discretion was the better part of valor. In the living room, she instructed her brother, "You should place all the unused items from your space in a mine. This way, we won't have to worry about storing supplies on the road. Your space can hold quite a bit now. Just transfer the items to me each night. If anyone inquires, tell them your space has expanded to the size of a football field." "Understood, sister, that I'll head to my space now. I'll keep a few weapons and essentials there. That way, if I happen to get lost, I won't starve. Rest assured, with me around, you won't get lost." Nan Haochen gazed at his gentle sister, feeling warmth in his heart at the very thought of having family. Chapter 33. Preparing to depart thus. After a 3-day wait for the weather to stabilize, Nan Xiangwan was ready to embark on her journey. On this day, she approached Villa number 8 and spoke to Zhang Siyu. "Mr. Zhang, how do you feel about departing tomorrow morning?" Zhang Siyu looked at the beautiful woman before him and replied, "That sounds good. I will follow your lead. By the way, it would be wise for us to wear masks during our travels. If we encounter any conflicts, our faces will remain obscured. In truth, he harbored a selfish desire to shield Nan Xiangwan's exquisite visage from the gaze of others. She was his quarry and must not be targeted by anyone else. Had Nan Xiangwan been privy to his thoughts, she would have certainly chided him as a black sesame-filled dumpling. Since Mr. Zhang suggests it, I agree. Wearing them while out is prudent. It will also help mask any unpleasant odors. The current temperature is a mild 2 degrees Celsius, perfect for venturing out. When the heat rises, the stench of decaying corpses will become rampant. The mere thought is quite nauseating that IT was not that Nan Xiangwan was being overly sensitive. Anyone faced with such a situation would find their expression grim, save for the coroner. The weather indeed favored their departure, and she reminded everyone to carry a backpack, merely as a FA for outsiders. It was best to keep their cards close to their chests, though the occupants of Villa Number 10 might be harder to deceive. What plans did Miss Nan have in mind? I have pondered this matter before. Since we will be one team henceforth, it matters not if they are aware. If anyone dares to betray us, I shall eliminate them. Zhang Xiyu admired the fearless disposition of the small woman before him and affectionately remarked, I will heed your words, with the approval of the big boss. Nan Xiangwan felt elated, oblivious to the adoration evident in his expression. However, the astute Sidu Imong noted this, and mused that the boss seemed to be blooming like a rare flower. Should Miss Nan become the future sister-in-law, he would harbor no objections. After all, he did not fancy the type of woman who was perpetually delicate and prone to tears. Miss Nan was indeed a perfect match for their boss. Once the discussions concluded, Nan Xiangwan rose to bid farewell to Zhang Xiyu and the others, returning home to prepare. Haochen, go next door and gather everyone. I need to hold a meeting. Understood, sistered in no time. 7 individuals from next door assembled in the living room of Nan Xiangwan's home. Nan Haochen called upstairs, Sister, everyone is here. Right, I will be down shortly. After changing into appropriate attire, Nan Xiangwan descended. Upon seeing her, Liang Shuzhe immediately stood and greeted, Good day, Miss Nan. Brother Liang, no need for such formality. We are all brothers from this point onward. You're older than I. Simply call me Xiangwan, and my brother Haochen as well. That feels somewhat inappropriate. What is inappropriate? If you continue to address me as Miss Nan, I might mistake myself for a mafia boss. Trust me on this. Very well, I shall comply that I won't be overly formal with you any longer. Having established such camaraderie, Liang Shuzhe felt a sense of fulfillment, as if he had gained a younger sister to fill a void in his life. Now, the reason I gathered you all here is to discuss a few matters. Firstly, we will depart promptly at 7 a.m. tomorrow. The vehicles I have arranged are in the garage. Additionally, how many types of abilities do you think exist? Is it not just metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Nan Xiangwan chuckled at their naivety. Oh, there are far more than just those 5 that allow me to enlighten you. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are indeed the most common ordinary abilities. Strength and speed are also forms of abilities. There are mutated abilities such as ice, lightning, and wind. Special abilities include space, mental, and healing abilities that, of course, the ordinary abilities can also mutate. My brother possesses the mutated hellfire. What? There are that many types. Indeed, and these are merely the ones I am aware of. There are undoubtedly others yet unknown to me. However, you may encounter abilities you have never seen before. The reason I share this with you is so that you are informed, particularly regarding mental abilities, which can instantaneously control a person's brain and restrict their actions. Generally, those with abilities fare better, but ordinary individuals cannot withstand such power. What I wish to convey is that my brother is not only a fire ability user. He also possesses lightning and space abilities. What? Is my little brother truly that formidable? How can we, as older brothers, compete? Well, the crystals required for abilities are also exponentially more demanding, so there is no need for jealousy. I suspect you're curious about why our supplies are so plentiful. Next, let my brother demonstrate his spatial abilities. Haochen, show them what you can do. Following his sister's command, Nan Haochen transformed into a master of illusion, causing Liang Shuzhe and the others to swallow hard at the sight. In no wonder they had so many supplies. This was indeed a necessity for travel and home. See, my brother's space can hold a vast quantity of supplies. As long as you follow us, you shall never go hungry. However, I must stress that the existence of our spatial abilities must remain a secret from outsiders. If they become known, my brother will be in danger. Should anything happen to him, we will all face starvation. Do you understand the gravity of this matter? Xiangwan, you need not worry, we are fully aware. This is a mobile warehouse. Only a fool would share their provisions with outsiders. Furthermore, we will provide cover for Haochen in the future, ensuring that no one learns of this. Yes, we promise not to divulge this information to anyone. If anyone dares to betray us, we shall deal with them ourselves. I trust you will keep your word. Remember, we are in apocalyptic times. All factories have ceased production. The supplies we gather are akin to a dwindling stockpile. Every little bit counts. Yes, we understand, since Haochen possesses this ability. Could he assist us in storing our excess supplies? This way, others will not take notice. Certainly. I have also prepared a backpack for each of you, containing 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and 2 compressed biscuits. Additionally, each will be equipped with a handgun and 50 rounds of ammunition. The rest of the supplies will be carried by Haochen. This way, we can mislead outsiders while ensuring we do not go hungry. Only when we are among ourselves can we afford to enjoy better fare. Is that clear? Yes. We will follow your arrangements. Very well. Haochen, accompany them to their place and store any useful items that are inconvenient to carry in your space. Remember, take everything that can be used. We will not have more resources in the future. Understood, sister? I will head over now. With all instructions given, you may return. I will see you all tomorrow. All right, after bidding farewell to everyone, Nan Xiangwan began preparing her own necessities. She decided that she would need athletic wear for ease of movement. Her hair, which had become a source of frustration, was ultimately cut short. After all, bathing would not be as convenient in the future, and practicality was paramount while on the road. Zhan Xiu felt a pang of heartache upon seeing her transformation. Chapter 34. The charming young man, while others busied themselves, Nan Xiangwan had already finished her shower and haircut. Gazing into the mirror at her androgynous visage, she felt quite satisfied. Clad in men's athletic wear, she presented as a striking young man. When they set out on their journey, it would be nearly impossible to discern that their group contained women, thus ensuring their safety. Upon returning home, Nan Haochen was perplexed to find someone lounging on the sofa. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Where's my sister? Is this person a new teammate of hers? Nan Xiangwan was taken aback that her disguise had fooled her brother. Playfully lowering her voice, she declared, I am your sister's boyfriend. What? Are you out of your mind? You dare to deceive me. Just wait until I deal with you. How absurd. Does everyone aspire to be my brother-in-law these days? Nan Haochen rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move, and his brazen demeanor elicited laughter from Nan Xiangwan, who could no longer contain her mirth and burst into hearty laughter. You still dare to laugh? Hold it in. Ha, dear brother, how can you be so amusing? Hearing her voice, Nan Haochen paused for a moment, then quickly realized it was his sister at home. He sighed in resignation. Sister, is it really that entertaining? Indeed. What do you think of my new look? Am I cool? Nan Haochen gazed at his sister's androgynous attire, feeling a pang of sympathy as he remarked, Sister, why did you cut your hair? That was your favorite. It can't be helped. Once we step outside, it won't be as convenient to bathe regularly, and during battles, it becomes a hindrance. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is what matters most. As for my hair, I'll grow it back once things settle down. Sister, rest assured, I will protect you well. Nan Xiangwan patted her brother's head, her heart swelling with pride as she said, My brother has grown up. He can now protect his sister. I shall rely on you from now on. Yes, I will strive to become even stronger. And one shall bully us siblings. All right, let's head upstairs to rest. We depart at dawn. This might be our last peaceful night. Okay, good night, sister. That night was particularly tranquil, and everyone slept soundly. The next morning as dawn broke, Nan Xiangwan rose early. After stretching luxuriously and checking the time, she got up to wash and change. Once she was ready, she called her brother for breakfast, urging him to rise as their departure was imminent. Nan Haochen, still groggy, opened his eyes and listened to his sister's persistent nagging. After a moment, he finally got up to dress. I'll be waiting downstairs for you. Hurry up, and remember to take your bed with you. I packed everything else into storage. Now only your room remains that I got it. Sister, I'll be down shortly. Once downstairs, Nan Xiangwan retrieved the breakfast she had prepared earlier, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk, and began eating. She reflected on the day that had finally arrived, if it weren't for the inherent danger of their current location. She would have been reluctant to leave. Glancing at the house she had lived in for over a decade, she felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing it might be her last opportunity to return. Just then, Zhang Xiyu and his companions arrived at her doorstep. Has Miss Nan awakened? Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan opened the door. Why are you here so early? Zhang Xiyu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden transformation of the woman before him. Had he not known her so well, he might have mistaken her for someone else. Your hair? Nan Xiangwan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. It's a hassle. I cut it for convenience. Let us talk inside. Have you all had breakfast? Zhang Xiyu suppressed his irritation and asked, Have you eaten? I'm in the middle of it. I have steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soybean milk. Would you like some? Just as Zhang Xiyu was about to decline, Bei Mingho interjected. Miss Nan, you have such delectable food here. Please allow me to partake. I haven't had this in over a year. Sure, I have plenty. It's all stockpiled. Come in and eat together. Thank you, Miss Nan. No need for formalities.O. And from now on, you can call me Anan when we're outside. I TLL help maintain ambiguity about my gender. All right, we'll call you Anan from now on. Excellent. Now, please enjoy your breakfast. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan descended the stairs, exclaiming, Sister, those are my favorites. How could you give them away? Seeing her brother's pitiful expression, Nan Xiangwan indulgently replied, Be good. I'm just treating them to one meal. The rest is all yours. Humph. I forgive you. The five of them continued their breakfast until Nan Xiangwan asked, Mr. Zhang, which route are we taking? Anan, from now on, call me Zhang. Otherwise, outsiders will immediately discern that we are not affiliated. Indeed, then it shall be Zhang. How shall we proceed? Not surprised by the leader's request for the new name, Sido Imo merely shrugged. However, Bei Mingho's eyes nearly popped out, pondering if this was truly their cold and aloof leader. Zhang Xiyu had no time to entertain such thoughts. He just wanted to converse more with the one he liked. That I checked the map. We'll head north by the shortest route, which requires passing through Jiang province. With the weather warming up, this journey might not be entirely peaceful. That's all right. I'm mentally prepared. Regardless, we must leave this place. Who knows if the flora will mutate and start consuming people? This villa was once surrounded by greenery, and it's best we head north to find a safer base to live. Your reasoning is sound. Then we shall proceed to Jiang province first. However, we must gather supplies and crystals along the way. Especially the crystals, as they can help everyone's abilities advance quickly. If the zombies evolve, we will be in dire straits. Nan Xiangwan was unaware that her words had inadvertently revealed much information, further confirming Zhang Xiyu's suspicion that she, like him, had been reborn, albeit with even better fortune. It seemed heaven had not sent him back to save the world, but rather to find a partner. Sister, Lianggu, and the others have also arrived. All right, let us go. Zhang, you wait outside for me. I'll bring them to the car. Okay, I'll lead the way. Just follow me. All right, no problem. Nan Xiangwan led Liang Shuzhe and the others to the underground garage. Instructing from now on, call me Anan. I'm her younger brother. Remember? Liang Shuzhe, looking at the transformed Miss Nan, could only comply. All right, Anan. Good, that's the spirit. Get in the car. Your things are already inside. Let us set off. Chapter 35. The competition. Nan Xiangwan let Liang Shuzhe's vehicle go ahead while she and her brother took up the rear. After all, within this team, they were currently the weakest in terms of combat power, so it was wise to protect themselves. They certainly didn't want to perish before reaching their destination. Sister, are we really leaving and not coming back? Yes, let us bid farewell. With that, Nan Xiangwan drove the car slowly out of their villa. The siblings turned back together to say goodbye. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyu, seeing that everyone was ready, also started the vehicle as the three cars exited the villa area. The remaining survivors began to stir, thinking that with the departure of the strong, the area might no longer be safe. Consequently, many began forming groups to leave. When Zhang Xiyu and his group passed through a small town, they suddenly encountered a large horde of zombies. He quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie that had been assigned to him and asked, There are many zombies ahead. Should we drive through or disembark and fight? Nan Xiangwan, hearing the radio chatter, responded, "Can't we take another route? We just left. I really don't want to engage in combat. There's only this one road that I've observed that there are about 100 zombies. We can handle it." Reluctantly, Nan Xiangwan conceded, "Then let us do it. Liang, take the ability users and get out of the car. The rest of you, grab your weapons and keep an eye on our vehicles." Understood. Received. Afterward, Nan Xiangwan donned a mask for herself and her brother, grabbing a machete before exiting the vehicle. "Anan, shall we compete to see who can slay the most zombies?" Surprised by Zhang Siyu's challenge. Nan Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. "All right, the loser cooks dinner tonight. Deal. Let us go." But no supernatural abilities, agreed. The other team members, sensing the two leaders were about to duel, wisely stepped back, understanding they would simply collect the spoils. Suddenly, Nan Xiangwan turned around and declared, "These zombies will be handled by Zhan and meet the AS for you 7. Focus on collecting crystals. Anyone caught slacking off will go without dinner tonight." Understood. Seeing that they all complied, Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Siyu began their performance to ha-ha. Ha-ha. Nan Xiangwan shouted at the approaching zombies, "Let us begin." The two skilled fighters charged into the horde, while Zhan Siyu's comrades remained unfazed. Nan Haochen showed no reaction, but Liang Shuzhe and a few others watched in awe, thinking, "Is this how one fights zombies? Why does it look like a game for them while we struggle?" However, Nan Haochen didn't care about their thoughts and urged, "Come on, let us collect crystals." Afterward, Liang Shuzhe and the others felt slightly nauseated, pondering why the crystals had to grow in the brain. Couldn't they grow somewhere else? I want dairy, tofu, or soybean milk again. This is absolutely traumatizing as for the zombies. Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Siyu effortlessly dispatched them, akin to slicing through melons. As they were all at their initial stage, making it exceedingly easy to eliminate them. Soon, the horde of over 100 zombies lay defeated. What a pity. It's a draw. Unbeknownst to Nan Xiangwan, Zhan Siyu had deliberately let her win. "Indeed, it seems I'll let you cook tonight after all. All right, let us head back. We'll leave once they finish collecting the crystals." Zhan Siyu had been keenly observing her technique while she was dispatching zombies. And to his surprise, he made an unexpected discovery. If his guesses were correct, her martial skills seemed to belong to the legendary ancient arts, presumably a fortuitous opportunity for her. Nan Xiangwan remained utterly unaware that her true identity was being gradually uncovered by the formidable figure beside her. After returning to the car, she utilized her water-based abilities to wash her hands before getting in. Zhan Siyu, upon witnessing this, chose not to comment, but he was increasingly astonished by the woman's multitude of hidden strengths. "Hey, we've dug out over 70 cores, but only 5 of them are colored," someone reported. "Have they been cleaned thoroughly?" "Yes, they're all ready." "Who should we entrust them to for safekeeping?" "Let us give them to a Zhan. We'll distribute them after we settle down for the night." "All right." After Zhan Siyu collected the crystal cores, they resumed their journey as the sun dipped below the horizon. They approached a village and began to seek a suitable resting place. Zhan Siyu called out, "Anan, the small second floor ahead is clean, though there are scattered zombies around." "Understood. We'll clear it out and prepare to settle in." Shortly thereafter, they quickly identified a temporary residence. "Anan, starting tomorrow, you and your brother should ride in the same vehicle with us. It'll save fuel and be more comfortable for you." Nan Xiangwan considered Zhan Siyu's suggestion and realized there was merit in it. Who wouldn't want to spare themselves the burden? After all, the leader's vehicle was quite spacious. She nodded in agreement. "All right, let us set off in 2 vehicles starting tomorrow." "Good. We'll head upstairs tonight. Among the 9 with abilities, I'll arrange 3 shifts for night watch. What do you think? Make it 4 shifts, and each group should include someone without abilities. We wouldn't want them to feel useless." "Agreed. Your consideration is commendable." Zhan Siyu arranged the rooms and brought out the beds from the space, then started organizing dinner. When Liang Shuzhe and his group realized yet another person with spatial abilities was in their midst, they were left numb. Their minds were consumed with the thought of how essential it was to cling tightly to the powerful leader. It would be foolish to squander such an advantageous position. "Let us have hot pot for dinner tonight. I have some supplies left, and it will be lively with so many of us." Upon hearing the leader's proposal, Nan Xiangwan immediately agreed and had Haochen bring out a considerable amount of drinks. Alcohol was out of the question, as they were in the wilderness. Unless one wished for disaster, who would dare to drink and risk making a mistake? Liang Shuzhe and his companions savored the long-awaited hot pot, sipping on beverages nearly moved to tears. After a lively dinner, Nan Xiangwan instructed Zhonglu, the water-type ability user, to provide water for washing the pots and dishes. They had to conserve their cooking utensils. One never knew when they might run out and have to revert to primitive dining methods. All right, everyone, gather around to divide today. As crystal cores, we are 12 in total, with 3 lacking abilities. So the distribution will be based on the 9 of us. We have 70 cores, with 5 being colored. We won't divide those just yet. We'll hold off until we have enough to distribute. That leaves us with 65 cores, meaning each of you will receive 7 cores. The extra 2 will go to me and Ajan. Any objections? No objections. We're fine with fewer, considering we only wrapped up the work. We're a team, and rewards and penalties will be clearly defined moving forward. Although we may have done more of the fighting, that's merely because we were competing. You all deserve what you've earned. Make sure to absorb the energy from the crystal cores during your rest. It will help you grow stronger and contribute better to the team. Thank you, Nan. We will strive to do our best. All right, meeting adjourned. Those on duty, time to take your posts. Remember, don't get confused. Understood. We'll ensure the task is completed. Trusting you all this once. Do well. Subsequently, everyone returned to their rooms to rest or cultivate their abilities. Chapter 36. The cabbage is being eyed after a peaceful night's rest. As dawn broke, Nan Xiangwan arose to prepare porridge for breakfast. Upon noticing her efforts, Zhan Siyu approached to lend a hand. While Bai Minghao was about to assist, but was halted by Situ Mo, who advised against being a third wheel. Bai Minghao looked incredulously at his leader and Nan Xiangwan, then back at Situ Mo, silently questioning when this had come to pass without his knowledge. Situ Mo thought to himself, with that oblivious mind of yours, what could you possibly comprehend? Pay attention in the future. Otherwise, be wary of the leader's retribution. Thank you for your reminder, he replied sarcastically. However, as the two refrained from being nuisances, Nan Xiangwan wandered over, somewhat disgruntled, and said, Sister, from now on, the boy should handle these tasks. You're the only girl in the team, and it's not right for you to do such work. When you marry, your husband should be the one cooking for you. Otherwise, I won't approve. Nan Xiangwan, taken aback by her brother's bewildering statement. Couldn't he help but twitch her lips? Did you eat gunpowder for breakfast? And since when do you have a say in whether I'm married or not? It's not you getting married. And besides, how old are you? Focus on enhancing your abilities instead of fretting over trivial matters. Sis, you don't love me anymore. Boo-hoo. Nan Xiangwan thought, can I send this troublesome child away? Her annoyance was palpable. However, Zhan Siyu, having overheard Nan Xiangwan's remark, realized the boy was being deliberately provocative. To his surprise, it was so blatant, but why was one oblivious to it? Had she yet to awaken to her feelings? Nevertheless, the thought that the girl he liked had never experienced love for the first time filled him with that moment. Nan Xiangwan declared, from now on, neither the captain nor I will cook. We will only provide the ingredients. The 10 of you will take turns cooking and washing dishes in pairs, with each group on duty for a day. That's settled. Reservations for any objections will be entertained. Upon hearing this, the others immediately responded, we have no objections. Naturally, those with food were revered. They would never dare to upset the leaders, for fear of going hungry. All right, let us call it a day for this meal. Finish up quickly. We need to hit the road again. I checked the map, and we'll pass by a trade market today, perfect for gathering supplies. So eat up. Otherwise, you won't have the strength to work. Understood. Zhan Siyu served Nan Xiangwan a bowl of porridge and peeled 2 boiled eggs, leaving her feeling slightly embarrassed. She thought to herself, why was this leader so gentle? As she grew more accustomed to his face, she mused that perhaps one day she would remember where she had seen him in her past life. If he turned out to be an influential figure, she and her brother had to secure his favor. Thank you, Ajan. You should eat too, of course. Watching Zhan Siyu's attentive demeanor, Nan Xiangwan's appetite waned, and he internally grumbled, feeling as though his beloved cabbage was being encroached upon. The troubling part was that the cabbage showed no reaction whatsoever. He couldn't tell if he was more annoyed by the pig that was obliviously encroaching on his cabbage or the cabbage that was too slow to react. It was exhausting. Meanwhile, Sido Amon noticed Nan Xiangwan's sulky expression as he glared at their leader, and he felt a sense of sympathy for Zhang Xiu. This troublesome brother-in-law was proving to be quite the challenge, and the road to winning her heart would be fraught with difficulties. As the eldest brother, Liang Shuzhe was naturally aware of the unfolding situation, but it was none of his concern as long as he could survive and avenge his family. He had no interest in other matters, preferring to keep a low profile. After all, those who knew too much often met untimely ends. Once everyone had finished breakfast and packed their belongings, they set off again. Nan Xiangwan and her brother boarded Zhang Xiu's vehicle, with Zhang Xiu driving and Nan Xiangwan in the passenger seat, while Haozi, Mozi, and Haochen sat in the back. Liang Shuzhe followed closely behind in his own vehicle. "Let us go. Today I'm determined to score some free stuff," Nan Xiangwan declared. Zhang Xiu, with a fond smile, replied, "All right." Thus the vehicle set off, plowing through scattered zombies along the way. They reached their destination by noon. Just as Nan Xiangwan was dozing off, she was awakened and rubbed her sleepy eyes, hoarsely asking, "Have we arrived?" "Yes, but there are many zombies inside, making entry difficult. I should have anticipated this. However, fortune favors the bold. As our team grows, we must stockpile more supplies. Let us prepare for battle." After Zhang Xiu parked the vehicle, Nan Xiangwan instructed everyone to disembark, then addressed Liang Shuzhe and the others. "We will split into 2 teams. Haochen and I will lead one, while Zhang leads the other. Those without abilities will follow behind to gather crystal cores. Remember, stay safe that if you happen to get bitten or scratched by a zombie, that could spell trouble. Got it. I'll take Qian Lei and Wu Ji with me to team up with the captain. Wang Ming, Zhang Lu, Lu Yun, and Zhao Yunfeng will follow you." Nan Xiangwan found Liang Shuzhe's arrangement agreeable. She could manage one person without abilities and turned to Zhang Xiu, saying, "Since we're all set, let us head out, Zhang. Remember, we'll take everything that isn't broken." "Understood. Stay safe, and if trouble arises, use the walkie-talkie to call for help." "All right, you two. Move." After Zhang Xiu confirmed there were no survivors nearby, he stored both vehicles in a space, and they each donned their backpacks before splitting into 2 routes. Nan Haochen, wielding a machete, was eager as he gazed at the market ahead, thinking he could finally get some free stuff again, and his little space was already stirring with excitement. "Listen to my commands. When I tell you to retreat, don't hesitate for a moment. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for any consequences that arise." "Yes, we'll follow Nanji's lead. Let us proceed. The first establishment in our vicinity primarily sells confections and snacks, and within its confines lie at least 100 zombies. Fortunately, they're not concentrated on a single floor, and we shall methodically eliminate them floor by floor. I will lead the charge while Wang Ming brings up the rear. We must exercise caution against any zombies that may unexpectedly spring forth." "Understood." Nan Xiangwan observed that everyone was prepared and promptly used her handgun to unlock the door, contemplating that the survivors in this area had likely neglected this place, suggesting there might be a wealth of supplies within. However, as the door swung open, a horde of over 10 zombies surged forth. The others, witnessing this, brandished their machetes and attacked the zombies, with heads falling one after another. The first floor quickly fell silent. Nan Xiangwan urged them to hastily extract the crystal cores, while she led her brother inside. Upon seeing the bountiful array of candies and snacks, Nan Haochen was elated. Seizing the opportunity while the others had yet to enter, Nan Xiangwan swiftly gathered all the supplies from the first floor into her spatial storage. When the others finished extracting the crystal cores and entered, they were met with an utterly barren room. Were it not for the knowledge of their spatial storage, they might have thought their efforts were in vain. Chapter 37. The joy of zero-cost purchases once the others had entered. Nan Xiangwan remarked, "Prepare to ascend to the 2nd floor, with Wang Ming again leading the rear." "Understood." In their vicinity, aside from the zombies, everything proceeded smoothly. However, Zhang Xiu's group encountered a minor setback. Had they not been cautious, they might have found themselves in dire straits. Bei Mingho stared at the massive mutated cat, slain by the leader, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Leader, has it become sentient? Indeed, if we dissect its brain, we may uncover unexpected treasures." Liang Shuzhe immediately set to work, skillfully opening the mutated cat's skull. Having recently extracted numerous crystal cores, the gruesomeness of the task had diminished, and soon he procured a sizable brown crystal core. Captain, this core is significantly larger than those we have previously extracted out of cores. This is a second-tier Earth-type crystal core. It seems your abilities are on the verge of advancing. It won't be long before the zombies also begin to evolve. At that point, they will become far more formidable, particularly the psychic zombies, which possess the capability to command entire hordes against humanity. Isn't that a bit extreme? There's no limit to extremity, only greater extremes. When the plants begin to prey upon humans, that will herald true catastrophe. Now, be aware that this cat likely has companions. Remain vigilant. If you cannot defeat them, retreat. Understood? Yes, we will be cautious. Upon opening the door, Zhang Xiyu discovered a frozen goods wholesale establishment and thought to himself that this door had been opened in vain. After a year of the apocalypse, the meat here must have spoiled long ago. Nevertheless, he employed his psychic powers to search and stumbled upon a large underground cold storage facility. Still encased in frost, after all this time, it appeared there were still some gains to be had. He promptly informed the others, "Keep watch here. Once the crystal cores are extracted, I will descend to the basement and return shortly." Bei Mingho, feeling uneasy, insisted, "Leader, I will accompany you. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone." "No need. There is nothing down there, merely a large cold storage. The meat should still be edible. I will collect it. Just wait here." "Very well, but do take care." "Yes, I shall return swiftly." Having spoken, Zhang Xiyu turned to leave, while the remaining 5 maintained vigilance over their surroundings as they extracted crystal cores. Regardless, the commotion attracted quite a number of zombies. Sito Mo gazed at the increasingly grotesque zombies and mused that should he become like that, he would prefer an early demise. The sight was enough to ruin one's appetite. 3 zombies approached from the right, and 4 from the left. "Hurry, more are coming from behind. There's simply too many zombies here." "Enough chatter. Minimize gunfire as much as possible. It attracts the zombies." "Understood." While Sito Mo defended against the onslaught and dispatched zombies, Zhang Xiyu swiftly reached the basement entrance, where he encountered mutated rats. A lightning net dispatched them effortlessly. He retrieved his handgun and deftly unlocked the door, confidently stepping inside. Inside, he was greeted by an abundance of supplies and frost. He opened a freezer and extracted some frozen meat, quickly deciding to store all the supplies from the basement in his spatial storage. The setup was indeed intriguing. Not only were there numerous generators, but the insulation was remarkably thick. Who would have imagined that these items would remain unspoiled in the sweltering heat of half a year? Satisfaction filled Zhang Xiyu as he exited the pristine underground warehouse, pondering how pleased Nan Xiangwan would be to learn of his bounty. Upon rejoining his companions, he found them looking somewhat disheveled, surrounded by the remnants of the recently slain zombies. "Did you all just slay these?" Bei Mingho, irritated, wiped the grime from his body and replied, "In just this short time, we've killed 100. Who knows where they all came from? It seems endless. We are nearly at our wits' end with these crystal cores. When will this torment cease?" The others shared his exasperation, having lost their appetite for dinner. "Very well. Let us move to the next building." Zhang Xiyu paid no heed to their distress. It was best to grow accustomed to this life. The days of leisurely living were long gone. From now on, slaying zombies would become a routine part of life. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan led her group through the zombie-infested areas, gathering supplies whenever others were not watching, as her brother's spatial storage was limited. Nan Xiangwan was particularly exhilarated, relishing the prospect of acquiring goods without expenditure. Seeing her brother's joy, they proceeded to the adjacent grain and oil store, only to find it less bountiful. Previous visitors had already taken their toll, leaving behind only moldy or rotten goods, with only a few items salvageable. Employing her psychic abilities, Nan Xiangwan identified the storehouse and collected the few unspoiled grains before retreating. The only consolation was that the bottled and bulk cooking oils remained unspoiled. She then proceeded to the seasoning section, collecting all the packaged items. While the loose ones had long since spoiled and were inedible, the others, witnessing the abundance of wasted supplies, felt a profound sense of loss. pondering whether their arrival a bit earlier might have yielded better results. However, Nan Xiangwan was unconcerned with their thoughts. Even had she known earlier, she would not have come without sufficient force. Thus, both groups gradually converged towards the central building, leaving only one final structure, the electronics building, untouched. When Zhan Xiu arrived, he spotted Nan Xiangwan and her team approaching. That he swiftly approached them and asked, "Anan, did you encounter any issues?" "None at all. Aside from the zombies, we found nothing else." "What about you?" "We encountered a mutated cat and extracted a second-tier crystal core." "What? Second tier has already appeared. How could that be so soon?" "It should not happen." She distinctly recalled that the evolution of zombies and plant life occurred only after the onset of the second blood rain. Could her reincarnation have induced a butterfly effect? It seemed their journey northward needed to accelerate. Otherwise, it would only become increasingly perilous. Zhan Xiu, observing her reaction, thought to himself that Nan Xiangwan truly possessed an understanding of all matters. We can discuss other matters later. For now, we must address this final building. Shall we proceed? Let us first assess the situation within. Who knows what may lie inside? Indeed, caution is prudent, as they both release their psychic powers. They immediately sensed something amiss within, for the area was unnaturally pristine. Upon sweeping their senses across the entire floor, they detected not a single living being. Skeptical, Nan Xiangwan pressed forward to probe the basement, only to be unexpectedly repelled by an unseen force. Hearing her exclamation, Zhan Xiu swiftly retracted his psychic energy, glancing at the figure cradled by Nan Xiangwan, his expression tense. "What happened? Are you injured?" Covering her head, Nan Xiangwan urged, "We must leave this place immediately. Quickly." Chapter 38. Nan Xiangwan's fainting without hesitation. Zhan Xiu complied with Nan Xiangwan's words, retrieving the vehicle and calling out, "Everyone, get in the car. We must depart at once." "Mosey, you drive." "Hurry," responding to the urgent command. The others wasted no time in climbing aboard, and they fled the area with great speed. Zhan Xiu, glancing at the unconscious Nan Xiangwan, found himself perplexed. They had explored together. So why had she been attacked? Did she witness something? "Haochen, hand your sister to me. I will use my psychic power to soothe her. Otherwise, she may not awaken for a while." Concerned for his sister, Nan Haochen disregarded any gender-related issues and promptly placed her in the center of the vehicle. Upon receiving her, Zhan Xiu delved into Nan Xiangwan's mind and discovered that her brain had sustained a blow. Fortunately, it was not severe. Otherwise, she might have been rendered a vegetable tea that moment. Mosey slammed on the brakes, nearly sending unbuckled passengers flying from the vehicle. Zhan Xiu retracted his psychic energy, his voice rising in frustration. "What is happening?" "Boss, we are being robbed." Upon hearing Mosey's words, the others turned their attention forward. And indeed, they could not fault Mosey for the sudden stop, for the road ahead was completely obstructed by a group of armed individuals. Housie grabbed the rocket launcher and informed them that if they seek death, we are more than willing to oblige, that we must leave this place swiftly. Anan requires rest. Understood, Boss. As I ponder the fact that this heavy weapon can finally bask in the sunlight, I realize I had refrained from using it against the zombies, only to now deploy it for clearing the road. Truly, life is filled with unexpected twists. Liang Shuzhe, observing the silence from the intercom, sits patiently in the vehicle, reassured by the presence of a formidable figure ahead. They feel no pressure at all. When Beiminghouse steps out, weapon in hand, he calls out to the group across the way. "Brothers over there, we are in a hurry to leave this place. Will you move your vehicle, or shall I send you all to hell? Time is of the essence, so respond quickly." The opposing team had anticipated encountering easy prey, but their initial delight evaporated upon realizing that these were no mere sheep. They were in fact tigers. "Big brother, look at the weapon in his hand. A small rocket launcher." The one addressed as Big Brother gulps nervously and feigns calmness, stating, "Spare me the nonsense. I can see that." Noting the prolonged silence from the other side, Beiminghouse, now irate, exclaims, "Speak up. If you remain silent, I shall assume you are all deaf, and I won't hesitate to open fire." Big Brother, wait. We will move the vehicle right away. Please don't fire." They realize they cannot afford to provoke this formidable adversary, for a single misfire could spell their doom. At least you know your place. Make haste. I am eager to return home for a meal. Yes, yes, we'll be quick about it. The anger wells up as he thinks of those with hands and feet who rob others instead of seeking sustenance for themselves. I could easily put a bullet through you. Big brother, we've made a mistake. We promise not to do it again. Please spare us. Killing you would be less troublesome than dealing with zombies. Now, get lost. Right away. They think to themselves that they have truly encountered trouble and decide it prudent to wait until the others have departed before returning. Upon witnessing their compliance, Biminghow does not press them further. Seeing the road cleared, he promptly gets back into the vehicle and instructs Mosey, "Let us go." Mosey, without further ado, starts the engine and they set off. Just after their two vehicles pass, those who had been waiting emerge to block the road again. Believing they cannot repeatedly encounter such powerful figures, however, it is not long before several more vehicles approach. Nan Xiangwan remains unconscious throughout the journey. Were it not for Zhang Siyu's precise communication, Nan Xiangwan would have been greatly concerned. "Brother Zhang, where are we headed now? We need to find a place to rest." Mosey, search for a residential area, ideally a small villa or farmhouse, somewhere quiet that, understood. As they continue to stop and go, night fell, and they finally located a private farm. Upon entering, Zhang Siyu disembarked first and commenced the task of clearing the area of zombies. "Boss, the area is clear, but it feels rather secluded, as if something is watching us." Zhang Siyu shares this sense of unease, and ultimately, for safety's sake, he orders a relocation. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. With Nan Xiangwan still unconscious, no one can ascertain what lurks in this city. After much effort, the group settles into a small building. They quickly tidy up 3 rooms and begin preparing a meal to rest. Finally, they can catch their breath amidst this damned apocalypse, fraught with danger at every turn. The others resonate deeply with Biminghao's grievances, particularly Liang Shuzhe and his companions, who realize that without a powerful leader guiding them, they would have likely fallen prey to zombies or beasts by now. However, their primary concern remains the condition of Nan Xiangwan. Only after receiving assurances from their leader can they finally rest easy. Mosey, distribute today as crystal cores, store the excess and colored ones. Understood. Due to numerous recent upgrades among the group, their abilities have ascended to the 2nd tier, though they're still not fully adept. In his spare time, Zhang Siyu generously teaches them how to utilize their unique powers, and before long, they gradually become accustomed to their abilities. Throughout the night, aside from Nan Xiangwan, who remains in slumber, everyone else takes turns resting. When dawn breaks the following day, just as they prepare to step outside, the weather changes dramatically. Zhang Siyu, observing the sky, turns to the 3 without powers and states, "Your opportunity has arrived. The 2nd blood rain is imminent." However, not everyone will awaken their powers. Some may even transform into zombies. So, do you wish to take the plunge? The choice is yours. While the blood rain has yet to fall, you still have time to contemplate. This may be your final chance, considering there were only 2 instances in the past. Qianlei, Zhao Yinfeng, and Wu Ji exchange glances, making their decisions. They have understood the gravity of the leader's words. They do not want to miss out on this last opportunity. I've decided to give it a try. After all, it's just death. My family is gone, and I would rather take a risk than linger in despair. Hearing Zhao Yunfeng's declaration, Qianlei and Wu Ji resolve to do the same. They are all solitary souls now, and they would rather not hinder their comrades. "Captain, we 3 have decided to take the risk. I also hope you will grant us a swift end if we fail. I cannot bear the thought of becoming one of those repulsive zombies." Seeing his brother's resolve, Liang Shuzhe cannot voice any objections. He has not experienced the pain of being powerless. He can only pray that his comrades will endure. Chapter 39. The 2nd blood rain. Upon witnessing their agreement, Zhang Siyu offers some rare words of comfort. Do not be too pessimistic. Remember, when you feel drenched and start to burn with fever, your willpower must be steadfast in resisting the encroaching virus. Only then will you not be consumed. Yes, we will remember. They must endure. After the storm comes a rainbow. Nan Xiangwan is particularly quiet today, remaining by Nan Xiangwan's side except for meals and restroom breaks. Longing for his sister to awaken and see him, as the sky turns crimson with the onset of the 2nd blood rain. The arrival of opportunity also heralds a new wave of zombies. How unpredictable life is. Having barely traversed half the journey north, they are confronted with such peril. It seems the heavens do not wish them well. Zhang Xiyu, observing the rain, addresses the three behind him. Are you ready? We are ready, they reply in unison. Then let us head to the rooftop. Rest assured, we will always stand behind you. Go forth with courage. The trio ascends to the rooftop, and as they begin to soak in the rain, they soon find themselves drenched. Regret is futile at this point. They can only pray for their endurance. Once back in the room, Zhang Li utilizes his water manipulation abilities to cleanse them, and after changing into fresh clothing, the three soon develop high fevers. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiyu instructs Liang Shuzhe, wrap them tightly in sheets. If they fail, we must send them away. Understood. Zhang Xiyu pats Liang Shuzhe on the shoulder. Do not be overly pessimistic. Perhaps they will pull through. Rest assured, I am well aware. I will not drag the team down. Thus, after the rain ceases, the three continue to burn with fever. But at last, Nan Xiangwan awakens. Sister, you've finally woken up? Oh. Upon seeing her brother's tear-streaked face, Nan Xiangwan reaches out to pat his head. There, do not cry. I am fine. I had a restful sleep. Zhang Xiyu, noticing her awakening, approaches with a cup of water. First, drink some water, then have some porridge. You have been asleep for a day and night. Nan Xiangwan takes the water, murmuring her thanks. Once she feels a bit better, she inquires, where are we now? In a residential building. There's also some bad news. While you are unconscious, the second blood rain has fallen. What? Nan Xiangwan gasps, startling Nan Haochen. Sister, during the rain, those three brothers without powers went out to get drenched. They are still feverish and have not awakened yet, but I checked, and they have not turned into zombies. How can this be? It seems we must hasten our journey. Oh, not worry. Once they awaken, we can set off. There's no point dwelling on what has already occurred. We can only go with the flow. Now, let us eat. Hearing Zhang Xiyu's words, Nan Xiangwan understands this well. She merely feels a tinge of regret at how the butterfly effect has disrupted so many events. Ultimately, she resigns herself to fate, rises and begins to eat. Once her hunger is sated, she broaches the subject of what transpired before her unconsciousness. Zhang, my psychic energy was attacked by a rebound in the basement. I couldn't see what it was. But my instincts warned me that it was dangerous. Indeed, I understand. Thankfully, you are safe. These crystal cores are yours. You should focus on recovering first. Nan Xiangwan accepts her crystal cores without hesitation, beginning to absorb their energy. Just as she finishes, one of the feverish trio finally awakens. When Qianlei opens his eyes, his throat is parched. Upon seeing this, Zhonglu immediately offers him water before removing the sheets. Lazy. Congratulations on surviving. Hee, I'm still alive. Yes, you're the first to awaken. Quickly, assess the energy within your body. Both Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan are eager to discover Qianlei's ability, and upon witnessing the brown energy he releases, they realize it is earth-based. Congratulations, Lazy, you possess earth abilities. Here, take these remaining crystal cores for now. We will gather more later. Thank you, Sister Nan. Qianlei took the crystal core and turned to look at his two brothers, saying, Brothers, I have succeeded. You too must also strive hard. Thus, they persevered until dawn the next day, when the other two finally awoke from their high fever. Upon witnessing this, the others were overwhelmed with joy, thinking, how wonderful. No one has been lost. That I was truly afraid they would become zombies, and we'd have to put an end to them ourselves. Thankfully, all is well now. In truth, the trio's survival was also attributed to the spiritual spring water that Nan Xiangwan usually added to the kanji. Otherwise, achieving success would not have been so effortless. All right, everyone, stop crying. Quickly untie them and give them some water and kanji, she instructed. The others sprang into action, helping to lift the individuals and feed them. Once they had all recuperated, Nan Xiangwan inquired, After sleeping for so long, let us see what opportunities you two have encountered. I hope there are surprises in store. Zhao Yunfeng, upon hearing this, began to feel the strength within his body. And soon a slender black vine appeared in his palm, covered in sharp thorns. Upon seeing this, Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, Wow, it's actually a poisonous vine. What a windfall. Zhang Xiyu was equally astonished by such a delightful surprise, deeming it a battle artifact. Zhao Yunfeng felt an immense joy at Nan Xiangwan's words, thinking to himself that he was no longer useless. What a relief! Finally, under the anticipation of the group, Wu Ji also began to sense the power within him. Nan Xiangwan observed the two types of energy he released, feeling curious. She turned to Zhan Suyu and asked, Zhan, what are these two energies? One seems to be healing, but what is the other? Did you decipher it? If I'm not mistaken, it should be speed ability, which is also a supportive ability. This type of power is most suited for retreating, he replied. I didn't expect these two. How peculiar. Could it be a speed enhancement for healers? Nan Xiangwan mused that Wu Ji, on the other hand, was disheartened to realize he had activated such a seemingly lackluster ability, feeling somewhat dejected, thinking it was akin to being a healer in a game. What distinguishes it from the ultimate abilities of the Star Children in the League? Accelerated healing. Why did I end up with such an ability as a man? How frustrating. Seeing his expression, Nan Xiangwan chuckled and said, Little Wu, although your ability is supportive, it is also quite rare. Just think, in the future, when we get injured in battle, we won't need to buy medicine anymore. With a wave of your hand, you can heal us. Doesn't that sound particularly fulfilling? Wu Ji pondered and realized it indeed sounded nice, feeling less discomfort. Isn't it just logistics? This role isn't bad. At least, it's in demand. Moreover, Sisterness at its rare that it seems the heavens are still kind to me. There's no point in being overly sentimental. He cleared his throat, adding, from now on, you all can protect this healer of yours. Ha ha ha. Chapter 40. Clinging to the strong after sharing a laugh, Nan Xiangwan and the others commenced an important meeting. The purpose of this meeting was to address the increasingly treacherous path ahead. This blood rain not only reinforced the survival of the fittest among humanity, but also empowered the zombies that had previously existed. Naturally, the crystal cores would similarly evolve. Initially, they had hoped to take a shortcut northward, but now vast areas filled with flora and fauna were off limits. Indeed, what Anan said resonates with my thoughts. Moreover, not only must we travel, but collecting crystal cores is also of utmost importance. Gathering supplies is secondary. After all, a year has passed since the apocalypse, and the usable items are likely scarce, Zhan Suyu remarked. Though his ability had returned to the 5th tier, the uncertainties post-rebirth were too numerous, and no one could guarantee they wouldn't encounter aberrant zombies along the way. Others fell into a contemplative silence, while Nan Xiangwan appeared more carefree, thinking that as long as his sister was safe, everything else was inconsequential. That moment, Liang Shuja asked, Captain, may I inquire if our vehicle is sufficient to reach our destination? Rest assured, it is more than enough that if we encounter a gas station along the way, we can take a look, although most are likely empty, as there are many clever individuals out there, Nan Xiangwan assured. Indeed, as long as our supplies are adequate, we can feel at ease. Nan Xiangwan chuckled in response, saying, Don't worry, you certainly won T-Starve. However, we still need to gather some ability users along the way. And character is crucial, so please keep an eye out. Understood. Well then, it's already noon. Let us have lunch and then set off. That we'll figure it out as we go, she concluded. All right, they subsequently had a simple noodle lunch before continuing their journey. As Nan Xiangwan observed the numerous puddles along the road, she expressed her annoyance. The blood rain outside has yet to evaporate. This is rather concerning. Zhan Suyu, sharing her worry, replied, I suspect it will take another day of sunshine for it to evaporate. Haha. By then, once the animals have drunk this water, even if it evaporates, it will be of no consequence. That it seems the world is truly changing, as are the plants. That don't worry. I'm here, and I'll let you in on a secret. My ability is now at the 5th tier, he said. Nan Xiangwan's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape as she looked at him, thinking that indeed, a powerhouse is a powerhouse. She had spent an entire year reaching only the 3rd tier in mental strength, while her other abilities were merely at the 2nd tier. Truly, comparing oneself to others is a source of despair. After swallowing hard, she whispered, It seems I can cling to your coattails. Feel free to do so. Zhan Suyu replied indulgently, focusing on driving, aware that a moment's distraction could lead to a mishap. Just as they passed a village, Zhan Suyu suddenly slammed on the brakes, yet still collided with something. Damn, it couldn't have been a child, could it? Nan Xiangwan, seated in the passenger seat, clearly saw that it had been thrown at them. What a disaster! Zhan Suyu had only caught a glimpse of a shadow. But after hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, his face darkened, pondering how depraved humanity had become, resorting to such madness. Sister, who could be so cruel as to throw a child? Don't speak. Let us assess the situation. We may be facing a tough battle, so stay alert. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke to Liang Shuja. Stay vigilant. There may be trouble that received that moment. Several refugees rushed out in front of the vehicle, wailing, "My children! You've killed my children! You must compensate me!" Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Suyu exchanged glances, simultaneously thinking of a single term. Extortion. Let us get out and take a look. People are truly resorting to anything to rob supplies these days. Yes, be cautious. Liang Shuja, seeing the captain exit the vehicle, followed suit, taking his gun with him. Woe is me. You must compensate me. My children are dead. You must give me supplies, or we won't let this go. TSK, what a vast world. This is quite the eye-opener. The children were thrown by you, and you expect us to be blind. If you wish to rob, just say so. Using a child as a prop. How shameless. Bah, you crashed into our children. Yes, you ran into our child. Compensate us with your supplies, or we will not be courteous. Compensate with supplies. Upon hearing the clamor of these unscrupulous individuals, Nan Xiangwan felt an immediate irritation and took out her handgun. Firing 2 shots into the air, bang bang. The opposing group immediately quieted down. She then glanced at the child who had been struck, noticing he was still breathing, and stepped forward to take the child. Hey, what are you doing? You want to let the child rest, even in death? Shut up. You're being noisy. She then called out, Little Wu, come check on the child at Wu Ji. Hearing this, thought that his first task as a healer had arrived. He hurried over to take the child, his voice flustered as he asked, What should I do? I have no experience. Nan Xiangwan, feeling a bit helpless, face-bombed, almost forgetting he was a novice. Just place your hand over the wound and transfer your energy to her. Treat her as your experimental subject. Just dive in. Oh, got it. I'll give a try. Don't think that, because you have guns, you can act unreasonably that you've killed my child. You must compensate us. Others chimed in, yes, compensate us with supplies. Zhan Suyu, observing these laborers who would not seek food for themselves, yet resorted to using a child for extortion, frowned and remarked, don't rush. Once the child awakens. ILL ask what truly happened. You best pray you Haven T lied, or we 1T hesitate to send you to meet the king of hell. Under Wu Ji's initial treatment. The injured child finally opened his eyes, but with too many wounds, Wu Ji was drenched in sweat and appeared somewhat pale to Nan. The child is awake, but I can only treat her to this extent. I'm out of energy. All right, as long as she is awake, you can rest in the vehicle. Okay. Nan Xiangwan took the child and softly said, Don't be afraid, we're not bad people. Now tell me, are they your parents? The little boy recalled the events, and with fierce eyes said, Sister, they're all bad people, and why family passed through here, and my parents were killed by them. They intended to eat me. But I had a fever yesterday, due to the rain, so I narrowly escaped. Today I just woke up feeling utterly weak, and they threw me out. After that, I don't know what happened, and I understand now. Sister, Chapter 41. Demons Among Us. Sister, I implore you, help me avenge my wrongs, that I possess special abilities that can assist you. This was a revelation he made only after succumbing to a fever. Nan Xiangwan was equally astonished to discover that this little fellow had awakened extraordinary powers. It seemed her efforts to save him were not in vain. Very well. Sister shall assist you in seeking retribution. Thank you, he murmured before losing consciousness. Wang Ming, carry him to the vehicle and tend to him properly. Understood. Hand him over to me. Zhan Siyu had also absorbed the entirety of their previous conversation. Surprised that this group of individuals truly had begun to, Zhan, send these scoundrels to meet the king of hell for some tea. Hey, what are you planning to do? If you won't compensate us, we shall take our leave. The other refugees shared the same sentiment. With the child now awake, their misdeeds have been exposed. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they ceased their protests and fled. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Strike. Nan Xiangwan was the first to pull the trigger, taking down one assailant. The others quickly followed suit, and many who had just emerged met their demise. Zhan, take your men and see if there are any more scoundrels left. If there are surplus supplies, gather them as well. Even the smallest of locusts is still meat. All right, I will check. You stay here and watch the vehicle. Make haste. The gunfire was quite loud, and I fear it may attract other zombies. Understood. We will be quick. Nan Xiangwan then led several individuals into the village. Nan Xiangwan took her brother to the vehicle, and from her spatial storage, retrieved a set of clean clothes for the child, along with a medical kit before heading to the back of the vehicle. Mengge, when Zhang Lu returns, have him clean the child and tend to his wounds, especially for Xiao Wuge. Once you recover, continue the treatment. He is a prime subject for experimentation, and given that he possesses special abilities, it is imperative we heal him properly, lest our efforts be in vain. Understood. Here are the clean clothes and the medical kit. From now on, they are for Xiao Wuge. You, as the caregiver, must be diligent. Do you understand? Wu Ji awkwardly scratched his head, admitting, I only know the basics of treatment. Do you have any books on medical care? Since we have time on the road, I could learn more. I'm not sure, but we did scour a couple of bookstores earlier and I will have Houchen look for some. Thanks, Sister Nan, that I've told you. From now on, call me a Nan. Yes, I will remember. Now, I leave the child in your care. If anything arises, just use the walkie-talkie to call me. We can discuss other matters once we find a place to rest tonight. Understood. After Nan Xiangwan had delegated her tasks, she returned to the passenger seat, and soon Zhang Xiyu brought the others back. Once everyone was inside the vehicle, she inquired, how did it go? It was truly hell on earth. When we arrived, there was still an arm boiling in a pot. The others nearly retched upon witnessing it. I inspected their supplies and found plenty of food, though not much else. After we eliminated those guarding the place, we were finally able to return. Ugh. Spare me the details, just the thought makes me nauseous. Let's leave this place swiftly. Agreed. They continued their journey, stopping once for fuel and dispatching over 100 zombies before the day came to a close. That evening, come. Tonight I shall treat you all to boiled fish, boiled bullfrog, spicy shrimp, sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, and spicy chicken. Each person gets a can of beer. No more than that. The staple food is steamed buns, plenty to fill your bellies. The group stared at Nan Xiangwan as she unveiled such a lavish spread, their mouths watering to Nan. How do you have so much stock? My brother has a space that preserves food during the apocalypse. With little to do at home, he prepared a plethora of culinary delights for preservation, and now it serves us well. Zhang Xiyu was aware that this little woman had her secrets, but did not pry further. Instead, he pulled out several generations of peanuts and packaged chicken feet. It is relatively safe here tonight. A drink to ease our fatigue would be nice. Let's dig in. Yes, Captain, it has been a year. We finally get to enjoy food fit for normal people. What a relief. As they were halfway through their meal, the young boy awoke. Upon hearing the commotion, Nan Xiangwan approached him and gently said, Do not be afraid. This place is safe now. Are you thirsty? The boy attempted to sit up but winced in pain. Nan Xiangwan immediately cautioned, Do not move. You are injured. Just lie still and do not reopen the wounds we have painstakingly treated. Thank you, sister. That'd be good. Drink some water. Nan Xiangwan helped the child sit up to drink, then asked, What is your name? How old are you? My name is Wang Hao, and I am 12 years old. I am Nan Xiangwan. You can call me Sister Nan. When outside, refer to me as older brother. Understood? Yes, but what about those people? Those beasts have gone to meet the king of hell for do not worry. I have avenged you. Thank you. I will repay you, sister. Without her, he would have likely sought out his parents. Enough of that. It is all in the past. We must learn to grow up. Are you hungry? Wang Hao's ears flushed crimson, and he nodded bashfully. Indeed, he was famished, having gone days without food while those brutes feasted daily. He did not dare partake. Wait here. I will prepare some porridge for you. For now, you can only eat something light. Once your wounds heal, you may have meat. Okay, I will listen to you, sister. Nan Xiangwan ruffled his hair and turned to heat the leftover porridge. It was too precious to waste, and she would only do so in dire situations. Once the porridge was warmed, Nan Haochin finished his meal and approached, saying, Sister, give it to me. I have finished. All right, take your time. Got it. Hurry and continue eating. Nan Xiangwan handed the porridge to her brother and returned to her beer, which she had yet to finish. However, upon returning to the table, she found her bowl filled with numerous dishes. Zhang Xiyu remarked, I served you some food. Eat up. Look at this bunch of starving souls. If I did not serve you, they would be left with only broth. Thank you. She thought to herself how kind a formidable man was. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap into his embrace. But it was merely a fleeting thought, for she knew she could not overpower him. As the meal progressed, they all indulged until their bellies were full, with one individual succumbing to the drink, his face resembling that of a blushing monkey's rear. Then MOZ commenced the daily distribution of crystal cores, AS for the color cores. They had accumulated quite a stock and would await an adequate distribution moment. Although the environment felt relatively secure tonight, it did not preclude the entry of mutated creatures. Therefore, the nightly watch continued as usual. Remember, if anyone falls asleep on duty, I will penalize them with 100 crystal cores as a lesson. Upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words, the others vowed to remain vigilant. After all, if anything went awry during their watch, the entire team would suffer the consequences, unless one had a death wish who would dare make a mistake. Chapter 42. The Call of the Reaper. That night, Nan Xiangwan visited Wang Hao. Curious about the nature of his abilities, she inquired, "Wang Hao, can you tell your sister what your special ability is?" Wang Hao looked at the sister before him with a hint of trepidation, for his power was shrouded in darkness, and he feared it was not a good ability. After all, it had awakened in such dire circumstances. Had he not seen zombie movies before, he might have thought himself a monster. Ultimately, he whispered, "Sister, I do not know what my ability is. I only know it is a dark energy." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan thought, could it be an ability of the dark element? Yet, she distinctly remembered only 2 dark element ability users in her past life, neither of whom were virtuous. How could such a young child manifest such powers? "Come, try to use your ability. I wish to see what it entails. Do not worry. We all possess abilities. All right, but I can only release a small amount since it's newly awakened." "Very well, begin." Nan Xiangwan then turned to Zhang Siyu, exchanging a knowing glance before refocusing on Wang Hao's abilities. Before long, Wang Hao summoned the energy within him, and a fleeting shadow of the Grim Reaper appeared behind him, only to vanish almost instantly. After witnessing this, Nan Xiangwan's eyes widened in astonishment. What manner of ability was this? She had never encountered anything like it before. She quickly turned to Zhang Siyu, silently asking if he recognized it. After much contemplation, Zhang Siyu finally spoke. "If I am not mistaken, it should be the Call of the Reaper. In simpler terms, it allows one to summon the Reapers from the underworld to engage in battle. Moreover, as one's level increases, the number of summoned entities will also rise. However, those who possess this ability carry a dark world within their hearts. If not guided correctly, it could lead to the emergence of a zombie king." Wang Hao, upon hearing Zhang Siyu's explanation, anxiously gripped Nan Xiangwan's clothing, his eyes pleading, "Sister, I am not a bad child. Those people were the true villains. They killed my parents and even consumed them. They deserve to die." Seeing the child grow increasingly agitated, Nan Xiangwan quickly reassured him, "Be calm. Sister is here. You are a good child, and your enemies have been vanquished. Do not dwell on the past. From now on, you shall be my little brother. Be good." Under Nan Xiangwan's soothing words, Wang Hao gradually regained his composure and tearfully implored, "Sister, do not abandon me. I will be obedient." Sob. "Do not worry. I will not forsake you. You are the precious life I have fought hard to save. Xiao Wuge exerted great effort to ensure your survival, so do not overthink. All right?" Wang Hao wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, it's dark now. Time to rest. Once you feel better, can we join forces to slay zombies?" "Sure, I will listen to my sister." "Good, sleep now." After Nan Xiangwan tucked the child in, she went next door to rest. Just as she stepped out, Zhang Siyu emerged. "Anan, this child must be carefully looked after. There are dangers." "Yes, I understand. Don't worry. I will keep a close watch on him. You go rest now." "All right, good night." After speaking, Zhang Siyu returned to the room and glanced at the sleeping Wang Hao before heading to rest himself. However, at the moment he turned around, Wang Hao opened his eyes, casting a murky glance at him before closing them again. The following morning, it was Bei Ming Hao and Situ Mo's turn to prepare breakfast. The two simply cooked porridge, fried eggs, and brought out an abundance of bread and ham for breakfast, along with warm milk, for they had ample supplies. Under such circumstances, they certainly wouldn't deprive themselves. After a night's rest, Wang Hao was healed once more and could finally rise from bed to move about slowly. "Good morning, sister." "Morning, Hao Hao." Hurry and wash your face and brush your teeth. Breakfast is ready. Okay, sister, I'm going right now. Haochan, help Hao Hao get ready. Got it, sis. With Nan Haochan's assistance, Wang Hao finally cleaned himself up. Seeing his improved complexion, Nan Xiangwan served him a bowl of porridge and an egg. Handing him a cup of warm milk. Eat up. The more you eat, the faster you'll grow. And Mitchum, thank you. From now on, we're family. You don't need to keep thanking me. Just be obedient, and I will take care of you. Understood. The others were equally delighted to have a little one in their midst. Although young, he still contributed to their combat strength. After finishing breakfast, the group began to pack up and continue their journey. Wang Hao noticed that the items in the room had vanished without a trace, but he refrained from asking out of curiosity, well aware that the more one knew, the quicker one met their demise. After all, that was what the television always said. If Nan Xiangwan were to discover his thoughts at that moment, she would undoubtedly exclaim how television truly harmed children. Anan, we can set off now. Everyone, get in the vehicle. We have a long journey ahead today. All right, but I'll drive first. We can switch when I get tired. Okay, let us go. Liang Shuzhe perceptively took Wang Hao to their vehicle, knowing the boy still needed Xiao Wu's treatment. Wang Hao remained silent. As long as they didn't abandon him, he was content. As the car started, Nan Xiangwan, under Zhang Cus command, headed north. Due to recent troubles along the route, they could only leave Jiang province today. The sight of severed limbs and ruined houses along the way was truly indescribable. Ajan, do you think our lives from now on will consist solely of resting and slaying zombies? I grew weary of such a life in my past. In this life, I just wish to find a stable environment and lie flat like a salted fish. What? You dislike this life? Yes, prolonged exposure to such a life only breeds increasing irritation. Don't worry. Once we reach the capital, we can establish our own safe base. That way, if you don't want to go out, you can just stay home and relax. No one will criticize you. Establish our own base, but that requires many people, and besides, it's not as simple as saying we'll build one. Think about it. It's been over a year since the apocalypse began. All the good places must have been requisitioned by the government. Even if we are fortunate, we certainly can't match the safety of a government base. True, but would you be content letting a group of people control you? Moreover, they would assign you tasks daily. That is not the life you desire, is it? Sigh. Then let us just take it step by step. Perhaps we'll find a more suitable place to establish a base, and we 1T have to go to the capital. Yes, we'll have to wait and see. Zhang Xiu closed his eyes, reflecting on the safe bases from his previous life. He vowed never to return to the one that drained him of all his worth. Not destroying it in this life was already a sign of his mercy. Chapter 43. Encountering the madmen, as they had just left Jiang province, 3 vehicles sped towards them at an alarming pace. Zhang Xiu narrowed his eyes and immediately released his mental energy, urgently exclaiming, "Not good, there's a horde of zombies behind them. Quickly turn around." He then grabbed the walkie-talkie and commanded those behind them to make a U-turn. Liang Shuzhe swiftly complied with the order. "Hold on tight. I'm about to drift." With that, Nan Xiangwan executed a beautiful drift, turning around and speeding away. Ajan, can you see who's in those 3 cars? Not clearly, but there are definitely many of them that, if I'm not mistaken, there should be a safe base nearby. Haha, don't even mention bases. We've barely stepped out of Jiang province, and now we're being chased back. Can this journey go smoothly for once? At that moment, the 3 vehicles behind caught up, and their windows rolled down as they shouted angrily, "You all stop right now. Stop and kill the zombies behind us, or else you'll never reach the base." Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Xiu exchanged glances, thinking to themselves what a bunch of fools they were, barking orders at strangers. What were they thinking? Were their brains filled with excrement? As for their base, they could forget it. No one would want to go there. Nan Xiangwan pretended not to hear and continued driving. Eventually, when the noise became unbearable, she said to Bei Ming Hao, "Open the window. Let us give those zombies a rocket barrage to shut them up." "All right, is one enough? Should I fire off a few more?" "One will suffice. Just a scare. Once we shake them off, we can return to collect the crystal cores." "Roger that." Bei Ming Hao retrieved a rocket, lowered the car window, and, disregarding the shouts from beside him, fired a round behind them. With a resounding bang, their vehicle felt a slight jolt. However, the pursuers were not so fortunate. The last vehicle closest to the explosion flipped over. TSK. Serves you right for shouting. Just because we're not roaring like tigers doesn't mean you can treat us like Hello Kitty. I wonder where this group of madmen came from. Since the apocalypse, I've encountered all sorts of oddities. It truly broadens one's horizons, mused Nan Xiangwan, chuckling at the murmurs from behind. This is just the beginning. We'll encounter even stranger things in the future. All right, let us find a place to rest for a bit. Once that group has left, we can return, but there's so many zombies over there. Zhang Xiyu was well aware of the zombie threat. Yet heading north without taking this route would mean a longer detour through the mountains, which was even more perilous. It's fine. We have rockets. If it weren't for those folks' foul language, we wouldn't have left them to their fate. Knowing there were so many zombies and still asking for help, they must have had ill intentions. It's best for scum like them to perish, wasting precious air, Nan Xiangwan exclaimed angrily. Sister, are you all right? Wang Hao, who had heard the explosion from the car, rushed over anxiously once they stopped. We're fine. It's just a temporary break. You can take care of your personal matters now. All right, as long as his sister was unharmed, he felt reassured. While they rested, the 3 vehicles that had been pursuing them dwindled to 2. With the flipped vehicle abandoned and left behind. Truly a bunch of selfish individuals. Once they were all rested, Zhang Xiyu drove them back, stopping at the site of the previous explosion to assess the situation. Zhan, that vehicle is still overturned. Should we go take a look? Let Haozi check it out. Bei Minghao, upon hearing this, hurried over and discovered there were still people inside the vehicle. Boss, there's still people in there. Those scoundrels left them behind. I don't know if they're alive or dead. Should we rescue them? First, get them out and see if there's anything else in the vehicle. Yes, Liang, come help. Liang Shuzhe rushed over with his team to assist in righting the vehicle. Once the door was opened, they found 3 individuals inside. 1 lifeless, while the other 2 were unconscious. The vehicle contained quite a bit of supplies. Likely gathered that very day. Boss, should we save these 2? First, wake them up and then inquire about the situation. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, immediately took his medical kit and approached. You guys go collect the crystal cores. I'll take care of these 2, all right, but be careful. Wang Hao stayed behind to help pass him medicine and bandages. Seeing Wang Hao being treated like a punching bag, Wu Ji remarked while working. You little brat, are you unhappy helping me? Do you really want to go dig out a zombie's brain instead? No, right, but since you're not fully recovered yet, once you're back to health, I won't bother with you anymore. How about that? MHM, I understand, as they tended to the injured. Others were busy extracting crystal cores. Before long, they had accumulated a pile of 2nd-tier and ordinary 1st-tier crystal cores. Nan Xiangwan even used her water abilities to wash the cores clean, gazing at the sparkling bucket with delight. Zhan, we've struck it rich. In the future, when we encounter a horde of zombies, let us just unleash the rocket barrage. It feels so exhilarating. Zhang Xiyu gazed at the girl before him, her eyes crinkling with laughter, and affectionately remarked, all right. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Nan Haochen, who turned back and thought to himself that this cabbage was truly beyond redemption. How could she be so oblivious to such an obvious situation? It could only be said that his sister had yet to awaken to the truth. In reality, it was not that Nan Xiangwan was unaware. She simply had never considered the matter in relation to that influential figure, for she was a person of self-awareness. Captain, one of the injured has awakened, Wu Ji announced, prompting Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan to hurry over. The boy who had regained consciousness appeared bewildered, as he was certain he had perished, yet here were voices speaking to him. Hey, your teammates have fled. What is your name? He inquired, looking at the individuals before him, reasoning that they must have rescued him. I am Lu Wei, from the Guangming base. Guangming base? Is there a base nearby? Yes, but there aren't many people there. The leader is a retired soldier who established it. Nan Xiangwan doubted her hearing. A base founded by a veteran had turned out to be inhabited by lunatics. Curiously, she asked, surely the leader of this base must be a good person, right? Initially, yes, but when resources ran low, he turned into a devil. If it weren't for my sister being monitored by them, I would have fled long ago. And who is this woman beside you? Oh, and the other man is dead. You 2 are the fortunate ones. She's my girlfriend, Anna, a power wielder. As for that man, his death is inconsequential. He was merely overseeing us. Oh, and what is your power? I possess ice abilities. I brought her along primarily because I do not trust those beasts at the base. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan began contemplating whether to take the two of them along. However, if they were to do so, they would also need to rescue a burden, which left her momentarily speechless. Chapter 44. Stirring trouble. Zhan Siyu, noticing the expression on Nan Xiangwan's face, discerned her thoughts and leaned in to whisper. Let us first find a place to settle, then we can discuss further. All right, I shall follow your lead. After the others had successfully excavated the crystal cores, Wang Hao climbed into the front vehicle, while the two injured were lifted into the rear. Considering they had matters to attend to, they sought a safe haven within Jiang province, anticipating that it would take several days before they could depart. Once everyone was settled, Nan Xiangwan broached the subject with Zhan Siyu. Do you think what these two have said is credible? My initial impression is that they do not seem to be villains, but some things must be verified before we can be certain. After all, anyone can speak. Then do you think we should visit this Guangming base? If it is as they claim, we might even recruit a few power wielders. Zhan Siyu, noticing Nan Xiangwan's excitement, affectionately remarked. Are you contemplating poaching? You guessed it. Of course, that is only if the base leader is not a good person. Then I shall accompany you. What do you mean? Well, we have so many people. Our presence would be too conspicuous. Once inside, they would hesitate to reveal their true nature. But consider this. If it were just the two of us, one with powers and one without, wouldn't they seize the opportunity to act? That does make sense. She then pondered, if it is just the two of us, what identity should we adopt when entering the base, siblings or lovers? However, we do not resemble siblings, which presents a flaw. A couple would be ideal. Once inside, I can act as though I am very concerned for you, that I believe they would target you first, allowing us to avoid staying at the base for too long. As you know, with the current circumstances, the sooner we head north, the better. We cannot afford to waste time. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Nan Xiangwan, fearing her disapproval that in truth, he had ulterior motives, apprehensive that she might refuse upon realizing his intentions. However, he overestimated her, as Nan Xiangwan was not considering that direction at all. Very well, then it shall be the two of us. However, we need to switch vehicles, and we must appear somewhat disheveled, presenting ourselves as more timid to lower their guard. What do you think? If this plan is feasible, we shall set out tomorrow. Zhan Siyu was surprised by her swift agreement, feeling a sense of glee within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, I will follow your lead. After this, I will ensure everyone is properly arranged, and we shall depart tomorrow. That evening, after the group had finished dinner, Zhan Siyu gathered everyone for a meeting. Upon hearing the details, they remained largely silent, except for Nan Xiangwan, who was the first to voice his dissent, exclaiming, I want to go too. I don't want to leave my sister. Nan Xiangwan shot her brother a bemused look. Are you a giant baby? Have you still not weaned? We're going to take care of business, not to frolic. The fewer of us, the better. Even if something goes awry with our skills, we can quickly retreat. If you come along and things go sideways, I would have to look after you. Besides, we will return as swiftly as possible. You can wait at the base and behave. You want them to starve without the supplies from both warehouses. Nan Xiangwan's message was quite clear, and despite his temper tantrum, Nan Xiangwan could not retort. After all, there were only 2 warehouses above ground, and with the captain absent, his presence would complicate matters. It was one thing to be at home. The current situation involved merely temporary lodging, where they could not afford to expose too many resources. Finally, his face contorted in frustration, resembling a pufferfish, as he silently returned to his seat. I could see that moment. Zhan Siyu added, during the days we are gone, Sidu Mo will serve as the temporary captain. You all must cooperate unconditionally with him. Bei Mingho will assist. If this place becomes unsafe, we will proceed according to the previous route. I will leave a vehicle for you. However, it is best to wait for our return, that if possible, avoid venturing out. A familiar environment is always preferable. Yes, we understand that we will try to wait for your return. And if anything changes, I will leave markers along the way. Very well. I entrust this place to you, that I will leave some weapons and food with Houchin. Sidu and Mo nodded in acknowledgement. All right, the meeting is adjourned. I will check on the 2 injured and gather more information. Afterward, Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Siyu engaged in further conversation with the 2, emerging with less than favorable expressions that Nan, I'll start the broken vehicle downstairs tomorrow morning. The worse it looks, the better. All right, do. As you see, FIT is late. I shall return to my room now. See you in the morning. Good night. Upon returning to her room, Nan Xiangwan found her younger brother still sulking. Amused, she remarked, "Are you a punching bag? I have assured you that I will return soon. Besides, I possess secret weapons. No one can harm me, do not be upset. How about I treat you to some delicious food?" Ultimately, Nan Xiangwan, reluctantly swayed by the promise of culinary delights, relented. "Just be sure to take care of yourself, that I will wait for you at home. Rest assured, before I find a man to marry, I will ensure I live well. I am determined not to die a virgin in this life. Otherwise, I would be ridiculed in the afterlife. Very well, sleep early." Afterward, Nan Xiangwan instructed her brother to keep watch at the door while she retreated into her space to prepare the props and cosmetics needed for the next day. She also took a hot shower, knowing that once they set out, she would be unable to bathe for several days. Thus, she made sure to cleanse herself thoroughly before their departure. After a night of rest, the following day, Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Xiyu donned their outfits and makeup, setting off in the decrepit vehicle under the watchful gazes of the others. Zhan, is this vehicle not a bit too dilapidated? It feels somewhat exaggerated. Not at all. This appearance suits the image of fleeing refugees. Additionally, I packed some less than desirable snacks I collected from the snack factory into boxes that we cannot go empty-handed, or they will not accept us. Your foresight is commendable. I almost overlooked that detail. However, we're still giving them an advantage. Do not fret. At worst, once we ascertain the layout of their warehouse, I will reclaim my dues. Right then, let us proceed. From today onward, you shall be my brother Zhan. You must play your part well." Upon hearing her refer to him as Brother Zhan, his heart raced with joy. He adored the way she addressed him. With a tender smile, he responded, "Of course, I will cooperate fully. You need only to perform as you wish. All right, here we come, big fat sheep." The two continued their bumpy journey until they finally arrived at the Guangming base. As Nan Xiangwan surveyed the premises, she mused that the captain truly had some ingenuity, managing to encircle an entire industrial complex as a base. It was indeed impressive. Chapter 45. Guangming Base at that moment. The guard stationed at the entrance spotted the battered vehicle approaching their base. The captain exchanged glances with the others, and soon, two individuals obstructed Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Xiyu's path. "Hey, get out of the car. This is Guangming Base. No unauthorized personnel are allowed entry." Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Xiyu exchanged a knowing glance, and immediately, their performance began. "Brother, who are they? I am so scared. Boo-hoo." Zhan Xiyu quickly enveloped her in his embrace, soothingly assuring her, "Do not fear, dear. Your brother is here, and I will take care of you." The guards, witnessing the affectionate display from within the car and growing impatient, barked, "If you wish to flaunt your affection, do it elsewhere. Do not block the road." "Cough, Nan Bao. Let me first inquire if they're seeking anyone. Stop crying for now." Nan Xiangwan lowered her head, feigning tears, and softly replied, "Then you hurry back." She nearly gagged on her act, pondering how challenging it was to play the role of a white lotus, feeling sympathy for those who had to act. Zhan Xiyu's emotions were hardly in a better state. Holding the girl he adored, he found it impossible to maintain composure. It was only when he remembered the pressing matters at hand that he suppressed the fiery turmoil within him and stepped out of the vehicle. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and with a timorous tone, he addressed the two men. "Greetings, brothers of my girlfriend and I have fled from danger, though we heard that this base is accepting new arrivals, and so we came here. I wonder if you're still in need of more people. Rest assured, I possess special abilities and have brought supplies with me. I merely seek a safe place to rest." Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged glances, and one stepped forward to say, "Our Guangming base has always welcomed survivors, and we offer the best treatment for those with abilities. However, to enter the base, you must surrender 50 of your supplies as a protection fee." Zhan Xiyu, taken aback, immediately transformed into a miser, exclaiming, "Why must it be so much? Are you trying to drain my blood?" He turned to Nan Bao, saying, "Let us find somewhere else to stay. Their demands are excessive." Nan Xiangwan could hardly contain her laughter at Zhan Xiyu's reaction. Who would have thought that such a powerful figure could display such a side? It was a struggle for her to keep a straight face. Nonetheless, she stifled her amusement and with mock sorrow said, "Brother Zhan, You promised to find a safe place for us to rest. How can you say this? Do you not love me anymore? Woo. After uttering this, she felt a pang of embarrassment at how theatrical it had become. Jean Siu, feeling a twinge of regret for following the script, almost faltered but managed to say, "All right, don't cry, Dot. I'll give you the supplies now. If you keep crying, my heart will ache." The two men outside, witnessing their exchange, felt an indescribable sensation, as if the display was rather nauseating, sending shivers down their spines. Just then, their leader, Chun Yu, approached, inquiring, "I hear there is an ability user wishing to enter the base." "Yes, Captain, it is this man," one replied. Jean Siu, noticing the newcomer, quickly donned a cheerful facade and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Jean Si, a lightning ability user, though my partner is an ordinary person." Chun Yu's eyes widened with surprise upon hearing lightning ability user. It was his first encounter with such a person. Though Jean Siu appeared somewhat disheveled, Chun Yu remained polite, stating, "Welcome. You will be our first lightning ability user. In that case, you need only surrender 30 of your supplies." As a courtesy to ability users, Jean Siu feigned delight, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. Rest assured, I am quite proficient at exterminating zombies and shall not hold the base back." "Very well. Let us proceed with the registration. And I will have someone escort you to your quarters. Tomorrow, I will send someone to explain the base's regulations." "Thank you immensely." "Not at all. We shall be friends from now on," he then called out. "Open the gates. Let them drive in." As Jean Siu drove the vehicle into the base, he whispered to Nan Xiangwan, "Thank goodness we're finally in it. If I had to keep this up, I might have started questioning my life choices." "Indeed, I'm not faring much better. Let us disembark. We must carry on. Stay strong. I'll be watching over you." With a resigned sigh, Jean Siu braced himself to continue the charade. Fortunately, there was no one else around who might recognize him. Otherwise, his carefully crafted persona would have crumbled. He exited first and, with exaggerated servility, helped Nan Xiangwan out of the vehicle, then turned to the men beside him. "May we leave our supplies in the vehicle for now? I'd like to ensure our lodgings are suitable before delivering them." His implication was clear. He needed to assess whether the shared accommodations would be acceptable. The man assigned by Chun Yu, named Li Tao, discerned the underlying message, but knew that the base typically assigned individual rooms to ability users, so he calmly led them to inspect their quarters. Jean Siu and Nan Xiangwan were quite satisfied with the room. At the very least, it was a private space. Afterward, they descended a hand over the required supplies to Li Tao, and then took the remaining items to their room. Before leaving, Li Tao cautioned, "It's best not to wander around the base. If any issues arise, you'll be held responsible." "Yes, thank you for the warning. We won't stray," they replied. Once he departed, they closed the door, and Nan Xiangwan exhaled a sigh of relief. "Jean, have you noticed how eerily quiet it is here? Aside from the guards on patrol, I haven't seen many survivors at all. That it is indeed peculiar. We shall have to investigate tonight. This room contains only a double bed. You sleep on the bed, and I will take the couch. Forget it, we won't be undressing to sleep. That couch is too small for proper rest. You should take the bed. We can share it. After all, a powerful figure like you wouldn't harbor any feelings for me. So there's no burden." Jean Siu hadn't anticipated such a benefit and feigned modesty before successfully claiming the bed. However, he refrained from any further advances, thoughtfully retrieving 2 clean blankets from his storage to cover themselves as they settled in for the night. Meanwhile, in an office within the base, Brother Han, "I've received reports that a lightning ability user has arrived, but he brought along an ordinary person." The man referred to as Brother Han was none other than Han Jibin, the leader of Guangming Base that moment. He was cradling a beautiful young woman in his arms. Upon hearing the report, he affectionately patted the girl and sent the messenger away. He then inquired, "Were their supplies substantial?" They possess a good amount, albeit mostly snacks, with only 2 boxes of bottled water. Have they surrendered what was required?" "Yes, but we lost 3 ability users yesterday, and the sister of one of the deceased has been causing quite a stir, constantly calling for her brother. The majority of the remaining survivors are ordinary folk, making it difficult for us to handle the situation openly. Look for an opportunity to dispose of them. We can't have freeloaders." "Understood, Brother Han.D. Oh, you have any further instructions?" "Keep an eye on the lightning ability user. If he poses no threat, send someone to gather supplies. Once they arrive here, they must contribute. Yes, I will inform him tomorrow. All right, you may leave. Come to me if there are any further matters. After dismissing the messenger, Han Jibin retrieved 2 crystal cores from his drawer. If Nan Xiangwan were to see them, she would instantly recognize them as the cores of ability users, having encountered them in her past life. However, unlike the cores from zombies, these could not be absorbed, and no one currently knew their purpose. Chapter 46. A night exploration of the base in the dead of night. Zhan Siyu and Nan Xiangwan donned fitted attire and quietly slipped out. Surveying the darkened buildings, Nan Xiangwan whispered, in the entire base, "Only the building at the back is powered. I suspect the surveillance systems are operational. Should we conduct a preliminary observation tonight or head to that building? Let us first observe the overall situation, then we can investigate that building tomorrow night, that we need to ascertain the number of patrolling guards and their shift changes." Sounds good. I'll follow your lead. Thus, the two moved stealthily through the night. Just as they were about to withdraw after their observations, they overheard some voices and quickly concealed themselves. "Brother, the 2 fire ability users recently called away by the base leader have mysteriously vanished. Do you think they're dead?" "Hush, don't speak carelessly. Someone might overhear. We are merely ordinary people. Securing a patrol job to make a living is already quite fortunate. Be careful with your words. Trouble can arise from careless talk." "Yes, I'm just curious. I can't shake the feeling that our base leader is rather strange." "Silence. You should not speak further." Yes, I want to say another word. Let us hurry back to our patrol. I truly wonder when all this will end." After their conversation, the 2 men ambled away, and Zhan Siyu and Nan Xiangwan emerged from their hiding spot. "Zhan, this base harbors secrets. They must be contained within that building. Whether or not that's the case, we'll find out tomorrow night. Let us head back. The rest of the area appears normal. And I expect those people will come looking for me in the morning." "All right, let us go. We'll discuss it further tomorrow night." Once back in their room, they had a light late-night snack before settling in for some rest. The following morning, as dawn broke, there was a knock at Nan Xiangwan's door. They exchanged glances, and Zhan Siyu rose to open it, instantly shifting into a servile demeanor. "Hey there, so early. Is there something you need?" "Yes, today all ability users are required to go out and gather supplies. When you return, you must surrender 30 of what you find. Your girlfriend, lacking abilities, will be better off staying at the base." "What? We're going out today?" "Yes, it's the ruled this." Nan Xiangwan transformed into a teary-eyed figure, sobbing, "Brother Zhan, I don't want to stay here alone. I'm scared, woo." Hearing her distress, Zhan Siyu quickly embraced her, soothingly patting her back. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Just be good and wait for me." The man at the door, witnessing their intimate exchange, felt a pang of annoyance, urging, "Hurry up. The vehicles will be leaving soon. Your woman will be safe at the base. Focus on gathering supplies." Nan Bao, "Did you hear? It's quite safe here and I'll be back before you know it. Just behave." Seeing the opportunity, Nan Xiangwan decided to play along. Knowing she could seek out ordinary survivors later, she feigned wiping away tears, saying, "Then you must go. Please be careful." "All right, I'll take my leave now." Zhan Siyu comforted the good person and simply took his tattered backpack before leaving. Once the door closed behind him, Nan Xiangwan came back to life, pondering how difficult it was to play the role of the whiny creature. Meanwhile, Zhan Siyu arrived at the parking lot and noticed that many people had already boarded their vehicles. Preparing to depart, he casually climbed into a less crowded car. "Hey buddy, are you new here? I haven't seen you before," someone remarked. Zhan Siyu felt a bit embarrassed and nodded, awkwardly ruffling his hair, appearing quite foolish. The guy in front chuckled and continued, "Let me tell you, I'm also new. My name is Tang Ming, a fire-type ability user. What's your name, and what ability do you possess?" Realizing that this person was rather straightforward, Zhan Siyu replied with a smile, "I'm Zhan Si, a lightning-type ability user. I just arrived yesterday with my wife. Oh, I didn't expect you to have a wife. Where is she? She doesn't have any abilities, so she has to stay at the base. I see." At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Everyone, check your vehicles. If everything is in order, we shall depart." Subsequently, Zhan Siyu quietly left the base with them, not concerning himself with the destination. Collecting supplies was the goal, and he knew he shouldn't be too foolish or too assertive. Remaining low-key was the best approach. Not long after their departure, Nan Xiangwan also meandered down the stairs. After casually inquiring about the route, she headed to the residential area of ordinary people. "Excuse me, madam. I'm looking for someone. Do you happen to know a girl named Lu Yao?" Around 12 years old? After speaking, she discreetly handed over a piece of bread. The woman was taken aback by the generosity and carefully tucked the bread in her pocket before responding. "I didn't know that girl before. But lately, many people have heard her crying. She's in room 303 upstairs, wailing for her brother. Today, there's been no sound. She must be too weak." Grateful for the information, Nan Xiangwan thanked her and ascended the stairs. As she observed her surroundings, she noticed that most residents were elderly or weak. Upon reaching the third floor, she found the environment quite unsatisfactory. The corridor was filled with a particularly strong odor, likely due to the lack of water. Following the room number, she knocked on the door of 303.Hello. "Is anyone there?" "Who is it?" "Come in." The door isn't locked. With permission granted, Nan Xiangwan stepped inside. Her stomach churning at the chaotic state of the room, but she managed to ask the elderly woman inside, "Excuse me, is Lu Yao living here?" The old woman, upon realizing someone was looking for her, replied, "The girl in the upper bunk in the back is her. Go check if she is still alive. Thank you." Cautiously navigating through the rubbish, she entered to see a girl lying on the upper bunk. Emaciated due to food scarcity, still in a deep slumber, Nan Xiangwan gently shook her, and Lu Yao quickly woke, staring at the stranger beside her bed with alarm. "Who are you?" "Sure. Is your brother named Lu Wei?" Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, "Do you know my brother? Is he alive?" "Yes, but he is injured. I'm here to tell you that in a few days, I will take you away from here. For now, you must behave and stay quiet. Don't disturb those around you, or there will be dire consequences." "You really know my brother? You're not lying to me?" "Yes, your sister-in-law, Anna, is also with you as long as my brother is okay. I knew he wouldn't die. Those people were lying to me." "All right, listen carefully. I can't stay long. This bag contains food. Hide it well and save your strength. That I will come back for you in a few days. You understand?" "Yes, I will be good." Once reassured that the girl was fine, Nan Xiangwan raised her voice. "Listen, if you need anything, come find me at Building 2, Room 406, all right?" "Got it, sister. Did I want to cause any trouble anymore?" "Good. I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself." She nodded at the girl and turned to leave. Chapter 47, Unexpected Discovery. After Nan Xiangwan departed, the elderly woman ventured inside, asking, "Child, who was that person just now? Did she bring you food?" Lu Yao, not foolish by any means, had experienced the harsh realities of the apocalypse. If she hadn't been clever enough, she would have perished long ago. Observing the old woman as scrutinizing gaze, she said, "She is a friend of my brother. Since he is not here, she came to check on me and indeed brought me food. Just 2 pieces of bread and 2 boxes of milk. I suppose her group is struggling too. Here, madam, take 1 piece of bread and a box of milk, but don't tell anyone else, or she won't bring me food again." The old woman, delighted by the unexpected kindness, promised, "Don't worry, dear. I won't say a word." With that, Lu Yao reluctantly handed over the bread and milk to her, and the old woman left, beaming. Once she was gone, Lu Yao sighed in relief. With the old lady pacified, she could enjoy a few days of tranquility. Cautiously, she retrieved the remaining food from the bag and began to eat. She needed to regain her strength to search for her brother. After Nan Xiangwan left, she quickly returned to her room and immediately entered her space to take a hot shower, contemplating the importance of establishing a better environment when she built her base. Meanwhile, Jiangxi's day was not as smooth. They had arrived at a commercial street, where familiar faces formed teams, leaving only him and Tang Ming as newcomers. After battling numerous zombies, they finally located a snack shop. Phew, the weather is getting hotter, and the stench of the zombies is becoming unbearable. The smell of decay is everywhere. By the way, thank you, Jiangxi. Without you, I would have met my end, Tang Ming said. Jiangxi merely responded nonchalantly. "Let us find supplies quickly. I need to return home early to see my wife." Right, this snack shop is plenty. Let us hurry and load up. Having a wife is something to boast about. Isn't it? Tang Ming teased, clearly annoyed. Lacking a space of their own, They used boxes to store the supplies, making several trips back and forth until they had loaded all the edible goods onto the vehicle. The driver of their truck was delighted, not expecting such good fortune from the two newcomers. Even if the items weren't staples, they would last a considerable time, in the apocalypse. No one would scoff at any food. Later, Zhang Xiyu discreetly ransacked 2 jewelry stores, even raiding a baby shop, thinking about the possibility of having children in the future, even if the odds seemed slim. In his previous life, no newborns had been born. Who knew what might happen this time around? After everyone else had gathered their supplies, they returned to the base. After submitting a portion of their findings, they each took their spoils and departed. Zhang Xiyu had worried about Nan Xiangwan's safety all day, finally feeling at ease when he saw she was unharmed. Zhang, how was your day? Zhang Xiyu sipped water and replied, not bad. I managed to collect quite a bit of supplies. The 2 boxes of snacks I brought back are today's loot that you've worked hard at. I found a person I was looking for. I just need to bring her along when we evacuate. All right, let us eat first. I've been chewing on dry rations all day. It's unbearable, sure. Don't you have plenty of hot dishes in your space? Just bring out a couple. The 2 enjoyed a warm dinner together before resting and preparing for their evening reconnaissance. In the dead of night. At midnight, they disguised themselves and made their way to the base leader's control center, where only 2 rooms were illuminated. Zhang Xiyu first released his mental energy to probe the area and reported it's a monitoring room and a patrol room, with quite a few people still awake. Let us avoid them and head in. We should check for any secrets in this building. Secrets are often kept underground. Let us go directly to the basement. All right, let us move. Soon, they evaded the monitors and patrols and reached the basement entrance. There are people down there. What should we do? Let me use my mental energy to scout first, then we'll decide. Okay, I'll keep watch. Zhang Xiyu began a thorough investigation of the basement. After completing several layers of probing, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Nan Xiangwan, noticing this, inquired with concern, are you all right? I'm fine. Let us leave this place. I've finished my investigation. We could discuss it later. Okay, I'll support you. Their movements did not alert anyone, and they quickly retreated back to their room. Once inside, Nan Xiangwan helped Zhang Xiyu recline on the bed, kindly pouring him a glass of water to drink. Zhang Xiyu was pleasantly surprised by her attentiveness, beginning to contemplate whether he should feign an injury in the future, but the thought was dismissed upon remembering the existence of healers. Feeling any better? Dante, you have crystal cores in your space. Absorb a few to restore your abilities. Don't worry. I'm much better now that I have good news. I not only saw the warehouse, but also unexpectedly discovered a large cache of weapons. Quite a lot. Suggesting this group has looted plenty from others. Really? It seems this trip was worthwhile. Yes, but there are 10 ability users guarding the area below. We'll need to think of a strategy to get in. Foolish one. Our psychic abilities are not mere decorations. We could easily incapacitate them, but we must ensure a swift retreat afterward, for timing is of the essence. However, if we encounter ordinary individuals, it may not pose much of a threat. Yet if we meet an extraordinary one, our mental powers may not suffice. Let's ponder this further. Indeed, the variety of supernatural abilities has evidently proliferated, and encountering an unknown type could prove perilous. Well then, let us rest for now. We can discuss matters further upon waking. I may need to venture out in the morning, so you should carefully observe the situation at the base until my return, at which point I will devise a plan. Sigh, very well. Thus, the 2 of them hardly slept that night, their minds preoccupied with various strategies, resulting in Zhang Xiyu emerging in the morning with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing him, Tang Ming teasingly remarked, "Oh, what happened to you? Did you not sleep all night? Was it that intense? I must say, moderation is key. This could be detrimental to your health." Zhang Xiyu looked at him as if he were a simpleton, then replied innocently, "I spent the entire night telling stories to my wife. It took a while to lull her to sleep, and then daybreak arrived. Oh, is that so? I thought you 2 were up to something else." "You seem rather knowledgeable about such matters. Have you had ample experience?" Zhang Xiyu retorted with disdain. "No need for that. I'm a good boy." Tang Ming, "I can't believe you." Chapter 48. The Walking Scanner. Thus, during the day, Zhang Xiyu continued to gather supplies with the convoy, while at night, he engaged in other activities. Nan Xiangwan took the opportunity to wander the survivors' settlement during the day, gathering information and bringing food to Liu Yao. After her exploration, she returned to her room and entered her space. Determined to find a solution, in her spare time, she visited the study, where she gazed at the rows of ancient books. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Couldn't a sedative be used to incapacitate those individuals? Without hesitation, she began to peruse books on pharmacology, and once she discovered the recipe for the sedative, she joyfully headed to the pharmacy to start concocting. Before long, she successfully produced a batch of sedative to test its efficacy. She decided to use it on the cattle and sheep she raised in her space. Once she administered the sedative, she quietly awaited its effects. As the animals began to collapse one by one, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing her plan had succeeded, she then returned to the pharmacy to prepare the remaining sedative, relieved that her supplies were plentiful. Otherwise, she might have been distraught. After completing the sedative, she exited her space and checked the time. Thinking that her companion should be returning soon, she then obediently picked up a book to read. Zhan Xiu, having swiftly gathered supplies, was not merely lucky. His psychic ability functioned as a walking scanner, even benefiting Tang Ming in the process. On the way back, Tang Ming chattered incessantly, saying, "Buddy, I must say, your luck is extraordinary. You find supplies so effortlessly. Let us team up permanently. Although I may be a bit delicate, I still possess strength." Zhan Xiu regarded the fair-skinned young man with disdain, puzzled as to why a grown man could be so pale. Even in the apocalypse that moment, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. We've encountered a horde of zombies. What should we do?" The three of them gazed at the small zombie horde not far ahead. Zhan Xiu decisively commanded, "Change course, quickly." The driver complied without hesitation, turning the vehicle, but the zombies behind them, as if sensing a feast, pursued relentlessly. Tang Ming looked back at the zombies, puzzled. Why are they running so fast? That's because they have leveled up. Tang Ming was taken aback by Zhan Xiu's revelation. Who would have imagined that these creatures could evolve? Was this a sign of their impending doom? What should they do? If they maintained this speed, they would soon be caught. Hurry to the base. The three of us cannot possibly deal with so many zombies. We would only serve as food. The driver recognized the gravity of the situation, flooring the accelerator toward the base. Upon reaching the base, they managed to shake off a significant number of zombies. Without hesitation, Zhan Xiu grabbed his machete and exited the vehicle. The guard, seeing this, also armed himself with a firearm and charged forward. With the sounds of heads being severed echoing, they finally eliminated the few remaining zombies. Zhan Xiu, fixated on the crystal cores within the zombies, boldly declared, "Brother, let Tang Ming and me handle the bodies. Leaving them here might attract more zombies." Chun Yu, initially irked, softened upon realizing their awareness of the situation. He nodded, "Fine, you two take care of it. Tang Ming, remember to burn them all." Tang Ming had not anticipated being roped into this task. However, upon receiving a glance from Zhan Xiu, he promptly kept quiet, suppressing his discomfort, and began clearing the zombies at the entrance. Once their captain returned to the base, Tang Ming quietly inquired, "Why did you take on this task?" "I feel like I'm going to suffocate from the stench." "Shoo, you'll understand soon. Just drag these bodies out of sight quickly." With no other choice, Tang Ming resigned himself to the task. Once they were out of everyone's sight, Zhan Xiu began extracting the crystal cores. Just as Tang Ming was about to ask if Zhan Xiu was a pervert, he witnessed Zhan Xiu unearthing a shiny orb, incredulously asking, "What is this?" "Sure, this is a crystal core, the key to enhancing one's abilities. That I stumbled upon this secret by accident. Let us split the digging. Whoever finds one keeps it. We'll discuss any issues later. Let us hurry." Had it not been for the fact that he found this young man to be of decent character, Zhan Xiu wouldn't have been so generous as to include him. Upon learning of the existence of crystal cores, Tang Ming felt less repulsed and worked with remarkable speed. Soon, the two had thoroughly excavated the cores, and after setting them ablaze, no one would be able to discover the remnants of the zombies' shattered skulls. They stowed the crystal cores in their backpacks and returned to the base, seeing their haul surpass that of the previous day. Chun Yu said nothing further, accepting the portion they submitted before allowing them to leave. Zhan Xiu and Tang Ming resided in the same building. Once they were alone, Tang Ming quietly asked, "How do you use these crystal cores?" "As a fire ability user, you can absorb only the transparent and red crystal cores. Others of different colors can only be utilized by those with corresponding abilities that, oh, I see, understood. Moreover, many are still unaware of this, so seize the opportunity for yourself. One last warning, I inadvertently overheard that 2 fire ability users went to the leader's quarters and never returned. So be cautious, that's all. Farewell. That in fact, in his previous life, he had known that the crystal cores from ability users were even more refined than those from zombies. However, considering that the apocalypse had only just begun, he hoped he was merely being overly cautious. After parting ways, Nan Xiangwan hurried back to his room. Nan, I'm back. Nan Xiangwan, seeing Nan Xiangwan covered in dirt, asked worriedly, Are you alright? Did you encounter zombies? I am fine. Encountering zombies is quite normal. By the way, my backpack is filled with crystal cores. I secretly dug them up that we'll absorb them together later. Alright. No rush. You should wash up and change your clothes first. That odor is quite pungent. Nan Xiangwan glanced down at his filthy attire and promptly headed to the bathroom. Fortunately, there was ample water in his space, and as a water ability user, he had no trouble with bathing or even drinking. Of course, Nan Xiangwan had forgotten that Nan Xiangwan was also a water ability user. Once Nan Xiangwan freshened up, he emerged, asking, Nan, are you hungry? I gathered quite a bit of supplies today. We'll take them with us when we leave. I am fine, don't worry. That's good. Tonight, I plan to observe again and take action tomorrow. Alright, I want to tell you that I acquired some sedative today. I'm not sure how effective it will be against ability users. Upon hearing about the sedative, Nan Xiangwan felt curious. Where had she obtained it? However, recalling the secret she held, he chose not to inquire further. Regardless, with him around, no matter what she produced, he would ensure her safety. Chapter 49. Encountering a past enemy that night. After changing clothes, the two went to the central building to scout. This time, they headed straight to the upper floors, determined to finally see the true face of the base leader after 2 days of waiting. Upon reaching the 12th floor, they finally found the person they sought. Why so? Because the base leader, Han Jibin, was currently toying with 2 red crystal cores in his hands, the moment Nan Xiangwan laid eyes on them. He recognized them as belonging to the 2 fire ability users. He was astonished. He had never expected someone would discover this secret so soon. However, seeing his current situation, it seemed he had yet to learn how to utilize them. Nan Xiangwan thought to himself that this man must be eliminated. Otherwise, many more would suffer. After thoroughly inspecting the entire floor, Nan Xiangwan took Nan Xiangwan back. Once they returned to their room, Nan Xiangwan spoke. This base leader must be killed. He poses a significant danger. What? Did you see something? Nan Xiangwan, fearing the loss of his disguise, resorted to deception, stating, I just witnessed that individual excavating the cores of ability users. They were also our IT stands to reason that the previously missing individuals are surely his doing. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan trembled, instantly recalling her brother's past tribulations. Her gaze darkened ominously as Nan Xiangwan observed her, a premonition of dread looming over him. Nan, what troubles you? It's nothing, merely some thoughts crossing my mind, Jean. Let us proceed tomorrow night. I can no longer wait. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall detonate this place. Those wretched beings do not deserve to live. Very well, we shall act tomorrow night. As long as I'm present, there shall be no issues. Just bring that child along, I wish to rest now. Sleep well. With me here, you need not worry. Once Nan Xiangwan confirmed her well-being, he too breathed a sigh of relief, pondering that she had likely encountered such events in her past life or had narrowly escaped similar fates. Otherwise, her reaction would not have been so profound. Yet, neither foresaw the arrival of a group of survivors the following day, a faction led by Nan Xiangwan's foremost adversary. Through relentless effort, Li Jie had finally eliminated the woman beside Zhou Muyang, thereby securing her ascendance. In the early morning, upon awakening, Nan Xiangwan was startled to find herself embracing the formidable figure. A moment of embarrassment ensued, and she quickly withdrew her hand, feigning ignorance. Nan Xiangwan, awakening at that very moment, pretended to still be asleep, concerned for her discomfort. In truth, they had shared such intimate slumbers for several nights. However, he had always risen first, cherishing the fleeting comfort while it lasted. When Nan Xiangwan emerged from the restroom, Nan Xiangwan was already dressed. Nan, I must take my leave now. Remember to have breakfast. I shall return early. Understood. Please take care that indeed. As Jean Co walked, he munched on a piece of bread. After spending a decade in the apocalypse, he had shed any frivolity. Merely having his hunger satiated felt like a blessing. Upon his arrival, Tang Ming approached him quietly. I absorbed last night. I am now at the second tier. Thanks for your guidance. You're welcome. Just take care of yourself. Subsequently, vehicles embarked daily in search of supplies. Today, under the pretext of caring for a child, Nan Xiangwan brought the individual to their quarters, then inquired, "We are leaving tonight. Is there anything left to attend to?" Lu Yao shook his head, signaling he had no further matters. "Since there is nothing, you must rest. Tonight, your sister and brother will step out for a task. Upon completion, we shall return for you. Regardless of any noises you may hear, do not venture outside. It would be troublesome if we lost him. Rest assured, sister, I will remain here obediently." Good, such a well-behaved child. At that moment, Li Jie and her team of 32 arrived by vehicle. Initially reluctant to come to this base, Zhou Muyang insisted, leaving her no choice but to follow. A commotion erupted at the base's entrance regarding the excessive supplies they were required to submit. "This is the rule here. If you refuse to comply, find another place to stay," Chen Yu declared impatiently. "Can we not negotiate? We have 21 ability users here. If you demand so many supplies, who will manage our rations? If you can guarantee our 3 meals daily, I might consider submitting such an amount to Lijia." Hearing this, tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to concede easily. Their supplies had been hard-won, and in this post-apocalyptic world, resources were invaluable. Zhou Muyang was well aware of this reality, yet they had suffered considerable losses en route. Had Haishur not completely fallen, they would not be so hastily journeying north. He merely sought a secure place to recuperate for a time. How about this? Those of us without powers will comply with your demands, while those with abilities will contribute 20%. If you truly disagree, we shall seek refuge elsewhere. Chen Yu was taken aback by the negotiation skills displayed. Ultimately, realizing that departing without supplies would leave them empty-handed, he decided to accept what they could offer, as there were still many vacant houses. Very well, we shall each make concessions. However, all those with abilities must begin searching for supplies tomorrow. That is the rule. Can we enter now? Thankfully, 2 spatial ability users accompanied him, safeguarding many vital supplies. Otherwise, they would have faced substantial losses. Yes, but all personnel must be checked for injuries before entry. Rest assured, it is merely standard procedure. Ultimately, Zhou Muyang led all the men inside for inspection, permitting entry only after confirming they bore no wounds. Although the women inspected Li Jie's group, she felt discomfort, as if under scrutiny. After settling everyone into their rooms, Chen Yu led his team to confiscate the supplies from their vehicle. "Brother Yu, these individuals seem formidable. Should we inform the boss?" "Yes, go tell the boss to expect a few rather attractive women." Understood. In truth, Chen Yu harbored disdain for their boss, who would have imagined that a former soldier was a covert lecher. Were it not for the inability to overpower him, he would have relished the chance to rid himself of the man. For now, he silently observed as the situation unfolded, hoping these newcomers would assist in eliminating him, thus paving the way for a new leader. Anyone but the current one. Upon hearing commotion in the corridor, Nan Xiangwan peeked out her door, only to encounter an unwelcome sight. Her eyes narrowed, and she swiftly shut the door, struggling to suppress the fury boiling within her. Perhaps the recent grievances weighed heavily, as it took her quite some time to regain her composure. Chapter 50. Unclean eyes, contemplating a modification to her plans. She realized the opportunity to utilize the scapegoat before her. A swift execution held little intrigue. She wished to emulate their former life, allowing the prey to grow fat before extracting their cores. Moreover, collecting a bit of interest afterward would be advantageous. Framing others was a skill she had mastered. In the room, Lu Yao silently observed Nan Xiangwan's myriad expressions, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, Li Jie successfully secured a private room with Zhou Muyang. After all, during their arduous escape, they had long been apart. Needs extended beyond mere male desires. Most importantly, Li Jie feared that neglecting her duties might allow others to encroach upon her position, an outcome she deemed intolerable. Fortunately, with her water-based abilities, she remained perpetually clean, unlike others who resembled refugees. After arranging everyone, They eagerly returned to their quarters, engaging in a passionate encounter. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was witnessed by the mental prowess of Nan Xiangwan. Blushing profusely, she felt her eyes had become sullied. How could these two be so ravenous, indulging in carnal pleasures in broad daylight? It was utterly appalling. Resolving never to gaze upon such sights again, she, although lacking first-hand experience, was no naive innocent. She had certainly perused enough explicit content online. However, witnessing the real-life version was indeed an eye-watering affair. Rising to cleanse herself, she retrieved a bottle of eye wash, deeming it necessary to rinse her eyes, lest she be plagued by nightmares that night. Meanwhile, the couple, having finished their physical exertion, returned to discussing serious matters. Yang, do you think we should seize this base and recruit some soldiers? Zhou Yang, cigarette in hand, exhaled clouds of smoke as he replied, no need. Once we reach Jing City, that will be my domain, and my father has already secured a location for us. We need not take any additional steps. Yet I believe it prudent to recruit more ability users, especially since we have suffered significant losses. The journey north is fraught with uncertainty, and it may be beneficial to gather some ordinary individuals. In critical moments, they could serve as blood slaves, buying us precious escape time. Don't you agree? Blood slaves? Indeed. Have you not noticed how sensitive zombies are to the scent of blood? If we wound a few individuals and cast them into a horde of zombies, we would have ample time to flee. After all, those without abilities are merely burdens in this apocalypse. They might as well contribute to those who can be of use, thus dying with purpose. It would also conserve our food supplies. Zhou Yang was taken aback by her ruthless suggestion. Although they had committed such acts during their escape, the concept of raising individuals to serve as fodder for zombies was indeed thrilling. He reached for the beauty beside him, playfully squeezing her ample curves, and said, I'll follow your lead. Your suggestion is excellent. As a reward, allow me to pamper you further, my dear Ligf feigned shyness. Responding, you're quite naughty, but I like it. Were Nan Xiangwan to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly declare that such despicable individuals could not even be described as scum. Their malice knew no bounds. Meanwhile, Zhan Suyo faced his own challenges that day. He and Tang Ming, leveraging their advantages, had anticipated swiftly completing their daily task, only to encounter a formidable obstacle along the way. It appeared they had drawn attention for consistently exceeding expectations. After all, their seemingly easy victories sparked envy among others. Drop what you have in hand. We will not make things difficult for you. However, should you choose to be obstinate, do not blame us for being ungracious. We are 4, and you are merely 2. Consider your words carefully. Zhan Siyu displayed an utter disregard for them, yet he remained curious to observe Tang Ming's performance. After all, he wished to take this individual along with him. Throughout these days of collaboration, he found Tang to be quite commendable, particularly as a second-tier fire element ability user. The more ability users they had in their current team, the better. Naturally, he was selective about whom he wanted, and it was a rare stroke of luck to encounter someone so suitable, perfect for testing to his satisfaction. Tang Ming did not disappoint. That a furious exclamation erupted. How dare you snatch my belongings, you old fool seeking death. You think I'm afraid just because there are more of you? Let me make it clear. I've never backed down from a fight. If you want to steal, let us see if my knife agrees. With a contemptuous laugh, he added, since you are looking for trouble, let us oblige you. Come on, incapacitate them. A spat of defiance followed. Let us see who meets their end first. Having witnessed the commotion, Zhan Suyu quickly approached with his knife drawn. For he could not allow this individual to perish before his eyes. It would be a great loss. Soon, the room resonated with the cacophony of clashes and chaos, attracting a horde of zombies. As Zhan Suyu engaged in the fray, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Upon hearing the ominous hissing sounds, he realized the gravity of their predicament. Tang Ming, stop fighting. Grab the supplies and jump out the window quickly. Tang Ming, caught up in the heat of battle, quickly grasped Zhan's intent. Realizing the danger, he slung his backpack over his shoulders, seized a box, and leaped out the window alongside Zhan Siyu just as the zombies flooded into the room above. What followed was a chorus of pleas, cries, and curses from the 4 they had just incapacitated, which quickly faded into silence. Let South leave this place swiftly. The zombies will be upon us soon. Jean urged. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ming turned to follow Zhan Suyu, driven by a singular desire to survive. Perhaps his parents in Jing City were still alive. He yearned to find them, as the two secured their haul for the day. Darkness began to cloak the sky. Once in the vehicle, Jean instructed the driver to hasten their return, for the night's zombies were far more terrifying than those of the day. Nan Xiangwan, noticing the encroaching darkness and the absence of her companions, felt a twinge of anxiety as she paced the room, until a knock interrupted her thoughts. "Is that you, Jean?" "Yes, it's me," upon confirming the voice. She opened the door and ushered him inside, her concern palpable. "Why are you so late? Did something happen? You're not injured, are you?" Zhan Suyu regarded the woman before him, her worry evident, and mused that perhaps the proverbial frog in warm water was beginning to show signs of change. "Rest assured, I am unharmed. There was a minor incident, but it has been resolved. That's a relief. Come, sit and rest for a moment. By the way, Lu Yao, this is Brother Jean. Lu Yao, upon being introduced, cautiously greeted. "Hello, Brother Jean." "Hello," he replied briefly, for his warmth was reserved solely for one woman. Chapter 51. Stirring the water's all right. You should wash up and then have dinner. After that, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Understood. I'll go now. Without further ado, Zhan Suyu rose and made his way to the restroom, emerging only after ensuring he was presentable. Meanwhile, Lu Yao gazed wide-eyed at the sumptuous meal before her, the aroma wafting through the air, prompting a silent gulp. It was a lack of ambition that kept her from eating. Rather, she had not tasted proper food in a year. Surviving thus far was merely a stroke of luck. Noticing Lu Yao sitting quietly, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of sympathy and promptly said, "Come eat. And you didn't see anything, understood?" "Yes, I saw nothing at all, but is it really all right for me to eat this?" "Yes, enjoy. The buns will fill you up." The three of them savored their dinner, and once they had finished, Nan Xiangwan turned to Zhan Suyu. "While you were gone, a group of people arrived, quite a sizable one. Is that unusual?" "I didn't say it was unusual. The key point is that the leaders of this group are my enemies. What do you think of that?" Zhan Suyu was taken aback by the revelation that she had enemies. "Are they truly as vile as you suggest?" If Nan Xiangwan knew how much he could speculate, she would surely be exasperated. "Why are you silent? What's on your mind?" "I'm contemplating whether you intend to kill or simply—" "Well, you know what I mean, a ready scapegoat for a dog-eat-dog scenario." "How splendid. If that's your wish, then let us proceed. After all, I stand to lose nothing as long as the lady is pleased. I have stayed here long enough. I had intended to wait for them to come to me. Yet plans often falter. It's not that they're unwilling to stir trouble. It's just that Nan Xiangwan has portrayed herself far too poorly. Otherwise, she would have long been presented to those above. Then, let us proceed as planned tonight. The base leader must be dealt with, and we'll gather arms to leave as for supplies. We'll take what we can. But we cannot strip the place bare. There are still many survivors here. All right, I'll follow your lead. We'll take action tonight. However, exercise caution. Among the newcomers, we cannot guarantee the absence of mental ability users." "Understood. You two rest first. I'll seek someone out. If all goes well, I'll bring back an ability user. Stay safe." After Zhan Suyu departed, he made his way to Tang Ming's room, where Tang was currently munching on bread and ham. Upon hearing the knock, he irritably inquired, "Who is it?" "Zhan Suyu. You're here. What brings you here?" "Aren't you with your girlfriend?" Zhan Suyu closed the door behind him before speaking. "That I need to discuss something with you. We plan to evacuate tonight. Will you join us?" "What? Where are we going?" "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Zhan Suyu, future leader of the Southern Base, currently leading a team of a dozen ability users. Care to consider joining us? And what are you doing here?" "Causing trouble." "Not entirely. Primarily, we're here to rescue people and pick up someone like you. Our destination is Jing City." Upon hearing Jing City, Tang Ming's interest peaked, and without a second thought, he exclaimed, "I'm in, but will you be providing meals?" "Rest assured, as long as you're not incapacitated, we'll feed you. This is my token of sincerity." With that, a plate of water chicken materialized in Zhan's hand. Tang Ming stared in astonishment at the dish, convinced he was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes and confirming its reality, he snatched the food and devoured it heartily, lamenting the stark difference between their circumstances. This food is divine. I die happy right now. Zhan Suyu remained silent, merely observing him eat until he finished out. That was delightful. Leader, what time do we leave? I'll prepare, but please take my supplies with you. You have storage capabilities, after all. Are you certain? Of course. Why would Ti leave when there's food and drink? Besides, I initially planned to go to Jing City in search of my parents. The hope of finding them alive may be slim, but I still wish to in that case. Once you're ready, come to my side. Tonight, the vice captain and I will be going out, so you can stay back to watch the others. What? The vice captain? Isn't your girlfriend? Just acting to... Impressive. I'll take my leave for a while, and I'll come find you 11. All right, I'll take your supplies now, but rest assured I won't pilfer your belongings. You're quite the joker. Just take it all. As long as I don't starve, I'm satisfied. I'll take my leave now. Don't oversleep, for we wait for you, I understand. I promised to be on time. He was eager to leave this place behind. When Zhan Suyu returned to his room, the others began to rest, knowing they would need their strength for the escape later that night. At 11, Tang Ming arrived punctually. Zhan Suyu introduced him to Nan Xiangwan, then said, Tang Ming, this is Liu Yao. Once we leave, you two stay put in the room. Here, essay walkie-talkie. When we call for you. Come down immediately, understood? Got it. But do you really not need our help? No, just the two of us will suffice. Remember, no matter what sounds you hear, if we don't call for you, don't leave the room. If chaos ensues, I won't be able to find you. Rest assured, we'll behave. We won't be a hindrance. Then we'll take our leave now. We had intended to wait a bit longer. But since sleep eludes us, let us go scout the area. Come on, Nan. Yes, let us go. And Liu Yao, listen to your brother. You'll meet him tomorrow I will. The two slipped quietly out of the building into the dark night, stealthily approaching the central building. The real spectacle began when Zhan Suyu and Nan Xiangwan engaged in battle with Han Jibin. Zhan Suyu had long harbored intentions to eliminate his target, and there was no way he would let them escape. He had initially worried it would take considerable effort, but it appeared circumstances had favored them. The bodyguards had been dispatched to prevent others from discovering the scheme, thus facilitating their endeavor. 11W took the lead in sealing the entire room with her mental power. When Shin S encountered the sound isolation, he yanked the scoundrel off the bed without hesitation. To his surprise, this fellow possessed not only fire abilities, but also wood abilities, almost leading to his downfall. Without a moment's pause, Shin S drew his pistol and shot HNJBN in the head, leaving the latter bewildered until his dying breath as to why such a fate had befallen him. Subsequently, in order to avoid detection, This dealt with the woman on the bed as well. That it was only after the scuffle concluded that N11W retracted her mental power, contemplating that if they did not wrap things up soon, their abilities would be depleted. Nonetheless, she found satisfaction in the fact that matters had been resolved smoothly. Chapter 52. Digging three corners once, the leavening WN confirmed that the individuals were thoroughly incapacitated. She promptly began searching for useful items, and Tishin S was equally industrious. Before long, he unearthed some valuable treasures from the bedside cabinet, which N11 WN found beneath her notice. Save for the crystals contained within a box. With this item, she could assist those without abilities in awakening their latent powers. Her gaze then fell upon the lifeless base leader, and she subtly remarked to Tishin S, "Tishin, since this person is dead, shouldn't we salvage his crystal?" Tishin S, noticing her eyes gleaming with interest, thought to himself that she was indeed perceptive. However, in an effort to maintain his cover, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Can the crystal's abilities be absorbed as well?" "Not just that. Hurry and help me dig them out, and you will soon find out," she replied, having not yet devised a plan on how to explain this to him. Sensing her reluctance to divulge further, S refrained from pressing the matter and, picking up a dagger, extracted two quail egg-sized red and green crystals, which were remarkably beautiful. "Here, take these and keep them safe," he said as N11WN accepted the two crystals, turning to place them in her backpack before sending them into her space. Meanwhile, S felt a surge of energy. Narrowing his eyes in realization that this little woman indeed harbored deep secrets, using her brother as a shield, it became evident that her space was the focal point of her abilities. All right, we should leave. The stench of blood will soon attract attention. Yes, let's head underground. Once we finish, we can evacuate. The two quickly made their way to the basement.Having. I will use my wind abilities to disperse the sedative. If it proves ineffective, we shall resort to force. You possess wind abilities as well? He questioned, having never witnessed or used them before. Did this woman truly possess an abundance of hidden cards? In 11, in WN. Caught in a moment of excitement, momentarily forgot this detail and awkwardly replied, I forgot to mention, I'm a 4-type ability user. Mental, water, wood, and wind. Including space, that makes 5 types, doesn't it? I did not expect you to surpass me in this regard. No wonder I have taken an interest in you. Very well. I will keep this matter confidential for you. Let us begin. We must act swiftly to avoid complications. Right. I shall commence immediately. 11 WN, then utilize their wind abilities to blow the sedative towards those present. Xiaoling. Why is there wind? Could it be that I drank too much? Where could the wind possibly come from in this airtight space? Best to rest. Though he spoke dismissively, he remained vigilant. Perhaps I truly have had too much to drink. There is no wind in this basement. Sleep now. After in 11 WN spread the sedative and monitored the time, she soon saw the 10 individuals succumb to slumber. Let us proceed, in order to conceal her space. She had to watch as the big shots gathered their spoils, thinking to herself that she had truly underestimated the situation. Would they refuse to share anything upon their return? S worked swiftly, collecting food supplies before heading to the armory to loot. Just as in 11 WN was about to follow, she suddenly sensed a surge of energy and approached the slumbering ability users, malevolently stating, "Those who are not unconscious, get up. Otherwise, I shall set you ablaze." Xiaoling indeed remained conscious, crediting his mental abilities for the advantage. Yet he had not anticipated encountering such formidable opposition. Realizing he had no choice, he finally opened his eyes. "Big boss, I know nothing. Will you spare me?" You have not fainted, so rise and speak." Tito was surprised. He had stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. If his assumptions were correct, this individual was likely a mental ability user as well. It would be a waste not to take advantage of this. Now, tell me, how many misdeeds have you committed under your leader? Xiaoling, seeing that the big boss was inclined to chat and had no intention of executing him, happily replied, "Big boss, I have committed no wrongs. Truly, I was merely assigned here to earn a living. To be honest, I have not been outside in ages." "Really? You have never committed any wrongs?" I find that hard to believe. Xiaoling, fearing he might be falsely accused, immediately swore, "If I am lying, I shall remain forever single and without heirs." In this apocalypse, you still dream of heirs. How naive. Then, let me ask you again, among these 10, who is like you? 2 others are innocent. The rest have all bullied women and children. Oh, how do you know so much? Xiaoling thought to himself. How could I not know? The woman who entertained them often provided them with amusement. Only the 3 of us maintained our sobriety. Had we not been utterly powerless, we would have long since eliminated these brutes. The 3 of us can testify that what I say is the truth. What if the 3 of you are in cahoots? Impossible. If we could, big boss, please take us with you. We have long grown weary of this life. Teske, before even being recruited, they have presented themselves at my doorstep at 8 that moment. S returned after securing the supplies, and, upon seeing an 11 WN conversing with someone, immediately inquired, "What is happening?" I encountered one who did not faint. This lad possesses mental powers and wishes to bring along the other 2 brothers with us. What do you think? Shall we take them? Xiaoling, taken aback by the cold demeanor of the man before him, cast a glance back and then bowed his head in prayer. Hoping to be included by the big boss, S was pleasantly surprised by the cleverness of the little woman. This would allow them to bring back several ability users. He addressed Xiaoling. "Are you certain you wish to accompany us?" "Indeed, I am certain. As long as the 3 of us can leave together, rest assured, I am a mental and metal ability user. As NH or N has earth abilities, and BIZL possesses wood and healing abilities. However, here no one knows that we are dual-type ability users. This is my sincerity. What do you think? upon hearing his words, and N11W exchanged a glance with HNS, thinking that this unexpected windfall was indeed splendid. Their expedition to the base had proven immensely profitable. Very well, but my sedative lacks an antidote, so the responsibility of carrying these two will fall upon Azich N and X Xiol Ing. What more could HNS say? Since the little woman had made her decision, they would simply carry them along. Let us go. We leave with you now. X Xiol Ing was astonished that they could truly depart, and immediately rose to retrieve the backpacks of the three. Big boss, did you not take the arms and supplies from that warehouse? All taken care of. I possess spatial abilities, so can we leave now? Upon hearing this, Xiol Ing thought to himself that as long as they did not leave anything behind, he would pull his two friends out, each carrying one, while 11 WN led the way to ensure the plan appeared realistic. They first placed the two unconscious individuals against a wall to await their escape, leaving X Xiol Ing to stand guard. 11 WN then proceeded to lead G's convoy to stow their goods, while she felt a pang of regret over the arms. She understood that without some sacrifice, they could not trap the wolves if they did not leave behind some evidence. How would they incite conflict? Moreover, she intended to make the evidence abundantly clear, though she lamented that such a splendid spectacle could not be witnessed. She only hoped they would not perish too swiftly, for otherwise, vengeance would lose its thrill. Chapter 53. Return. After 11 WN had meticulously arranged everything, she went to retrieve the others. When Ming heard the intercom crackle to life, he immediately rose and pulled Lyo's small arm, ushering her out. It was only upon their meeting that Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us go. We must leave at once. If we calculate the time, the next patrol will soon discover us. What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and retreat. If you're not proactive about escaping, there is something wrong with your head? Lyo tightly covered her mouth along the way, fearing she might inadvertently cry out. Xiol Ing, on this side, was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, terrified of being abandoned by the big boss. Once everyone was gathered, Adich produced a ladder to X. Xiol Ing was the first to carry one person over. Then Ing followed suit, taking another, while 11 WN led the way, with Azich bringing up the rear. HNS, without hesitation, quickly retrieved the longest ladder from his space and leaned it against the wall. The others promptly began to scale it. Once each individual had successfully crossed over, the base erupted into chaos, the first to notice being the base leader's death. Seeing the anticipated drama unfold, and 11 WN led the group away without a backward glance. It was not until they reached the main road that Zich produced a Buick business vehicle from his space, as the previous four-seater was insufficient for their numbers. Ing and X Xiol Ing, witnessing the big boss's efficiency, thought to themselves that indeed their decision to escape had proven wise. Get in the car quickly. The zombies at night are terrifying. Upon hearing 11 WN's command, the others swiftly boarded the vehicle. Agent S took the wheel, while 11 WN occupied the passenger's seat. Azichin, prepare a few small grenades, should we encounter a horde of zombies. We want to be caught off guard. Understood. He casually produced a small box of grenades and inquired, is this sufficient? 11 WN, cradling the grenades in her arms, nodded in response. That should suffice. If not, we shall speak up. I hope our luck holds out. She too wished to avoid an encounter with those creatures in the dead of night. Fasten your seatbelts. Let us set off. Jean Siu, though filled with uncertainty, had not ventured out at night for quite some time. No one could predict what dangers lurked in the darkness. They could only fervently pray for a stroke of good fortune. Hoping to return swiftly to the safety of their haven, Su Xiaolong had not emerged in ages and was utterly oblivious to the state of the outside world, where even the zombies seemed to be stuck in their nascent phase. In contrast, Tang Ming was somewhat anxious, fearing that the leader might prove inadequate and lead them all to become fodder for the undead. Fortunately, the zombies relied primarily on their keen hearing. Otherwise, with the glaring headlights illuminating the night, they would indeed become conspicuous targets. Recently, Nan Xiangwan was also struggling with his appetite and sleep. Their camp had already endured 2 waves of minor zombie assaults. Had it not been for the abundance of firearms, they would have perished long ago. Situ Mo had intended to find a different location to rest while awaiting their comrades. Yet Nan Xiangwan adamantly refused to leave, preferring to slay zombies daily rather than risk losing track of his sister upon her return. Meanwhile, the group on the road faced their own tribulations, encountering a frenzied horde of zombies along the way. Nan Xiangwan did not hesitate for an instant. She rolled down the window and began tossing grenades. Disregarding the precious crystal cores, the night was too dark, and who knew how many dangers lurked nearby. Thus, they continued their journey, discarding numerous grenades before finally returning to their previous temporary refuge. Upon hearing the sound of the vehicle, Nan Xiangwan sprang from his bed, his heart racing with excitement as he thought, surely, his sister had returned. However, Situ Mo remained composed, instructing everyone to wait until the occupants of the vehicle disembarked before allowing them to proceed. "The captain is back. Let us go greet him." The others quickly descended the stairs, especially Lu Wei, who was anxiously awaiting news of his sister. When Lu Yao finally stepped out of the vehicle, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. "Oh, brother, I knew you were still alive. Those people are all villains. Fear not, for it was your brothers who rescued me and your sister-in-law." Noticing that everyone had disembarked, Nan Xiangwan quickly urged, "Hurry and help get the 2 unconscious ones out of the car. This place is not safe. We must remain vigilant against any sudden appearances of zombies." The others immediately grew alert. Aware that they were without any protective walls, with the return of his sister, Nan Xiangwan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once all the vehicle's occupants had exited, they made their way upstairs. "Sister, why did you bring back so many people?" Seeing her brother's dark circles from lack of sleep, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of concern. "Have you not been sleeping well lately? Look at you. You're almost a national treasure.as for the newcomers. They were all newly recruited ability users. Oh, but why are the 2 unconscious? They were drugged. How did that happen? Could you please let me rest for a moment? Why are there so many questions? Are you a walking encyclopedia?" Sorry, elder sister. Come on, let us go to sleep. We can talk more in the morning." Thus, as the night wore on, no one spoke further, choosing to wait until dawn to discuss matters. The 5 newcomers were assigned to rooms with Lu Wei and the others, as long as they had beds to sleep in. Those on duty still had to maintain their posts, while it was quiet at their location. The bright base was in chaos. The reason was simple. Not only had the base leader perished, but items from the basement had also gone missing. Furthermore, the newly arrived team led by Li Jie had drawn unwanted attention. Their misfortune had struck just as they arrived at the base. However, Zhou Muyang was not one to be trifled with, and it was soon evident that the base would change hands, with both sides suffering significant losses. Li Jie and Zhou Muyang were both in a state of frenzy, for upon inspecting their vehicle, it became clear that they had been duped. Nan Xiangwan enjoyed a deep, restful slumber until daybreak. That morning, all team members gathered and lined up for breakfast. The 2 who had been unconscious had long since awakened, and after Su Xiaolong provided an explanation, they accepted their situation with composure. At that moment, Tang Ming, holding his allocated bowl, curiously inquired of the veteran team members, "Is this how you all eat every day?" Wang Ming, puffing up with pride at being asked by the newcomer, replied, "Indeed, our captain is quite generous. As long as you slay zombies and contribute, not only will you eat well and sleep soundly, but he will also guide us in honing our abilities." I'm not exaggerating. Our vice captain is just as commendable. He gave a thumbs up, beaming with pride. Naturally, the newcomers overheard their conversation, astonished that even in the apocalypse, they could enjoy such good food. Truly, there is no harm in comparison. And it seemed that aligning with strong leaders was indeed the right choice. As Zhang Xiu noticed their ongoing chatter, he called out sharply, "Let's discuss matters after we've finished eating. We have a meeting to attend shortly." "Hurry up." "Understood, Captain. We're on it." Wang Ming then urged the others, "Quickly, finish your meals. The team provides ample food, but wastefulness will not be tolerated. Anyone caught wasting food will find themselves without a meal for the day." Tang Ming and the others chuckled, responding, "Thank you for the reminder. Off we go. Actions speak louder than words. After all, we've walked this path ourselves." Chapter 54. Team assignment. Once the entire team had finished breakfast, Zhang Xiu and Nan Xiangwan commenced the meeting. Ahem, the agenda for today's meeting is quite straightforward. Our team has now grown to 20 members, apart from Lu Yao, who has yet to awaken his abilities. The rest of you possess special skills that I will now begin assigning your roles moving forward. First, Wu Ji and Bai Zile will oversee the medical needs of the entire team, that I will prepare a medical kit and relevant literature for you both, with Lu Yao assisting while he learns. Remember, my team does not harbor any idlers. If you wish to eat, you must work. Wu Ji, Bai Zile, and Lu Yao responded in unison. Understood. Zhang Xiyu continued, very well. However, you must also engage in combat when facing zombies. Otherwise, living in comfort will not serve you well. Remember, in this apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. Next, Liang Shuzhe will lead the first squad, with your team comprising Vice Captain Wang Meng, Zhang Lu, Lu Yun, Qian Lei, Zhao Yunfeng, and Wu Ji. Any objections? None. Excellent. You may also recruit additional members for your tasks in the future, but ensure their character is sound. If you admit a treacherous individual, the captain will bear full responsibility. Understood. Next came the assignment of the second squad, led by Tang Ming, with Vice Captain Su Xiaolong, followed by Lu Wei, Anna, Sun Haoran, Bai Zile, and Lu Yao. You two may recruit individuals for your missions, but be vigilant about their character. You are a team, and the captain should heed their suggestions. After all, there's a saying that outsiders see things more clearly. Tang Ming, unexpectedly appointed as the second squad leader, was taken aback but quickly rose to express, "Rest assured, I will communicate effectively with my team." Good, I have faith in you. At least among the newcomers, you are the most familiar. The others will require observation. Subsequently, Ainin, Haochen, Sida, Mo, Bai Minghao, and Wang Hao will primarily be responsible for the team's resource collection. If you have any questions, now is the time to voice them. We can make adjustments as needed. If there are no issues, we will proceed with execution. None. Splendid. Now, regarding the distribution of crystal cores, previously we allocated them evenly among the team. But that will no longer be the case, as the number of team members will only increase. Each squad will now manage its own distribution. Each day, each squad must submit 21 second-tier crystal cores as your daily sustenance. This is the current standard, equating to 1 meal per core. Any surplus cores can be exchanged with me for items you require. Your future well-being depends on your efforts. Once we reach our destination, I will detail the necessary cores for all supplies. Understood. Next, I will deploy 3 commercial vehicles, 1 for each squad. Remember to maintain them well. Every good vehicle that breaks down is 1 less we have. Yes, with my instructions concluded, does Ainin have anything to add? Pointed out by Zhang Xiyu. Nan Xiangwan realized she had something to address and stated, "I only wish to say this. Be mindful of how much supplies we have in our space. It will be wise to keep your mouth shut, especially around strangers. If anyone sets their sights on our resources, we'll all be left to fend for ourselves. Indeed, especially single men. Do not be swayed by women's charms, or you may find yourself in dire straits. Ahem, we will keep each other in check. All right, everyone, pack your bags and prepare to depart," with Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan having made all necessary arrangements. They set off, having already tarried too long in this location. Each squad leader collected their vehicles and walkie-talkies, and they all climbed aboard. Zhang Xiyu took the lead in the first vehicle. The 3 cars proceeded slowly, soon encountering their first wave of zombies. Nan Xiangwan released her mental energy to assess the situation, reporting, "Approximately 200. We may need firearms." Zhang Xiyu, gripping the steering wheel, nodded in agreement. "Mosey, relay the order to prepare for battle." Understood. As the zombies drew nearer, everyone disembarked from the vehicles, armed and ready. Observing the horde of decaying zombies, they donned their masks. Zhang Xiyu's command, the team sprang into action. Bam! Crack! Crack! Boom! Bang! Bang! Crack! With the cacophony of sounds. They swiftly dispatched half of the zombies. Suddenly, a particularly formidable zombie burst forth, spewing flames at them. Nan Xiangwan shouted, "Water-type abilities, step forward!" Upon hearing the news, Zhang Lu, the water element ability user in the team, promptly approached Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Xiyu. And together they unleashed a barrage of water walls and columns against the fire element zombies. Soon, a thoroughly drenched zombie was struck by a bolt of purple lightning, emitting a hissing sound as it instantly began to smolder. Recognizing the signature of a formidable ally, Nan Xiangwan understood that her brother's lightning did not possess such formidable power. Everyone be cautious. If a superhuman becomes a zombie, they will be just like those we faced moments ago. After a frenzied assault with firearms, the last 20 zombies were finally dispatched. Each member collected 10 zombie heads, preparing to excavate, while the number of crystal cores they unearthed would depend on luck. The surplus from the 2 additional teams would be evenly divided. Wang Hao and Lu Yao, both 12 years old, were accustomed to this grim reality. Wang Hao had previously excavated crystal cores and had mentally prepared himself. However, for Lu Yao, being a girl, the experience was overwhelming as she dug while retching. Even the newcomers, Su Xiaolong and his companions, were not faring much better. Had their captain not been replaced, who could have predicted their abilities would still be capable of upgrading? And who would have thought that the key to such upgrades lay within the brains of the zombies? Thus, to survive, one must continually slay zombies in search of crystal cores. The veteran members chuckled at the sight of their younger selves, recalling a time when they had been equally nauseated. Once all the crystal cores were dealt with, the group boarded their vehicles and continued their journey northward as they passed a mountain villa. Both Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan sensed an overwhelming danger to Dajan. They must be mutated animals, and there are likely mutated plants as well. We should best avoid this place. Indeed, I too have sensed it. But I believe there is more to it. This world is becoming increasingly perilous. Let's hasten our departure before nightfall. It will be troublesome then. Yes, Mosey, relay the message to the rear. Keep close to my vehicle and speak softly. Zhang Xiyu wasted no time, accelerating past the villa, with the others following suit. Fortuitously, their instincts proved invaluable, for just moments after their departure, the villa's gates swung open. Chapter 55. Encountering trouble in Lu Province as night descended. Zhang Xiyu and his companions finally found a place to rest to minimize material loss. He swiftly concealed their vehicles upon disembarking. Upon entering the vacant, unfurnished room, Nan Xiangwan mused that without their own belongings, there would be nowhere to sit. The space consisted of a large open area with 2 doors. Each team would send 3 members to take turns keeping watch. Haochen, equipped with cooking utensils, began preparing dinner. We shall start today, and in the future, each team will take turns cooking. Seeing his sister nod in agreement, Nan Haochen promptly retrieved a generator, rice cooker, gas canister, and various cooking tools from his space. Along with ample food supplies for after a long day, this was their only opportunity for a warm meal. The newer team members gawked at the sizable block of frozen meat, their eyes wide. It had been ages since they had last savored meat in this post-apocalyptic world. They all silently vowed to protect their food supplies, for in these times, filling one's stomach took precedence over any fleeting romance. Nan Haochen retreated to a corner, pulling out makeshift furniture for resting. He even thoughtfully surrounded his sister's sleeping area with wardrobes. The others were no longer surprised. After all, this devoted brother was genuinely considerate, especially with his spatial abilities. Zhang Xiyu was equally generous, producing bedding for everyone and even 2 large tables and 20 chairs for dining. Once Nan Xiangwan had organized her belongings, she set to work preparing the meal. For the first time, cooking for such a large group, she opted for a hearty stew, as it was both convenient and efficient. As the aroma of the meat wafted through the air, stomachs began to grumble in unison, unmistakably indicating hunger. Haochen, let them serve themselves. The dishes will be ready shortly. Oh, the sound of the call to serve. The others eagerly grabbed their bowls and lined up. Nan Xiangwan quickly brought out 2 large pots of stew. Let us eat. As per tradition, no waste is permitted. They all dug in simultaneously, and as Nan Xiangwan observed the 2 tables sharing a meal, it felt akin to a feast, albeit with only 1 dish and devoid of smoke or wine. After satisfying their hunger, they rested or practiced their abilities. The following day, the group resumed their journey northward, eventually arriving at the capital of Lu Province. Upon their arrival, they were confronted by a throng of people who halted their vehicles. Stop your vehicles for inspection. Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. However, this route was the fastest way north, and they had no choice but to confront this group. Zhang Baiming, the diplomat, stepped out of the vehicle. Greetings, brothers that we are merely passing through. We kindly request you allow us passage. Thank you. Apologies, but the entirety of J City has been requisitioned by our Sunrise base. You may pass, but a total of 50 gene of food per person is required. This was Biming's first encounter with bandits, and he was taken aback by their audacity. 50 gene per person. Were they demanding a total of 1,000 gene from a group of 20? How bold! Brothers, we are not heading to your base, merely transiting. Is this toll not excessive? Everyone knew the value of food in this post-apocalyptic world. To demand such an amount upon first meeting was outrageous. The leader, Zhou Bing, dismissed Biming's arguments that, "Do not waste my time with your words. There exists a power known as spatial ability. How can I be certain you haven't stored your goods in a spatial realm? Do not underestimate my intelligence. Either hand over the food, or turn back to where you came from." Very well. Allow me to confer with the captain before I respond. Biming, wary of the situation, sensed that their imposing presence was bolstered by something substantial. Upon returning to the vehicle, Zhang Xiyu stated, "We will not proceed today. Let's turn back, find a place to rest, and gather information on this Sunrise base." This is so frustrating. These individuals are utterly unyielding. I wonder who their leader is. Regardless of who they are, they're certainly not good people, Nan Xiangwan remarked angrily. All right, Mosey, inform the rear to retreat. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiyu led his team away. Zhou Bing was caught off guard by their swift departure. Realizing that they could have negotiated for more supplies. "Brother, are we just going to let them walk away?" Zhou Bing retorted. "What else can we do? Are we to forcefully seize them? They have but 3 vehicles. While we outnumber them, that a forceful take could be viable." After hearing his subordinate's suggestion, Zhou Bing slapped him upside the head and scolded, "Have you lost your mind? In an uncertain situation, you would dare to act. Do you not fear they might dispatch you to the afterlife with a grenade? Have you been living too comfortably lately to start getting reckless?" The chastised subordinate quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. Brother, I just thought it was a rare opportunity. We haven't had a good haul in ages. We are always on guard here fighting zombies, and I momentarily lost my senses. Forget it. If they truly wish to pass, they shall return. Let us move on." Meanwhile, Zhang Xiyu and his group drove to a villa community, selecting a clean residence to stay in. "Captain, if we proceed, will we truly need to prepare that much food?" Biming inquired anxiously upon entering. "No, I plan to use the same method as last time. We will scout first. 100 gene of food for the base is negotiable. That one do. My sister cannot go again. If it must be done, I will accompany her." Zhang Xiyu felt a headache coming on. He merely sought an excuse to spend time alone with Nan Xiangwan, yet his younger brother insisted on tagging along. Nan Xiangwan understood Zhang Xiyu's reasoning, recognizing that fewer individuals meant greater safety, and not every situation mirrored the last. As long as their counterparts were not unscrupulous, they would not resort to treachery. "Here's the plan. Tomorrow, Ajan and I will scout first. If the base seems acceptable, I will bring you all over. If there are issues, we shall return swiftly and chart a different course, even if it means taking the long way around." But their demands are exorbitant. They ask for far too much food. That could be negotiated. I believe that if Ajan and I demonstrate our abilities, they will not be overly difficult. Indeed, what Anand said resonates with my thoughts. In this world, strength reigns supreme. That it is settled then. We too will scout, and you shall wait here to not worry. We will return quickly. Within 2 days at most. Nan Xiangwan wished to voice further concerns, but was led away by Nan Xiangwan. It was best to comfort his brother. Children could be quite troublesome. Chapter 56. Sunrise Base. Nan Xiangwan reassured her younger brother, soothing him until he was finally at ease. That evening, Zhang Xiyu, wishing to reward the team, retrieved a bounty of beef and lamb from his spatial realm, preparing to grill meat. After a long day of travel, it was crucial to keep their morale high. After all, even a donkey must be well fed to work efficiently. The teammates were thrilled by the captain's generosity, for in the post-apocalyptic world, having a hot meal was a luxury in itself. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan regarded the mountains of fruits and vegetables in her spatial realm with a slight headache. Since the apocalypse, her space has been continuously cultivating grains and vegetables without pause. Even the poultry and livestock she purchased have bred in waves. And considering the current situation, it is truly inappropriate to bring them out. Recently, The vegetables available to eat are all those hastened to maturity using flower pots by the team's wood-type abilities. With a long sigh, she wonders when she can openly enjoy a meal. Yet, no one knows of her troubles. Everyone is busy preparing ingredients for dinner, the tea that moment. Jean Siu approached and said, "We're departing tomorrow morning. This time, let's prepare some subpar grains. What do you think?" Nan Xiangwan replied nonchalantly, "It's up to you. After all, it could very well be meat buns for dogs." Jean Siu chuckled, "Don't worry if the base here is also lacking. We can still return with some interest. Let us see that I'm feeling a bit irritable right now. I don't want to think about anything. Just take it one step at a time. All right, let's eat first and then sleep. I wonder how the base in Jing City is doing that if the base I arrange has perished, we might have to find a new place upon our return. Why switch places? Do you have a deed?" "Yes, but who would recognize that now?" Whether they recognize it or not, they better be sensible. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending them a mushroom cloud that if we can't have it, neither should they. How domineering. What? Is it not allowed? Anyone who makes me unhappy shall share in my displeasure. You see, this journey of slaying zombies has truly been exhausting. I just want to find a place free of them and lie down. Not caring about anything, just letting it all go, you understand? Jean Siu watched the little woman throwing a tantrum and said with a hint of amusement, "Once our base is fully established, you, as the deputy base leader, can indeed let it all go and simply direct others to do the work." That does sound a bit appealing. How long do you think it will take us to get there? Actually, if the journey goes smoothly, we could arrive in 2 days. The key issue now is that the roads are largely destroyed, with various ruins blocking the way, not to mention the multitude of zombies. Even if we hurry, it will take us a week to reach. Sigh. If it weren't for the need to stockpile supplies back then, we would have already settled in Jing City. Well, don't think too much about it. The future will be better with me around. Nan Xiangwan looked at the gentle big shot, feeling as if he might like her, but rationality triumphed over reality. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. That evening, the group of 20 not only feasted on barbecued meat, but also each received a bottle of beer, while the children enjoyed drinks, feeling quite content. The next morning, Jean Siu arranged the work there and set off with Nan Xiangwan. This time, however, they presented themselves as siblings, and the vehicle was much better than the last one, for the previous ride had nearly made Nan Xiangwan nauseous, and this time they were determined to avoid such discomfort. Following the route from yesterday, they quickly reached their destination. Zhou Bing's subordinates noticed their arrival and immediately exclaimed, "Boss, someone is coming. A car, hurry." "There's no need for such commotion. Just follow the normal procedure," Jean Siu responded coolly. Yes, after Jean Siu got out of the car, he leaned against it and smoked, while the onlookers couldn't help but envy the sight of someone enjoying a smoke. Zhou Bing approached and saw the scene. Calculating in his mind, he said, "Hello, are you just passing through or heading to the base? Our Sunrise base offers excellent treatment, especially for ability users." Jean Siu finished his last puff, crushed the cigarette but underfoot, and replied coldly, "My cousin and I wish to go to the base. I possess lightning abilities, and my sister has wind abilities. What kind of treatment can you offer us?" Zhou Bing, not expecting to encounter 2 rare ability users, felt a surge of excitement while also calculating how much profit he could gain. Jean Siu remained patient, waiting for Zhou Bing's response. Once Zhou Bing gathered his thoughts, he explained, "To enter the base, each of you must submit 80 gene of grain, but since you're ability users, it can be halved. However, once you're in the base, you need to find supplies to pay for your meals and water daily. You know how scarce food and water are now that you've occupied this area for so long. Are you sure you can still find supplies?" Jean Siu asked bluntly. Zhou Bing, not a fool, immediately replied, "Of course, there are still supplies in the city, but the places are infested with zombies, and ordinary people dare not venture there, that if you have the courage to retrieve them, you won't need to look elsewhere." "All right then, take us there now that we've had enough of killing zombies. We're tired. Once we rest today, we'll naturally go out tomorrow to find supplies. However, we prefer not to team up with others. So if possible, just register us. Sure, I'll personally take you to the base and then register you there." "Okay, can you move the roadblock?" They then got into the car. Nan Xiangwan had been resting with her eyes closed. And when Jean Siu got into the car, she asked, "Is it all sorted so quickly?" "Yes, just keep sleeping. I'll wake you when we arrive." All right. Shortly after, Zhou Bing instructed his men to remove the roadblock. and Zhang Xiyu drove through. Soon, both vehicles arrived at the Sunrise base. Zhang Xiyu looked up and thought, this base seems impressive. The office building in the city center has been encircled. Not only are there plenty of living quarters, but the view is also expansive. He wondered if there were generators for power, considering the building's 60-plus stories. Climbing stairs every day could be quite tiring. Once Zhou Bing arrived, he got out first to communicate with the team leader. Before long, he returned with a middle-aged man named Yang Jiangwo. Upon seeing the man approach, Zhang Xiyu opened the car door and stepped out. Yang Jiangwo's eyes lit up at the sight of the man. The man's aura exuded a genuine coldness. He politely initiated the conversation. Hello, I'm Yang Jiangwo, the squad leader here, mainly responsible for registrations that I heard that you two want to stay. May I ask if this is a long-term or temporary arrangement? Hello, I'm Jean S.M.Y sister, and I are mainly here to find relatives in Jing. Thus, we can only temporarily reside for a while. In that case, the amount of supplies you need to submit might be a bit more than usual. I wonder if you... That's fine. Just state how much you need. However, I hope we can have a single room for the two of us, as we prefer a quiet environment. That's acceptable. This way, please. Chapter 57. A fortuitous encounter. Zhang Xiyu glanced back at the people in the car and nodded before heading to register with Yang Jiangwo. Nan Xiangwan had just awakened and was observing the towering building. Lost in thought. Zhang Si, Nan Wu, your names as cousins are rather interesting. Hearing Yang Jiangwo's mumbling, Zhang Xiyu remained silent. He thought the names were quite fitting, simple yet profound. All right, you need to submit 100 gene of grain to receive a single room. If you choose communal meals, you'll need to submit another gene of grain daily. After a month, you'll need to submit another 100 gene for the room FE.D. Oh, you have any other questions? Is it mandatory to go out to find supplies tomorrow? That depends on your personal choice. However, when there are no supplies submitted, we will clear your room. You can handle it as you see fit. There's no pressure. Thank you. Afterward, he handed 2 packs of cigarettes to Yang Jiangwo and Zhou Bing before returning to the car. Once they delivered the rice from the vehicle, Yang Jiangwo sent someone to fetch the keys and lead them to their room. Nan Xiangwan remained silent throughout, giving off an air of aloofness. Naturally, even if Zhang Xiyu spoke, his demeanor remained equally distant. All right, this is it. Try to limit your outings. The elevator operates from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m., and water is available at 8 a.m. If you need anything, just approach our team leader. Goodbye. Thank you. Once the others left, the two began to assess their new abode. Ajan, the environment here is quite good. I am curious to meet the base leader. I figured such a high floor would have a generator. Otherwise, just climbing to the 26th floor would be exhausting. Indeed, it's quite nice from our brief interaction. Aside from the slightly high supply submission, everything else seems satisfactory. The team leader appears clear-headed, so we can rest easy here. I'll take your word for it, but let us eat something first. I am famished, sure. Let us eat. After finishing their meal, the two settled down to rest when a commotion erupted from the neighboring room. Coincidentally, Nan Xiangwan recognized the voices that he Ming. Our team now has only 7 members left, and we're crammed into just one room. Are you capable or not? If not, we might as well disband. He Ming, listening to Zheng Zichen's furious outburst, felt increasingly gloomy. If it weren't for that woman, they wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. After managing to reach this base, they had barely any supplies left after submitting their grain. If it weren't for Zheng Zirwei still being around, he might have truly considered eliminating this troublesome person. If you want to disband, then go ahead. However, this place is ours. Remember, when you came, you had nothing. Zheng Zichen was about to protest when Zheng Zirwei held her back. You can have the room, but we expect a share of the supplies. After all, we contributed as well. Fine, let us distribute the supplies now, and then you all can scram. I regret saving you. Your lack of gratitude has cost us so many lives that He Ming. That's not how it works. No one wants their teammates to die. It's just a matter of lacking abilities that we all did our best. That's in the past now. Let us part ways amicably. Wang Lei, give them the supplies. Afterwards, Nan Xiangwan retracted her mental energy, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Who would have thought that in such a vast world, one could encounter an enemy no matter where one roamed? What a delightful surprise it is to see that after such a long time, people are still alive. Indeed, calamities can linger for a millennium. Jiangxi encountered a petite woman and, with a curious smile, inquired, "What have you heard that has made you so joyous?" "He guess." Jiangxi sighed in resignation, affectionately replying, "It wouldn't be that you've run into someone familiar again, would it?" "Oh, you are quite astute. Indeed, I have met an acquaintance, although they may have forgotten me by now. Still, seeing them in a less fortunate situation brings me great joy." If Liang Shuzhe were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be even more elated than Nan Xiangwan, as he had finally found the nemesis responsible for his sister's death. Though, another enemy? Not exactly. Just someone of ill repute. I happened to overhear them discussing the dissolution of their squad, and it seems their losses were quite severe. We're not in a position to take action just yet. Let us gather more information before making any decisions. Yes, but this time it may prove difficult to gather intel. There are several tall buildings here, and the most crucial point is that there's a blackout after 7 p.m. If it's just the two of us wandering about, we'll tire ourselves out. I think as long as the situation isn't too dire, we should let them come to us. Later, we can discuss matters with Zhou Bing, offering him some private incentives to ensure our passage. I still find it unsettling to reside in someone else's territory. The uncertainties are too numerous, and it makes for restless sleep. Listening to Nan Xiangwan, Jiangxi found no fault in her reasoning. He, too, was not fond of staying in someone else's domain, as it left one vulnerable to unforeseen schemes. Let us do this. We'll take a day to rest today, and tomorrow we'll venture out that we won't be scouring for supplies. Instead, we'll directly drive to find Zhou Bing. That, if all goes well, we can depart the day after tomorrow. Agreed. However, the base they had come to this time was indeed considerably cleaner than the last. With only a few individuals seeking to profit at the expense of others, as is often the case in crowded places. Just then, the Zheng siblings, having just parted ways with the Heyang team, found their way to Li Jiangguo. "Hello, we just disbanded from our previous squad. Could you arrange a room for the two of us?" Li Jiangguo, puffing on a cigarette he had acquired that day, glanced up at them and said, "If you turn in 20 jin of food, I'll show you to a room." Zhang Zichen, upon hearing this, shouted indignantly, "Didn't we already give you some? Why do you need so much more?" "You're thief." Zhang Zirai, hearing his cousin's outburst, immediately darkened his expression and hastily covered her mouth, apologizing, "I'm sorry, brother Ly's sister has been spoiled. Would 15 jin of food suffice? We truly cannot afford to give more right now. Once we venture out tomorrow and secure more supplies, we'll make it up to you. What do you say?" Li Jiangguo pondered for a moment before signaling to his subordinate. The subordinate immediately understood and replied, "All right, a single room is available, but it's only 20 square meters. Once you replenish the remaining supplies, we can upgrade you to a larger one." Zheng Zirai said nothing further, aware that one must bow their head when under someone else's roof. Only Zheng Zichen continued to resist. "Thank you, brother Li. We'll leave now." After arriving at their new room, Zheng Zirai finally allowed Zheng Zichen to speak. "Brother, why are you so cowardly? You know they're doing this on purpose." Zheng Zirai felt a surge of frustration at his sister's words. If it weren't for the lack of good buyers at the moment, he would have sold this foolish sister long ago. For now, he would let her live a little longer. She was more trouble than she was worth. Chapter 58. Xiao Jing. At this moment, Zheng Zichen remained oblivious to the disdain others held for her. Perhaps she deserved it. A year into the apocalypse had not taught her how to conduct herself, and it was a miracle she hadn't perished yet. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan was unaware of these happenings, as they bore no relevance to her. After releasing her mental energy to glean some gossip, she ceased her inquiries, realizing that the sheer number of individuals in the base made it impossible to gather all the information. "Ajan, I don't see anything of interest here, aside from a few reckless ones, and they have nothing to do with us. Tomorrow, you should go find Zhou Bing, and then we can leave the day after." "All right, I'll follow your lead. The weather is still early. You should rest in the room while I take a stroll to familiarize myself with this base." "Yes, that sounds good. This way, it will be easier when we establish our own base." "Exactly, I was thinking the same. I'll head out now. Take care." Jiangxi left the room, opting for the stairs rather than the elevator to release his mental energy and survey the surroundings. He soon discovered an abundance of ability users in this area, contemplating whether he should consider some covert strategies. Upon reaching the first-floor lobby, he inadvertently collided with someone He looked up to apologize. He was taken aback by the familiar face before him. Xiao Jing, what are you doing here? Xiao Jing had just returned with his team, and his mood was already sour as he was about to unleash a tirade. He was surprised to see a familiar-faced Ajan. Aren't you in Jing City? What brings you here? Did you come alone? It's not convenient to talk here. Let's south go to your place. Xiao Jing smacked his forehead, saying, right? How could I forget? Come on. I'm on the 19th floor. My brothers are behind me, and I'll introduce you later. All right, let's talk upstairs. Xiao Jing had not anticipated reuniting with a brother amidst the apocalypse. It was a delightful surprise. Once everyone returned to the room, Xiao Jing prompted, now, tell me, how did you end up here? Zhan Si found a seat, offering him a pack of cigarettes before beginning. I traveled to Haishur during the mid-apocalypse to search for supplies. You know how crucial food is during these times. After waiting for the extreme cold to pass, I started my journey back north that I had asked someone at the hospital to inform you to stock up. Didn't you heed that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing became irate, exclaiming, don't even mention it. I genuinely intended to stock up, but I have a half-brother above me. The family fortune is in my father and his hands. When I mentioned the apocalypse, they deemed me insane. In the end, I had to exert considerable effort to secure a portion of supplies. When the apocalypse truly struck and my mother turned into a zombie, they immediately demanded that I share the supplies. Infuriated, I fled with my loyal supporters, awakened my abilities, and gradually formed my own squad. Initially, I thought of establishing a base myself, but the issue of supplies was paramount, leading me here. What about Nan Gong and the others? Have you been in touch? No, but I know that Xiangwan Yu is at the Chuyang safe base in H province. Why haven't you all gathered together? He got held up. His White Lotus girlfriend, isn't well-intentioned. The apocalypse hasn't even shaken him awake. Don't bring it up. It just angers me. Good people are being tormented to the brink of madness. I'll head over to find him. I can't just watch my brother perish. Take me along to you have a place to stay in the north? As long as the base leader hasn't changed. There will be that if there has been a change, it's hard to say. But even if there is no base, I'll find a suitable place to establish one. I have plenty of supplies in hand. How about we build a base together? Absolutely. Since you said that, I have no reason to refuse. Anyway, I'm on my own now. It doesn't matter where I go. However, I currently have 34 people here. And transportation is an issue. Along with fuel, I can arrange all of that, and I have 20 people with me. Only one lacks abilities. What about your group? 22 of us have abilities, while 12 are ordinary. That is not be a deed. It would be best to hold a meeting. If anyone is willing to travel north, I will arrange for vehicles to leave together. If they're unwilling to come, I suggest you don't take everyone along. It is just the two of us in this room, and I want to waste time that I have plenty of supplies, and I've been collecting more along the way. You should be familiar with spatial abilities, right? Do you possess them? Indeed, look. Zhan Si casually produced a handgun before retracting it, causing Xiao Jing's eyes to light up in astonishment. Good brother, I had no idea you were this formidable. I'm not so lucky. I only have ice and water abilities. You have any others? Lightning and water. That is all. Why mental abilities are my trump card. Unless asked, I prefer not to disclose them. Wow, without comparison, there is no harm in envy. I am envious. Here, let me treat you to some roasted chicken. No need to envy. Xiao Jing, seeing the roasted chicken that had suddenly appeared, quickly reached out to snatch it, tearing off a drumstick to devour. Between bites, he exclaimed, "This is absolutely delicious. You're incredible. Since the apocalypse began, I haven't had a decent meal. It's been nothing but fast food and rations. And you have roasted chicken. This is utterly unjust. I'm telling you, I'm sticking with you from now on. Not for any other reason, just to eat well. All right, I'll keep you satisfied that you're a true brother." After Xiao Jing finished the entire roasted chicken, he continued to inquire, "Are all your people here?" "No, just myself and my future girlfriend." "Future girlfriend? So you haven't won her over yet?" "Tis TSK. I never expected that you would reach such a day. The blooming of an iron tree is indeed a rarity. I am quite curious to see what kind of woman has caught your eye." When Zhan Si was teased by his brothers, he did not take offense, but rather warned them with a hint of seriousness. "You'd better keep your distance from her. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in the role of a eunuch, and I won't be there to help you." "Oh dear, could she be a fierce woman?" I dare say you are the fierce one. She's quite formidable, and I suspect you wouldn't stand a chance against her in a confrontation. Well, I suppose I shall just observe from afar. Such a powerful character is best handled by you alone. All right, I must take my leave now. Otherwise, the girl will start to worry about me. You all have a meeting today, and I shall come find you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Let us leave it at that for now. Very well. I shall provide you with precise information tomorrow. Off you go now, and don't linger here unnecessarily. Indeed, farewell. Chapter 59. Finally together after leaving, Zhang Xiu found no inclination to wander further. He took the elevator straight back to his room. Upon entering, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Anan, I encountered a brother of mine here who is prepared to leave with me this time. Our team has grown stronger." Nan Xiangwan, intrigued by his words, put down her book and asked, "You have another brother? Is he reliable?" "Rest assured, he is trustworthy. Originally, we were a group of 6, all brothers who grew up together. I thought we would never see each other again after the world fell apart and communication became impossible. Yet here I am, having encountered one of them. If the others are still alive, our 6-man team will surely be unstoppable. In truth, heaven has bestowed upon him numerous surprises in this life, for in his previous existence, he never had the chance to reunite with them." Nan Xiangwan was astonished that such a powerful figure had additional brothers. If they could indeed gather as he claimed, their base would undoubtedly be the most formidable. Not only would they possess numerous extraordinary abilities, but they would also have ample weaponry and resources. Even her personal space could sustain a large group of people that Ajahn. Do not overthink it. I believe that fate will bring people together. Look, you have already met one. Indeed, and I also received news about another person who is heading north and will pass by here. That means we can reunite yet another brother. All right, I trust your judgment. We shall go wherever the road takes us. Thank you. And if no need to look at me with those eyes, or I might start to think you have feelings for me." Zhang Xiu was taken aback by her words, yet he no longer wished to prolong the subtle game. After all, with more strong individuals joining their ranks, he could not afford to let anyone else swoop in. He then crouched down, gazing at Nan Xiangwan with deep affection, and said, "Wanwan, I am fond of you. Would you grant me the opportunity to care for you?" Nan Xiangwan was completely caught off guard by his sudden confession. Leaving her momentarily speechless, she skeptically pinched her ear and patted her heart, staring blankly at the man before her. Throughout their time together, she had indeed developed feelings for him, but she felt unworthy of such a remarkable figure, which had prevented her from pursuing those sentiments. Being unexpectedly confessed to today filled her with both excitement and trepidation, as it felt almost surreal. Zhang Xiu found her reaction amusing and continued, "Wanwan, I truly like you." He then retrieved a ring that he had prepared earlier from his space, knelt on one knee, and asked, "Will you marry me? Though we live in an apocalyptic world without weddings or marriage certificates, I promise to provide you with the best life possible. That if you wish to live leisurely, you need only stay at home. Will you give me a chance?" Nan Xiangwan was utterly flabbergasted by Zhang Xiu's series of actions. Truth be told, this was her first marriage proposal in 2 lifetimes. Not to mention, he was not only handsome and strong, but also incredibly gentle with her. If she were to refuse, it would either make her foolish or overly pretentious. Who was Nan Xiangwan? After all, when it came to love, she embraced her feelings wholeheartedly. Good men were scarce. If she let this opportunity slip away, she might end up as lonely as in her previous life. Coming to this realization, she smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, but I have never been in a relationship before, so I lack experience. That I hope Mr. Zhang will guide me in the days to come." Zhang Xiu, elated by her affirmation, placed the ring on her finger and tenderly kissed the back of her hand. "Wanwan, I will cherish you for a lifetime. Wherever you are, I shall be. If you are not there, I shall not live alone. This is my promise to you. I believe you." It seemed that she had managed to secure a golden opportunity. Yet what should she do next? Should she follow the romantic scenes portrayed on television, holding hands and sharing kisses? But that felt so embarrassing. Zhang Xiu then swept her into his arms, startling Nan Xiangwan, who wondered if the pace was too swift. Should she accept it? "Wanwan, may I kiss you?" Nan Xiangwan. How should she respond to that? Couldn't he be a bit more direct? What if she said no, and he just held her like this indefinitely? "Wanwan, your silence implies consent." Then, to her astonishment, He captured her enticing lips. With a gasp, Nan Xiangwan's face turned completely crimson. Was this the sensation of a kiss? It felt electrifying, indescribable, not unpleasant, and even somewhat enjoyable. Zhang Xiyu noticed her wide-eyed gaze and chuckled. Silly girl, close your eyes to tea that moment. Nan Xiangwan was in a daze. When Zhang Xiyu told her to close her eyes, she complied without question, and the two engaged in a passionate kiss. It was only when she felt lightheaded from lack of oxygen that she pushed him away. Gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed and utterly captivating. Zhang Xiyu, taken by her appearance, felt a tightening in his throat, his gaze darkening, and he quickly made his way to the bathroom, fearing that he might lose control and take things too far. Which was not his intention. They had just begun their relationship. Such beautiful moments deserve to be cherished with a sense of ceremony, for otherwise, it would be a disservice to his beloved Wanwan. As Nan Xiangwan realized Zhang Xiyu had gone to the bathroom, she took a moment to gather her thoughts about the events that had just unfolded. The more she reflected, the more her face flushed with embarrassment. Was this what it felt like to be in love? It truly was as beautiful as depicted on television, and she found herself thoroughly enamored. If Nan Xiangwan were to learn that his sister had been so easily swept away, he would surely be filled with frustration. Couldn't she at least maintain a semblance of restraint? Nan Xiangwan mused. Restraint? Not a chance. If he runs away, who will be accountable? When Zhang Xiyu emerged from the bathroom half an hour later, he asked Wanwan, "Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" How sweet. She was on the verge of losing her composure. If this continued, she might just pounce on him herself. Anything will do. I'm not picky. Very well. Then let us indulge in some steak and perhaps enjoy a glass of red wine to celebrate. Sounds delightful. Zhang Xiyu was indeed quite romantic. He swiftly set the table, arranging it with 2 candles, creating a genuine candlelit dinner. Under Nan Xiangwan's watchful gaze, he soon completed the meal. Come, Wanwan, my beautiful lady, savor the candlelit dinner I have prepared for you. Nan Xiangwan gazed at the darkening sky outside, marveling at how perfectly timed everything was. Thank you. You've worked hard. Not at all that if you enjoy it, I will wash my hands daily and cook for you from now on. Today, Zhang Xiyu's sweet words were utterly captivating, ensnaring Nan Xiangwan completely. The two dined on steak and sipped wine, enveloped in romance. After finishing their meal, they succumbed to the influence of the wine and found themselves kissing once again. Aside from the final step, they had shared everything else. Eventually, Nan Xiangwan fell into a blissful slumber, utterly confused. Zhang Xiyu gazed at the woman in his arms, kissed her forehead, and affectionately whispered, "Good night, my treasure." Chapter 60. Confessing secrets the following morning. When Nan Xiangwan awoke, she was greeted by an enlarged face. The memories of the previous night flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush. Zhang Xiyu had actually been awake when she stirred, fearing that she might feel shy. He pretended to be asleep. Once Nan Xiangwan realized what had transpired, she quickly rose to dress. Glancing at the marks on her skin, feeling embarrassed enough to want to hide away, it was clear that aside from the final act, they had indulged in everything else. Truly, the allure of a handsome man could lead one astray. Not lingering on those thoughts, she hurried to the bathroom to soak in her space before covering the marks on her neck. After emerging, Zhang Xiyu took his time getting dressed, lounging against the headboard while leisurely smoking, giving the impression that he had just engaged in physical exertion. The sight of him made Nan Xiangwan's cheeks flush once more. "Come here." Seeing Zhang Xiyu's commanding demeanor, she groggily approached him, only to be pulled tightly into his embrace. His deep, magnetic voice resonated beside her ear. "Wanwan, why not sleep a little longer?" "I just woke up." Her face grew even redder as she spoke. Zhang Xiyu's gaze sharpened, and with a swift movement, he flipped her beneath him and kissed her deeply, just as she was about to protest. The scent of tobacco filled her senses, causing her words to falter. The morning kiss was intoxicatingly fervent, and Zhang Xiyu hurriedly retreated to the bathroom afterward. Once he had left, Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but smile. Thinking how endearing he was if they were truly together now, she wouldn't refuse. After all, they both liked each other, and allowing things to progress naturally felt right. Moreover, with the emergence of abilities in this post-apocalyptic world, she need not worry about any severe consequences. Reflecting on their time together, she realized that Zhang Xiyu was genuinely a wonderful man. Perhaps it was time to share her space with him? After all, as long as she claimed it was a mutated space, who would know about its other properties? The foremost concern is that she has truly had enough of the days without sumptuous meals. Even preparing a small dish requires her to hide from others that in any case, she has little to fear. If worst comes to worst, she and her brother can simply live in their space. And there is nothing anyone can do about it. After coming to terms with this, she promptly took out the stock of Hong Kong-style breakfast from her space, eating while awaiting Zhang Siyu's emergence. However, the wait for Zhang Siyu stretched on a bit longer than expected, and by the time he finally appeared, Nan Xiangwan had already finished her meal. Observing the breakfast she had prepared for him on the table, she cheerfully remarked, not going to keep it a secret anymore. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed figure, Nan Xiangwan's eyelids flickered. She wondered when she had been exposed. When did you find out? I knew from the very first day we met, though I wasn't certain. You should be aware that those with mental abilities can sense fluctuations of powers, right? I didn't expect to be so careless. But why have you never questioned me? Aren't you curious? Everyone harbors secrets. If you choose not to share, why must I pry? Besides, I am protecting you from letting more people know. Why would I foolishly create trouble for you? Then I suppose I should thank you. No need for thanks. It's what your man ought to do, by the way. When did you acquire this Hong Kong-style breakfast? It truly brings back memories. How should I put it? I suddenly found myself with this space. Having come across tales of time travel and apocalyptic scenarios in novels, I grew fearful. Subsequently, I sold all the properties, stocks, and shares that could be sold and began hoarding supplies all over the world. Of course, the preservation function of a space is the most convenient. What you're eating is from a year ago. I never imagined you would have such good fortune. It seems I will also enjoy some blessings henceforth. Having said so much, Nan Xiangwan was surprised that the man showed no curiosity. She then felt a playful impulse and took out a black candy bean from the storeroom of her space. Zhang, would you dare eat this pill? Zhang Siyu set down his finished breakfast, approached her, and enveloped her in his embrace, lovingly stating, whatever you ask me to eat, I shall eat. This life is yours. TSK, not regretting it. No, I have no regrets. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Zhang Siyu swallowed the candy bean in her hand. Then Xiangwan was touched by Zhang Siyu's action, thinking to herself, this is what it means to love someone unconditionally. Close your eyes. I'll give you a surprise. All right. Seeing him close his eyes, with a thought, Zhang Siyu was transported into the space. Open your eyes. Welcome to my world. Upon opening his eyes, Zhang Siyu was greeted by the sight of a peach orchard. His heart constricting momentarily as he nervously inquired, apart from you two siblings, who else knows about this? Just you. No one else. You know my brother's the one providing cover outside. Phew. That's good. Your space is simply extraordinary. Even my mutated space pales in comparison. Perhaps I'm a child of fortune. Come, let me show you around. All right, but from now on, aside from my brother and me, no one else should know. Otherwise, you will be in great danger, and I don't want you to be at risk. Nan Xiangwan held his hand. They explored while she spoke. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. However, if you dare betray me, I will deal with you decisively. I 1T. Time will prove everything. Kiss. Zhang Siyu, suddenly pecked on the lips, felt an overwhelming joy, thinking to himself that the heavens must truly dote on him. After all, he had never had such a wonderful partner in his past life. Hence the heavens must be compensating him in this life. If Nan Xiangwan were to know, she would undoubtedly say that it's hard to tell who is compensating whom. Given that both had been single in their previous lives, are all the crops in your space self-planted? Yes, my brother and I come here to plant whenever we have time, if it weren't for the machines. We would probably have given up by now. Moreover, the various animals we bought for the back mountain are now roaming freely. We need to think of a way to manage them, or else they will become a nuisance. That is indeed something to ponder. However, my suggestion is to wait until we stabilize our base before gradually taking some out. It's best to remain low-key while on the road. All right then. It's not like we're in a hurry. What do you want to eat? I have everything here. Feel free to choose that. I haven't had sashimi in ages. Do you have any? TSK, you really know how to enjoy life. I do have some that I stocked up quite a bit back then. Come, let me treat you to a feast. Then I must thank my Wan. Afterward, the two indulge in each other's company in the space for quite a while before stepping out. Zhang Siyu glanced at the time, and realized it was almost time to meet Xiao Jing. So he tidied himself up and took his freshly minted girlfriend out, clearly eager to show her off. Chapter 61. Foodie Xiao Jing having finished his rations that morning, Xiao Jing had been eagerly awaiting Zhang Siyu's arrival, primarily because he was feeling peckish. With only 3 minutes to 9, a knock echoed through his room. "Oh, since when have you been so punctual?" Zhang Siyu said nothing, but instead pulled the petite woman behind him into view, a smirk playing on his lips as he cheerfully introduced, "Let me present my girlfriend, Nan Xiangwan. TSK. Impressive. Hello, I'm Xiao Jing. Come in and chat." Nan Xiangwan was taken aback to find that Xiao Jing was also quite handsome. She had momentarily lost her composure upon seeing him, but quickly regained her senses. Once the door closed, Xiao Jing impatiently exclaimed, "Zhan, hurry, give me something delicious. I'm starving." Nan Xiangwan hadn't expected Xiao Jing to be such a foodie. Zhang Siyu, not one to tease him, directly asked, "What do you want to eat?" "Definitely the breakfast standard. Soy milk and fried dough sticks are the best." "Daha. You're quite bold. Do you really think I'm omnipotent, capable of producing anything?" "I don't care. Just don't think you can brush me off. Hurry up. I'm still hungry." "Fine, but we don't have soy milk and fried dough sticks, only congee and buns." "That LL do. Hurry, we need to eat before discussing business." Zhang Siyu then retrieved a portion of the limited stock from his space. However, thinking of his wife's space, he felt less regretful. Once Xiao Jing finished eating, they began discussing serious matters to Zhan. "After yesterday's meeting, all 22 of our ability users will be following me, along with 2 ordinary family members. The remaining 10 didn't want to continue, and I didn't force them. I'll just give them some supplies after I leave." "Good. This way our combat strength will only increase, ensuring our safety." "Yes, but may I ask why your abilities seem stronger than mine? Is it true that your abilities remain the same as when they first appeared?" "Indeed. Does that mean these things can upgrade?" Nan Xiangwan had not anticipated that even after so long in the apocalypse, some were still unaware of the possibility of ability upgrades. She felt a twinge of concern about how they would fare against advanced zombies, and then took out a transparent crystal core from her pocket, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Xiao Jing looked at the crystal core in Nan Xiangwan's hand, shaking his head in confusion. "No. What is it?" "This is called a crystal core, a product of a zombie's brain. The key is that this thing can upgrade abilities. Haven't you noticed that zombies have become harder to kill lately? Some have even started to exhibit awareness. I've been wondering why zombies are moving faster now. It turns out it's like this. How did you all find out about this? If we had encountered you sooner, we wouldn't still be wasting so many crystal cores. We've been known for a while. Our highest level abilities have reached my current level of 5, while the lowest are already at level 2. Therefore, while many are still unaware, we can take the opportunity to upgrade ahead of others." Upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words, Xiao Jing looked at him as if he were a monster. "Are you some sort of prodigy, achieving level 5 so quickly?" "Of course, so after we leave, we can still gather a large number of crystal cores by eliminating zombies." TSK. "But are all crystal cores like this?" "Certainly not. This is an ordinary level 2 crystal core, suitable for all ability users. As for colored crystal cores, they need to match the abilities for absorption. For instance, water and ice abilities require blue crystal cores. Fire abilities need red ones. Mine is purple for lightning. Wood abilities are green, and healing abilities are cream-colored, while dark abilities are black, among others." "Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many types. What if I find a crystal core that I can't use?" Zhang Siyu rolled his eyes in disdain. "Have you lost your mind? Unusable crystal cores can't be exchanged with others. Besides, future crystal cores may very well become a universal currency for trading supplies, so how could surplus ones be useless? That does make sense. Well then, let us put this matter aside for now. Let us discuss when we'll leave, and we need vehicles for our 24 people. How many vehicles do you have now?" "Only a jeep and a bus, and the fuel is running low." "I'm not trying to criticize, but how have you fallen into such a dire situation?" "Shut it. If I weren't in a tough spot, would I be seeking refuge on someone else's turf? Besides, I'm not entirely alone. Since I've met you, you can help me retrieve the supplies I've been hiding." Zhang Siyu was taken aback to learn that Xiao Jing had been hiding supplies, and inquired curiously, "How long have you been hiding them? Are you sure the items are still there? It was you who initially urged me to stockpile supplies, and I acquired a diverse assortment." Fearful of being outmaneuvered, I stored that batch of resources in my secret hideout, but as the number of zombies in that area increased, I ceased my visits. After all, I wouldn't starve, though I'm uncertain how much of it remains usable. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing at all. How far is it from here? It lies to the north, but it's near the mountains where mutated creatures may abound. TSK, I see your point, but what do you think about setting the mountain ablaze? It would provide an opportunity to sample the flesh of those mutated animals. Xiao Jing had not anticipated that Zhan Xiyu would be so ruthless, resorting to burning mountains at a whim. However, considering the current state of mutated flora and fauna, a fire would be of little consequence. At least this group would not have to exert themselves excessively. It is indeed feasible. But are you certain that the mutated creatures are safe to consume? Absolutely. After all, they are devoid of the zombie virus. In truth, this apocalypse resembles a game of survival of the fittest, intertwining zombies, superhumans, ordinary people, and the mutations of flora and fauna. The food chain will not be severed for humanity. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more advantageous for the Earth to simply perish? Your reasoning is quite sound. I find myself at a loss for words. If the flesh of these animals is indeed edible, it would be a delightful surprise. You cannot fathom how long it has been since the apocalypse began without consuming meat. Anyone would find it unbearable. Understood. Since the only operational vehicle here is a Jeep, I shall provide you with 3 additional 7-seater business cars. With 4 vehicles, you should be adequately equipped. As for gasoline, I possess ample supplies in my storage, so reaching the capital city will be no issue. Thank you, my brother, and no need for gratitude. From now on, we are family, and there are no significant problems. I shall discuss the matter with Zhou Bing regarding how my people will join you, and we can set off tomorrow. Zhou Bing, I am familiar with him. I will accompany you. It will suffice to grant him some benefits. Let your people enter today, making tomorrow's departure more convenient. Since you know each other, that is even better. Let us proceed. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can move on. Chapter 62. The emergence of Tier 3 zombie Zhan Xiyu and his companions ventured out to find Zhou Bing, dismissing other outsiders before commencing to entice him with various offers to secure his cooperation. However, the answer Zhou Bing provided took the 3 by surprise. That I wish to leave with my brothers and join you. I hope you will accommodate us. Rest assured, my group is small. Only 5 can truly accompany me, making a total of 6. That after considering his words, Zhan Xiyu replied, "Do all of you possess abilities?" "Indeed, we do. Otherwise, we would not have been assigned this task. The main reason we seek to leave with you is that the situation here appears increasingly dire." Nan Xiangwan exchanged a knowing glance with Zhan Xiyu, who quickly grasped the implication that in that case, we can accept your group, but you must follow orders during operations. That we will not be liable for any mishaps. However, we will ensure the safety of everyone during normal operations. Agreed. Additionally, we require a vehicle, as the ones here may not be operational, and we have limited gasoline. Understood. Therefore, we shall depart promptly at 6 a.m. tomorrow. That I will send the vehicle to you tonight, and as for the supplies you can bring, take as much as you can carry. For any that cannot be transported, our brothers with spatial abilities will assist you. Thank you. That I hope for a fruitful collaboration in the future. After concluding their discussions, Nan Xiangwan instructed Zhou Bing to drive and fetch her companions. Once Nan Haochen learned that his sister had settled matters, he cheerfully led everyone into the city, ensuring that all supplies required for submission were duly accounted for. After all, once they departed in the morning, those resources would remain theirs, and no one could take advantage of them. After eliminating a considerable number of zombies in the city, they found a decent hotel to stay in, though the entrance was damaged, necessitating a rotation for night watch. The next day, as dawn broke, Xiao Jing led his people out under the pretext of searching for supplies, boldly departing in his jeep and an old bus. Subsequently, Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Xiyu also set out in search of resources. The 2 groups converged in a sparsely populated area, where Zhan Xiyu held a brief meeting and then, before everyone, unveiled 7 vehicles. Together with Xiao Jing's jeep, they were ready to depart with a total of 8 vehicles. From that moment, their party had swelled to 51 members, including 3 without abilities, forming a formidable team. Those who joined later were relieved to understand how abilities could be upgraded. They were grateful they had not chosen the wrong group, for if the zombies matured while they remained at their previous strength, it would surely spell their doom. With 8 vehicles, Zhang Xiyu led the way, while Xiao Jing brought up the rear. Quickly arriving at the location where Xiao Jing had stored supplies, Situ Mo picked up the walkie-talkie, signaling everyone to prepare as the zombies were approaching. After Zhang Xiyu scanned the area with his mental powers, he cast a wistful glance at Xiao Jing, realizing why he had delayed his arrival. This area had once been a factory, hence the overwhelming number of zombies. He estimated at least 500. Nan Xiangwan remained silent, pulling out boxes of grenades from the vehicle, targeting the densely packed zombies, eliminating them one by one. Moreover, it was imperative to prevent the zombies from scratching or biting them. As for the crystal cores, there was no need to worry, as the spoils of this operation would be evenly distributed among all participants. That makes sense. It saves you from having to worry about collecting crystal cores while fighting zombies. This arrangement is ideal, allowing everyone to focus. Xiao Jing chimed in. Zhou Bing's team of 6 was no slouches either, and the prospect of eliminating such a large number of zombies meant each member could expect to acquire several cores. Go, go, go. 48 superhumans uniformly brandished their blades, joining the fray against the horde of zombies, employing both their powers and martial skills. From a distance, the sight was a dazzling spectacle, accompanied by the cacophony of explosive grenades. Soon, the ordinary zombies were completely eradicated. However, they were taken aback by the emergence of a Tier 3 wooden zombie. Quickly, everyone retreat. Focus on the wooden zombie. Speed is paramount. Water powers for assistance. Lightning powers for opportunistic strikes. And ice, fire, and wind powers for offensive maneuvers. Move quickly. Zhang Xiyu's series of commands quickly stabilized the situation, but aside from the 20 original members with decent abilities, the newcomers were relatively ineffective. Xiao Jing. Instruct your people and Zhou Bings to retreat immediately. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Jing swiftly ordered his team to fall back. The injured Tier 3 zombie went into a frenzy, unleashing its powers. With vines erupting everywhere, Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Xiyu took the lead, employing their abilities while remaining vigilant of their surroundings, uncertain of what else lurked nearby. Ultimately, with the combined efforts of Zhao Yunfeng, Lu Yun, and Nan Xiangwan, they finally subdued the zombie, after which Nan Haochen and Zhang Xiyu simultaneously unleashed their lightning powers to eliminate the formidable foe. Phew, when did the zombies become this powerful? It seems the heavens have turned against us. Enough chatter. We must quickly enhance our abilities. Otherwise, if the captain is absent next time, we will only serve as fodder for the zombies. Indeed, it's fortunate we left early. Otherwise, who could have foreseen the world outside had become this dire? Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan paid no heed to the others' comments, as they extracted the Tier 3 crystal cores, gazing at the egg-sized green cores with delight. This also indicated that the zombies had evolved at a pace faster than in their previous lives. Xiao Jing, have your people hurry and extract the crystal cores. After cleaning them, load them into my trunk. We will distribute them tonight. Understood. I will see to it immediately. Yes, dozens of people worked together. Those unaccustomed to extracting crystal cores faced a gruesome sight. Even the toughest men were left retching. And Xiao Jing was not faring much better. Fortunately, he had digested his breakfast, or else it would have been a waste of resources. Once the area was cleared, Zhang Xiyu left Situ Mo to oversee the elimination of the remaining zombies while he, Nan Xiangwan, Nan Haochen, and Xiao Jing set out for the location where supplies were hidden. Zhan, it's fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, we might have been trapped in that base indefinitely. Zhang Xiyu, gun in hand and vigilant, replied, perhaps the heavens didn't want you to perish. Otherwise, we would have merely passed each other by. Then I guess I owe it my gratitude. Enough banter. Lead the way. Let us retrieve our supplies and make our exit. Chapter 63. A great fire to consume mutated beasts. Xiao Jing led the way, soon arriving near the warehouse, where he halted and announced, just ahead, but those plants may pose a challenge. Zhang Xiyu surveyed the area and recognized that the flora had become sentient. Let us start by bombing it with grenades. If that fails, we can set the mountain ablaze. Very well. There are no explosive materials inside, so let us proceed. Each of the 4 took a box of grenades and began their bombardment. Boom! As the mountainside's vegetation exploded, even the animals began to flee. Fortunately, They did not venture deep into the mountains. Otherwise, they would have run out of explosives. As the explosions and flames rose, the surrounding plants began to wither. Yet entering remained perilous. Finally, with a resolute heart, Nan Xiangwan deployed a remote-controlled drone to drop an incendiary device, reasoning that burning it would at least eliminate a portion of the dangerous flora and fauna. Upon encountering the scene, Xiao Jing mused that indeed, the woman held in high regard by Zhan was quite ruthless, igniting a fire at a whim. The towering flames consumed the mountainside, visible to many. Yet none ventured forth to witness the spectacle, for the chaos of this apocalyptic world was far from entertaining. The four of them sought refuge from the wind and began to bide their time, with the daylight still abundant and no need for haste. Nan Xiangwan, rather brazenly, gnawed on a chicken leg, prompting Xiao Jing to cast surreptitious glances at Zhan Siyu, yearning for a taste but too bashful to voice his desire. Zhan Siyu, disregarding his silent pleas, indulged in his cigarette, jesting at the thought of catering to his little brother-in-law's whims. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan remained blissfully oblivious, her attention elsewhere. Eventually, Xiao Jing succumbed to temptation and joined in the smoking. Dismissing his cravings as out of sight, out of mind, out of course, Nan Xiangwan's actions were not deliberate. Hunger had simply overtaken him. As the inferno raged on for over an hour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Though the depths of the mountains continued to blaze at Zhan, "We can leave now. The storage is just nearby. As long as the plants pose no threat, we shall be fine," he declared. "What are we waiting for? Let's go. We still need to return for lunch." The four then followed Xiao Jing to his concealed warehouse. Upon opening the door, a foul odor wafted out. "I hope nothing is spoiled," Xiao Jing muttered as he stepped inside. Zhan Siyu, wary of potential dangers, promptly followed, unwilling to risk the life of his recently reunited brother. Nan Xiangwan and her brother wielded flashlights, vigilant of their surroundings "What's going on? It's nothing. This lad is simply lamenting the loss of much spoiled food." Upon hearing Zhan Siyu's words, Nan Xiangwan exhaled in relief, having feared an unforeseen disaster. Zhan Siyu patted Xiao Jing's shoulder, offering consolation. "Do not be disheartened. One should have anticipated this, in such extreme heat. It's a miracle anything lasts 6 months. Thankfully, other supplies remain usable, so the trip was not in vain. Woe is me. All my money wasted. Enough of the theatrics. A grown man should not wallow in embarrassment. I will now store everything in the space. Is there anything else? Yes, there are many jewels in the back room. Feel free to take them, though they likely hold little value now." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan was overjoyed. Despite their diminished worth, she cherished them. Her space ample enough to accommodate the treasures. She exchanged glances with Zhan Siyu, who understood her intent that "I'll take them. After all, the space is vast." Just say there for your girlfriend." "What girlfriend? When did Brother Zhan acquire a girlfriend?" "I was not informed," Nan Xiangwan queried, perplexed. Nan Xiangwan retorted, "Oh no, the secret is out so quickly. Xiao Jing, you blabbermouth, if you offer him more delicacies." "I shall take your surname." "Brother, how about Zhan becoming your brother-in-law?" Upon hearing his sister's remark, Nan Xiangwan realized the implications. His sister's prized possession had been whisked away right under his nose. "Sister, am I still your dear brother? You conceal such significant news from me. Do you intend to inform me only when I have a nephew?" Nan Xiangwan, taken aback by her brother's innocent eyes, found herself at a loss for words. Zhan Siyu then interjected, "I hold deep affection for your sister. With me around, her burdens will lessen. Moreover, I shall only treat her with kindness, which you can oversee." Nan Xiangwan had no retort, pondering if he should intervene in their romance. Yet, the thought of his sister marrying someone unfamiliar was less appealing. Considering Zhan Siyu's qualities, he found some solace. "Humph. You better keep your word. If you dare to mistreat my sister, I shall whisk her away. Rest assured, I will uphold my promise that T.S. a pleasant surprise that my brother-in-law has no objections." After this brief interlude, the four of them gathered the supplies and returned to their group. When Situ Imo noticed the leader and his companions carrying dark, animal-like forms, he hurried over to inquire, "Are you all right?" "We're fine. These animals were picked up along the way, after a bit of cleaning. They could be consumed, and we might as well see how the taste of these mutated beasts fares," Good. If the flavor proves satisfactory, we need not crave meat in the future. The others, hearing this, promptly began to assist with the preparations, trusting the captain's judgment. As midday was not suitable for further travel, they found a relatively safe spot to commence an outdoor barbecue. Zhang Siyu's group had previously enjoyed ample meat, so they were not particularly tempted, while the subsequent 30 individuals yearned for the feast, lacking similar privileges. When the seasoning was sprinkled over the grilling meat, the aroma intensified. Xiao Jing could no longer contain himself. Standing beside the grill with closed eyes, savoring the fragrance. Once the first batch of meat was ready, everyone received a portion to sample. Delightful. Had I known, I would have hunted earlier. Indeed, it's quite good. The texture seems superior to what we've had before. That is true, but one must acknowledge that mutated animals are inherently stronger than their predecessors. Did anyone notice that after eating, there was a slight fluctuation in our abilities? Zhang Siyu's comment momentarily stunned everyone, prompting them to assess the changes within themselves. Could it be that consuming mutated animals enhances our abilities? Well, it lacks the energy of a crystal core. Captain, no further words are needed. You were spot on, Zhou Bing chimed in, giving a thumbs up. All right, hurry up and eat. We need to continue our journey. We must find a temporary shelter before nightfall, or we may face grave dangers. Understood. The group swiftly finished their lunch, and Zhang Siyu led them onward. Before sunset, they stumbled upon an unattended clothing store, where Nan Xiangwan waved his hand, clearing out the entire second floor of garments. The brothers who witnessed the convenience of the captain and Nan Xiangwan's spatial abilities felt reassured about their prospects of not starving. It was as if they had walking granaries, 2 of them. To be precise, point 1 could only say their luck was extraordinary. That night, after dinner, Sidhu Mo distributed the daily crystal cores as per routine. Those without abilities did not receive crystal cores, but were rewarded with other offerings. For their efforts had not gone unnoticed. Nan Xiangwan, wanting to provide some comfort, retrieved a few Snickers and vacuum-sealed jerky from her space as rewards. Brother, the captain rewarded me with Snickers and jerky. Let us share. Lu Wei affectionately ruffled her hair, replying, You and your sister enjoy it. I shall abstain. In no way. We should eat together. Besides, there will be more in the future. Keeping it might mean it ends up in someone else's hands. Better to consume it now while it's safe. Fine. Your reasoning is quite persuasive. Humph. Is it not true? In this apocalypse, each day is a gift. As long as there is delicious food, we should indulge that I don't wish to become a starving ghost should misfortune strike. Especially since you and sister are out there fighting zombies. How can you muster the strength without proper nourishment? Our current provisions are already abundant. We enjoy meat daily, and our staple foods are filling. We should be grateful and content that I understand, but I am not ungrateful. Why only regret is lacking abilities. After saying this, she lowered her head, a hint of sadness evident. Lu Wei, witnessing his sister's dejection, felt a pang of sympathy. In this dire world, lacking abilities signified a vulnerability. However, she had missed 2 opportunities for enhancement, and now it was a matter of fate. One could not predict if fortune would smile upon her again. Nan Xiangwan gazed into the pitch-black night, devoid of stars, the air tinged with a faint stench. Zhang Siyu approached, draping a jacket over her shoulders, remarking, The night is rather chilly. I wouldn't want you to fall ill. Nan Xiangwan adjusted her clothing, thanking him. However, you might have forgotten, abilities rarely succumb to illness. Even so, we should take precautions. I do not wish for you to fall ill. You are so kind to me. What happens if I can no longer part from you? Nan Xiangwan tilted her head, a playful glint in her eyes. Then we shall stay together forever. Were it not for the apocalypse, he would have pampered her like a princess. Yet the harsh realities of the world dictated otherwise. Then you must strive hard, my esteemed boyfriend. Just then, Nan Xiangwan approached, inquiring, When do you 2 plan to marry? Once we reach Jing City and achieve some stability. Zhang Siyu answered without a second thought. Very well, but since there are no marriage certificates now, perhaps emulating ancient customs and performing a heaven and earth ceremony would suffice. Nan Xiangwan shot a glance at her foolish brother. Are you also considering finding a wife? Otherwise, why are you so invested in this discussion? I am not. Don't be absurd. I was merely asking. He had no desire for an early marriage. Rest assured, should the right person come along, Sister will assist you. We cannot allow our family lineage to falter, can we? While many remained unaware that the apocalypse had rendered childbirth impossible, it did not deter her from seeking a partner for her brother. You two continue your romantic exchanges. I shall take my leave. The conversation had grown tedious for him. Once Nan Xiangwan departed, Nan Xiangwan found amusement in the situation, noting how bashful he was. Had they been in the countryside, he would have been a father by now. Since Zhang Suyu and Nan Xiangwan had publicly acknowledged their relationship, Bei Mingho and Sidu Mo had shown her increased respect. Naturally, Nan Xiangwan was not one to be stingy. She secretly provided both of them with an abundance of treats, often filling her backpack to the brim. After a night's rest, all the ability users successfully advanced to the second tier. With several reaching the third tier, as dawn broke, the sun slowly ascended, and Xiao Jing's team began preparing breakfast for the day. Due to the abundance of water-based abilities within the team, everyone maintained an impeccable level of cleanliness. Wang Hao, having changed in a fresh attire, approached Nan Xiangwan with a bright smile. Sister, I have reached the third tier of my abilities. I can now protect you. Goodness, our Hao Hao is truly impressive. However, it would be prudent to refrain from using your powers in front of strangers. I fear they may misinterpret you as an anomaly. Yes, I understand, sister. You are looking out for me. Indeed, it is good that you comprehend that I am quite formidable as well, so let us focus on safeguarding ourselves. All right then, but I shall grow increasingly powerful, and no one will dare to bully us. Now, go have breakfast. We must continue our journey to it is imperative we reach Province H today. MHM. After breakfast, the group tidied up their surroundings and set off once more. This time, Zhang Siyu was headed to the Chaoyang base to retrieve a comrade. As 8 vehicles rolled down the road, a new day of battle commenced. The day was filled not only with the slaughter of zombies, but also with the extermination of numerous mutated creatures, culminating in an encounter with a mutated man-eating flower, standing 3 meters tall and blocking the road. The plant made everyone feel as if they had wandered into a primeval forest. Bei Mingho curiously remarked, "Do you think this plant could be contracted by humans, just as described in novels?" Hearing this, Sidu Mo suggested, "Why not give it a try? He, as an ice type, how could I possibly form a contract? It would require someone with what abilities at the very least." Nan Xiangwan pondered thoughtfully, believing Bei Mingho's idea was worth exploring. "However, we must first subdue it, otherwise we cannot approach Ajan, devise a way to restrain it. I shall attempt to form a contract. If successful, it could become a formidable ally." "Are you certain?" "Yes, it's worth a shot. Since we have the powers of ability users, attempting to contract a plant isn't out of the question. If successful, we would gain an additional trump card." "Very well. We will assist you in controlling it. Just be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, we may have to destroy it." "Understood. Let us commence." Zhang Siyu gathered all his wood-based abilities and prepared to bind the creature. The earth abilities were used to bury it, ensuring minimal damage, intending to eliminate it only if Nan Xiangwan's attempt at a contract failed. Once everyone was ready, upon Zhang Siyu's command, they launched their attack. Dozens of vines ensnaring the man-eating flower. Now, quickly, Nan Xiangwan sliced her palm with a dagger and, utilizing ancient martial arts, leapt forward. As the flower was bound, she pressed her bloodied hand against its head. Boom! Nan Xiangwan was thrown back by the creature's violent thrashing. Wanwan, "I am fine, do not worry. You may cease your efforts." After being struck by Nan Xiangwan, the man-eating flower went into a frenzy, sending nearby objects flying. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Nan Xiangwan's head, nearly causing her to faint. Realizing success was within reach, she sat down and concentrated on the flicker of mental energy that appeared in her mind. Zhang Siyu ordered the team to remain on standby, all eyes fixed on Nan Xiangwan's reaction. With a crack, the flower collapsed. Phew, it worked. They watched as the fallen flower shrank to about 30 centimeters. Scuttling towards Nan Xiangwan. Yes, it truly came over. You are not imagining things. Chapter 65. Encountering the dark type ability, again the man-eating flower reached Nan Xiangwan's side, tugging at her clothing with its leaves while emitting a series of whimpering sounds. The onlookers were astounded, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. Just as Zhang Siyu moved to Nan Xiangwan's side, The flower opened its gaping maw towards him. Shut it. If you keep flapping that mouth of yours, I shall dismantle you. Whimper. The master is bullying me. Sobbed. I must admit, I did not expect you to be this kind of man-eating flower. Sister, next time we encounter something valuable, we can continue the contract. No, if it weren't for my formidable mental strength, I wouldn't have been able to control it at all. Whimper. Master, I am hungry. Hearing the incessant whimpering, Nan Xiangwan grew irritated. Silence. If you keep whining, I shall dispose of you. Whimper. Nan Xiangwan. Zhan Siyu chuckled. Is it hungry? The flower nodded in response. IT can understand human speech. It seems it truly is hungry. However, aside from zombies, there is nothing here to feed you. Whimper. I do not want that. It stinks. As the flower shook its head vigorously, Nan Xiangwan reluctantly instructed her brother to retrieve the previously saved mutated beast for it. Here, eat this. If you are picky, you will only starve. The flower promptly opened its mouth wide and devoured the mutated beast, subsequently letting out a satisfied belch. All right, we can continue our journey. Don't forget to collect the crystal cores. Yes, Zhan Siyu, observing the satiated flower, pondered whether it would simply accompany them. Can you shrink even further? That way, we can take you with us. Understanding Zhan Siyu's words, the flower instantly transformed into a tiny bloom, climbing onto Nan Xiangwan's head before swiftly morphing into a decorative flower. You certainly know how to find a place, but I believe it is best to take you to a specific location. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she placed the flower into her spatial compartment, ensuring it was kept far from the livestock area, fearing it might obliterate them. Having resolved everything, the group boarded the vehicles and set off once again. However, the journey was destined to be fraught with difficulty. Not long after they began their drive post-lunch, they were halted by a pregnant woman blocking their path. Nan Xiangwan, seated in the passenger seat, scanned the area with her mental energy, wondering, where did this lunatic come from? She has a dead cat in her belly. Something feels off. Mosey, be on alert. Immediately, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Help? Please save me, my child. Just as Nan Xiangwan was about to exit the vehicle, Wang Hao restrained her, saying, Sister, I sense the presence of a kindred spirit. It appears we have encountered a boss. Wang Hao, you and I will go down together. Wang Wan, you drive the car, assess the situation, and if it gets dire, toss a grenade. All right, we must exercise caution. This might be a case of black eating black. Understood. IT is merely a dark type. There's no need to fear. Zhan Siyu disembarked and asked nonchalantly, what does the lady intend to do to save herself? The woman, lying in the road, raised her head upon hearing his voice. She beheld a strikingly handsome man, exuding an aura of authority that a flicker of darkness crossed her eyes as she weakly replied, I am about to give birth. Please take me home, and I shall repay you. To venture out alone with such a large belly, your family's heart must be quite bold. I wonder if the abomination you give birth to will survive. Wang Miao did not expect such a good-looking man to possess such a venomous tongue. What do you mean? What abomination? I do not understand. Zhan Siyu, uninterested in playing games, was mindful of their time constraints and the setting sun. Wang Hao, your kindred spirit, you handle this. Let us see whose abilities are superior. Yes, I too wish to see if my kindred spirit is competent. Finally, he could engage in real combat. Upon hearing this, Wang Miao realized she had been exposed and dropped the pretense. Rising to her feet, she abandoned her innocent facade and darkly declared, Since you've come, then let us all remain to— It has been a while since I tasted blood. With that, she licked her cracked lips. Wang Hao, staring at the woman before him, declared Reaper's call, Arise. Haha, I did not anticipate you to be the dark type as well. Let us see whose power reigns supreme. Hell's puppet, arise. Instantly, the atmosphere darkened within a 10-mile radius. A fierce battle between two dark-type abilities ensued. Winds howling ominously. Zhan Siyu returned to the vehicle, confident Wang Hao would prevail. He merely needed to observe. Nan Xiangwan, meanwhile, munched on sunflower seeds, watching the duel unfold. Sister, aren't you being a bit excessive? There's a fight outside. And you remain focused on your seeds? If you wish for some, just say so. There is no need for all this chatter. This is a spectacular show. One must not miss it. Dark-type abilities are a rare occurrence. It is unfortunate for this woman. The malevolence surrounding her is overwhelming. It is evident she has taken many lives. Better she be dead. It conveniently provides Wang Hao with a substantial boon. What boon? A secret. TCH, fine. Keep your secrets. Inside the vehicle, everyone was captivated by the unfolding spectacle, with Wang Hao and Wang Miao locked in a fierce stalemate. Though Wang Miao's level was lower than Wang Hao's, his lack of combat experience made it challenging to determine a clear winner. Let us make a bet. How long until this battle concludes? I wager 10 minutes and 2 crystal cores. Jean Siu. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's statement, sighed. 5 minutes, 2 crystal cores. I will follow my sister's wager of 10 minutes. 2 crystal cores. Bei Mingho. 6 minutes, 2 cores. Situ Mo. 8 minutes, 2 cores. The countdown begins at that moment. Wang Hao remained blissfully unaware that Nan Xiangwan, devoid of conscience, had initiated betting, and if he were to discover this, he would surely be infuriated. Kid, I did not expect someone so young to possess such strength. Underestimate me at your peril. Surrender quickly if you know what is good for you. Pa. I, Wang Miao, have taken countless lives and have never once cowered. If you possess the audacity, step over my corpse. Otherwise, all of you shall descend into hell. What a bold declaration. As long as I am here, no one shall harm my sister. The Grim Reaper's scythe? Arise. Puffed. Wang Miao never anticipated that she would fall at the hands of a mere kid. Sensing the peril, she instantly contemplated fleeing, thinking that as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. However, Wang Hao would not grant her that opportunity. A foe as formidable as her, once they grow stronger, would spell disaster. The Reaper's annihilation. Go. Ah no, puppet, save me. Boom. A profound silence ensued. Chapter 66. Preparing to hunt in the mountains. TSK. Howsy has triumphed. My poor crystal core. Alas, couldn't it have been just a minute earlier? Truly, a bet is a bet. Hand over the crystal core. I shall go take a look. After discarding the crystal core, Nan Xiangwan exited the vehicle to tea that moment. Wang Hao, exhausted, sat on the ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Not only was the fight exhilarating, but even the brothers in the vehicle found it thrilling. Nan Xiangwan handed Wang Hao a tissue, saying, "Well done, dear brother, I am very pleased. You have grown and can now protect yourself." Upon hearing his sister's words, Wang Hao felt immense joy. Gaining his sister's approval was more important than anything else that I will cover for you. Drag this person to a secluded spot and extract her crystal core. Do not let anyone find out. Understood. Wang Hao was an obedient child. He followed his sister's instructions without hesitation. He then stood up and brazenly dragged the person to an unseen area, beginning to excavate the crystal core. Once he unearthed a crystal core resembling obsidian, he understood why his sister had instructed him to do this covertly. After cleaning it with a tissue, he tucked the crystal core into his pocket. Sister, it's taken care of. We can set off now. A Jean can drive now. All right. After witnessing a splendid spectacle, the group resumed their journey. Wang Hao fell asleep as soon as he got into the car, having just expended his supernatural abilities. Nan Xiangwan also closed her eyes to rest. The journey had been fraught with challenges, and as they neared their destination, she hoped there would be no further complications. Before sunset, they found a large store to stay in. After all, it was quite difficult to find a clean place at this time. However, Nan Xiangwan was part of the bandit crew. Wherever they passed, anything clean and usable was taken into their storage space, as they would need to sustain a large force in the future. All right, tonight, team, 4 will cook. Let us begin. The Woodtie brothers take the seeds and plant plenty of vegetables. If we don't eat some greens soon, we will surely become haggard. Bei Mingho instructed while assigning tasks. Nan Xiangwan led Wang Hao to a nearby, secluded area and said, "Hand over the crystal core you obtained today." Wang Hao reached into his pocket and handed over the crystal core. After receiving it, Nan Xiangwan used her water-type ability to wash it again. She then said, "This crystal core needs to be consumed by you. But opportunities come with dangers. If you fail to merge properly, it could lead to your demise. Think carefully. Do you wish to use it now or wait until your powers are stronger?" "Sister, I would like to wait." "All right, I will keep this crystal core safe for you to do not lose it, as your abilities are unique and difficult to acquire. However, you must not speak of this to anyone. Understand? If someone with ill intentions learns of it, it could lead to calamity. Rest assured, I know nothing. With such trust from his sister, he vowed to keep this secret even unto death. Otherwise, the slaughter among kindred would truly herald the end of the world. Let us go back and eat. When Jiangxi encountered the two upon their return, he said nothing that in truth, he was not entirely in favor of this child developing too quickly. No one could guarantee that power would not corrupt the heart. Yet, since his wife believed in him, he remained silent. Xiao Jing, looking at the map in his hands, remarked to Zhan, "We will soon arrive at Chaoyang Base. I wonder if Xiangwan Yu is still alive, as long as his mind is not completely muddled. He should be alive, unless he brought about his own demise." Sigh. I wonder what is so appealing about that woman. It's as if she is possessed. Upon hearing the words possessed, Jiangxi suddenly had a thought. Describe to me the state in which you last encountered Xiangwan Yu. The state? It felt as though something was amiss. If I were to be more precise, it resembled a puppet devoid of emotion. Even the tone in which he spoke felt rigid. I hope I'm overthinking this. If it truly is as you described, I will understand what is happening. What do you mean? Tell me. We can only confirm upon meeting. Discussing it now would be futile that as possible. I'm just overthinking this. No, your habit of only sharing half the story is quite tantalizing. Meals are ready. Let us eat. Jiangxi ignored Xiao Jing. Rising to eat. That night, aside from encountering a few waves of zombie attacks, nothing else occurred. While washing up, Nan Xiangwan took the opportunity to wash herself in the storage space. She was drenched in sweat and uncomfortable. After all, she was a water-type ability user and had no fear of suspicion. Wan, today's journey may be troublesome. What happened? We will pass through a mountainous area today. So you understand a mountainous area? That's splendid. We need not rush today. Everyone, let us ascend the mountain to hunt and practice our abilities. Are you sure you want to go? It could take several days to finish it. No worries. If it doesn't work out, we can always set the mountain ablaze. Jiangxi. Are they addicted to this? After a brief meeting before departure, everyone set off. When the group learned they would be hunting today, they were overjoyed. Their blades had long been itching for action. However, upon reaching their destination and trekking up the mountain, they were left dumbfounded. Gazing at the wildly growing plants swaying in the wind, it felt as though they had entered a primordial forest. Xiao Jing gulped and uncertainly asked Zhan, "Are you sure we will cross over from here?" So are you all prepared? The crowd. Did they have the option to decline? Jiangxi continued, "You need not fear. The current vegetation is not that perilous. The vice captain and I will ensure your safety." The crowd. All right, now distribute the equipment, form a line to receive it. Each person get a backpack, 2 bottles of water, 2 bags of bread, 2 chocolate bars, 1 can of ham. And of course, once you catch any game, Wang Hao and I will collect it immediately. You'll eat at night, understood? Furthermore, each person receives 2 grenades. Unless absolutely necessary, do not throw them. Each will also receive a dagger and a machete. If your weapon suffers significant damage, come to me for replacements. Is there any issue? The crowd. No. Even if there were concerns, it would likely be pointless. Since the captain dared to send them into the mountains, he must have made full preparations. There was no use in overthinking. They simply had to obey and get to work. Jiangxi chuckled. Apologies, I have no preparations at all. The worst-case scenario is setting the mountain ablaze, but I cannot disclose this. It's a good opportunity to assess this group's combat capabilities, since there is still time. Consider it training. Chapter 67. Entering the mountains after storing the vehicles in the storage space, the entire group set off. The 3 without abilities were protected in the center, thankfully, as there were relatively few burdens. Otherwise, it would have been quite taxing. Nan Xiangwan led the way, while Jiangxi brought up the rear. Sister, these plants are growing too well. They've increased in size by more than half compared to before. It has only rained twice. If it continues to be nourished, I wouldn't dare enter. She wasn't foolish. Once these plants became sentient, she would steer clear of them. As the group progressed, they cleared the surrounding weeds. Fortunately, the grass hadn't developed sentience, or there would have been no place to step. Be cautious. Xiao Jing, the willow tree to your right. What the hell? What is going on? What are those up there? The group turned to look at the willow tree at the sound, their skin crawling with goosebumps. Are those mountain creatures? When did willow trees gain the ability to suck blood? This world is becoming increasingly bizarre. I want to go home and find my father. Captain, what should we do? Should we take a detour? Fire-type abilities. It's your time to shine. No matter how strong, they are still trees that a single fire should suffice. If not, use two. Nan Xiangwan said indifferently. Sister, I'll join. Striking the willow tree with lightning seems like a natural counter. Fine, everyone else retreat. Let us watch the performance. Upon hearing the vice-captain's words, the fire-type ability users could only steel themselves and move forward. TSK, look at you all, marching to your doom. If you can't even handle a tree, you might as well eat vegetarian tonight. It could clear your minds, Nan Xiangwan added with a smirk. Zhan Si found it amusing. His little woman was becoming increasingly mischievous, relishing the chaos. Seeing that the fire-type ability users were hesitant to act, Wang Hao took the initiative to unleash a lightning net. However, the trees were too tall to be entirely covered. Once others saw that the younger brother had acted, they couldn't merely stand by and watch. They unleashed fireballs without restraint. The crackling and sizzling sounds filled the air as the burning willow tree thrashed about like it had encountered a natural enemy, throwing off many of the blood-sucking creatures in the process. Be careful, it's gone wild. Don't get hurt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, it's scorching hot. Everyone disperse. Burn at the roots quickly. Be careful. Snap, snap. Goodness, this is truly outrageous. Watch out for the willow branches. Zhan Siyu and Nan Xiangwan observed the situation while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After nearly 10 ability users pinpointed the creature's weakness, they finally delivered the fatal blow. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Utterly spent, Nan Xiangwan approached, retrieving a crystal core to restore their abilities. Indeed, rest is not an option now. It's best to recover our powers. How does it feel? Is it more difficult to kill than zombies? Hearing his sister's question, Nan Xiangwan was the first to speak up, asserting that whether it be zombies or flora and fauna, every entity has its weak points. Once located, they can be effectively dealt with. Well said, my brother has matured. You are absolutely right. No matter how formidable the enemy, they all possess vulnerabilities. Therefore, throughout this journey, pay attention and learn, for what you acquire is truly your skill. No one can protect you forever. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, everyone hung their heads in contemplation, realizing the significance of their captain's expedition into the mountains. Nan Xiangwan remarked, "You all have quite the imagination. I merely spoke casually. All right, let us continue our journey. We shall rest and have lunch once we reach an open area." She then winked at Zhan Siyu. Upon noticing the glint in the little woman's eyes, Zhan Siyu returned her smile, indicating his understanding. As everyone resumed their journey, Zhan Siyu, while bringing up the rear, discreetly extracted the wood-type crystal core from the willow tree, slipping it into a spatial pocket without anyone being the wiser. It was not that Nan Xiangwan was selfish. With only one core available and so many hands, it was impossible to distribute it fairly to AS. It was an ability unrelated to them. It was better for her to keep it and later compensate them with a hearty dinner. The mountain path was rugged, yet due to the prolonged dry spell, it was relatively easy to traverse. The most delightful surprise was that there was someone in the team knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Immediately, upon learning this, Nan Xiangwan ordered him to begin foraging for herbs, as long as they were usable. Thus, their group moved forward, occasionally stopping. Their harvest was quite bountiful. When they passed through a clearing, Nan Xiangwan commanded the team to set up camp. Fortunately, Zhan Siyu was well prepared, bringing along many tents. Since the two had started dating, they often shared the same tent, which had become a common sight for the others. Initially, Nan Xiangwan was somewhat reluctant, but later, after a conversation with Wang Hao, he too ended up sharing a tent with them. Once inside the tent, isolating themselves from the outside world, Zhan Siyu said, "Here, I didn't expect the Willow Spirit's crystal core to be so large. Will you be able to absorb it all?" "Not yet. I will assess the situation as we travel." "Very well. Then keep it for yourself." "Thank you, moi." Zhan Siyu, unsatisfied with merely a peck, pulled her into a tight embrace, leaning down for a passionate kiss. After a lingering moment, both found themselves breathless. Nan Xiangwan felt a wave of shyness and attempted to pull away. "Don't move. Let me hold you a little longer." Having never been Na'vi, she quickly sensed his unusual demeanor, causing her cheeks to redden further. With a playful pout, she retorted, "Serves you right for your own actions. Wan Wan, this is all because of you." You little heartless one, that he was in this state, and she still found it amusing. All right, I'll step outside. We've been in here too long. Others might think we're up to no good. No worries, we're all adults. Who doesn't he know about such things? Knowing is one thing, but being watched is another. I can't deal with that. I'm leaving. You calm down slowly. With that, she dashed away. Jean Siu sighed in resignation. Brother, hold on just a little longer. Soon we'll feast. He then filled a bathtub with cold water to cool off. After emerging from the tent, Nan Xiangwan patted her flushed cheeks, taking a moment to compose herself before her temperature returned to normal. Sister, what were you and brother-in-law discussing for so long? Wang Hao, being a child, found himself perplexed by the question. Could this little brother not choose to remain silent? What a foolish question to ask. Did he expect his sister to openly declare their affectionate exchanges? Hadn't he noticed her lips were still tinged with red? It was truly concerning for his future wife. Nothing much, just discussing our route ahead. How about you? Have your abilities recovered? Yes, I'm ready to fight again anytime. That's good. Just make sure not to exhaust yourself entirely next time, that if I'm not around, you won't know how you might perish. Understood. Originally, Nan Xiangwan had intended to rest in the evening, but fearing the difficulty of finding a suitable camping spot later, she decided to have everyone cook outdoors in the afternoon. Nan Xiangwan eagerly retrieved today as spoils and barbecue supplies from his spatial pocket. Come on, everyone, let us get to work. Fire starters, gather your firewood. Those preparing the game, get to it. Today we feast. Hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, the team hastened their movements, relishing this rare moment of leisure, reminiscent of simpler times. After Jean Siu bathed and changed clothes, he emerged from the tent to witness the bustling activity around him. Feeling a warmth in the camaraderie, it had been a long time since he felt this relaxed. Jean Siu generously distributed a bottle of beer to each person. There was no more to spare, as they were in the wilderness, and he hoped to avoid any drunken mishaps. Soon, the savory aroma of roasting meat filled the campsite. Gurgle! Xiao Jing's stomach grumbled unexpectedly, causing his face to flush red. Ahem, this meat smells divine. After a tiring morning, I feel famished. Noticing his embarrassment, Nan Xiangwan chuckled. No need to be shy. It's perfectly normal to be hungry. I'm quite tempted myself. After the apocalypse, who wouldn't crave meat? Wouldn't you all agree? Everyone echoed. Absolutely. Being able to eat meat in the post-apocalyptic world is akin to living like a deity. Those who don't crave it must be unwell. The gathering soon turned into a lively barbecue party, with each person holding a bottle of beer or soda. This is delightful. I feel warm all over. Even my abilities seem to be changing. Wang Hao exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease. Indeed, but thankfully you grilled the meat for the three without abilities from previous stock. Otherwise, I worried they wouldn't handle the surge of power well, Nan Xiangwan said gratefully to Jean Siu. I had already considered that, so worry not. Having a powerful ally was indeed advantageous. Everything was well arranged, and for the first time, they felt an effortless sense of victory. Once everyone was sated, Sidu Imo organized the night watch, and they retreated to their tents to assimilate their abilities after consuming such a substantial meal. Today, Nan Xiangwan was particularly jubilant. She drank a bottle of beer, her cheeks flushed, and Jean Siu gazed at her with a desire he struggled to contain. Had the timing been right, he would have seized her at that moment. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan remained blissfully unaware of the danger that lurked nearby, her charm utterly unintentional. This is the life, Jean, once we establish a stable base. I want to live like this every day. Anything you desire, I will strive to fulfill, he replied. Embracing Jean Siu's arm, Nan Xiangwan cooed, You're so wonderful. Am I this good? What's my reward? Nan Xiangwan looked up in confusion. What reward? If Jean Siu could maintain his composure at that moment, he would be an anomaly among men. That he cupped her chin, leaning down to kiss her deeply. Inside the tent, their kiss lingered, both reluctant to part. Jean Siu, his voice husky, whispered in her ear, Wan, help me. The following day, Nan Xiangwan awoke feeling as if her hand had gone on strike. Jean Siu, however, felt refreshed and invigorated. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth, and everyone slowly awakened. Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes, and the events of the previous night rushed back, causing her to blush profusely. Jean Siu, with a mischievous grin, greeted her. Good morning, my wife, Nan Xiangwan. Could someone please inform her if this fellow had been swapped out? How could he be so audacious? She playfully retorted, Who is your wife, you shameless man? It's time to get up. Seeing the little woman's embarrassment, Zhan Siyu decided against teasing her further, swiftly rising to dress. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her right hand, acutely aware of its soreness. She couldn't help but think back to the previous night. Wishing to hide in a hole. Was what she felt last night truly within the realm of normalcy? A wave of concern washed over her regarding her own petite frame. Was it too late to return it? Noticing her lost in thought, Zhan Siyu asked, What is occupying your mind? Aren't you going to get dressed? Do you need my assistance? Get out, you lecher. All right, I'll step outside. Take your time. Zhan Siyu was wary of provoking her further, lest he find himself in a cold bed, missing the warmth of her presence beside him. After breakfast, the group set off once more, as they had only traversed a quarter of the mountain. Along the way, they encountered a few sentient plants, but fortunately, no other dangers arose. Perhaps luck was on their side. They had also hunted several mutated beasts, ensuring they had enough provisions for months to come. The convenience of their spatial pocket filled them with gratitude for having chosen such an excellent captain. Not only were their meals plentiful, but their sleep was sound, and his temperament was equally agreeable. As the crowd traversed the great mountain 3 days later, each individual was panting heavily from exhaustion. Yet before they could catch their breath, they encountered a dire situation. Help! We're going to die! The onlookers gazed in bewilderment at the survivors rushing towards them. And when they turned to behold the horde of zombies behind, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. There was no time for rest. The fleeing survivors, upon spotting their compatriots ahead, excitedly exclaimed, Run! There's someone up ahead. There's hope! Zhan Siyu and the others exchanged glances. Do they appear foolish to you? Is this girl blissfully ignorant or simply lacking in common sense? Brothers, help! Zhan, do you think they're mentally ill? Be confident, they must be. You're quite the scoundrel, but I admire that. The crowd replied. No, this group of dimwits is still here. How outrageous! Yin Shui, who was leading the escape, felt a surge of anger when she noticed the people ahead standing still, showing no reaction whatsoever. Hey, didn't you hear our cries for help? Aren't we all survivors? Can't you lend a hand? Xiao Jing, the man devoid of any romantic sensibility, stepped forward and said, Who do you think you are? Am I your mother or your ancestor? Or perhaps your husband? None of the above. So why should we help you? You offer nothing but contempt. It's utterly revolting. Yin Shui, who had smoothly navigated the apocalypse until now, had never been insulted so brazenly. With reddened eyes, she retorted, Are you even a man? Xiao Jing casually scratched his ear and, with a rogue grin, replied, Want to test my masculinity? But with your looks, my little brother might not even stand up. Yin Shui, you scoundrel, the crowd. Who would have thought you were such a character? Xiao Yi. Impressive. Chapter 69. The sharp-tongued Xiao Jing shrugged nonchalantly. I have even more lewd remarks if you're interested. You, at that moment, Yin Shui's companion pulled her aside. Xiao Shui, the zombies are approaching. Since they are so indifferent, let us leave quickly. TSK. What do you want us to be? Your human shields and cannon fodder. Who gave you the audacity to be so brazen? I've seen shameless people, but you lot take the cake, Xiao Jing added, delivering another verbal blow. The crowd. We admire Xiao Yi's wit. It is no wonder you're single. Yin Shui, now thoroughly infuriated by Xiao Jing, disregarded her companion's warnings and unleashed a fireball at him, shouting, Die, you despicable man. Wow, you women are quite unruly. Just because you have powers doesn't mean you can act so high and mighty. If I don't show my authority, do you think I'm easy to bully? Shut your mouth, you vile man. I'm going to end you. The crowd. Is this madness? They watched in shock as the two began to brawl. Momentarily frozen in disbelief, the horde of zombies was rapidly closing in on the battlefield, yet these two were seemingly enjoying a friendly sparring match, which was rather enlightening. Yin Shui's companion was in a state of panic. What in the world is happening? Nan Xiangwan even pulled out some sunflower seeds to enjoy the spectacle. You dog of a man, I'll castrate you. Xiao Jing glared at the woman acting like a madwoman and disdainfully replied, You think you can? Go back and practice for a few more years. That if you weren't a woman, I'd be tempted to break your legs. Women should be more demure to be charming. Otherwise, be wary of being unwanted. Just as Yin Shui was about to retort, her companion interrupted. Enough, Yin Shui, if you want to die, stay here till we're leaving. You all? Fine, fine. She reluctantly departed with her team, not forgetting to threaten Xiao Jing. I'll remember you. Oh dear, please don't remember me. I'll have nightmares. Hurry and leave. Don't delay my zombie slaying. Humph. After Yin Shui and her companions left with reluctance, the zombies finally arrived, without needing their leader's command. The group took the initiative to clear the area of zombies, motivated by the promise of treasures. If this had been before, such a vast horde would have long since fled. Crack, crack, roar, bang, the familiar sounds and synchronized movements as they skillfully dispatched the zombies. Their reserves of crystal cores had dwindled significantly after their time in the mountains, making this wave of zombies a fortuitous supply. Now that the zombies had all advanced to the second tier, and many third-tier zombies were present, it was fortunate that many in the group had also reached the third tier. Otherwise, it would have been quite a struggle. Once the zombie horde was cleared, they expertly extracted the crystal cores and then drove towards the vicinity of the Chaoyang base. The reason for this proximity was to facilitate better reconnaissance. To their surprise, the nearby towns had been completely looted, leaving them with the distinct impression that space manipulators had been involved. Otherwise, who would be so thorough in their pillaging? Nan Xiangwan observed the empty shops thoughtfully. Zhang Xiyu, while driving, responded, "It's quite normal for space manipulators to exist. Every base has its share of capable individuals, or how would they survive? Indeed, though it is rather disheartening not to have filled our own pockets. Well, we still have opportunities if there are issues at the Chaoyang base. I'll take you to their warehouse. Hee, you really understand me." After Zhang Xiyu found a relatively clean hotel, he instructed everyone to head upstairs to organize their rooms. They then used the furniture in the room to barricade the damaged areas on the ground floor, at least to impede the zombies. Just as they were about to eat that night, they suddenly heard commotion outside, and all the lights in the room went out. Xiangwan, you thought, tonight is your demise. If it weren't for your existence, Ling would have been with me long ago. Besides, Ling has grown weary of you for quite some time. Had it not been for your slight capabilities, you would have been sent to meet Yama long ago. Listening to Song Ku's words, Xiangwan Yu clutched his aching chest, unable to comprehend why the woman he loved so deeply would betray him. He had sacrificed everything for her, only to find it was all in vain. How ridiculous. Hey, will you do it yourself, or shall we assist you on your journey? Rest assured, once you are dead, I'll ensure you have a complete corpse to bury, as a token of our friendship. Their conversation was overheard by Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan, who could hardly believe the serendipity of it all. Before they could seek out the individual, he had practically presented himself to them, which was quite convenient. Xiao Jing, take 20 men with me to rescue him. Rescue who? What's happening? Zhang Xiyu, uninterested in explaining, feared that if he delayed even a moment, his brother would meet his end. So he led the group to the scene. When Zhang Xiyu arrived, he was slightly late and was met with the sight of Xiangwan Yu, bloodied and battered, which ignited a fury within him. Xiao Jing, eliminate them. Seeing familiar faces, Xiao Jing instantly understood the situation without needing further instruction from Zhang Xiyu. He led his men to attack Song Ku and his group, since Song Ku was typically a coward. Even his capable subordinates were no match for Xiao Jing, and soon all except Song Ku lay dead. Zhang Xiyu helped Xiangwan Yu to his feet, urgently asking, "Yu, wake up, it's me, Zhan." Xiangwan Yu, convinced he was dead, heard the familiar voice and thought perhaps it was his brother come to guide him. Slowly opening his weary eyes to Zhan, "You've come for me. How are things in the underworld?" "Bah, you're not dead yet, and you're already babbling nonsense. Let us go. I'll take you back to heal, and once you're well, we'll seek vengeance." Xiangwan Yu mumbled, "Not dead? How wonderful." He then closed his eyes once more. Zhang Xiyu, concerned for his injuries, turned to Xiao Jing and ordered, "Bind this man and take him back. We'll deal with him once Yu wakes up." Song Ku, realizing the gravity of the situation, immediately cried out, "Brother, spare my life. I'll trade resources for my life. Please. My father is the chief of the Chaoyang base. Whatever conditions you set, I'll agree." After hearing Song Ku's plea, Xiao Jing was the first to respond. "Bah, With scum like you, your father must also be unsavory. Spare you. In your dreams, I'll cut out your tongue. Oh, please, great hero, spare my life. Then, with a foul stench, Song Ku soiled himself in fear. The crowd. What kind of coward is this? Living until now? Truly remarkable. Zhang Siyu had already returned to their residence with his men, leaving Xiao Jing to clean up. Looking at the terrified man, he disdainfully instructed his subordinates, water abilities, cleanse him, then bind him and bring him back. Anyone who harms my brother, I'll feed to the zombies. Yes, when it comes to ruthlessness, Xiao Yi is truly formidable. To threaten feeding someone to zombies is no idle boast. I admire that. Chapter 70. This is truly hilarious when Nan Xiangwan saw Zhang Siyu return with an injured man. She immediately realized he was the brother he had been searching for. She quickly called for the team's healers to attend to him. Observing the bloodstains on him, she curiously inquired, "Weren't you supposed to get there quickly? How did he end up so injured?" Zhang Siyu, washing his hands, replied, "Those bastards moved too swiftly, plus he was alone that if we had been even a moment later, we would have just been collecting his corpse. You should go change into clean clothes. I'll keep an eye on him. As long as he still breathes, he won't die." Zhang Siyu glanced down at his blood-stained attire, realizing he was indeed quite dirty. He then relayed a few instructions before heading to the restroom to change. Bai Zile and Wu Ji took turns healing Xiangwan Yu's internal and external injuries, leaving them drenched in sweat. At this moment, Xiao Jing returned with his companions, naturally accompanied by Song Ku, who was bound like a rice dumpling. "How is he?" Wu Ji, hearing Xiao Jing's inquiry, spoke up first. "He is not seriously injured, but he has lost a significant amount of blood and will require a period of recuperation. If it weren't for his special abilities, an ordinary person would have succumbed long ago." With this confirmation, Xiao Jing felt a sense of relief in his heart. It was a comfort to know he was alive, for if he had perished, our efforts would have been in vain. Seeing that everything was fine, Nan Xiangwan had her brother assist in giving him a thorough cleaning and changing into fresh clothes before proceeding to dinner. However, after all this commotion, the food had gone cold. Fortunately, it was not winter, and no one complained. Zhang Siyu quietly ate his meal, lost in thought, while Xiao Jing, unable to contain his frustration, vented his anger by berating Song Ku, who had been captured, treating him as an outlet for his pent-up emotions, ultimately leaving him battered and unconscious to Ajan. It is fortunate that we arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been unable to retrieve our brother's ashes. Why must this woman be so cruel? When Yu awakens, he will surely be despondent. Zhang Siyu glanced at his comatose brother and replied calmly, "If he remains obstinate, I would not hesitate to beat some sense into him until his mind clears." Count me in. I'm feeling a bit restless." Lying on the bed, Xiangwan Yu interjected, "Are you two being polite? I am not dead yet. All right, go rest. Let the patient recuperate slowly." Everyone then returned to their respective rooms, and those on night duty resumed their patrols. Once Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Siyu returned to their room, Zhang Siyu fervently kissed the petite woman, seemingly releasing some built-up tension. Smack. "Is this not enough? If you continue, the fire will be unquenchable," Nan Xiangwan retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. The sudden slap brought Zhang Siyu back to his senses, and he awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, I lost control just now. I'll go take a shower." He quickly got up and disappeared from the room. Observing his absence, Nan Xiangwan shook her head in amusement. The image of the powerful man was crumbling before her eyes, yet she found it endearing. The following morning, Xiangwan Yu opened his drowsy eyes, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Wang Hao, who was looking after him, noticed he was awake and immediately called out to his sister. "He is awake. But he hasn't spoken. Could he have been rendered speechless by the beating?" "Xiangwan Yu, I am still here." Upon hearing that he was awake, Zhang Siyu and Xiao Jing were the first to approach. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" As Xiangwan Yu gazed at the familiar face of Zhang Siyu, his eyes welled up with tears, resembling a wronged little wife, and he burst into tears. "Ooh, Zhan, I am so sad." The others, where did this sobbing creature come from? Xiao Jing, too, was taken aback, his mouth twitching in confusion. What on earth has transpired during this time? How did a fine man end up so distressed? "Stop crying. It's not the end of the world. It's merely a promiscuous woman, after all. When you were with her, None of us approved, and yet you insisted on marrying her, claiming we were jealous. Now that you've been stabbed in the heart by your beloved, why can't you endure it? The others, Captain, are you rubbing salt in the wound? Xiao Jing continued to add fuel to the fire. Lamenting, crying. What is there to cry about? You've been cheated on yet still have the audacity to weep. If I were you, I would chop that wretched woman into pieces to feed the zombies. The others, Xiangwan Yu, already in a fragile state, fainted from the barrage of words hurled at him. This is quite absurd. Nan Xiangwan, watching the spectacle, nearly laughed herself to death. Did these two not realize how cutting their words were? Not only had he been betrayed, but he was also injured. Instead of offering comfort, they were mercilessly stabbing him with their words. Anyone would be unable to bear such treatment. This is not brotherhood, but enmity. It truly is laughable. Then she remarked, You two are enough. The moment he awakens, you make him faint from anger. If I didn't know you were brothers, I would think you were enemies. Ah, you don't understand. My brother must learn this lesson well. Otherwise, he will repeat the same mistakes that we were against him marrying that woman from the start. She clearly was a schemer. I don't even want to mention it. But that Xiaoling had previously flirted with both me and Ajan, yet we ignored her advances. Only this foolish fellow took the bait and did so with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, Nan Xiangwan was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a scandal. Intrigued, she pressed on with her inquiry. So, did your brother marry before the apocalypse? Yes, what of it? Do they have children? No, but one might say they almost did, as that woman became pregnant, but then lost the child. Nan Xiangwan, did your brother's family not say anything? Don't mention it. His parents disowned him from marrying that woman, but he deserved it. TSK, what a pitiful child. Seeing him in such a sorry state, perhaps we should show him some compassion. I fear he might one day take a drastic step and feed himself to the zombies. Zhang Suyu, listening to their conversation, found it both amusing and tragic. His brother's situation could not be described as merely pitiable. It was utterly dismal. All right, we have serious matters to attend to, since there are issues at the Chaoyang base. I have no qualms about delivering justice. The others, Captain, are you planning to stir up trouble? Yes, and also to seek revenge for you. I will personally ensure that Xiao Ling meets her end. Xiao Jing declared with resentment. Meanwhile, at the Chaoyang base, is Song Ke still missing? In response to the captain, it was reported that the young master and the 6 ability users beside him were nowhere to be found. Upon hearing this, Songbin exploded with fury, shouting, Are you all useless? Investigate whom he met before leaving the base. If you can't find him, prepare to feed the zombies. His subordinates trembled as they replied, We will investigate immediately. Once the room was left solely to Songbin, he, filled with anger, smashed everything in sight. Just the thought of his only son possibly being in danger filled him with immense sorrow. Chapter 71. Everywhere are performers while Songbin's subordinates were frantically searching for him. Zhang Suyu and his team were busy preparing a grand gift for the Chaoyang base. Sister, do you think this plan is too ruthless? Nan Xiangwan asked, glancing at the novel in her hand. Not at all. Once those people have been thoroughly dealt with by the zombies, we can step in as saviors. And who knows, we might even recruit a group of ability users. Are you not concerned that the first to perish will be mere cannon fodder? In this apocalypse, those without the ability to protect themselves will eventually be eliminated. It is not that I am cold-hearted. It's simply that we cannot afford to feed the useless. However, once the base stabilizes, we can employ those without abilities for construction. After all, expecting to eat without contributing is out of the question. Meanwhile, after 2 days of searching, Songbin finally captured the culprit. Xiao Ling, everyone had anticipated her fate. Yet the following day, when they saw Xiao Ling swaggering out of the captain's quarters, they were all left dumbfounded. Songbin, seemingly having forgotten about his son, no longer mentioned him. His subordinates, seeing this, dared not utter Song Ke's name for fear of their lives on this bright sunny day. Nan Xiangwan, wielding her wind-based abilities, held a bloodied, mutated beast and began to gather the nearby, living zombies. Once the numbers were sufficient, she killed a pig from her space and dashed it towards the base's walls. With a mighty heave, she tossed the whole pig inside and then swiftly retreated into her space. The patrolling team at the Chaoyang base heard a loud thud and discovered the dead pig, Their spirits lifted as they delighted in the unexpected treat. However, before they could celebrate, a series of banging sounds echoed from the base's walls. Go check what's happening. The patrolling ability users, wary of potential danger, quickly climbed the nearby trees, only to be stunned by the sight outside the walls. Captain, a horde of zombies is attacking. What? So many zombies. Only then did the patrolling captain realize something was amiss. Glancing at the dead pig below him, it became clear that it had been deliberately used to lure the zombies. What a ruthless tactic. Yang Wei quickly informed the base's ability users that zombies are surrounding the base. Yes, Zhan Suyu, standing atop a tall building with his team, watched the chaos below, contemplating how ruthless the little woman was, wasting a pig for such a purpose. Fortunately, no one witnessed how Nan Xiangwan had retreated. When the Chaoyang base received the urgent notification, the walls were finally breached by the relentless horde of zombies. This is bad. The walls are about to collapse. Retreat. Hee. The zombies, driven wild by the scent of pig's blood, surged into the base, and the dead pig was quickly devoured. Yet a single pig could hardly satisfy the appetites of so many zombies. And soon, chaos erupted within the base. Fortunately, the survivors without abilities were confined to the basement, so those fighting above were all ability users. Why were they locked in the basement? Because Xiao Ling had deemed them a burden and deceived Song Bin into imprisoning them, leaving them to fend for themselves. Just as they were about to rejoice, the base was breached, and as the fighting force began to falter, Zhan Suyu and his team arrived, immediately setting to work clearing the zombies. The survivors of the Chaoyang base, witnessing the assistance, felt rejuvenated. Under the leadership of Zhan Suyu, the area was finally cleared of all threats. Upon realizing their safety, Song Bin stepped forward and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for your assistance, we would have surely perished at the hands of the zombies." Zhan Suyu, preferring silence, was met with Xiao Jing's response. "No need for thanks. We were merely passing by." Bei Mingho chimed in, "You've usurped my diplomatic role? Villains. No, I truly must express my gratitude. Someone fetch some supplies to reward these brothers who helped us." Xiao Jing was taken aback by this unexpected gain, but soon realized that the resources here would ultimately belong to them. Dampening his initial excitement, that's unnecessary. However, these zombies are ours, and you have no objections, right? The members of the Chaoyang base responded, "What is there to fight over with zombies? Brothers, you saved us all. If you desire these zombies, they are yours to take. It saves us the trouble of handling them ourselves." That's settled then. Bring forth all the zombies and set them ablaze. With so many crystal cores, Xiao Jing would never part with them. They barely had enough for themselves. Yes, sir. As the supernatural beings from Chaoyang base witnessed the extraction of materials from the zombies' brains, they realized they might have lost something of significance. In truth, Zhan Suyu had intentionally let them discover this. After all, to entice someone to defect, one must present a certain allure. Moreover, with their powers stagnating, this group of supernatural beings was bound to meet their demise sooner or later, rather than squander their talents. It was wiser to recruit them under his command and train them gradually. Song Bin, eyes wide with disbelief, asked, "What is that?" "Crystal cores, the energy for upgrading one's abilities." "Were you unaware?" Xiao Jing replied, feigning ignorance. His words left the Chaoyang base's supernatural beings in shock. Who would have thought that abilities could be enhanced, especially through zombies? It was not a peculiar obsession. Rather, the zombies housed treasures. Truly. Oh dear, my loose tongue. Captain, please don't hold it against me for my indiscretion. Watching Xiao Jing revel in his theatrics, the members of Team Zhan, Nan had grown numb, silently observing his performance. Only the Chaoyang members felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Knowing they had slain countless zombies themselves, yet all the spoils went to others, they felt like fools. Song Bin, his insides turning green with regret, saw the zombies' crystal cores thoroughly extracted and resignedly accepted the situation. Just as he contemplated asking them to stay and assist, Xiao Linger appeared. "Brother Zhan, Brother Xiao, what are you doing here?" Zhan Suyu and Xiao Jing turned to the newcomer, surprised to see her thriving. With a healthy figure that showed no signs of hardship, quite the talent indeed. Noticing their silence, Xiao Linger continued, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I'm Xiao Linger. I use WTF now, I remember." I wonder why you look so familiar. Aren't you the one you insisted on marrying after a fallout with his family? What brings you here? Is that you with you? Xiao Jing asked. Feigning ignorance, Xiao Linger momentarily froze at his question, realizing too late that she should have retained Guan Yu. It was a miscalculation. However, she quickly composed herself, feigning tears as she lamented, "Oh, Yu, he died, such a tragic death." The members of Team Zhan Nan thought to themselves, what a talent for drama. If we hadn't seen it ourselves, we would have believed you were a grieving widow. Chapter 72. Acclimated to vegetarianism, although Zhan Siyu remained silent. He discreetly observed Xiao Linger, curious if she was indeed as he suspected. While she wept, she pondered how to persuade these two men to take her away. Originally, she thought forming an alliance with Song Ku would provide her protection. But it turned out he was utterly useless, even endangering himself just to kill one person. She could hardly contain her disgust. Had it not been for her own abilities, Songbin would have long since eliminated her. When she learned that zombies had breached the base's defenses, her anxiety escalated, thinking she was doomed. However, upon being rescued by the sudden appearance of these individuals, her hope was rekindled. Brother Zhan, Brother Xiao, I'm alone now. Might you take me away from here? She was determined to beguile these two men with her charm. Zhan Siyu remained silent, but Xiao Jing, his eyes twinkling mischievously, said, "Oh, dear sister-in-law, please don't cry. Such a lovely face. And seeing you in tears pains me to, it not merely a matter of taking you along. For Yu's sake, I agree." Upon hearing Xiao Jing's consent, Xiao Linger's face lit up with joy as she softly replied, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. You're so kind. I'll be very obedient." She even cast him a flirtatious glance. What if I suddenly regret this? Xiao Jing thought to himself. That moment, Songbin interjected, "Brothers, how about this? Why not stay at our base for today? We would love to host you to know. We have other matters to attend to. Now that the area is secure, we shall take our leave," Zhan Siyu coldly stated before turning away without a backward glance. The rest of Team Zhan Nan followed suit, with Xiao Linger shamelessly pursuing them. Songbin, seeing her leave without so much as a farewell, felt a surge of anger. If he were not outmatched, he would not let her depart so easily. As Xiao Jing walked, he contemplated how to deal with this woman, ensuring that their brother would not encounter her again. Otherwise, trouble would surely follow. Once they had all evacuated from Chuyang base, Nan Xiangwan approached. Zhan, have you resolved everything?" Zhan Siyu, relieved to see the small woman unharmed, took her hand, his tone tender. "Yes, it's all taken care of. We can head back now." This scene caught Xiao Lin's eye, and she incredulously remarked to Xiao Jing, "Is that Brother Zhan's girlfriend?" "Yes, and what of it?" "Nothing, just curious. I didn't expect Brother Zhan's girlfriend to be so beautiful," she replied, suppressing her envy. This man had once captivated her, yet he had never given her a second glance, ultimately leading her to marry the comparatively decent Guan Yu. However, recalling her own abilities sparked a cunning thought. She wondered if she could control him. If so, she would have a powerful ally, and that woman would be at her mercy, and one knew of her little schemes. But her happiness was short-lived. After Zhan Siyu returned, he ordered his subordinates to bind her. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Xiao Linger exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, what are you doing? Why are you binding me? I am your brother's wife." Her words only fueled Xiao Jing's anger further. "Oh, so you're aware you're a married woman. What has my brother ever done to deserve this? Why do you wish to harm him? What do you mean? What have I done? I don't understand. Do you think your actions would go unnoticed? Impossible. How could you possibly know?" I've been deceived. Mosey, you, and Xiao Jing take care of this woman. Remember, do not make eye contact. Her abilities can hypnotize." Upon hearing Zhan Siyu's words, Xiao Linger incredulously looked up at him. "How could you know?" she thought. "So that's why my brothers have been so loyal to her. She has a hidden weapon. This is truly unexpected. No, you cannot treat me this way. Let me go. I can help you find supplies. I know where the warehouses at Chuyang Base are." She realized that securing her life was paramount. She would eventually eliminate this group of people. "Let you go. Wouldn't that mean my brother died in vain? He appeared in my dreams, lamenting the loneliness of the underworld, asking me to send his beloved to him. As a good brother, I must fulfill this request. Otherwise, I will be troubled by his ghostly visits. So rest assured, as long as you cooperate, I will ensure your suffering is minimized, Xiao Jing advised with a roguish grin. At that moment, Xiao Linger was genuinely terrified. Apart from her singular special ability, she could not match any of them in strength. Had she not had someone protecting her, she would not have survived this long. She had hoped for a better life beyond Chaoyang Base, only to find herself walking into a den of tigers. Jean, let us go back. We can leave this to them. Indeed, there is no point in lingering. Let us depart. Seeing Jean Siu prepare to leave, Xiao Linger anxiously pleaded, Brother Jean, please spare me. I realize my mistakes. I beg of you. But the two men resolutely walked away without looking back as they departed. Xiao Linger turned to Xiao Jing and implored, Brother Xiao, since we share the same surname, could you spare me? Mentioning their shared surname only angered Xiao Jing further. Do not even mention surnames. Sharing a surname with you feels like a curse from 8 generations past. It is revolting. Brothers, blindfold this woman and take her as a prize. Just remember, don't kill her. We'll keep her around to attract zombies. Such a despicable woman deserves some retribution for the suffering she had caused his brother. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Linger began to scream, hurling every insult she could muster. Silence her. Stuff her mouth. His subordinates swiftly gagged Xiao Ling. Master Xiao, do you truly want her? Yes, what? Are you all squeamish? If I and T noticed your tempers flaring recently, I wouldn't have allowed this. But rest assured, I have a little umbrella. Feel free to vent your frustrations. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. The subordinates exchanged glances, all serious individuals, yet they found themselves at a loss with the unexpected turn of events. Should they proceed or not? After a prolonged silence, Xiao Jing's expression darkened as he noticed no one was making a move. Did I in this day and age? Was it really so difficult to accept a little benefit? Had they grown so accustomed to a vegetarian diet that they could no longer indulge in meat? With a sigh, he remarked, whoever is willing can step forward. There is no compulsion. Just keep an eye on things. I shall take my leave. Continuing to observe was likely to induce a fit of rage. As good men had been molded into laid-back individuals, he feared that, in due time, issues of orientation might arise. And they could only blame the scarcity of women in their group, each of whom was already taken. Even he was among the ranks of the single, as the night passed, Xiao Linger remained untouched by anyone, just as she had been before, leaving Xiao Jing nearly on the verge of a heart attack upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 73. Arrival in the capital. Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle when she realized that Xiao Jing's revenge had come to naught. How did I not notice how adorable our brothers are? I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. The others responded with blank stares. Bombing was rolling on the bed with laughter. Who would have thought that such a beautiful woman would go unwanted? Awakening, Xiangwan Yu was utterly bewildered, clueless about the riddle they were playing. Eventually, Zhan Siu spoke up. All right, since the brothers are so disdainful, let us keep an eye on her for now and handle things when we set off again. As long as she doesn't starve, we'll be fine. Thus, Xiao Linger narrowly escaped the calamity. With the aftermath of the Chaoyang base still unresolved, the group convened for a brief meeting. They dispatched Bai Minghao and Xiao Jing, both capable orators, to incite rebellion among the ranks. As long as character wasn't an issue, they would welcome everyone. Approaching the capital, they needed to supplement their manpower. Otherwise, who would undertake the tasks ahead? Labor was essential. While they were busy stirring the pot, Song Bin at the Chaoyang base was sending his subordinates out to slay zombies and gather crystal cores. However, due to the horde of zombies that Nan Xiangwan had previously gathered, very few remained. When his subordinates returned with a handful of scattered cores, Song Bin decided to test one, only to find that his abilities had indeed upgraded. In the following days, most individuals sought out crystal cores, while those ordinary people previously confined in the basement were brought out to repair the walls. Before long, Xiao Jing mobilized his team that if they weren't all scavenging outside, he would have had a more challenging time inciting rebellion. Yet within just a couple of days, Song Bin noticed a dwindling number of ability users around him that if he didn't recognize the problem soon, he would truly be a fool. But what could he do? There were hardly any left by his side. It wasn't until Bai Minghao and his team stormed his stronghold that he realized the tide had turned, and he too was bound and reunited with his son. Seeing his father captured, Song Ku wept even more sorrowfully. After Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Xiyu openly confiscated all supplies, the ordinary people were also taken along. After all, they were still human, and hadn't descended to the level of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents unless they were asking for death. Thus, the Chaoyang base changed hands. Although it was termed a base, it was merely a temporary refuge fenced off by individuals. Otherwise, how could zombies be so easily thwarted? After a 2-day rest, Zhang Xiyu produced 10 buses and began the northward journey. Given the large number of people this time, it was challenging to find suitable places to stop. Each time, they sought out open spaces to cook and alternated resting on the buses. Xiao Ling'er and the Song-father-son duo were crammed into the trunk. Awaiting their turn to feed the zombies, their remaining value now reduced to the bare minimum. Shang Wanyu, recovering from illness, remained gloomy due to the betrayal of women. Every time Xiao Jing caught sight of that woeful expression, he would scold him, yet the latter seemed oblivious, lost in his own world. Ultimately, Xiao Jing gave up. This man had to figure things out on his own, or he would live his life like a walking corpse. The main force trekked onward, finally arriving at the outskirts of the capital. "Phew, we are almost there. At this rate, we'll be exhausted," Nan Xiangwan exclaimed. "Brother Zhan, how much longer until we arrive?" While massaging Nan Xiangwan, Zhang Xiyu replied, "Soon, but you all need to prepare yourselves that I'm unsure if the base leader I arranged for is still alive, that if he is dead and someone else has taken over, we may need to relocate. Honestly, I think we'd be better off finding a new place altogether," Nan Haochen mused. "Let us do this. We'll find somewhere to settle down first, and then Wan and I will scout out the current situation in the capital. After all, with no communication tools in this post-apocalyptic world, we might as well be blind. We need reliable information to proceed. That I think that's a good idea. But where can we accommodate so many people?" Xiao Jing inquired. Zhang Xiyu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I recall there is a university nearby. It was on break when the apocalypse struck, so there should be too many zombies around. It seems quite suitable for our current situation. What do you all think?" "Feasible. Since we have a clear target, let us move quickly. It's better to establish a base sooner for a sense of security." They agreed. After a brief rest, Zhang Xiyu took the lead in driving, and they soon arrived at the university. The vast playground appeared eerily empty. Wan, keep an eye on the surroundings while I check inside," he instructed. "All right, be careful," she replied. Zhang Xiyu unleashed his mental energy, covering the university's teaching buildings, and quickly assessed the situation inside. Aside from some scattered zombies, nothing particularly alarming was found. He then signaled for everyone to drive in. "Zhan, what do you think about this university as a base? With so many dormitories, we can save on beds, and the cafeteria is already set up. Plus, the location is quite advantageous. The only downside is its openness. If zombies surround us, we'll have no retreat," Nan Xiangwan pointed out. Zhang Xiyu contemplated her words, finding them reasonable. As for the openness, it posed no concern as long as the firewall was sturdy enough. The only variable was the zombie king. He wondered when they would encounter it. He merely hoped it would appear sooner rather than later, so they wouldn't have to wait until they were immensely powerful to confront it. "I believe it's a good option. The area is spacious, the facilities are relatively complete, and the dormitories are convenient for living and management. It suits our current situation well as long as we fortify the walls," he concluded. "Then it's settled here. Let us go, clear out the zombies, and assign tasks that we'll see about the previous base if anyone is still around," Nan Xiangwan urged, eagerly anticipating a stable refuge. Xiao Jing, upon hearing the proposal, agreed wholeheartedly. As long as he could sleep soundly, he was willing to do so anywhere. The primary task now was to enhance their overall abilities, for the zombies they encountered along the way were rapidly evolving. If they didn't take action soon, they would find themselves unable to compete as they sought a resting place. They began clearing the dormitories, swiftly eliminating the zombies inside, and collecting the crystal cores. Burning everything clean. Being the leader of the base, Zhang Xiyu commandeered the university's elite dormitory building, reserving it for his subordinates while everyone else settled in the standard dormitory area, finding a spacious and clean room. Nan Xiangwan set about organizing her belongings. While it wasn't as luxurious as a villa, it was still clean and roomy. Zhang Xiyu smiled at the sight of the little woman bustling about, then continued to assign other tasks. Chapter 74. Impatient at this moment in the capital, at the Xiangyang base, the very base that Nan Xiangwan had destroyed in her previous life. Zhou Muyang sat obediently in his father's office. Listening to his father's lecture, Zhou Zheng regarded his mature and sensible son with satisfaction, save for the fact that he had taken a woman without any background. Muyang, you are now 24 years old. A grown man. That I do not oppose your pursuit of women, but the Li Jie you brought back lacks any background, which will not aid you in managing the base. Listen to your father. Just enjoy her company for now, that I will find a suitable partner for you. Listening to his father, Zhou Muyang did not argue that in truth, he too had grown weary. Had he not found anyone more suitable along the way, he would have likely moved on long ago. If a better option presented itself, he would certainly take it. After all, no matter how good a woman might be, power and status held greater importance. Thus, he silently agreed with his father's words that I will heed my father's advice, but until a suitable candidate appears, she remains mine. Very well, just keep that in mind. In a few days, there will be a banquet at the National Security Base. You should accompany me to meet some people. After all, the personnel there are state officials, and their combat prowess surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Are you implying that the national security personnel are part of the state's military? Indeed. Although societal order has collapsed in the wake of the apocalypse, the strong will always remain strong. Just in terms of firearms, we cannot hope to match them. Understood. That in that case, I shall prepare to return. Yes, go ahead and prepare early. Also, make it a point to visit your mother often. She may not have much time left, so do your duty as a son. All right. Zhou Muyang left his father's office and returned to his residence, where Li Jie was in the kitchen preparing lunch for the man she cherished. The moment she learned of Zhou Muyang's identity, she was even more determined to keep him by her side, for finding a better man would be near impossible. After all, good men had become a rare commodity in this post-apocalyptic world. Zhou Muyang returned to his villa, greeted by the delightful aroma of a sumptuous meal. He mused to himself that this woman was indeed quite capable. Aside from lacking support, her qualities as a devoted wife and nurturing mother were commendable. Upon seeing him, Li Jie joyfully approached and exclaimed, Muyang, you're back. Go wash your hands quickly. I prepared your favorite dishes. Zhou Muyang glanced at the spread on the table, feeling a pang of hunger. All right. Thank you for your efforts. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, as long as you are happy. That's all that matters. After washing his hands, the two sat down to enjoy their lunch in comfortable silence. To enhance the atmosphere, Li Jie opened a bottle of red wine for them to share. As the bottle was drained, the two gradually found themselves entwined in the bedroom. Li Jie showcased her talents, attending to Zhou Muyang in a manner that left him utterly enraptured. After a passionate encounter, both succumbed to a deep slumber. That moment, Nan Xiangwan remained oblivious to the fact that her foremost adversary had already arrived in the capital ahead of them, busily preparing her new residence. Indeed, Zhang Siyu could hardly wait to embrace the beauty in his arms. Once arrangements were made, he planned an extravagant celebration to commemorate the establishment of the South Base, which also served as the occasion for their wedding. The venue chosen was the former grand cafeteria of the school. Under Zhang Siyu's protection, Nan Xiangwan procured an abundance of fresh ingredients, including vegetables and fruits, with even the pork being freshly slaughtered from her space. The fish from the pond, however, perished the moment they were released from the confines of her space. They enlisted the help of a chef from the base, handing over the ingredients. It was only then that the base's inhabitants realized how plentiful their supplies were, particularly the vegetables and fruits, which had become a rarity since the apocalypse. Yet, Nan Xiangwan had already devised a plan. Once the base was stable, she intended to establish greenhouses for cultivation. Although the soil outside was unsuitable for planting, the land within her space was fertile. After all, as the population of the base grew, there would need to be sustainable sources of food. Furthermore, she aspired to make their base renowned. She refused to believe that in an apocalyptic world, people would not crave such luxuries. The cafeteria buzzed with the preparation of delectable dishes, while Nan Xiangwan retrieved a striking red chi pao from her space. Wan, are you truly not going to wear a wedding gown? No, this is perfect. Is it not beautiful? It is indeed lovely. But the chi pao accentuates your figure so alluringly that one might wish for a change. Have a wedding in this apocalypse fills me with what? as long as it signifies our union. I shall not fuss over the details. Now, help me apply some makeup. I've heard that in ancient times, beloved couples would do this for each other, and I wish to experience it. Of course. Whatever you desire, I shall make happen. Nan Xiangwan stood quietly at the door, watching his sister's blissful smile, feeling a mixture of emotions. Deep down, he wished for someone to cherish her, for he could not guarantee that he would be able to accompany her for a lifetime. As evening descended, Xiao Jing, serving as the host, adorned himself to be as eye-catching as possible, resembling a peacock seeking affection. Those present could hardly contain their amusement, mistaking him for the groom. Situ, Mo, directed his subordinates to transport crates of beverages. The boss had decreed that everyone could drink freely tonight, with one caveat. No one was to become inebriated, as it would leave them vulnerable in the face of danger from zombies. The patrolling teams had also cleared out numerous scattered zombies, as the walls still bore weaknesses that had yet to be fortified. Only those brave enough to wed amidst peril could claim such courage. The time was right. Zhang Siyu led his beloved woman into the hall, where, despite the lack of extravagant decorations and enchanting music, the presence of heartfelt blessings sufficed. Miss Nan Xiangwan, the sole family member on the bride's side, confronted Zhang Siyu with stern words. He warned him that if he ever wronged his sister, he would not hesitate to meet his end alongside him. Why such dire threats? Because he knew he could not prevail in a confrontation. With Xiao Jing's silver tongue, the couple exchanged vows, and in the presence of witnesses, became husband and wife. Zhang Siyu personally inscribed their marriage certificate. In that moment, Nan Xiangwan realized that the significance of her rebirth was not merely to live again, but to gain deeper familial bonds. Friendships and love, which constituted the truest essence of existence. As the banquet commenced, Zhang Siyu proclaimed the official establishment of the South Base, and everyone reveled in the joy of the moment. The patrolling teams took turns participating in the celebration. Under the blessings of friends and brothers, Zhang Siyu soon whisked his bride away to their new home. Xiao Jing, filled with envy, shared his grievances with Guan Yu. Chapter 75. The wedding night, the merriment in the cafeteria was short-lived. For nighttime safety remained paramount. Only Nan Xiangwan harbored discomfort in his heart. Upon returning to his room, he sought out Xiao Jing, and the two resumed drinking until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Wang Hao, exasperated, eventually sought assistance to carry them to bed. Meanwhile, Zhang Siyu and Nan Xiangwan indulged in passionate intimacy within the confines of her space's bathtub, having finally claimed her as his wife. Zhang Siyu wasted no time, eagerly placing his beloved on the bed to avoid disturbing others. Nan Xiangwan retreated into her space, whereupon Zhang Siyu transformed into a ravenous wolf. Every corner of the room bore witness to their shared passion, leaving behind traces of their presence. For Nan Xiangwan, having a man in her life was an experience she had only heard about before. As she engaged in the act herself, regret washed over her. Initially, she relished the pleasure a man could provide, but as time passed, it became less about enjoyment and more about torment. Despite her pleas for mercy, the ravenous wolf would not relent until he had his fill. Throughout the night, Nan Xiangwan floated in ecstasy, ultimately losing track of how she fell asleep. Only after satisfying his hunger did Zhang Siyu, brimming with energy, clean his beloved and tidy the room before joining her in slumber. For 3 consecutive days, Zhang Siyu busied himself with various tasks during the day and attended to his wife at night, until Nan Xiangwan, in a fit of anger, kicked him out of bed. Enough! Is this never-ending? It's been 3 days. Do you wish to die? Zhang Siyu, having been unceremoniously thrust from the bed, wore a helpless expression. How could he be blamed? Who knew that the affairs of men and women could be so intoxicating? As a normal man, he could not be faulted. My dear wife, I was wrong. Can we sleep separately tonight? Humph, you can sleep on the floor, and no return to the bed. Otherwise, I shall leave home. All right, I shall sleep on the floor. I will be obedient. Had anyone witnessed Zhang Siyu at that moment, they would have been utterly astonished. That night, Zhang Siyu kept his word, allowing Nan Xiangwan to finally enjoy a restful night's sleep. The next day, the couple organized the affairs of the base, leaving Situ, Mo, and Xiao Jing in charge while they, along with Bei Ming Hao, Nan Xiangwan, and Wang Hao, set off to gather information. Zhang Siyu drove along the route etched in his memory, heading toward the former base, quickly noticing that many roads had been deliberately cleared. Upon reaching their destination, they found the place desolate and abandoned. Looks like the pressure of the apocalypse proved too much for the residents here, Nan Xiangwan thought, grateful for the convenience. Should we still go in and take a look? Yes, let us see if there's anything useful we can salvage. We need plenty of building materials, so we will take whatever we can. Indeed, our base is built upon the school, so we should fortify and elevate the existing walls, then construct lookout towers in every corner. Afterward, we'll find ways to procure cement, sand, and bricks from elsewhere. That sounds feasible, but given the current situation, it may be challenging to find materials in the capital that we might need to source them from other provinces. Then let us hurry. While the zombies are still few, we should expedite our efforts. Agreed. I will follow my wife's lead. The three men in the back seat collectively sighed. We refuse to be subjected to this mushy display of affection. After inspecting the premises, the couple led their companions inside. Gazing at the once bustling workspace, now shrouded in dust, time seemed to have flown by. They collected every usable item they could find, even dismantling doors and windows to take with them. Jean Siu then guided them to the former storage room, uncertain whether its contents had been entirely depleted. However, upon opening the door, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that supplies still remained. Jean, what is going on? Did they leave you food? I'm not sure that I did leave quite a bit of supplies for them when I departed, and a year has passed, under normal circumstances. Even if there was some left, it wouldn't be much. Yet, it appears there's more than before, which piques my curiosity. Who cares? Since we've found it. It's ours now, if I'm not mistaken. It was likely hidden away by your former people. Perhaps that brother-in-law. Hurry and gather everything. We have so many people to feed at the base. We can't let a good opportunity slip by. All right, we'll take it. Especially since we need the provisions. Once they finished looting this area, they continued to other locations that on their way, they encountered a military unit also engaged in clearing out zombies. Boss, look! They're also extracting crystal cores. Bei Ming Hao's sudden exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the vehicle. Nan Xiangwan and Jean Siu were not particularly curious, as they knew from their past life that the first to discover crystal cores were the scientists from the National Security Base. Their discovery stemmed from their research on the zombie virus. Sister, look, aren't their abilities impressive? Ah, as long as one is not a fool, they will undoubtedly seek to upgrade their abilities with crystal cores. Otherwise, firearms will eventually become obsolete. When you encounter zombies impervious to blades and bullets, you will comprehend that only supernatural powers can provide a solution. While firearms merely serve as decorations that I see, then I shall return and diligently enhance my abilities. Indeed, we must not be complacent. Our physical fitness must also improve concurrently. Upon my return, I shall equip you all with a comprehensive set of fitness equipment for sports management. Very well. Wan, please wait in the vehicle for a moment while I inquire about some information. All right, be cautious. Jean Siu stepped out of the vehicle after retrieving a few packs of cigarettes from his space. Naturally, as he exited, Shun Xingzhou, who was busy clearing zombies, took notice. Captain, that person seems to be heading in our direction. I see. Continue your work. I will investigate. Upon realizing someone had spotted him and was approaching, Jean Siu mused, could this be an encounter with an enlightened individual? Shun Xingzhou, perceiving the imposing aura of the newcomer, suspected they were not an ordinary person and courteously inquired, Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Greetings, I am Jean Siu, the commander of the Jiangnan base. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jiangnan base? Indeed, it is newly established at Nanjing University. I see. No wonder I had not heard of it before. I merely came to inquire about the current situation in Jing City and if there are any recent updates from the government. As you know, since the internet was cut off, information has become scarce. Shun Xingzhou initially hesitated to respond, but thought that someone capable of establishing a base must be of significance, so he adopted a non-confrontational stance. How about this? In a few days, there will be a banquet at the National Security Base. I will mention your situation to the higher-ups, and, if possible, I will have someone send you an invitation. That is the best I can do. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance. That he then pressed the cigarettes into Shun Xingzhou's hand and turned to leave. Chapter 76. The Lone Wolf Base when Jean Siu returned to the vehicle. He said nothing further and simply drove away. After all, he did not expect to glean any vital information from the soldiers. Once back at the base, Zhang Siyu addressed Nan Xiangwan. I've heard that there will be a banquet at the National Security Base in a few days. It would be ideal if we could gain entry, as only within the inner circle can we obtain the most crucial information. Then we must find a way in. If that fails, we shall infiltrate. Zhang Siyu found this somewhat challenging. Although it was the apocalypse, the nation still retained its talents, and those of status and influence were untouchable. Replacing them with someone of lesser stature would be futile. He hoped that the individual he met today would prove useful. Having an invitation would be most favorable. Who would want to sneak around if they could enter openly? At that moment, Xiao Jing rushed in. Flustered at Zhan, it's bad. We are under attack. By whom? I do not know. Those people are armed, and our men are currently in a standoff with them. You should go take a look at Zhan. Let us see. It might be from another base. All right, let us go. As they approached the entrance of the base, they could still hear the commotion outside. You better hand over your supplies. Who gave you the audacity to establish the Zhannan base? It's a joke. We from the Lone Wolf base will not make things difficult for you. As long as you comply, we may consider taking you in, boasted the Lone Wolf base members. Ha! Take you in? We have our own base. Who would be interested in yours? What? Are you all so desperate for food that you resort to robbery? If that is the case, we definitely want to go with you. Who knows if we end up starving, retorted Bei Mingho with irritation. Indeed, we possess our territory, weapons, and supplies. Is our life truly so miserable that we should bow to you? The members of the Lone Wolf base, infuriated by the disdainful remarks from the Zhannan base, seethed with rage. Men, eliminate them. Since they are so ungrateful, let them feed the zombies. Huh. Who dares to say my people will feed the zombies? Who spoke? Upon hearing the voice, the members of the Zhannan base parted to make way, allowing Zhang Siyu and Nan Xiangwan to step forward. I am the commander of the Zhannan base. I heard that a lunatic came to rob us, and we had not seen it before, so I came out to witness this. Oh my surprise, it is from the Lone Wolf base. What is the matter? Did you drink too much and lose your way? The members of the Zhannan base laughed heartily at their commander's sharp tongue. Today, the Lone Wolf base was led by their second-in-command, Chung Hu. After the apocalypse began, this group of prisoners was finally released from prison, establishing the Lone Wolf base from their former captors. Usually, he was kept in line by their leader, and it had been a long time since he had felt humiliated. Out today to scavenge for supplies, they stumbled upon a crowd and thought to rob them. The commander of the Zhannan base, you are quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. We are indeed doing well. I challenge you to a duel. Zhang Siyu raised an eyebrow and, with a hint of mischief, replied, Are you sure? If I were to get too rough, you might return home in a rather undignified state. How arrogant. Let us not use abilities or firearms. Just a pure spar. If you can defeat me today, I will never trouble you again. All right, but can you be trusted? After all, in this apocalypse, trust is a commodity long consumed by dogs. Chung, who is temper flaring, shouted, Why are you dragging this out? Are we fighting or not? If not, hand over your supplies. Stop wasting time. Then don't regret it. With that, both sides cleared a space in the middle, and the two began to fight. Zhang Siyu, having mingled in both the underworld and the law before the apocalypse, possessed considerable skill, while Chung Hu's prison-honed abilities were no match. Soon, Chung Hu found himself pinned beneath Zhang Siyu's foot. So, do you yield? Feeling deeply insulted by the overwhelming strength of his opponent, Chung Hu realized that even their leader might not have fared better. I concede. I will not come here again. Yet he harbored thoughts of revenge. Zhang Siyu was well aware of his intentions, but as the base was not yet fully established, he believed it best to avoid further conflict for now. Slowly lifting his right foot, he stated, In that case, begone. Should I encounter you again, I shall not be so lenient. The members of the Lone Wolf base felt embarrassed at their leader's defeat, yet fearing retribution, they bowed their heads in silence. Only Chung Hu, seething with indignation, shouted at his men, What are you all doing? Help me up. Do you want to go back and feed the zombies? At that moment, the brothers of the Lone Wolf base finally helped him to his feet. Chung Hu brushed off the dust and declared, I will remember the Zhannan base. Did I say you could leave just like that? Chung Hu halted, perplexed. What do you mean? Didn't you tell me go? How's he? I am merely executing my earlier words. Chung Hu, in a panic, asked, What are you executing? You shall find out soon enough. He then turned to shield his wife's eyes, determined to protect her from the indecency that was about to unfold. Bei Mingho rallied the others to join in the fray. Hey, what are you doing? This is hardly appropriate. Bei Mingho, disinterested in further discussion, called for a coordinated attack, swiftly stripping the opposing side of their clothing, leaving them utterly bare, as if they had been collectively robbed. Fortunately, apart from Nan Xiangwan, there were no other women present. Otherwise, it would have been quite the scandalous sight. Cheng was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Who truly was the bandit here? Looking at the group of naked men, Bei Mingho remarked, "Hurry up and leave. Are you waiting for us to send your ladies? That is not an option." Someone muttered. Unwittingly overheard, "Daha. What a joke. We don't even have ladies. Just scram. If you don't hurry, we'll make you look like fools. Damn, you're ruthless. Brothers, let us go to IT's hot out. This is quite refreshing." Is it? Bei Mingho signaled to his water-affiliated brother, and soon, rain began to fall from the sky. "Since you're all bare, let us take a shower." "No thanks necessary." The members of the Lone Wolf base hurriedly climbed into their vehicle and sped away, vanishing from the entrance of the base in an instant. Chapter 77. The wind blows, and the pants are cool. Once the Lone Wolf members had disappeared, Zhang Xiu finally released his grip on his wife's eyes. Nan Xiangwan was somewhat speechless. She had been curious and briefly used her mental powers to glance at the scene, only to retract them when she saw the disrobing. She hadn't anticipated her husband would be so mischievous. "All right, continue your work. Other matters are not pressing right now. The priority is to repair the walls and rebuild. Xiao Jing, have them expedite the process. This way we won't have to worry about further provocations next time." Xiao Jing agreed with Zhang Xiu's assessment, recognizing that their base currently appeared rather inadequate. Once it was properly established, others would be less inclined to provoke them. After delegating the tasks, Zhang Xiu led his wife back home. However, shortly after the Lone Wolf departed, he encountered their sworn enemy, the people from Xiangyang base. Today, it was none other than Zhou Muyang, who happened to be idling about after leaving the base. The moment the two factions clashed, sparks flew. Cheng Hu, already seething with anger, especially since he had no clothes to wear, did not hesitate to open fire with his weapon. Zhou Muyang, while dodging, cursed under his breath, wondering if these people had lost their minds, launching an attack right off the bat. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been riddled with bullets by now. The others from Xianyang base were not in a better situation either, having lost 3 comrades for no reason. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. It was only upon noticing that the lone wolves were clad in nothing but their skin that they realized the crux of the matter. "Oh, the Lone Wolf base. When did you fall so low that you can't even afford clothes?" Although the weather was sweltering, their brazen display of nudity was somewhat of an eyesore. "If you're truly destitute, our base could donate a few garments to you." The Shanyang base personnel, ever so irritating, even whistled. Cheng, whose expression, already grim, darkened further at their taunts. He dreaded the thought of encountering others and becoming a laughingstock, rushing back to base only to run into his nemesis. "Damn it, why do you care? I prefer not wearing clothes. It's cool and saves me from laundry that if I run into a girl, it's all the more convenient. Since you've seen me like this, there's nothing to be done." But it seems the people from Xianyang base are somewhat embarrassed, having never encountered such shamelessness from your base. Don't you worry about the girls seeing you like this and thinking you have lice. Get lost. Mind your own business. If you're wise, clear the way for me, or I'll keep shooting. I'm not afraid of you. Cheng was on the brink of exploding, and if this standoff continued, it would surely lead to another violent confrontation. Today marked Zhou Muyang's first outing after returning to the capital, and having only heard tales of the lone wolves being thugged from prison, he was not disappointed by their reputation to prevent further casualties. Zhou Muyang decisively led his team to retreat. That it wasn't that they were afraid, but when faced with lunatics, words were futile, and one might suffer unwarranted misfortune. Seeing the enemy retreat, Cheng Hu sped back to the base, realizing that if this continued, word would spread to other bases about the lone wolves' penchant for flaunting themselves on Zhou Muyang's side. After his departure, he lost all interest in scavenging for supplies. Who could have anticipated that merely stepping outside could lead to such a close brush with death? It seemed best to remain within the safety of the base. Upon returning to the base, Shen Xingzhou promptly reported the situation at Jiannan base, as having an additional secure base was undoubtedly beneficial, particularly when the survivors were concentrated in one location, given the limited food supply. Dispersing the pressure would greatly alleviate the situation. Shen Xingzhou's direct superior, after some contemplation, handed him an invitation, suggesting, "You should go personally, but limit your party to a maximum of 5, understood? I will ensure the task is completed." After leaving his superior's office, Shen Xingzhou returned to his apartment, as his current position afforded him a private room. He retrieved a few boxes of cigarettes from his pocket, examining them for a while before carefully lighting one. Since the apocalypse, tobacco had become scarce. He had never been a heavy smoker, but during those exhausting times, a puff offered a momentary respite. With each inhalation, nostalgia washed over him. This was the first time someone had offered him a cigarette. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts that he quickly extinguished the cigarette and stored the rest in his safe. "Who is it?" "Brother, it's me." Upon hearing his sister's voice, Shen Xingzhou opened the door. "Why aren't you in the lab? What brings you here?" Shinji did not respond immediately. Instead, she closed the door behind her. "Brother, I need to tell you something, but you must promise not to be surprised." "What is so mysterious?" Just as Shinji was about to speak, she caught a whiff of the familiar scent of cigarettes. "Hey, why do I smell smoke? Have you been sneaking cigarettes behind my back? Quick, give me one. No hiding." "No way. You're a girl. Smoking isn't good for you. Be careful or you might not get married. I don't care. Just hurry up. I only want one. After all, we aren't allowed to smoke in the lab." Reluctantly, Shen Xingzhou took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to her. After lighting one, Shundi whispered, "I've noticed something odd in our lab lately. Besides zombies, there are many ability users being bled dry. I have no idea what they're planning." "Shuh, are you trying to get us killed? Be careful. If anyone hears you, you could be in serious danger." Shen Xingzhou was almost frightened to death by his sister's words. Many were keeping a low profile, and were it not for their connections, they might have been sent off to who knows where. "Brother, I'm only telling you this so you're aware. I feel like they're not just trying to develop a serum for the zombie virus, but also harnessing the energy from ability users that I think they want to create their own ability users to do their bidding." As he smoked, Shen Xingzhou earnestly advised, "Don't concern yourself with what's happening above. Just remember, if things go awry, find a way to leave the lab. Never let those lunatics target you. Who knows what they might do to their own. It can't be that serious, can it? This is the nation's territory. Those people can't be that deranged, There are hardly any sane individuals in research, and for heaven's sake, don't let anyone know you have healing abilities. Otherwise, you could end up being dissected in the lab. Don't worry. I haven't told anyone. They all think I'm just an ordinary person. That's good. Let us keep this between us for today. If there is nothing else, head back. Remember what I said. Sometimes being a fool is the best way to survive. The overly clever often meet unfortunate ends. Okay, I understand. I'll come back to see you in a few days. Goodbye." After Shinya left, Shen Xingzhou stood by the window, lost in thought. He felt a storm was brewing, though whether it was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. The next day, Nan Xiangwan rubbed her sore waist, gazing despondently at the well-fed, big-tailed wolf sprawled on the bed. Were it not for her body's transformation, she felt she might have perished in bed. Zhang Xiyu, acutely aware that he had been excessive the previous night, knew that some matters were beyond his control. "Wan, let me massage your back." Nan Xiangwan shot him a glare, retorting, "No need, just don't touch me." Zhang Xiyu sighed in exasperation. Having caused the trouble, he had to smooth things over, or else he would be deprived of meat for several days, which would hardly be worth it. "All right, I promise to be gentler next time. Don't be angry. What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." Just watch out. I'm so hungry I could eat a whole cow." "Fine, I'll go right now. You get some more rest. I'll call you when it's ready." Zhang Xiyu got dressed and headed to the kitchen. Nan Xiangwan had filled her kitchen with supplies to make cooking easier, so it was quite convenient. Feeling unwell, she had no desire to sleep and decided to enter her space with a single thought, yearning for a hot bath. However, just as she finished bathing and was about to step out, she heard the call of the carnivorous flower. With another thought, she ventured to the back mountain. "What did you eat? Why is your red head turned purple? And what's with your height? Wah, you mean you don't know what you ate to cause this? Wah, come on, let us see what you've been feasting on." The carnivorous flower led Nan Xiangwan to its usual foraging grounds. Observing the nameless flora and fruit trees on the back mountain, she suspected they were the culprits, though she was unsure if the flower's mutation was a boon or a bane. You should eat less of this. Starting tomorrow, I'll bring you a pig every 2 days, so you won't have to starve. Wah. Thank you. Master, by the way, when you have free time, see if you could develop a brother or sister for yourself. Having an army of carnivorous flowers would be quite impressive. Wah. I need a husband. I can't do it alone. Upon hearing the floweress response, Nan Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback. Where'd she find a husband for it? Yet, thinking that if one appeared, there might be another, it seemed her dream would have to rely on fate. Let us wait until I meet someone. For now, you behave yourself, all right? I'll be heading out. Wah. Understood. Nan Xiangwan marveled at the wonders of the world. Ever since the apocalypse, bizarre occurrences had become commonplace. Yet, in her past life, she had not encountered so many oddities, perhaps due to her previous reclusive nature. Suddenly, memories of her tragic death and her brother's demise surfaced, leaving her feeling uneasy. After all, her vengeance had yet to be claimed, and the emotional scars remained. Lost in thought, she exited the space. Zhan Xiu, having prepared breakfast, emerged to find his beloved wife in a daze. Concerned, he asked, Wan, what's wrong? Nan Xiangwan was jolted back to reality by his voice. Looking at her cherished man, she felt an urge to share her thoughts. Without hesitation, she blurted out, Zhan, there's something I want to tell you, but I'm afraid you'll think I'm dreaming. Hearing her words, Zhan Xiu anticipated she was about to reveal her rebirth. He spoke first. You want to tell me that you've been reborn, right? Nan Xiangwan. She wondered when he had figured it out, as she had no inkling. How could he remain so calm while discussing their love? Are you not afraid? Zhan Xiu tenderly embraced the person, then said, What is there to fear? I, like you, have also been reborn. What? Nan Xiangwan wore an incredulous expression. It was already a bizarre occurrence for such things to happen to her. Yet she found it astounding that her own man was also in the same predicament. Could it be the design of fate? How? You don't believe me. In truth, my point of rebirth was not as fortunate as yours. I returned to life right after undergoing an appendectomy in a hospital, and coincidentally, that day marked the first day of the apocalypse. However, the only stroke of luck was that my abilities and the supplies I had stored from my previous life accompanied me back, which is why my powers surpass yours by a considerable margin. Oh, how did you perish? In your past life. It's rather amusing to recount. In my previous life, various bases suffered greatly due to the misdeeds of those scientists. And as the most formidable warrior, I ultimately perished alongside the zombie king. That's so. Nevertheless, you could be said to have died justly. At least you perished while doing good, unlike me. Zhan Xiu could clearly sense his wife's melancholic mood. It seemed her death in her past life must have harbored some hidden sorrow, or else she would not be so despondent. If you do not wish to speak of it, then do not. You must understand, in this life, with me by your side, I shall not allow anyone to harm you. No. I must speak my mind. I met my end in a most humiliating manner. I failed to discern the true nature of those around me, leading to my brother's tragic demise, and ultimately, I perished alongside my enemies. Zhan Xiu was taken aback to learn his wife had been wronged by others. A pang of heartache surged within him, and a cold light flickered in his eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Zhan, my enemies are at the Xianyang base. Initially, I could have killed one of them, but I did not want them to die so easily. I want them to experience the suffering my brother endured, for otherwise, I shall never be able to swallow this bitterness. Very well. However you wish to exact your revenge, I shall assist you. They extracted my brother's crystal core and intended to do the same to mine. Unfortunately, I ultimately self-destructed, taking the entire Xianyang base down with me. And when I opened my eyes again, I found myself back 10 years prior to the apocalypse during the first 3 months before it commenced. So that is why you know how to use the crystal cores of ability users? Yes, but that is not all. The Xianyang base is a designated area for breeding zombies, which I learned about during my imprisonment. Those individuals would throw some ability users into the zombies, waiting until they were completely zombified before extracting the crystal cores for upgrades. Only normal ability users need to assimilate and merge their powers. which is, of course, fraught with danger to M.Y. Brothers Lightning and spatial crystal cores were divided between Zhou Muyang and Li Jie. And I only learned of this when I met my end. Be at ease, do not dwell on the past. It is behind you that I in this life. We are alive and well. Once our base stabilizes, I will accompany you to exact your revenge, since they enjoy extracting others' crystal cores so much. We shall repay them in kind. Yes, that is precisely my intention. Jean. Having you in this life is truly a blessing. I no longer need to live in fear of being harmed by others. Chapter 79. Nan Gong Chun. Very well. Let us not ponder further. Consider this. Both of us have been reborn and are able to be together. Perhaps this is a divine recompense. Then I must express my gratitude to the heavens for granting me such an exceptional husband. You should eat breakfast. Nothing is more vital than filling your stomach. Indeed, come here, husband, for an embrace. Zhang Xiu noticed his wife's spirits lifted considerably, feeling relieved that she had not succumbed to despair. The two shared a warm breakfast. And had it not been for Nan Xiangwan's presence, it would have been even more perfect. Sister, remember to invite me when you two have your private meals. I always have to come by relying on my sense of smell. Nan Xiangwan noticed her brother's enthusiasm and said nothing, for he was her dear brother, and in her past life he had perished because of her. Thus, she could only indulge him, lest he be cast out. Only Zhang Xiu cast a forlorn glance at his wife, thinking that if there truly were good women, he should find one for his brother-in-law, to spare them the daily illumination he provided. Not just for his brother-in-law, but for all the other brothers as well, especially for Xiangwan Yu. The matter of disposing of people on the road was unspoken, fearing he might overthink it. A woman like that, if left unchecked, would inevitably cause trouble. Just as they finished breakfast, Sidu Mo arrived. Boss, a person named Shin Xingzhou is looking for you. He says he is here to deliver an invitation. Upon hearing that name, Zhang Xiu recalled the soldier from the previous day and replied, "Take him to the living room. I'll change my clothes and come down shortly." Understood. Once Sidu Mo left, Zhang Xiu turned to his wife and explained, "I encountered a squad leader while gathering information yesterday. He was the one who informed me about the banquet at the National Security Base. Since he is delivering an invitation, it seems they have agreed." "Oh, in that case, you should go and take a look. It saves us the trouble of sneaking in, which is quite convenient. Yes, I'll also give him some supplies as a token of gratitude for running errands for me." "All right, do as you see fit." After Zhang Xiu changed his clothes, he went downstairs to find Shen Xingzhou seated in the living room. "Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. Have you had breakfast? If not, I can have someone bring you a meal from the cafeteria." Shen Xingzhou was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Xiu's inquiry. After all, food was a precious commodity in many bases, and outsiders were rarely offered a meal that I've eaten. "Thank you, I came today to deliver this invitation. You can take up to 5 people. Here, ask the invitation. Please keep it safe." With that, he extended the invitation toward Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu accepted it without reservation, glancing at the time and location before placing it into his coat pocket. "Mosey, please hand the backpack I just prepared to Mr. Shen." Sidu Mo complied promptly, passing the backpack to Shen Xingzhou. Shen Xingzhou appeared somewhat bewildered, unsure of why he was being given something. "Mr. Zhang, what is this?" "These are gifts for you, Mr. Shen. No need to be polite, just accept them. You might be of assistance again in the future, but this isn't necessary. I merely helped you inquire about it. That one do. Help is help. Moreover, you've taken the time to come here early in the morning to deliver the invitation, which is already a waste of your time, that if you don't accept, I would feel quite embarrassed." In the end, Shen Xingzhou seemed to recall something and accepted the supplies Zhang Xiu offered. "Thank you once again, Mr. Zhang. Before I leave, I'll give you a little advice. Be cautious of the ability users in your base. Never go off on your own." "Thank you, Mosey. Please see him off." After bidding farewell to Shen Xingzhou, Zhang Xiu pondered his words. It seemed the scientists were once again treading the same path as in his past life. Intent on extinguishing humanity, he scoffed at the notion. In this life, his only concern was to protect his brothers in the base, and as for everyone else, he had no obligation to care. He then ascended the stairs to resume his tender moments with his wife. A week later, the security facilities at the Jiangnan base were finally fully installed, and even the base's sign had been hung. It was only then that it truly resembled a base. Simultaneously, Nan Xiangwan also posted the base's exchange points and regulations. The announcement read, a second-tier crystal core can be exchanged for 10 points, a third tier for 20 points, and so forth. Furthermore, women's sanitary pads could be exchanged for a pack with just 20 points. Much to the delight of many women in the base, who were finally free to venture out during their menstrual cycles. After all, in the apocalypse, women's periods made them glaring targets for zombies. As the scent of blood could not be easily masked, many women had refrained from going out during that time. Now, the base not only provided for women's necessities, but also stocked numerous supplies that were no longer available outside, such as shampoo, shower gel, tissues, baby formula, and razors for men. Essentially, anything that could be found in a typical supermarket could be found in the Nan point shop. Of course, those without abilities could also earn points by working daily. With an 8-hour shift yielding 15 points, Nan Xiangwan had many generators in her space, and to facilitate point management, she had arranged for a batch of point cards to be made, which could only be used on local computers. This made management much easier. As the regulations at the Nan base became increasingly formalized, it attracted many wandering survivors. Soon, the number of personnel at Nan began to swell. Even the frequency of missions for the squads increased significantly. As all goods in the shop required crystal cores for exchange, and even meals in the cafeteria cost 5 points for a filling meal, the only fortunate aspect was that the Nan cafeteria offered a hearty meal for just 5 points, with no restrictions on what one could eat, provided that no one wasted food. Anyone caught wasting food would be penalized with a deduction of 100 points, or worse, expelled from the base. After all, wasting food in the apocalypse was a sure path to destruction. One day, Xiao Jing and Xiangwan Yu returned with a disheveled man, and upon recognition, they realized it was their brother, Nan Xiangwan. Please save him. When we found this guy, he was on the brink of starvation. How on earth has he survived after the apocalypse? Just look at how emaciated he is. Call the medical team. I cannot treat him myself. Where did you find him? Ew, go summon someone. I'll talk to Ajan. Xiangwan Yu did not hesitate and promptly turned to find a doctor. Xiao Jing, witnessing the departure of others, finally spoke. While searching for supplies today, we encountered a person at a garbage station. Initially, we thought he was mentally unstable, but to our surprise, Xiao Chan recognized us and kept calling our names. Upon approaching, we realized it was indeed him. It was truly pitiable, for he possesses no supernatural abilities please carry him up and tend to him properly. Allowing him to suffer in such a manner is unacceptable, as long as he still breathes. We can find a way for his abilities to manifest. What do you mean? Supernatural abilities. Yes, soon ordinary individuals will be able to awaken their powers. Therefore, do take care of him. Let this matter remain confidential for now, and we shall discuss it further once we ascertain the situation. Xiao Jing understood that this was not the time for inquiries and resigned himself to carry his brother upstairs for care. Chapter 80. The plight of Nan Xiangwan. After Xiao Jing had cleaned Nan Xiangwan, Xiangwan Yu arrived with his team. The medical team at the base had become quite formalized, expanding from 2 members to over a dozen. Nan Xiangwan had contributed numerous medical texts and equipment. Naturally, their base boasted a laboratory, primarily dedicated to developing a vaccine for the zombie virus. The inhumane practices observed in other bases were strictly forbidden by Zhang Xiu. As one of the first to follow Nan Xiangwan, Wu Ji was appointed as the head of the medical room. After examining Nan Xiangwan, he addressed Xiao Jing. He is not gravely harmed, merely suffering from long-term malnutrition and some psychological trauma. He will require time to recuperate. Upon hearing that his brother was not in dire straits, Xiao Jing breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that recovering him would be in vain. After all, the 6 of them had grown up together, and Xiangwan Yu had already suffered enough to find their 4th brother in an even worse state was truly disheartening. Once assured of Nan Xiangwan's safety, he instructed Wu Ji to take the others away while he sought ingredients to nourish his brother. But Wu Ji was generous, presenting a ginseng root and an old hen, asserting that one could not abandon their brothers in times of need. Thus, Nan Xiangwan's first meal upon awakening was ginseng chicken soup, a true delight. Awakening in an unfamiliar environment but surrounded by familiar faces, Nan Xiangwan weakly inquired, "Where am I?" Xiao Jing, while feeding him the chicken soup, replied, "You are in the Nan base established by Ajan. Since you are here, make yourself comfortable." Chuckling, Nan Xiangwan remarked, Regardless of the time, Ajahn remains the most formidable. What face do I have to stay here? I am but a useless being. Xiangwan Yu, aware of his brother's sentiments, decisively stated, I was also saved by Ajahn. My circumstances are no better than yours. Look at me now, living quite well. So do not dwell on such thoughts. It is paramount to focus on recovering your health. See, Ajahn has even prepared ginseng chicken soup for you. This treatment surpasses what I received. Hearing Xiangwan Yu's words, Nan Xiangwan looked at him incredulously. How could you have fared so poorly? And what of your wife? Coughing, Xiao Jing quickly interrupted the conversation, fearing Xiangwan Yu might delve too deeply into sensitive topics. However, Xiangwan Yu had long come to terms with the situation and was unashamed before his brothers. Nonchalantly, he replied, My wife betrayed me, allowing her lover to take my life. Had it not been for Ajahn's timely arrival, I would likely be on my way to the afterlife by now. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing his brother's plight, felt a sense of solace. After all, without comparisons, one would not suffer. Thus, his own pain seemed diminished. Yet the psychological scars remained unhealed. Nonetheless, Xiangwan Yu refused to let him off so easily. Determined that no one should escape unscathed, he continued, I recall that the esteemed heir of the Nangong family was not living poorly. Was he? Had I not seen you today, who would believe that the illustrious heir would be scavenging in a dump? Speak up. Who is responsible? We shall aid you in seeking vengeance. Nan Xiangwan swallowed the last spoonful of chicken soup before recounting his tale. I remember when Ajahn called us to stockpile supplies. Warning of an impending apocalypse. What does that matter? It matters greatly. We are brothers who grew up together. Ajahn seldom jokes. After receiving his call, I instructed my subordinates to gather supplies. Yet, who could have known that my family would declare me insane? Then, out of nowhere, my father returned with a brother, claiming him to be a long-lost, illegitimate child I was then schemed against. Not only did I lose my inheritance, but my mother was also killed by my father and his mistress. Subsequently, I feigned madness and escaped, but by then, the world had already collapsed that I could not reach any of you, and no one came to my aid. In this confusion, I stumbled into a small team, fighting zombies for food daily. However, my fortunes turned quickly. Lacking abilities, I was soon deemed a burden. After one outing, they never returned, leaving me utterly alone. The hardest blow was when Xiao Fei died before my very eyes. And I was powerless to save her. I am but a failure. I could not protect my mother, and by the time my only sister found me, she had perished tragically. Tell me, what significance does my survival hold? I lack the means to seek vengeance, living a life less than that of a dog. Yet despite this, I have somehow endured, even evading the grasp of zombies that pass me by. Xiao Jing and Xiangwan, you could scarcely fathom the depth of their brother's suffering. Witnessing the tragic demise of loved ones is a burden that few could bear. And it was no wonder he was so traumatized that you still remember who your enemies are. We shall bring them to you, and let them experience what Xiao Fei endured. Those who have died cannot return, and those who remain must do something for their fallen, that we all have enemies, aside from Ajahn. So let us unite. Those wretches must be eradicated, for I would not find joy even in death until they are vanquished. Xiao Jing's words resonated with truth. As long as they lived, they must avenge those who had perished. After all, they had nothing to lose. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing his brother's sentiments, found solace in their shared struggles. Who among them had an easy life? He had no right to wallow in self-pity. Moreover, his brothers were right. He had a vendetta to pursue, and even in death, he would drag those responsible down with him. Rest assured, I shall live on. But where is Ajahn? Why have I not seen him? He has been rather busy of late. Being the leader of the base, he is likely occupied with assigning tasks. I see. Please extend my gratitude to him. I will strive to live well, and I appreciate the effort he has put into this chicken soup. Xiao Jing glanced at the empty bowl on the table, expressing a hint of regret. None of us possess your good fortune. Ginseng, had it not been for Ajahn's spatial abilities, you would not have had the chance to savor it. Thus, I implore you to convey my thanks. It has been ages since I last enjoyed something truly edible. Meeting you all must mean that fate wishes for me to endure. Indeed, you are quite fortunate. Now, you must focus on your recovery. Do not strain yourself with conversation. Once your health improves, we shall take you out for a stroll. Nan Xiangwan recognized the gravity of his condition. Surviving was already a miracle. He ceased further discussion, choosing instead to lie down and drift into a peaceful slumber. That moment, he felt a warmth in knowing there were those who cared for him, a sentiment he resolved to cherish in their rare bond of brotherhood. Chapter 81. The banquet at the National Security Base. As Xiao Jing and Xiangwan Yu exited the room, they promptly sought out Zhang Xiyu. Xiao Jing briefly recounted Nan Xiangwan's ordeal, prompting Zhang Xiyu to reflect on the events of their past lives. In that time, none of his brothers had crossed paths. However, in this life, 4 of the 6 brothers had reunited, and he anticipated the remaining 2 would soon follow. In a distant, secluded mountain, a voice echoed, "Master, the wheels of fate have begun to turn." "Yes, I am aware. As long as this life proceeds without incident, the apocalypse shall eventually pass, ushering in a new era, and my mission will be fulfilled." "Master, is everything truly all right?" "Indeed. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be the will of the heavens. Now, let us depart and observe the world as it stands." "Understood." The following morning, Nan Xiangwan arose early, rummaging through her attire for the afternoon banquet. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiyu chuckled. "It is merely a banquet. As newcomers, we will not attract any attention. There is no need to be so anxious." Gazing into the mirror, she tried on one outfit after another, pouting as she replied, "You men simply do not understand. Such occasions are not solely a battleground for men. They are equally a battlefield for women, as your wife and the lady of the Zhangnan base. I cannot allow anyone to overshadow me." "Very well. You are always right. However, of the 5 remaining, I have chosen Haochen, Xiao Jing, and Baiming Hao, all of whom are eloquent and adept at gathering information." "Agreed. With Mosey and Xiangwan Yu watching over the base, there should be no issues. Rest assured, I have also instructed Liang Xuzha to lead a team alongside us. After all, it will be dark by the time the banquet concludes, and safety is paramount." Nan Xiangwan set down her garments and approached Zhang Xiyu, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Darling, how fortunate I am to have you that I need not worry about anything. Were it not for my health, I would long to have a child with you. Why could we not have met sooner? Had we encountered each other before the apocalypse, I believe we would not be childless now." Zhang Xiyu held his wife tightly, whispering, "My dear, the absence of children is perhaps the will of the heavens. Indeed, the world of just the 2 of us is quite splendid. There is no need to overthink that if we truly desire children. We could consider adopting a few. No," she replied, "it lacks meaning unless they come forth from my womb. Only those who emerge from me are the embodiment of our love." Zhang Xiyu, too, longed for a child of his own. Yet he could only lament the unfortunate state of the world, a humanity on the brink of mutation, teetering on the edge of extinction. Without new life, when all humanity ages and fades, the world would resemble the aftermath of the dinosaur's demise. Alas, he was but an ordinary man, powerless to effect change. "Well then, do we not need to change our clothes?" he inquired. "I noticed the black dress you picked. It is quite lovely. Let's go with that." "Very well. I shall defer to your taste." Once they had changed, it was nearly noon. They grabbed a light meal at home before setting off. Their base lay to the south, while the National Security Base occupied the heart of the city. Though the distance was not great, the unpredictability of the journey loomed large. So they planned to depart by noon for the 3 p.m. banquet. Of course, they were not alone in their departure. Others from various bases were headed in the same direction. Zhou Mu Yang's gaze brightened upon seeing Li Jie, who was elegantly dressed for the occasion. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the woman who usually attended to him could be so striking. As Li Jie noticed the admiration in Zhou Mu Yang's eyes, she shyly approached him. "Mu Yang, do I look beautiful today?" "Indeed, had I known, I would have found you even more exquisite garments. It seems I have let my treasure gather dust." Li Jie linked her arm with his. "No need for that. It would be an unnecessary expense. I am quite content with our current circumstances, as long as I have you by my side." Zhou Muyang, gazing at the beauty beside him, felt a dryness in his throat but knew they had to depart soon. He could not afford any distractions, lest he incur his father's wrath. Suppressing his frustration, he stated, "All right, it is time to leave. Today, you are my companion, so do not embarrass me. If my father hears of it, I cannot protect you that I understand." You need not worry. Zhou Muyang then led his companions to the vehicle his father had prepared. Simultaneously, Bai Lang, the leader of the Lone Wolf faction, was also setting off with his men, this time without the troublesome Cheng Hu. Since his last return, having been thoroughly humiliated, he had gained notoriety at the base, spending considerable time tormenting women in his quarters. His demeanor had grown increasingly twisted, and if Nan Xiangwan were to see him, she would undoubtedly label him a pervert. Next, we turn to the Danyang base. Led by Liu Yunhe, a formidable figure who had successfully integrated various elements of society into his domain, rivaling even the Lone Wolf faction. The only distinction was that at Danyang base, women could only choose their partners voluntarily. Any coercion would lead to dire consequences, ensuring a relatively prosperous life for the women there, as long as they were willing to partake in the bounty. Each base operated under its own set of rules, and those who could not abide by them were free to leave without pressure. As the journey continued, many encountered zombies along the way, but they were swiftly dealt with. Nan Xiangwan, observing the undead outside, pondered aloud, "John, have you noticed the zombies have changed again? Indeed, they are swifter now that if my memory serves me right, we are soon to face a calamity. Fortunately, we should remain largely unaffected here." Her words reminded Nan Xiangwan of the precarious days ahead, when their base might have to accommodate additional survivors. "Do not worry. I will keep a vigilant eye. Should any nefarious individuals appear, I will personally escort them away." "Thank you, my dear." Zhang Xiyu understood his wife's aversion to complexities. Unless absolutely necessary, she rarely involved herself in base affairs. This also explained her growing laziness, as a pampered wife tends to become dependent. When their vehicle arrived at the National Security Base, Zhang Xiyu was the first to exit, presenting his invitation to the station soldiers. After reviewing it, only 5 were permitted entry, while the others were instructed to wait in the plaza. After retrieving his invitation and expressing his gratitude, Zhang Xiyu instructed Liang Shuzhe to wait in the plaza while he drove to the parking lot of the banquet hall. Gazing at the solemn base, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Who would have thought that even in this apocalyptic world, it remained as pristine and sacred as before, concealing the filth beneath its surface? Unknown to all. Chapter 82. When enemies meet again after parking the vehicle, Zhang Xiyu and his companions disembarked. The welcoming hostess promptly approached them to escort them to the hall, being newcomers from a lesser-known base. Their seats were at the far end of the banquet hall. However, they were indifferent, merely there to observe and gather the latest news. Yet, the more one wishes to remain inconspicuous, the more attention one inadvertently attracts. As Li Jie and Zhou Muyang entered the hall, they spotted an old acquaintance, Mu Yang. "That woman over there is my close friend. It has been ages since we last met. I will go greet her." Zhou Muyang was taken aback to discover that his partner had connections in this place. Realizing that anyone present was unlikely to be ordinary, he encouraged her, "Go ahead, but do not cause a scene. This is not a place for impudence, and being caught would be unwise. Do not fret. I am not foolish enough to jeopardize myself. Just be cautious." Li Jie, having received permission, confidently approached. "Wan, it has been so long. Who would have thought we would meet here? It seems fate has brought us together." Nan Xiangwan, recognizing the sudden appearance of her rival, thought to herself that calamities endure through the ages. Observing Li Jie's radiant complexion, she realized that the antagonist thrived. Meanwhile, when Nan Haochen caught sight of Li Jie, he was silent but internally critiqued her persistence. How had she not yet perished? Did she truly intend to cling to his sister for sustenance? He pondered whether his sister would once again lose her wits. After a brief moment of surprise, Nan Xiangwan forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. Replying, "I did not expect to see you here. You seem to be doing well. Are you residing at the Xiangyang base?" "How did you know I was at Xiangyang?" Li Jie inquired suspiciously. "Well, you came here with the young master of Xiangyang base, did you not? It was not too difficult to deduce. Congratulations on your good fortune in securing such a prominent figure." Zhang Xiyu, overhearing their conversation, deduced that Li Jie was indeed his wife's foremost adversary. Given the limited circle of women his wife associated with, Wan, "I simply have good luck. But by the way, where do you reside now? If life becomes unbearable, you could join me. After all, my husband holds sway at the base." Nan Xiangwan, growing increasingly irritated by Li Jie's incessant boasting, retorted, "No need. My husband is the leader of the Jiangnan base. I have no intention of begging at your feet. It would be quite unthinkable." "What? You are married?" Li Jie's exclamation drew the attention of many nearby. Nan Xiangwan felt the urge to eliminate Li Jie for drawing such attention over something so trivial. "Indeed, here's my husband. Zhang Xiyu, leader of the Jiangnan base. Is there a problem?" Zhang Xiyu, suddenly addressed, interjected, "Greetings, I am Wan's beloved." After speaking, he returned to his seat, disinterested in further conversation with Li Jie. Upon seeing Nan Xiangwan's husband, felt a pang of jealousy. Why was her own partner not as handsome as this man? Not only was he striking, but he also held a position of authority, while Zhou Muyang was merely a secondary figure at his base without real power. Li Jie found herself serving him daily, while Nan Xiangwan appeared to live far more freely. Why is this fair? Nan Xiangwan, recognizing the jealousy radiating from Li Jie's eyes, understood her thoughts all too well. The woman's envy was palpable. "Well then, I have greeted you. You should return to your man. Perhaps we will meet again." Realizing she was being dismissed, Li Jie begrudgingly departed, vowing to herself that she would one day overshadow Nan Xiangwan. Once the loathed presence had finally retreated, Nan Xiangwan advised, "Sister, keep your distance from that woman. Her intentions are not pure, and her jealousy is evident." "Very well. I shall heed your advice and avoid her." Nan Xiangwan agreed. "That is wise. Otherwise, she may very well drain you dry." With a chuckle, Nan Xiangwan noted her brother's consistent disdain for Li Jie. However, she resolved to maintain her distance from Li Jie, only to confront her when the time for retribution arrived. For now, she would allow her rival to flounder a bit longer. When Li Jie returned to Zhou Muyang's side, her expression had returned to normal, with no trace of her earlier disdain. "How was your conversation with your friend? Which base is she from?" Hearing Zhou Muyang's inquiry, Li Jie, despite her discomfort, smiled as she replied, "My close friend is now the wife of the leader at Jiangnan base." "I had not heard of it before, so it must be a newly established base," she finished with a look of disdain. However, the speaker may not intend it, but the listener certainly does. "Are you referring to the people from Jiangnan?" "Indeed. What seems to be the issue?" The problem is substantial. Although this base is newly established, its reputation has long been established. Yet this woman, who never ventures outside, remains oblivious. Are you aware that Jiangnan is currently being referred to as the second granary?" "Ah, when did this happen? How come I know nothing of it?" Zhou Muyang glanced at the woman beside him, thinking her quite useless. It seems she needs to venture out more often. How could she be unaware of such crucial information? His father's words rang true. She provides no support whatsoever. Nonetheless, considering that no suitable woman has yet appeared, he suppressed his irritation and said, "I think it would be wise for you to go out more often. Also, it would be best if you could befriend your acquaintance. The wife of the base leader in Jiangnan is not someone who could be easily approached at any time." Upon hearing this from the man, Li Jie realized there was much she did not know, which only deepened her discontent. "Is it truly as remarkable as you claim? The second granary, do they possess an abundance of food?" This is how the news is spread. "So since you know them, it is best to cultivate a good relationship. We might need to procure some food from their base." Yes, I understand that moment. Li Jie was filled with resentment, wondering why she always fell short compared to that XJR. Before the apocalypse, she was outdone, and even now, she remained overshadowed, which was infuriating. Yet to avoid appearing incapable before her man, she swallowed her frustration, needing to prove she still had some worth. Otherwise, she would inevitably be cast aside. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, she understood that those without abilities were deemed useless. Despite this man treating her well, should he encounter someone more capable, she would eventually be discarded, a situation she could not allow to transpire. If he dared to do so, she would not hesitate to exchange him for someone else from the Xiangyang base. Chapter 83. A melange of familiar faces leaving aside Li Jie's situation. Liang Suzhe was currently brimming with excitement in the parking lot as he had finally encountered the enemy responsible for his sister's death. Zhang Zichun, this woman had not only survived, but had also attached herself to another. Truly, the world is full of surprises. Naturally, the other brothers recognized her as well. Brother Liang, stay calm. Since the enemy has appeared, we will deal with her in due time, but we cannot cause trouble for the captain today. Wang Ming, one of the first to follow Liang Suzhi, was well aware of who his enemy was. Liang Suzhi was initially overwhelmed with emotion, eager to eliminate her immediately, but upon his brother's reminder, his mind quickly cleared. Rest assured, I am mindful of it, that I will not cause trouble for the captain or Sister Nan. However, I must gather some information. I need to know which base this woman is currently at, or else I may not find her again next time. Leave it to me. I'll go.By the way, hand me a few packs of cigarettes. They're quite effective for information gathering. Liang Suzhi glanced at Wang Ming. Recognizing his concern for him and grateful for his support, handing him both packs of cigarettes from his pocket, it was only because they were senior figures that they had cigarettes on hand. Otherwise, it would not have been the case that it could be said that Nan Xiangwan treated the elders well, providing each one with a free pack of cigarettes weekly, a privilege exclusive to the elders. This could also be seen as a means of binding them to her. Wang Ming accepted the cigarettes and exited the vehicle. Although they were not permitted inside, they could still move freely outside. They couldn't be left to suffocate in the car. While he went to gather information, another wave of familiar faces arrived. He Ming, having established his own combat team since arriving in Jing City, had become increasingly composed, showing no signs of his previous disarray. This banquet could be likened to a gathering of all past adversaries, yet they could only glare at one another, none daring to make a move unless they were courting disaster. The only thing that brought joy to Zhang Ziyu was that he had finally encountered a normal brother. Long Yihua, once a good comrade, had also arrived at the banquet with his team. Upon seeing him, Xiao Jing approached without waiting for Zhang Ziyu to call out, "Long, I've missed you so much." After uttering these words, Xiao Jing enveloped Long Yihua in a big bear hug. Long Yihua, taken aback by the sudden embrace, pushed him away and, upon recognizing his friend, punched him lightly, exclaiming, "Xiao Jing, I can't believe I've run into you. This is fantastic. I have no regrets, even if I were to die now. But why not just live well? Come, let us sit over there. Ajan is also here, and we can have a good chat. Ajan is still alive? Yes, as long as we're alive, that's what matters. Come on, let us go." Long Yihua signaled to his companions, and they all followed Xiao Jing. When they reached Zhang Ziyu, he stood up to embrace his good brother. "Well done. I've finally found you." Long Yihua was equally elated, finally having found his comrades, and excitedly asked, "Were you guys looking for me?" "Indeed, and also Shangwan Yu and Nan Gongchen are here. Now, with you, we are only missing Long Fantian. Come, let us sit and chat." Hearing Xiao Jing's words, Long Yihua was nearly moved to tears, realizing that someone still cared for him. Subsequently, both parties took their seats. Xiao Jing, the chatterbox, continued, "Where are you staying now?" "I am embarrassed to say, my brothers have barely managed to form a combat team, composed mainly of former company members. Many perished when the apocalypse struck. Those who turned into zombies overnight left us feeling powerless. However, we owe our survival to Ajan's earlier warning. Otherwise, we might have starved to death during those initial days, as long as you are alive. Since we've met, DeLong, come to our base. Ajan is now the leader of the Zhannan base, and we can work together again. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu also extended an invitation. Xiao Jing is right, since you don't have a base yet. Come along. Once we find Fan Tian, the six of us will be unstoppable." Hearing his brother say this, Long Yihua did not hesitate. He indeed needed a larger base for shelter, considering how terrifying the zombies had become. Without a safe haven, he feared he would not endure much longer. "Since my brothers have invited me, how could I refuse? Besides, I have heard some things about your Zhannan base recently and plan to visit. Now that I know it's my brothers, if I don't go, I must be out of my mind." "Exactly. After the banquet, you can bring your people over tomorrow. I've already prepared your room. We were just waiting for our brothers to gather together." "All right, but why didn't those two come?" "Cough. Don't mention it. Shangwan Yu and Nan Gongchen's circumstances aren't as fortunate as ours. One is recuperating from an injury, and the other is recovering his health, so they can only stay at the base. Moreover, our invitation could only accommodate 5 people, so we didn't bring them." "I see that as long as they are fine. That's good. By the way, let me introduce you to Ajan's wife. She is quite impressive, sister-in-law. Come here. This is our brother Long Yihua. Nan Xiangwan was called over by Xiao Jing, nodding at Long Yihua. Hello, I'm Nan Xiangwan. Welcome to our family. Long Yihua was momentarily awestruck by Nan Xiangwan's beauty and quickly stammered, Sister-in-law, it's a pleasure to meet you. Observing his brother's foolish expression, Xiao Jing realized another victim had fallen under his sister-in-law's charm. Zhang Ziyu was not angry. After all, Long Yihua had always been infatuated with beautiful women, and they were accustomed to it. He would become infatuated upon seeing a pretty face, but his principles remained intact, making him a lovable man, not worth getting upset over. Long Yihua also recognized he had fallen into his old habit. Awkwardly scratching his head and apologizing to Zhang Ziyu, Zhang, I did it again. Please don't be it's all right. We all know. Besides, my wife is indeed beautiful. If you weren't infatuated, I might think you'd recovered from your condition. You understand me well, brother. Nan Xiangwan, sitting nearby and listening to their conversation, found it amusing. She hadn't expected someone to still have a crush on beautiful women. It was truly enlightening to as time reached 2:50 p.m. The doors of the venue finally closed. At this point, all chatter ceased, as the theme of the day was about to commence. Even if one wished to network, they could only wait until the head of national security finished speaking before discussing anything else. As the stage lights illuminated, Jiang Tao was escorted to the forefront by a group of soldiers. Chapter 84. The local tyrant grows accustomed. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the head of national security on stage with a hint of sarcasm. In her previous life, it was this ambitious individual who nearly brought humanity to its knees. Had it not been for his decent appearance, these people would not have been so easily deceived. Jiang Tao, aged 58, despite lacking any abilities after the apocalypse, possessed considerable ambition. The national security base had initially been supported by 3 major families, and his ability to represent the other 2 was primarily due to his intellect and the effectiveness of his grandson. This moment, Jiang Tao picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Welcome, esteemed elites, to this banquet today. I am Jiang Tao. The purpose of gathering you all here is to discuss a few matters. First, resources are gradually becoming scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, particularly food. I urge the base leaders and combat team leaders to search for resources in other cities. Those with abilities should cultivate more vegetables whenever possible. Humanity now confronts both natural calamities and man-made disasters that we must unite to combat the undead until we eradicate them completely. Secondly, since the advent of the apocalypse, no new life has been born into this world. The absence of new births signifies that humanity faces the threat of eventual extinction. Of course, with the enhancement brought about by extraordinary abilities, human lifespans have been extended. I hope each of you cherishes those around you, for every loss diminishes our numbers. Once all those dear to you are gone, the solitude will be unbearable, don't you think? Upon hearing this, the crowd below chuckled lightly, yet they remained resolute in their ways. These individuals were not easily swayed by mere words. Now, to my third point, the safety bases across the entire Jing City. Aside from the national security base, I hope the other 4 bases will accept more survivors. Only by preserving sufficient strength and manpower can we endure until the end. Fourth, you must have noticed the recent changes in the zombies. They are continually evolving. Our extraordinary individuals can only counter them by absorbing the cores of these creatures. Traditional firearms are becoming increasingly ineffective, so I urge all extraordinary beings in Jing City to grow stronger swiftly. Fifth, and most importantly, I expect all extraordinary individuals to commence large-scale extermination of zombies starting tomorrow, striving to cleanse Jing City of their presence entirely and erecting a formidable protective wall around the city. Just as Jiang Tao finished speaking, someone in the audience raised their hand and asked, I wish to know how the territory will be allocated. It wouldn't be fair for us to expend our efforts without compensation. Would it? Another chimed in, indeed, there must be a division. Otherwise, who claims the territory we conquer? Exactly, if we were to risk our lives cleansing zombies, there should be some benefits, the questioner added. Jiang Tao, upon hearing these inquiries, maintained a calm exterior while internally chastising them, but he then responded, Your questions are easily resolved. The area within the 3rd ring is designated as our national security's cleanup zone. Thereafter, the 4 directions will be equally divided among your bases. Each independent team should clear the zombies in their designated area, but it is advisable to join a base for better management. However, we do not wish to impose. Are there any further questions? A wave of discussion ensued among the crowd, yet ultimately, no one articulated a definitive point. Zhang Siyu's group adopted a detached demeanor, content to follow the crowd, of course, regarding the material needs for constructing the wall. They would either use what was available or leave it be. They certainly wouldn't go out searching for materials themselves in the end, the most fortified constructions would benefit the national security base, conveniently situated to oversee everything. They couldn't expect to have their cake and eat it too. Seeing that the crowd had no more questions, Zhang Tao instructed the hostess to escort everyone to the banquet hall for dinner. Zhang Siyu's group found a quiet spot to sit, sipping champagne while whispering among themselves that Zhang, "Do you think the national security treats us as fools?" remarked Xiao Jing. Zhang Siyu remained silent, while Lan Yehua interjected. "I perceive that the individual for national security is not to be underestimated. However, while he speaks grandly, one must consider whether anyone will actually execute those words. It is easy to say, but constructing a wall is no simple feat. How many resources and time went into building the Great Wall? His assertion that materials will be provided is rather optimistic. This moment." Nan Xiangwan added, "This person still seems to think he can command respect as if we live in prosperous times. He has grown accustomed to ruling like a local tyrant. Yet he fails to realize that humanity now only seeks to survive. Who still cares about his stature? Food is the real currency. Indeed, in these times, all positions are but facades. Those with resources are the true leaders. But Zhang, does your base truly have enough provisions to sustain so many people? I've heard your cafeteria charges 5 points for a meal. And that it's enough to satiate DeLong? Our base operates this way. But rest assured, our supplies are ample. Moreover, my sister-in-law has recently started constructing greenhouses at the base, allowing us to become self-sufficient." Long Yehua harbored doubts about the validity of this claim, given that the soil had been contaminated. "Are you certain you can cultivate plants in such tainted earth, excluding mutated species? Of course you possess clean soil." My sister-in-law is aware of this matter. Just bring your people to our base. You won't go hungry. The moment our greenhouse yields crops will mark our resurgence that I refuse to believe those people won't be envious. Anything they desire must be exchanged for cores. With cores in hand, we need not worry about resources for our extraordinary abilities." Xiao Jing's assessment was accurate, yet the crops from the greenhouse would take time, and the impending natural disasters loomed large. Upon returning, not only would they need to prepare defenses, but they must also be wary of a potential zombie outbreak. The others shuddered at Zhang Siyu's words, particularly Long Yehua, who had previously heeded Zhang Siyu's warnings and stockpiled supplies to survive. This time, when his brother spoke of natural disasters, he took it seriously. Zhang, is this situation severe? It may not be too dire for us. But elsewhere, it's uncertain. Alas, the heavens seem intent on thwarting our peace. These natural calamities come one after another. When will it end? Just then, Zhou Muyang from the Xiangyang base approached with his group, greeting them politely. "Greetings. I am Zhou Muyang from the Xiangyang base. It's a pleasure to meet you, and my companion mentioned that your wife is her close friend. Thus we may consider ourselves acquaintances." The members of Jiangnan found Zhou's familiarity somewhat perplexing, but as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Baiming Hao was the first to speak. Xiangyang people, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the diplomat for Jiangnan, and all matters pertaining to the base are under my purview. Chapter 85. Unless one loses their mind, Zhou Muyang, as a representative of Xiangyang base, felt a flicker of irritation at the lack of response from Jiangnan's base leader, and now a mere diplomat had dismissed him. Nonetheless, he quelled his rising anger and smiled, saying, "So you are the diplomat from Jiangnan. My apologies. However, I have matters to discuss with your base leader. Might I have the honor of a brief introduction?" Zhang Siyu, not wishing to embarrass the other party, suppressed his impatience and stood up. "I am Zhang Siyu from Jiangnan. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Zhou Muyang was taken aback by the imposing presence of this man and grew wary. He turned to Li Jie beside him, saying, "I will have a word with Mr. Zhang. You can catch up with your friend for now." Li Jie understood Zhou's intent to gather intelligence, so she smiled and replied, "Understood." Zhang Xiyu and Zhou Muyang moved to a secluded area to converse. Wali Jie engaged in idle chatter with Nan Xiangwan, but her questions yielded no useful information. When Zhang Xiyu returned, he found Li Jie had been taken away by Zhou Muyang. Ugh, that bothersome person has finally left. What did you discuss? Zhang Xiyu inquired, absent-mindedly toying with his wife's fingers. Nothing of great importance. Merely that I heard our base has a surplus of food, and he wishes to exchange some. I mentioned I would need to consult with others before making any decisions, as, despite my apparent leadership, I cannot act unilaterally. How Navi, who isn't aware that food is in short supply nowadays? Yet he dares to make such requests. Indeed, his ambitions are considerable. But rest assured, even if we do possess resources, we want to share them. Supporting our adversaries would be sheer folly. Their misfortune brings me joy. When the time comes, we can seize them and exact revenge for my wife. Agreed, that sounds feasible. That I believe we've gleaned all we can from here. Let us withdraw as nightfall approaches. Very well, let us go. These people hold little interest for me. Some I already know from my previous life, and it's certainly not worth wasting time. With that, Zhang Xiyu led his group away. Long Yehua, seeing his brother depart, followed suit and returned home. Liang Shuzhe, upon their exit, immediately started his vehicle and followed suit. As they reached the entrance of the National Security Base, they encountered Shen Xingzhou, exchanging nods before driving away. Night is when the zombies possess their greatest combat prowess, making this journey anything but smooth. That by the time they arrived at the base, the vehicle was already reeking of decomposing flesh. After parking at the car wash, they entrusted their vehicle to the management and returned to rest. Nan Xiangwan and her group had barely eaten anything, as the cafeteria had closed, so they resorted to preparing a small meal indoors. Nan Haochen grumbled between bites. That large base had nothing appetizing. I filled up on drinks instead. I want to attend another such banquet. I'd rather lounge at home reading comics. Xiao Jing agreed wholeheartedly, finding it utterly uninteresting. However, Zhang Xiyu proposed, in the future, let us take turns attending these banquets. I see that Shang Guanyu is doing quite well lately, and Long Yehua has the makings of a diplomat as well. It would be splendid if Fan Tian could join us. He is the most astute among us. It's strange we didn't encounter him at such a grand banquet. I wonder if he is even in Jing City. Nan Xiangwan recognized her husband's longing for his brothers and comforted him, saying, "Don't overthink it. You only lack one brother. You will reunite eventually. Besides, as you mentioned, he is the most perceptive. He is likely waiting for us to find him." Indeed, my wife speaks wisely. After dinner, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. On this evening, Nan Xiangwan was also exhausted, collapsing onto the bed and drifting into slumber. Zhang Xiyu, having finished his bath and realizing there was no meat to eat, resignedly climbed into bed, embracing his wife as he succumbed to sleep. The next day, Long Yehua arrived early, bringing his family along. Upon seeing their guest, Nan Gongchun and Shang Guanyu were overjoyed. Zhan, from now on, I shall cling to you and never leave, Zhang Xiyu remarked while sipping tea. That's splendid. Make yourself at home. I can support you, he replied. Why, good brother, I still have some supplies yet to be transported. If you have a truck available, could you assist me in hauling them over? Certainly. I shall have Mosey bring some people to help. There are fewer zombies during the day than at night. Upon mentioning zombies, Long Yehua lamented. Last night, as we returned home, we nearly met our demise at the hands of zombies. How is it that they evolve so rapidly? If it weren't for our abilities, I truly feared for our lives. Even handguns cannot penetrate the advanced zombies. It's utterly terrifying. You have yet to see the worst of it. When you encounter the Zombie King and the Zombie Emperor, that will be true despair. While we still have time before the major bosses appear, we ought to seize the opportunity to train diligently. That we mustn't wait until those colossal creatures emerge, or else we shall be forced to flee. Wait, are you serious? Are there even more formidable foes? Indeed, not only are the zombies formidable, but when the animals descend from the mountains en masse, that will signal the true beginning of war. That if my calculations are correct, we have at most a year left. A year from now, stepping outside will require utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the others in the room fell into deep contemplation. The apocalypse truly offered no respite to humanity. Even the slightest relaxation could lead to elimination. Only Nan Xiangwan, an ordinary man, felt a pang of sorrow, for he lacked any supernatural abilities. Nan Xiangwan, being perceptive, quickly noticed his distress and nudged Zhan Suyu with her elbow. Gesturing subtly, Zhan Suyu, realizing he had yet to address Nan Xiangwan, turned to him and said, "Ah Chun, come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." Nan Xiangwan, caught off guard by the direct summons, rose and went upstairs. Upon entering Zhan Suyu's room, he inquired, "Did you call for me regarding something important?" "Nan Gong, do you desire supernatural abilities?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, do you wish to become an ability user?" "I possess a method, but the success rate is merely 50%. Should you fail, you will perish. The choice is entirely yours." Upon hearing Zhan Suyu's words, Nan Xiangwan immediately began to weigh his options, and then solemnly replied, "I wish to attempt it. If I die, please avenge my mother and sister." Rather than continue living this way, he preferred to take a chance. Perhaps he would gain abilities, thus preventing himself from being a burden to his brothers. Of course, should he perish, it would also serve as a form of release. Since you have made up your mind, follow me to the basement. However, I hope you can endure. If you pull through, it will signify a rebirth. Please do not abandon your brothers, all right? I will do my best. He did not wish to disappoint his brothers and resolved to give it his all. Chapter 86. The successful activation of supernatural abilities, Zhan Suyu, subsequently led him to the basement. Knowing what was about to transpire, Nan Xiangwan retrieved a crystal core from the spring water. Previously, she and Zhan Suyu had collected numerous cores from ability users, but they had never utilized them, as their own power sufficed. Now, it was the perfect opportunity to activate abilities for those without them, albeit with a low success rate. Yet, any chance was better than none. After handing the crystal core to Zhan Suyu, she returned to her room, not wishing to witness the potentially brutal activation process. Holding the crystal core, Zhan Suyu asked his brother one last time, "Are you ready? Once you begin, there is no turning back. Let us proceed. At worst, I shall be a valiant warrior once again after 18 years. Very well. I shan't urge you further. Consume this core. Your body may experience considerable pain, but you must endure." Nan Xiangwan gazed at the fiery red core, questioning, "This isn't from a zombie, is it? Since you have guessed, it is best not to inquire further. Some truths are better left unknown for both our sakes." Clutching the core, Nan Xiangwan thought that for such a significant undertaking, it was indeed wise to remain oblivious. Otherwise, when the time came, not only would they have to combat zombies, but they might also face threats from their own comrades. He did not wish to become a butcher. With a determined clench of his jaw, he swallowed the core. Zhan Suyu, upon witnessing this, promptly advised, "Relax. This core has been processed. I will be right here watching over you. You must endure." Understood. The core was now within him. Even if he wished to retract his decision, it was too late. He only hoped to navigate this ordeal successfully so that his brothers could remain united, and he could seek vengeance as time passed. Nan Xiangwan felt as if he were ablaze, his entire body seething with heat. The torment made him yearn for instant death. However, whenever he felt on the verge of giving up, he would catch sight of his brothers waiting for him, reigniting his determination. Thus, he endured through an entire day and night, until the intense heat finally began to subside. Zhan Suyu, witnessing that he had made it through, smiled with joy. Just then, a knock echoed at the basement door. "Zhan, I brought you some food." Upon recognizing his wife's voice, Zhan Suyu immediately rose to open the door, allowing her to enter. "How is he? Is he all right?" Zhan Suyu accepted the food container from his wife's hands and replied, "He has just broken his fever. He should awaken by morning, but we can carry him back to his room to rest now. That's reassuring. But do you think he will weep upon discovering he was the first test subject?" Zhan Suyu chuckled helplessly. "You're becoming increasingly mischievous. Let us not discuss it. I fear he may develop psychological trauma." "Very well, I shan't tell him. You eat first. I shall call the others." They were all quite worried but feared interrupting you, so no one dared come down. "I only ventured down after carefully counting the time. They're quite clever. I appreciate your efforts, dear. Please help carry him back to his room. Of course, I shall do so right away." With that, Nan Xiangwan turned and ascended the stairs. When she reached the living room, The others were anxiously awaiting news. In truth, they too were eager to learn whether the alternate method could indeed activate abilities. So they remained in anticipation. Upon seeing Nan Xiangwan emerge, Xiao Jing was the first to inquire, "Sister-in-law, what is the outcome?" "Guess." Seeing her in a playful mood, Xiao Jing teased, "Sister-in-law." Nan Xiangwan smiled before replying, "All is well. He has come through to as for whether he succeeded, we must wait for him to awaken. For now, please help carry him back to his room." "Understood, we shall go at once." With that, Xiao Jing and the others hurried to the basement to transport Nan Gongshan back to his room. Before departing, Zhan Siyu specifically instructed them not to let him bathe until he regained consciousness. Upon returning to her room, Nan Xiangwan led Zhan Siyu into their space to go wash up. "You smell dreadful." Zhan Siyu, pulling his wife close, mischievously suggested, "Dear wife, I need a bath. Will you assist me?" Nan Xiangwan, fully aware of his intentions, retorted, "It is still daylight. Such behavior is inappropriate. I merely wish for a wash, truly." With an eye roll, Nan Xiangwan thought to herself how untrustworthy he was, this rascal. Yet in the end, the two shared a bath together, and a mischievous wolf devoured the innocent rabbit. That night, the base's alarm suddenly blared upon hearing it. Zhan Siyu sprang from bed, hastily dressing. Nan Xiangwan, still groggy, awoke to the alarm, noticing her husband nearly fully dressed, and began to dress herself. "Take your time. I'll check outside first. It appears the zombies are attacking the base." "All right, I shall join you shortly." As Zhan Siyu reached the hall, the others had gathered as well. "Let us go. Prepare for battle." When they reached the base's entrance, the duty personnel were engaged in combat with the zombies. And upon closer inspection, they saw at least 500 of the creatures. Zhan Siyu seized the walkie-talkie and called out to all the ability users at the base, "Eliminate the zombies swiftly. If not, the base will suffer significant losses." "Received." "Understood." The leaders of the various teams quickly arrived at the battlefield. Thanks to the rapid efforts of the base's ability users, the area was cleared in just 1 hour, leaving behind numerous dismembered corpses outside the base, the air thick with the stench of decay. Nan Xiangwan and her team dug for crystal cores while cleaning up the battlefield. Each time they extracted a core from a deceased zombie. They needed to incinerate the body to prevent the spread of other viruses. They toiled until dawn broke, finally managing to clean the entrance of the base. Zhan Siyu surveyed the large barrels filled with crystal cores and addressed the group. "Let us eat breakfast first at 9 o'clock. Each team will gather in the hall to tally the cores. You are all dismissed." "Yes." Zhan Siyu felt somewhat fatigued. If it had been in the past, they would have already cleared this many zombies. However, since the zombies had evolved, they had become increasingly difficult to kill. If not for the strength of the ability users in their team, they might have faced serious casualties. Observing the damaged walls, he pinched the bridge of his nose and instructed Mosey, "Have the craftsmen repair the walls afterward." "Understood." After breakfast, Bai Minghao began distributing the crystal cores, while everyone else returned to their respective tasks. Nan Xiangwan, wishing to nourish her brothers, returned to her room and ventured into the space to slaughter a few hens for soup. Nan Haochen, noticing his sister's extravagant endeavor, expressed concern, "Sister, with such lavish feasting, won't you run out of supplies?" "No. The animals in the space are becoming rampant, and there is no issue with daily sustenance diet. I am even considering establishing a chicken farm at the base, allowing us to enjoy eggs openly in the future." Chapter 87. The earthquake and tsunami sweeps in. Of course, for Nan Xiangwan, raising chickens is merely a thought. The crux lies in how to explain the source of the chicks. In the post-apocalyptic world, all flora and fauna have ceased to reproduce, and if a sudden influx of chicks were to appear, it would be quite difficult to account for. Seeing his sister's happiness, Nan Haochen refrained from speaking, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the kitchen. His sister's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Even the aroma is tantalizing. When several large pots of ginseng chicken soup were finally ready, Nan Gongshan, who had been sleeping downstairs, awoke, toying with a small flame in his hand. His roommate, Shang Guanyu, upon seeing this, genuinely rejoiced for his brother. However, having just awakened, he needed a reminder. Excessive use of his abilities could lead to fainting. "Aiken, you've been playing for quite a while now. Stop before you exhaust your powers and faint again." Upon hearing his brother's words, Nan Xiangwan withdrew the flame, excitedly inquiring, "I'm not dreaming, am I? This feels so unreal." "You are not dreaming. You indeed possess abilities. Now we can fight side by side once more. Haha, I can finally take revenge myself. Come, I must share this with my brothers." Just as the two stepped out of their room, they were summoned by Nan Xiangwan to the conference room. Once Nan Xiangwan saw that everyone was present, she stood up and said, Come. This is the chicken soup I personally prepared. If you don't act quickly, you might miss out on the meat, especially you. You just woke up. It's essential for you to nourish your body, so drink plenty. Thank you, sister-in-law, that my health is already restored. Having abilities does make one's body superior to that of ordinary people. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, the others congratulated him as well. Xiao Jing, sipping on the chicken soup, remarked, "Aiken, you must treat your sister-in-law well. Our rations are all managed by her." "Yes, I understand," while gnawing on a chicken leg. Long Yahua also expressed, "Since coming to the base, I've realized that I am indeed human. The food I consumed over the past year was nothing but trash. This is what life is meant to be." All right, once we finish eating, I have something to discuss with you all. Sister-in-law, feel free to speak while we eat. We are all family here. No need for formalities. Hearing Xiao Jing's words, Nan Xiangwan agreed and continued. "Starting tomorrow, each of you will lead a team to gather construction materials. Our base's walls are still inadequate. If we encounter a level 5 zombie, they could breach it in no time. The level 3 zombie from yesterday already cracked the wall, making this our top priority. Additionally, the school playground at the back is adjacent to a small hill. The plants there pose a threat to us that we need to clear them out to prevent them from encroaching, as their destructive potential shouldn't be underestimated. Especially since there are greenhouses at the back that are about to be planted, we must ensure nothing goes awry." The individuals in the conference room recognized the urgency of reinforcing the walls, understanding that once breached, it would be the ordinary people who would suffer the consequences. Such an event must never occur. Fortunately, there was still time. After everyone finished their soup and meat, they dispersed to organize their teams, ready to depart at a moment's notice the following day. In the days that followed, the inhabitants of the South Base were bustling with activity. As the base leader, Zhang Xiyu showed no favoritism. As long as one worked, there would be food to eat. Those with greater abilities were afforded single accommodations. Their base not only had electricity, but also ample food and water resources. Of course, there were some peculiar individuals, but thanks to the warnings from Bai Ming Hao and Situ Mo, things had quieted down significantly. The incorrigible troublemakers had been expelled. The South Base was determined to eliminate any potential threats, as they did not wish for a single rotten apple to spoil the entire barrel. After reinforcing the base's walls, a new wave of calamity arrived. While everyone was asleep at night, the house suddenly began to shake, though not severely. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiyu promptly gathered everyone in the square. After all, the trajectories of this life and the last were slightly different, and no one could guarantee that the house would not collapse. All sat in the base's square, experiencing wave after wave of tremors, making it difficult for those standing to maintain their balance. The earthquake continued for 2 hours before finally subsiding. Fortunately, they were not in the epicenter, and no cracks or collapses occurred in their houses. However, unbeknownst to them, a severe tsunami was unfolding in the ocean, drowning many cities. The most unfortunate was Country R, within an hour of the tsunami and volcanic eruption. The entire island sank beneath the waves, effectively leading to its annihilation. With the rise of the sun, Zhang Xiyu dispatched several teams to gather information and provide emergency assistance in the vicinity. Zhang, once the earthquake passes, we will face extreme cold again. Such conditions will persist for at least another year before returning to normal. It's truly unbearable. Zhang Xiyu, listening to his wife's concerns, was well aware of the situation. However, this winter would be comparable to the temperature at the borders, allowing for human survival. Don't overthink it. I will send people to procure winter fuel, and I have arranged for the entire school's heating system to be modified. When the boiler room is operational, we can save on fuel, and others won't freeze to death indoors. Nan Xiangwan turned in bed, gazing at the ceiling, sighing, "It seems we must accept this. We will do our best. There are too many people in the world. We can only save as many as we can. Once the weather turns cold, the cafeteria will switch to 2 meals a day to conserve food." "Yes, I believe so too." That moment, Nan Xiangwan knocked and entered. Sister, brother-in-law, I want to go to the space. Come, let us all go together. Lock the door first. After Nan Xiangwan secured the door, Nan Xiangwan led them to the space. Marveling at the spring-like world within, wishing to relocate humanity there. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. Unless Water Blue Star faced imminent collapse, she might consider bringing survivors to this sanctuary. Upon entering the space, Nan Xiangwan headed to the fruit garden. Zhan Xiyu went to the study, while Nan Xiangwan ventured to the back mountain to find her giant flower. Woo-woo. Master, you haven't visited me in a long time. Gazing at the colossal carnivorous plant, she felt a twinge of headache, contemplating that if it continued to grow like this, it might soon swallow an elephant whole. Giant flower, I will soon release you to deal with the mutated beasts. Just don't be picky. Ooh. As long as I can eat, I don't mind. As for zombies, I'd rather not. I can't swallow them. Huh? You picky creature, I wouldn't let you eat them even if you wanted to. I'm afraid you'd suffer from diarrhea. Zombies are full of viruses, and it's best not to eat them. If you were turned into a zombie flower, I would surely weep. Woo-woo. Understood. After spending some time at the giant flower, Nan Xiangwan went to the kitchen to prepare meals for her two beloved men. Chapter 88. Departure from Feng County. Following the earthquake, Nan Xiangwan began large-scale planting of vegetables and grains. The soil was brought from the space, and they claimed it was a newly developed agent capable of purging soil viruses. At this time, ordinary people in the base found their purpose. Those who registered for participation earned 20 points a day, equivalent to the cost of 4 meals. Naturally, those with abilities were excluded, as opportunities for others to partake needed to be preserved. 1 day, Nan Xiangwan and Zhan Xiyu visited the greenhouse, observing the tender sprouts of vegetables emerging. They felt quite pleased. The person in charge of this area, upon seeing the base leader and his wife, hurried over and said, Mr. Zhan, Mrs. Zhan, what brings you here? Upon noticing Zhao Wangguo approaching, Nan Xiangwan replied, Uncle Zhao, we just came to take a look. After all, the soil has been damaged in the post-apocalypse, and we were uneasy not knowing how it fared. However, seeing it now, we have succeeded. We no longer need to worry about a lack of vegetables and grains. As the former director of the Grain Bureau, Zhao Wangguo was thrilled that they could cultivate new vegetables and grains. Had his son not awakened his abilities, he might have been among those whose heads were severed by the zombie horde. Sir, the first batch of vegetables will be ready for the cafeteria in just over a month, while the grains may take a few more months. And no rush. Once this batch is harvested, I will have more greenhouses constructed. Please ensure to pay attention to pest control, and remember to reserve seeds from the harvested grains and vegetables. That we have limited seeds from before, and now we must rely on the produce from these greenhouses to yield good results. Madam, I have noted your instructions. Is there anything else you would like to add? As for water, instruct the water-based ability users to supply additional water daily. 1 bucket will earn 1 point. After that, please notify them. Also, ensure that 2 people are on duty in each greenhouse at night. This is humanity's hope, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. I will arrange for the ability users to take night shifts. How about offering 5 points for an overnight duty? After all, if an emergency occurs, ordinary people cannot run away as quickly. After considering it, Nan Xiangwan agreed that having ability users on watch would indeed be more reliable. That works. Gather more people for the shift from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m., with 3 in each greenhouse. This way, they can take turns resting. Got it. I'll make a note of that. Well then, if there is nothing else, please carry on with your tasks, and feel free to inform us of any issues. Indeed. After Zhao Wangguo's departure, the two conducted a thorough inspection, finding no issues, and returned to Dajan. We have received word that the personnel from Goan are likely heading to a northern county to procure construction materials. You think we should follow them and seize an opportunity? Zhan Xiyu set down the documents in his hand, pondering thoughtfully. Dalong, is the information accurate? It is indeed accurate. A brother from Goan informed me, and he also mentioned that he plans to defect to our side once this matter concludes. He no longer wishes to remain with Goan, so I believe the intel is reliable. Let me think about it. All right, I shall take my leave for now. After Long Yehua departed, Nan Xiangwan stepped forward and remarked, I recall that in my previous life, Goan indeed transported a batch of construction materials. If I am not mistaken, this information should be true. However, I sensed there might be some traps, as such crucial information would not be easily leaked. I suspect it is a deliberate ploy from Goen to find some individuals to act as cannon fodder. Do you understand why I said I need to think it over? Huh. What does it matter? Oh, it matters greatly. In my previous life, I was affiliated with Goen, and I was the one who led the team to transport that batch of materials. But do you know that place nearly cost me my life? Nan Xiangwan was surprised to learn that this matter involved her husband. Yes. Oh, what are your thoughts now? What exactly did you encounter there? Zhang Xiyu embraced his wife, his voice heavy with concern. There is a cave over there, filled with numerous mutated bats and rats, impervious even to bombardments from firearms. So many that you cannot even fathom. In my previous life, due to insufficient intelligence, we lost many ability users. Had I not been powerful at that time, I might have long since perished. Moreover, there are two fourth-tier zombies visible on the surface. One is a psychic type that can command other zombies to attack humans, while the other is an ice-type zombie. There is clear information regarding these two zombies. Hearing you say that, perhaps it would be wise for us to refrain from getting involved. It's evident that Goen's intentions are not pure. No, we must go, but we will take a few people discreetly. Once the other parties have become cannon fodder, we can reap the benefits. Nan Xiangwan looked at her husband with a hint of amusement. Do you really think this is a good idea? Rest assured, we will arrange for a team on the surface, but they will merely be there for show. We will just sit back and watch. All right, since you have said so, is settled then. Yes, I will make arrangements shortly. There are indeed considerable construction materials over there. Once we return from this trip, we can expand the perimeter of the base significantly, allowing for more areas to cultivate food. That evening, Zhang Xiyu convened an emergency meeting, subsequently determining the personnel for the outing that he and Nan Xiangwan would venture out in secret. While on the surface, Xiao Jing would lead the team. Xiao Jing had his own small squad, so the personnel were readily available, with the remaining individuals tasked with guarding the base's construction. Even Nan Xiangwan was left at home, as it was prudent to keep some supplies stored at home, despite the presence of several spatial ability users at the base. After all, one's own people are always the most reliable and safe. The next morning, Xiao Jing led the team to the county, with a total of 30 people equipped with firearms and grenades. Acquiring materials was one aspect, but the primary focus was to gather seeds and coal for the winter. That evening, Nan Xiangwan took out her beloved little motorcycle, and the couple slipped into the night to pursue. Whenever they grew tired, they would enter the spatial realm to rest, and once rejuvenated, they would ride the motorcycle onward. Along the way, they visited every undamaged storefront they encountered, collecting anything useful to fill their spatial storage. As the population of the base continued to grow and the demand for supplies increased, the sight of the empty houses along the roadside gave them the feeling of bandits passing through, leaving not a single trace behind. When they caught up with the others in Feng County, Goen's personnel had already set off for their destination. Seeing that his brothers had finally arrived, Xiao Jing anxiously inquired. They have already departed. When do we make our move? Chapter 89. Watching the show, Zhang Xiyu removed his outer garment. Why the urgency? There are two major bosses over there. If we go now, we would merely be delivering ourselves to them. What do you mean by delivering ourselves? Is there something here I am unaware of? Do you want to watch the show? Upon hearing that there was a spectacle to witness, Xiao Jing immediately became eager. Where do we watch? When do we go? Should I bring some sunflower seeds? Puffed. Nan Xiangwan chuckled at Xiao Jing's antics. Sunflower seeds. Do you think this is a rural gossip session? Sister-in-law, is there a grand performance to behold? Look at us. We've traveled all this way. It cannot be for nothing, can it? Ahem. Since you are so eager to see, I will ensure you get a good view. However, watching the show comes with risks. You must be prepared for the possibility of not returning. Not every show is safe. Today's performance could cost lives. But who is Xiao Jing? The more suspense you build, the more he wants to know. Sister-in-law, with you and Ajan here, I am not afraid. How much faith do you have in us? Are you not worried that at a critical moment, we might send you to feed the zombies? I'm not worried. I trust you both. You are indeed mysteriously confident. I admire that. At that moment, Zhang Xiyu remarked, Xiao Jing, you can come with us, but it is very dangerous over there. The rest must stay behind. No one is to venture out without orders. We may need to flee at a moment's notice if things go awry. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing realized that the situation might be more complex than he had anticipated, and he immediately sobered up. Ajan, is there truly some danger we are unaware of? You will know once you see it. Since Goen's personnel have already set out, we should follow as well and find a good vantage point to observe. Subsequently, Zhan Siyu and his wife led Xiao Jing away, leaving his subordinates to wait for news. When Xiao Jing caught sight of the motorcycle, his eyes sparkled. Did you two ride this here? What did you find it? Can I ride it? Zhan Siyu, noticing his brother's envious expression, retrieved another motorcycle from the spatial realm. Here, take this one. Just follow my lead. Xiao Jing eagerly climbed on the freshly procured motorcycle. Don't worry. I will definitely be obedient. Zhan Siyu knew his brother was serious and immediately revved the engine and set off with his wife, with Xiao Jing closely trailing behind. 40 minutes later, the trio finally arrived near their destination. Before they could disembark, they heard the sounds of powers clashing in battle ahead. Xiao Jing, hurry and get out. We need to move. Xiao Jing quickly dismounted, and Zhan Siyu stored both motorcycles in the spatial realm before heading toward a nearby abandoned building, clearing out scattered zombies as they ascended. Upon reaching the rooftop, Nan Xiangwan produced 3 binoculars and handed them to them. Xiao Jing, the most excited of the lot, grabbed a binocular and peered toward the battlefield. Oh my! Ajan, what in the world is that? The ground is frozen, and those zombies are attacking recklessly. What is going on? Such a grand spectacle. Those are 2 4th-tier zombies if Goen wants those materials. They must eliminate these 2 zombies. However, Goen has many capable individuals. Dealing with these 2 zombies is merely a matter of time. The more Xiao Jing observed, the more he sensed something amiss at Ajan. Is it really worth risking so much just for those construction materials? It seems many ability users are struggling to hold on, yet they aren't retreating. Those materials mean more than their lives. This is just the first wave of expendables. Goen has brought quite a few people this time. They won't back down until they achieve their objective. TSK. Does the leadership of Goen have a problem with their judgment? Yes and no. However, I must say that if those 2 zombies are not dealt with today, they will eventually evolve into zombie kings or even a zombie emperor, at which point humanity will be under threat. Nan Xiangwan sighed. I did not expect that merely these 2 troublesome zombies would almost exhaust these ability users. This is indeed quite a challenge. But have you noticed something? The zombies seem to possess an inexhaustible supply of power. It is truly eerie that it is not eerie. Rather, those 2 zombies are absorbing the cores of the dead zombies around them as they fight, gradually siphoning that energy into their bodies. That is why they remain unyielding. Wow, are zombies really becoming this clever now? But have those people realized this situation? If this continues, they could face total annihilation. Do not underestimate Goen. If I am not mistaken, they will soon employ their trump card. We just need to watch. Just as Zhan Siyu finished speaking, they noticed someone over there pulling out a weapon resembling a rocket launcher. With a loud bang, an unidentified object was attached to the 2 4th-tier zombies. Invisibly, their skin began to corrode. Ajan, do you think that is sulfuric acid? Close enough, but it is modified. Otherwise, simple sulfuric acid would not be able to corrode a 4th-tier zombie's body. It seems this battle is about to conclude. Seeing that the good show was nearing its end, Xiao Jing lamented, I haven't had enough of the spectacle yet. I ascend it ending too quickly. Do not be impatient. There's more to come. That will be the real battle, so be sure to pay attention and be ready to retreat. Really? There's more. What if they poked a zombie nest? Is it necessary to be so thrilling? I am now tempted to venture down and scavenge for crystal cores. It is truly agonizing to see, yet not be able to partake. The 3 of them were observing the commotion while making sarcastic remarks. On the battlefield, the zombies and 2 bosses had finally been eradicated, and everyone was engaged in cleaning up the area and excavating the crystal cores in my previous life. This mission was originally led by Zhan Siyu. However, in this lifetime, Zhan Siyu is absent, and the command is taken by a young general from the base, Han, who possesses lightning abilities and has just reached the 4th tier, which is quite commendable in terms of combat prowess. Team, all the zombies here have been eliminated and are awaiting your instructions. Han pinched his furrowed brow in distress, deciding to rest momentarily. The zombies have been incinerated, and the crystal cores were collected and loaded into the vehicle. after which they would proceed to the factory to transport supplies. Understood. Emohan observed the scene, his right eyelid twitching incessantly, feeling a premonition of impending trouble. Were it not for his father's insistence on establishing military authority, he would not have wished to be here. Although this task merely involved transporting supplies and clearing fourth-tier zombies, he sensed that something unknown loomed ahead, as expected, after everyone had rested and began loading the fourth vehicle with supplies. Disaster struck. Team. It's bad. We must leave quickly. There are many mutated animals inside. Hurry. Listening to his subordinate's report, Emohan's eyelid twitched even more violently. He immediately ordered a retreat. While the supplies were important, the safety of his team was paramount. That if 200 ability users suffered catastrophic losses, he would not be able to escape unscathed either. When Xiao Jing observed the emergence of unknown creatures below, he finally understood why Ajan had made such a statement. Ajan, what are those down there? Xiao Jing inquired uncertainly, gazing at the dense cluster of dark shadows below. As you can see, they are all mutated beasts. Some are venomous. Though a bite may not be fatal, it can certainly incapacitate you. Of course, this applies to ability users. Ordinary people would soon become corpses. The three of them intended to say more, but a series of agonizing screams erupted from below. Although a bite may not be lethal, what could one do if devoured by mutated beasts? It was truly gruesome, even though they were accustomed to slaughtering zombies. The sight still made them feel nauseous. Ajan, should we leave? The supplies are truly perilous to obtain. Wait, this time it's not just the national security personnel. There are other bases nearby, waiting to scavenge. Once they strike, we will go in and collect the remnants. I trust your judgment. Going down now would be tantamount to delivering ourselves to death. Emohan witnessed the chaos below, with casualties and injuries mounting. He felt utterly flustered. He hurriedly directed his team to evacuate with the loaded supplies, pondering the significant loss of ability users. If they failed to bring back the supplies, it would indeed be a disastrous outing. Yet, as he sought to flee, the mutated beasts relentlessly pursued them. They discarded thermal weapons recklessly, visibly obliterating several beasts, yet the losses still weighed heavily on their national security base as they fled, managing to take down a few mutated creatures. Personnel from other bases emerged to engage the remaining beasts. However, those individuals were utterly miscalculated. There were simply too many mutated beasts, and thermal weapons could hardly vanquish them unless aimed directly at their eyes. Zhang Xiyu, watching the continuous deaths of ability users below, felt a chill in his heart. Even though he anticipated the outcome, witnessing the gruesome deaths firsthand was still distressing. Reflecting on his previous life, he considered himself fortunate to have survived. However, Emohan was the most unfortunate of all. He had led 200 ability users on this mission, only to find the supplies inadequate and nearly half of his team lost. With numerous mutated beasts in pursuit and their thermal weapons running low, he was in a state of desperation. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the personnel stationed at John and Emohan passed by their encampment. The sight of the throngs of mutated beasts left them wide-eyed in terror, covering their mouths in fear of being discovered. It was no wonder the captain had forbidden them from advancing. This was not merely dangerous. It was a scenario worthy of a blockbuster film from M Country. If they were targeted, they would not only perish, but also suffer greatly. They could only wonder how their captain was faring. Once the horde of beasts vanished from view, the Zhannin personnel finally exhaled in relief. Wiping the cold sweat from their brows, it was indeed frightful. At least with zombies, one could fight back. But these creatures were seldom seen, and their weaknesses were utterly unknown. Particularly, the speed of the animals' attacks was alarmingly swift, leaving no time for a response. Zhang Xiyu had anticipated this scenario, as it was the only route back to the city. He intended to demonstrate to others that the apocalypse harbored not only zombies, but also many unknown creatures. As other bases contended against the mutated beasts, Nan Xiangwan suddenly discovered that Zhou Muyang and Li Jie were also present. It seemed this batch of supplies was indeed highly enticing. Zhan. 2 little shrimp have appeared. Do you think we should collect some interest first? Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhang Xiyu glanced down and, upon spotting the two, smirked slightly, saying, "No need for us to intervene. they will soon find themselves in trouble. These little ones are rather troublesome, and they clearly underestimate their capabilities. After this battle, these bases will be significantly weakened, allowing us to profit handsomely. Xiao Jing was taken aback by Zhang Siyu's ruthlessness. However, were it not for his brother's cleverness, the 30 individuals they had brought along might not have returned alive. He was still covered in goosebumps. As time passed, the area below was nearly deserted. Those who were dead lay still, while those who could flee had escaped out of course. Zhou Muyang and his group had also suffered severe losses, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Once the battlefield quieted down and the sun began to set, Zhang Siyu surveyed the area below and suggested, "Let us return for now. We shall come back tomorrow. There are still a few mutated beasts remaining, but not many. We will bring our team to collect the supplies first thing in the morning. Indeed, it is unsafe at night. I am quite famished." The three of them seized the opportunity before the sun fully set and rode their motorcycles back to the temporary encampment. Upon seeing their captain return safely, the Zhannan squad expressed their gratitude. Just then, Liu Yang, the vice-captain, approached Xiao Jing and inquired, "Are you all right? What on earth happened today? We saw the national security personnel fleeing like scared dogs in the afternoon with a horde of animals in pursuit, leaving us too terrified to utter a sound." Xiao Jing lit a cigarette, casually replying, "You were wise to remain silent. Had those mutated beasts discovered you, you would not have perished, but you would surely have suffered greatly. We observed the battle for several hours. The ability users from the incoming bases suffered grievous losses, and the carnage was unimaginable that I truly cannot fathom how they could be so foolish. Our team is far more astute. Tomorrow morning, we can go collect the supplies." Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, the others felt a sense of relief at having survived. "All right, I am hungry now. Let us arrange for some food. After eating, let us rest early. Especially the four of you with spatial abilities. We will need your help with the supplies tomorrow. We cannot afford to be fatigued." "Yes, we will rest well." Zhang Siyu, seeing them bring out pots and pans, generously offered 2 pieces of pork ribs, saying, "Let us make a good meal. After this trip, each of you will receive a bottle of white wine as a reward." "All right, thank you." Captain. A group of burly men busily prepared dinner, and after a light meal, Nan Xiangwan went next door to find a place to rest. However, she could not help but admire Xiao Jing. The location he had found was indeed excellent, save for the dust. Everything was clean. After a simple night's rest, at dawn the next day, Zhang Siyu led everyone back to the previous location. "All right, everyone arm yourselves well. There are still some mutated beasts that need to be cleared. Aim carefully. Their weak points are their eyes. Striking elsewhere is futile, understood? Do not worry. There are not many left. Yesterday, this area was mostly cleared by the other bases. Once we eliminate the remaining threats, we can collect the supplies. And after we return, we can expand the base." Upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words, everyone felt invigorated. They had to complete the mission, for failing it would render their trip pointless. Nan Xiangwan safely returned, and though she did not inquire about his whereabouts, she was confident that her man would not vanish without reason. She resolved to wait until they were back home to ask. Xiao Jing organized the personnel to retreat, and soon several vehicles departed in a grand procession. An hour after their departure, others from the base arrived, and upon witnessing the desolate factory, they erupted in curses. Only Li Jie turned to Zhou Muyang and remarked, "I believe it was the people from Zhan Nan who did this. We didn't see them yesterday, so they must have been lying in wait." Zhou Muyang pondered Li Jie's words, contemplating if they were indeed the culprits. Noticing his silence, Li Jie continued, "You must understand. Their base sent people too, but they didn't come with us. That we were all deceived yesterday. The people from Zhan Nan are truly cunning." Upon hearing this, a member of the Lone Wolf base spat disdainfully and retorted, "If it was indeed their doing, it simply shows they are clever. Even if they took something, are we supposed to demand it back? This place was originally unclaimed. Whoever seizes it owns IT. IT seems we were simply out of luck this time. You all continue your discussion. We Lone Wolf members will take our leave. It's already empty here, and I cannot return empty-handed. I still need to take my brothers elsewhere to seek more opportunities. Then we shall not see you off. Farewell." Zhou Muyang bid farewell to the Lone Wolf members before leading his team away, leaving only the Danyang base members exchanging glances, seeing no prospects. They too departed in frustration. After Zhang Siyu and his group left the factory, instead of returning, they ventured to another facility. He recalled that there was an oil refinery nearby, although it had been long since the apocalypse began. It was worth checking. As noon approached and the sun climbed high, they finally arrived at their destination. The dilapidated factory gates bore the marks of previous visitors, yet whether there were treasures to uncover remained to be seen. Nan Xiangwan extended her mental energy inside and remarked, "There is nothing inside. It is quite clean. It seems someone has already cleared it out. Then let us depart. Perhaps there are still useful items to be found. If the oil press is functional, we could bring it back. After all, we cannot live off our reserves indefinitely. There will come a day when we will run out," Xiao Jing said calmly. "Indeed, since we are here. A few extra steps won't hurt. Let us go." The group entered the factory, only to find the ground littered with weathered corpses, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had visited. Zhang Siyu instructed the others to search for supplies while he probed underground with his mental energy, knowing that many factories had subterranean storage. "Captain, we have found a considerable amount of oil here, though we are unsure what type it is. Would you care to take a look?" Zhang Siyu stood still, having surveyed the basement, and finally replied, "If it is oil, we shall take it. I still have space available while their supplies are full." He continued, "The basement is empty. Let us take what resources remain on the surface, and then we must search for coal, as winter is fast approaching." Upon hearing that winter was coming, everyone shivered involuntarily. The memory of that bitterly cold weather was fresh in their minds. Once the oil refinery was emptied, they continued their search for coal, determined not to return without sufficient supplies. As the sun began to set, they finally encountered a troublesome species, the man-eating vine. Observing the road ahead, choked with vines that swayed in the wind, Nan Xiangwan wondered if this plant could be contracted. Before she could finish her thought, Zhang Siyu commanded, "Fall back, take a detour. If there are no other routes, we must retreat. This plant is troublesome, and a moment's carelessness could turn us into mummified corpses." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing promptly grabbed the radio to instruct the vehicles behind to reverse. It was not that Zhang Siyu was cowardly. Rather, engaging in a needless battle would waste time and energy. It was far more prudent to take a detour than to confront the man-eating vine head-on. Their day was fraught with back and forth until late into the night before they finally located a temporary resting place. The two barrels brimming with crystal cores made it evident how tumultuous their journey had been. Exhausted, Nan Xiangwan retired without even eating, collapsing into sleep. Meanwhile, at the National Security Base, chaos reigned due to the severe losses incurred. Not only was the leader in Mohan punished, but even the intelligence department faced serious repercussions. Had it not been for the erroneous information, national security would not have suffered so greatly. 80 lives lost, over 50 injured, drastically reducing their combat effectiveness. In the event of a zombie siege, there would be nowhere to lament their fate. In stark contrast, the Lone Wolf base remained remarkably quiet. After all, their members were fearless individuals, indifferent even if everyone in the base perished. Had the apocalypse not occurred, they would have long since been reduced to labor or worse. Yet now they relished the fresh air, feeling content. However, the leader of the Danyang base was far less composed. Upon learning that many of his supernatural personnel had perished, he flew into a rage, lambasting national security and cursing Jiannan's people. Who could have anticipated that the ultimate beneficiaries would be the Jiannan base? A newly established base had swiftly surpassed them. Of course, Zhou Muyang returned with other supplies. Although the losses were considerable, he was relieved that there were no fatalities, only injuries. Had it not been for his quick thinking, his father's reprimand would have been severe. Nevertheless, upon learning the details, Zhou Zheng refrained from scolding his son. Understanding that the situation was beyond his control and attributing the misfortune to national security's flawed intelligence. Chapter 92. The first encounter with the zombie king the next day, as the sun rose in the east. Nan Xiangwan awoke early to prepare a simple porridge for herself and breakfast for the others. Having slept soundly the previous night, she felt invigorated and full of energy today, due to their recent efforts in traversing and battling zombies. This was a rare moment of restful sleep. Just then, Zhang Siyu, dressed and ready, announced, "Today we shall explore the neighboring county. We have nearly exhausted the resources available here. Our remaining time will primarily be spent searching for coal and anything that can provide warmth. Indeed, time is of the essence. We must make haste. After finishing breakfast, the group set out for the neighboring county. Is this Motsi town? The buildings here are quite well preserved. It seems the zombies have all gone elsewhere. Xiao Jing's words were casual, yet they struck a chord with the attentive listeners. The more tranquil a place appeared, the more suspicious it became. Upon entering the town, they encountered not a single zombie, which was highly improbable. Nan Xiangwan heightened her awareness, extending her mental energy to observe the surroundings. Upon arriving at a furniture factory, they finally sensed movement. Surrounded by zombies, the realization struck them that a creature akin to a zombie king existed here, capable of controlling this horde of undead. This entity not only possessed formidable mental power, but also appeared to have developed intelligence. The brothers from Zhan, Nan began to feel uneasy at the sight of so many zombies. And Xiao Jing's apprehension was palpable. Zhan, there must be at least a few thousand zombies here. Will we even make it back alive? It was not cowardice. It was simply an overwhelming number. If he was correct, the entire town's zombie population had converged here. Zhan Xiyu glanced around, noting the prevalence of third-tier zombies, yet the main brain had not yet revealed itself. It seemed an all-out confrontation was unavoidable. But if the situation became dire, he would not hesitate to incapacitate his own men and store them in his wife's space. After all, survival was paramount. He then declared, "Everyone, get on top of the vehicles. Prepare grenades and rotate in shifts. Once your abilities are depleted, absorb crystal cores immediately. The fourth-tier zombies will be dealt with by Wan and me. Everyone, give it your all. Once this battle concludes, the thousands of crystal cores will be ours. Are you ready?" Ready. The dozens of Zhan Nan members found themselves in a desperate fight, as there was nowhere to flee. They had no choice but to carve a path through the horde. They had families awaiting their return, and thus, they were determined to eradicate these foes. As the battle erupted, a piercing sound pierced the air, and the surrounding zombies surged forth. The combat raged on, with 30-odd individuals taking turns to fight. Were it not for their spatial abilities, their firearms would have run dry long ago. Though the struggle was arduous, they still had a glimmer of hope. Zhan Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan engaged 4 fourth-tier zombies. Had their abilities not reached 5th and 6th tiers, they might have met their end that day. Sparks flew within the factory as various supernatural abilities were unleashed. Had it not been for their powerful mentalities, they would have already succumbed. Fortunately, they not only had an abundance of firearms, but also a sizable stock of crystal cores accumulated over time at Zhan. There are just too many of them. We should carve a path and retreat. Zhan Xiyu, while unleashing his abilities, replied, "It's too late to run now. The main brain behind us has yet to show itself, and no matter how we run, we will be pursued. It is better to engage in a decisive battle. All third-tier zombies should be dealt with using firearms. There are still 2 fourth-tier zombies. Wan and I will handle them immediately. You all must hold the line." "Understood. We will complete the mission." He then turned to his comrades and shouted, "Brothers, hold strong. The crystal cores are waiting for us." "Yes." Once Zhan Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan finally dispatched the fourth-tier zombies, they caught sight of the controlling zombie king. Zhan Xiyu's expression darkened as he observed the creature. Wan, this is a 6th-tier, mental-type zombie with a developed brain. It may not be easy to deal with. We should combine our mental attacks. We might stand a chance. All right, once we defeat it, it will serve as my trophy for my husband. The loss of a zombie king is said to be a 6th-tier phenomenon. Yet a significant portion of this calamity can be attributed to external factors. Who would have imagined that a formidable boss would emerge so close to their base? If we do not eliminate him today, he will inevitably become a source of disaster. Xiao Jing, I entrust this matter to you. Wan and I will confront the zombie king. You must exert yourselves. Otherwise, this day next year could mark your demise. I do not wish to annually offer you beautiful women in remembrance. You must take matters into your own hands. Ugh, I have no desire to meet the king of hell as we prepare to deal with the fiend behind us. As a brother, I can only wish you good fortune. Rest assured, without the main threat, dealing with the others is merely a matter of time. Very well, let us proceed. I then hurried after my wife to pursue the zombie king. The zombie king possesses a degree of sentience. He could be considered a half-finished product, retaining human thought, yet devoid of speech and taste. He harbors hatred for all humanity, were it not for his relatives casting him into the tide of zombies. He would not have transformed into this grotesque state, neither human nor ghost. Perhaps his deep-seated obsession has allowed him to survive and even gain supernatural powers. Over the subsequent year, he not only annihilated his entire family, but also decimated the population of the entire town. Few who pass by here can escape his grasp. Noticing someone pursuing him, he narrowed his eyes, turned, and fled. He is no fool. He knows that someone capable of breaking through his horde of zombies must possess abilities that rival his own. He is unwilling to die, even if it means subsisting on blood. Jiangxi encounters him and hastens his pursuit. He is now convinced that this zombie possesses independent thought, capable of sensing danger, which only intensifies his desire to destroy him. Wan, he is conscious. We must be cautious. Zombies are not to be feared. The true terror lies in a zombie with intellect, as soon as the zombie king departs. The zombies under Xiao Jing's command fall into chaos, creating a tumultuous scene. However, this also brings a sigh of relief to Xiao Jing and his comrades. Jiangxi and Nan Xiangwan chase the zombie king for 2 streets before finally catching up. The zombie king, upon seeing the pair, roars in fury. Ha! Why do you insist on pursuing me? I've already fled. Humans are truly detestable. Gazing upon the half-decayed, half-normal visage of the human before him, Jiangxi realizes that he is living in torment, for no one wishes to exist in such a half-life. Initially, he believed the creature had developed intelligence, but he was mistaken. I know you can comprehend our words, and that you are suffering. You must harbor resentment towards us, perhaps from betrayal by your kin or your beloved? Ha! Silence. I do not wish to hear you. You are all wicked beings. Chapter 93. The Zombie King's self-detonation upon hearing the Zombie King's enraged roar. Jiangxi understands that his suspicions were correct. If there were no hatred within him, he would not have transformed into this. That we do not wish to engage in combat. If you were wise, you would end your own life. You must understand that humanity will not spare you. Death is inevitable. Rather than struggling to survive, it would be better to embrace rebirth, hoping for a better family in your next life. Silence. The Zombie King, consumed by rage, questions why he should perish. If anyone should die, it should be those filthy humans. He desires to exterminate all of humanity, for only then can he find pleasure in living. If he suffers, why should those humans thrive? He is determined to annihilate the world and all its inhabitants. Jiangxi observes the Zombie King on the brink of madness and immediately becomes alert. It seems some truths cannot be spoken. Wan, prepare yourself. The Zombie King has no intention of fleeing. He is resolved to take the 2 of them down with him. Jiangxi and Nan Xiangwan simultaneously unleash psychic attacks against him. In that fleeting moment of surprise, the Zombie King realizes his oversight. Seizing the opportunity, Jiangxi and his companion employ their other abilities. However, the Zombie King reacts swiftly, raising his right hand to block, resulting in a sickening crack as his entire arm shatters. My arm. Though he despises it, the loss of his limb only drives him further into madness. If you wish to die, then let us perish together. After all, in this incomplete body, I desire no longer to live. Jiangxi and Nan Xiangwan instantly sense the Zombie King's impending self-destruction. Wan, he intends to self-detonate. Damn, what a lunatic. They quickly retreat into their spatial realm. Boom! The very earth trembles and surrounding structures collapse in an instant. The self-detonation of a 6-tier crystal core is akin to the power of TNT. The ensuing shockwave sends shivers through Xiao Jing and his allies, who ponder the Zombie King's formidable might. Many might mistake it for an earthquake. In response, numerous zombies shuffle toward the source of the commotion. Once the chaos subsides, Jiangxi and Nan Xiangwan emerge from their realm. Surveying the carnage of severed limbs and ruins, It is ashamed to have lost a crystal core. Jiangxi gently pats his wife's head, acknowledging that what is not ours is ultimately out of reach. Let us return swiftly. I fear they may not withstand the onslaught. Very well. The 2 hasten back to the factory. Upon their return, Xiao Jing breathes a sigh of relief at their unscathed appearance. His movements quickening that if his brothers can vanquish the Zombie King, He cannot afford to be outdone by lesser foes. For the next hour, chaos reigns as the factory is reduced to rubble, with piles of zombie corpses accumulating. The stench of decay saturates the air, numbing their senses. By the time the battle concludes, all are utterly exhausted, collapsing where they stand, indifferent to their surroundings. Leaning against a tire, Xiao Jing lights a cigarette. Inhaling deeply, a post-battle smoke is truly satisfying. Jiangxi offers him not even a glance. The description strikes him as strange. However, the pressing concern is how to manage the thousands of zombie crystal cores. Digging them out one by hand would be a laborious endeavor, likely stretching into the next morning. Yet, the powers of the ability users cannot incinerate them, as the cores cannot withstand the flames. Ultimately, Nan Xiangwan retrieves a barrel of gasoline from their realm. Let us burn them. Once the flames die down, we'll collect the cores that they ask for the 4 4th-tier cores. They belong to me and Ajan. Agreed, they were yours to begin with. But what about the Zombie King's core? It was lost in the explosion. Otherwise, how could there have been such a commotion? Fortunately, it was only a 6th-tier core. Had it been a 9th-tier zombie, the entire town would have been lost. Xiao Jing takes a deep drag from his cigarette, a hint of dread in his voice. It seems fate has spared me. Perhaps my day of reckoning is not today. Since sister-in-law says fire is permissible, let us commence that it will take no less than 2 hours to incinerate all these zombies. And oh worries. Take a moment to catch your breath before we proceed. You all should absorb the crystal cores to restore your abilities. We cannot guarantee there are no other zombies lurking nearby. It is wise to remain vigilant. Indeed, sister-in-law is right. Jiangxi finishes his cigarette and adds, "We shall rest here for the night. Continuing our journey would be exhausting." Agreed. After everyone has rested, they begin to set the zombies ablaze. Watching the billowing smoke, the group keeps their distance, all the while munching on their rations. They are ravenous, as the exertion of their abilities has taken a toll on their bodies. Yet, the most uplifting news is that 2 of their comrades have unexpectedly broken through to the 4th tier. A silver lining amidst the chaos. Xiao Jing is consumed by envy and frustration. Despite his hard work, he remains stagnant at the threshold of advancement. The captain. This weighs heavily upon him. It seems he must devote himself to training that evening. Lest he face his brothers with shame. In truth, his abilities barrier has begun to weaken, and with a little more effort, he could ascend. It is merely a matter of timing. 2 hours later, each member carries a bucket to collect crystal cores. Their excitement palpable as they survey the ground littered with cores, akin to discovering diamonds in a desert. With 33 of them, they evenly distribute the cores, each receiving at least 80. Had some not fled earlier, their share might have been greater. However, such thoughts are mere musings. Had many zombies not departed, they might now be lying in beds, receiving 4 drips. Even so, over 20 members of the team bear minor injuries. Yet none are severely wounded. One could say they are fortunate amidst their luck. Once all the cores are collected, Jiangxi drives the group to a nearby hotel. With their numbers, they typically opt for lodgings when traveling. Due to exhaustion, dinner is a simple affair, as Nan Xiangwan distributes 33 boxes of self-heating rice among the group. After their meal, aside from the watchful sentinels, everyone else succumbs to slumber. One can easily imagine the toll the day's battle has taken. Were it not for the elite team selected for this mission, they would have likely suffered significant losses. That night, the street outside is eerily quiet, perhaps due to the massacre of zombies earlier in the day, allowing them to venture out without fear of encountering any. The group enjoys a restful night, awakening only when the sun is high in the sky, slowly rising to wash and prepare lunch. Nan Xiangwan even shares a hot bath with her husband in their realm before emerging, squeezing in some morning exercise for good measure. After all, a little relaxation is essential for the spirit. Chapter 94. Tao Yao, a new day dawns, and the group is invigorated, reminiscing about yesterday's achievements, eager to boast about their exploits upon returning to base. Even when zombies besiege the base, they have never faced such a challenging encounter. The 33 of them not only emerged unscathed, but also vanquished over 2,000 zombies. One might think them boastful if they recounted their tale to others. Fully equipped and ready for action, the group continued their quest for supplies. However, As they ventured further east, it became painfully apparent that the surrounding towns lay in ruins, possibly a consequence of the recent earthquakes. Upon entering another town, they found it markedly more active than the previous day. Observing the scattering of zombies wandering about, Jianxiu ordered everyone to disembark and search for supplies on foot, while also clearing out the undead in the vicinity. At that moment, Xiao Jing heard a faint cry for help and, following the sound, arrive at a pile of rubble. Uncertain, he called out, "Is anyone there?" A survivor, trapped beneath the debris, heard his voice and thought. At last, salvation had arrived. She shouted back, "I'm here. Hurry and help me out. Are you trapped under the building?" The survivor, Tao Yao, retorted sharply, "What a ridiculous question. If I weren't stuck here, would you need to rescue me? Are you a fool? Must you ask such a lowly question? What terrible luck I have." Embarrassed by her outburst, Xiao Jing awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering whether he should even attempt a rescue. However, hearing her voice, which was unmistakably feminine, made him hesitate. Would it not be a shame to disregard a girl in need? Tao Yao, noticing the prolonged silence outside, shouted again, "Are you out of your mind? Knowing I'm trapped, and yet you do nothing? What are you waiting for?" At that moment, Nan Xiangwan approached, inquiring about the situation. "Xiao Jing, what is going on? Is someone inside?" Indeed, there is a woman, and her temper appears rather foul. That as Tao Yao listened to the voices outside, she suppressed her rage, resolving that once freed, she would give this man a piece of her mind for being so slow. After all, the number of single men at their base was overwhelming, and as the wife of the base leader, she felt duty-bound to consider their prospects for companionship. Thus, she thought, capturing this opportunity was imperative. Unbeknownst to her, she had already caught someone SI. Upon learning that a woman was trapped inside, Zhang Nan as brothers threw themselves into the work with renewed vigor. Such a splendid chance for recognition could not be squandered. After a considerable effort, they finally uncovered the woman beneath the rubble. One could only marvel at her extraordinary luck. Who else had such a massive metal cabinet in their home? When Tao Yao finally saw the light of day, her first question was not one of gratitude, but rather, who was it that discovered I was inside? Instantly, all eyes turned to Xiao Jing. Upon seeing the striking woman, he felt an ominous foreboding. "Yes, it was me. Do you have a problem with that?" Tao Yao gazed at the handsome man before her and scoffed. "I thought you were an idiot, but you're just a pretty boy I shouted for so long, and you still asked if I was in there. How is it that someone your age can be so deaf?" "Fortunately, I generally don't hold it against fools. Since your brothers helped me see the light again, I'll let you off this time, but otherwise, I would have genuinely wanted to teach you a lesson." "You fool!" The crowd. A flock of crows flew by. Nan Xiangwan, hearing the girl's words, couldn't help but chuckle at her sheer audacity. This girl was undeniably amusing, and she could already envision how Xiao Jing's good fortune was about to change should this girl join them at the base. Tao Yao, noticing the laughter, looked up and exclaimed, "Sister, you're so beautiful. Can I be your sister?" Nan Xiangwan. Do girls today really judge so much by looks? This is moving a bit too fast for me." "Sister, my name is Tao Yao, and I'm single. Can I come home with you? I eat very little and have fire abilities. I can surely be more reliable than this fool," she concluded with a provocative glance at Xiao Jing. The crowd. "Girl, we're rooting for you. Go for it, Captain." Xiao Jing, stung by the girl's mockery, felt his temper flare. What was I thinking? Why did I even bother to ask? Killing zombies is far more enjoyable. It was just a few questions. Must you belittle me so? You're the fool here, and your entire family is foolish. Upon hearing Xiao Jing's outburst, the crowd silently lit a candle for him. Nan Xiangwan was about to advise him not to squabble with the girl, or else he might end up without a wife, when Tao Yao interjected, "You big idiot, how dare you insult me? I'll make you pay." With that, she kicked him, and in a moment of distraction, Xiao Jing found himself tumbling into the rubble. With a loud thud, he lay sprawled in the debris, covered in dust. Looking utterly pitiful, the crowd watched, cringing in embarrassment. Was this man truly their captain? Nan Xiangwan could only twitch her lips in disbelief. Who would have thought such a sweet-looking girl could possess such a fiery temper and strength? Xiao Jing was indeed unfortunate. He had such a remarkable potential partner, yet managed to provoke her, earning the fate of a single man. Realizing she had inadvertently kicked him into the rubble, Tao Yao felt a twinge of awkwardness, Looking at Nan Xiangwan, she said, "Sister, I'm sorry. I lost control. My foot just itched, but don't worry, I'm just a bit stronger than usual, especially since I haven't eaten in days." Nan Xiangwan, listen to her honesty. If she were well fed, I wonder if Xiao Jing would be sent flying into the wall. All right, Liu Yang, help your captain up. And Tao Yao, I ask you a few questions? Upon hearing that the sister wasn't angry, Tao Yao eagerly nodded. "Sister, feel free to ask anything. I'll tell you everything I know. You're so beautiful. First, what is your story? Why were you here? Are there others nearby?" "Sister, I was set up that my so-called friend saw someone passing by and wanted to leave with them, claiming we would go together. But during the earthquake, she made me hide in the cabinet and fled. Leaving me behind, I didn't realize until it was too late. If it weren't for the food and water in the cabinet, I might have perished. Am I really that foolish? Oh, dear. What if you think poorly of me? I truly didn't have time to react." Chapter 95. Do you live by the sea? Nan Xiangwan listened to Tao Yao's tale, unable to suppress a laugh. This girl was a bit silly but had a temper to match. Tao Yao continued, "Sister, could you take me back with you? I promise I'll behave." She looked at Nan Xiangwan with tearful eyes. Zhan Siyu, standing by his wife, felt a pang of jealousy, as if someone were trying to steal his beloved. "How about I call you Yao Yao? We're currently searching for supplies. Once we finish our mission, we'll take you back to our base, provided you temper your temperament." "Thank you, sister, but what supplies are you looking for? Perhaps I can help. I know this area well." Nan Xiangwan, eyeing the adorable girl, thought it wise to inquire further. "We're looking for coal for heating. Oh, I know about that. There's a coal mine nearby, but since the apocalypse, no one has visited it because it collapsed." "Really? It seems this little cutie has some useful knowledge." Tao Yao confidently declared, "I can lead the way. But sister, can you wait a moment? I need to take care of a personal matter." "All right, just be cautious of the zombies. I'll be back shortly." As Tao Yao went off to attend to her needs, Xiao Jing returned, fuming. "Where's that little brat? She want to take care of her needs. Why, are you interested in her?" Nan Xiangwan raised an eyebrow. "Don't say that. That girl is too violent. I don't want to marry someone who beat me up over a disagreement. Did I have to be out of my mind?" While the group continued to clear zombies and search for usable supplies, Tao Yao soon returned, excitedly announcing to Nan Xiangwan, "Sister, I know where there is food. Someone stored a lot of supplies here previously, and I happened to find out about it. The only reason I've survived this long is that I often search for food there. Since I've decided to follow you, consider those supplies my joining fee." "You don't think your friend knows about it too, do you?" "She doesn't know. That's my trump card. Thankfully, I'm clever enough not to share it, or I'd be making others' clothes." She finished, a look of relief washing over her as she patted her chest. Nan Xiangwan hadn't anticipated this unexpected boon. She turned to Zhan Siyu. "Since we have a guide, let us follow her lead." "Indeed, that will save us considerable time." Everyone followed Tao Yao to a large, quiet farm, where the eerie silence made them feel uneasy. Especially Xiao Jing, who, still haunted by the previous zombie siege, couldn't help but voice his concern. "That little brat. I hope there's no ambush here. Why is it so quiet?" Tao Yao, encountering a loathsome individual, retorted directly, "Coward, if you're frightened, then don't enter. I've been here several times already, and the previous zombies have long been dispatched by me. This place is utterly desolate, surrounded only by vast stretches of grass. Am I supposed to ambush you? Are you filled with nonsense? Damn, you foul girl. Don't you think I'll hesitate to strike you just because you're a woman? With such a sharp tongue, you better be cautious about remaining unmarried." "Humph. Why should I care if I remain unmarried? Does your family reside by the sea? Why are you so meddlesome?" The onlookers observed the verbal clash between the two, remaining silent, quietly enjoying the spectacle, a rare show that could not be bought with money. Of course, only Nan Xiangwan suspected this might be the banter of playful adversaries, though it seemed the road to their union was rather long, depending on when Xiao Jing would come to his senses. Subsequently, Zhan Siyu left 20 individuals outside as a precaution while the rest followed him into the manor. Tao Yao, familiar with the route, led the way and soon arrived at the entrance of a basement. "Sister, this is the place, but many things have deteriorated. Please take what you can use. Indeed, this spot is quite remote." Tao Yao replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's remote, that if I hadn't been chased by zombies here before." I wouldn't have discovered this secret. Who would have imagined that this barren house conceals such wonders? You're right. Well then, please open the door. Once we've gathered the supplies, let us head to the coal mine you mentioned. We want to know if it's usable until we visit. All right, I'll go unlock it now. After saying this, Tao Yao began to dismantle the door lock. The others watched her adept movements. Wondering if she was a habitual offender, it was hard to believe she had once been a respectable person. However, Tao Yao paid no mind to others' opinions. After all, who doesn't possess a few skills in life? Soon the door to the basement was opened, and Zhang Siyu extended his spiritual awareness. Cautious of any unexpected occurrences, the group gazed at the warehouse, filled to the brim, thinking their journey was indeed worthwhile. As there were quite a few supplies, however, the dust indicated that these items had not been here for long. Perhaps they were hidden by someone. But now, they didn't care whose supplies they were. What they found belonged to them. Zhang Siyu discarded the unusable materials with a wave of his hand, instantly clearing the basement. Tao Yao had initially intended to find a vehicle for transport, but felt envious of Zhang Siyu's spatial abilities. Sister, your husband's space is quite vast, Nan Xiangwan thought. How could it not be? The items previously found in his space had all originated from hers, and after clearing it out, the space could hold as much as it could. These supplies were barely enough to fill a gap. All right, for this time, I shall credit Yao Yao. Once we return to the base, I will arrange for you to have a private room.O. Can you really make decisions at the base? You wouldn't believe it. I've been to 2 bases before, and those people are terribly rude. Not only do they make you work, but they also don't provide meals, with many eyes watching me. If I hadn't been quick and clever, I might have been taken advantage of long ago. Cough. Rest assured, your sister has the final say. This child speaks so freely, without a hint of caution. One wonders how her parents raised her, though. I trust you, sister. As long as there is food and drink, I'm not picky. I just want a peaceful night's sleep. Nan Xiangwan patted her head, reassuring her that her wishes would be fulfilled. We should head up now. After assessing the coal mine, we'll also need to find a place to rest. Sister, isn't it fine to rest here? It is spacious and quiet. Just a personal suggestion. Nan Xiangwan and the others exited the basement, surveying their surroundings. They considered that it would indeed be suitable to rest here temporarily. Then she turned to Zhang Siyu and said, Darling, after we check the coal mine, let us stay here tonight. We don't need so many people. Leave 20 behind, and the rest can follow. All right, I will arrange it immediately. Chapter 96. The journey home after Zhang Siyu organized everyone's tasks. He had Tao Yao lead the way to the coal mine. Due to its remote location, driving was difficult, so they could only proceed on foot. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too far, and they arrived at their destination after an hour's walk. The site of the coal mine, littered with rubble and in disarray, clearly indicated it had been abandoned for quite some time. You all spread out, and keep an eye out that if you find any coal reserves, give a shout. Understood. Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Siyu moved forward, their spiritual awareness scanning the surroundings, for no one dared to guarantee there were no living creatures lurking within in the post-apocalyptic world. One must always be wary of the environment, as the unexpected could spring forth at any moment. Soon, Zhang Siyu remarked, there is indeed a considerable amount of coal down there, but it's unminable. Moreover, there are quite a few rats inside that I think we can only search for previously mined coal blocks above.as for the coal mine. We should just remember its location for now and plan for the future. Nan Xiangwan understood that without tools, mining would be challenging, and though she felt a pang of regret, she had no choice but to concede. Fortunately, they still made some gains. Lu Yang discovered the previous storage site of the coal mine, revealing a bounty of black coal that would ensure they wouldn't freeze during the winter. However, in terms of long-term planning, this amount was still insufficient, as no one knew how long this winter would last. Only with ample fuel could the group feel secure. Zhang Siyu, as the largest mobile warehouse, naturally stored all the black coal in his space. Shortly thereafter, the group returned to the manor before sunset. The brothers left behind had already prepared dinner, eagerly awaiting their return to feast. Tao Yao savored the warm meat soup and fresh bread, finally appreciating that warm food is essential for living. After dealing with fast food daily, she had nearly forgotten the art of cooking. She mused that this misfortune had turned into a blessing. After dinner, some practiced while others slept, and those on duty patrolled. Thankfully, the night passed without incident. The next day, Zhang Xiyu drove the group eastward, calculating that they would likely return within a couple of days. Tao Yao donned the athletic where Nan Xiangwan had found for her, and after a refreshing wash, she appeared even more fair and adorable. Throughout the journey, Tao Yao was quite the chatterbox, sharing tales of her life experiences, which illuminated why she had such a fiery temper. Who could imagine that such a sweet girl had grown up in a boxing gym, making a living under her adoptive father's watch? Following that, her older brothers treated her even better, always offering her food whenever they had something delicious. Only Xiao Jing scoffed, feeling that she was deliberately playing the victim. But he kept a close watch on her, ready to find an excuse to eliminate her should she threaten those around her. Eager to rid himself of her presence, as their journey continued, they discovered another coal-selling factory, after which they drove back home, collecting whatever useful items they could find along the way, and no one knew when they would have the opportunity to venture out again. On the fourth day at noon, their group finally returned to the South Station base. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing of his sister's return, dashed out to greet her, enveloping her in a warm bear hug at first sight. "Sister, I miss you so much. Are you hurt?" he inquired while scanning her for injuries, finally relieved when he confirmed she was unharmed. Tao Yao stood before this scene, somewhat bewildered. She and T expected the base to be so vast and clean. And most importantly, the men here did not regard her with lecherous eyes, all appearing to be good people. While she was observing the base, others were also watching her. This girl, brought back by the base leader, was undeniably charming. "Sister, is this going to be our home from now on?" Nan Xiangwan followed the sound, seemingly discovering a new world. "Sister, what did you find this girl? Is she an adult?" "Brother, this is Tao Yao." "Indeed, I found her on the way, and it was your brother Xiao Jing who discovered her. Isn't she adorable?" Upon hearing his sister's words, Nan Xiangwan greeted Tao Yao. "Hello. Welcome to the South Station base. I am Nan Xiangwan." Tao Yao, recognizing him as her sister's brother, sweetly replied, "Hello, Xiangwan, you can call me Yao Yao. I really like it here." "That is great. If you ever need anything, just ask your brother." "Okay." Zhang Xiyu, noticing the group still chatting at the entrance, cleared his throat and said, "Let us talk inside. You all should rest first." Subsequently, everyone dispersed to their respective rooms. Xiao Jing shared the spoils of their journey with his brothers while walking. Back in her room, Nan Xiangwan brewed herself a pot of tea, sipping while she inquired, "We've been away for so long. How has the base been? Have any other bases caused trouble?" Long Yuhua took a puff of his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "Everything is normal here. Other teams are still regularly going out for supplies and eliminating zombies. However, the items in the point shop are dwindling. As the population increases, so does the demand that if you don't return soon, the shop might close its doors for good." "That is true. The first batch of vegetables from the greenhouse is ready to eat. And recently, those dining in the cafeteria have commented on the taste of the vegetables, but they ran out after just a few days," Nan Xiangwan added. Zhang Si took a sip of his tea and asked, "Has anyone from Xiangyang visited recently? There are individuals seeking to exchange food for firearms that I informed them of your absence, stating that we were not in a position to make decisions, after which I sent them away. Additionally, someone named Shan Xingzhou from the National Security has sought you out, but upon realizing you were still away, I dismissed him as well." Listening to Shang Guanyu's words, Zhang Xiyu began to understand the situation. At it seemed that many had inferred that the supplies had been pilfered from their base, but since they were unclaimed, no one dared to inquire too closely. Thus, the reality was tacitly accepted, particularly by the National Security, who could only endure this silent loss. Were it not for the current apocalyptic circumstances, he believed the National Security would have already mounted a campaign against them. After a brief exchange of recent developments, Nan Xiangwan took Tao Yao to her apartment. It was not that she forbade her from residing in their building. It was merely prudent to exercise caution with someone they had picked up along the way. After all, she had suffered numerous setbacks in her past life, and this time, she intended to be exceedingly careful. Should she inadvertently suffer a setback, she feared it would lead to her undoing. Thus, Tao Yao remained under her observation for the time being. Whether she harbored ulterior motives would reveal itself in time. Upon learning that Nan Xiangwan was the wife of the base leader, Tao Yao felt a surge of joy, thinking that as long as she did not act foolishly, she could navigate the base with ease. Gazing at the pristine apartment, she mused as she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. Chapter 97. Everyone is concerned about the supplies of Jean, Nan, after returning to the base and resting for a night. The following day, Jean Ciu instructed that a celebration banquet be held that evening to reward the brothers who had ventured out. He wished to convey to the base's inhabitants that contributions to the base would not go unrewarded. With the base's population steadily increasing, there were certainly those looking to exploit the situation. Ordinary individuals lived in a constant state of trepidation, were it not for his entrusted oversight of Liang Shuzhe. Their difficulties would only intensify, as strength now dictated their survival. Once Situ, Mo relayed the news, the base's cafeteria became bustling with activity. Nan Xiangwan even slaughtered a mature bull and 2 pigs from her storage. Simultaneously, this news piqued the interest of other bases. A Xianyang base. Zhou Muyang had just finished a liaison with Li Jie and was languidly reclining against the headboard, enjoying a post-coital cigarette. Li Jie, what was your friend S status before the apocalypse? Li Jie donned her nightgown and replied nonchalantly, my friend was a rich second-generation heir, with a fortune beyond measure. It was thanks to her support that I could attend university in relative comfort. However, one day she began to distance herself from me, and to this day, I remain puzzled by her motives. Zhou Muyang flicked the ash from his cigarette and mused, did you perhaps do something to offend her? Such a drastic change in behavior is rarely unprovoked. No, I have always treated her well. She could not confess the truth, that she had deceived Nan Xiangwan out of money. If this man were to discover that, he would undoubtedly look down upon her. After all, she had expended considerable effort to win his affection. Should he come to despise her, her future would be grim. She then continued, if you wish to connect with her, her brother could be of use. Everyone knows how much she cares for him. He is her Achilles heel. If she refuses to cooperate, I would not mind assisting you in capturing him. Zhou Muyang extinguished his cigarette and squinted slightly. They are holding a celebration banquet tonight. Should we not join in the festivities? Without an invitation, barging in may only provoke their disdain. I believe we should not rush matters regarding food supplies. A gradual approach would be wiser. Zhou Muyang understood the value of patience. However, with the base's population growing, their food reserves were visibly depleting. Without a strategy, they would inevitably face starvation, even if they wished to emulate others by constructing greenhouses for crops. The lack of soil only deepened their frustration. Li Jie recognized that she could offer little assistance at this juncture, her role limited to providing suggestions. The arrogant South Houchin had never regarded her highly. Given the chance, she would certainly bring him to ruin, allowing Nan Xiangwan to experience the pain of losing a brother. The two continued their conversation, somewhat aimlessly, until Zhou Muyang rose to seek out his father. Meanwhile, at Danyang Base, Lu Yunhe had just finished a bout with Zheng Zichen, ordering her to dress and leave. Observing the women sent to him, he found Zheng Zichen to be the only one of any merit. The others were either emaciated or sallow, which held no appeal for him. That, of course, her brother was a ruthless man, willing to sacrifice his sister for a foothold. Dressed, Zheng Zichen stumbled out of the room, her legs weak, and upon closing the door, her expression darkened. She loathed all men, wishing to see them all perish. Were it not for her foolishness in following her brother's advice, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Akin to a woman of the red light district, each thought of her situation ignited a desire for vengeance. However, the mere thought of that one person brought her some comfort. Should she be given the opportunity, she would ensure that Lu Yunhe and Zheng Zirwei experienced their own descent into hell. After dismissing his pet, Lu Yunhe called for his capable subordinate, Qingyun. What do you make of Zhang Nan? I find him increasingly perplexing. As the second-in-command at Danyang, Qingyun replied, their base is now among the wealthiest, second only to national security. Despite our infiltrators, we have yet to locate their storage, indicating their caution. Particularly after they seized all construction materials from other bases, it is likely they will soon expand their territory further. Who would have thought Zhang Nan harbored such ambition? Yet I am curious about the origin of their abundant supplies. Qingyun lowered his gaze, contemplating before speaking. If I am not mistaken, their base leader possesses a spatial ability, and it is unlikely to be small. They established their base here over a year into the apocalypse. Thus, they must have gathered supplies from other locations, for resources in Jing City are limited. Upon hearing his brother's words, Liu Yunho wondered if they should also venture further afield for supplies. The contributions from their base's teams were visibly dwindling. If they did not devise a solution soon, his reign as base leader would come to an end. Should their base disband, he would be left with no face to seek refuge in others. The two engaged in hushed discussions before Qin Yun took his leave. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Jiangnan base was lively, for a banquet signified an abundance of food. Their needs for sustenance were being met. And aside from their appetites, they were largely satisfied with their living conditions. Time passed swiftly, and as evening approached, the chefs showcased their culinary prowess, preparing an array of delectable dishes. Since their arrival at Jiangnan base, no one had gone hungry, granting even the ordinary cooks their moment to shine. Those with families no longer fretted over their rations. Many held a favorable view of the current base leader. In ancient times, he would surely be regarded as a wise ruler, for no other base could compare to theirs. As the clock struck 7, Zhang Xiyu delivered a brief address before distributing rewards to the brothers who had ventured out. Each received a bottle of white wine, a bottle of red, a pack of cigarettes, and a bag of assorted snacks. The sight of these prizes evoked envy among the onlookers, who resolved to participate in any future endeavors of a similar nature. This also served to highlight the leader's affluence. As the 30 recipients returned to their tables, clutching their rewards tightly, it was clear they were wary of the envious glances around them, fearing that a moment of inattention could lead to theft. While the snacks were trivial for men, the wine and cigarettes were essential. None would dare covet them. Afterward, Nan Xiangwan took the stage to briefly address a few matters before finally allowing the feast to commence. Due to the limited seating in the cafeteria, most gathered closely together to dine. After Zhang Xiyu and his wife had their fill, they were the first to leave the dining area, as their presence had made many feel constrained. Certainly, once the base leader departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chapter 98. Nan Gongshan begins his revenge following the revelry. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Nan Xiangwan reclined on the soft bed, engrossed in a television series she had previously downloaded. Meanwhile, the base's inhabitants busied themselves with the construction of a second defensive wall and new greenhouses. The abundance of construction materials allowed them to encircle the existing base and still have surplus left over. Zhang Xiyu gazed at the distant sky, yearning to abandon all responsibilities and spend every day in solitude with his wife. Yet he understood that having been granted a second chance at life, he must bear some burden. Otherwise, what was the purpose of this rebirth? On this day, Nan Gongshan ventured out of the base with his newly formed team. Upon learning of this, Xiao Jing felt uneasy and sought out Zhang Xiyu. Zhan, Nan Gongshan has gone off seeking vengeance, that he's just a novice with abilities, and I fear for his safety. Should I accompany him? Zhang Xiyu glanced at Xiao Jing with disdain. That if you wish to go, then go. Such a trivial question is hardly necessary. You seem overly idle lately. Your wits may be dulling. If you delay any longer, he will be long gone. Well, I shall depart immediately. Watching Xiao Jing leave, Zhang Xiyu shook his head in exasperation. Among their group, he was the most impulsive. Meanwhile, Nan Gongshan, having exited the base, set out to confront the scoundrels responsible for his sister's death. Were it not for their presence in Jing City, he might never have the chance for retribution. After dealing with them, he intended to ensure his despicable father would not escape unscathed. If his father wished to hide within the base, he would find an opportunity to infiltrate and eliminate him. Recently, he had devoted himself to relentless training, striving to break through to the third tier of abilities, and he could no longer wait to exact his revenge. The current situation is in a state of constant flux. Should they grow stronger, the opportunity for revenge will only become increasingly elusive. Having brought his men to a location frequented by the individuals in question, Nan Gongshan began to lie in wait. He now possessed ample time and had the patience necessary for the hunt. This lingering resentment, if not avenged, would haunt him in restless dreams. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing had also arrived with his own group. Yet they did not unite with Nan Gongshan. Instead, they found a nearby spot to wait, aware that their brother wished to personally exact vengeance. They would only intervene if he proved unable to handle it alone, acting merely as his guardians. However, the previous day had been disappointing, as those scoundrels were currently indulging themselves in a world of pleasure, completely absent from their base. Nevertheless, Nan Xiangwan remained undeterred, having discerned their patterns of movement. He was confident that he would eventually catch them off guard. After a fruitless day of waiting, he sought to release his pent-up frustration on the nearby zombies, watching as his backpack filled with crystal cores. This excursion had not been entirely in vain. Of course, Xiao Jing also sought supplies to withstand the cold. Although the storefronts of the entire capital had been stripped bare, there remained numerous private residences, albeit filled with second-hand goods. They were not picky. Survival took precedence as they wandered about. Another brother awaited rescue in a town outside the capital. Lung Fantian, the last of this beleaguered band, was fortunate to possess enough wit to evade being dissected by the mad scientists who had captured him. He was unaware of his surroundings, having regained consciousness in an underground laboratory after being knocked unconscious. His only solace lay in the fact that his unique ability as an artificial intelligence had gone undetected by the captors. Yet, even without his abilities, he was not permitted to leave, relegated to menial tasks such as serving them tea, all the while covertly learning from them. One should not underestimate the utility of an artificial intelligence, capable of operating at the speed of multiple computers while retaining every detail. Initially, he believed they were merely developing a virus and vaccine for zombies, until he witnessed the gruesome extraction of bone marrow and blood from various ability users. Their precious crystal cores discarded like refuse into the cages of the very zombies they had created. This grim existence persisted for a month, during which he memorized the laboratory's codes and pathways, preparing for his escape. However, upon breaking free, the lab personnel began to hunt him relentlessly, and he found himself like a cornered rat, evading both zombies and the ability users pursuing him. This constant state of vigilance took a toll on him, leaving him gaunt and weary. Meanwhile, his brother, Zhan Siyu, had been tirelessly searching for news of him, convinced that the six of them could survive and thrive in this world. Yet the vastness of their surroundings coupled with the absence of communication tools made their search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. 2 days passed, and finally, Nan Xiangwan spotted the scoundrels he had been tracking. As the distance between them closed, rage boiled within him. It was this detestable group that had caused his sister's tragic demise. She had not even closed her eyes in death. Each night, her spirit urged him for vengeance, a torment he had endured in silence for a year. "Brother, there are 7 of them and 15 of us. We will surely avenge you. Yes, remember, don't kill them all at once. I want them to suffer slowly. Once we return, each of you shall receive a bottle of wine and a cigarette as a reward. Then I thank you, brother." Nan Xiangwan was fully committed this time. The supplies had been borrowed from his comrades, and he would repay them with crystal cores later. "They're coming, big brother. Why are we out here? I isn't it better to sleep with the girls back at the base? Why must we venture out? We've come here several times. The supplies are long gone. I really don't understand your thinking." Hong Kun, hearing his younger brother's complaints, delivered a sharp rebuke. "Shut your mouth. Do you think I'm just wandering around for fun?" The stunned younger brother, holding his head, bravely asked, "Does big brother have something valuable hidden here?" At this moment, another brother interjected, "Shut up. Do you want everyone to know? You're just a newcomer. Do as big brother says. Don't you know that the more secrets you know, the quicker you'll die?" "Ah, then I want to ask anything that I don't wish to know." He promptly covered his mouth. The others exchanged glances, puzzled as to why big brother would keep such a fool. As they approached an inconspicuous shop, Hong Kun surveyed the area before stepping inside. Their earlier conversation had been thoroughly reported back to Nan Xiangwan, who was now twirling a butterfly knife in his hand. "Let us surround them now, that if I'm not mistaken, those scoundrels have hidden supplies. If we can seize them, I will commend you to the base leader upon our return." "Understood." Once his subordinates departed, Nan Xiangwan licked his cracked lips and leisurely followed behind. Those individuals were already trapped, and he had all the time in the world to toy with them. Chapter 99. Scoundrels deserve hell. After Hong Kun led his subordinates into the building, he ventured alone to the back. Each time they came here, he checked if his little treasure trove was still intact. They survived among the lone wolves because they had some wits about them. After all, in the company of a group of madmen, lacking intelligence would undoubtedly lead to becoming cannon fodder. While the other 6 idly smoked, a group of individuals suddenly burst in, taking them all down before they could even unleash their abilities. "Who are you? By what right do you capture us? We are members of the Lone Wolves. If you know what's good for you, you'll let us go." Nan Xiangwan strolled in, observing the captured individuals and noting one was missing. He inquired, "Where is your leader?" One among them recognized him, pupils constricting, and immediately lowered his head, feigning ignorance. Yet that fleeting glance was enough for Nan Xiangwan to catch him. "That I know someone among you recognized me. And I am indeed here for you. I must thank you for sparing my life back then, allowing me to return today for revenge. If you wish to avoid a painful demise, it would be wise to tell me where your leader is." Hearing his words, the captured individuals quickly realized who he was, and dread washed over them. Today might be their last. Only the simpleton, who had recently joined their ranks, remained oblivious. Though simple, he was not foolish. Understanding that the visitors sought revenge, he spoke up, "Brother, I'm new here and know nothing. Could you spare me, considering we have no enmity? I only followed them to fill my stomach." "Fat fool, our leader took you in, and you dare to betray him? Do you think he wants to kill you when he finds out? I just want to survive." Nan Xiangwan regarded the unfamiliar face, genuinely not recognizing him, and asked, "Tell me where your leader has gone. If I deal with them afterward, I can spare your life. But once we return to the base, you must be prudent about what you say. Otherwise, if you cross paths with me again, you will not find a good ending." The simpleton thought there was hope and eagerly replied, "Brother, our leader went to the back. He should be checking something. I'm just new here, and I don't know their secrets." "Fat fool, shut up." Unfazed by the reprimand, the simpleton thought, "You're all in deep trouble, yet still have the energy to shout at me. I'm golden to this point." Nan Xiangwan instructed his brothers, 5 with 4th-tier abilities. "Make sure to bring him back safely, and be cautious." "Understood." Vice Captain Li Bo led his team directly to the back of the shop, suspecting there was a warehouse, as many merchants preferred to keep stock. Meanwhile, Hong Kuen remained unaware of the events unfolding above, enjoying a beer and a chicken leg in his little storage space. He was considering bringing some up for his brothers when the warehouse door was suddenly kicked open. Thinking it was his brothers playing a prank, he didn't look up and said, "What's wrong with you? Wait until Big Brother finishes eating, and I'll share some. Is it really that urgent?" Li Bo wasted no time. Unleashing an ability, he sent Hong Kuen crashing into the wall. It was only then that Hong Kuen looked up to see that the newcomers were not his brothers. "Who are you? Let us talk this out." Clutching his chest, Hong Kuen struggled to his feet, calculating how to escape. Losing supplies was inconsequential, but losing his life meant losing everything. However, Li Bo remained silent, knowing the man was cunning. He signaled his subordinates, and the other 4 charged at Hong Kuen. That he quickly activated his earth abilities, but he was outmatched and soon found himself pinned to the cold floor. Li Bo was elated upon surveying the room filled with supplies. In these times, such resources were incredibly scarce, and no one would have expected someone to hoard so much. "Let us take him upstairs. Leave one person to guard this place." When Hong Kuen was brought upstairs, aside from the simpleton, all the others had their tendons severed, lying helplessly on the ground like rag dolls. Upon seeing them brought before him, Nan Xiangwan's gaze darkened as he fixed it on Hong Kuen, the very beast who had destroyed his sister. "Long time no see. After all this time, do you still remember this insignificant person?" Hong Kuen followed the voice and quickly recalled who it was, retorting, "Oh, I senti this the waste we tossed out after stripping him bare? Come to avenge your sister, have you? However, the taste of your sister lingers in my memory, a bittersweet reminiscence. It is indeed a pity that she succumbed to our affection." Tiske. "Silence yourself, you scoundrel. This is all your fault. All of you are to blame. I've been unable to find solace in sleep, haunted by the resolute gaze of my sister each time I close my eyes, after enduring for so long. This day has finally arrived. Thus, you must perish. All of you must meet your demise." Nan Xiangwan roared, his eyes aflame with rage as he clutched Hong Kuen's throat, wishing to snap it in a single motion. Li Bo, sensing the captain's loss of control, quickly remarked, "Chun, he is provoking you to grant him a swift end. You must not fall for it. Remain calm." Hong Kuen was on the verge of asphyxiation under Nan Xiangwan's grip when, unexpectedly, he released him, tear his tendons asunder. Hong Kuen, knowing there was no escape today, had hoped to incite his adversary into a swift resolution, only to be met with disappointment. The agony of having his tendons severed was so intense that he yearned for death. Gaining a modicum of composure, Nan Xiangwan continued, "Cut out his tongue. Let us see how he continues to speak so insolently." From the ground, Honkuan howled, "Killing is but a matter of a head hitting the ground. Why must you torment me so?" Nan Xiangwan understood that he desired a swift death, yet he was determined to deny him that mercy. With disdain, he replied, "Wishing for death is not so simple. The suffering my sister endured must be repaid. I shall not quench my wrath until your blood runs dry. But fear not. Once you are all dead, I shall set you ablaze with a shriek." Hong Kuan's tongue was severed, and he writhed in pain upon the floor. Han Hai leaned against the wall, covering his ears and closing his eyes, desperately trying to render himself invisible. Had he known he would encounter such fiends today, he would have never left the base. Indeed, sometimes a haven of tenderness feels far safer. Subsequently, Nan Xiangwan ordered his brothers to systematically break the bones of the 6 men until they breathed their last, before finally stating, "You all go to the warehouse and gather supplies. I need a moment to collect my thoughts." Yes, Li Bo led the others away, while Nan Xiangwan glanced at the quaking figure in the corner. Lifting his foot to approach, "Are you not leaving? Will you remain to collect their corpses?" Chapter 100. A row of fallen drunkards seeing that everything had finally come to an end. Han Hai mustered all his strength and dashed outside, fearing that someone might have a change of heart and compel him to accompany them in death. Once the room was devoid of outsiders, Nan Xiangwan approached the corpses with a butterfly knife in hand. Then, with a swift motion, he decapitated the 6 men, collecting the cores into his backpack before dragging their bodies outside. With a flick of his wrist, flames erupted as he watched the remnants of human filth being consumed by the fire. He finally released the last vestige of his obsession, looking skyward as a solitary tear fell. "Little sister, I have avenged you at last. May you find happiness and health in the next life." Once he had steadied his emotions, he turned back inside. From a distance, Xiao Jing observed everything, genuinely feeling joy for his brother. He pondered where his own path lay now that one of his vendettas had been resolved. Upon returning to the base, Zhan Xiu generously rewarded his subordinates in front of Nan Xiangwan. "Shall we indulge in a drink tonight?" Zhan Xiu, aware of his brother's melancholy, promptly replied, "Certainly, we shall not return until we are inebriated." That evening, the 5 brothers gathered together, the conference table laden with various alcoholic beverages, fried chicken feet, crispy peanuts, spicy snacks. Everything one could desire to accompany their drinks was present to celebrate Nangong's vengeance. Cheers! Cheers! Nan Xiangwan downed his drink in one go, a smile spreading across his face as he proclaimed, "Brothers, with you by my side, my life is without regrets. Indeed, in this life, we accompany one another. Let us drink to that. Cheers!" At that moment, Shang Guanyu, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "If only we could locate Fan Tian. I wonder where he is now." Xiao Jing, nibbling on a chicken foot, mumbled indistinctly, "He must still be alive. He is the smartest among us. Aside from Ajahn, I have faith in him." Long Yehua concurred. "With his cunning, he will be fine. We should make every effort to search for him and perhaps enlist the help of those below to broaden our search. Whoever finds him shall receive a reward. It is better than blindly searching like headless flies." Agreed. I think we should notify Mosey tomorrow. Winter is upon us. We must intensify our efforts during this time. We will surely uncover his whereabouts. Yes, it is settled. The group then began to play drinking games until one by one, they collapsed. Zhan Xiu pressed his temples, feeling the weight of a headache, and drunkenly returned to his room. Nan Xiangwan, in a drowsy state, was awakened by the overpowering scent of alcohol. "Wife, I love you so much. Wife, kiss me." Nan Xiangwan, amused by her inebriated husband, stretched out her hand to pinch his flushed cheeks. "Oh, you actually returned. With such a strong smell of liquor, just how much did you drink? And what about the others?" Wife, a kiss. Seeing that he was inebriated, Nan Xiangwan had no choice but to lead him to a space to sober up. On this occasion, Zhan Xiu had indulged a bit too much in his merriment. He would never have allowed such excess in the past. Nan Xiangwan understood her husband bore considerable pressure, so she never questioned his occasional drinking. After all, their relationship was mutual. It was rare to find such genuine affection amidst the apocalypse, and thus both cherished it deeply. She initially intended to toss him into the bathroom for a wash, but upon glancing down, she found the drunkard fast asleep. Ultimately, she resigned herself to transferring him to the in the quiet of the night. They savored the rare tranquility. The following day, when Nan Xiangwan opened the conference room door, he was immediately assaulted by the pungent odor of alcohol. Observing his elder brother sprawled on the floor, he felt a twitch in his eye. "Brother Hao, Brother Mo, come help. We need to get them back inside. Look at all these bottles. Are they trying to drink themselves to death? What event has them so jubilant, each one drunk as a skunk?" As Nan Xiangwan grumbled, he began to tidy up the battlefield of the conference room, simultaneously opening the windows to air it out. By the time Housie and Mosey arrived, they too were dismayed by the chaotic scene. Fortunately, their leader was not among them. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. They proceeded to carry each one back to their rooms, tossing them onto the beds and covering them with blankets, leaving them to their slumber. Of course, all the leftover alcohol from the previous night had been collected into the space by Xiangwan. Recently, he had developed feelings for a girl, and he wanted to prepare ample gifts for her. Naturally, this was something no one knew about. With secrets tucked away, he went about his business with caution, fearful that any slip might alert his elder sister. After breakfast, Nan Xiangwan noticed the others had yet to awaken and decided to head out to inspect the greenhouse. Their current greenhouse operations had expanded significantly. Any available space at the base had been appropriated. With the population increasing and food rapidly dwindling, had it not been for her ample stockpile in her space, merely feeding all these mouths would pose a considerable headache. The actions of Yangyang Base spoke volumes about their urgency. Just as she stepped out of the apartment, she encountered Tao Yao approaching. "Sister, good morning, good morning. What brings you up so early today?" Tao Yao skillfully linked her arm with Nan Xiangwan's as they walked, saying, "Sister, I want to contribute too. I need to earn some points that I possess strength and cannot be underestimated. What kind of work do you wish to do? Perhaps I could assign you to the store as a cashier?" "No, that sounds too dull. I've heard our base's greenhouse is thriving. Could I work there? I can till the soil, water the plants, and fertilize them. The thought of nurturing the plants to maturity and then consuming them brings me immense satisfaction." "Very well. I am heading there now to check on things. You can accompany me. We shall see if you prefer growing vegetables or grains that I will assign you to manage a greenhouse. But remember to heed the advice of the agricultural experts and farmers. They know far more than we do." Listening to Nan Xiangwan's earnest guidance, Tao Yao nodded. "I will study diligently, sister. You can rest assured." Observing her sister's somewhat restless demeanor, Nan Xiangwan added, "No fighting in a greenhouse. Understand? Anyone who dares to waste food will be expelled from the base. Should any disputes arise, remember to resolve them outside or come to me. You must curb your tendency to resort to violence. If irreversible damage occurs, I may not be able to save you. After all, your brother-in-law and I manage so many people. We cannot show favoritism." Tao Yao pondered. Has her image before her sister now devolved to this? Although she had a fiery temper, she would never recklessly provoke trouble, she assured. "I will not cause you any trouble, sister." "Well then, I shall trust you this once." Chapter 101. The apocalypse grows ever more chaotic. Nan Xiangwan and Tao Yao arrived at the greenhouse, where the base's manager approached them immediately, inquiring, "Miss Nan, what brings you here today?" "Uncle Zhao, I merely came to take a look. You needn't concern yourself with me. Oh, very well. Should anything arise, just call for me." "All right, Uncle Zhao." After Zhao Wengwu departed, Nan Xiangwan stepped into the vegetable greenhouse. The sight of the lush greenery brought her great joy. Tao Yao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Sister, the vegetables here are thriving," as Nan Xiangwan reached out to pluck a ripe tomato. She wiped it clean with her sleeve before savoring its sweetness. Once she swallowed the succulent fruit, she remarked, "Our base is renowned for its greenhouses. After all, other bases lack the suitable soil for cultivation. The only viable option remains the untainted soil from personal flower pots. Yet even when consolidated, it is but a drop in the bucket. Sister, I wish to work here. I truly enjoy this place. Just make your decision. I will speak to Uncle Zhao later. From now on, You'll earn 20 points for each day of work. Aside from meals, there will be surplus points. Feel free to explore the shop. It has everything you could desire. Understood, sister. Afterward, Nan Xiangwan inspected each greenhouse, finding nothing amiss. She exchanged greetings with Uncle Zhao before departing. Meanwhile, Tao Yao, realizing there was nothing pressing at home, promptly resumed her duties, tending to her little ancestor vegetables. Upon returning to her room, Nan Xiangwan found her husband preparing lunch. "Darling, when did you wake up? Why didn't you sleep a bit longer?" Zhan Siyu, while chopping vegetables, replied gently, "I've been awake for a while. Checked the time, took a shower, and thought I'd make you some lunch since I had nothing else to do." Leaning against the kitchen door, Nan Xiangwan admired her husband's handsome visage, enveloping her in a sense of tranquility. Were it not for the apocalypse, she would have loved to bear several children with this man and travel the country. However, for now, such thoughts were mere daydreams. As their timing had been unfortunate, Wan, I plan to send the entire team out to locate my brother soon, and I will go personally as well. Winter is approaching, and I feel a sense of unease. All right, but I want to accompany you up. Be careful out there, and make sure to return before it gets too cold. Yes, this time, we'll take a few of my brothers that I'll leave Mosey and Housey here to assist you. That is fine. By the way, I've noticed Houchin has been acting rather mysteriously lately. Have you noticed anything? Upon hearing about her brother's romantic interests, Zhan Siyu immediately recalled what was said the previous night. It seems Houchin may have someone he likes, but I don't know who she is. That I only heard about it while drinking with the brothers last night. Excited by the revelation, Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, "I didn't expect this rascal to keep it under wraps so well. It seems I should keep an ear out for news to discover which girl has captured Houchin's heart. Most importantly, I need to ensure she's suitable. After all, my brother lacks the memories of his past life, that if he can't discern good from evil, he could end up getting hurt. That he is my only family. And if anyone dares to extend a dirty hand, I will not hesitate to take action." Meanwhile, in a laboratory of the Xianyang base, Zhou Muyang was engrossed in observing the extraction of crystals from the ability users. Watching the purple crystals, each the size of a pigeon's egg, he felt a surge of excitement. He had overheard that consuming these crystals could significantly enhance an ability user's powers, far more efficiently than absorbing zombie crystals. Thus, he instructed his subordinates to seek out lightning-type ability users and capture them, determined to become the master of Xianyang and the future world. Regrettably, lightning-type users were either overwhelmingly powerful and untouchable or exceedingly rare. The three currently in the lab had taken considerable effort to capture, resulting in several losses, highlighting the challenge they posed. "Young master, we have 3 crystals here. Is there anything else you require?" Zhou Muyang took the box containing the crystals and replied, "Make sure to dispose of the bodies properly. Yes, leave no trace. Rest assured, we will ensure it is cleaned thoroughly." Afterward, he departed the underground facility, clutching the box as he returned home. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Li Jia, clad in a revealing nightgown, her figure tantalizingly visible. However, Zhou Muyang's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to utilize the crystals. He currently possessed only a level 4 lightning ability, while their base boasted numerous level 5 ability users. If he didn't strive to level up soon, he would inevitably disappoint his father, as strength was the true measure of power. Seeing that her man was unresponsive, Li Jia pondered, "Have I not been alluring enough? Has he found someone else?" She quickly approached him, wrapping her arms around Zhou Muyang's, playfully pouting, "Muyang, you haven't been intimate with me for several days. You wouldn't have someone else, would you?" Zhou Muyang tucked the box in his pocket, and upon gazing at the alluring figure beside him, he felt a thirst for her. Grabbing her waist, he led her upstairs, stating, "If you desire it so much, I shall oblige." Li Jia blushed, and soon they tumbled onto the bed. Half an hour later, Zhou Muyang, now fully dressed, left with a casual remark as he headed to his study. Despite his fondness for women, he understood the importance of power. Only by wielding authority could he keep others beneath him. Concerned about the first experiment, he secured the door and swallowed a crystal. Then he sat cross-legged on the floor. As darkness fell, he found his abilities had ascended to level 5, and after feeling the surge of lightning power, he couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, many others were engaging in similar reckless pursuits after learning the secret. Nan Gongchun, too, retrieved 6 ability user crystals from his bag, leaving only 1 red crystal for himself. Remembering his brother's instructions, he made his way to Zhang Xiu's room. Zhang, are you there? The two, entangled in their own world, heard the knock on the door. Zhang Xiu, with a grimace, stood to answer. What brings you here at this hour? Noticing the displeased expression on his brother's face, Nan Xiangwan awkwardly scratched his head. Apologies, brother, I have a matter to discuss. I obtained these during my quest for revenge yesterday, that I kept 1 red crystal and thought you might want to take these 5. Zhang Xiu understood what was being offered and accepted the box without further inquiry. If you disturb me again, I'll send you to dig your own grave. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Nan Xiangwan rubbed his nose, musing, a man's insatiable desires can be quite terrifying. Chapter 102. A bowl of dog food is quite filling. Zhang Xiu secured the door, enveloping his wife as they entered the space, hoping no one would interrupt them. After all, it was rare for his wife to allow him a hearty meal. If someone knocked again, he might very well throw them from the balcony. Nan Xiangwan, noticing her husband's sour demeanor, burst into laughter. Who would have thought the ice-cold man could exhibit such an expression? Zhang Xiu, now resembling a forlorn puppy, lamented, Darling, do you not love me anymore? Nan Xiangwan cupped his face and planted a kiss on his lips. Be a good boy. Tonight, I'll make sure you eat your fill, all right? Zhang Xiu's eyes lit up as he eagerly responded, You mustn't go back on your word. I refuse to leave unsatisfied tonight. Feeling a slight twinge of apprehension at his hungry gaze, Nan Xiangwan knew she had no choice but to follow through. Ultimately, Zhang Xiu feasted from 9 p.m. until 4 a.m., finally satiated. Just before she closed her eyes, Nan Xiangwan muttered, Beast, before slipping into unconsciousness. Zhang Xiu, content, cleaned up before drifting off to sleep. Morning arrived with the sound of an alarm. Zhang Xiu reached out to caress his wife's softness, inhaling her delightful scent. After engaging in some morning exercise, Nan Xiangwan, roused from her slumber, unceremoniously tossed him out of the space, wrapping herself in the covers to continue sleeping. The discarded Zhang Xiu shook his head in exasperation. It is not easy to indulge in a good meal, only to be thrown out like this every time that he then rejuvenated himself in the bathroom. For today, he was to lead a team away from the base. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stirred his wife so early. Once dressed, he made his way to the base cafeteria. Xiao Jing and the others were already dining when they spotted Zhang Xiu entering. They waved him over, calling, Zhang, over here. Zhang Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, picking up a tray to serve himself breakfast before approaching his brothers. Have you all packed? Long Yahua, noting Zhang Xiu's spirited demeanor, raised an eyebrow. We're all single dogs. We have no pressing matters like you. With your energy, I'm tempted to find a wife to warm my bed. Teased by his brothers, Zhang Xiu retorted without offense. Indeed, only those with wives know how delightful it is. You all can't understand. His brothers collectively felt a pang of disbelief at the sudden influx of dog food. They quickly fell silent, finishing their breakfast in peace, fearing that any further comments would lead to a repeat of this morning's culinary experience. Once finished, Zhang Xiu wiped his mouth and instructed, Make sure to bring enough fuel. Don't drive out unprepared. We'll return with more supplies than we left with. Don't worry. We'll be just as we were when we left. That is unnecessary. Each team must ensure the safety of one space user, or else you'll be left to gnaw on tree bark. After thoroughly advising his brothers, Zhang Xiu strode away. At 8 a.m. sharp, a convoy of vehicles departed from the gates of the South Station base, each heading in different directions. This time, while they sought supplies, the primary objective remained finding people. Zhang Xiu had promised rewards. Anyone who could locate the individuals he sought would receive 3 months of free meals at the cafeteria, along with a bonus of 100 points each. With such enticing prospects, many ability users eagerly requested to join the search party. Given the rarity of significant level missions at the base, should any squad manage to locate an individual this time, they could afford a rest for 3 months without the need to engage in combat. Once the more than 200 personnel had vacated, the noticeable tranquility of the base became apparent at this juncture. Those who typically caused mischief began to stir restlessly. Within a certain room, one sister inquired, Is that woman's word trustworthy? I can't shake the feeling that she harbors ill intentions. I am quite content with our current life. Surely, we should refrain from seeking out that troublesome matter. Ling Lan reclined on the plush sofa, her long legs elegantly swaying. If Nan Xiangwan were present, he would undoubtedly be captivated. Ling Hui, do not underestimate me. That woman is clearly attempting to manipulate us. After all, Xiangwan is the younger brother of the base's matriarch. I appear foolish enough to overlook such a golden opportunity? What? If you are aware, why even entertain her? If word gets out, we would face dire consequences, possibly even expulsion from the base. Ling Lan understood her sister's concerns, casually picking up one of the few cigarettes on the table. Lighting it, and taking a deep puff before continuing, "Rest assured, sister, I have everything under control. I will ensure we no longer lead a wandering life. I intend to secure Xiangwan for myself. Just keep your opinions to yourself, and no trouble will arise." Ling Hui recognized that her sister's resolve was not easily swayed, and thus fell silent. At noon, Nan Xiangwan, having noticed the absence of bothersome individuals at the base, stealthily made his way to the adjacent dormitory with a delectable feast in hand. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knock, Ling Lan quickly concealed her cigarette and approached the door. "Lan Lan, look at what I brought you today." Nan Xiangwan presented a whole roasted chicken like a prized treasure to the girl he adored. Upon seeing it, Ling Lan promptly pulled him inside and shut the door, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you not afraid of being seen? Have you lost your mind? Seeing you brings me joy. I simply forgot. This is a special treat for you and your sister. Besides, those annoying folks at the base have all gone out, so we need not worry about them reporting us." Ling Lan accepted the chicken, smiling. "You know, even if others find out, what of it? You make it seem as though we are engaged in illicit affairs. I just didn't want my sister to find out and cause trouble." Ling Lan trembled slightly while holding the chicken, pondering how formidable that woman truly was. After all, one could not be favored by the base leader without possessing some cunning. She absent-mindedly remarked, "Even if sister finds out, it is of no concern. I have nothing to fear from her inquiries. Besides, we cannot go on like this forever." Nan Xiangwan gazed at the enchanting Ling Lan. A thought struck him. Why not inform her sister later? After all, he would eventually need to marry, and having companionship might ease his sister's worries about his life. "Lan Lan, I'll speak to sister when I return. What do you think?" Ling Lan lowered her gaze and replied softly, "Do as you see fit. I trust your judgment." In a surge of excitement, Nan Xiangwan grasped Ling Lan's hands and earnestly asked, "Lan Lan, I cherish you. Will you marry me?" Ling Lan blinked in surprise. "Are you proposing to me?" Without hesitation, Nan Xiangwan produced a ring he had prepared, declaring, "If you are willing, I shall place this engagement ring upon your finger right now, binding you to me for this lifetime." Chapter 103. The brother indeed comes to collect debts. Ling Lan never anticipated that such a handsome face could shine so brightly when earnest as she beheld the ring in his hand. Her heart brimmed with happiness that moment. Ling Hui emerged from the bedroom and promptly urged her sister, "You still haven't accepted? Are you waiting for a brother-in-law to be swapped out?" Ling Lan shot her sister an exasperated glance. "You go back inside. This is adult business you should not meddle in." "Lan Lan, you haven't given me an answer yet." Ling Lan gazed at the puppy-like man before her and ultimately nodded. "Put it on." Seeing her consent, Nan Xiangwan eagerly took her left hand and slipped the ring on her finger. Then he kissed her deeply, stating, "From now on, you are my bride, that I will go speak to sister. Wait for me." With that, without waiting for further words, Nan Xiangwan dashed out of the apartment. Once he had departed, Ling Hui approached her sister and asked, "Sister, do you think he can truly marry you?" Ling Lan looked at the sparkling ring on her hand, lost in thought before languidly responding, "As long as sister desires it, I shall marry into the Nan family, regardless of any obstacles that may lie ahead. Only then will our future be brighter. But what about Madame Jean? Simply remain silent when the time comes. I will handle everything else. Now this chicken is getting cold. Hurry and eat. It's something you can't even find in the cafeteria." He certainly has a kind heart. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan hurried back home and knocked on Nan Xiangwan's door, but after knocking for quite some time without a response, he reasoned that either she was not home or was occupied elsewhere. Eventually, he sulked back to his room, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, "I'm soon to have a wife. How delightful." As the moon ascended, the beauty in the space slowly opened her eyes. Stretching her weary body and taking a sharp breath, she mused, "That beast nearly devoured me whole. I brought this upon myself. It seems I must resolutely avoid being swayed by beauty in the future, lest my waste once again lead me to flee home. Such a sin." Gradually rising, she donned her nightgown and, feeling weak, made her way to the bathroom. She turned on the hot water, adding a few drops of soothing essential oil, then carefully stepped into the bathtub. Only after the water had cooled did she emerge and dry herself off. Exiting the space, she headed to the kitchen, quickly preparing a box of instant noodles. Just as the noodles began to cook, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by her younger brother, who raised an eyebrow. "Did you know I had just exited the space?" "Cough, I saw your light on. Are you having noodles?" "Yes, come in." Nan Xiangwan entered, shutting the door behind him. There's something urgent that brings you here so late?" "Sister, you eat first. We can talk after I'm not in a hurry. And I haven't eaten either, so let us enjoy together." Nan Xiangwan glanced at her unusually agitated brother before returning her focus to the noodles she was stirring. Slurp, slurp, seeing his sister savoring her meal. Nan Xiangwan decided to abandon his bread and rose to prepare a bowl of noodles for himself. Soon, the siblings were both slurping their noodles in unison. 20 minutes later, Nan Xiangwan wiped her mouth clean and opened a bottle of beer, pouring herself a glass before reclining on the sofa, lazily asking, "All right, what's on your mind?" Nan Xiangwan, feeling somewhat guilty as he gazed at his sister's face, hesitated. "I can tell you, but you must promise not to be angry. Otherwise, I won't say anything to—" "Oh, in that case, don't say anything. I wasn't interested in hearing it anyway." Nan Xiangwan, "Sister, this is unfair. There should be no bullying of the younger brother." Nan Xiangwan took a sip of her beer and tossed a peanut into her mouth, disdainfully replying, "Isn't the younger brother meant to be bullied? Why else did our mother give birth to you?" Nan Xiangwan felt as though his sister was born solely to torment him. "Sister, I want to waste time with you. I have feelings for Ling Lan from the base, and I've proposed to her, which she accepted. As your elder, you must meet my future sister-in-law, and you need to help me with the wedding." Nan Xiangwan retorted, whereas her 30-meter-long saber, unable to find a suitable instrument, she resorted to removing her slippers. Looking at her brother, she added, "You know I'm your sister, yet you've learned to act impulsively. As for marriage, I'll send you to the underworld instead." With that, she swung her shoe at him. Nan Xiangwan, lacking any defense, received the shoe squarely in the face. "Ouch, sister, you're being unreasonable. How can you hit me? I am your own brother." Nan Xiangwan, while continuing to strike him with her shoe, scolded, "You little brat, have you grown wings? You think you can just like someone? I spit. Let me tell you, a man's affections are often driven by lust." "When did you learn this? Speak. Who taught you?" While dodging his sister's blows, Nan Xiangwan shouted back, "How? Is that lustful? If that were the case, wouldn't he brother-in-law also be driven by lust? You little rascal. Dare to talk back? Let us see if I don't beat you to a pulp." "Help! I'm being murdered by my own sister." Downstairs, Bei Mingho, awakened by the commotion, quickly came to his senses. "Mosey, is someone slaughtering pigs upstairs?" Siduo turned over without opening his eyes. "Pigs will be eaten tomorrow. Just wait for the ribs." Bei Mingho, realizing that it was his boss's room above, he promptly shut his eyes and stuffed his ears with tissue, pretending he heard nothing. "Sister, can we discuss this calmly?" Nan Xiangwan, one hand supporting herself on the sofa while the other wielded the slipper, was panting heavily. She thought to herself that beating someone truly required strength. "Sister, I genuinely like her, and Lan Lan is truly a good person. It's not fair to break us apart." The more Nan Xiangwan listened, the angrier she became, and she tossed her slipper aside. "I suspect you are bewitched by a vixen. If you wish to enter the Nan family, you must meet my standards." "Sister, really?" Since you said it's wrong to break apart lovers, I must see what kind of girl she is. If she is truly as good as you say, I shall pretend I never said anything. However, should this person harbor ill intentions, it would not only be a case of thwarting a romance. I might even resort to silencing them, ensuring you would never have to dwell on such matters again. "Sister, there is no need to frighten me so. How about I invite her over for a meeting tomorrow? Nan Xiangwan downed a glass of beer without sparing a glance at her brother, stating, "You can leave now, that if she dares to come. I shall meet her." With his sister's response in hand, Nan Xiangwan bounced eagerly to the door, turning back to say, "Sister, do remember to rise early tomorrow. I shall take my leave for now. Bye-bye." Once Nan Xiangwan saw him depart, she angrily gulped down another beer, thinking to herself that her brother was indeed a harbinger of trouble. The following day, as soon as Nan Xiangwan opened his eyes, he promptly prepared himself to look exceptionally dapper. He even bestowed a playful kiss upon his reflection in the mirror, clutching a bouquet of artificial flowers. He made his way to Linglan's apartment. Downstairs, Mosey observed Nan Xiangwan exiting, pondering whether this young man had been poorly raised. Meanwhile, Bai Minghao sensed the whiff of gossip, realizing that an entertaining spectacle was on the horizon. Arriving at Linglan's apartment door, Nan Xiangwan inhaled deeply and knocked. Inside, Linglan, who was reading with her sister, recognized the sound and promptly rose to answer the door. "Good morning, dearest Linglan. Here's some flowers I brought for you. Though they are artificial, they're a token of my affection that I hope you like them." Linglan glanced at the flowers in his hand, her eyes twitching slightly before she smiled and replied, "Thank you for your thoughtful gesture. I truly appreciate it. Please come inside." "Certainly," Nan Xiangwan replied as he casually chose a seat. "Lan, I spoke with my sister about our relationship last night. She expressed a desire to meet you, and if you can impress her, she said she would arrange our wedding. What do you think? Would you like to go?" Linglan, having already formulated her plans, considered that they would meet eventually. Instead of hiding, it would be better to confront the situation directly. After all, only through conversation could they truly understand one another. She lowered her gaze and responded, "I am prepared. When shall we go?" "How about noon? We can have lunch together, and I'll return to prepare shortly." "All right, I'll follow your lead." In a burst of excitement, Nan Xiangwan grasped Linglan's hand and kissed it gently. "Lan, you are wonderful. I will ensure my sister agrees to our union. Just be ready to become my bride." Linglan, blushing, nodded. "I will be there on time this noon. Then I shall head back to prepare. Also, let us invite Linghui to join us." Linglan shook her head at the thought of Linghui's incessant chatter. "Let us save that for another day. I fear her meddling might complicate matters. This meeting is bound to be challenging as it is." After a moment of contemplation, Nan Xiangwan concurred, "Very well, I'll take your advice. I'll be on my way." Once Nan Xiangwan departed, Linghui emerged from her bedroom, asking sister, "What's this? You're not bringing me to lunch. Am I no longer your beloved sister?" Linglan patted her sister's head. "Do you think I don't wish to take you? It's just that your loose tongue often lands us in trouble, especially since I'm meeting my future sister-in-law for the first time. I cannot afford any distractions today. If you wish to go, perhaps another time." Linghui, feeling uneasy at the prospect of dining with a formidable matriarch, decided it might be best to stay home and study instead. Observing her sister's silence, Linglan continued, "You shouldn't isolate yourself all the time. Our base is relatively safe. It would be wise to venture out and seek work opportunities. Earning some points is better than idling away while our resources dwindle. If we do not secure additional income, I'll have no choice but to take you out to hunt zombies for points." Linghui absorbed her sister's words, realizing the truth in them. They were indeed reliant on themselves. With a sigh, she acquiesced. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan returned to his residence, but was intercepted by Bai Minghao before he could ascend the stairs. "Young Master Nan, where are you off to?" Nan Xiangwan, feeling a surge of irritation at being blocked, suppressed his anger. Fearing a report to his sister, he replied, "I'm off to see my girlfriend. Is there a problem?" "Oh no, not at all. I merely wanted to inquire about your well-being. After the commotion last night, I thought perhaps a pig had been slaughtered. I even anticipated a feast of ribs this morning, only to find nothing." Understanding the jest, Nan Xiangwan retorted, "If you desire ribs, it's simple. If I'm in high spirits, I'll have my sister treat you to a pig." "Really? So, what would make you happy, young Master Nan? Is it simply marrying your girlfriend, having someone to warm your bed every night?" "Humph. You wish for a girlfriend yourself, don't you? You're just envious." Bai Minghao chuckled, unperturbed. They had long grown accustomed to being single. After all, one could live without tasting meat if they were never exposed to it. "All right then, I won't trouble you further. You seem busy, so I'll take my leave. With that, Nan Xiangwan was left perplexed by the abrupt departure. Remembering the upcoming lunch, he promptly ascended the stairs to seek his sister's guidance. Such matters required her orchestration, a tea that moment. Nan Xiangwan was frolicking with Da Huang in the spatial realm. Perched atop Da Huang's head, she raced through the forest, her spirits soaring as she cast aside thoughts of yearning for Zhan Xiu. Ha ha ha, Da Huang, you can stop now. If we run any longer, I shall burst into laughter. The leaves in this forest tickle me terribly. Yes, master. Once Da Huang halted, it gently nudged Nan Xiangwan's small hand with its large head. Master, when shall you take me out to play? Nan Xiangwan, stroking its head, pondered before replying, shrink down to my height, and I shall take you out to play. But you must not eat anything without my permission. Especially not humans.D, oh you understand. If you disobey, I shall never take you out again that I understand. Master, I shall behave. With that thought, Nan Xiangwan summoned Da Huang out of the spatial realm. Upon encountering the unfamiliar surroundings, Da Huang dashed about, curiously brushing its leaves against everything. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air, and before Nan Xiangwan could move, Da Huang's vines opened the door. Hey, I've been knocking for quite some time. Why did you take so long to open the door? And why is Da Huang here? As Nan Xiangwan stepped inside, he beheld his dapper brother and felt a surge of mischief. What brings you here? Sister, didn't we discuss this yesterday? Lan Lan is coming to see you for lunch today. We can't just sit idly. We must prepare something to eat, lest she think I'm stingy. Besides, she will soon be your sister-in-law. Nan Xiangwan interrupted, looking at her brother, as if he were foolish. Who said I agreed to this? Ah, Nan Xiangwan was taken aback, realizing she had changed her mind. Sister, you can't do this. I've already made arrangements. Let them be. If you want lunch, you can prepare it yourself. I have no time. Faced with his sister's obstinacy, Nan Xiangwan felt a headache coming on. Reluctantly, he pleaded, Sister, could you at least spare me some ingredients? I have none. Seeing her brother's persistence, Nan Xiangwan thought that since the girl dared to come, she might as well meet her. With a wave of her hand, she tossed him 2 chickens. This is all you get. Now, hurry along. You annoy me. Nan Xiangwan, seeing only 2 chickens and contemplating asking for more, glanced at his sister's disapproving expression and ultimately departed with his meager bounty. Fool. Chapter 105. Rescuing Liangdong, Nan Xiangwan stroked Da Huang's head, affirming, indeed, he is a fool. Carrying the 2 chickens, Nan Xiangwan hurried to the cafeteria. Lacking culinary skills, he relied on the kitchen staff for assistance. Fortunately, his status within the base afforded him some influence. The chef, upon receiving the chickens, inquired with curiosity, What shall we prepare? 1 roasted, 1 stewed, and I need 4 additional dishes. I'm hosting a guest for lunch. When everything is ready, please have someone deliver it. Here is a pack of cigarettes as a token of my gratitude. The chef, eager for a reward, eagerly replied. Rest assured, young master Nan, we'll have your meal ready in no time. Thank you. I shall return shortly to you're all doing a great job. Meanwhile, in the western county town, Zhan Xiu was leading a team in clearing out zombies. His primary objective was to locate individuals. But as the day wore on, there was still no sign of anyone. They had collected numerous zombie cores and supplies, yet the vast expanse of land yielded no trace of life. Given the circumstances, he believed Fantian would be in the capital, as his home was there. After all, who would venture outside during an apocalypse? Yet, despite this logic, he could not find a single soul. He refused to believe anyone had perished. There was an inexplicable feeling that fate had something in store for him. Captain Wei spotted a commotion up ahead. Zhan Xiu, pulled from his thoughts, responded coolly, Ignore it, I have no desire to play the savior. Upon hearing their captain's words, Tang Ling instructed the others to refrain from interference. However, the more they attempted to avoid involvement, the more the situation seemed to beckon them. Help. Is there anyone who can rescue me? Please don't take my daughter away. I implore you to spare us. Oh. Daddy, save me. Just as Zhan Xiu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly halted. Why does that voice sound so familiar? He promptly turned to Tang Ling and said, Go check what's happening. Tang Ling was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to avoid meddling? Why the sudden interest? Yet, out of respect for the captain's authority, he instructed his subordinate to investigate. Daddy, save me. I don't want to go with them. Oh. Wang Jianrun, do you still possess any conscience? We are brothers. How can you treat us this way? If it weren't for the supplies left by the boss, you would have perished long ago. Wang Jianren took a puff from his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, Liang Dong, if you tell me where the remaining supplies are hidden, I will spare you and your woman. Otherwise, your beautiful daughter will be subjected to the whims of countless and it would be such a shame to waste such a lovely face. Daddy, quickly tell him where those things are. I don't want to be taken away. Liang Dong never anticipated that things would deteriorate to this extent. If only he had been wiser back then, he wouldn't have left the base. It was his incompetence that betrayed the boss's trust. Wang Jianren, release my daughter. I will tell you, why didn't you just say so? What a waste of time. Speak up. The supplies are still at the original base. Everything is there. You can go see for yourself right now. Hearing Liang Dong's heart-wrenching cries, Wang Jianren finally obtained the answer he sought, yet showed no inclination to spare Liang Dong that you are getting on in years. Wouldn't it be better to obediently listen to your daughter? But I want the supplies, and I also want this woman to just so happens that Long Gu above favors younger girls, and her daughter looks like a blossoming bud. Rather than wander with you, she might as well enjoy life with Long Gu, don't you think? Pinned to the ground, Liang Dong's eyes reddened. He would rather die than allow his daughter to fall into such a hellish fate. That Long Gu is a pervert, a pedophile. His daughter is only 15. He cannot allow that. Wang Jianren, you will not have a good end. That if I survive today, I will ensure your body is torn to pieces. TSK, that depends on whether you have that luck. Come, bind him and place him in the middle of the road. Let him serve as food for the zombies. No. Don't touch my father. Uncle Wang. Please don't kill my father. I will be good. I promise. Watching his weeping daughter, Liang Dong felt an overwhelming ache. Wan, don't plead with him. He is a beast. Do not blame your father. It is my incompetence that failed to protect you. I am sorry. Liang Nin cried helplessly. Why must heaven treat them this way? If her father were gone, what meaning would her life hold? Dad, don't worry. I want to let you be alone down there. In this moment of parting life and death, a melodious voice suddenly resonated. Oh, what a commotion! What grand performance is this? Let me witness. Wang Jianren's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the sudden arrival. How could he be here? Tang Ling, bring that person over. When did my people's lives become subject to others' whims? Yes, Jean. It's been a while. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a twist of fate. Jean you didn't spare Wang Jianren a glance, but addressed Liang Dong. Liang Gu, take your daughter to the back. I'll handle things here. Realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster, Liang Dong wasted no time and pulled his daughter behind Jean Ciyu. Wang Jianren, seeing his opportunity slipping away, felt a twinge of anxiety. With 12 on their side and only 9 on his, he couldn't guarantee a fair fight. He turned to Jean Ciyu and said, Jean Gu, since Liang Dong is one of yours, I'll concede this favor. Since you've taken him away, we shall part ways here. As Wang Jianren finished speaking and attempted to leave, Tang Ling and his men surrounded them. Seeing the road blocked, Wang Jianren shouted, Jean Gu, what does this mean? Jean Ciyu lit a cigarette, exhaling a smoke ring, and replied coolly, You think you can bully my people and just walk away? Are you dreaming? What do you want then? We were brothers once. There's no need to make this absolute. Liang here was also your brother. Why didn't you spare him and his daughter? If you can't uphold your end, don't expect others to. I hold grudges. Now that you've allied with evil, there's no need for you to continue living. That it would be better to report to the king of hell sooner. At least fewer evils would remain, and you might be reborn into a better life. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianren realized he wasn't going to be spared. He thought, at worst, they would fight to the death. The outcome was still uncertain. Since Jean Gu is unwilling to grant a brother a path to survival, don't blame me for being ungracious. Everyone, let us go. Chapter 106. The air grew increasingly chilly, observing Wang Jianren's clownish antics. Jean Ciyu didn't even spare him a glance. He crushed a cigarette butt and waved his hand, signaling Tang Ling to act. Immediately, abilities were unleashed, but unfortunately, Wang Jianren's men were significantly weaker and were soon overwhelmed. Jean Gu, I was wrong. Spare my life. Consider it a debt owed to my brother. You trash have no right to bargain. Jean Gu, Zhan Siyu gestured to Tang Ling, and in an instant, Wang Jianren's 9 men met their demise. Liang Dong felt a great sense of relief as the villains finally perished. Had it not been for the boss's timely arrival, he and his daughter would have been the ones dead. Tang Ling, take the others back to the vehicle. I will follow shortly. Yes. After the group departed, Zhan Siyu retrieved a dagger, extracting 9 crystal cores. With a thunderous net, the 9 men vanished without a trace. Leaving not even a remnant, he took out a wet wipe, leisurely cleaning his fingers before turning to leave. Upon returning to the vehicle, he asked Liang Dong, "What transpired after I left?" "When I returned, you were all gone." Liang Dong comforted his still-shaken daughter and replied, "Boss, after you left for half a year, chaos erupted at the base at D. Oh, you remember the first batch of abilities? A girl's brother turned into a zombie after a failed awakening. And she blamed you for it, believing it was your fault he died. Later, after she gained abilities, she sought revenge against the base, allying with outsiders to raid, taking everything they could. Thankfully, only a few knew the location of the supplies, or they would have succeeded. Realizing the danger, I took my daughter and fled, thinking we could return once things settled. However, when we did, the place was crawling with zombies. From then on, my daughter and I wandered, changing bases twice, but the leaders were all unscrupulous, and we had to leave quickly until we encountered Wang Jianren that I thought he might have some promise, but he turned out to be just as vile. All right, from now on, you will follow me that I have established a new base, Jiannan, south of the capital. Once we arrive, you will continue to assist me." "Thank you, boss. I will work hard at them." The group drove westward, lacking a specific destination, heading wherever buildings were plentiful. At Jiannan base, in Nan Xiangwan's room, a lavish spread was laid out, complete with champagne. Checking the time, he prepared to go downstairs to greet his goddess, Linglan. 2. Time for arrival at the upscale residential area, and upon reaching, saw Nan Xiangwan waiting outside. "Lan, over here." Linglan approached him, a hint of blush on her cheeks as she asked, "Do you think my sister will dislike me?" Nan Xiangwan took her hand as they walked inside, reassuring her, "Don't worry, my sister is very kind, though she could be a bit temperamental at times. Can this brother be gifted away?" "What with that temper? It seems I'll have to educate him with a firm hand," Linglan remarked. "You might as well say women have those few days each month when they're in a bad mood." "Xiangwan, I don't have anything to give my sister. Will she be upset?" "It doesn't matter. As long as you're here, that is all that counts. Besides, we aren't lacking in material goods. But it feels wrong to come empty-handed, especially for our first meeting that my sister and I only managed to bring a few crystal cores, the rest being everyday items that it feels a bit embarrassing." "Well, you're here now. I'll explain everything to my sister. Let us go inside." As Nan Xiangwan pulled Linglan into the room, Nan Xiangwan, observing from upstairs, turned to C2MO and said, "Did you see that?" "I did. I'll investigate right away to, go ahead." C2MO understood Nan Xiangwan's concerns. After all, since the apocalypse began, human greed had reared its head, and no one could guarantee that this woman wasn't just after resources. After they left, Nan Xiangwan gently stroked Hua's head. "You must behave, understand? Whimper." Upon entering Nan Xiangwan's room, Linglan was instantly captivated by the decor, which bore no resemblance to the chaos of the apocalypse. She greedily inhaled the atmosphere, resolutely thinking that she must become the mistress of this room. "Lan, feel free to look around. I'll go fetch my sister." "Okay, understood." After exchanging pleasantries, Nan Xiangwan went to find Nan Xiangwan to join them for dinner. Before he even reached the door, he spotted his sister approaching with the Hua. "Sis, how did you know I was going to call you for dinner? I see you haven't left yet." "Oh, let us go." Nan Xiangwan walks ahead, with Nan Xiangwan following closely behind. Upon entering the room, they are greeted by a stunning beauty standing by the window, absorbed in the scenery. "Lan, my sister has arrived," Xiangwan announces, hearing his words. Linglan immediately turns and approaches with a smile, saying, "Hello, Sister Nan." Nan Xiangwan sizes her up, pondering to herself why her brother is so infatuated. She is indeed a beauty. Nodding, she responds, "Hello," noticing the atmosphere growing a bit chilly. Nan Xiangwan quickly interjects, "Sister, let us eat while we chat. The dishes are from the cafeteria, and they'll get cold if we don't hurry." With a neutral expression, Nan Xiangwan betrays no emotion as she takes a seat at the dining table. With Dahua standing behind her, Ling Lan feels a wave of nervousness. Having only seen Madame Zhang from a distance before, she now realizes how formidable she truly is, struggling to discern what Nan Xiangwan might be thinking. She takes a seat beside Nan Haochen. "Sister, would you like some red wine?" "Let us have a little." Haochen pours 3 glasses of red wine and places them before everyone. Nan Xiangwan picks up her glass, gives it a gentle shake, takes a small sip, and remarks coolly, "You are Ling Lan, correct?" Ling Lan, hearing the question, trembles slightly as she grasps her glass, striving to maintain her composure, and smiles, "Yes, Sister Nan." "Haochen, you go outside. I would like to have a private chat with Miss Ling Lan." "Sister, I'm not in the way of your conversation." "Dahua, escort him out if he doesn't comply. Hang him up." "Understood, Master." Seeing his sister's determination and not wanting to embarrass himself before Ling Lan, Haochen quickly stands and says, "No need, Sister. I can leave on my own. Don't trouble the tea is no trouble. I'm more than happy to serve." "Then hurry up and leave. If you take too long, Dahua will practice with you." "I am going now." With that, he swiftly exits the room. "Dahua, close the door." "Yes." As the door shuts behind them, the atmosphere between the two grows increasingly tense. Had Ling Lan not possessed a strong heart, she might have been intimidated to tears by Nan Xiangwan's presence. Thinking to herself, "Is this a banquet of death?" Chapter 107. Unwittingly lost, Nan Xiangwan lifts her glass, taking another sip, and her cold voice breaks the silence. "Miss Ling Lan, how old are you this year?" Returning to Sister Nan, "I am 23 years old. And do you know how old my brother is?" "I know." Nan Xiangwan sets her glass down, smirking. "If you know, then why are you trying to seduce him?" Ling Lan, taken aback by this accusation, lifts her gaze. "Sister, I truly care for Haochen. I will love and take care of him, though. If my brother did not have his current status, would you still feel the same? If he lacked spatial abilities, would you still be interested? If he could not provide for you, would you still be enamored? Don't tell me it's his looks you fancy. That would simply brand you as shallow." Ling Lan, confronted with Nan Xiangwan's relentless questioning, finds herself lost in thought. Does she genuinely love Haochen, or is it merely infatuation? Before she can resolve her inner conflict, Nan Xiangwan's voice rings out again. "If my brother and your sister fell into a horde of zombies simultaneously, and you could only save one, who would you choose?" Ling Lan falters. Her sister is her only family, and she promised her parents before they passed that she would look after her. Yet, the thought of abandoning Haochen is unbearable. Seeing your hesitation confirms that you would choose your sister. Thus, I will not allow my brother to marry you. Why future sister-in-law must regard my brother as the most important person in her life, even to the extent of sacrificing herself for him. Therefore, you are unsuitable. Sister, that is not fair." Nan Xiangwan scoffs. "What is fairness?" Ling Lan, your choice of your sister indicates that you still harbor familial affection, and I respect how well you care for her in this apocalyptic world. However, as a wife, you are inadequate. I have said all I need to today. You should consider your position." With that, Nan Xiangwan drains her glass of wine and strides out of her brother's room. Upon spotting his sister exiting, Nan Haochen rushes over, asking Sister, "Why are you out here?" Casting a glance at her somewhat foolish brother, she responds with a hint of exasperation. "She is not suitable to be your wife. If she genuinely cares for you, then a fling would suffice. She will never enter our family." "Sister, what do you mean by a fling? I am not a scoundrel." "Then break up with her." "Oh, you really think I would say that?" "It is not that I don't want to. I'm just worried you would be upset." "Sister, what makes her unsuitable? She is 3 years older than you." "ISNT it said that a woman 3 years older brings fortune." Nan Xiangwan rolls her eyes. "Fortune my foot. Get her out of here immediately. Since we are at the base, arrange for her to have an easy job. That is my limit, sister. I truly like her." Seeing her brother's unwillingness to give up, she finally states, "Then you can move in with her." With that, she turns to leave. Dahua follows behind, glancing back at Nan Haochen. "Fool." Nan Haochen retorts, "You a mere flower. Dare to look down on me? Enough already." He then turns and heads back to find Ling Lan. Tea that moment. Ling Lan, feeling dejected, has consumed an entire bottle of red wine, save for the glass Nan Xiangwan had. Seeing her flushed face and slightly tipsy demeanor, Nan Xiangwan approaches with concern. Lan, why did you drink so much? Stop, it's bad for your health. Hearing his voice, Ling Lan grabs his collar and kisses him. Nan Xiangwan, taken aback by her sudden move, finds himself dazed. This is his first kiss, just like that. Gone. But why does it feel so good? Ling Lan, sensing no resistance from him, boldly extends her alluring tongue, igniting the heat in the room. Unable to withstand the temptation of such beauty, Nan Xiangwan ultimately offered his first time in a haze of confusion. After their passionate encounter, Ling Lan, intoxicated, falls asleep, leaving Nan Xiangwan in a state of shock as he stares at the pristine white sheets. Why was there no blood? Had she been with other men before? He cannot accept this. Overwhelmed with panic and anger, he dresses quickly and heads to Sitamo's room. The love he felt moments ago is now overshadowed by profound disappointment. He had cherished her, only to discover she had already given herself to someone else, that he feels tainted and utterly devastated. Sitamo, noticing the forlorn expression on Nan Xiangwan's face, wonders if he has already suffered heartbreak. Your sister must be quite something. Let us have a drink. I'm feeling down. That he then instructs Biming Hao, go check outside. I'll stay here with him. Understood. After Biming Hao leaves, Nan Xiangwan pulls out 2 bottles of alcohol and begins drinking, neglecting to order any snacks until Sitamo gets him intoxicated that Nan Xiangwan finally begins to speak. Why is my life so bitter? I feel so pitiful, sob. What else with the tears? Why are you crying? I'm so heartbroken. She was a virgin. She let me sleep with her with that tainted body, sob. I need a shower. Is this what you meant by rolling in sheets? I'm so sad, sob. Why did she lie to me? She said I was her only man, but I can't go on living. Sitamo, exasperated, thinks to himself, how did it come to this? He had just discovered that the woman had interacted with someone from Xiangyang. Yet the specifics remain unknown. Meanwhile, this poor fellow has already slept with her. Why are you silent? Do you think I'm disgusting now? Of course not, Sitamo thinks, but he doesn't share a bed with him. I don't want to go back. That woman is still there. I can't bear to see her. She is a liar who deceived my feelings and took my Sitamo, unable to endure any longer. Bellows, shut up. Just take a look at what you've done. If your sister finds out, there will be no escaping a severe reprimand. You usually seem so clever, yet how could you not maintain your composure? Please, you try having a stunning beauty throw herself at you, especially one you like. Could you really resist? I should grab my 3-meter-long knife and give you a good beating, so you learn what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. How dare you mock me? I'll beat some sense into you, you little brat. No, I'm still a baby. No domestic violence, or I'll report you for child abuse. Observing the drunken ramblings, Sitamo gazes skyward, thinking how pointless it is to argue with a drunken fool. This feels like arguing with a child. Sob, someone wants to hit the baby. The baby is scared. You're a bad person. Ultimately, Sitamo leaves the inebriated young man in his room and heads upstairs to find Nan Xiangwan. Such matters should be handled by sister, as he fears he might inadvertently send him straight to the underworld. Chapter 108. Married women are not to be provoked when Nan Xiangwan learns of the situation. She feels a deep sense of powerlessness. Thankfully, in this apocalyptic world, no lives have been lost. It seems this woman cannot remain. All that has been discovered is that she had contact with someone from Xiangyang. And then nothing more? Yes, I've instructed my brothers to investigate further. Tell them there is no need to dig deeper. I already know who it is from now on. Keep a close watch on Nan Xiangwan. He must not leave the base without my permission. Sitamo, upon hearing his sister's words, inquires, is someone planning to harm Xiangwan? Yes, that I understand. I will keep a close eye on him. What about that woman upstairs? How should we handle her? After all, we typically do not allow strangers to reside here. Nan Xiangwan contemplated for a moment before saying, you should seek out Tao Yao and instruct her to do this. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, Mosey thought to himself that it was indeed quite malicious. Grasping the hot potato in his hands, he turned to leave, if it weren't for the fact that there was a woman sleeping upstairs. He wouldn't have to go through such trouble. When Tao Yao was found by Mosey and listened to his words, she excitedly headed outside, after leading her to the door of Nan Xiangwan's room. Mosey sympathetically remarked, now, let's see your performance. Okay, I guarantee I will complete the task. Upon entering the room, Tao Yao swiftly shed her clothing upon seeing the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, and then slipped under the covers. Yes, she gazed at the object that Nan Jia had instructed Mosey to give her. Her lips involuntarily twitched. Was this something a person could conceive? As she pressed the switch and felt the vibrations in her hand, an overwhelming urge to flee surged within her. Yet, recalling her sister's words that completing the task would allow her to stay here, she gritted her teeth in self-reassurance. Although she had never experienced it, she had certainly seen enough. As long as she prevented this woman from getting involved with her sister's brother, she was willing to go all out. Subsequently, she produced a strip of cloth to cover Linglan's eyes. And then, the ensuing events were indescribable. When Linglan found herself on Cloud 9 once more, she instinctively reached out to embrace the person beside her, only to abruptly tear off the black band covering her eyes. Her expression shifting to one of shock as she exclaimed, "Who are you?" Tao Yao, resembling a pitiful puppy abandoned, tearfully replied, "How can you not recognize me now that the alcohol has worn off? I served you with such dedication. How could you treat me this way?" "No, it's not like that. Where's Nan Xiangwan? I want to see him." Listening to Linglan's frantic cries, Tao Yao expressed her disdain. "Tisich, just a moment ago you were enjoying yourself, and now you turn your back? Women truly are fickle. It seems I should seek out a younger man instead." Ignoring Linglan's inquiries, Tao Yao stood up, dressed, and exited the room. Her face flushed instantly as she glanced at the tools of her deed, goosebumps erupting all over her body. Fortunately, she had never consumed meat, so she felt no real sensation. Otherwise, it would have been quite dire. She never imagined that Nan Jia could be so wicked. Indeed, married women certainly know how to play. Upon reaching the ground floor, she saw Mosey waiting for her. Feeling a bit awkward, but it's done. Diva, you still need the items? Cough, as long as you dispose of them. Oh, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. Watching the woman flee at lightning speed, Mosey's face flushed as he thought to himself how inconsiderate his sister-in-law was. Should he report this to the boss? Meanwhile, upstairs, Linglan was in a state of disbelief. Although she had drunk heavily, she was not one to mistake identities. She clearly had been with him. How could it have transformed into a woman? A woman in a sapphic encounter? She was on the brink of collapse, the effects of alcohol rendering her unable to discern her current situation. Confounded, she pondered how Nan Xiangwan had vanished into thin air. Eventually, in a daze, she donned her clothes and exited the premises. Upon seeing her finally descend, Sido Imo glanced at Linglan and remarked, half seriously, "Women nowadays really know how to have fun. There are plenty of single men no one wants. Yet they prefer the hard types. 'Tis K. What a shame to that moment." Despite Linglan's fierce demeanor, she felt an urge to cry, ignoring him and hastily returning to her apartment. Once back in her sanctuary, she stepped into the bathroom and began to wash herself. Her mind was in disarray. Although it wasn't her first time, having engaged with a woman for so long was something she couldn't accept. If Xiangwan were to find out, would he ever wish to see her again? Her feelings of despair and helplessness were not to be blamed on anyone. They say it takes two to tango, and she had brought this upon herself. From that day forth, she did not see Nan Xiangwan again. Gradually spiraling into darkness. The following morning, Nan Xiangwan awoke on the sofa with an excruciating headache. As he closed his eyes, memories of last night's ripples flooded back. Realizing he was not in his own room, he quickly returned to his quarters and used half a bottle of shower gel to cleanse himself thoroughly. Taking in the disarray in his room, he turned to seek out his sister. Upon seeing her weary brother, Nan Xiangwan wasted no time and promptly sent him into a space she had prepared. She even arranged for Hua to provide him with some much-needed guidance. For the subsequent half-month within that space, Nan Xiangwan endured a grueling existence. Let alone desiring women, he fell asleep as soon as he hit the pillow. Nan Xiangwan thought to herself that without suffering a loss, he would never learn. Her brother truly needed to be educated. He would cause trouble the moment he was left unsupervised. 7 days later, Linglan finally stepped out to meet Xiangyang's contact. As soon as she moved, Mosey's informants followed closely behind. Upon discovering their scheme, Mosey immediately informed Nan Xiangwan, sister-in-law, "You were right. It's indeed her. Our base's most valuable asset is the greenhouse, so we must ensure that no one attempts to set it ablaze. Theft is one thing, but destruction is something we cannot afford. Understood. I'll instruct the personnel there to remain vigilant. Furthermore, I plan to draw the snake from its hole. Some matters need to be resolved. That toad has been hopping around for too long. It's getting tiresome. However, the boss hasn't returned yet. Should we wait a bit? I believe they won't act so soon, as long as Houchin stays indoors. Their movements will merely be observational. Nan Xiangwan stood by the window, gazing at the thriving base, and when she recalled the cause of her brother's demise in his previous life, she finally said, "Then let us hold off for now." She dared not guarantee that her brother would remain safe out of her sight, and while she could handle a few individuals, confronting a multitude was beyond her capabilities. It seemed they would have to wait for a man to return. Recalling how he had promised to come back within half a month regardless of circumstances, she calculated the time and found that she could afford to wait in the days that followed. The base remained relatively calm, with only a few troublemakers receiving a stern lesson. Since that incident, Nan Xiangwan appeared to have matured. Every day he either practiced ancient martial arts or engaged in sparring with the Hua, only resting after exhausting himself. Although Nan Xiangwan felt a twinge of sympathy for her brother, she believed that a man must not only think of love, but also learn to shoulder the responsibilities that come with being a man. Chapter 109. Lung Fantian was finally recovered. 10 days gradually passed, and there was no news from Zhang Siyu's end. Shangguan Yu and Nan Gongchun were both increasingly anxious. Long Yehua managed to unearth a sliver of information, but it was merely that. Only Xiao Jing encountered the increasingly emaciated Lung Fantian. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Xiao Jing had almost given up the search when, while staying overnight at an abandoned hotel in the city, he heard a knocking sound at the door and, subsequently, discovered the object of everyone's quest hidden within a wardrobe. That moment, Lung Fantian had not eaten for many days in his attempts to evade capture, ultimately collapsing from weakness and falling asleep inside the wardrobe. Observing his brother's current state, Xiao Jing mused that even a portrait would scarcely resemble him. Yet upon seeing his long-lost brother, Lung Fantian broke down in tears, believing he was on the brink of death, only for his brother to appear before him like a deity. Xiao Jing was bewildered by what had befallen his brother and waited until he had wept enough before speaking. "Stop crying for now. If the others find out, they'll laugh you to death. Let them laugh. What fear do I have of the man who has already died?" Xiao Jing, witnessing his brother's defeated demeanor, chuckled. "Eat something and change your clothes. You look like a refugee. You think I wanted this? Someone captured me. Had it not been for my cleverness, I would have been sliced up and fed to zombies by now. Who dares to touch my brother? I'll help you take revenge." Lung Fantian grasped Xiao Jing's arm and shook his head. "Don't go. We can't win against them. There are too many. Even if I seek revenge, I must bring more people to eradicate their base." "Fine. I'll heed your advice. Once you recover, we'll return to the base. The 6 of us brothers will finally be reunited." Hearing that the others were alive, Lung Fantian joyfully asked, "Are they all well?" "They are certainly better than you. You still care about them. But our mission this time was to find you." Zhang was inexplicably confident, insisting that you were still alive and that we must find you to feel at ease. "We divided into several teams for this mission, and I was merely fortunate enough to locate you." As Lung Fantian listened to his brother's words, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. The realization that someone cared for him felt incredibly good. Xiao Jing then inquired, "I recall you were in Jing City initially. How did you end up so far from there?" This question instantly reminded Lung Fantian of the treachery he had faced, causing his expression to darken considerably. "What? You too were betrayed. But I remember you and Zhang both had no family, right?" Holding a piece of bread, Lung Fantian immediately asked, "Who else was betrayed?" As Xiao Jing recounted the misfortunes of their brothers, detailing the grim circumstances, Lung Fantian felt a kinship in their shared plight. Yet his own experience was too difficult to articulate. He couldn't possibly tell his brother that he had fallen for a man and been toyed with. Could he? He still could not forget that handsome face, which occasionally invaded his thoughts. After contemplating, he finally said, "I was ensnared by someone I liked. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in an underground laboratory. Had my abilities not activated secretly, those people would have discovered me. Otherwise, your brother would either be a zombie or a pile of bones by now. So the ones who captured you were from that laboratory? Long Fantian took a sip of water and then replied, Indeed, I only possess some martial skills, but I am no match for those with extraordinary abilities. After managing to escape, I had to hide everywhere. And this is the state you see me in now. Xiao Jing lit a cigarette and calmly remarked, I mentioned that when we came here, there were other superhumans as well. It turns out they were searching for you. It seems we must hasten our return. If they discover your presence, it will undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation. Upon hearing his brother's words, Long Fantian recalled something and immediately said with urgency, You must warn our people to be cautious. They possess tranquilizer guns. The individuals from that underground laboratory are capturing solitary superhumans everywhere to conduct experiments on them. What? Is that really happening? Yes, I know what they are extracting from superhumans. Although I did not learn much else in the lab, I have retained their research data in my mind. The priority now is to return to the base without delay. This place is unsafe. All right, since it's unsafe, we should leave now. But first, bear with me. I will help you change into different clothing and darken your skin a bit. This way, even if we encounter them, you won't be recognized. After Long Fantian had filled his stomach and regained some strength, he cooperated with Xiao Jing to change clothes and disguise himself. Then, the group set off in their vehicle as they passed by other survivors. They did not pause even for a moment, merely driving straight through. After all, they had already gathered a considerable amount of supplies. Now, the safety of the brothers was of utmost importance as they tirelessly made their way back. They were repeatedly confronted by zombies blocking their path. However, the irritable Xiao Jing led the brothers in clearing them away, as the crystal cores remained a vital resource. After 3 days of relentless travel, Xiao Jing and the others were the first to return to the base. Upon learning that someone had returned, Nan Xiangwan immediately came out to see who it was to owe her slight disappointment. It was Xiao Jing and his group who had arrived first, looking rather pitiful, resembling refugees. Xiao Jing, what on earth happened to you? Did you go mining? Hearing his sister-in-law's teasing, Xiao Jing replied with exasperation. Don't even mention it. The journey was fraught with anxiety. Fearing any mishap, we took turns driving nonstop, risking our lives just to get back. Nan Xiangwan, curious, asked, What happened? Let's discuss it later. First, let me introduce you to someone. This is my brother Long Fantian, that I was fortunate enough to find him. Long Fantian looked at Nan Xiangwan and thought to himself that this guy was indeed quite lucky. He then smiled and said, Hello, sister-in-law. You can call me Xiao Tian. Nan Xiangwan nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, saying, Nice to meet you. Now, you should let your men rest. You and Xiao Tian need to take a shower as well, that we can chat about other matters once you are both refreshed. Understood, sister-in-law. Immediately after returning to the base, the area was cleared. Seeing that the person she missed had not returned, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of disappointment. However, knowing that there were only 5 days left until she could see him again made her feel somewhat better. Had she known she would miss him so much, she might as well have gone out with him in the first place. Upon returning to her quarters, she opened a bottle of red wine and began to drink alone. Whenever she missed that man, she felt an overwhelming urge to drink. Only when she was intoxicated could she forget her troubles. One could say that getting drunk was a remedy for 1,000 sorrows. The next day, Nan Xiangwan awoke to find it was already 8 a.m. Pressing her temples, which throbbed from a headache, she thought to herself that while wine was delightful, the after effects could be quite uncomfortable. Entering her space, she took a hot bath and glanced at her brother, who was practicing martial arts, before stepping back out. She realized it had been quite some time since she last saw Wang Hao. That little rascal. After throwing on a jacket, she headed towards the boys' dormitory. Reflecting on her decision to choose the university as a base, she felt she had made the right choice. Not only was the accommodation readily available, but the male and female dormitories were also conveniently separated. Since establishing the base, she hadn't seen Wang Hao much. She had initially asked him to move to her side, but he insisted on living on his own. Arriving at Wang Hao's apartment, she checked the room number and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Wang Hao, who was assembling models inside, heard the knocking and promptly opened the door, his face lighting up upon seeing his older sister. Sister, What brings you here today? Nan Xiangwan stepped inside, presenting him with the fruit she had prepared. It's been a while since I've seen you. I came to check on you. Wang Hao accepted the fruit and poured a glass of water for her, grinning as he said, lately, I've been either eating or going out to slay zombies. You know my ability can't be discovered by others, so I always go alone, only occasionally accompanied by Brother Liang. Oh, I see. What level is your ability at now? Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, I'm stuck at level 5. No matter how I absorb, it doesn't work. You think my method is incorrect? Well, level 5 is already quite high. The higher you go, the more crystal cores you need, and it also depends on the right opportunity to... Oh, in that case, I feel relieved. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the scattered model pieces on the floor and asked, What are you working on? I stumbled upon a few model toys, so I've been tinkering with them to pass the time. That's fine, but I think you should come stay with me. It's still a bit concerning for your ability to be here. After all, you know how treacherous human nature can be in this apocalypse. If malicious people discover this, your situation could become very dangerous. Wang Hao pondered her words for a moment and then asked, If I move over to your place, will it trouble you? Not at all. You basically know everyone there. Even if someone finds out, it's no problem. They're all trustworthy people. Then I'll listen to you. Sister, should I pack up now? Nan Xiangwan surveyed the room, noting there wasn't much to take, and said, Since you're here, let's pack up now. You don't need to bring everything, just your clothes and personal items. All right, sister. Wait for me a moment. I'll be ready soon. Nan Xiangwan watched as Wang Hao whirled around like a little spinning top, quickly packing up his belongings. Let's go, sister. This is all of it. Seeing just 2 suitcases. She thought to herself that men were indeed simpler than women. Now, let's head to the girls' dormitory to pick someone up to move in with you. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Yes, she looked at the obedient and adorable Wang Hao. Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but stroke his head, wondering how such a good child ended up with dark powers. Although there were no issues at present, once he became corrupted, he would become a nightmare for others. She felt it was best to keep him close. After all, reaching level 7 with dark powers was quite formidable, and it was better to keep an eye on him. She feared that one day this child might be led astray, leaving him with nowhere to express his sorrow. Upon reaching the ground floor, Nan Xiangwan handed Wang Hao's room key to the management staff before turning towards the girls' dormitory. At that moment, Tao Yao was lying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, pondering why no one had come to find her when they had agreed to move over. Was it all a joke? She hadn't yet recovered from the events of that night. How had she let herself get carried away and acted on something she had only seen on television? For the past few days, she had been thinking that if she ever liked a woman, she would definitely make Nan Xiangwan responsible. Just as she was lost in thought, there was a knock at her door. Who is it? It's me. Upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's voice, Tao Yao rushed to open the door. Sister, you finally remembered me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Be good and pack your things. We're heading back now. I've been packed for a while. I'm ready to go. Turning around, she grabbed her backpack and stepped out the door. Surprised by her speed, Nan Xiangwan realized that she must have been eager to leave. Leading the way, she walked ahead with the 2 baggage following her. Anyone unaware would think they were up to something. Upon reaching the executive's residence, they encountered Xiao Jing as he stepped out. Tao Yao, ever the straightforward one, opened her mouth to say, Brother Xiao, why do you look uglier lately? Xiao Jing. Brother Xiao, you needn't feel embarrassed. You are still a single dog after all. No need to worry too much. Nan Xiangwan face-bombed. Realizing that life was about to become quite lively, it seemed unreasonable for these 2 not to end up together. They were practically a pair of amusing adversaries. Xiao Jing, adhering to the principle of not arguing with women, shot a glare at Tao Yao before heading out to dispose of some trash. However, someone was determined to provoke him. Brother Xiao, if you want to lighten your complexion, come to me. I can help you for free. Xiao Jing, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, Shut up. Meeting you is like experiencing the worst luck imaginable. I should have known better than to save you in the first place. Keep it up, and I might just take you on. Nan Xiangwan, Wang Hao, is this free entertainment? Nan Xiangwan thought, rolling her eyes. Brother, if you keep this up, your wife will run away. Hearing Xiao Jing's words, Tao Yao hung her backpack onto Wang Hao's arm and stormed over to confront him. You think you could take me on? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. If I don't find you impressive, I'll look down on you. You fool. Xiao Jing, his temples throbbing, tossed the trash aside, scooped her up, and declared fine. I'll grant your wish. Tao Yao was momentarily taken aback by being lifted, then shouted, "You fool! I want a duel! Just by looking at you, I could tell you're a 3-second man that if you think you can handle me. I'll be disappointed." Subsequently, 2 individuals barged into the room, hurling insults at one another, leaving Nan Xiangwan and Wang Haofeng bewildered in the wind. Nan Xiangwan pondered, could these 2 truly be so reckless? Was such boldness truly necessary? Casting a glance at the dazed Wang Hao behind her, she sighed deeply. What a pity. She then said, "How high? We are good children. Those 2 haven't taken their medication today and are acting out. Please, for your own sake, do not emulate them, understood?" I understand, sister. They are merely in love." "I get it." Nan Xiangwan replied, "No, you do not comprehend. They are both insane." Chapter 111. A small tip of a crystal core at this moment. Xiao Jing carried Tao Yao back to his room. The expressions of onlookers filled with disbelief. What on earth was happening? Was it a case of forceful seduction? Indeed, Xiao Gan knew how to play the game. As Xiao Jing tossed Tao Yao onto the bed, he swiftly positioned himself atop her. Tao Yao, pinned beneath him, was momentarily stunned, thinking this dog of a man couldn't he possibly be serious. Could he? Gazing into his face. Mere inches away, she swallowed nervously and timidly asked, could you perhaps let me go now?" Xiao Jing had initially intended only to intimidate her, but seeing her flustered, he cheekily remarked, "Didn't you call me a 3-second man? If I don't verify that, how can I prove my innocence? Let us see how it goes, shall we?" As Tao Yao realized he was relentless, she cursed, "Xiao Jing, you are nothing but a base man. A filthy rogue, you—" Observing her incessant rambling, Xiao Jing, drawn by an impulsive urge, kissed her as his lips enveloped hers. He became lost in the moment, completely oblivious to their situation. Tao Yao, on the other hand, was utterly distraught. This was her first kiss, with Tao Yao squirming beneath him. Xiao Jing seized her hands, pinning them above her head, and continued to kiss her. Oh no, the rogue. As they kissed, it felt almost as if he were under a spell. He found it somewhat addictive. His right hand began to explore her body, igniting sensations until reaching a peak. With closed eyes, Xiao Jing mused, so soft, so yielding, utterly delightful. Meanwhile, Tao Yao's mind had gone blank. Under Xiao Jing's relentless pursuit, her body melted into a puddle. Eventually, they both entered a state of oblivion, seamlessly merging into one with a gasp. Xiao Jing finally savored the fruits of their union. Half an hour later, both Xiao Jing and Tao Yao wore expressions devoid of hope. Finally, Xiao Jing broke the silence, apologizing. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was your first time, that I lost control. I will take responsibility." Tao Yao, lying on the bed, sighed deeply before tossing a crystal core onto the bed as she stood up. Before leaving, she added, "Poor review." Observing the departing Tao Yao, Xiao Jing found himself questioning his life choices. Glancing at the solitary crystal core on the bed, he wondered if this was her idea of a tip. What did she mean by that? Was he to be held accountable for their encounter? Was he not a novice as well? If he had experience, would have earned a better review. If Tao Yao knew his current thoughts, she would undoubtedly give him a stern reprimand. After exiting, Tao Yao sought out Nan Xiangwan, still uncertain of her own whereabouts. She was somewhat carefree, considering that no one had truly lost out. After all, the effort put forth deserved some recognition. She pondered giving a few more crystal cores the next day. When Nan Xiangwan saw her return, she regarded her with a knowing glance. "Are you all right? If Xiao Jing bullied you, I will stand up for you," as someone with experience. She could easily discern what had transpired between them. Taken aback by her sister's inquiry, Tao Yao felt her face flush with embarrassment as she stammered. "I am fine. Where's my room? I wish to rest. Truly no issues." "Yes, truly find out if there were any problems. I would tell you, Sister Nan." Nan Xiangwan considered that they were adults, and, while some matters were best left unexamined, she handed Tao Yao a key, saying, "Your room is upstairs, fully equipped to go ahead." Receiving the key, Tao Yao thanked her and turned to leave. Watching the girl retreat, Nan Xiangwan shook her head, truly a delightful pair of star-crossed lovers. Upon returning to her room, Tao Yao headed straight to the bathroom. Washing herself twice before emerging dressed anew, she collapsed onto the soft bed, her thoughts swirling, and soon drifted off to sleep, completely unperturbed. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing found himself engulfed in self-doubt until he heard a knock at the door. Seeing Lung Fantian, he immediately inquired, "Is half an hour during a man's first time considered poor performance?" Lung Fantian replied, "Is it possible your approach was incorrect? I'm asking you, was it truly that bad?" "I wouldn't know. I've never experienced it," Xiao Jing retorted, casting a disdainful glance at him. "That you're even less knowledgeable than I am. You may leave. I need to gather my thoughts." Feeling scorned, Lung Fantian reflected on his impulsiveness, regretting inviting him to dinner. Was being single a crime? What a bother! Understanding his friend's mood, Lung Fantian departed with Bai Minghao and others to the cafeteria. Along the way, Bai Minghao incessantly questioned Lung Fantian about Xiao Jing's performance, and by the end of the meal, no one knew how they had managed to finish. As noon passed, 2 teams from the base returned from their missions, yielding a substantial bounty. After surrendering 20% of their supplies, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Nan Xiangwan stood atop the building, feeling the cool breeze, her gaze fixed on the distant, glaringly bright Wangfu stone. At that moment, she missed Zhan Xiu, who was also thinking of her. In a remote house in Ning County, Zhan Xiu was assisting his comrades in bandaging wounds, having just endured a battle. Many had sustained minor injuries. "Team, who were those people? Had you not reacted swiftly, we could have faced dire consequences," Zhan Xiu mused, reflecting on their assailants' attire. He concluded, "If I'm not mistaken, they must belong to the National Security Agency." The National Security Agency, indeed, there are rumors that their laboratories capture solitary abilities for experimentation. What? The others in the room instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. "You mean?" "Yes, precisely as you think. However, even if you know, act as if you don't. It serves you no benefit. Moreover, always travel in groups. The world is chaotic, and those conducting research are madmen. Should you fall into their hands, you may either end up as a living corpse or have your entire genetic makeup drained." At the thought of being captured and enduring such a fate, Tang Ling felt a chill. Captain, when do we set off? We could take turns driving. We don't need to rest here." Zhan Xiu raised an eyebrow. "Amused, are you afraid?" Tang Ling awkwardly rubbed his nose. "A bit, but I figure we're not far from the base. If we drive continuously, we can reach it by tomorrow. Fear not. With me around, you'll be safe. Just look at Liang Nan. She is a girl and shows no fear. Are you not ashamed?" The others fell silent. Liang Dong, feeling slightly awkward, then spoke up, "Boss, when we return, I'd like to have Nan and learn more skills." "What do you think?" "That's fine. Besides, her water abilities are still unrefined. She should practice more. Mastering water manipulation can be quite powerful." Upon hearing this, Liang Nan promptly nodded, indicating her understanding. Chapter 112. A brief separation enhances the reunion after a restful night. Zhan Xiu led his team back on the journey home the following day. Calculating the time, this trip had nearly spanned half a month, and he wondered whether his wife missed him, but he resolved that should he embark on another journey, it would be best to have her by his side. Thus, Zhan Xiu was the last to return to the base. Had Nan Xiangwan not been aware of her husband's prowess, she might have assumed he had perished. Upon seeing the man she longed for, Nan Xiangwan enveloped him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "You've lost weight. You've also tanned." Zhan Xiu kissed her forehead. "In a few days, I'll regain my former self. Do you find me lacking?" A little bit. Ungrateful creature. Well, look at how long you were gone. Everyone else has returned, yet you were the slowest. How can you even say that?" Zhan Xiu gazed at his still beautiful wife before greeting the others and taking her home. After all, he was wary of displaying too much affection in front of outsiders, fearing a group backlash. Once inside their room, Zhan Xiu wasted no time in embracing the woman he had missed dearly. Gazing at her enticing lips, he leaned down to kiss her. Their lips met, twisting and savoring the moment. Nan Xiangwan reciprocated, fully embracing his fervor. As they kissed, their clothes were gradually shed. Zhan Xiu pulled back, gasping for air, his fiery gaze making Nan Xiangwan feel somewhat bashful. Then, in a deep, husky voice, Zhan Xiu requested, "Wife, accompany me for a bath. I feel rather filthy." "All right." Embracing her beloved, they instantly transported to the spatial bathing pool. From there, their passion took them from the pool to the windowsill, then from the windowsill to the sofa, and finally from the sofa to the soft, spacious bed, deeply immersing themselves in each other's love. It was not until nightfall that Jean Siu finally released the woman in his arms. After cleaning up, they had not eaten but succumbed to a deep slumber. When dawn broke the following day, Nan Xiangwan awoke, her eyes still hazy, recalling the events of the previous day, her cheeks flushing crimson. Feeling her stir, Jean Siu, eyes still closed, pulled her closer into his embrace, murmuring, "Sleep a little longer with me." As Nan Xiangwan gazed into the depths of the man's eyes, she noticed a hint of green, then nestled closer and succumbed once more to slumber. When she finally opened her eyes again, it was already noon. Jean, wake up. I'm going to prepare lunch. I'm famished. Jean Siu blinked awake, glanced at the time, and with a wolfish gaze drawled, "I'm hungry too. Let me satiate my hunger first." Once again, Nan Xiangwan found herself pinned beneath the MAN. An hour later, Nan Xiangwan, rubbing her slender waist as if she had just run away from home, irritably descended from the bed and headed to the bathroom, with Jean Siu closely trailing her. "Let us wash together. I'll help you." "Humph. No need." Observing his irate wife, Jean Siu scratched his nose to "It's just that I miss you too much. I'll be more mindful next time." By the time they sat down for lunch, it was already 1 p.m. Nan Xiangwan took a sip of chicken soup and remarked, "Haochen is training on the back mountain. If you don't return soon, the child might just drive me to the brink of insanity." What happened to Haochen? Did something occur during my absence? As Nan Xiangwan contemplated her brother's affairs, her thoughts shifted to Xiao Jing. With a wry smile, she said, "A lot has transpired while you were away. Your brother, Lung Fantian, was retrieved by Xiao Jing. You should go check on that later." Additionally, Haochen fell victim to some schemes from Xiangyang's people. But I'll elaborate on that later. The most intriguing part involves Xiao Jing. You know Tao Yao, right? Yes, what about her? They didn't team up together, did they? Upon recalling Xiao Jing's word from that day, Nan Xiangwan set down her bowl and declared, "Xiao Jing slept with Tao Yao. It was both their first time. But Tao Yao, being rather carefree, refused to let Xiao Jing take responsibility and even gifted him a crystal core as a tip. You know how Xiao Jing is. After being intimate, he ought to take responsibility. However, Tao Yao insisted it wasn't necessary, and thereafter, Xiao Jing became infatuated, pursuing her daily. Guess what happened next? What happened? That boisterous Tao Yao, while eating in front of everyone, boldly declared, 'Xiao Jing, you're not good in bed. I don't want you anymore.' Jean Siu couldn't help but laugh at the turn of events. Xiao Jing finally got his comeuppance. He deserved it. After laughing to her heart's content, Nan Xiangwan continued, "Since that day, Lung Fantian has teased him mercilessly. Xiao Jing is beginning to doubt his existence. Soon, all your brothers learned of Xiao Jing's embarrassing predicament and have taken to joking with him." Jean Siu wiped the grease from his mouth and inquired, "So, have the two of them been in a stalemate since then?" "Yes, I spoke with Tao Yao once. She said there's no rush. As men who come easily won cherish what they have, it seems Xiao Jing's days of bliss are numbered. With that girl's fiery temper, she will surely keep him in check." "Indeed. All right, once you finish eating, go check on your brother. I need to catch up on sleep. I'm utterly drained from your antics." With that, she shot him a glare. "Fine, sleep well. I'll head out." Jean Siu, fearing that lingering any longer would lead to further entanglements, exited the space and made his way downstairs. When Lung Fantian noticed him finally emerging, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, you finally decided to leave your cozy nest?" Jean Siu, facing his brother's jibe, replied, "I was somewhat reluctant to leave, but my wife mentioned a poor soul in need of my attention." "Look at me. How obedient!" Lung Fantian retorted. "What makes me so pitiable? I merely returned in a bit of a disarray, yet your sister-in-law has the audacity to label me that way. It stings," he said, clutching his chest dramatically. Seeing his brother's theatrics, Jean Siu chuckled softly. "As long as you're alive, that's what matters. Let us gather tonight. It's been ages since we've shared a drink." Upon recalling the times they would frequently gather for drinks and discuss life, Lung Fantian sighed. "Then let us vow to not return until we're thoroughly inebriated." Agreed. I could tea that moment. Xiao Jing descended the stairs and abruptly asked Jean Siu, "Jean, how can I satisfy a woman?" "Teach me." Zhang Siyu's expression darkened. How could such intimate matters be shared? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he closed his eyes, retrieving a book from the space, tossing it at Xiaojing. Learn it yourself. He then stood and exited, anxious to avoid any further inquiries. Watching Zhang Siyu leave, Lung Fantian glanced at the book in Xiaojing's hands, his lips twitching. Only Zhang Siyu would engage in such antics. But where did he even acquire such a book? He wanted to see it too. If Zhang Siyu knew of his brother's thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly remark, "Have you all been single for far too long?" Chapter 113. The brothers reunite. Zhang Siyu departed and went directly to the command center. Upon seeing his superior, Situ Mo immediately rose and greeted him. "Boss, what brings you here?" Zhang Siyu walked into the room, surveying the plans on the conference table. "I'm just here to check. There haven't been any zombie tides during my absence." "Have there?" "No. Most of the nearby zombies have been cleared. It's much safer to venture outside now. At least we don't have to worry about zombies springing up unexpectedly." Zhang Siyu poured himself a glass of water and continued. "I managed to procure quite a few supplies during my outing, and the outer defenses are nearly complete. Once finished, let everyone rest for 2 days, then we'll commence building the third wall. Our time is limited. By the time we finish the third wall, winter will most likely have arrived." "Understood. I'll inform the team. Also, tell me what transpired during my absence." Situ Mo pondered for a moment before recounting the events that had occurred, particularly focusing on the situation involving Nan Xiangwan. Upon learning the specifics, Zhang Siyu understood why his wife had suggested discussing it later. He anticipated her cunning nature. However, the thought of the two individuals from Xianyang ignited a cold light in his eyes. They had yet to settle scores. Yet here they were, frolicking about. It seemed the time had come to resolve some lingering grudges. "Has that woman at the base made any moves recently?" "Not at all. She has appeared several times, likely hoping for a chance encounter with Haochen. But your sister-in-law has kept him in seclusion, so she has always left empty-handed. After 2 more attempts without success, she hasn't shown up since. However, her sister has recently become involved with a captain from a base." After hearing Sitamo's report, Zhang Siyu's mind raced. "We need to keep a close watch on them these next few days. I'll release Haochen when I return. Since they're so eager, we might as well oblige them. It's better to deal with them sooner rather than later, especially with winter approaching." "Got it. I'll assign more people to keep an eye on them." "Good." After giving a few more instructions, Zhang Siyu returned to his residence. Upon entering the empty room, he sighed in resignation, realizing he was still groggy from sleep. He then turned and headed to the conference room. They didn't have a dedicated dining area, so every gathering took place in the conference room. Arriving at the conference room, he retrieved several crates of beer from the space and placed them on the table, along with various snacks. Reflecting on how their previous gatherings involved lavish feasts of lobster and abalone, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for their current situation. If others knew of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly accuse him of indulging in a bit of Versailles. Opening a bottle of beer, he leaned back on the sofa and began to drink slowly, contemplating the events of his past life and the current circumstances. He felt as though he were merely a pawn being manipulated. Despite his desire to refrain from meddling in others' affairs this time around, he found himself inevitably involved. After finishing a bottle of beer, Long Yehua walked in. Noticing his brother drinking alone, he casually remarked, "What is going on? Drowning your sorrows in alcohol? But you don't seem like it." Zhang Siyu discarded the empty bottle and reached for a cigarette. "I'm just feeling a bit contemplative. What do you think we're struggling for in this apocalypse?" Long Yehua opened a beer and took a sip. "I don't know. I used to dream of having a home, raising adorable children, and living happily ever after. Now, each day is about filling our stomachs and figuring out how to eliminate those repugnant zombies." "Precisely," Zhang Siyu agreed, "that it feels like we're merely living as shells of our former selves, devoid of a future, unable to bear our own children, leaving no legacy behind, merely existing in the present. Come, let us drink to this. It's truly a blessing to reunite in the apocalypse. Cheers." After both men downed a couple of bottles of beer, the other 4 soon joined them. Lung Fantian glanced at the empty bottles on the floor and said, "You two have started without us. Are we no longer brothers?" Long Yehua casually opened several bottles and handed them over. Chuckling, "We had planned to gather tonight, but as Jean started drinking early, I figured we might as well not wait for the right moment." Let us start now, and drink until we're ready to sleep. Long Fantion accepted the beer, plopping down lazily on the sofa. Sounds good. I haven't indulged in a good drink in ages. This stuff has been nearly extinct since the apocalypse. I reckon Jean is the only one with a stash left. Ah, who can blame him for having a walking warehouse? At that moment, Xiao Jing chimed in. Ever since I met Jean, I haven't gone hungry. Even the quality of our meals has improved significantly. You wouldn't believe it. I was stuck eating cold leftovers for a year and nearly perished. Seeing Xiao Jing acting normally now, Jean Xiu quirked an eyebrow and remarked, "What brings you here? Aren't you off chasing after your little wife?" Jean, you've led me astray. It's not that I don't want to find her. Ever since I couldn't resist and slept with her that day, I've been regretting it. What was I thinking? Is it possible that being single has caused you to feel pent up? Haha. Xiaojing, you're simply delightful. Feeling pent up indeed. I believe you're simply stirred by desire. Yes, EU's words hold no fault. It truly is a matter of desire. Upon hearing the phrase, stirred by desire, Xiao Jing pondered whether this was indeed the case, observing Xiao Jing lost in self-doubt. The others struggled to suppress their laughter. Come, let us raise a toast to celebrate our first grand reunion after the apocalypse. Yes, may our days ahead grow ever brighter. Cheers. Wait for me. I'm joining too. The group looked at the comical Xiao Jing and erupted in laughter. Such days are truly nostalgic. As time passed, the conference room became saturated with the scent of smoke and alcohol, with bottles strewn across the floor. As the group began to feel tipsy, Long Fantion remarked, "Hey Jean, tomorrow I wish to visit your laboratory to conduct some research. I believe I can develop a vaccine for the zombies." Upon hearing this, Jean Xiu instantly sobered and asked uncertainly, "Is it really possible to create it?" "Indeed, though the medicinal materials may be difficult to procure. Just provide me with a list of the required materials, and I will ensure you have everything you need." "That would be excellent. Rest assured, my brother, I have learned quite a bit in that laboratory, especially since my ability is akin to an artificial intelligence brain. If I cannot manage this, I suppose I shall just lie down and wait for death." Brother, I trust you will succeed. We must succeed." After consuming yet another half bottle of beer, Long Fantion continued. The crystal cores of ability users not only can awaken the abilities of ordinary people, but they can also elevate the abilities of ability users to new heights. And there is something you are unaware of. Chapter 114. It's time to cause some trouble. What is it? It can grant individuals the ability to extend their lifespan indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Jean Xiu felt a shiver run through him, realizing that the trajectory of events was veering further from their original path. This apocalypse had taken on the feel of a fantasy epic. What should we do moving forward? If those inhumane scientists were to develop perverse creations, I fear humanity's extinction would not be far off at that point. No one would have anticipated that humanity's demise would be a result of its own handiwork. It's almost laughable to think. Long Fantion took a puff from his cigarette, gazing at the ceiling. Sometimes he thought it might be best to simply accept death. If it were a virus, humanity could still fight back. But if fate has decreed our end, why struggle any longer? Do you think we should research a spaceship capable of flying to outer space? After all, the universe is not solely inhabited by water-blue planet. If we reach a point of no return, wouldn't it be wise to have an escape route? Listening to Jean Xiu, Long Fantion chuckled. "Big brother, have you had too much to drink? People have been to space before, but which discovered planet can sustain life? Moreover, the apocalypse has left us lacking many necessary materials. Even if I were to exhaust myself, I couldn't produce a thing." "That's true. It seems we can only continue to struggle for survival." "Hey, what are you two discussing? Come over and drink with us. It's not every day we're this merry." "Indeed, a bunch of drunks. Let us go." The six of them continued drinking until nightfall, eventually collapsing from intoxication, even Jean Xiu succumbing to the effects. When Mosey and Biminghow arrived, they were greeted by a room full of inebriated individuals. They promptly took care of their leader, escorting him back to his room. Nan Xiangwan looked at the drunken man, feeling a headache coming on. The stench of smoke and alcohol was overwhelming. She tossed him onto the bed without further thought, deciding to leave the bathing for when he woke. Shortly after, Xiao Jing was also carried back by the duo. Mosey then had a thought and summoned Tao Yao, expressing concern about leaving her alone and asking her to stay and watch over the situation. Tao Yao, upon hearing this, did not hesitate. She simply put the man to bed and stripped him down. Looking at his handsome face, she mused that it was indeed peaceful while he slept. Ultimately, the remaining four were each taken back to their rooms. Mosey enlisted a few brothers to help tidy up, and it took an hour to finally restore the conference room to order. As the moon hid behind the clouds, the world dimmed. The next day, when the inebriated individuals awoke, Xiao Jing's room was filled with shrill screams. What on earth? Sleep in peace. Tao Yao, disturbed from her slumber, irritably covered her ears and rolled over to resume her sleep. Xiao Jing, pulling back the covers, beheld his bare self. Struggling to recall the events of the previous night, he wondered what had transpired. Yet, glancing at the woman sleeping beside him, he realized something was amiss. He was the only one without clothing. He then prodded the woman beside him. "Hey, wake up! What happened? How did you end up here?" The awakened Tao Yao wore an expression of annoyance. "Are you out of your mind? You were the one who got drunk and left me alone. I barely slept a wink all night. If you keep it up, I might just kill you." Seeing her irritated countenance, Xiao Jing quickly fell silent, deciding it was best not to provoke her further. Otherwise, his pursuit of her love would be an interminable journey. He then carefully climbed out of bed, casting a glance at the person on the mattress, and headed into the bathroom for a cold shower to collect his thoughts. After an hour, Xiao Jing emerged from the washroom, only to find the woman still asleep. He resolved to prepare lunch for her, considering she had taken care of him throughout the night. Long Fantian also woke up, looking thoroughly exhausted as he rubbed his temples. The images from his dreams flooded back, causing his face to flush. Glancing at the soiled sheets, he thought to himself that he must surely be ill. Otherwise, why could he not shake the memory of that handsome face? He felt a pang of self-loathing, questioning how he had allowed himself to become this way. Shangguan Yu and Nan Gongchan appeared to be perfectly fine and alert. Meanwhile, Long Yahua, after dreaming of a beautiful lady, awoke with a sense of helplessness, pondering that he truly needed to find a wife. Otherwise, trouble was bound to ensue. Today, Zhang Xiu also faced significant disdain from his wife upon rising. As the scent of alcohol permeated his being, once everyone had tidied themselves, they gathered in the cafeteria. Zhang Xiu, having been expelled by his wife, arrived at the cafeteria and asked the chef to prepare a small meal, then sat down to speak. "From now on, I should probably drink less. Look at me. Even my wife kicked me out. This is entirely your fault. No, your drunkenness has nothing to do with us. We didn't force you to drink." "Exactly. No need to flaunt your relationship in the middle of the day. Asian. Please act like a decent person. Never mind that I'm magnanimous enough not to hold it against you single folks." The group responded with silence. After a simple lunch, Zhang Xiu escorted Lung Fantian to the laboratory. He then took the list of required materials to find his wife. Upon learning that a vaccine for the zombie virus could be developed, Nan Xiangwan quickly entered her space to assist in gathering the items on the list. When Zhang Xiu arrived at the laboratory carrying a sack full of materials, Lung Fantian was taken aback. "Brother, I'm starting to suspect you have a hidden garden of medicinal materials. Knowing the secret, yet still asking. Just use what you need. I wouldn't shortchange you. No, I'm just envious. All right, you can find whoever you need for your work. Just let them know I arranged it. If anyone gives you trouble, tell me, and I'll handle it." Who am I? I never take a loss. Once I develop something even more formidable, I'll definitely take care of that underground lab. Then good luck. Afterward, Zhang Xiu left the laboratory, and as time passed slowly, Nan Xiangwan, released that day, stepped out only to encounter the long-absent Linglan. Now, upon their reunion, Nan Xiangwan had lost the fervor of old and merely asked, "I heard you were looking for me." Linglan looked at the still radiant Xiangwan, suppressing a hint of displeasure, and smiled. "You haven't visited in quite some time. I've missed you." Nan Xiangwan gazed at the girl he once adored. Contemplating the words of his brother-in-law, his heart a swirl of emotions. He never anticipated that his first love would come to such an end. Then, recalling his brother-in-law's plan, he forced a smile. "I've missed you too. It's just that my sister has been keeping me under wraps lately. Now that I'm out, I wanted to see you." "Really?" After a moment, as Linglan noticed no one was nearby, she said, "That night What happened? You don't remember?" Nan Xiangwan understood what she was referring to, But since his brother-in-law had assured him that his sister had resolved the matter, he could only feign ignorance. Playing along, he replied, "Did something happen between us?" Seeing that his gaze did not betray a lie, Linglon thought to herself that perhaps she had indeed drunk too much that night, leading to some kind of illusion. Noticing her silence, he continued, "I apologize for leaving you alone that day. I simply had to heed my sister's words." With that, he wrapped his arms around her, thinking it best to keep the act convincing. Should he slip up, their plans would go awry. Chapter 115. How could I have been so blind? The two were deeply engrossed in their respective roles, neither willing to expose the other. After a while, Nan Xiangwan said, "Tomorrow, I'll take you out of the base for a little relaxation, but I'll do my best to persuade my sister. She will eventually agree." Upon hearing that they would leave the base, Linglon's heart leaped with excitement. Lowering her head, she shyly replied, "All right, I'll follow your lead. But will it just be the two of us?" "Yes, just the two of us. That you're so wonderful. But one tea, that be dangerous?" "Don't worry. The nearby zombies have mostly been cleared out. Any stragglers I can handle. After all, my lightning ability is no joke." "Then it's settled. We'll meet tomorrow." "Yes, I'll watch you leave." Nan Xiangwan gazed at Linglon disappearing from sight. He exhaled a sigh of relief and turned back towards the house. His sister's words had proven to be true. She was indeed ill-suited for the role of a wife. When a person's gaze loses its purity, it signifies their descent into a path of no return. Upon returning to her apartment, Linglon immediately seized paper and pen to write a note before hastily leaving. The moment she exited the base, news reached NUKES, the Xianyang base. Li Jie examined the note delivered by her subordinates, musing that the opportunity she had long awaited had finally arrived. "Nan Xiangwan, how would you feel if I personally extracted your precious brother's crystal core? Would you collapse under the weight of despair?" As Zhou Muyang stepped into the room, he was greeted by the sight of Li Jie wearing a cheerful expression. "What brings you such joy?" he inquired. Upon noticing Zhou Muyang's return, Li Jie replied, "There's been progress on the matter at hand. We can take action tomorrow. Weren't you searching for a lightning-type ability user? Nan Xiangwan's brother possesses such abilities. We cannot afford to miss this excellent opportunity." "Really? Why have I never heard you mention this before?" Zhou Muyang questioned. "I only learned of it recently. I hadn't witnessed him using his powers before. And had it not been for the information I received, I would remain oblivious. I've also heard that Nan Xiangwan possesses spatial abilities. If he were to hand over his spatial crystal core to you, would you not also gain spatial powers?" Zhou Muyang embraced the woman lounging on the sofa, his gaze filled with tenderness as he said, "Since you're so capable, I'll entrust tomorrow's affairs to you. Just ensure you do not disappoint me." Li Jie kissed the man's chin and confidently assured him, "I promise to deliver a surprise. Soon your abilities will swiftly ascend to the 7th tier. Then I shall await your good news." The following morning, Nan Xiangwan donned a thin bulletproof vest and, after glancing at his sister and brother-in-law, stepped out the door. Observing her departing brother, Nan Xiangwan inquired, "Are you all set?" "Yes, I assure you that Xiangwan will not be harmed. Oh, not worry." As Nan Xiangwan picked up Linglon, the two drove away from the base. "Where do you wish to go?" he asked, glancing at her as he navigated the road. Linglon felt a twinge of anxiety, her thoughts obscured. Noticing her silence, Nan Xiangwan pressed on, Lon, I'm asking you, where'd you like to go?" "Ah, my apologies. I was lost in thought." "It's all right. Today is meant for you to unwind. Wherever you wish to go is fine. Then take me to see my former home. It has been ages since I last visited." "All right, guide me there," Linglon directed him, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a desolate community. The sight of the abandoned area filled Nan Xiangwan with a sense of melancholy. He parked the car and remarked, "Is this the home you once knew?" Linglon gazed at the community that resided in her memories, reminiscing about the moments spent with her family. Unbeknownst to her, there had come a time when she no longer recognized herself. She had once been an innocent girl. Following the apocalypse, her parents had perished, and in her attempts to save her sister, she had been subjected to humiliation and degradation, leading to her transformation. What she had believed would be a better life for her, and her sister had instead dealt her a cruel blow. As a woman with wood-type abilities, accompanied by a sister with water-type powers, navigating a world overrun by zombies proved insurmountable. When resources dwindled, she found herself compelled to strip away her dignity in front of those men, ultimately leading her to this point. She harbored resentment towards Nan Xiangwan's callousness. If only she had consented to the marriage with Nan Xiangwan, perhaps none of this would have transpired. It was infuriating. She also despised Nan Xiangwan for his lack of resolve, for always acquiescing to his sister. Upon arriving at this place, Nan Xiangwan noted Linglan's silence and pondered her thoughts, realizing that should she pursue her intentions, he would personally ensure her exit from this world. Lan, are we not leaving? He prompted. Linglan, pulled from her reverie, replied, Yes, I want to go home. Upon hearing her words, Nan Xiangwan thought to himself, so she has indeed made her decision? It seems my initial judgment was indeed flawed. Linglan then led the way, with Nan Xiangwan following slowly behind. Any zombies that strayed into their path were swiftly dealt with by him. When they reached the door of a residence on the 3rd floor, Nan Xiangwan felt a surge of anxiety. Fully aware that someone sought to harm him, he nonetheless walked into the trap, hoping his brother-in-law would lend him strength. He felt he had not yet exhausted his life. Linglan took a deep breath and pushed open the broken door, stepping inside. Xiangwan, are you not coming in? Hearing Linglan's invitation, Nan Xiangwan finally entered without casting her another glance as he crossed into the living room. A group of over 10 individuals suddenly burst from the bedroom, surrounding them. Taken aback, Nan Xiangwan steadied himself and asked, Who are you? At that moment, Li Jie emerged, grinning as she said, Do you remember me? Dear brother. Upon recognizing Li Jie, Nan Xiangwan glanced at Linglan before responding, I never anticipated it would be you. This grand display meant to end my life. Li Jie raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Not at all. I merely wish to trade you and your sister for some supplies. Rest assured, until I obtain what I desire, I shall not harm you. However, if you prove uncooperative, your handsome face may suffer disfigurement. After hearing Li Jie's words, Nan Xiangwan turned to Linglan and inquired, What has she offered you that has you so eager? It appears my sincere intentions were wasted on a fool. Have you considered what will become of your sister if anything were to happen to me? At this juncture, Linglan found herself with no path of retreat. With a twisted gaze, she addressed Nan Xiangwan, I have long ceased to care for her life or death. Were it not for that burden, I would not have become what I am today. You also despise my tainted body. That night was your doing, was it not? Have you regretted it? Regardless, you are not unscathed either, since you wish to make my life miserable. Let us all descend into hell together. Nan Xiangwan listened to Linglan's anguished cries. Disbelief washed over him. Was this truly the person she had once been? Chapter 116. Li Jie's exit. Linglan, now teetering on the brink of madness, regarded Nan Xiangwan with a transformed gaze, smirking wickedly as she declared, Indeed, this is who I am. Disappointed, are you? As Nan Xiangwan surveyed the person before him, he realized that the true fool had been himself, and he erupted into laughter. Linglan, what a shame it is that you do not pursue acting. Fortunately, I did not marry you. Otherwise, I would be nauseated for a lifetime. That my sister possesses far better judgment. You are certainly no virtuous soul. Upon hearing him mention his sister, Linglan erupted in a furious scream. It is all your sister's fault. Had she not obstructed my path, I would not have arrived at this juncture. It is all her fault. Why does she not perish? My sister will continue to thrive. But as for you, well, good luck to you. Ligia, seeing that the conversation had reached its peak, interjected, Brother, will you cooperate with us willingly? Or shall we render you unconscious for transport? I will walk on my OWND. Oh, not worry. I cannot fight against so many of you. Smart choice. Let us depart, and as for Linglan, she shall be a gift for my brothers. Ensure you clean up thoroughly afterward. Thank you, sister-in-law. Linglan stared at Li Jie in disbelief. What do you mean? Betraying me after using me? Think as you wish. You have lost your value. No. You cannot treat me this way. We were merely partners. Li Jie scoffed. Blame your beautiful face for your fate. Besides, are you not already accustomed to such situations? If you serve my brothers well, I might spare your life. After all, such a fine figure deserves to be enjoyed by all. Would you not agree? Linglan, now facing a woman even more ruthless than herself, retaliated by whipping out a vine, in an unfortunate turn of events. Li Jie was struck, blood oozing from her right cheek. Stinging from the pain, Li Jie glared at Ling Lan, her expression darkening. You have spirit. My brothers will enjoy this woman to their heart's content. I shall leave first. The remaining 6 nodded in agreement, and after Li Jie led her group out, piercing screams echoed from within the room. Nan Xiangwan walked forward with a stoic expression, his mind still grappling with Li Jie's words. What did she mean by accustomed? Did this imply that he was not only the second man, but perhaps not even in line for the position? Was he unscathed from that night? The more he pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. As Li Jie and her group reached the ground floor, they were unexpectedly surrounded by another group. Observing the sudden emergence of these individuals, Li Jie furrowed her brow. She thought to herself that there was no way the news could have leaked. The other bases could not possibly know about today's operation. Nan Xiangwan was to be her trophy. Which base do you belong to? What is the meaning of surrounding us, people from Xiangyang? At that moment, Zhan Siyu emerged, leading Nan Xiangwan. Upon witnessing this, Li Jie was momentarily taken aback. How could it be you? Nan Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Why wouldn't it be me? Did you truly believe your actions were so clandestine that no one would notice? Impossible. How could you possibly know my plans? Perhaps you simply chose a foolish ally. Li Jie recalled Ling Lan. That useless being, her frustration boiled over. It seemed that today would not end peacefully. With jealousy etched upon her face, she spat. Nan Xiangwan, you were a pampered child before the apocalypse, and now you continue to thrive? Why do you get to enjoy such fortune? Nan Xiangwan idly played with her husband's fingers, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps it is due to my fortunate rebirth. You do indeed have luck in rebirth. Yet we were once so close. How could you so easily discard me? What was I to you? Nan Xiangwan ignored Li Jie's glowering expression. Why do you think? Do you truly believe I am a fool, clinging to me like a leech, merely to satisfy your wretched vanity? You possess such wealth. What harm would it be to spend a little on me? TSK, it utterly shatters my worldview. Must I, simply because I have money, be obliged to lavish it upon you? What an absurd notion. It is your misfortune to be affluent, since it has come to this. I am unafraid to sever ties with you. I am the woman of Zhou Yang. Do you dare to take my life? Nan Xiangwan raised her head and placed a light kiss on Zhan Siyu's lips, smiling as she said, Darling, where do you think she derives her confidence from? Zhan Siyu, with a tender expression, wrapped his arms around his wife's slender waist and replied, Perhaps it is bestowed upon her by Zhou Yang. Li Jie observed the deeply infatuated couple, feeling a sharp pang of jealousy. Why is it that Nan Xiangwan possesses everything that is best? She could never measure up to her. She refused to accept it. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan continued, Li Jie, you should never have laid eyes on my brother. Lightning abilities are exceedingly rare, yet Zhou Yang lacks the qualifications to claim what does not rightfully belong to him. Should he dare to extend his grasp beyond what is appropriate, I shall sever it, including you, that if you dare to kill me, Zhou Yang will not spare you. Nan Xiangwan lifted her gaze, fixing it upon the self-righteous woman before her, and added, Rest assured, should you perish, Zhou Yang will not be lonely. Ensure he forgets you. I have gone to great lengths to send him a woman even more beautiful than you. So, do you have any final words? Li Jie, taken aback, exclaimed in disbelief, How can you be so cruel? This is self-defense. Nan Xiangwan coldly stated, You have 5 minutes to deliver your final words. If you have none, then perhaps consider how you shall account for your sins before the king of hell. Jie glanced around at the scant 11 people on her side, then shouted, Brothers, let us fight. Perhaps we can carve out a bloody path. She was unwilling to face death. Nan Xiangwan, sensing the shift, immediately unleashed a 5th-tier lightning net. Zhan Siyu followed suit, witnessing their adversaries ensnared within the 2 lightning nets. Li Jie struggled to maintain her wooden vines against the onslaught. She had not anticipated that Nan Xiangwan's man also possessed lightning abilities. She had underestimated the situation. Could it be that she was truly destined to meet her demise today? A wave of unwillingness washed over her. Nan Xiangwan gazed upon her nemesis from a past life, and a surge of hatred ignited within her. Armed with a dagger, she advanced, looking down upon Li Jie, and said, Do you know? Had you been more subdued, perhaps you would not have met such a swift end. I had contemplated allowing you to linger a while longer, yet you insisted on seeking your own demise. Who, then, should bear the blame? Li Jian knelt, unable to withstand the seventh-tier lightning abilities of Zhang Siyu. With a defeated glance at Nan Xiangwan, she uttered, "Why?" Nan Xiangwan crouched down, whispering, "In our past life, we harbored an irreconcilable enmity. This time, I have come for vengeance, and thus, your death has long been warranted." Li Jia listened. Fragmented memories flashed through her mind, blurring the lines between truth and illusion. Li Jia, in our next life, let us never cross paths again. The hatred of our past shall be settled in this lifetime. But fret not, Zhou Mu Yang shall soon accompany you in her final moments. Li Jia lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, the wound on her brow glimmering ominously. It was only as she breathed her last that the memories of her past life played out like a fleeting lantern show. Yet it was too late. Everything had already concluded. Chapter 117. A transition Nan Xiangwan watched as her former enemy finally met her end. Yet, at this moment, joy eluded her, if given the choice. She would have preferred never to have crossed paths. Observing the demise of Li Jia's companions, Nan Haochun unleashed a ball of hellfire, reducing them to ash without a trace, but he then spoke. "There are still 7 individuals inside. I shall take care of it." Nan Xiangwan glanced at her brother, nodded, and then entered the vehicle with Zhang Siyu. Her mood was far from pleasant. Memories of their joyful times together flooded her mind. If only the apocalypse had never occurred. She glanced at the 2 crystal nuclei in her hand, casually tossing them into her space to bury them in the earth. Zhang Siyu held his wife close, offering silent support. Meanwhile, as Nan Haochun returned to the room, he encountered 6 individuals emerging. The 2 factions clashed immediately, and Nan Haochun showed no mercy. Eliminating them all, he then entered the room, approaching Ling Lan, who lay on the ground, struggling for breath. "Ling Lan, do you regret it?" Hearing his voice, Ling Lan managed to open her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks without a word. "Ling Lan, you must find happiness in your next life." Ling Lan glanced at the man she once loved, and in that moment, regret flooded her heart. If only they had met and loved each other sooner. But there are no if-onlys. Finally, she closed her eyes, taking her last breath at that moment. Nan Haochun felt a pang of sorrow. After all, she was his first love that he felt no emotion would be a lie. He then set fire to her body until nothing remained, before turning away. Upon returning to the base, the atmosphere was heavy. Nan Haochun had matured significantly. No longer indulging in jest, he poured himself a drink. Seeking solace in one final bout of indulgence, in the afternoon at Xiangyang Base, Zhou Mu Yang's eyelid twitched incessantly. Watching the clock on the wall, he pondered how long she had been gone. Could something have happened? He paced the room, feeling a twinge of concern. Li Jia still held some utility for him, but if something were to happen, where would he find another woman as clever as she? However, his worries were unwarranted, for a beauty had already entered Xiangyang Base. As the sun set, and she still had not returned, he assembled a team to search for her. The group of over 10 vanished as if they had evaporated, leaving nothing behind but traces of their presence. The unease gnawed at him. If those in power discovered his involvement, future dealings would surely be affected. Rubbing his temples to alleviate a headache, he retreated to his study. His only bargaining chip was power, so he swallowed another crystal nucleus and began to cultivate his abilities. Jia's disappearance stirred no ripples. Her existence seemed inconsequential. That it was evident that humanity had grown increasingly selfish in the apocalypse. As the sun rose the next day, Nan Xiangwan felt a weight upon her. Opening her eyes, she found her husband gazing at her with fervent intensity. "Awake, my dear?" "Yes, please don't crush me. You re so heavy." Seeing her awaken, Zhang Siyu's hands began to wander more audaciously. Nan Xiangwan shot him an exasperated glare, wondering how he could be so energetic. "What are you pondering?" "My love? Have I lost my allure?" "Ah, I was thinking of anything that can't you refrain from this every morning?" Zhang Siyu feigned a pitiful expression, stating, "I don't wish to, but little Jean insists on it, and I cannot control him. Such a plethora of excuses." "Dear wife," he murmured, Leaning down to kiss her, as Nan Xiangwan reveled in the joy he brought her, she quickly became ensnared in the moment. Ever since he returned from his outing, he insisted on morning exercises, leaving her sore and exhausted each day. An hour later, the couple emerged from the bathroom. Nan Xiangwan prepared a simple breakfast in her space. As they ate, she proposed, "Darling, I wish to establish a pig farm. It would facilitate meat supply for the base in the future. What do you think?" Jean Siu swallowed his porridge and replied, "Feed could be a challenge, and inadvertently raising mutated pigs is a risk that I believe it is unfeasible at present." Nan Xiangwan reflected on his words, realizing he had a point. "What about chickens?" "Raising chickens is feasible, provided we have grain. But how many do you intend to raise? How many chicks do we currently have in the space?" "Perhaps a few hundred, but I would like to start with 100 to test the waters. If it doesn't work out, it won't be too wasteful. All right, after breakfast, I'll send someone to construct a chicken coop." "Sounds good." After finishing their meal, they exited the space. Upon stepping outside, Nan Xiangwan sought out Tao Yao for tea. The events of the previous day felt as though they had never transpired. That day, Liang Suzhi led a group out of the base. As they neared Danyang base, Wang Meng remarked, "We can't venture any further. We'll be discovered. Then let us park and proceed on foot. We must find that woman today. I dreamt of my sister last night, and I can no longer wait." Wang Meng, aware of his eagerness for revenge, cautioned, "But we cannot act recklessly. I've received news from that side. The woman is not faring well. She must report to Lu Yunhe daily, and you know the atmosphere in Donyang. Even if you refrain from taking action, she likely won't last long. Why rush?" "Meng Zi, you don't understand that if I do not avenge this personally, I cannot give my sister closure." "Fine, I'm afraid of you. How about this? I'll see if I can lure her out of the base." "All right, I'll wait." They then found a temporary refuge. Wang Meng took out a cigarette and sought out a brother from Xiangyang. Though the specifics of their conversation remained unknown, Wang Meng quickly returned, and upon seeing him, Liang Suzhi inquired, "What did you find out?" Wang Meng took a breath and replied, "That woman conspired with a man from the base to eliminate Lu Yunhe. But the plan failed, and she was imprisoned. According to that brother, she endures daily torment from Lu Yunhe. The beast had the brothers in the base toy with that woman multiple times. I believe there's no need for us to seek revenge now. I heard him say he would breathe his last within the next couple of days." Liang Suzhi pondered the unfortunate twists of fate that had hindered his quest for vengeance. He knew the man was destined to die, yet the thought of that death occurring at the hands of another left him in a quandary. Should he express his gratitude to that person? Wang Meng, noticing his silence, continued, "Old Liang, as long as the man is dead, there's no need to stain your hands with blood." Sighing, Liang replied, "Well, since you've said that, let us head back." Thus, the group retraced their steps to the base. Chapter 118. Zhou Muyang takes the bait within the Xiangyang base. A captivating beauty approached Zhou Muyang's residence. Upon gazing at the opulent villa, Wang Mo's eyes glimmered with a cold light. She then approached the door and knocked. "Knock, knock, knock!" Awoken from his slumber, Zhou Muyang groggily rose to check the time. It was already 11 a.m. Dressed casually in his shorts, he went to open the door. "Who is it?" Hearing the voice from within, Wang Mo replied, "Hello. May I ask if you're Master Zhou?" As Zhou Muyang opened the door, he was met with a woman even more beautiful than Li Jiet. He swallowed hard, a smile creeping onto his face as he asked, "Is there something I can assist you with, beautiful?" Wang Mo shyly lowered her head, her voice sweet as she said, "I heard from others that the base is running low on supplies. I have some stock on hand and thought, since I am now one of Xiangyang's, I could offer my assistance. Would you be interested?" Zhou Muyang, taken aback by the unexpected offer, quickly realized he was still in his casual attire and stated, "Miss, please come in and wait while I change." Wang Mo blushed and nodded. "All right. Thank you that it's no trouble at all. I just hope you won't mind the mess inside," he added. "Not at all." As Zhou Muyang observed the innocent yet alluring woman, he felt a stirring within. He directed her to the living room and ascended the stairs to refresh himself and change clothes, staring into the mirror. He reflected, perhaps I was a bit too disheveled earlier. It could have tarnished my image. Had I known she was a beauty, I would have tidied up. Once he was presentable, he returned downstairs. "My apologies for the wait." "Beautiful." Wang Mo looked up at him, her shyness evident as she murmured, "It's all right. I just arrived at the base yesterday, so I have plenty of time. Gazing at the delicate beauty before him, Zhou Miang felt a rising thirst within him. Since Li Jie is no longer in the picture, perhaps it wouldn't be too inappropriate for me to pursue someone new. After all, long nights can be quite lonely. He then asked, "May I know your name?" "My name is Wang Mo. My friend call me Mo. Mo, what a lovely name. May I call you Mo as well?" Wang Mo nodded shyly, "Yes. You mentioned having supplies. How much do you have? And did you come to the base alone?" "I managed to escape from my boyfriend's team when they were slaughtered by zombies. The supplies I have are from our previous stock. If you need them, I can take you to retrieve them." Upon hearing she had a boyfriend, Zhou Muyang felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly reminded himself that the man was dead, and there was no need to dwell on it. Besides, in this post-apocalyptic world, unless a woman is exceptionally capable, few would survive without the support of a man. Finding someone to share his life with seemed increasingly difficult. Looking at the enchanting woman, he proposed, "If you give me the supplies, do you have any requests?" Wang Mo lowered her head, blushing as she replied, "Could you take me in? I don't want to be away from you. We re all that is left of our family. If you return, those people want to let you go. They are monsters, and I'm terrified." Zhou Muyang swallowed hard, maintaining his composure as he said, Mo, I am currently single. If you wish to stay with me, we must enter into a relationship. Are you able to accept that?" Wang Mo, bewildered, looked up and asked, "But I heard that you have a girlfriend." "Cough, my girlfriend died on a mission yesterday. Since your boyfriend is also gone, this could work out well for both of us, don't you think? But I've had a man before. You wouldn't mind, would you? And is this not too hasty?" Zhou Muyang took Wang Mo's hand, placing it within his own. "Silly girl, that is not your fault. None of us desire to lose those we cherish. But life is unpredictable, so I do not mind." Yes, Wang Mo lowered her gaze. A flicker of disdain crossed her mind. She thought, if he is so eager, then why not indulge him? She then looked up at Zhou Muyang with starry eyes and asked, "Will you treat me well?" Zhou Muyang, captivated by her, nodded fervently. "I will treat you well. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew I liked you. Stay by my side, and I will cherish you." Wang Mo, incredulous, replied, "If I agree, does that mean I can come and live with you today?" "Yes, right now." "What about your father?" "I only have fire abilities and nothing else to offer. I fear he may not approve of our relationship." Zhou Muyang could no longer contain himself. He pulled her into his embrace, whispering softly, "He won't oppose it. Once he learns about the supplies you provided, he will surely be supportive." Wang Mo looked up. "Really?" As Zhou Muyang gazed at her enticing lips, he nodded dreamily before leaning down to kiss her. Wang Mo was taken aback by the sudden advance, thinking to herself that this man truly only thought with his lower half. She couldn't fathom how her brother had met his demise at his hands. Pretending to acquiesce, she found Zhou Muyang lost in the moment. When they finally parted, both were breathless, staring at her alluring lips. Zhou Muyang, with a husky voice, leaned closer to Wang Mo's ear and murmured, Mo, I desire you. May I? Fool, how should I respond to that?" Seeing the opportunity, Zhou Muyang scooped Wang Mo into his arms and headed upstairs. Wang Mo shyly buried her face in his neck. The warmth of her breath against his skin ignited a fervor within him. After spending so long with Li Jie, he had grown weary. Had a better option presented itself sooner, he would have made the switch long ago. Now that one woman had passed, fate had seemingly favored him by sending him an even more beautiful companion. Upon reaching the bedroom, Wang Mo bashfully requested, "Could you please draw the curtains?" Of course, seeing the beauty shy away, Zhou Muyang eagerly drew the curtains and promptly pushed Wang Mo onto the bed. The temperature in the room began to rise as they bared their souls to one another. Zhou Muyang found himself utterly captivated by Wang Mo's form. Mo, you are truly exquisite. I will cherish you dearly. Just be gentle with me. I fear pain." Zhou Muyang kissed her soft lips and reassured her, "Rest assured, I will ensure that Mo becomes the happiest woman." With that, Zhou Muyang ceased speaking and they surrendered to one another's embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two nestled together, drifting into a peaceful slumber. Little did Zhou Muyang know, the splendid gift bestowed upon him by fate was merely the prelude to even greater excitement yet to come. Chapter 119. Siblings seek refuge that night. Shun Xingzhou hurriedly brought his sister, Shun Zi, to the Jiangnan base. Upon encountering them, Zhan Suyu asked curiously, "Captain Shun, what brings you here?" "Mr. Zhan, I implore you to take my sister in. She inadvertently uncovered some secrets in the base's laboratory, and, once discovered, I exerted considerable effort to rescue her. Given our past connection, I beseech you to assist us, and I promise to repay your kindness in the future." Seeing her brother humbly pleading, Shun Zi's eyes welled with tears as she cried, "Brother, I don't want to leave you, that we are all that remains of our family. If you return, those people will certainly not spare you. They are deviants, and I refuse to go." Zhan Suyu, observing the pitiful siblings, replied, "Shun Xingzhou, your sister has a point. Returning would be tantamount to a death sentence. Even if you survive, you would be taken back to the laboratory. Rather than separate, it would be best for both of you to stay here." Shun Xingzhou looked up at Zhan Suyu, anxiety evident in his voice. "But if the national security personnel discover my whereabouts, it will bring you trouble. That's of no concern. Currently, no one dares to instigate conflict between bases. Even if they know you are here, what can they do?" "But," Zhan Suyu interjected, "it's fine. While our manpower may not rival that of the national security personnel, we are well equipped and possess strong abilities, so protecting you both will not be an issue. Besides, we have a laboratory here where your sister can earn points, and you can assist in the base's development." Shunzi cautiously asked Zhan Suyu, "The laboratory here isn't cruel, is it?" "I'm frightened. Rest assured, our experiments are legitimate, free from the madness of those deranged scientists." "Oh, that's a relief." She then turned to her brother. "Brother, I feel quite at home here. Please heed Mr. Zhan's advice. Let us not be separated. If you are gone, who will protect me?" Shun Xingzhou contemplated. Realizing that they had reached a critical juncture, he decided to take a chance. After all, living another day was better than the alternative. He turned to Zhan Suyu and said, "I, Shun Xingzhou, sincerely thank you, Mr. Zhan. There is no need for formality. In today's society, virtuous individuals are indeed scarce. If I can save even one life, I shall do so. At this moment, Shunzi spoke. "Mr. Zhan, the national security personnel are nurturing a zombie king, and each day, lives are lost." "What did you say? A zombie king? How dare they? Have they lost their minds? If they cannot control the national security agents, will they not all be doomed? I stumbled upon this information inadvertently. They're even using ordinary people to nurture zombies, waiting until the crystal cores form to extract them." Listening to Shun Zi's words, Zhan Siyu recalled the zombie emperor from his past life and pondered, "Could have been like this in that era. This matter shall remain known only to us few. I will take care of the rest. Mosey, please escort the siblings to find a room here that I suspect the national security personnel may come seeking them." "Understood, boss." Subsequently, Shun Xingzhou and her brother followed Mosey upstairs to their quarters. Zhan Siyu returned to his own room, embracing his wife's waist and softly stating, "Darling, why have the national security personnel, once the regular army of our nation, changed so drastically after the apocalypse?" Nan Xiangwan, perplexed by her husband's sudden melancholy, inquired, "Has something happened?" Zhan Siyu recounted his recent conversation with Shun Xingzhou and the others. "I never imagined the national security personnel would become so deranged. Are they preparing for the end of the world?" "My love," he continued, "in my past life I perished alongside the zombie emperor. Do you think this life will follow the same path?" "Not at all," Nan Xiangwan interjected. "I believe we can strategize ahead of time. Since they dare to create such vile monstrosities, we should develop a potion capable of vanquishing zombies." Upon hearing his wife's determination, Zhan Siyu considered for a moment and replied, "It may not be that simple. Given the current scarcity of medicinal materials, silly, I have plenty in my space. If I am ever exposed, it matters not. Should they provoke me, I would simply retreat into my space, and we could remain there forever." Zhan Siyu affectionately kissed his wife and said, "Then I shall heed your counsel. After all, if it comes to the worst, death is not to be feared. Indeed, let us embrace the challenge. Ultimately, the outcome is uncertain." Agreed. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the National Security Base, Professor Wong gazed at his results with a manic grin. Once the control chip was implanted into the Zombie King, their base would become the most formidable force. When Jiang Tao and his team arrived at the laboratory, they were met with the sight of the zombie king feasting upon fresh human flesh. Old Wong, has it succeeded? Yes, our secret weapon has finally yielded results. Next, we shall conduct outdoor experiments. Once it becomes an overwhelmingly powerful entity, the world will be ours. Jiang Tao was elated. After the loss of so many ability users, they finally had a breakthrough, ensuring that those sacrifices were not in vain. In that case, let us send it out to grow stronger. The implanted chip will prevent it from escaping. However, unbeknownst to them, the zombie king in its cage had not lost its memories, though it could not speak. Every torment it endured was vividly etched in its mind. IT loathed these people for transforming it into a grotesque abomination. When it became immensely powerful, it vowed to make them all pay with their lives. Silently drinking fresh blood, it was now indistinguishable from a true zombie, consuming nothing but human blood. Jiang Tao then inquired how we captured those who escaped. That female operative concealed her abilities. Had I known, I wouldn't have let my guard down. However, those we dispatched have yet to return, and we are uncertain of their success. We must retrieve them. If this secret leaks, we will be vulnerable to attacks, especially from the other two old geezers in the base. If they discover this, your laboratory will undoubtedly be shut down. Professor Wong dismissed the concern, saying, if they dare obstruct me, I shall send them to accompany the zombies. Jiang Tao, feeling that the professor had lost his sanity, thought to himself that once this batch of experiments concluded, he could not afford to keep such a dangerous individual nearby. Since you are so busy, I shall not disturb you further. Once we recover the individuals, you can handle it. I will take my leave. Very well. I assure you it will be dealt with properly. He then cast an excited glance at the blood-drinking zombie. Chapter 120. Confronting the National Security Base. The following noon, the National Security personnel indeed located the Jiangnan base. The representative confronting Bei Mingho wasted no time with pleasantries and directly demanded the traitors from their base. Of course, Bei Mingho would not fall for such tactics. With a scoff, he replied, my friend, let us speak plainly. Those two are friends of our base's leadership. It is out of the question for us to hand them over. They are from national security. How amusing. I once admired your group, but now I find you utterly contemptible. You are fully aware you tread a path of no return, yet you are so brazen. Imagine if I were to divulge your base's trivial matters to other bases. What do you think would happen? The national security captain, feeling provoked by their audacity, retorted angrily, if you persist in your refusal, our national security personnel shall no longer offer assistance to your Jiangnan people. Bei Mingho, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, contemptuously regarded them. How do you national security personnel possess such audacity? Your position is privileged, situated in the heart of Jing City, where the zombies have largely been cleared. The ones from the periphery have been dealt with by our other bases. What gives you the right to speak so? Just as the national security captain was about to respond, a man named Li Ming interjected, we national security personnel would rather perish within the base than allow you Jiangnan people to dictate terms. Do you truly believe we are without temper? The tension in the air thickened, almost igniting in a conflict. At that moment, Sido Mo declared, you may find today's visit to be in vain, but do not fret. Simply report back to your superiors that we are aware of all that we should know, and even that which we ought not to. If you are dissatisfied, the Jiangnan people are always ready for a confrontation. Are you not afraid of death? Bei Mingho crushed his cigarette but underfoot and nonchalantly replied, whether it is today or tomorrow, we shall all meet our end if I can take a few unfortunate souls with me to hell. I consider it a fair bargain. The national security personnel, witnessing the defiance of the Jiangnan people, erupted in outrage. You are all insane. No, it is you national security personnel who are truly deranged. Slaughtering your own kin. You shall not find a favorable conclusion. Guards, show them out. Bei Mingho, uninterested in conversing with such imbeciles, insisted they be swiftly escorted away. Once the national security personnel exited the Jiangnan base, Li Ming asked the captain, shall we let this slide? Of course not. Let them revel for now. Once our secret weapon matures, they will regret it. Thus, the national security personnel departed empty-handed. Bei Mingho watched them leave and spat disdainfully. These beasts are utterly devoid of humanity. Let us return. We must ensure that our patrols remain vigilant, agreed. After Situ Mo and Bei Mingho departed, the remaining personnel began to murmur among themselves. Boss, now everyone in the base is aware of this matter. What shall we do? Zhang Xiyu, relaxed on the sofa in the conference room, replied unhurriedly. Those who are fearful may leave at any time. This is a perfect opportunity to gauge loyalty. What if many choose to leave? Let them go. Rest assured, as long as I am here, even if we are but a dozen, the national security cannot extinguish us. Worst case, we all retreat to my wife's base. Since the boss has said so, I feel reassured at that moment. Long Yahua spoke up. Ajan, do we have any plans moving forward? Plans are indeed in place, but much depends on the situation with Fantian. Moreover, regardless of how furious the national security may become, now is not the time for action. Unless they truly desire the extinction of humanity, they will bide their time until the formidable zombie king evolves into the zombie emperor. That will be their moment to strike. As long as you are aware of this, we are at ease. Hearing Zhang Xiyu's words, the others felt significantly more at ease. As long as their leader had a trump card, they had little to fear. By the way, where is that woman, Ling Hui? Upon hearing the inquiry, Mosey replied, she fled, taking a captain with her. Oh, let her go. As long as our base has enough elite personnel, the rest are inconsequential, agreed. All right, you may disperse. Just be vigilant regarding the influx of newcomers. Yes, when only Zhang Xiyu and Long Yahua remained in the conference room, Zhang Xiyu remarked, once this winter passes, we shall face even more zombies, considering the population nearby. Our efforts thus far have barely scratched the surface. During your free time, practice your abilities. I do not wish to see any of our comrades fall first. Indeed, we have all been diligently training. However, Ajan, do you think it is too early to confront the national security personnel? After hearing this, Zhang Xiyu scoffed. It's too late. The people from the national security have already begun to rot from within. On the surface, they appear righteous, but behind closed doors, their actions are even more shameless than those of the lone wolves. Long Yahua raised his teacup, took a sip, and continued, it seems our good days are dwindling. Is that so? As long as we safeguard the base, we should be fine for now. What worries me is the emergence of an aberration like the zombie king. That moment, Xiangwan Yu entered and said, Ajan, a small team from the base went out yesterday and hasn't returned YET.D. Oh, you think something has happened? I don't know, but recently it's not just the national security that has been capturing people. If they're truly unfortunate enough to be taken, there's little I can do to assist. You should inform everyone at the base to stick together when going out. They must avoid acting alone. And return before dark. All right, I'll go do that now. Xiangwan Yu rushed in and out with fervor. Long Yahua observed him and remarked, are they becoming increasingly brazen? If there's a widespread death among the ability users, how will we contend with the zombies? With firearms? You're thinking too simplistically. The true intentions of that group have yet to be revealed, but we need only focus on managing our base. As for the affairs of other bases, we shall not interfere. At this moment, Long Yahua was lost in thought, remaining silent and staring blankly. Suddenly, he spoke. Do you think they intend to use the zombie king to dominate the world? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiyu's hand trembled while holding the cup. If that were the case, one zombie king would be far from sufficient. They would likely create more zombies, leading to even more deaths. Both men were startled by each other's words, wondering if the national security could truly be so despicable, unafraid of losing control and suffering the backlash themselves. Chapter 121. Another winter after the events involving the national security passed, life resumed its mundane rhythm. Aside from the occasional disappearance of a person, there were no significant occurrences outside. Half a month later, winter arrived early. Watching the flurries of snow, Nan Xiangwan reminisced about the days spent having snowball fights during her school years. Zhang Xiyu noticed his wife staring blankly by the window and walked over to embrace her from behind, breathing in her enchanting fragrance. He spoke softly in her ear. What are you thinking about? I was reminiscing about my school days when my brother and I lived carefree. The inheritance left by our parents was enough for us to squander our lives. Yet heaven did not allow it. It became angry for no reason. Zhang Xiyu listened to his wife's adorable words and lovingly kissed her forehead. Such snowy days are perfect for some indoor activities. Come keep me company. Nan Xiangwan turned to glare playfully at him. almost believing him if she didn't know her husband's true nature. However, the thought of engaging in some indoor activity in such cold weather seemed appealing. The couple then began to explore various positions throughout the day. After a series of passionate encounters, Nan Xiangwan lay completely exhausted, unable to move. Zhan Xiyu, on the other hand, felt invigorated, relishing his wife's enthusiasm. He then lifted her in his arms and carried her to the bathroom for a refreshing bath. Ultimately, they drifted off to a comfortable sleep. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing was in Tao Yao's room, persistently coaxing her. "Yao Yao, when will you agree to marry me?" Tao Yao glanced at the clinging man and disdainfully replied, "Why would I marry you? What advantages do you possess that I might find appealing? Just because you're my first woman. I gave you my first time, you must take responsibility." Tao Yao looked at him incredulously, as if discovering a new continent. "You're really a first-timer." Xiao Jing shyly nodded. "No wonder." Xiao Jing lifted his head, asking, "No wonder what?" "No wonder you're so poor at it. You just practice a bit more." After Xiao Jing spoke, his face turned red. "Come here." Seeing Tao Yao beckon him, Xiao Jing swallowed hard, wondering what this meant. "Come here, what are you thinking about? Stop being so sappy." The previously shy expression on Xiao Jing's face vanished upon hearing those words. "How am I being sappy? I'm a pure man." Tao Yao smirked and said, "Indeed, a pure man. Pure for 3 minutes. Aren't all men like that for their first time?" Observing Xiao Jing's self-righteousness, Tao Yao burst into laughter. Thinking that finding a man in this apocalyptic world might not be at least this handsome one in front of her could bring her some amusement. She then said, "Come here. If you let me have my way with you, I will marry you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing's eyes lit up. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "No, I'm not." Then Tao Yao produced a rope from somewhere and securely bound Xiao Jing. What followed were some indescribable scenes that by the end, Xiao Jing's face was dark with frustration. Looking at the smug expression on Tao Yao's face, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're finished, woman." The next morning, as the sun slowly rose, the heavy snowfall from the previous day finally ceased. Zhan Xiyu woke early and informed Sidu and Mo to have the snow cleared. "Honey, come play in the snow with me. Let us invite everyone. It's a rare moment of joy." Upon hearing his wife's request, Zhan Xiyu readily agreed. He promptly woke up those who were still in slumber. Whereas Xiao Jing, Long Yahua yawned and said, "Yes, in Tao Yao's room, that we were nearly driven mad by those two yesterday. Today we're definitely changing rooms to avoid them if we want to survive a little longer. In that case, I want to go wake him. After all, it's not easy to finally have someone, so let him enjoy his time in the warmth. Zhan, you're really considerate. When I finally have a wife, I hope you'll be just as kind out, of course. I'll head down and wait for you all." "Hurry up." Once everyone was gathered, Nan Xiangwan took the lead in starting a snowball fight. With a resounding smack, she laughed. "Come on, hit me." Zhan Xiyu, with snow covering his head, could only shake his head in exasperation. Soon, a group of people were engaged in a chaotic snowball fight, indistinguishable from one another. Nan Gongchun, having not enjoyed such relaxation in a long time, relentlessly pursued Changwanyu with a flurry of attacks. "Hey Nangong, how dare you sneak attack? Take this! Haha! Come on, you can't catch me!" Downstairs, a group of young men was having a lively snowball fight, which soon roused the slumbering Xiao Jing and Tao Yao upstairs. Tao Yao pushed the man beside her and said, "Go check what is so noisy." Xiao Jing, still groggy, stumbled to the window upon seeing the ruckus below. He instantly woke up and cursed, "Those bastards, having a snowball fight without inviting me." He then turned to Tao Yao and said, "Wife, hurry up and get up. They're all downstairs having a snowball fight." Upon hearing this, Tao Yao immediately sat up. "Quick, help me get dressed. I want to play too." "All right, let us get ready now." After a quick wash, the two rushed downstairs. "Hey, you guys are too much. You didn't even call us." Lung Fantian stood at the door and replied, "Isn't it to avoid disturbing your meat eating?" Xiao Jing shot him a glare. "That is called envy and jealousy." "Yes, I'm envious. So take this." Smack. Xiao Jing was hit in the face with a snowball thrown by Lung Fantian. "Little Tian, I'm going to bury you in snow." He then chased after Lung Fantian. Once they saw everyone running out, Tao Yao also joined in Xiangwan's side and entered the fray. Soon, everyone was covered in sweat from the exertion. Exhausted, Nan Xiangwan lay back in the snow, exclaiming, "This is what life is. Indeed, Sister Nan, Yao Yao hasn't felt this happy in a long time. Not only were the two girls cheerful, but even the usually serious faces of the others were lit up with laughter. Days like this truly felt fleeting. When everyone could no longer play, they supported one another back to their rooms. Nan Xiangwan took her husband to their space for a hot bath, indulging in comfort. Naturally, if her husband could be a bit more well-behaved, it would be even better. However, Zhang Siyu seemed particularly fond of engaging in activities in the bathroom. Every chance he got, he would insist on experiencing it. Ultimately, Nan Xiangwan was utterly drained of energy. "Wife, how about I set up an ice rink outside the base tomorrow? That way, we can have some fun when there's nothing to do." Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes at him. "Can't you be a bit more serious? It's so cold outside. Going out occasionally is fine, but I can't stand it for too long." "All right then, since you don't like it." "ILL, drop it." I'm going to sleep now. You can entertain yourself. I'll rest with you for in this cold winter. It's better to sleep than to play outside." Only a fool would go out. Chapter 122. The anomaly at the Lone Wolf Base. A few days after the heavy snowfall, a distress signal was suddenly received from the Lone Wolf Base. "Ajahn, what is happening at the Lone Wolf Base? Why are they sending a citywide distress signal in the dead of winter?" Zhang Siyu stood on the top floor, gazing in the direction of the Lone Wolf Base. "Situ Mo, take a team over to investigate. Help if you can, but retreat immediately if it's beyond your capability. The situation is unclear, so be cautious." Situ Mo nodded. "Understood, boss. Xiao Jing, you should also take a team to assist. I have a feeling something is amiss that we aren't aware of." "Got it." After Xiao Jing and the others departed, Zhang Siyu approached Nan Xiangwan and remarked, "The Lone Wolf Base is situated to the west, and logically, there shouldn't be any perilous entities in that vicinity. How could a distress signal possibly be sent out?" Nan Xiangwan pondered for a moment. It seemed that such an event had never occurred in her previous life, leaving her utterly perplexed. Since their rebirth, many events had deviated from their original course. Ajahn, let us go take a look. If we truly encounter something insurmountable, we must intervene. Otherwise, should the Lone Wolf Base collapse, we might be next. Zhang Siyu was in agreement with this sentiment. "Then let us head over now." "All right." Just as the couple was about to drive away, Nan Haochen dashed out and obstructed their path, exclaiming, "Sister, I want to go too. My abilities have grown considerably." Seeing her brother's insistence, Nan Xiangwan relented and allowed him to join them. When Situ Mo and the first group arrived, they were taken aback by the scene before them. "Mo, brother Mo, what manner of creature is that?" Situ thought to himself, puzzled as he did not recognize the beast. It was almost akin to a primeval dinosaur. Was this truly a product of Water Blue Star? No wonder the Lone Wolf Base sent out a distress signal. Even they could not withstand such a threat. "Brother Mo, should we engage it?" his younger companion asked, swallowing hard. "Let us observe the situation first. I sense that something significant is about to unfold. Make sure the brethren are ready to retreat at a moment's notice." That was not cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of his own limitations in facing such a creature. At that moment, the Lone Wolf Base was in turmoil, with countless casualties. The cacophony of cries filled the air. Bai Lang watched in despair as his hard work was on the verge of destruction. He felt as though he might choke on his grief. In just the blink of an eye, a colossal entity had emerged from the depths, its skin impervious to harm from conventional weapons. And even the abilities of the superhumans seemed laughably ineffective against it. With the number of survivors dwindling and no rescue in sight, were they truly destined to perish here today? At that moment, one of Bai Lang's comrades spoke up. "Boss, do you see those people over there? Aren't they from Jiannan?" Bai Lang turned his gaze and indeed spotted a group observing from a distance. "Chung Hu, go over and ask them why they aren't helping." Chung Hu, recognizing the leader as the one who had previously stripped him of his clothes, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, for the sake of preserving the base, he steeled himself and approached. "Big brother, it's me. Do you remember me?" Situ Mo, upon seeing Chung Hu's sudden appearance, recognized him and asked uncertainly, "Aren't you the one who ran around naked last time?" "Chung Hu, can we not revisit that incident?" "Brother, that was ages ago. Let's not dwell on it. That I'm curious why you aren't assisting us in combating this creature." Situ Mo regarded him as if he were a fool and retorted, Do you truly believe that with so many superhumans at your base unable to handle it, we, with our scant numbers, could possibly defeat it? Also, do enlighten me on where this beast emerged from." Chung Hu, anxiously scratching his head, replied, "We don't know. It just suddenly started trembling underground, and then this thing burst forth from below. Not only do conventional weapons fail to inflict damage, but even the abilities of our superhumans merely scratch its surface. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sending out distress signals that the two discuss the monster. Xiao Jing arrived. Mosey, what's the situation? Is there a film shoot happening over there?" Upon seeing Xiao Jing, Situ Limo explained, the lone wolf personnel claimed that this creature suddenly emerged from underground, and no amount of force seems to destroy it. Its destructive power is immense but it doesn't resemble a zombie beast at all? Mosey concurred. Who says it does? I'm beginning to seriously suspect that heaven is intent on exterminating humanity. We haven't even grasped the zombie situation, and now we have mutated flora and fauna, alongside unfamiliar creatures surfacing. Should we consider migrating to another planet? If migration were an option, I'd be all for it. At this rate, humanity is bound to meet its demise. At that moment, Chung Hu interjected, "Brothers, this isn't the time for idle chatter. We need to devise a strategy to eliminate it. Otherwise, if the lone wolf base falls, you may be next." Silence. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Here's the plan. Have your leader evacuate the personnel that defeat this creature. We must identify its weak points. Otherwise, we'll only squander our abilities. Chung Hu's eyes lit up at this suggestion. I'll go find the boss right now. With that, he rushed off. Xiao Jing observed the departing figure, feeling a sense of déjà vu, and then said, "Let's hold our position for now and wait until we identify its weaknesses before we act." Agreed. The group then found a tall building from which to quietly observe the situation at the lone wolf base. Roar! Awoo! The unknown creature at the lone wolf base was not a native of Water Blue Star, but rather an entity that had inadvertently slipped through a rift in time and space. On the tumultuous sea, a woman holding a crystal ball suddenly opened her eyes and addressed her companion. There's been a complication. It seems the heavenly principles of this realm are recklessly courting disaster. Master, shall we proceed? Of course. I have painstakingly altered the flow of time and space. I cannot give up so easily. Let us go. We must intervene to assist them. Otherwise, Water Blue Star will perish. Understood. And with that, the two vanished from the surface of the ocean. The area surrounding the lone wolf base became filled with superhumans. The rampaging beast wreaked havoc with reckless abandon. Upon witnessing the creature, Nan Xiangwan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "This thing didn't exist in my previous life. What on earth went awry?" Zhan Xiu, gazing at the colossal beast in the distance, pondered, "This does not appear to be a creation of humankind." While the Zombie King was one matter, this gigantic entity is undoubtedly not a product of Water Blue Star. It seems we are headed for a fierce battle, that is Zhan. If we can't defeat it, let us retreat to my space. She could not bear to witness the demise of her comrades. Chapter 123, A Cool Dismissal. Zhan Xiu, listening to his wife, offered comforting words. Let us do our utmost. Until it becomes absolutely necessary, I do not wish to expose your space that a realm akin to a paradise is something any normal person might covet. Given the current circumstances, we should strive to fight with all our might. I refuse to believe that my rebirth was merely to meet my end once more. I have faith that a miracle will occur at that moment. Cries for help echoed from below. Help me. I don't want to be eaten. Quickly kill this monster. I want to go home. Run. Whoa. Zhan, that's a wolf's howl. You think it fears fire? I don't know, but I did see a fire-type superhuman inflict some damage. I suspect its weak points might be its eyes or its vital organs. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan retrieved a loudspeaker from her space and shouted, Listen up, everyone. Aim your attacks at its eyes and vital organs. Regular attacks are ineffective. Fire-type abilities do inflict harm. Understood? The fighters below, upon receiving Nan Xiangwan's guidance, swiftly adjusted their strategies. As fire dragons were unleashed, the rampaging beast, the Wolf King, indeed suffered injuries. Seeing this response, Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, It has been injured. Everyone, do not cease your abilities. Continue the assault. Nan Xiangwan stood atop the building, observing the fierce battle below, and said to Nan Xiangwan, "Sister, I want to join the fight too," after considering her brother's request. Nan Xiangwan replied, "Let us go together. I believe your and your brother-in-law's lightning abilities will be quite effective. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us head down now." The three of them decisively descended the building towards the battlefield. "Brother, take care of yourself. Otherwise, I will be very upset." "Yes, I'll be careful. You too, sister. Let us defeat it and celebrate with hot pot when we return." "Sounds good." On the battlefield, amidst the chaotic clash of superhumans, three exceptionally powerful abilities were unleashed towards the creature. Boom. "Husband, I will launch my water abilities at first. Then you and Xiangwan follow up with lightning that I refuse to believe it can withstand the lightning." "All right, we will follow your lead." With all her strength, Nan Xiangwan released a powerful water column towards the beast. The creature, caught off guard, was doused entirely. Immediately after, Zhan Xiu and Nan Xiangwan unleashed their electric powers. The Wolf King, struck by the electric attack, writhed in pain, causing nearby structures to collapse in an instant. Seeing the effectiveness of their strategy, Nan Xiangwan shouted, "Water and lightning superhumans, step forward. Let us strike it down together." At this point, the assembled fighters were no longer concerned about who was in command. Their singular focus was on vanquishing the beast. Under Nan Xiangwan's direction, hundreds of water-type superhumans drenched the creature thoroughly. Following this, over 20 lightning-type superhumans unleashed their powers. Before their eyes, cracks began to appear in the Wolf King's skin, accompanied by the sound of sizzling electricity. Witnessing the results of their efforts, the crowd was invigorated. After 2 more rounds of attacks, their powers began to wane, prompting them to retreat and absorb energy from their cores to recover their abilities. Continue your assault on it, leaving no opportunity for respite. Otherwise, when it regains its strength, we shall all suffer the consequences in truth. Even if Nan Xiangwan were to remain silent, this group of individuals would not lower their guard, for they are acutely aware that as long as this monstrous creature lives, their own survival is in jeopardy. The world is vast, yet habitable places are limited. If a retreat becomes necessary, food would pose a significant dilemma to prevent our homeland from being obliterated by this fiend. We must expend every ounce of our strength and fight with abandon. However, often the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It is perplexing to fathom the true nature of this monster. After thousands of attacks over the course of an hour, it remains unvanquished. Even Nan Xiangwan, at her wit's end, gasped to Zhan, "What shall we do? This creature possesses strength several hundred times that of a zombie king. If this continues, we are doomed." Zhan Xiu, equally exhausted, despite continuously unleashing his powers, found it taxing to recover and resume the fight. After just a few rounds, a normal person would be utterly spent. He wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and spoke, somewhat melancholic, "My dear, after 2 arduous years of struggle since our rebirth, it seems we are still destined for death. What is it that we strive for?" Sighing, she replied, "Who knows? I don't want to take the others to safety in the space. Just think, if everyone perishes and only a handful of us remain, what purpose would that serve? The thought of a future with only a few familiar faces, devoid of newborns and filled with endless days of mere survival, felt rather bleak. Let us leave it to fate, dear husband. If we cannot escape this, then so be it. At least I will have you by my side on the road to the afterlife. And I shall not be alone, right?" Zhan Xiu pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and affirmed, "Indeed, while we may not share the same day of birth, we can share the same day of death." The couple took a moment to rest while sharing tender words. Nan Xiangwan, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Sister, this is hardly the time for romance. Can we not save the lovebirds' act for another day?" Upon hearing her brother's remark, Nan Xiangwan playfully delivered a light smack to his head, exclaiming, "You little pest, how you ruin the mood, sister. Look at our current predicament. Am I wrong? If we do not devise a plan soon, I truly feel like singing a dirge." Listening to her brother's lament, Nan Xiangwan sighed. "It's not that I am not trying. You see, this creature is impervious to blades and bullets, and even lightning cannot harm it. We are utterly at a loss, but must we simply stand idly by? Oh no, it's becoming frenzied. Everyone run." Hearing the shouts, Nan Xiangwan seized her brother and husband, urging them to flee to oh hell with it. If I can't kill it, I won't play along any longer. She then called for Mozi and Xiao Jing's teams to join them in their retreat. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Xiyu sped off. Zhang, what shall we do now? If this creature persists, the entire city will eventually be destroyed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xiyu replied, Let it be. He, too, had no clearer idea of what to do. It was a futile inquiry. So, shall we just wait back at the base? We will decide once we return. However, just as everyone began to flee, reinforcements arrived from the sea. Master, what are our orders now? What else can we do? Send it back from whence it came. The woman then raised her hand, sketching an unknown sigil, which she cast at the Wolf King. In an instant, a burst of golden light erupted, and the struggling Wolf King vanished without a trace. As if it had never existed. Chapter 124. Surviving the aftermath regrettably. No one witnessed this spectacle. Once the Wolf King was dispatched, the woman departed with her servants like a fleeting breeze upon returning to the base. Zhang Xiyu immediately directed all personnel to seek refuge in the basement. Long Yehua, observing the commotion, anxiously inquired, Is the situation that dire? Before Zhang Xiyu could respond, Xiao Jing interjected, Dire is an understatement. You should have seen the scene. Thousands of us could not subdue a single monster. If we don't flee, we are merely awaiting our doom. Xiangwan, you had not anticipated the situation escalating to such a degree, so is hiding our only option. For now, we must conceal ourselves that I'll assess the situation later. If that creature leaves, we may be fine. However, if it begins rampaging through the city, we must take cover to survive. Realizing the gravity of Zhang Xiyu's words, the group understood he was not jesting, and they hastily secured any essential items they could. As for the greenhouse vegetables, they could worry about that later. Not only was the Jiangnan base in a state of panic, but even the largest national security base was in chaos. Once the head of the base learned of the situation, he ordered everyone to take refuge in the underground shelters. Jiang Tao felt relieved that the finished products in the laboratory had already been moved. Otherwise, they would have faced yet another crisis. Professor Wang, initially reluctant to leave the lab, was ultimately knocked out and carried away. Jiang Tao, had he not still needed the man, would have long since dealt with him. After all, a madman could be perilous. The members of the Lone Wolf faction were in the most dire straits, as their base had been destroyed, leaving them with nowhere to go but to seek refuge in an underground parking garage. Brother, our supplies are still at the base. Without them, we will starve. Upon hearing his brother's concern, Bai Lang reassured him, Do not worry. I had Wang Yuan and a few spatial ability users secure the supplies. As long as we remain alive, we will not starve. And what are the others? I've hidden them as well. Once we've rested, we will go find them. All right, I trust you, brother. In the following days, the outside world fell eerily silent. Nan Xiangwan stood atop the base's roof, surveying her surroundings, and remarked to Zhang Xiyu, It has been days without a single sound. Could it be that it has left this area? After some contemplation, she proposed, How about we drive out and take a look? If there are truly no signs of it, then perhaps that creature has indeed departed. Zhang Xiangwan thought it wise, reasoning that if any danger arose, they could easily retreat to their space for safety. Please inform Mozi that we will be stepping out briefly. Understood. The couple then drove out of the base. They meandered around and aside from the zombies. They found no trace of the monster. They eventually made their way to the battlefield of the previous day. Upon disembarking, they surveyed the area, sensing that something was amiss, as if the creature had vanished into thin air. A being of such immense size would surely leave some trace upon departure. Yet they found nothing, leaving them baffled. Why, dear? Do you think that such a large monster could appear and then simply disappear? How else could we explain it? Zhang Xiyu responded, I believe you are correct. It has indeed vanished unexpectedly. Otherwise, there would be some evidence left behind. Observing the lack of destruction, they could only conclude that the monster had indeed come and gone in a flash. With the danger seemingly past, they decided to return to their normal lives. Let us go home, dear husband. Since it has departed, there is no use dwelling on it. Its appearance was already enigmatic, and its disappearance is equally normal. It seems we can finally enjoy a peaceful new year. Had I known, I would not have made such a fuss that day. What a waste of time. Indeed. Let us go back and celebrate with hot pot. A feast for surviving this ordeal. Agreed. The couple returned to the base. Upon learning that the danger had subsided, the inhabitants erupted in joyous cheers. Tonight, the cafeteria will serve extra rations. Feast to your heart's content. Thank you, base leader. Amidst the jubilant shouts, Nan Xiangwan added, while everyone is gathered, I have an announcement. This year's New Year program will take place, and I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up. The top 5 most popular acts will receive mysterious prizes. Did you all hear that? As she finished speaking, the crowd began to murmur excitedly. Madame Jean, are you suggesting we celebrate the New Year together this year? Yes, we will all gather in the dining hall for the New Year. The patrol personnel will take turns for 2-hour shifts on that day, and the timing will be determined by a drawing conducted by your security team leader, ensuring fairness. What do you all think? The security personnel responded in unison. We have no objections. Good. Then you may all disperse now. Yes. After everyone departed, Nan Xiangwan went to the meeting room to prepare the hot pot ingredients. Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Siyu assisted her. And soon the room was filled with an array of ingredients. Just then, the 2-tiered hot pot on the table began to bubble. Seeing that it was ready, Nan Xiangwan instructed her brother to call everyone in for the meal. Xiao Jing entered, drawn by the aroma, and remarked, "It smells wonderful. It's been ages since I've had hot pot that I knew sticking with Jean would lead to delicious food." That moment. Lung Fantian gazed at the table laden with ingredients in a daze. The others were fine, but he, having arrived later, greatly missed the taste of hot pot. Taking a deep breath, he sighed enviously. Indeed, having a spatial ability is quite convenient. Just look at this bounty. Such delicacies are rare in this apocalyptic world. How I yearn for them. Men are often like this, and it is no different for the girl Tao Yao, who, having joined their core group later, was partaking in a gathering for the first time. Originally, I believed that the food at the base was quite satisfactory, yet I was taken aback to discover that the fare enjoyed by the higher-ups was even more enviable. Gazing upon the bubbling, rich broth, I could scarcely contain my anticipation. Sister Nan, when can we eat? I am so hungry. Nan Xiangwan turned to the little glutton beside her and replied, You can eat right now. Simply choose what you like and cook it yourself. Following this, everyone took their seats and began their fervent quest for food. Nan Xiangwan savored spicy hot pot, alternating bites of meat with sips of beer. The spice was nearly overwhelming, yet she could not resist the temptation to indulge further. Come, let us raise a toast to celebrate our survival. Yes, let us celebrate. All right, let us all toast together, hoping that we remain united forever. Cheers, cheers. Chapter 125. Xiaojing's proposal that evening. The group indulged in hearty drinking. Releasing the pent-up frustrations they had felt recently, as the night wore on, many became inebriated. I could see this moment. Xiaojing wobbled to the front of Tao Yao and said, My dear, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife? Although I lack a grand proposal venue and beautiful flowers, I do have this diamond ring prepared for you. Above all, I possess a heart that loves you. In an instant, the drunken revelers in the room sobered up considerably, particularly Tao Yao, who was blushing profusely. She had thought her life would unfold in a certain way, only to encounter a man willing to provide her with a home. Though this man could be quite childish and enjoyed bickering with her, his handsome visage was indeed appealing. Seeing Tao Yao merely gaze at him in silence, Xiaojing anxiously inquired, Do you still refuse me? The only thing I have to offer you is this ring. Interrupted in her thoughts, Tao Yao noticed the pitiful look on the inebriated man's face and solemnly replied, Xiaojing, if I marry you, will you allow me to bully you for a lifetime? Upon hearing Tao Yao's words, Xiaojing responded without a moment's hesitation, I would gladly accept. From now on, if my wife tells me to go east, I shall not dare go west. Well then, I agree to marry you. It is perfect that our older brothers and sisters in the room can witness this, that if you ever dare to bully me, I shall have them support me. That moment, Nan Xiangwan suddenly suggested, Why not hold the wedding during the New Year celebrations? With so many people around, it would be quite festive. What do you two think? Sounds good. I will follow my sister-in-law's advice. Tao Yao, seeing that Xiaojing had no objections, nodded in agreement as well. Come, let us all celebrate their union. Cheers, cheers. Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. Hearing the blessings from his friends, Xiaojing felt as though he had no regrets in life. As another wave of excitement washed over them, none could recall how they returned to their rooms, each one sleeping as soundly as a pig. The following afternoon, the group of hungover individuals finally awoke one by one. The first thing Mosey did upon rising was to find someone to clean up their battlefield from the previous day. Observing the chaotic state of the meeting room, he thought to himself how these people could create such a mess, with not a single morsel of food or a drop of alcohol remaining. After the brothers cleaned up, Mosey distributed a pack of cigarettes to each, for even temporary workers deserve their wages. Nan Xiangwan, having drunk to the point of blackout the previous day, pressed her aching temples and took a pill to relieve her hangover. Zhan Siyu, too, woke up after his wife stirred, yet being accustomed to drinking. He felt only slight dryness in his mouth, devoid of a headache. Noticing his wife's disheveled state, he inquired with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Nan Xiangwan closed her eyes, pressed her brows, and replied, "I do have a slight headache. It seems I must refrain from drinking so much in the future. The pleasure of drinking is fleeting, but the aftermath is quite unbearable. Oh dear, is it really that severe? Don't you feel any discomfort?" "You drank even more than I did." Zhan Siyu, reclining with his hands behind his head, replied with a hint of pride, "You ought to remember who your husband is. Before the apocalypse, we drank nearly every day, and I have long since developed a tolerance for alcohol. Your current state resembles mine when I first started drinking. It seems I should also drink a little every day. That way, I won't suffer such severe aftereffects." Zhan Siyu sat up and placed his wife's head on his lap. "Allow me to give you a massage. It might help." Upon hearing of his offer, Nan Xiangwan immediately found a comfortable position and closed her eyes. "Go ahead, make it nice and soothing, and you shall earn your reward." As Zhan Siyu massaged her, he asked, "What reward might my dear sister be planning to bestow upon me? Once you make me feel better, you'll find out. Now, be diligent. I just took a hangover remedy, and perhaps your massage will help expedite my recovery." Hearing her words, Zhan Siyu smiled indulgently, realizing how much he cherished his beloved wife. After about an hour of massaging, Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes and said, "All right, the pain has subsided. Let us go take a bath together, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Zhan Siyu's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied, "Since my dear sister is so kind to me, how could I refuse such an invitation?" Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes, got out of bed, and headed to the bathroom. Turning on the hot water, the oversized bathtub quickly filled, and she sprinkled a generous amount of rose petals into the water. "Xiao Yu, it's ready over here. Are you not coming?" Seeing his wife call for him, Zhan Siyu hurried into the bathroom. Gazing at the bathtub brimming with petals, he smirked. "Is this a special treat for me for my wife?" "Indeed. Do you not like it? I haven't indulged in a petal bath for quite some time." As Zhan Siyu watched his wife speak while disrobing, his gaze deepened soon. He too began to undress, and before long, the couple stood before each other, unadorned. Nan Xiangwan, naturally beautiful with her fair skin and curvaceous figure, could enchant any man. Subsequently, the bathroom was filled with sparks of passion, intensifying the couple's bond. Indeed, the small pleasure shared between spouses can nurture their relationship. Previously, one would often hear that such encounters primarily gratify men. However, that is not entirely accurate, for women also have their own desires. Therefore, we must refrain from claiming a disadvantage in such matters, as it is, in fact, a mutually beneficial experience. Meanwhile, while the couple reveled in their intimacy, Xiao Jing and his newly acquired wife also engaged in their own afternoon activities, since opening the door to this new world. Xiao Jing's skills had improved remarkably. Each time, Tao Yao found herself pondering why it was the man who worked while she bore the burden. "Xiao Jing, this is the last time. Do you understand? If this continues, my back may very well break." Okay, I will finish shortly." With that, he continued to sway his enticing form. In the downstairs hall, the others sipped freshly brewed tea while glancing at the clock on the wall. Long Yahua remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "Comrades, do you think we should arrange some blind dates? I am utterly tired of this daily display of affection. Just look at the time, and those two are still not out the door." Lung Fantian took a sip of his tea and said, "You simply do not understand. The gentle embrace is the hero's grave. Oh, please, as if you have experienced it yourself." Lung Fantian's hand trembled with the teacup. Then he added, "At least I am not a virgin like you, a perennial single dog who knows not the taste of flesh. What nonsense are you spouting?" "How would I not know?" Lung Fantian glanced at Long Yehua as if he were a fool and said, "Are you so interested in my private matters that you wish for me to find someone to perform for you? Live? Get lost. I fear my eyes may bleed." The others erupted into laughter. Chapter 126. Group assault on Shaojing. Just as they were laughing heartily, Zhan Siyu descended and inquired, "What is so amusing? Share it with me. I could use a good laugh." Nan Xiangwan, seeing his brother-in-law finally emerge, exclaimed, "Long Go wants to see Cold G's live performance." Zhan Siyu raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Are you two feeling overly lonely?" Long Yehua retorted angrily, "I am not watching anything. It is Fantian, the pervert. Who wants to perform for me?" "Wow. When did Fantian become so bold? Has something transpired during our time apart? Tell me, which maiden has captured your affections?" Hearing this, Lung Fantian, in a playful manner, responded, "What maiden? You believe everything I say. Where is your common sense?" Long Yehua, looking disdainfully at Lung Fantian, remarked, "So you're just like me. I was almost convinced by your words, LSP. Get lost. I'm nothing like you." All right, you're different." As the situation grew increasingly absurd, Lung Fantian opted to remain silent. At this juncture, Zhan Siyu interjected, "Fantian, how are your research endeavors progressing? Just one step away, yet I cannot seem to pinpoint the issue. That is why I have not been to the lab recently. My mind has been vacant. Sometimes, a bit of relaxation can lead to unexpected breakthroughs." Zhan Siyu, understanding the complexities of research, did not rush him, knowing that while he was intelligent, encountering experts would still humble him. "However, I have recently developed a corrosive liquid effective against zombies.O. Can it be installed in firearms?" "Indeed, but the lethality is considerable. I have only produced 20 bottles of the solution, as both the medicinal materials and sulfuric acid are limited." Zhan Siyu set down his teacup and retrieved a rocket launcher from his space. "Let us examine the possibility of modification. Should it be feasible, let us configure 3 units in the future, when encountering those objects with impenetrable exteriors, we shall corrode them." Long Fantian accepted the rocket launcher from his hand, scrutinized it briefly, and then remarked, "It is indeed possible, though it may require considerable materials." "And no matter," came the reply. "I shall deliver the necessary supplies to you later. Just focus on the task at hand. If anything is lacking, we can procure it during our next outing to In Truth. I have long harbored a desire to visit the hospital, as it houses a plethora of equipment and pharmaceuticals." Zhan Situ pondered for a moment before responding, "Currently, visiting the hospital would be somewhat troublesome, for it is one of the places most densely populated with zombies since the apocalypse. After all, when the extreme heat arrived, schools and factories were closed, leaving only hospitals operational. This is why we have not ventured into hospitals during our previous searches for supplies. Yet if we cannot go now, won't it become even more perilous once the zombies have had time to grow stronger?" "Do you genuinely wish to go?" "Well, I do, but I lack your offensive abilities. Should we proceed, I would require your protection." "Nangong, what is your opinion?" Nangong Chun, who had been quietly sipping tea, was called upon by Zhan Situ and replied, somewhat perplexed, "What do you mean by my opinion? What do you think about searching the hospital for supplies?" He paused to reflect, then continued, "I recall passing by a hospital during my time as a drifter, and it was infested with zombies. The memory still sends chills down my spine. However, given the passage of time, even if there are still zombies, there should not be as many as there were initially. If one wishes to take a look, it is not entirely out of the question. And what of you? Is there anyone else who wishes to go?" "Brother-in-law, I wish to accompany you, having been inactive at the base for so long. My body feels as though it is rusting." "Very well. I shall take you along." "Thank you, brother-in-law Zhan. I shall join as well, as I wish to ascertain whether my worthless father has perished, if he is still alive." "I intend to avenge my mother," Nangong Chen declared. "Excellent. Who else desires vengeance? Join us. I too harbor a grudge, though whether I can locate the individual is another matter," Zhan Situ remarked, glancing at Lung Fantian. "It wouldn't happen to be the person who sold you out, would it?" "Indeed, that is the one. Is there anyone else?" At that moment, Xiao Jing descended and said, "I wish to eliminate my worthless father and my opportunistic brother." But alas, they are not here. The others, seeing Xiao Jing finally express such sentiments, teased, "Oh, we thought you were too comfortable in your warm haven to wish to emerge." Xiao Jing plopped down onto the sofa, scoffing, "What of it? Are you envious of me?" Xiangwan you observe his increasingly brazen brother and felt a desire to disassociate from him. "See? I told you so. It is indeed envy," Nan Xiangwan, witnessing his exuberance, commented dryly, "Xiao brother, could you not be a tad more discreet? Be wary of inciting their ire. It may not end well for you." Long Yahua, cracking his knuckles, coldly remarked, "I find myself rather eager to engage. Shall we head to the basketball court and practice, Xiao Jing?" "Count me in," Xiangwan you interjected. "I too feel the urge to hone my skills." Xiao Jing regarded his brothers, who were all eager to engage, and thought to himself, "Is this truly necessary? Hey, no need to gang up on me. Let us settle this one-on-one." Long Yahua arched an eyebrow. "Very well. A duel it shall be. I am not afraid of you. I simply question whether your body is up to the challenge today. After all, if you're feeling weak, you may lack the energy for a proper fight. Curse it. Whether I can hold my own will soon be evident. Let us go. I shall make you wish you never crossed me." Zhan Situ observed his brother's enthusiasm and chuckled. "I propose we all join in. It would be an excellent opportunity for training that I am agreeable." Lung Fantian affirmed. "Then let us proceed." Upon arriving at the indoor basketball court, they began to warm up. With the sound of fists meeting flesh, the brothers engaged in a fervent bout, Xiao Jing, being the one most in need of a reprimand for his incessant chatter, quickly found himself surrounded and pummeled, leaving him bruised and battered. "Are you still human? My face is ruined. What will I do if my wife refuses to let me sleep in bed?" The group, amused by his disjointed complaints, could hardly contain their laughter, especially upon witnessing Zhan Situ emerge unscathed. A sense of unfairness welled up within him. "Why is it only my face that suffers? A Zhan has a wife as well. Do you think they are foolish? A Zhan's combat prowess is not something just anyone can rival, that if there's a soft target available, who would choose to strike the hard one? Alas, foolishness abounds. Perhaps you should refrain from exerting yourself too much lately, lest your mind become clouded. Tomorrow, when we venture out to gather supplies, perhaps a change of scenery will do you good." Hearing Lung Fantian's words, Xiao Jing retorted angrily, "If we are going, then I shall go. Those who do not join are cowards." "Very well. Return to wash up and change your clothes. Mother says I'm not to play with fools." Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Xiao Jing trudged back alone, looking rather pitiful. Nan Xiangwan, observing his forlorn demeanor, felt as if he were gazing upon an abandoned puppy. "Xiao brother, do you require assistance to return?" Xiao Jing glanced at Nan Xiangwan, covering his bruised face, and replied, touched, "My younger brother is so considerate." Nan Xiangwan responded, "No, he is not being considerate. He merely wishes to witness the spectacle. After all, such scenes are not frequently witnessed." Chapter 127. The emergence of the zombie child that evening. After an impassioned encounter with his wife, Zhan Situ broached the topic of their intended visit to the hospital for supplies. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan recalled something and remarked, "Darling, I remember there was a formidable boss in the People's Hospital in my past life. Given the current circumstances, I cannot say for certain. After all, it was only in the 5th year of the apocalypse that anyone dared to venture there. If there are alternative hospitals available, I would advise against visiting this one that understood. I shall remember that. Tomorrow, I will lead them, steering clear of that hospital. Indeed, many circumstances have deviated from the expected path in this life. We should avoid danger whenever possible. Yes, I comprehend. Now, let us sleep. You may indulge in a leisurely slumber tomorrow." Nan Xiangwan nestled closer into her husband's embrace, teasing, "You spoil me, making me increasingly lazy. Are you not afraid that one day I shall require you to feed me?" Zhan Situ affectionately kissed her forehead. "I would gladly oblige. Should you desire it, I would even raise you as my daughter." "Humph, taking advantage of me. Let us sleep now. Good night, husband." "Good night, my dear." The couple drifted into slumber early that night. When the alarm rang the following morning, Zhan Situ instructed his wife to expel him from the space. Once all the personnel had gathered in the hall, Zhan Situ arrived fashionably late. "Are we all prepared?" The group chorused in unison, "Ready. Then let us embark." The purpose of this outing was primarily to acquire usable medical equipment and pharmaceuticals in the city. Prior to the apocalypse, there were over a dozen hospitals. Their first stop was a relatively large hospital. As several vehicles arrived at the hospital entrance, the drivers remained behind while the others proceeded inside. Lung Fantion closely followed Jean Sidhu, as he felt a sense of security only by remaining close to his brothers. Given his lack of offensive abilities, Jean Sidhu, too, remained vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings with each step. Jean, why is it so eerily quiet here? Where have all the zombies gone? Who knows? Perhaps they're seeking warmth indoors due to the cold outside. Jean, I must say your wit has grown increasingly entertaining. Zombies seeking warmth? You do have a knack for humor. Whose fault is it for posing such a foolish question? Lung Fantion conceded. Very well. I shall pretend I never asked. That moment, Jean Sidhu abruptly halted. Noticing his sudden stop, Xiao Jing anxiously inquired, what is the matter? There's a fluctuation in spiritual energy. There must be a psychic zombie nearby. Exercise caution and avoid acting recklessly. Wow, how thrilling. It has been ages since we encountered a formidable foe. What tier do you think the zombie is? Soon we shall find out. And Fantion, ensure you stay close to me. Should you stray from my protective range, you may find yourself in peril. Lung Fantion tightened his grip on his machete and assured, do not worry. I will look after myself. If danger arises, I will retreat. Very well, let us proceed. Today, the crystal cores in this hospital shall be our spoils. Indeed, with over 100 abilities users, all of whom were at least tier 3 or above, Jean Sidhu felt no burden whatsoever. His only task was to deal with the most formidable foe. The rest would be managed by the others. As the sound of footsteps grew closer, the stench of decay emanating from the approaching zombies was unmistakable. Even in the chill of winter, as the zombies slowly revealed themselves before Jean Sidhu and his companions, he waved his hand, and the group sprang into action. With a cacophony of sounds, crunching bones, explosive impacts, and the eerie groans of the undead, Jean Sidhu stood behind his brothers, observing as they dispatched the zombies while simultaneously searching for the elusive boss with his psychic energy. However, after an extensive observation, he failed to locate his target and wondered if he had misjudged the situation. Just as he was on high alert, a shadow darted past. Be careful. The brothers stationed at the southern flank heard their leader's urgent warning and instinctively dodged, relying on reflexes to evade potential danger. When the shadow failed to grasp its prey, it bared its teeth in a menacing snarl. Only then did Jean Sidhu discern the creature's true nature, a corpse child. A being comparable to a zombie king, renowned for its incredible speed. Everyone be cautious. A corpse child has emerged. It possesses not only remarkable speed, but also psychic abilities, allowing it to control zombies. Rely on your brothers for protection. Do not stray alone, and avoid being bitten, for I will be unable to assist you. The group continued to fend off the zombies while regrouping to maintain their formation. However, this corpse child seemed to have taken a liking to Jean Sidhu, continuously standing at a distance, baring its teeth, and gesturing animatedly. Brahma, you must be cautious. Do not let him capture you, or I shall personally send you to the king of hell for tea. Cough. Rest assured, while I may not be able to defeat him, I can certainly escape. Well then, take care of yourself. I shall confront him. All right, be careful. With that, Jean Sidhu made a swift move towards the corpse child. Roar! Bam! Jean Sidhu watched as his attack missed, immediately focusing his mental energy to lock onto the target and retaliate. This moment, the corpse child was thoroughly provoked by Jean Sidhu. It unleashed some unknown ability, causing an increasing number of zombies to surround them. TSK, little brat, aside from you, they're all cannon fodder, and no matter how much you call for them, it is futile. Prepare to meet your demise. Suddenly, the corpse child sensed a threat. The two engaged in a relentless chase, neither gaining the upper hand. As they ran, they found themselves on the rooftop of a hospital. With nowhere left to flee, Jean Sidhu smirked. Why have you stopped running? If you're so capable, why not jump down? Provoked by Jean Sidhu's taunts, the corpse child began to attack wildly like a madman. If not for Jean Sidhu's formidable mental prowess, he would have been unable to contend with it. As the corpse child surged through Jean Sidhu's water barrier, it unleashed a 7th-tier lightning net. The child, caught off guard, found itself ensnared by the massive net. When the power of electricity met water, the corpse child writhed on the ground, convulsing violently. Roar. Zhang Xiyu looked at the child-sized zombie with a twinge of sorrow. After all, without the apocalypse, it likely would have appeared no older than 5. Children of that age should be nestled in their parents' arms, not suffering in such a manner. Do not struggle. This world is no longer suited for you. In your next life, be reborn into a good family. Go. With that, a lightning bolt as thick as a finger struck down, as the air fell into a profound silence. Only a sparkling crystal core remained on the ground. Zhang Xiyu approached, picked up the crystal core, and looked up to the heavens. Heavenly Tao, if you still possess a heart, please show mercy. The child is innocent. Crack! A sudden thunderclap echoed, seemingly a response from the heavenly Tao, after which Zhang Xiyu turned and departed. Chapter 128. A heartwarming moment at this moment. The lobby of the hospital was littered with zombies. Lung Fantian, upon seeing Zhang Xiyu return, asked with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine. Tell the brothers to expedite the search. If there's anything the spatial users can't carry, call for me. I'm going to take a smoke break." Seeing Zhang Xiyu's pallor, Lung Fantian nodded. "Then you go ahead. We've got this." Ma'am. He then turned and exited the hospital lobby. Meanwhile, Xiao Jing divided the group, assigning each person a spatial ability user to gather supplies at a professional. Lung Fantian focused on finding usable medicines. After all, the land had ceased to yield herbs, and traditional Chinese medicines had become rare treasures. Fortunately, aside from ordinary people who often fell ill, the ability users rarely became sick. Otherwise, the issue of medicinal materials would be quite vexing. As the sun scorched the earth, the remnants of snow began to melt away. The stench of decay in the air had also lessened significantly. Zhang Xiyu extinguished his cigarette and turned back to the hospital to continue searching for supplies. After all, many items could not fit into their spatial storage at this time. Lung Fantian and his team were rummaging for usable medicines, disheartened by the sight of the disordered Western medicines, most of which had long since succumbed to moisture and mold. With over 100 people conducting a thorough search, it became apparent that there were no usable items left in this hospital at Ajan. There isn't much we can use. Someone must have come here before us. But they didn't take much. We can try another hospital. Which one do you suggest? Zhang Xiyu glanced at the map, then pointed, "Let us go to this one near our base. Although it's not large, we can collect what we need and head straight back." Lung Fantian looked at the coordinates on the map and replied, "I trust your judgment. As for the other hospitals, we can check them out tomorrow. We have no pressing matters now. Let us scour the area around the base. We'll discuss tomorrow as plans tomorrow. For now, everyone get in the vehicle. Our destination is Tangyu Hospital." Yes, the group then had a brief lunch in the vehicle before resuming their work. Fortunately, in this hospital, aside from the zombies, they encountered no other bizarre creatures. Only Zhang Xiyu discovered a large stash of medicinal seeds, planning to have his wife sow them in the back mountain of their space upon their return, ensuring a continuous supply of herbs in the future. Nan Xiangwan stood by the window, watching the sun gradually descend, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed. Unbeknownst to her, the apocalypse was nearing its 2nd anniversary. Reflecting on a year's worth of life, it had been quite comfortable. As she finished her coffee, she finally spotted the figure she had missed. She thought to herself that being overly reliant on one person was not a good omen. If one day he were to vanish, would she still find meaning in living? She then turned and headed to the kitchen. After a long day of laboring outside, a man must return to a warm home with a hearty meal. That is the duty of a good wife. When Zhang Xiyu, his body cloaked in frost, walked into the house, he immediately caught the enticing aroma of delicious food. His heart warmed at the scent. After removing his outer clothing and changing into slippers, he strode directly into the kitchen. Standing at the doorway, he gazed at his wife, who was busy cooking in her apron, his heart filled to the brim with affection. Nan Xiangwan was stir-frying vegetables when she sensed someone watching her. Turning around, she met the unwavering gaze of her husband. "You should shower first. After a day of fighting zombies, it's unhygienic to eat without washing up." Zhang Xiyu lowered his head to sniff himself. He did seem a bit foul, he then said with a hint of indulgence, I'll wash up right now. You take your time with the cooking. There's no rush. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan, without looking back, replied, Got it. Hurry up. All right. However, every time Nan Xiangwan prepared a meal, her particularly sensitive younger brother would inevitably come knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing the knocking, Nan Xiangwan instantly knew it was her gluttonous younger brother. She hurried to open the door and returned to the kitchen. Nan Xiangwan adeptly changed into slippers, inhaling the delightful aroma wafting through the air as he approached the kitchen door. Sis, what delicious food are you making for brother-in-law today? You'll know soon enough that, ever since you got a brother-in-law, you've stopped loving me. If it weren't for my keen sense of smell, I'd be missing out on so many delicious meals. My heart feels so cold, he said, clutching his chest with a pitiful expression. Nan Xiangwan glanced at her brother's antics, disdainfully retorting, If I didn't love you, I would have tossed you far away. Then let us leave it at that. I think things are pretty good now. Whereas my brother-in-law, your brother-in-law is showering. Did you come here without bathing? Of course not. I'm such a clean person. I'll wash up as soon as I get home. Otherwise, I fear the zombie's bacteria might infect me. All right, stop being a smart aleck and take the finished dishes out. Sure. After Nan Xiangwan had taken the dishes out, Zhang Xiyu emerged from the bathroom. Seeing his brother-in-law, there was no surprise. After all, this fellow always showed up whenever his wife cooked, completely oblivious to his role as a third wheel. Once Nan Xiangwan brought out the last of the fish soup. She looked at her freshly bathed husband and announced, Dinner is ready. All right, I'll change into my pajamas and join you. The three of them sat at the dining table, with Nan Xiangwan personally serving fish soup to her two beloved men. Here, both of you have worked hard today. Make sure to replenish your strength. Thank you, wife. Thanks, sis. Love you. Nan Xiangwan shot a playful glare at her mischievous brother before asking, Are you two going out tomorrow? Zhang Xiyu took a sip of the tender fish soup and replied, Yes, but tomorrow I want to bring Wang Hao along. The base is now relatively stable, and allowing him to venture out for training could enhance his combat abilities. After all, he might become a valuable asset for us. Upon hearing Zhang Xiyu mention Wang Hao, Nan Xiangwan thought of his abilities and realized he could indeed be nurtured. Perhaps he would surprise them all in due time. I think that is a good idea. Take him with you tomorrow. Also, I received word from Xiangyang that the medicine you provided has been administered to Zhou Muyang. They asked if there were any further instructions. Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing this, immediately responded with joy. Tell her that if she no longer wishes to stay there, she can leave at any time, and I guarantee Zhou Muyang won't be able to find her. All right, I'll have someone reply to her tomorrow. Nan Xiangwan listened to the conversation between the couple, choosing not to interject. After all, some matters did not concern him as long as he and his sister were well. He was content. Subsequently, the dinner table fell into silence as they quietly enjoyed their meal. Chapter 129. The terrifying experiment. After finishing dinner, Nan Xiangwan slipped away, dejected, though he was always the brightest light bulb in the room. He couldn't resist the allure of good food. Once his brother-in-law left, Zhang Xiyu lamented, From now on, let us sneakily eat in the space. This brother-in-law of mine is truly a nuisance. Nan Xiangwan found his forlorn expression amusing. You're an adult. Why stoop to quarreling with a child? I sent that a bit beneath you. He is 20 years old. How is he still a child? Can you not joke about that? Wife, as Nan Xiangwan rose from her seat to tidy the dining table, she remarked, Very well, I shall sneakily prepare some delectable treats for you in the future to reward you. Shall I not? I must devour you to feel satiated. Will my wife provide me with such sustenance? Nan Xiangwan cast him a sidelong glance. I've noticed you become increasingly lecherous of late. I am but a rogue solely towards you. My wife, enough of your banter. Hurry and wash the dishes to your command, my esteemed wife. Once the kitchen was immaculate, Nan Xiangwan led her husband back to their space. I shall take a shower. If you are tired, feel free to rest first. Zhang Xiyu, with a fiery gaze fixed on his wife, shamelessly inquired, My dear wife, do you require my assistance in scrubbing your back? No, I can wash myself, but if you dare enter, you shall be sleeping outside tonight. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiyu sighed. So your love for me is indeed fleeting. Is it? You no longer cherish me. How pitiful I am. Nan Xiangwan, her patience wearing thin, pondered why her typically aloof husband was suddenly such a dramatist. He could nearly earn an Oscar for his performance. Nevertheless, regardless of how Zhang Xiyu feigned despair, Nan Xiangwan chose to ignore him and proceeded to the bathroom. When Zhang Xiyu saw his wife truly leave, he felt a pang of sorrow. Of course. When Nan Xiangwan emerged from her shower, she still indulged her little pitiable husband. That night, the biting cold returned, and snowflakes began to drift down unnoticed. Yet within the southern base, an atmosphere of warmth prevailed. The elderly gentleman tending the boiler sipped from a bottle of beer while humming a cheerful tune, utterly content. The following morning, when Wang Hao was roused from his slumber, he appeared utterly bewildered. "Brother Nan, did you call me to rise for some purpose?" Nan Haochen, glancing at the much younger boy, replied disdainfully, "Look at the time. What hour do you think it is?" Wang Hao glanced at his watch. "It's only 6 a.m. What's the fuss? 6 a.m. Even the roosters are crowing, and you still lie in bed. Do you not realize that rising early is beneficial for your health? At just 13 years old. You cannot afford such idleness. Now, I command you to rise immediately and freshen up. We are heading out to gather supplies, and if you remain inactive, your little body will surely wither away." "Huh. Did my sister send me?" "Of course, if my sister does not give the word, who would dare take you outside? If things go awry, they certainly do not want to bear the consequences." Upon hearing that his sister approved, Wang Hao quickly got out of bed, donned his cleanest attire, and hurriedly brushed his teeth and washed his face. 5 minutes later, he cheerfully announced to Nan Haochen, "I'm ready. When can we leave?" "First, we shall have breakfast, then we depart. Also, once we are out, you must heed my brother-in-law's commands. Just follow his instructions and do not overthink it." "Understood. I will be very obedient." Subsequently, Nan Haochen took Wang Hao to the dining hall. Upon their arrival, Zhang Xiyu greeted them. "Breakfast is ready. Please take a seat." "Thank you, brother-in-law." "Thanks, brother-in-law." Upon seeing Wang Hao, Xiao Jing glanced at Zhang Xiyu, silently inquiring if everything would be all right with the boy in their company. Zhang Xiyu reassured him, "As long as I am here, you need not worry. Anyone who dares to disapprove will be promptly expelled from the base. I have no tolerance for traitors. Although Wang Hao possesses dark abilities, he has never harmed anyone. Should any grown men dare to bully a child, I would not hesitate to allow Wang Hao to handle it himself. Even in an apocalypse, none shall bully my people." After breakfast, those who had ventured out the previous day set forth once more towards the hospital chosen by Zhang Xiyu. As they passed by the People's Hospital, Long Fantian curiously asked, "Why aren't we stopping here?" "We already passing by." Zhang Xiyu glanced at the hospital in the rearview mirror and replied coldly, "We shall not visit this place just yet. There may be dangerous elements within. It is prudent to exercise caution. One misstep could cost us dearly." Upon hearing this, Long Fantian inquired, "Have you received any news?" "Regardless, it is better to steer clear. My wife's wisdom is not to be underestimated. In their rebirth, there were many things each knew that the other did not, allowing them to complement each other and evade numerous dangers. When their vehicle arrived at Mingri Yohao Hospital, Zhang Xiyu was the first to disembark. The others followed closely behind. Xiao Jing adjusted his coat collar and remarked, "It's bitterly cold today. The wind bites fiercely. Let us complete today's tasks swiftly and return home. If anyone is immune to the cold." Fortunately, they were all endowed with abilities, granting them considerable physical resilience. If they were ordinary folk now, it would indeed be a different story. Zhang Xiyu stood outside the hospital doors, releasing his mental energy. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Lung Fantian queried, "What's the matter? Is there an issue inside?" "I cannot say for certain. It just feels off. Aside from the zombies, there are areas I cannot see clearly, as if obscured by something. It gives me the impression that something is about to happen. Logically, after so long in the apocalypse, such hidden dangers should not persist unless someone is deliberately orchestrating them." At that moment, Nan Xiangwan approached and asked, "Do you think someone is intentionally causing trouble here? After all, committing misdeeds in this place would likely go unnoticed. Who would suspect that the most dangerous location is also the safest?" Upon hearing his brother's words, Zhang Xiyu instantly grasped the situation. "Let us go. I understand what's happening. Everyone be cautious. If you encounter zombies you cannot handle, retreat immediately. Also, Fantion, you may find great fortune today. Let us move. With his command, Zhang Xiu led the way into the building. The zombies wandering within, drawn by the scent of fresh blood, began to approach Zhang Xiu and his group. Observing the dismembered zombies, Zhang Xiu sensed something was amiss. Have you all noticed? None of these zombies are intact. It appears someone has done this deliberately. Lung Fontain's pupils contracted as his mind raced, quickly reaching a conclusion. Someone is conducting experiments, likely of a grotesque nature. If successful, they could be even more terrifying than the Zombie King. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lung Fantion urged, Jean, take me to find a laboratory here, quickly. Chapter 130. Encountering Jiang Tao's conspiracy. Upon hearing his brother's request, Zhang Xiu immediately instructed Wang Hao, Hao Qin, and Fantion to accompany him separately. Leaving Xiao Jing to command the operation, the four of them carved a path free of zombies, searching aimlessly for something. Wang Hao, now devoid of outsiders, unleashed his powers with great flair. Eventually, they arrived at the entrance to a basement. Sensing something unusual, Jean, look at the material of this door. It seems to be blocking your mental energy. After closing his eyes and attempting to perceive the situation inside with his mental power, Zhang Xiu confirmed that the door indeed obstructed his efforts. He then opened his eyes. We should take this door back. It will be perfect for your laboratory, ensuring no one can see inside in the future. Lung Fantion thought it was an excellent idea and remarked, I never imagined today as find would be so rewarding. Who would have thought a door could hold such significance? I believe it must be made of special materials. Otherwise, ordinary materials wouldn't possess such properties. Zhang Xiu shrugged. Whatever the case, take it back. It's yours now. Now, everyone step back while I see if I can pick the lock. The group retreated as Zhang Xiu produced a master key. Reflecting on how thoughtful his wife was, he pressed his ear against the door, attempting to listen for sound within, but it was eerily silent. Inserting the key, he soon heard a click. The lock disengaged. As the door swung open, a wave of putrid odor rushed out, causing Zhang Xiu to instinctively cover his nose and recoil a few steps. Ugh, what a foul stench. It's unbearable. Lung Fantion also pinched his nose and exclaimed, Jean, do you have any gas masks in your space? Indeed. Then hurry and retrieve them. I feel I might perish on the spot. Zhang Xiu promptly produced 4 masks. Once they donned their masks, they felt as if they could breathe again. Zhang Xiu led the way into the dark underground passage, handing out flashlights. Thankfully, no zombies lurked within, but the overwhelming stench made him skeptical. The group proceeded cautiously, reminiscent of Tomb Raiders. After descending another level, they discovered a source of light ahead. Shoo! The group fell silent, afraid to make a sound. Zhang Xiu once again released his mental energy, finally seeing clearly within. Inside were 3 young individuals clad in lab coats and an elderly man, engaged in some form of experimentation at a table. Scanning the room further, they were greeted by the horrifying sight of various bodies preserved in formaldehyde, enough to unsettle even Zhang Xiu's steely demeanor. Wang Hao, Hao Qin, you two stay here and ensure no one escapes. Fantion, stay close to me. I will deal with those inside. Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's orders, the others nodded in understanding. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiu advanced toward the laboratory, while those inside remained engrossed in their experiments, blissfully unaware of the impending intrusion. After all, they had been in this place for months, feeling entirely secure save for the occasional zombies. Crack! Boom! Who's there? It wasn't until Zhang Xiu swiftly dealt with the 2 intruders that the remaining 2 realized someone had barged in. In his hand, he held an elderly man with a severed arm, his expression dark and menacing, clearly disturbed by the disruption of his experiment. Who are you? Who permitted your entry? If you wish to live, get out now. As Zhang Xiu drew closer and recognized the old man's face, he recalled who this person was. A smirk crept onto his lips as he remarked, I never imagined that the once illustrious Professor Zhong would stoop to such barbaric acts. I must say, I am rather impressed. Zhong Shui's face grew even grimmer upon realizing he had been recognized. Who are you? Why are you disturbing our work? Zhang Xiu surveyed the array of experimental apparatus around him, and then caught sight of a creature in a cage that was neither human nor ghostly. He continued, Professor, are you attempting to concoct a monster? TSK, a human with 3 pairs of arms? You truly have a wild imagination. What we do is none of your concern. How can it be none of my concern? Are you plotting to bring about the world's destruction? Who else would engage in such twisted experiments? At that moment, Lung Fantian, having just grasped the grim reality of the laboratory's contents, surveyed the room filled with corpses and severed limbs. Even hell itself could hardly compare to this Dadajan. Why waste words with them? Just kill them. I fear I might vomit if we linger here any longer. Yes, it will be done shortly, and I must inform you that I am a national talent. You cannot kill me. Moreover, everything here was ordered by Jiang Tao, so I am merely following orders. You must let me go. Upon hearing Jiang Tao's name, Zhang Siyu's brows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself how this man seemed to have an uncanny ability to resurface. His previous life was marked by his machinations. And now, in this life, he was still entangled in the same narrative. He commands you, and you obey. Your heart must be as black as night. No, I was coerced by him. Please, spare me. Zhong Shui pleaded while cautiously inching away, his lowered gaze betraying a chilling malevolence. A.S. Lung Fantian observed the situation within. He suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Boom! You will all die! Ha! I will ensure you accompany me to the grave." Zhang Siyu watched as the deranged Zhong Shui scattered some unknown substance, quickly filling the room with thick smoke. Had Zhang Siyu and his companions not been wearing gas masks, they might have succumbed to the fumes. Lung Fantian stared at the 2 collapsed figures in disbelief, wondering if they were blind. Fantian, check if there's anything useful in there. We need to evacuate swiftly. I intend to destroy everything here to prevent the experimental subjects from escaping, or we will face endless repercussions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Lung Fantian hastily gathered all useful items for Zhang Siyu to take. Fantian, go and summon Haochen. Have him unleash his hellfire. Understood. I will do so at once. When Nan Haochen entered the laboratory and beheld the nightmarish scene, he struggled to keep from retching into his mask. Brother-in-law, you called for me? Yes, use your hellfire to cleanse this place, leaving not a single remnant. Got it. Zhang Siyu made his way outside, and as the interior erupted in flames, Nan Haochen finally emerged. Brother-in-law, we need to hurry. I feel like I might lose it. His stomach churned violently, threatening to betray him. Zhang Su noted his brother-in-law's discomfort and led their group back up the way they came. The moment they sealed the door behind them, Nan Haochen and Lung Fantian ripped off their masks and began to retch. Ugh, ugh. Wang Hao watched the 2 retch in confusion, pondering what horrors they had witnessed inside. Chapter 131. Bai Yuan appears once Zhang Siyu allowed them to recover from their ordeal. He inquired, "Do we still need this door?" Lung Fantian wiped the corners of his mouth and replied, "Yes, such a valuable find must not be discarded. The challenge lies in how to remove it this moment." Zhang Siyu produced a chainsaw from his space and raised an eyebrow. "How about this? We can simply pry it off the wall." Lung Fantian, "You are indeed impressive. Such audacious tactics are beyond me." Zhang Siyu connected the chainsaw to a small generator, and the sound echoed through the upper levels. The others, who had been resting after dispatching zombies, exchanged glances, thinking, this must be the work of our leader, right? Mosey, stay here. I will see what Zhang is up to. Such commotion is bound to attract zombies. Hearing Xiao Jing's words, Situamo replied, "Understood. Take extra people with you. If zombies come, more hands will make for easier combat." "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Xiao Jing discarded his cigarette, but gathered his team. Making their way toward the source of the commotion, Wang Hao covered his ears, standing quietly to watch Zhang Siyu wreak havoc. When Xiao Jing arrived with his team, they were met with the sight of Zhang Siyu wielding a chainsaw. Approaching Lung Fantian, he asked curiously, "What is Zhang doing?" "Removing the door. Can't you see? Is this really necessary? And what makes this door so special?" Lung Fantian shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Jing. "This door is a treasure. Once we return, I plan to install it in my lab." "Really?" As Zhang Siyu severed the final cut, he swiftly stored the door away before it hit the ground. The foul stench wafted out from within. Xiao Jing recoiled at the odor, exclaiming, "Ugh! How disgusting!" Zhang Siyu turned to leave, thinking, if you don't leave now, are you waiting to be suffocated? I don't have enough gas masks to go around. Once everyone returned to the main hall on the first floor, Xiao Jing gasped for air and asked, "What on earth was down there?" "The stench is unbearable. It rivals that of a charnel house." "A charnel house? Have you seen one?" Xiao Jing coughed and replied, "The corpses outside were all discarded together. Hence we dubbed it a charnel house." "Oh, then it's likely down there's even more gruesome than a charnel house. I've already instructed Haochen to incinerate everything within. We can now move on to another location." "Then let us hurry. Hospitals tend to be the foulest places." Zhang Xiu, seeing they had finished their search, led his team to the next destination. However, before reaching their goal, a group of unfamiliar faces emerged before their convoy. Zhang Xiu halted the vehicle and, noticing the strangers, asked Mosey beside him, "Do you recognize them?" Mosey shook his head. "No, but they appear to be rather disheveled. They likely R&T from the nearby base. Should I go ask?" "Yes, do so now." Mosey opened the car door and approached the front of the vehicle, asking, "Is there something you need by stopping our convoy?" As soon as he spoke, a fair-skinned youth stepped forward, saying, "Hello, we are recent escapees from nearby that we presumed you were from a base. May I inquire if we can join you?" Mosey frowned, realizing that survivors were still on the run, indicating that there were still many left. That he replied, "We are from the Jiangnan base. There are currently 5 bases in the Jing City area, but one recently vanished, leaving Ford Tower base is to the south. If you wish to join us, simply register upon arrival. As long as you aren't harboring ill intentions, our base will accept you. IC. We were unaware of this. We only knew there were fewer zombies here than elsewhere. By the way, my name is Bai Yuan. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Situ Mo when you reach the base. Just mention my name. We have tasks to accomplish and cannot linger too long. If you have matters to discuss, find me at the base later." Bai Yuan noted the other's friendliness and nodded. "Thank you. We will head there now. See you later." Situ Mo finished speaking and returned to the vehicle. The conversation was overheard by those inside, but they paid it little mind. Zhang Xiu started the engine and proceeded on their way. Once the convoy disappeared from Bai Yuan's sight, he turned to those around him and said, "I think they seem decent. The base should pose no threat. Since it's still early, let us head over now. Brother Bai, we will follow your lead. Without you, we might have perished. Indeed, we all trust Bai Xiaozai. Since everyone is in agreement, let us move out. I hope our luck holds. Otherwise, we'll be searching for a place to stay again tonight. The weather is simply too cold. If it weren't for his ice-based abilities, he might not have been able to endure the biting chill." Little did he know, his fortune awaited him right here. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu and his team arrived at a children's hospital, and a wave of discomfort washed over him at the thought of the corpse-like children he had witnessed before. "Xiao Jing, be quick when you enter. I won't be going in this time. Signal me if there's danger." Xiao Jing nodded without further questions and led his team inside. Zhang Xiu leaned against the vehicle, lighting a cigarette. It was only once Xiao Jing and his group entered that they understood why Zhang Xiu refrained from joining them. The majority of the zombies within were children. A horrific sight indeed. The last person to enter was also unaware of how they managed to exit. Nonetheless, upon emerging, each of them harbored a rather dismal mood. Xiao Jing gazed mournfully at Zhang Xiu and inquired, "Did you foresee the circumstances within?" "Well, somewhat," he replied. "Yesterday's scene with the corpse of a child was just like this. That is precisely why, upon seeing the children's hospital, I was reluctant to enter." "Damn, you're ruthless. I shall avoid the children's hospital from now on. It's truly cruel." Nan Xiangwan, not faring much better, expressed his own reluctance to visit again, suggesting that such harrowing sights be left for others to endure. When the group hastened back to the base, it was already 5 p.m., and the sun was no longer visible. The overcast sky hinted at the imminent arrival of a heavy snowfall. Zhang Xiu alighted from the vehicle and addressed the patrolling personnel, saying, "Keep an eye on the weather tonight. If it snows, ensure the area is cleared early tomorrow morning." The patrolling team members, perplexed by the base leader's seemingly cryptic remark, nodded in acknowledgement, pondering whether snow would indeed fall that night. They then turned to report to their squad leader. Chapter 132. An abundance of light bulbs. Upon returning to his quarters, Zhang Xiu discovered it was empty. He mused that at this hour, his wife would typically be home. Could she be still inside the space? Finding no one present, he decided to shed his clothes and head to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan was indeed not in the space. She was busy harvesting vegetables in the greenhouse. When she determined that her basket was sufficient for dinner, she stood up to return home. Glancing at her watch, she thought her husband should be back by now. Prompting her to hasten her steps as she opened the door, she found Zhan Xiu emerging from the bathroom. Nan Xiangwan, beholding her husband's imposing figure, swallowed hard, feeling an unbidden attraction. She chided herself for being so easily tempted, despite seeing him daily. However, Zhan Xiu found her expression amusing. His wife often exhibited a touch of shyness. Noticing the basket of vegetables in her hands, he inquired, "Did you go to the greenhouse?" "Yes, it's good to check on things. If there's an issue, I can address it promptly," she replied. "In this frigid weather, you ought to stay indoors. There are plenty of people over there, and if trouble arises, they will seek you out." Nan Xiangwan placed the basket into the kitchen and continued, "I can't possibly stay cooped up all day without seeing anyone. Being alone for too long makes me fear I might become depressed." "Depressed?" Zhan Xiu asked, uncertain. "Yes, that's the idea that I've heard it's common for new mothers to suffer from depression, but someone as healthy as I should be fine." Upon hearing this, Zhan Xiu sighed in relief, saying, "If you truly find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, why not invite Tao Yao and others for a game of mahjong? It would be a perfect way to pass the time." Nan Xiangwan considered his suggestion, finding it rather appealing, as it would certainly add some entertainment. She then placed the washed vegetables in the draining sink and declared, "I shall do just that tomorrow." "Good. You should change into warmer clothing. It's quite chilly in here. It would be troublesome if you fell ill. Don't worry. My health is robust. However, it's sweet of you to be concerned. I'll go change now. Hurry." After Zhan Xiu exited the kitchen, Nan Xiangwan retrieved some small crayfish and spicy crab from the space, contemplating that pairing them with a couple of stir-fried greens would suffice for dinner. Today, she decided against making soup. Rather, she craved some liquor, believing that a bit of white wine on a cold day would be delightful. However, upon looking at the two seafood dishes, she felt it seemed somewhat mismatched, prompting her to replace them with boiled fish and stir-fried intestines, envisioning an enjoyable evening with her husband, discussing their future together. Yet, uninvited guests were destined to interrupt her plans. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door, Nan Xiangwan wondered if her brother could perhaps be sent away for a few days. However, upon opening the door, she was met not by her brother but by the unwelcome figure of Long Fantian. "Oh, what brings you here?" Long Fantian, feeling slightly embarrassed upon seeing Nan Xiangwan, replied, "I'm looking for Zhan. Is he available?" "He is. Come in. I'm just preparing dinner. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join us." Upon hearing he could join for a meal, Long Fantian shamelessly stepped inside. Just then, the door remained ajar, and a hand reached in. "Sister, I'm here with Wang Hao for a meal." Nan Xiangwan was at a loss for words, realizing her brother not only came alone but brought along an additional light bulb. Was he worried about being a nuisance, thus bringing another along? Nan Haochen, seeing Long Fantian present, curiously asked, "What brings you here, Brother Long? Are you here for a meal as well?" Coughing awkwardly, Long Fantian thought to himself how embarrassing it was to be caught. "I came to discuss something with your sister's husband, and it just so happens that dinner is being served." "Right, that's exactly it. I'm not here just for a meal." Nan Haochen scrutinized him suspiciously and replied, "Oh, I understand now. Wang Hao, come on in with me. Stick with your brother, and you'll surely enjoy a life of luxury." Noticing her brother's newfound liveliness, Nan Xiangwan wondered if he had finally moved on from his earlier troubles. Regardless, her main concern was his happiness. Seeing her brother's previous gloomy demeanor had weighed heavily on her heart, she was relieved that the oppressive atmosphere seemed to have dissipated. "Please change into your slippers and wait in the living room. Dinner will be ready shortly." "Got it, sis. Hurry up with the cooking. I'm starving." "I'm becoming a maid, surrounded by those who only think of eating," she grumbled. Nan Xiangwan returned to the kitchen. Glancing at the two dishes she had just prepared, she realized they would hardly suffice for 5 people. Thus, she retrieved a plate of tomato beef and braised pork ribs from space, and each set about their respective tasks in the kitchen. In the living room, Zhan Xiu, observing the 3 individuals present, bore an expression of utter exasperation. Why was it so difficult to enjoy a quiet dinner with his wife? "What business do you have with me, Fantian?" Long Fantian noticing his brother's disgruntled demeanor, found it amusing. Was it really such a big deal to share a meal? However, recalling Zhang Siyu's temperament, he quickly stated, "I've figured out what herbs we were missing to potentially create the vaccine." Really? When did you come to that conclusion? It just hit me suddenly that a few days ago I mentioned needing to clear my mind, and that's when inspiration struck that I plan to head to the laboratory tomorrow. So I want to be joining you all on your excursion. Just gather supplies as you see fit. It's best to stockpile whatever is useful. Zhang Siyu, unfazed by his commanding tone regarding the resource gathering, merely chuckled and said, "Tomorrow, I'll strive to bring back a complete zombie for you. Once the antiviral vaccine is successfully developed, we'll administer it to the zombie and observe the results." Lung Fantian mused that using a zombie for verification was far preferable to experimenting on a normal person. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan called out, "Dinner is ready. You can come eat." Upon hearing this, Nan Haochen grabbed Wang Hao and headed to the dining area. "Wow, sis, what's the occasion? Why is the spread so lavish?" As Nan Xiangwan set the table, she responded to her brother's comment. "Do you have a problem with it?" No. None at all. I'm just surprised by today's feast." Nan Xiangwan chose not to reply, but turned to Wang Hao with a smile, saying, "Wang Hao, feel free to take whatever you like. Don't be shy, all right?" Wang Hao accepted the bowl and chopsticks from Nan Xiangwan. His face flushed as he said, "Thank you, sister, I'll take care of myself." "Good." She then turned to Zhang Siyu. "Why are you all just standing around? Hurry and take your seats. The food will get cold." Afterward, she turned to fetch the liquor, actually retrieving white wine from the space. Upon seeing his wife emerge with a bottle of white wine, Zhang Siyu thought to himself, was she truly aiming for the heavens? If she found it difficult to handle beer, how would she fare with white wine? Chapter 133. The adorable little drunkard wife. What's the occasion? You've brought out the white wine. Nan Xiangwan poured a cup for each person and casually remarked, "There's no special occasion. I just felt like celebrating that bit of white wine on this cold winter-s day will warm the body." "What's wrong with that?" "Cough, that's fine, as long as you're happy." Since his wife wished to indulge, he reasoned they might as well enjoy it together, even if it led to a night of sleep afterward. Meanwhile, Lung Fantian stared at the array of white wine before him. Momentarily taken aback, he had merely sought a meal. Yet if he drank all this, his trip to the laboratory the next day would likely be postponed. Observing that no one had begun eating, Nan Xiangwan asked, "Why isn't anyone eating? What are you waiting for? Let us eat." With that, they all began to eat. After a few bites, Nan Xiangwan raised her glass for a toast. Before long, Zhang Siyu noticed his wife's cheeks were flushed. "Wife, you should drink less. White wine has a strong after effect, and I wouldn't want you to have a headache tomorrow." Hearing her husband's words, Nan Xiangwan, feeling slightly tipsy, replied, "Sister just wants to drink. Don't hide my wine from me. If you keep blocking me, you might find yourself sleeping alone tonight." "Humph. All right, drink slowly, but make sure to eat more. Now that is more like it." As they continued their meal, Nan Xiangwan, feeling a bit dizzy, exclaimed, "Brother, refill my glass quickly." Lung Fantian, hearing her words, wondered if she had indeed overindulged. He quickly finished his meal. "Jean, I'm done eating, and I've had enough wine, so I'll head back to rest." He then turned to the two light bulbs beside him, saying, "You two should come back with me as well." Nan Haochen's hand, laden with food, paused at the sound of this remark, prompting him to hastily continue his meal before pulling the bewildered Wang Hao along as the three departed from the scene. Upon realizing that the lights had finally cleared, Zhang Si encountered his wife and remarked, "Do stop drinking. Look at you. You're already feeling dizzy to know. I am not. I haven't drunk too much. I can still handle more. I feel all warm and cozy right now," she protested, her words slurring slightly. Zhang Si, noticing his wife's state, felt a twinge of frustration that it was perplexing how her fondness for alcohol had grown over time, especially when her capacity was quite limited. While she could manage a few bottles of beer, she could barely tolerate 2 liang of liquor before succumbing to inebriation. Seeing her in such a state, he swiftly lifted her up, stating, "Come now, we shall cease drinking and return home to sleep." As Nan Xiangwan was cradled in his arms, she blinked her drowsy eyes open and exclaimed, "Huh? Who are you? You're so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? How about we date?" Zhang Si found himself taken aback by her words, yet a playful thought crossed his mind. causing him to chuckle as he replied. "Darling, do you like me?" "Yes, I want to touch your abs," she declared, her little hands beginning to wander. Jiangxi gently removed her restless hand, feeling a vain throb in his forehead. "Sweetheart, shall we go to our special place?" "What special place? How do we get there?" Nan Xiangwan, thoroughly muddled, looked at him. Jiangxi sighed in resignation. "Just say you want to go to our special place. I want to go to our special place." With that, they entered the space. "Huh. Why did the place change? Where are we? Is this your home? Is it inappropriate for us to come to your home on our first meeting?" "Sweetheart, my home is your home. You've been here often. Have you forgotten?" Nan Xiangwan wrapped her arms around Jiangxi's neck and planted a kiss on him. Hee, what a lovely scene. I want to take a bath," Jiangxi thought to himself. "I've never heard of someone wanting to bathe in such a poetic manner. This is a first. Since you want to bathe, shall I take you to the bath?" "Yes, I want lots of flower petals. I want to smell good." "Very well, I shall grant your wish." They then proceeded to the bathroom, where Jiangxi supported his tipsy wife with one hand while filling the tub with warm water. Soon, the bathtub brimmed with water. Nan Xiangwan, feeling quite dizzy, was oblivious to her surroundings. Jiangxi began to remove her clothing, only to be met with her startled cry. "Ah, you rogue, you dare to undress me? I'll eat you up." Observing her adorably flustered demeanor, Jiangxi's expression grew increasingly dark. "Darling, be good. Weren't you just saying you wanted to bathe? How can we wash without taking off your clothes?" "Oh, right. Then let us bathe together." "All right, together it is." When Jiangxi realized his wife was not cooperating, he swiftly tore her clothes away, and in a heartbeat, he carried the inebriated woman into the bathtub. Upon contact with the water, Nan Xiangwan splashed gleefully, prompting Jiangxi to pull her into his embrace. Feeling her softness, he could no longer contain himself and leaned down to kiss her. The bathroom soon echoed with ripples. When Jiangxi eventually lifted her out, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. He placed her gently on the bed, kissing her forehead. "Good night, my love. I adore you." Meanwhile, at the Xianyang base, Zhou Muyang sat on the ground. Drenched in cold sweat, he was uncertain when it had begun, but he often experienced excruciating headaches, feeling as if he might collide with the wall. Gazing at the last and used crystal core in his hand, he pondered whether this was a side effect of consuming crystal cores. Yet he had been fine before. Why was it only recently that this issue arose? He was bewildered, feeling increasingly anxious. He did not wish to die. He was still young and had only just attained his current strength. How could he allow himself to perish? At that moment, Wang Emo knocked on his study door. "Muyang, are you in there?" Hearing her voice, Zhou Muyang slowly rose to open the door, fatigue etched on his face. "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" Noticing his pallor, Wang Mo's concern deepened. "What's wrong? You're drenched in sweat. Do you feel unwell?" Zhou Muyang looked at the worried woman and smiled. "Emo, I'm fine. I just encountered a slight issue while practicing my power. I'll be all right soon. Did I ask that so? In that case, let us skip training for today. I'll help you back to your room to rest. And once you feel better, we could take a bath. I'll head to the kitchen to make you some congee." After considering that it was indeed getting dark, Zhou Muyang agreed to rest, allowing Wang Mo to assist him back to the bedroom. She kindly helped him onto the bed and tucked him in. "You sleep first. I'll go make the congee. Thank you for your hard work." Once Wang Mo turned to leave, the warmth in her eyes vanished. She muttered to herself, "Zhou Muyang, soon you'll be accompanying my brother. Given that you're on the brink of death, I'll allow you a couple more days of comfort. After all, one should enjoy a good meal before facing their end. Don't you think I'm quite considerate?" In the end, Zhou Muyang could never have imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of someone he cherished. How ironic it was. Chapter 134. Bai Yuan arrives at the base meanwhile. Bai Yuan had completed his registration and finally found a place to rest. He shed his soiled outer garments, reflecting that the Jianin base was even better than he had anticipated. With a casual flick of his wrist, a brand new outfit appeared in his hand. Thankfully, he had awakened his spatial and ice-type abilities. Otherwise, he might have succumbed long ago in this post-apocalyptic world. Upon entering the restroom and turning on the faucet, he was astonished to discover that the base still had running water. This was remarkable, considering that water resources were scarce in the apocalypse. Yet here, everything seemed to be in abundance. He could only marvel at the ingenuity of it all. Having not bathed in quite some time, he proceeded to undress and take a shower. after refreshing himself. He donned a clean-down jacket and made his way downstairs to gather information about the base. As he descended, the building manager noticed the newcomer and inquired, "Why did you come down so quickly? Are you not accustomed to it?" Bai Yuan smiled in response. "Brother, I'm new here and unfamiliar with the base's rules, so I thought I'd come down and ask someone for information." The building manager smiled. "You can ask me. I've been here the longest, or else I wouldn't have this job. Since you've offered, I'll take you up on it," Bai Yuan replied. The manager waved his hand. "No problem. It's winter now, and there is not much to do, so I could use someone to chat with. Come, brother, come in and let us talk." Bai Yuan, appreciating the manager's warmth, stepped into the duty room. They sat together, and the manager brewed a pot of tea before leisurely beginning to speak. "Our Jiangnan base is arguably the best in the capital. The base leader is exceptionally kind. He not only provides us with jobs to be self-sufficient, but also ensures that the cafeteria serves filling meals. However, during winter, there are only 2 meals served. In summer, we have 3. Bai Yuan, intrigued, asked if the meals are so plentiful. "Aren't you worried about depleting your supplies? After all, I know how scarce food is now. You don't know this, do you? Our Jiangnan base has dozens of large greenhouses. Each day, we not only grow enough vegetables for ourselves, but sometimes we even have leftovers. Plus, recently, the base leader's wife raised 100 chicks, so it won't be long before we can enjoy eggs and chicken." Raising chickens. Where did the breeding stock come from? The manager set down his teacup and continued. "I can't say for sure. All I know is that the lady brought 100 chicks for experimentation. In this environment, no one knows if the little creatures will mutate as they grow. But unless you try, you'll never know. Are all the greenhouses filled with vegetables? Not entirely. Many of the greenhouses grow grains. After all, food is the most essential need. Vegetables alone won't suffice." Bai Yuan reflected on the impressive leadership of the base. Given the severe pollution of the land, normal crops were nearly extinct, leaving humanity as only hope in the seeds left behind. Here, they not only cultivated various vegetables, but also grains, which indicated that someone exceptionally skilled had revitalized the soil, a remarkable feat indeed. The manager, noticing Bai Yuan's silence, continued, "As a newcomer without any points, if you wish to eat at the cafeteria, you'll need to exchange crystal cores for points at the store. Its 5 points per person for meals. And you can eat as you like, but wastage is not tolerated. Minor infractions result in fines, while severe ones can lead to expulsion from the base, and one dares waste food here, especially given its preciousness. Is there a store in the base, like a supermarket? Indeed, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange for anything you desire. The new jacket I'm wearing was also obtained through points at the store. Otherwise, who would have such warm clothing?" Bai Yuan, taken aback by the manager's new attire, began to contemplate whether he should seek employment at the base himself. Otherwise, the crystal cores in his possession would soon dwindle. While venturing outside to combat zombies was manageable, since the cold weather had deterred them from roaming the streets, it would be wise to find work to sustain himself during the harsh winter. He then inquired, "Brother, are there any job openings in the base?" It would be best for you to check over the shop, as there is a task area and a job recruitment notice next to it. Any significant news from the base is usually announced there." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan immediately stood up and remarked, "In that case, I shall head there first." "Very well. I won't keep you, but remember not to wander off, especially near the small white building behind our dormitory. That area is inhabited by the senior management of the base." "All right. Thank you for the reminder." He then turned and exited the apartment. As he gazed at the pitch-black night, he glanced at his watch, pondering whether it might be a tad inconvenient to be out at this hour. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until early tomorrow morning. With that thought, he turned back. The building manager spotted him returning and asked, "Why are you back again?" Bai Yuan awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "It's getting late today. I'll check it out first thing in the morning." "Oh, I see. Just remember to go to the cafeteria at 9 a.m. for breakfast, as they stop serving at 10 a.m., and if you're late, there will be no food left." "All right, thank you, good night." "Yes, good night." Once Bai Yuan ascended the stairs and lay on the comfortable, clean bed, he felt the soft cotton quilt beneath him, reflecting that the accommodations were nearly comparable to those of a hotel. Truly fitting for survivors with nothing at all. He then closed his eyes, contemplating various matters, and soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, Bai Yuan slowly opened his eyes, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings and momentarily feeling dazed. Then, it struck him that he had entered a safe base. He glanced at his watch. It read 7 a.m. He then got up to dress and wash up, as he needed to hurry to the shop and task hall before breakfast. Most importantly, he needed to secure AJOB.as he stepped outside. The biting cold wind made him shiver. Adjusting the hat on his clothing, he followed the signposts. Before long, he arrived at the base's points shop. A young woman of the early shift had just opened the door when she noticed him enter. "Can I help you with something?" she inquired. Bai Yuan removed his hat and smiled, saying, "Hello, I am new to the base and currently have no points. I heard that crystal cores can be exchanged. Could you assist me in obtaining a point card for the base?" I'm sorry, but the point card application is next door in the task hall. "You can exchange it there. I handle point consumption here," Bai Yuan, feeling embarrassed, replied. "I apologize for the intrusion. Goodbye.as Bai Yuan turned to leave. The shop girl noticed her cheeks had flushed. After walking about 50 meters, Bai Yuan spotted a sign hanging above a large door. He pushed the door open, and a rush of warm air greeted him. "Hello, is anyone here?" Seeing the hall was empty, he wondered if he had arrived too early. Perhaps before anyone was on duty. After waiting in silence for a moment, he began to peruse the various task lists and job announcements posted on the walls. As he looked, he discovered that the points awarded for tasks and jobs here were quite generous. Even the most basic tasks offered 20 points per person, which, considering the current winter rates, amounted to 2 days' worth of meals. He felt increasingly curious about the base leader. That moment, Situ Mo, who had risen early with nothing to do, entered the hall and immediately recognized a familiar face. Uncertain, he asked, "Are you the one who stopped the vehicle yesterday?" Bai Yuan, realizing it was the same person he had spoken to the day before, smiled and replied, "Hello, I'm here. I didn't expect you all to actually come. But is there a reason for your early visit?" "Yes, Brother Mo, I just arrived here, and since it was too late yesterday, I couldn't apply for the base's points card. I was told I could do that here, so I came first thing in the morning." Upon hearing this, Sidomo sat down in the office area and turned on his computer. "Take a seat and wait a moment. Once the computer is up, we can process your application. Just remember not to lose your card once you receive it. Replacing it can be a hassle. Also, we'll need to record your fingerprints here. If you forget your card in the future, you can use your fingerprints for identification." "Okay, I understand." After Situ Mo recorded his fingerprints and the computer was ready, he began to input Bai Yuan's basic information. When it detected that he possessed dual-element abilities, he inquired, "I just detected your abilities and noticed you have spatial powers. Would you be interested in joining the base's spatial mobility storage team? You can earn 50 points for each day you assist as a mobile warehouse during missions." Bai Yuan was taken aback by the revelation of his hidden abilities. Though apprehensive, he asked, "Are there many spatial ability users in our base?" Situ Mo, typing away, responded, "Not really. There are only about 10 of us. During downtime, we usually handle light tasks around the base. Only when our main team is gathering supplies do we take them out." Hearing this, Bai Yuan felt a sense of relief. After all, he feared someone might covet the supplies he had painstakingly collected. Sidamo noticed Bai Yuan had gone quiet and continued, "Our base's spatial ability users are treasures. You should avoid leaving the base too often. Recently, some lone ability users have gone missing. If you want to stay safe, heed my advice." Bai Yuan, sensing the sincerity in his words, curiously asked, "Have the missing ability users been abducted?" "Yes, just as you suspect. That's why I advise you to stay away. Otherwise, you might find yourself on an experimental table, and no one will be able to save you." Bai Yuan took this warning to heart. Concluding that it would be best to remain within the base, he then inquired, "What jobs do you think I could apply for?" "That depends on you. Choose whatever you like. Each job has its supervisor. And as long as you pass their evaluation, you can take it. I oversee the management of the entire base. Oh, I see. Thank you so much for your help. You're welcome. Now your points card is ready. How much would you like to recharge?" Bai Yuan retrieved around 20 crystal cores from his spatial storage and offered them. "Could you recharge these?" Sido Mo accepted the cores, counting them before saying, "These will recharge to 235 points. Thank you. That will be sufficient." He had no immediate needs aside from food, as he preferred warm meals. After Sidu Mo completed the recharge, he handed the card to Bai Yuan, advising, "Keep it safe. In half an hour, the cafeteria will start serving meals. If you have no other business, head over early to secure a good spot." Bai Yuan placed the point card in his spatial storage and expressed his gratitude before departing. He followed the directional signs to the base's large cafeteria. Upon arrival, he noticed many people already queuing for their meals. Observing that they all had food boxes in hand, he discreetly took out a clean food box from his spatial storage. While waiting in line, he asked the person ahead of him, "Excuse me, I'm new here, and this is my first time dining in the cafeteria. Are there any rules I should be aware of?" The person in front replied, "No particular rules. Take whatever dishes you like. Just don't waste food, ditto, understood." Thank you. It seemed the people here were already accustomed to this dining style, so he remained silent and waited patiently. As the clock struck 9 a.m., the people in front began to move. The chefs at the serving windows announced loudly, "There are no meat dishes this morning, only vegetarian options. Meat will be served at dinner. Now, come and collect your meals." Upon hearing that there would be no meat for breakfast, many meat-loving individuals appeared disheartened. They longed for a taste of meat. However, Bai Yuan, upon hearing this, thought to himself that the cafeteria's meal offerings must be quite satisfactory. When it was his turn, he spent 5 points and selected his preferred dishes. After filling his food box, he found an unoccupied seat and began to eat. After taking a sip of congee, he felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. Finally, he was enjoying a proper meal, nearly moved to tears. For someone who had subsisted on cold meals for a year, this was truly a treat. He mused that had he known earlier, he would have come here sooner, sparing himself from so much hardship. That moment, Lung Fantian, dragging his weary body, sat down at the table across from him and began to eat his breakfast. Bai Yuan, noticing a stranger had taken the seat opposite him, remained silent and continued drinking congee. Yet, some connections are serendipitous. As Lung Fantian glanced up, he was captivated by Bai Yuan's exquisite and handsome face. Instantly feeling his earlier fatigue dissipate, his heart raced, thinking that perhaps spring had arrived. This man was precisely his type. He just wondered if he could charm him. Breaking the silence, he asked, "You must be new here. I haven't seen you around before." Bai Yuan, momentarily confused, lifted his head and replied, "Are you speaking to me?" Upon seeing his adorable expression, Lung Fantian's heart raced even faster. Suppressing his excitement, he chuckled. "On this table, it's just you and me. If I'm not speaking to you, am I conversing with a ghost?" "Ah, I see. Since our meeting is destined, I shall introduce myself. I am Lung Fantian, a researcher at the base." "And you? What shall I call you?" "Bai Yuan, that is my name. Currently, I am unemployed." "Unemployed, you say?" At that moment, Lung Fantian pondered something and then inquired, "My laboratory is in need of an assistant. Would you consider helping me? I can offer you 25 points per day. What do you think? Would you like to contemplate this?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan thought to himself, "Is this person in their right mind to invite him to work after just meeting once? Is he too naive, or am I simply too gullible?" After some contemplation, he replied, "I will consider it and get back to you later." Lung Fantian, upon hearing his response, thought it wise not to rush, lest he scare the person away, and then smiled. "Very well. Let us eat first. Otherwise, the food will grow cold." All right. After that, the two of them fell into a comfortable silence, focusing on their breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Bai Yuan stood up and departed first. Lung Fantian watched his retreating figure until he could no longer see him, then withdrew his gaze as he reflected on the prospect of living together in the base. Feeling no urgency, meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan, having awoken, completely forgot how she had drifted off to sleep the previous night, her memory a blank slate. However, the soreness throughout her body reminded her that the man from last night had certainly not treated her like a human being. The pain in her lower back was unbearable, and the marks on her body attested to the wildness of their escapades. That moment, Zhang Xiyu walked in, carrying a bowl of congee. Noticing his wife awake, he affectionately said, "I have prepared breakfast. Would you prefer to eat it yourself? Or shall I feed you?" Nan Xiangwan shot him an irritated glare at the sight of his refreshed demeanor. Lazily, she replied, "I wish to take a shower. Please run the water for me, and I shall eat afterward." "Very well. I will prepare it now." He set down the congee and turned towards the bathroom. Once the water was ready, Zhang Xiyu picked up his wife and stepped inside. "Please step outside. I can wash myself. If you continue to show off, you might find yourself sleeping alone tonight." Zhang Xiyu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Reflecting on his excessive behavior the previous night, avoid a cold bed, he obediently exited. Once he left, Nan Xiangwan removed her nightgown and sank into the bathtub, activating the massage function, which provided her some relief. It was not until half an hour later that she emerged from the bathroom, drying her dripping hair while asking, "Are you all not going out today?" "Yes, we shall take the day off today and will search for supplies tomorrow." For some reason, my eyelids have been twitching incessantly this morning. I cannot discern whether it is a good omen or a bad one that upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan fell into deep thought, unable to recall any significant events that had occurred during this time in her previous life, and then said, "Have you considered if anything noteworthy happened in our past at this time? I cannot think of anything that I've contemplated it, and nothing comes to mind, which is why my eyelids are twitching." Nan Xiangwan sat down, resting her chin on her hand, pondering whether something significant was about to transpire. Suddenly, she recalled a massive snowfall in her past life, a crimson snow that had awakened a group of individuals' abilities, while those who did not awaken transformed into zombies. With this thought in mind, she exclaimed, "Do you remember that exceptionally large red snow from our past, akin to blood rain?" Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhang Xiyu instantly recalled the event and remarked, "Could my eyelid twitching be a sign of that? But I distinctly remember the timing being off. Could it be arriving early? I do not know. But it is best to prepare in advance. Should it indeed occur, the ordinary people in the base will undergo another drastic change. Then I will mention it in the meeting. If it does snow, we must advise the ordinary people to exercise caution. However, I still need to ask Fantion whether the vaccine can save those who undergo transformation. That if it can, I wish to prevent unnecessary deaths. Then let us take a chance. If Fantion needs any specific herbs, do not hesitate to ask. This time, we shall seize the opportunity from the hands of death." Agreed. After the couple finished breakfast, Zhang Xiyu proceeded to the meeting room. This matter is of great significance, and all he could offer were his predictions. Otherwise, he could not explain how he knew, for he could not simply claim to have been reborn. Such matters were best kept between him and his wife. Indeed, after he concluded his account, the others were left in a state of bewilderment. They thought to themselves that it had already been a year since the apocalypse, and yet heaven was still intent on survival of the fittest. Eager to transform all ordinary people into ability users, was the future world destined only for those with powers, leaving ordinary people without a chance? Only Lung Fantion was the first to inquire. "Do you know when it will occur?" "I do not know, but if my predictions are accurate, it should happen in the coming days. Then I shall return to the laboratory and strive to produce more vaccines. I had intended to conduct further experiments. But it seems this time we must rely on luck. If they prove ineffective, many lives may be lost once again. How about Shenzi on your end? I have not heard anything from her or her brother recently." Upon hearing this inquiry about the young woman, Lung Fantion promptly replied, "She is quite capable and diligent, having previously worked in the laboratory, so she assists me efficiently. Yes, as long as she is quiet. I am preparing to send her brother, Shun Xingzhou, with me tomorrow to search for supplies. It is not wise to keep them cooped up in the base. We have ample manpower, and even if the security personnel wish to apprehend us, they can only watch helplessly. You may make the decision regarding this matter. I shall remain in the laboratory afterward." At that moment, Xiao Jing suddenly interjected, "Jean, do you think we should notify those ordinary people in advance? If there are any who do not wish to awaken their abilities, we should advise them to stay indoors to reduce fatalities." "Certainly. You may handle this matter. Once the red snow is detected, sound the alarm in the base and ensure everyone is on high alert. We must be cautious of those who undergo transformations." "Understood. I shall notify them right away. Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "If not, then we shall adjourn the meeting. I have something to say." Zhang Xiyu, noticing his brother-in-law had something to discuss, inquired, "What is it?" I would like to ask if we could organize a matchmaking event at the base." The others, with expressions of disbelief. Zhang Xiyu was left speechless by his brother-in-law's suggestion. A matchmaking event would be more suitable for a New Year's gathering. Holding a dedicated matchmaking banquet would be excessive and not worth the cost. After considering this, Nan Xiangwan also agreed. "Then I shall heed my brother-in-law's advice and seek a suitable partner during the new year." "Very well. Let us adjourn." Chapter 137. The red snow drifts down until everyone left the meeting room. Some attending to their tasks, some convening, and others delivering notifications. From that day onward, the ordinary people wore anxious expressions, for their future paths rested solely in their own hands. The following day, Zhan Xiyu continued to lead a team to search for supplies, with Shun Xingzhou among them. Shun Xingzhou had originally prepared to remain hidden in the base for a year, but unexpectedly, he found himself accompanying the base leader out so soon. Noticing the worried look on his face, Zhan Xiyu reassured him. Many are now aware of the experiments conducted by the National Security Agency, and even if they were to capture you, you would merely become another test subject. With me around, you need not worry about them. Focus on gathering supplies. After hearing this, Shun Xingzhou thought that since the situation had already unfolded, he would simply strive to protect himself. He was not afraid of death. As long as his only sister could live a stable life, he would be content. The group then drove to a distant hospital. Today, Tao Yao, feeling bored in the base, tagged along with Xiao Jing, claiming it was to stretch her legs. Xiao Jing, feeling helpless against her insistence, ultimately relented, deciding to keep an eye on her. Having a wife who loved to stir up excitement could be quite troublesome at times. Upon arrival, Zhan Xiyu was the first to exit the vehicle, prompting the others to follow suit. Observing the somewhat dilapidated hospital before them, it was evident that someone had been here before. Zhan Xiyu extended his mental energy, scanning for any dangers inside, then signaled for the others to commence their operations. Xiao Jing instructed Tao Yao to stay close to him, wary of any unforeseen incidents. Shun Xingzhou, on the other hand, joined the main group, battling zombies while harvesting crystal cores. However, after a period of inactivity, his skills had grown somewhat rusty. Meanwhile, Zhan Xiyu searched for usable seeds, believing that the future's hope rested in seeds. Once certain items became extinct, they would be irretrievable. Regrettably, the city was limited in size, and despite thorough searches, their findings were meager. Soon, the group exited the hospital. Xiao Jing, feeling somewhat disheartened by the lack of findings, lamented that this was the first time they had left nearly empty-handed, pondering who might have visited before them. Zhan Xiyu remained expressionless, recognizing that just because they had thought of something did not mean others had not. He directed the group to board the vehicle and proceeded to another location. However, after 2 empty hospital visits, Zhan Xiyu decisively led the team to a high-end residential complex, with 10 units per floor. They would take anything useful. Understood. Observing Zhan Xiyu, now scavenging in residential areas, Xiao Jing mused that perhaps they need not venture out tomorrow. With little left to collect, they might as well stay in the base and play mahjong. Staying home was certainly more comfortable during the harsh winter. That evening, upon returning to the base, Zhan Xiyu announced, starting tomorrow until the new year, all personnel will be on leave. Meeting adjourned. Understood. After everyone had departed, Zhan Xiyu raised his head to glance at the sky, feeling an impending snowfall. Realizing that he could not rest in the space tonight, in case of unforeseen circumstances where they might not receive notifications. His apprehensions soon manifested. At T1 in the morning, the personnel on duty triggered the base alarm. Zhan Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing the alarm, swiftly donned their clothes. When they reached the ground floor, everyone had already gathered outside. Standing at the entrance, they gazed at the delicate red snowflakes drifting down from the sky, a sight both haunting and beautiful. Observing this, Nan Xiangwan addressed those around her. All personnel, take your umbrellas and head outside. Then proceed to manage your designated areas as per the previous plan. Should any anomalies arise, neutralize the threat on the spot. Understood. Subsequently, all personnel exited to tend to their respective zones. This night was destined to be one of unrest. As ordinary individuals attempting to awaken their abilities fell victim, they began to observe within their isolation zones. Each person was bound with ropes, fearful of inadvertently transforming into a zombie and harming others. Upon arriving in their designated area, Zhan Xiyu and his wife were approached by an individual who said, "Base leader, you've finally arrived. We already have individuals exhibiting fever, and their symptoms are progressing faster than those from the previous blood rain. Especially since 2 ability users have also fallen ill, we had no choice but to restrain everyone." Upon hearing that the ability users were also experiencing fever, Nan Xiangwan pondered whether it was a secondary mutation. She glanced at her husband and promptly stated, "As long as those with fever are secured. If any markings appear on their faces, send them immediately to the laboratory, that we hope the vaccine can safeguard them." "Yes, we will prepare right away." After 3 hours passed, those who had developed fevers finally began to react. The first individual to exhibit zombie-like markings was quickly sent to the laboratory. Upon witnessing this, Lang Fantian immediately ordered the administration of the vaccine. This was the first time Shanzi witnessed the entire process of transformation into a zombie. Following the vaccine injection, the laboratory staff awaited the results, as this vaccine had only recently been developed, and its efficacy was uncertain. Thus, batches of individuals were brought in for vaccinations. Fortunately, Lang Fantian had prepared an ample supply of vaccines. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the heavy snowfall showed no signs of abating. Gazing out at the crimson-tinged world outside, it resembled a landscape stained with blood. This moment. The feverish ability users began to regain consciousness. Knowing this, Nan Xiangwan approached them and inquired, "Assess your current condition. Have you awakened your abilities once again?" The awakened ability user closed their eyes to sense the changes within their body, soon opening them to exclaim, "It seems I have acquired an additional ability, a fire type. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. My previous ability was wood type. Initially, I accidentally touched snowflakes, which caused a high fever, and upon regaining consciousness while you were speaking to me, I realized my abilities had indeed been activated again, albeit at a diminished level. No worries. Since you're certain, I will now release you from your bindings." "All right, thank you, madam." Nan Xiangwan proceeded to untie the ropes binding the individual. When the sun climbed high in the sky, the snowfall finally ceased. That night, aside from a few still suffering from fevers, all those who had transformed were sent to the laboratory. At this point, Zhang Siyu said, "Wan, you stay here for now. I will head to the laboratory to assess the situation." "Okay, go ahead, but if the experiment fails, we will incinerate them all." "Understood, I will manage things on this end. Please stay indoors until I return to escort you." "All right." After ensuring his wife's safety, Zhang Siyu opened the door and proceeded to the laboratory. Meanwhile, the laboratory was in a state of chaos. Just as Zhang Siyu approached the entrance, he heard anguished cries echoing within. "Quick, restrain them. Do not allow them to move," and stuffed prepared towels into their mouths. Lang Fantian was overwhelmed, directing the laboratory personnel while drawing blood for tests. Logically, these individuals should regain consciousness as their symptoms subsided. But instead, they awakened in excruciating pain. With no other option, he continued to bind them and draw blood, hoping to uncover the root of the issue. Upon entering the laboratory, Zhang Siyu spotted Lang Fantian testing blood samples. As Shindi noticed Zhang Siyu's arrival and was about to greet him, Zhang Siyu gestured for silence, indicating it was best to remain quiet. As time ticked by, Lang Fantian finally identified the problem. He then directed, administer P30 to them. Upon hearing this, Shunzi quickly retrieved the previously prepared batch of medication. Once P30 was injected, the previously struggling individuals rapidly calmed down, realizing the treatment was effective. Lang Fantian hurriedly called for others to assist with the vaccinations. After all 68 individuals had been treated, Lang Fantian finally noticed Zhang Siyu's presence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he asked, "When did you arrive?" "I've been here for a while. I didn't want to disturb you while you were busy." "What's the situation now? Can they be treated?" Lang Fantian set down the medication and replied, "So far, there appear to be no issues, but we will need to observe for another 2 days before we can release them." "Understood. Just let me know if you need any additional supplies. I will do my best to procure them. Also, since the snow outside has stopped, I suggest you collect some of the red snowflakes to examine them, that we must determine why contact with these caused such severe reactions." Upon hearing this, Lang Fantian smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten this crucial step. He promptly instructed 2 individuals to don gloves and gather some red snow for analysis. Once he had finished his tasks, Zhang Siyu prepared to leave the laboratory. When Nan Xiangwan learned that the transformed individuals had been contained, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Darling, you should gather the team to start clearing the accumulated snow. Beginning with the rooftops, if it melts, we will face further complications." "All right, I will organize the notifications immediately. You should join me." There's nothing pressing here. After assessing the situation behind her, Nan Xiangwan concluded that everything was under control and decided to accompany her husband to the command center. Meanwhile, while their base stabilized, Zhou Muyang from Xiangyang base was descending into madness. Initially drugged, he had inadvertently become infected by the snow, and instead of dying, he inexplicably transformed into a zombie. When Wang Mo first noticed something amiss, she quietly drove away from the base that moment. Zhou Muyang's father was leading a group to eliminate his own son. However, Zhou Muyang was not an easy target to kill. His lightning ability had reached level 7, and after mutation, his lethality had increased exponentially. Zhou Zheng suffered multiple losses without managing to eliminate his only son, and in a moment of carelessness, Zhou Muyang drained his father's blood. Witnessing the demise of both the base leader and the young master, the personnel at the base began to flee in chaos. That's when Mo arrived at the Station South base. It was already afternoon. Upon learning of the situation in Xiangyang, Nan Xiangwan instructed the patrolling personnel to remain vigilant. She understood the catastrophic potential of a level 7 lightning zombie. Sister Nan, do you think he might come this way? After contemplating, Nan Xiangwan replied, even if he intends to come, he must pass through national security. After all, there is a considerable distance between the north and south. For now, we should be safe. We can only hope that the national security personnel perform adequately. Otherwise, it could be dire. In that case, I feel reassured. After taking the medication you provided, he has been suffering from headaches. I didn't anticipate it would result in this. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would likely be dead by now, she reflected, her heart racing at the thought that in truth, Nan Xiangwan had never anticipated such an outcome. Originally intending for him to suffer to death, he had instead mutated. It could only be said that this heavy snowfall had saved him. Yet, the thought of Zhou Muyang having to subsist on blood in the future was quite ironic. After all, a person who once lived in glory was now reduced to such a miserable state. It brought her a sense of joy. As long as her past enemies suffered enough, she could find solace in her long-held grievances. However, the thought of a level 7 lightning crystal core sparked some ideas in her mind. Considering her husband and brother were both lightning abilities users, if she could acquire that crystal core, it would be an unexpected boon. After coming to this conclusion, she said to Wang Mo, you should go rest at the apartment now. If you decide to stay, find a job within the base to support yourself, and feel free to seek my assistance if you need anything. All right, I will heed Sister Nan's advice and head to the apartment to rest. Yes, go ahead. Once Wang Mo departed, Nan Xiangwan made her way to the conference room to find her husband and relay Wang Mo's earlier words. After listening to his wife's account, Zhan Xiu immediately inquired, are you interested in that crystal core? Nan Xiangwan chuckled. You truly know me well. Given that you're currently at level 7 and I am at level 6, it is indeed quite a challenge. If you're level 8, I would have already taken you to find him. After all, he is at level 7. Do you think consuming it would elevate you to the pinnacle, level 10? Zhan Xiu wrapped his arms around his wife, amused, and replied, that would depend on fate. Since he has already transformed into a zombie, there is no need to rush. Such a formidable boss will undoubtedly present a significant challenge to the national security personnel. I am aware, yet I am concerned that his core might fall into the hands of the national security personnel, which would indeed cause me great distress. Zhan Xiu, indulging in a moment of affection, gently rubbed her nose and reassured her, do not worry. He is not so easily dealt with that in the near future, our base may receive a contingent of individuals from Xiangyang. Let us observe the situation closely. Alas, it seems I must wait until I can render him into countless pieces before my vengeance is finally fulfilled. Rest assured, I will personally ensure his demise. Subsequently, he pondered that it would be prudent to strive to break through to the 8th tier by nightfall. That way, should the opportunity arise, he would stand a chance to aid his wife in avenging her grievances. Meanwhile, the individual they were fixated upon, Zhou Muyang, had vanished without a trace, leaving them in uncertainty as to his whereabouts. Regardless, following this incident, the Xiangyang base would be the second to fall after the Lone Wolf base. Deep in the mountains, holding on a Luo fan's woman, she sighed, why must completing a simple task be so arduous? Can't things proceed without complications? It is truly overwhelming. Master, has another complication arisen. The woman tossed Luo Fan into the spatial realm and, closing her eyes, declared, "Very well, we shall take it one step at a time. Since the heavenly path is so intent on causing turmoil, let it do as it wishes. As long as the final outcome is achieved, that is all that matters." Chapter 139. Xiao Jing's past achievements the following morning. Outside the gates of the southern base, a long queue had indeed formed for entry. Upon learning of this, Zhang Xiyu promptly assigned Mosey and Haozi to oversee the situation diligently. After all, the atmosphere at the Xianyang base could be described as mediocre. While there were many good individuals, there were also quite a few nefarious ones. He certainly did not wish to carelessly allow chaos to reign within the base. As Mosey arrived at the entrance, troublemakers began to stir. "Hey, what do you people mean by this? We rushed here early in the morning without even having breakfast, and instead of letting us in quickly, you want to search us thoroughly. If you don't intend to take us in, just say so. There's no need to demean us like this." That moment, another person chimed in. "I believe they at the southern base are doing this on purpose, wanting to see us humiliated. Yes, will you let us in or not? If not, we're leaving right now. There's no need for this degradation." Seeing this, Liang Shuzha smirked and replied, "Since you feel that way, let us proceed as you wish. After all, I find you all quite displeasing. As for you at the entrance, take your leave without further ado." Did they really think he couldn't see through their deliberate provocations? They were simply trying to take advantage of the situation. When the southern personnel refused to entertain their antics, they attempted to escalate the conflict. However, Mosey stepped forward and stated, "While we at the southern base welcome survivors, we certainly do not take in any and all ruffians. That if you are so formidable, the southern base cannot accommodate your kind. You might as well seek refuge at the National Security or Danyang base, as they may be more inclined to accept you." Since you at the southern base are so ungrateful, my brothers and I will not be coming in. He then turned to the others and declared, "Let us leave." Mosey observed their departure without a hint of regret. After all, such individuals would only bring calamity to the base, and he had no desire to invite trouble upon himself. He then addressed those still in line, stating, "Our southern base is a place governed by strict rules. Whether you seek refuge or a fresh start, anyone who violates the base's regulations, regardless of who you are, will leave in the same manner as you arrived. Moreover, we do not harbor idlers. Once inside the base, you must adhere to the established order. Ordinary individuals will be assigned tasks suitable for their capabilities, while those with abilities must register them accordingly. After which we will allocate work. If anyone perceives our base as lacking freedom, then do not waste your time. Simply turn right upon exiting, and you may still find a welcome at Danyang base." Upon finishing his address, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Ultimately, a significant number chose to depart, most of whom were not decent individuals. Only those who remained were genuinely intent on leading a better life, as it was widely known that the southern base offered the best provisions. Should they miss this opportunity, they might never find a better place. When Liang Shuzha finished registering all the new arrivals, it was already afternoon. As Zhang Xiyu perused the registration book, he carefully examined each entry. Once he had verified everything, he turned to Mosey and remarked, "With so many newcomers arriving at the base, there will undoubtedly be an adjustment period. Ensure that the patrols remain vigilant to avoid internal conflicts. Most importantly, this batch of newcomers is strictly prohibited from entering the greenhouse." "Understood, boss." However, with so many individuals suddenly in the base, the dining hall may need to increase its food supply. Should we regulate their rations, considering winter is upon us and activity levels are low? Zhang Xiyu contemplated for a moment before responding. "For now, let it be as it is. Originally, we only served 2 meals a day, and if we reduce that further, I fear it may destabilize morale. But I understand what you're worried about. Rest assured, our reserves can last us for another 10 years without issue. So go ahead and execute your plans." After hearing Zhang Xiyu's reassuring words, Mosey promptly headed to the dining hall to arrange for the transportation of supplies. Since the boss had everything under control, he realized that worrying was futile. It was better to complete his tasks swiftly and then take a well-deserved rest. Ever since the population of the base had swelled, he had been busier than a spinning top, often contemplating whether he should ask the boss for a raise. Truly, the workload was relentless. leaving him no time to pursue romantic interests. After he left, Zhang Xiyu also returned home, having been preoccupied with various matters and unable to properly accompany his wife. Upon arriving home, he found the house empty. He then noticed Wang Hao and inquired, "Do you know where your sister has gone?" Wang Hao responded promptly, "Sister is upstairs playing mahjong. Thank you. No problem, brother-in-law. I'm going back to my room now." All right. Zhang Xiyu then ascended the stairs, and as he approached the door, he heard laughter emanating from within. "Xiao Jing, hurry and stick the note for me. Don't even think about being sly. Otherwise, I shall ensure that Yao Yao does not marry you. Big sister-in-law, my face can hardly accommodate any more. Can't you show a little mercy?" Nan Xiangwan disregarded Xiao Jing's pitiful gaze and retorted without hesitation, "I don't care. Hurry and stick it on, or I will erupt. Come on, Xiao Jing, just do it quickly. Your face is already covered, so it doesn't matter if you add a few more." "Exactly, Xiao Jing. If you keep stalling, we won't invite you to play with us anymore. Hurry up." Seeing the three of them ganging up against him, even his wife turning against him, he felt increasingly despondent, almost to the point of tears. Ultimately, he had no choice but to capitulate to their overwhelming force. "All right then, just leave me my eyes. I truly fear you all." With that, Tao Yao immediately took action, covering her man's face with an abundance of sticky notes. When the wind blew, they fluttered about amusingly. Nan Xiangwan, seeing that they were finally done, continued, Now, let us keep going." At that moment, Zhang Xiyu entered, chuckling, "Wife, why are you all so leisurely today?" Upon seeing her husband, Nan Xiangwan sprang to her feet and exclaimed, Come, help me play a few rounds. I need to stretch my limbs. Sure, let me see how Xiao Jing plays." "Huh? Husband, how did you know he loves to shoot cannons?" Zhang Xiyu, listening to his wife's laughter, grinned, because when we played cards together in the past, he was always the cannon shooter. I still remember his best record. He shot 3 times in a row and lost 150,000 RMB, if I recall correctly. Xiao Jing, hearing Zhang Xiyu expose his past, lamented, "Can we not revisit this? If you keep this up, you will lose my friendship. Stop. I have no interest in you at all. Please don't gross me out. You should be sweet-talking your wife instead." Ha ha ha. "Xiao Jing, I also know about that incident. Even Ben Huazai was there. Have you forgotten?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing shot a glare at Lan Yehua, thinking to himself that this guy was everywhere. How annoying. Chapter 140. Zhou Muyang's transformation at the National Security Base. Within the Forsaken Laboratory, Professor Wang was wreaking havoc like a madman, smashing everything in sight. His experimental subjects were all gone. Had it not been for Jiang Tao knocking him unconscious, he would have had no time to tidy up. Those were the fruits of his labor, and upon awakening, he discovered that Jiang Tao had destroyed everything. For scientists, the absence of experimental equipment is akin to a soldier on the battlefield without weapons. Yet, thinking of the released products and clutching the remote control in his hand, his simmering anger began to subside somewhat. "Jiang Tao, since you have wronged me, I shall not let you off easily. You aspire to dominate the world? That will depend on whether I consent." The assistants, witnessing the professor's current state, trembled in fear, apprehensive that he might use them as test subjects. Meanwhile, Jiang Tao in the office wore a brooding expression. The dissatisfaction of the other 2 individuals of the National Security Base towards him was growing, especially after learning about the laboratory incident. Had he not acted swiftly to destroy all evidence, he might have truly lost his position. If it weren't for the utility of those 2 old men, he would have considered eliminating them right then and there. "Commander, we have received news that the Xiangyang base has been destroyed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tao furrowed his brows and inquired, "When did this happen? How was it destroyed?" "It was destroyed yesterday. It is said that the young master of Xiangyang, Zhou Muyang, a 7th-tier lightning ability user, suddenly turned into a zombie, and then the entire base was unable to contend with him. It is rumored that he even killed his own father. In any case, the people of Xiangyang are now desperately seeking safe havens. Today, we have also taken in quite a few of them. Are there any ability users among them?" The secretary lowered her head and spoke softly. "Yes, but not many. The majority are still ordinary people. What purpose do we have for so many useless individuals? They will merely squander the base's resources." Noticing the leader's growing anger, the secretary quickly added, "After all, we are a legitimate national security base. that if we refuse to accept those individuals, the external perception of our base will not be favorable. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Jiang Tao pondered for a moment before wearily closing his eyes. He was well aware that it would affect their reputation, yet the current scarcity of supplies was a pressing concern. While others at the southern base had managed to cultivate crops, their own national security base had scoured countless indoor spaces merely to assemble 2 greenhouses for vegetable cultivation. Meanwhile, the personnel in the laboratory had failed to develop any soil-enhancing agents. Causing him increasing frustration, he then stated, "You should inform the lower ranks to assign those ordinary individuals to infrastructure projects. They shouldn't even dream of eating for free." "Understood. I will notify them at once." "Wait, do we have any updates on Zhou Muyang's whereabouts?" The secretary lowered her head and replied flatly, "No, that individual has vanished." The mere thought of such a formidable figure roaming freely sent shivers down Jiang Tao's spine. "In that case, instruct the team to remain vigilant. If the target is spotted, they must act immediately to encircle him. We cannot allow him to jeopardize the base. However, dealing with a level 7 ability user is rather daunting. Our base's highest capability is only level 6. After hearing this, Jiang Tao contemplated the situation and realized that, when push comes to shove, it might become necessary to unleash those individuals. With a grim expression, he remarked, "You may proceed with the orders. Should the target be discovered, simply inform me." "Yes, I shall take my leave now. I need to rest for a moment." The secretary turned to leave, and the moment she closed the door behind her, her expression darkened considerably. A once orderly security base had now descended into chaos, leaving her uncertain of how to articulate her discontent. There were times she considered resigning from her position. Meanwhile, many astute survivors from Xianyang had chosen to align themselves with the southern base. A handful opted for national security, while only the less reputable individuals gravitated towards Dongyang. Today, Dongyang was particularly bustling. Lu Yunhe observed a new influx of survivors, and, despite his initial reluctance to accept them due to the base's limited resources, he ultimately decided to let them in after recalling the recent casualties. After all, if a base lacked personnel to engage in combat, its future would be bleak. Just then, Qingyan approached him and said, "Brother, with Xianyang gone, should we consider raiding that area for supplies? Our inventory is dwindling, and we can barely survive this winter. I would be inclined to go, but I fear encountering Zhou Muyang. As you know, he is now a level 7 Lost King, and, as a level 6, I would stand no chance against him. That if we don't find supplies, we could end up losing lives in the process." "I understand, but they say Zhou Muyang has vanished without a trace. If we don't seize this opportunity, there may not be another." Lu Yunhe felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Without a raid, they would lack resources, yet going out posed the risk of meeting that madman as the leader. He felt an urge to abandon his responsibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "Here's what we'll do. Tomorrow during the day, you take a group over there. Supplies are secondary. If you encounter him, do not hesitate. Run for your lives, understood?" Upon hearing this, Qingyun felt uneasy. It seemed his brother intended to send him into danger as a mere decoy. The bonds of brotherhood had indeed grown tenuous in this post-apocalyptic world. Adjusting his mindset, he replied, "I will lead the team there tomorrow. If anything goes awry, please take care of yourself." Lu Yunhe, sensing Qingyun's demeanor, felt a twinge of discomfort but still encouraged. "I wish you success tomorrow. Upon your return, let's share a drink together." "All right, I shall arrange the personnel now." "Very well. Off you go." After Qingyun left the room, his discomfort deepened. Why should he bear the burden while his brother remained safe? Was his fear any less valid? If not for the lack of better options, he would have sought a different place to reside. Stepping outside and gazing at the sky, he walked away. However, little did anyone know that Zhou Muyang, the source of their concern, had not completely succumbed to zombification. When the sun rose, he remained lucid, only fully transforming into a zombie after sunset, representing a new breed altogether. Yet his current suffering was far greater than that of a regular zombie. While zombies mindlessly consumed flesh and blood, he was painfully aware of his circumstances. The moment he regained his senses, he found it impossible to consume the gruesome fare. Having lost his sense of taste for human food, he faced an agonizing predicament to ensure his own safety. He chose to evade others and hide in the mountains, understanding that he was now a target of pursuit. Only by adapting to his current form could he devise a strategy for the future. After all, it was better to endure than to perish. Each day alive was a precious gift. Chapter 141. Preparing for the new year, time slipped away rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the new year was upon them. On this day, Nan Xiangwan awoke, glancing at the electronic calendar on the wall. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. How time flies. Zhan Xiu, embracing his wife, replied, "Indeed, it has gone by swiftly. I hope we can celebrate the new year well tomorrow. Yes, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal today and plan for the New Year's Eve feast. All right, I will follow your lead." The couple dressed neatly before heading out to the base's cafeteria. Upon arrival, they noticed Lung Fantian engaged in a tugging conversation with a man, the topic of which was unclear. Approaching them, Nan Xiangwan curiously asked, "Fantian, what are you up to, and who is this?" Seeing his friends, Lung Fantian immediately released his grip on Bai Yuan's arm, awkwardly stating, "Sister-in-law, this is a new friend of mine. His name is Bai Yuan." Bai Yuan, realizing he was in the presence of the base leader, quickly suppressed his initial discomfort and smiled. "Hello, I am Bai Yuan. I just arrived at the base not long ago." Nan Xiangwan regarded the newcomer, surprised by his handsome and fair appearance. She then glanced at Lung Fantian, sensing an underlying tension between the two. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she inquired, "Were you two just arguing?" "Ahem." Lung Fantian rubbed his nose and replied, "Well, Bai Yuan here is without a job at the moment. That I was hoping to have him assist me in the laboratory, but he expressed a disinterest, resulting in the situation you just witnessed." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan concluded that the two were indeed entangled in unrequited affection. She had not anticipated that her own partner had such inclinations. How well he had hidden it! She wondered if her husband was aware of this. With a smile, she remarked, "Bai Yuan, I think you should consider Fantian's suggestion. After all, the working environment there is quite pleasant, and most importantly, he has authority there, so you won't be bullied." Bai Yuan felt a bit flustered. His mind was muddled. However, he was uncomfortable with how Lung Fantian had been touching him. Something felt off, though he couldn't articulate it. Noticing Bai Yuan's silence, Nan Xiangwan glanced at Lung Fantian, signaling that she could only assist up to this point. She continued, "As for your matters, I suggest you take your time to discuss them. Zhan and I will head off to eat now. All right, you two go ahead. We won't disturb you. See you later." After Zhan Xiu and his wife were pulled away, he finally spoke. "What was that all about?" Nan Xiangwan, noticing her husband had not caught on to the situation, laughed. "Did you not notice that they have something going on?" Zhan Xiu furrowed his brow, recalling the earlier interaction. To him, it was merely a disagreement. Seeing that he remained oblivious to the subtleties, she pressed on. "Did you not realize how well suited they are for each other?" "Two men. Are you joking?" Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes. "You call him your brother, yet remain unaware of his preferences? What's wrong with two men together? I find it perfectly normal for two women to marry." Zhan Xiu fell into deep contemplation, questioning how two men could marry, and how they would even share a life together. The thought of such peculiar scenarios sent chills down his spine. That it wasn't that he held any prejudice. He just found it hard to accept for himself. "Let us just eat. Their affairs are not my concern. That if they prefer men, then let them be. He will just enjoy the spectacle," she replied. After the couple finished breakfast, they proceeded to the back of the cafeteria. The head chef, noticing the base leader's presence, quickly approached and inquired, "Mr. Zhan and Madam, is there something you need?" "Well, since tomorrow is New Year's Eve, please prepare 12 dishes for each table. Write up a menu combining beef, lamb, chicken, and fish, along with whatever vegetables we have in stock." The head chef's face broke into a wide smile. He had just been pondering where to source the ingredients for the New Year's feast. And here was a perfect solution that he promptly turned to fetch pen and paper to draft the menu. After a 10-minute wait, the head chef returned with a lengthy menu in hand. "Mr. Zhan, how does this look? If it doesn't suffice, I can make adjustments." Zhan Xiu took the menu and handed it to his wife, who eagerly began to review it. Upon glancing at the menu, one would observe the enticing selections: braised fish, roasted chicken, tomato beef brisket, charcoal grilled lamb chops, dompa pork, sweet and sour ribs, a platter of braised offal. For happiness meatballs, Northeastern-style mixed vegetables, spicy potato slices, a bountiful harvest, and fried peanuts. After perusing this assortment, Nan Xiangwan mused to herself that the head chef was rather extravagant, as the offerings were predominantly meat dishes, suggesting at least 100 tables would be required for the next day's feast. If one lacked a substantial reserve, the sight of such a menu would likely send the average person fleeing in terror. She then stated, "The staple will be dumplings, and for dessert, canned sweet soup. That's all. This afternoon at 1 o'clock, take a team to the storeroom to fetch the supplies." Upon witnessing Lady Jean's reaction to the menu, the head chef remarked cheerfully, "It seems our base's resources are indeed beyond his imagination." He continued, "We shall arrive promptly to collect the goods. However, you may find the next day and tonight to be somewhat taxing. Once the new year passes, I will ensure you receive a special red envelope. Off you go." After retrieving the menu, the chef returned to his station, seeing that there was nothing more to attend to. Nan Xiangwan led her partner to the storeroom, where she intended to organize the necessary supplies for a seamless return to rest. Anticipating the joyous occasion of the following day, she rummaged through a pile of couplets and lanterns she had previously collected. She then beckoned a patrol team. "Come over here." Upon approaching, the patrol team inquired, "Madam, is there something you need?" Nan Xiangwan pointed to the heap of couplets and lanterns on the ground, instructing, "Please ensure that the entire base is adorned with festive couplets, and that each building entrance is graced with a pair of lanterns. Otherwise, with the new year upon us, it feels as though something is lacking." The patrol members, taken aback by the presence of such decorations in a post-apocalyptic world, admired the base's leader. They promptly set to work, transporting the spring festival couplets. The thought of tomorrow's vibrant celebrations filled them with joy, as they had almost forgotten this tradition in the wake of the world's upheaval. After their departure, Nan Xiangwan returned to her apartment building and began organizing personnel to decorate elaborately. After all, it was the new year. The more vibrant the celebrations, the better the days ahead would be. As night fell, Nan Xiangwan illuminated the colorful lights of the entire apartment building, transforming it into a kaleidoscope of colors that was truly a sight to behold. Tao Yao, with twinkling eyes, wandered about in delight. "Sister Nan, you really outdid yourself. It has been ages since I felt the festive spirit of the new year. I can hardly recall where I spent last winter," seeing the childlike smile on Tao Yao's face. Nan Xiangwan replied, "I too have not felt the atmosphere of the new year for quite some time. This year marks our base's very first celebration of the new year. Yes, we've grown another year older. I hope next year brings smooth sailing and fewer troubles." "May your words ring true," Nan Xiangwan said, producing a large box and handing it to her. "Open it. It's a wedding gift for you." Upon realizing that her wedding to Xiao Jing was the following day, Tao Yao blushed as she eagerly opened the gift. When she unveiled the stunning new wedding gown, she was nearly moved to tears. "Sister Nan, it's so beautiful. I absolutely adore it. That's wonderful to hear. Tomorrow, our bride must be radiant and joyful." "Indeed, I will be the most beautiful bride." Xiao Jing, noticing that his bride had received a new dress while he had no new suit, cast a pitiful glance at Zhang Siyu, as if to say, "What about my gift?" Zhang Siyu, witnessing Xiao Jing's forlorn expression, sighed and tossed the suit from his storage space. "Take this and hurry along. I do not wish to see you." Xiao Jing gratefully accepted the suit, exclaiming, "Thank you, big brother. I shall take my leave at once." The others chuckled silently at his antics, appreciating the light-hearted moment as the excitement dwindled. Everyone retreated to their rooms, content with a good night's sleep that by sunrise. They emerged, polished and ready to descend. Meanwhile, Nan Haochen and Wang Hao arrived early at Nan Xiangwan's room, knocking on the door. This time, Zhang Siyu answered. Upon seeing him, Nan Haochen sweetly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, Happy New Year! Wishing you prosperity. Where's my red envelope?" Wang Hao chimed in, "Brother-in-law, Happy New Year! Wishing you prosperity. Where's my red envelope?" Zhang Siyu, taken aback by their eagerness, quipped, "Come in. I'll give you your red envelopes shortly. I've never seen anyone so impatient. Hee, it's the new year, and we're just seeking a bit of good fortune." Just then, Nan Xiangwan emerged for the kitchen. "Have you all had breakfast? Come, let us eat together before heading to the cafeteria to set up tables and chairs." "Sure thing, sister, but when will we receive our red envelopes?" Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes. After breakfast, of course. How impatient you are. Hee hee. Then thank you, sister. Nan Xiangwan served up bowls of porridge and boiled eggs, accompanied by pickled vegetables for breakfast, as she was not inclined to cook elaborate dishes at such an early hour. After they finished, she presented them with new clothes and a gift of crystal cores, sending them off. She then prepared her cosmetics, aiming to look splendid. Once she had transformed herself, Zhan Siyu could hardly contain his admiration. Wife, you look absolutely stunning today. If one didn't know better, they might think you were off to a blind date. Amused, Nan Xiangwan retorted, Do I usually not look good? Has the passage of time dulled your sense of aesthetics? Zhan Siyu, sensing the playful challenge, fervently replied, No. My wife is always beautiful. You simply look even more stunning today that I'm tempted to hide you away. That's simply one do. Today is a momentous occasion. We must venture out and let others see just how beautiful you are, so they can envy you. Zhan Siyu, pondering the nature of envy, murmured, What is there to envy? If they want a wife, they should find one for themselves. He then softly asked, May I steal a kiss? Not a chance. I just applied lipstick. Keep your distance, or I might get cross and make you kneel on a washboard for the new year. Seeing her refusal, Zhan Siyu sighed. To see but not to touch is a true torment. The two donned their new coats and stepped outside. By this time, the hall downstairs was already filled with guests. No matter whom they encountered, the first words exchanged were wishes of Happy New Year. Of course, no one was more elated than Xiao Jing. Initially, he had intended to hold the ceremony in the morning. But Zhan Siyu had suggested that with the world in chaos, there were already enough matters to attend to. He relented, deciding that the afternoon would suffice, as long as it wasn't tea in the evening. After all, before the apocalypse, evening ceremonies were typically reserved for second marriages, like the tea that moment. In the base's dining hall, the residents were busy arranging tables and chairs, ensuring every table was well stocked with drinks. Nan Xiangwan enhanced the festive atmosphere by bringing out a plethora of candies and peanuts, as today not only marked a wedding, but also featured an evening gala. The sight of the beautifully arranged gifts for the new year left everyone in high spirits, especially since most would be partaking in some entertainment that evening. At this juncture, Sidu Mo arrived with a sound system, directing the assembly while adjusting the audio settings that enhanced the ambience. He hastily set up a lighting system. Observing this, Nan Xiangwan approached and asked, Brother Mo, where did all this equipment come from? Sidu Mo replied nonchalantly, Your brother-in-law has stock. Pretty nice, I sent it. Nan Xiangwan, excited to see the long-forgotten equipment, exclaimed, Perfect, I plan to sing a song tonight. Kudos to my brother-in-law. Make sure to sing well. After all, with your status, a good performance might just attract some romantic interest. Nan Xiangwan, slightly embarrassed by the tease, retorted, As long as they aren't bad prospects. I am all for it. Rest assured, this time there will be a promising match. With the new year upon us, we're all bound to have good fortune. I too will seek out a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan replied, Then let us both aim to find love and embrace our destinies. The others nearby chuckled at his bold declarations. They continued their preparations until noon, ensuring the hall was perfectly arranged. Shortly thereafter, Sidu Mo made his way to the command center, activated the base SPA system, and announced at 1 p.m., everyone is to begin entering the hall, and no knives or weapons are permitted. Anyone found violating this rule will not be allowed entry. So please proceed with caution. Upon hearing the announcement, the residents of the base began to don their new clothes and prepare themselves, particularly the young women, who adorned themselves with the most exquisite attire. Eager to encounter a kindred spirit, as the clock struck 1 p.m., guests lined up promptly for entry verification. The first 10 tables were reserved for the base as higher-ups and team leaders, followed by the remaining attendees. Given the base's considerable population, each table accommodated 12, even 13 guests. Naturally, the evening's banquet would feature generous platters of food, as it was a rare celebration, and there was a palpable concern that the guests might not have enough to eat. The only regret is that there are only 5 children at the base. Otherwise, it could have been more lively. Nan Xiangwan sat on a chair upstairs, gazing at the program list in her hands, astonished to discover there were more than 50 performances, with the most dazzling being the song sung by the group of 5 little ones. She then addressed tonight's hosts, Bai Minghao and Long Yahua. saying, "Shouldn't we prepare a special gift for these 5 little ones? After all, they're the youngest at our base." Biming Hao glanced at the list and replied, "Sister-in-law, how about we prepare a set of educational books for each of them? At their age, they should be learning more." Nan Xiangwan responded, "Is that really appropriate? Giving kids a set of books during the new year? If it were you, how would you feel?" Biming Hao scratched his nose, somewhat sheepishly admitting, "I might feel a sense of despair. You know this, yet you suggest such a dismal idea? Thankfully, you're not a father. Otherwise, I would have to light 2 incense sticks for your children. Sister-in-law, how about rewarding them with toys instead? We have collected quite a few, and if we don't give them to the kids to play with, they will just take up space." Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes. "You're finally showing some common sense. Hee hee, I just haven't interacted with children before, so please forgive me. All right, let's go with toys. I'll also send them some educational books, because children should acquire knowledge when they have the chance. Otherwise, they will grow up illiterate." "Yes, I think the same." Afterward, Nan Xiangwan checked her watch and said, "You can head down now. It's almost 2 p.m., and we should be starting soon if we wait any longer. Xiao Jing might lose his temper." "Okay, let's go down now, Hua Zai." Once they descended, Nan Xiangwan stood up, taking Zhang Siyu's hand as they walked down the stairs. After all, they couldn't afford to be late for Xiao Jing's wedding. At that moment, the lights on the stage in the hall below lit up, and the chatter among the guests abruptly ceased. 2 handsome gentlemen then walked to the center of the stage. Biming Hao picked up the microphone, tapped it, and began to speak. "Friends, today is the 30th of 2039, a day of great significance. I am your host, Biming Hao, and I believe many of you are familiar with me. On this cold yet heartwarming day, we are gathered here to witness the sacred and solemn moment of Mr. Xiao Jing and Ms. Tao Yao's union. Let us cherish this season, revel in this romance, and remember to give a thunderous applause as we accompany this pair of happy young people on their new journey in life. Clap, clap, clap. Now, let us invite our newlyweds to make their grand entrance." As Biming Hao finished speaking, the hall filled with the symphony of wedding music. Xiao Jing, feeling nervous, guided Tao Yao toward the stage. I could see this moment. Although there were not many extravagant decorations, the witnesses present were beyond compare. When the two donned their new attire and stepped onto the stage, Biming Hao once again proclaimed, "Today is a festive occasion, not only for your wedding, but also for the celebration of all the people in our country. I am honored to host this wedding for you both, and I hope that I will be the next to find love." Laughter erupted from the audience. Stop. No laughing. Being single is not frightening. What is frightening is being single for a lifetime. So, for the sake of my future happiness, I'm always waiting for the lovely ladies in the audience to throw themselves at me. Back to the matter at hand, Mr. Xiao Jing. Do you take this beautiful lady beside you to be your lawfully wedded wife? Xiao Jing gulped nervously and replied, "I do." And Ms. Tao Yao, do you take this handsome gentleman to be your husband? "I do." Since both of you have made up your minds, I won't ask if you have any regrets. Do the newlyweds have any word to share with each other? I do. Oh, it seems the groom has prepared something. So I'll hand the microphone over to you. Xiao Jing took the microphone, his trembling hands betraying his excitement. He gazed lovingly at his wife and slowly began, "Wife, today marks a new beginning in my life. Previously, I was merely a smooth-talking guy, but today I have become a real man. Today, I will be your husband. From this day forward, irrespective of the circumstances, in sickness and in health, I vow to love you until death do us part. Yao Yao, I love you, and I will forever love only you." Upon hearing Xiao Jing profess his love in front of so many witnesses, Tao Yao felt a surge of emotion and nearly cried. Although they did not have a grand wedding or a white dress, she was genuinely grateful to fate for allowing them to meet in this chaotic world. She then took another microphone and said, "As long as you remain steadfast, I will follow you through life and death. Xiao Jing, I love you too." The audience erupted in a thunderous applause. Clap, clap, clap. Biming Hao, witnessing the couple express their love, continued, "Next, let the newlyweds exchange rings." Long Yahua immediately stepped forward with a pair of couple's rings. After the couple exchanged rings, Biming Hao's voice resonated once more. "I hereby announce that the wedding of Mr. Xiao Jing and Ms. Tao Yao is now official. Lastly, please the groom, kiss the bride. Kiss her, kiss her, kiss her." Listening to the crowd's playful chants, Xiao Jing blushed and gave his wife a quick kiss before whisking her away from the stage. The audience erupted in laughter at the sight. Bai Minghao, surprised by the groom's eagerness, picked up the microphone again and said, "All right, quiet down. Our newlyweds have run off, but this marks the beginning of our festive celebration. Now, let us welcome our evening's program host, Mr. Long Yehua, to the stage. Clap, clap, clap." Leaning against Zhang Siyu, Nan Xiangwan chuckled and said, "Was our wedding like this?" "No, back then we had just arrived at the base with nothing. I was eager to bring you home, so I apologize for the simplicity of your wedding." Nan Xiangwan turned around and kissed the man, saying, "I thought it was wonderful back then, as long as I married you. I would have been happy without a wedding, so please don't blame yourself." Zhang Siyu looked at his understanding wife and thought to himself that he had no regrets in this life. Chapter 144. Happy New Year. Meanwhile, on stage, under the guidance of Long Yehua, the performances had begun. The audience was thoroughly entertained. When the five little ones took the stage to sing, it ignited a wave of excitement throughout the hall. After all, these five children could be considered treasures of the base. Once all the song and dance performances concluded, the hall was filled with the enticing aroma of food. Guests raised their glasses in cheer, celebrating the arrival of the new year. Today, Zhang Siyu provided ample drinks, encouraging everyone to drink freely. Naturally, by the end of the night, many guests were already sprawled on the floor, regardless of whether they knew each other before or not. Everyone gathered together, discussing their hopes for the future. Ate tea that moment. In an empty room, Long Fantian pressed Bai Yuan against the door. "Bai Yuan, I like you. Will you be with me?" Bai Yuan, taken aback by the drunken confession, felt his world shatter. Although he had seen such relationships portrayed on television, being on the receiving end was entirely different. He found it hard to accept, but "Brother Long, I'm a man." Long Fantian, seemingly unfazed by his emphasis on masculinity, continued, "Whether you are a man or a woman, the first time I saw you, I fell for you as long as you agree to be with me. I could be anything you want in the future." Bai Yuan, overwhelmed by Long Fantian's bold declarations, felt a chill run down his spine as his mind conjured up various images. He shook his head, attempting to clear his thoughts. "Brother Long, I like women. I can't fulfill your request." Long Fantian looked up at him with sad eyes and said, "Can a man like another man? What is so great about women? All they do is cry. I can protect you. Why would you turn your back on me?" Seeing him drunk and talking nonsense, Bai Yuan sighed in resignation. "Brother Long, you will always be my big brother, all right? I will treat you well." "Nonsense. I want to sleep with you." You're drunk. How about we talk about this once you're sober?" Long Fantian shook his head. "I'm not drunk. I know exactly what I'm doing that you're just brushing me off." "You don't like me. Boo-hoo." As Long Fantian began to cry, Bai Yuan felt a rush of unease and said, "Don't cry. You're a man. Men shouldn't cry, you know. If your brothers find out, they will laugh at you." Bai Yuan watched him cry louder. He felt overwhelmed with empathy, as if all his past grievances were spilling out. He had once loved someone deeply, only to find it was unrequited. Just as he thought he had moved on, he was faced with another heartbreak. Feeling dejected, he just wanted to cry. Bai Yuan, noticing that Long Fantian's sobs were growing more intense, pressed his fingers to his temples. Feeling a headache coming on, he had never comforted a girl, let alone a grown man. He stood there, silently waiting for him to calm down. He couldn't understand why Long Fantian was so heartbroken. He didn't believe that rejecting him would cause such sorrow that, in truth, after the apocalypse, all of his loved ones perished, and he himself was at a loss as to how he had managed to survive. Once, he had merely been a novice white-collar worker in an office, fresh out of university and just stepping into the professional world. When the world was besieged by zombies, he trembled in fear, hiding away and weeping. Yet the harsh realities that followed compelled him to become self-reliant. The first time he killed a zombie, he vomited for 2 days and nights. The first time he witnessed a loved one die before his eyes, he was overwhelmed with despair, having no outlet for his anguish. Over time, he transformed, no longer resembling the sunny young man he once was. Throughout his journey of growth, despite the passing faces he encountered, he remained profoundly lonely. Lost in thought, tears streamed down his face. Thus, both of them wept for their grievances, cried for their helplessness, and lamented the bleakness and endlessness of the road ahead. Living truly felt unbearable. Then they shifted away from their previous topic and began to share their pasts and the pains within their hearts. Eventually, they unknowingly drifted into slumber. Fortunately, the entire base was equipped with heating. Otherwise, after such a night, they would have likely found themselves as mere ice sculptures by morning. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Nan Xiangwan, with a flushed face, began to sing childhood songs when Zhan Siyu carried her home. Her little mouth did not cease its chatter. The sun shines bright, flowers smile at me. The little birds say, "Good morning. Why do you carry a bomb on your back?" Burp, "I'm off to blow up the school. Never late. Once I pull the line, I'll run, and the school will be in shambles." Burp, upon hearing his wife's altered nursery rhyme, Zhan Siyu couldn't help but laugh heartily. How desperate she must have been to avoid school back then. Wishing to blow it up, his wife was truly adorable. After finishing her song, Nan Xiangwan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, saying, "Hubby, we've grown a year older. How swiftly time flies." Zhan Siyu approached her bedside with a damp towel and gently replied, "Indeed, we have been together for over a year now. Thinking back to when we first met feels like it was just yesterday. Darling, a kiss. Tonight I want to stay up with you for the new year." "Okay," Zhan Siyu, while wiping her face and hands, helplessly said, "You've had too much to drink. If you're uncomfortable, just sleep early. There's no longer the custom of staying up for the new year. Simply having a peaceful new year is already a blessing from heaven. Darling, the heavens don't treat us mortals as equals. Bullying us like this, don't you think it's gone mad, wreaking havoc on the world? It won't stop until it has played us to death." What you say is true. The heavens have indeed lost their senses. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't be suffering like this. That I believe the dinosaurs faced a similar fate thousands of years ago. It's just our turn now. Darling, I want to draw a circle to curse it. Zhan Siyu lovingly tucked a strand of hair behind his wife's ear and said, "All right, I'll find you a little stick, and we can draw circles together." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan burst into laughter. "Darling, why are you so good to me? If it were before, a clumsy hen like me would have been abandoned long ago. Never. The one I love is you. Sometimes I think having no children is quite nice. It means our world will always be just the two of us, and I won't have to worry about sharing your love with anyone else. Don't you think? How infuriating. You're so possessive, even jealous of our own children. But I'm still quite saddened. I've never been a mother in either life. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. If one day fate decrees I must die, I'll walk behind you, ensuring I can send you off and then find my way back to you. Why must I walk ahead of you? Because I don't want you to cry alone in solitude. You are my little princess, and I will provide you with the best in the world, ensuring not a single tear falls from your eyes. Darling, yes, I love you forever. I love you too, my wife, eternally." Chapter 145. An unusual New Year's Day. When the clock struck midnight, fireworks prepared by Zhan Siyu lit up the entire base. "Wife, Happy New Year. Let us watch the fireworks together." "Darling, I wish you a Happy New Year as well. Always handsome and charming." Thus, the couple leaned against each other, basking in warmth as they welcomed the new year. Meanwhile, regarding the newlyweds, as soon as Xiao Jing concluded the banquet, he eagerly carried his new bride back to their room. The two of them soon enacted a passionate performance. Had Tao Yao not been an ability user, this day would have marked her demise on her wedding day. Although they often engaged in intimate activities, tonight they were particularly wild. When the clock struck 12, they finally paused their fervor, cuddling together to admire the beautiful fireworks. Tao Yao still felt somewhat unreal at this moment. She had indeed married. Pinching the man beside her, she exclaimed, "Ah, why did you suddenly pinch me, wife? Just married, and you're already plotting to murder your husband." Cough, I just wanted to confirm whether I was dreaming. After hearing this, Xiao Jing, feeling somewhat wronged, replied, "Then you shouldn't have pinched me. Do you not love me anymore?" Seeing her husband slipping into his dramatic mode again, Tao Yao helplessly responded, "I'm sorry. Darling, that I love you. I'll strive not to pinch you again." Xiao Jing. Again, was there still time to return this wife? But he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing that if he did, he might end up sleeping on the floor for the rest of the night. So for the sake of his own happy life, he endured it. After all, this was a path he had chosen, and he had to walk it, even if it meant crying along the way. Perhaps this is what people often refer to as painful yet joyful. Later, as the night faded into normalcy, they resumed their shameless practice of martial arts skills. If you were to ask what martial arts skills, I can only tell you that it was how to raise a child. The next day, the sun rose on time. The base was eerily quiet, with even the cafeteria on strike that day. However, the two individuals who had slept in the cafeteria were stunned upon awakening. They exchanged smiles but said nothing, then exited, parting ways. After the events of yesterday, Lung Fantion had come to many realizations that, in truth, some love does not require possession. Silently accompanying one another is also quite beautiful. He was a good man, willing to let go while eternally guarding her. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Bai Yuan's heart remained unsettled for a long time, and some matters had left their marks, slowly altering him. However, later on, the two of them, the people in the base, aside from those on patrol, did not see anyone emerge to forage until noon. Most of them headed to the stores to purchase instant noodles. After all, after feasting on rich meats the previous night, a light meal seemed quite suitable for the following day, of course. Some individuals still exchanged points for frozen dumplings, adhering to the old tradition that dumplings must be eaten on the first day of the new year. Thus, by noon, the instant food products in the store were completely sold out, prompting the staff to close early and return home to rest. However, it was only the people of Jiangnan who enjoyed this new year comfortably. The residents of Goan and Donyang did not share such favorable treatment. Although Goan Base had an abundance of supplies, they also had a large population. Not only was their food not as good as Jiangnan's, but even the atmosphere fell short that on New Year's Eve, in a bid to conserve supplies, Jiangtao had only served 3 meager meat dishes, which left many survivors in the base dissatisfied. For a first-rate base, it was one thing to have mediocre meals on ordinary days, but to not even enjoy a proper feast during the new year left many feeling resentful. Regardless of their grievances, Jiang Tao acted as if he hadn't heard, as long as he was well fed. After this new year, many began considering leaving Goan. After all, it was now common knowledge that Jiangnan was the preferred choice in this apocalyptic era. If anyone accused them of lacking conscience, they would simply retort that when one is on the brink of starvation, what good is conscience? However, after the new year, an incident occurred in the Jing City area. The long-extinct lone wolf base had somehow caught wind of rumors claiming that the people of Xiangyang had all fled. As a result, Bai Lang boldly decided to seize the original Xiangyang base. Unfortunately, they arrived too late. The place had already been ransacked by the Donyang base. Aside from some intact architectural structures, there were no surplus supplies to be found. Yet Bai Lang's group did discover the base's laboratory. Upon seeing numerous zombies and corpses within, even these bloodthirsty individuals began to question their existence. Cheng Hu scolded the Xiangyang residents thoroughly. Who could have imagined that not only were the Goan people conducting atrocious experiments, but the Xiangyang base had also been involved? It wasn't until a great fire consumed the entire laboratory that their hearts calmed somewhat. After the previous destruction, only over 300 individuals remained in their base. Fortunately, most of them were ability users. Nonetheless, Cheng Hu still worriedly asked Bai Lang, "Brother, what if Zhou Muyang returns? Our people can't withstand another blow." Bai Lang, sensing his brother's concern, replied, "I share your worries. But we can't remain cooped up in the basement forever. If we want to survive, we must see the sunlight. Many of us were meant to meet the king of the underworld early. And it's only due to the apocalypse that we lived this long. Oh, don't be afraid. If that day comes, we brothers will embark on the journey together, and we won't be alone." Cheng Hu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He was indeed aware that this group of individuals were merely scavengers of time. Reflecting on how they had managed to live so carefree in this post-apocalyptic world, he concluded that even death would not leave him with any regrets. Glancing at his former prison brother, he turned and departed. He needed to organize the defenses of the base, living one day at a time. However, shortly after their arrival, the scouts from Donyang and the national security agents became aware of them. After all, these individuals were initially in search of Zhou Muyang's whereabouts. After waiting for so long without finding Zhou Muyang, they unexpectedly stumbled upon the lone wolf occupying their territory. Once the news reached back, the national security personnel promptly withdrew, leaving them to their fate. Only the Donyang agents felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had they known, they could have seized the opportunity, as Donyang's location and infrastructure were vastly superior to their current base. Yet, one could not blame anyone. It simply reflected the disparity in courage between their group and that of the lone wolf. As the saying goes, the bold thrive while the timid perish. After listening to Lu Yun's incessant chatter for an entire day, Qing Yun stepped out of the residence, his thoughts of departure growing ever more profound. He resolved that once winter had passed, it would be time for him to leave. Chapter 146. The Power of Self-Detonation After the Lantern Festival. The new year was officially behind them. On this day, the entire city of Jing suddenly trembled, albeit briefly. Yet many residents emerged to investigate the commotion, only to discover that a hospital had erupted in flames, and one understood why such a massive explosion caused the entire city to shake. Upon witnessing the scene, Nan Xiangwan was puzzled as to which hospital it was, casting a bewildered glance at her husband. Zhang Siyu, upon meeting the gaze of his wife, sighed and remarked, "This is the People's Hospital. The one you mentioned had issues." "What?" Nan Xiangwan was taken aback. Could something have escaped? Yet in her previous life, she only knew of the danger present there, but was unaware of its nature. However, she soon noticed something amiss. "Darling, have you noticed? There's not a hint of gunpowder here. It resembles a scene of an ability user self-detonating." After all, she had once triggered a self-detonation that engulfed an entire base. The magnitude of such power was incomparable to any ordinary bomb. Listening to his wife, Zhang Siyu quickly discerned the peculiarity, confirming her observation that there was indeed no scent of gunpowder. It appeared that while they were oblivious, someone had already breached this place, though it remained uncertain if the unfortunate souls had survived. Once the spectacle concluded, all personnel from the various bases returned home. In the apocalypse, no one bothered to extinguish fires. As long as the flames did not encroach upon their own base, they would not squander time or resources. Upon returning to the base, Nan Xiangwan summoned the upper echelons to the conference room. When all were present, she spoke. "Although we currently face no immediate danger, today's explosion is not a trivial matter. I would like to hear your thoughts, along with discussing the future direction of the base." With her words, the attendees fell into deep contemplation. After all, during this winter, aside from seeking supplies, they had rarely ventured outside. Moreover, with communication still down, they felt as if they were blind. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Nan Xiangwan prepared herself a cup of coffee, sipping it while she waited. Since nothing was pressing today, it was a good opportunity to sit down and discuss future plans. Upon seeing her enjoy her coffee, Tao Yao also stood to make a cup for herself and her husband, thinking it quite absurd to indulge in coffee at such an early hour. Before long, everyone in the conference room had a cup of coffee in hand. Observing their leisurely demeanor, Nan Xiangwan mused whether she and her husband were the only ones thinking ahead. She then spoke again. "As spring approaches after the new year, I believe those among you, without pressing matters, should once more lead teams to venture far and gather supplies. This time, we will focus on reinforced concrete, as we must fortify our outer walls. Should our suspicions be correct, the recent red snow could have spawned another wave of formidable zombies. Thus, everyone must take action." At this moment, Long Fan Tian interjected, "I believe what my sister-in-law says is valid. However, I have made new progress in the laboratory. The earlier red snowflakes have yielded results, containing substances not found on Water Blue Star. I cannot precisely identify what they are. Though it's not a virus, it can alter certain latent abilities in humans. However, during my experiments on zombies, I found that this substance indeed enhances their strength." Listening to him, Zhang Siyu replied, "Then adjust your direction. See if you can stimulate these ordinary individuals to awaken their abilities. Of course, it would be best if those individuals volunteered for the experiments. Otherwise, we would have difficulty explaining ourselves to the others in the base." "Understood. I will do my best. Since none of you have further comments, let us confirm this. After the new year, each team will consist of 30 individuals venturing out. Avoid areas dense with forests. Those plants are no longer something we can easily handle, and exposure could lead to severe consequences." "Understood. We will make the necessary arrangements." "Well then, the meeting is adjourned." After the others departed, Zhang Siyu turned to Nan Xiangwan and said, "Recently, some of the new survivors have been pilfering from others, stealing numerous items. After Mu Zi reported this to me, I had him expel those individuals from the base. I suspect they may harbor some resentment towards us." Hearing this, Nan Xiangwan scoffed. "Those insignificant beings, if they dare to cause trouble, I wouldn't mind sending them to their demise. That is not what I'm worried about. I fear they might spread rumors about our base once they leave. After all, a toad does not bite a person. It merely irritates. Don't let those individuals dampen our spirits. Once the weather warms up, we should set out to search for Zhou Muyang. This ticking time bomb must be dealt with soon. Otherwise, I can never rest easy. Zhang Xiyu, noticing his wife's concern, smiled and said, I have already broken through to the 8th level of abilities. So when we encounter him, I will avenge you and personally extract his core. Upon hearing that her husband had advanced without her knowledge, Nan Xiangwan lamented, Are you even human? I'm still stuck at the 6th level. You've already reached the 8th level. Confess, have you been hoarding all the benefits for yourself? Zhang Xiyu chuckled, I had abilities from the moment I was reborn. It's only natural that I progress faster than you. So there's no imbalance. Goodness, why is the heavens so favoring you alone? If it weren't for my family's legacy, I might have perished again long ago. Not at all. I believe the heavens have allowed us to be reborn for a reason, and we must await our task. Nan Xiangwan pondered the notion that their rebirth was not mere chance. Her mind wandered to the writings she had read in books. Could it be that in the end, this apocalypse would demand their sacrifice for resolution? If that were the case, she would rather be selfish than trade her life for the existence of those troublesome beings. It simply wasn't worth it. Zhang Xiyu, observing his wife's overthinking, chuckled. Let us take everything as it comes. For now, let us enjoy today. All right, enough of this. Come, let us check on how the chicks at the base are growing. Sure, the couple rose and headed to the livestock greenhouse. Upon opening the door, they were met with an unpleasant odor. Nan Xiangwan covered her nose, taking a moment to acclimate before entering alongside Zhang Xiyu, the farm manager, upon seeing Mr. and Mrs. Zhang promptly approached with a smile, saying, What brings you here, sir and madam? The smell here is a bit strong. If there is something you need, we can discuss in the office. Nan Xiangwan waved her hand dismissively, replying, No need. I just wanted to see how the batch of chicks is doing. Madam, aside from the initial loss of 12 chicks, there have been no further deaths. They're thriving well and should be ready for market in about a month. Chapter 147. The issue of seeds. Upon entering the greenhouse, Nan Xiangwan observed the chickens growing quite well, indicating that indoor farming was indeed viable. She then spoke to the manager. Let us hold off on slaughtering this batch for now. See if we can breed a new batch of chicks. Once we run out of food, I want to be able to source more breeding stock. Thus, your task ahead remains quite challenging. Do you have confidence in achieving this? Hearing that they were to incubate chicks, the manager beamed, saying, I can do this. Our family used to specialize in this. As long as this batch of chickens doesn't have genetic mutations, I guarantee we can hatch chicks. Good. Once you complete this task, I will increase your salary. Work hard. Thank you, madam. Nan Xiangwan continued. Just keep a few roosters. The excess can be sent to the cafeteria. Inform the kitchen staff that if meat is scarce, they can make soup. As long as everyone gets a portion. That's what matters. Understood. I'll remember that. After both parties confirmed that everything was in order, they turned and headed toward the other greenhouse. Just a few days prior, the supervisor had mentioned that the first batch of crops was maturing and would soon be harvested, though the yield would be substantial. Nevertheless, for Nan Xiangwan, any harvest was better than depleting their resources without gain. As the couple approached the base, they spotted Wang Su, the manager of greenhouse number 8, emerging with an anxious expression. Nan Xiangwan called out, Wang Su, where are you off to? Upon hearing someone call his name, Wang Su turned around only to find the person he had been searching for standing right there. He hurried over, anxiety evident in his voice as he spoke. Sir, madam, while harvesting grain today, we discovered that many of the corn cobs are hollow. Apart from the cob itself, there's not a single kernel to be found. Initially, we believed that the mere appearance of fruit indicated success. But it was only during the harvest that we realized the truth. Thus, he trailed off, shame washing over him as he lowered his head. He had not anticipated such a predicament and feared that the base leader might become enraged and dismiss him from his position, which would result in dire consequences for his family, as they depended on his contributions for sustenance. The thought of this made him nearly break into tears. However, upon hearing his words, Nan Xiangwan did not exhibit any anger. After all, the first batch of seeds had been sourced from outside, and since some had failed to bear fruit, they could simply take more care in the future. She then said, Please, lead us to inspect the fields. It may well be an issue with the seeds. There is no need for you to blame yourself. Given how tightly the corn kernels are encased, who could have anticipated that they would be empty? Perhaps it is merely fate itself. Wang Su felt a wave of relief wash over him at the absence of reproach from the madam. Very well. Let us go and take a look. I will ensure that a new batch of seeds is sent to you upon my return. As for the surplus from before, send it all to the cafeteria? Yes, understood, he replied promptly. The three of them then proceeded to the corn plantation. Upon seeing rows of felled corn, Nan Xiangwan picked up a cob, realizing that this was her first experience with grain cultivation. Her only previous encounter had been a school-organized rural experience. Yes, she peeled back the husk. She found it devoid of fruit, revealing only a thin layer of skin. Had this been harvested by farmers in the past, they would likely have been devastated. Yet, she could only blame herself. Had she known, she would have opted for seed from her space. Now that she was aware that many of the original seeds were ineffective, she took this as a warning for future planting. Fortunately, she had only cultivated one greenhouse of corn, and after discarding half of the waste, she still had some yield. Everyone, after harvesting the corn here, please send it to the storeroom. I will select better seeds for the next planting. Consider this a learning experience, and do not dwell on it. The workers in the greenhouse breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. At that moment, an employee approached with a piece of honeycomb, saying, "Madam, should we send this to the storeroom or the kitchen?" Nan Xiangwan looked at the sizable chunk of honey with curiosity. How do we end up with so much? Madam, the honey in our greenhouse is minimal. It is abundant in the vegetable greenhouse since their plants require pollination. We have only this piece after half a year. Very well, you may all share this. Tea is fine to steep it in water for a drink. You need not worry about me. Consider it a benefit for you all. The workers were overjoyed, for honey was indeed a prized treat, and they had not expected such generous rewards from their labor. They resolved to cultivate the land diligently, ensuring that such mistakes would not recur. Following this, Nan Xiangwan delegated a few more tasks before she and Zhang Xiyu set off to inspect other greenhouses. After a day of visits, aside from the major issue with the corn greenhouse, everything else was in good order. Upon returning home, Nan Xiangwan took Zhang Xiyu into her space and promptly headed to the grain storage. After a lengthy search, she finally unearthed what she deemed acceptable seeds. Zhang Xiyu, seeing her struggle, quickly lent a hand, as such labor was better suited for him. Once they gathered all the seeds, the two retreated to their room to rest. Thus, a busy yet fulfilling day came to a close. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, Zhou Muyang had completely transformed into a wild in an area where others would avoid at all costs. He thrived. Under ordinary circumstances, a human would have long succumbed to the cold in such weather. Yet, since becoming a half-zombie, his body had lost all sensation, rendering him oblivious to temperature. During the day, he would hide in a cave, venturing out only at night, when his memories faded, to hunt the mutated beasts of the mountains. Each morning, he awoke covered in blood, with no recollection of his nocturnal activities. Fortunately, he had lost his sense of taste. Otherwise, he would have surely been suffocated by the stench of blood, as he adapted to his current form. He began to venture out at sunrise to scavenge for food, returning to the forest before sunset. In moments of clarity, he pondered why he had become this way, often unwittingly recalling Wang Mo's face. It seemed his affliction had begun only after her arrival. The more he thought about it, the more he felt she was to blame. If only he could discover her whereabouts, he would demand answers. Why had she treated him so? Had he ever wronged her? Yet, regretfully, before he could confront his adversary, he had already set off on his own path, unaware that Nan Xiangwan had been keeping him in her thoughts, particularly regarding the crystalline core of his mind, as if it were a treasure waiting for her to claim. Chapter 148. The tide of mutated beasts. Nan Xiangwan had initially thought that this winter would pass peacefully, but tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, the entire Jing city was besieged by a widespread attack from mutated beasts. As the alarm blared at the south base, all ability users gathered in the square, awaiting orders. Zhang Xiyu took immediate command, recognizing the overwhelming number of beasts in this unexpected assault. All personnel, listen up. Situ, Mo, and Bei Mingho, take 500 men to the east for a sweep. Xiao Jing, Tao Yao, and Long Yahua, take 500 to the west. Nan Xiangwan and Shen Xingzhou. Head north with another 500. The remaining personnel, follow me to the south gate. Move quickly to your battlegrounds. We shall defend our home at all costs. At all costs, we shall defend our home. Go. As the square erupted into a flurry of activity, Zhan Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan ascended the walls, gazing down at the chaos of mutated beasts below. Zhan Xiyu was baffled. Their location was far from the mountains, so how had all these creatures descended so suddenly? It was hard to believe this was not a deliberate as the beasts assaulted the walls. Zhan Xiyu signaled, and those atop the walls unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The mutated beasts below roared in response. Oh, bang, bang, bang. Oh, Nan Xiangwan, watching the frenzied movements of the creatures, felt dizzy. Their speed surpassed that of zombies, resulting in many wasted shots. She thought to herself, regardless of their resources, they could not afford to waste ammunition. Raising her voice, she commanded, aim at your targets before firing. Conserve your bullets for a brief moment. The troops felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing they had momentarily lost their focus, nearly forgetting that their ammunition was limited. Consequently, they ceased their indiscriminate firing, observing the relentless onslaught of mutated beasts below. Blood pooled on the ground. However, the larger creatures were impervious to the bullets. Zhan Xiyu again took charge, instructing 300 ability users, advance and initiate a coordinated attack. Alternate your powers while targeting the beasts. Move quickly. Upon receiving their orders, the soldiers discarded their machine guns and began to unleash their unique abilities. As the larger mutated beasts were struck by these powers, they crashed violently against the walls, creating fissures. Had it not been for the steel reinforcements embedded in the outer walls, they might have truly feared a breach. Simultaneously, similar scenarios were unfolding at the other three bases. The area was teeming with mutated beasts, as if driven from their lairs, attacking humanity without restraint. From a distant high-rise, a fearsome zombie observed the direction of the national security base. This was his gift to them, and it was merely the beginning. He intended to return all the torment he had endured. With a sinister chuckle, he turned and departed. As night fell, the weary fighters found themselves still struggling to rid the area of the mutated beasts. They began to suspect that every animal in the vicinity had emerged to meet their demise. Only Nan Xiangwan, while attacking, remarked, once the battle concludes, these mutated beasts will provide our evening feast. Let us all strive for that. Upon hearing her words, the fighters were reminded that these creatures were indeed edible, and their morale surged. After all, the ground was littered with potential sustenance. Although their base provided a meat dish daily, it was hardly sufficient to satisfy their appetites. With the madam's promise of roasted meat, they knew they needed to finish their tasks quickly to enjoy the reward. Thus, Nan Xiangwan observed as her people fought fiercely against the mutated beasts, displaying a fervor reminiscent of confronting a personal enemy. Ultimately, as the sun disappeared from view, the day-long battle reached its conclusion. Exhausted warriors leaned against the walls, gasping for breath, having fought even more fiercely than against the zombies of yore. Had it not been for the base leader's foresight in reinforcing the walls, they would have surely faced dire consequences. At this moment, Zhan Xiyu returned to the command room and activated the base's broadcast system. He addressed all non-combat personnel. All personnel not engaged in combat immediately proceed to the battlefield to clean up. Anyone found shirking their duties will be expelled from a base. You are all encouraged to monitor one another. We welcome reports. After all, every person less means a bit of food saved for the base. So let us all spring into action. As the broadcast announcing the end of the battle concluded, the ordinary citizens, including the elderly, women, and children who had sought refuge indoors throughout the day, swiftly exited their rooms and made their way to the battlefield outside the base. Few dared to be idle, for their commander's words were as authoritative as gold. Disobedience could lead to dire consequences without a shred of leniency. They had fought hard to secure a place to survive, and they were resolute in preventing any such misfortune from occurring. Thus, they hurriedly moved about, fearing that lingering too long might expose them to retribution. In truth, Zhan Xiyu had no intention of tormenting these individuals. It was merely excessive to have his weary soldiers clean up the battlefield after a long day. He was no fascist. After all, If those who had been idle all day did not contribute, then who would? Once the grotesque, mutated beasts were dragged back to the base, boiling water was set to simmer in the square. Despite the frigid weather, there were no concerns about the meat spoiling, and with a stroke of luck, they might feast until spring, enjoying unlimited meals twice a day. The head chef personally supervised the proceedings, dispatching all familiar animals to be prepared AS for the unknown creatures. He ordered them set aside, for even among animals, some are not fit for consumption, like the southern base. The spoils were being diligently processed, and the national security personnel were equally engaged. Alas, the lone wolves and those from Danyang were in a dire predicament. Their base was far less fortified than others, and the day's battle had resulted in staggering losses. Though they had emerged victorious, the sight of fallen superhumans and the devastation of their base left little room for J.O.Y. times. The leaders of both sides contemplated merging their bases, thinking it might provide a semblance of safety. Yet, the age-old adage that two tigers cannot coexist in the same mountain loomed large. The question of who would prevail was a contentious one, and so these musings remained merely hypothetical. The sole consolation was that this winter, hunger would not be a pressing concern. Upon returning to her room, Nan Xiangwan hurriedly took a shower and rummaged through several large boxes of barbecue seasonings, determined to indulge in roasted meat that evening. She was eager to savor it. Aside from the brief encounter with mutated beasts during their journey, it had been a long time since she had enjoyed such a delicacy. Had it not been for the troublesome plants on the mountain, she might have already succumbed to the urge to lead a hunting expedition. After all, free gourmet food that could also replenish the energy of superhumans was an opportunity too good to pass up. As the night unfolded, the square of the southern base was enveloped in smoke and fire, appearing as if shrouded in mist from a distance, and a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. After relishing a satisfying feast of roasted meat, the inhabitants of the southern base awoke the next day to discover that many of their superhuman abilities had advanced. That it was only then that they realized the meat of the mutated beasts possessed such remarkable properties. Consequently, the chefs in the cafeteria prepared meat for their meals twice a day. However, fearing that the ordinary citizens might overindulge and suffer adverse effects, Nan Xiangwan instructed the kitchen to prepare basic meat dishes for them. Fortunately, there had been no fatalities from overeating. Otherwise, she would have felt immense guilt. Yet, despite the respite from the beast tide, the outside world remained perilous, with mutated creatures still wandering about, as if the animals were homeless and aimlessly roaming. Upon recognizing this issue, Zhang Xiyu remarked to his wife, "If my intuition serves me correctly, something formidable must have emerged in the nearby mountains, for otherwise, these animals would not linger in the city instead of returning to their lairs. Should we not investigate?" He felt an uncanny sense that something significant was about to unfold. Nan Xiangwan, preoccupied with her handheld gaming device, nonchalantly replied, "No, it's too cold. Let us wait until spring to ask for any danger. It doesn't concern us. If we encounter uncontrollable factors, then so be it." Amused by his wife's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Xiyu chuckled, "Then we shall not go. After all, if the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. Come, let us play together." Rolling her eyes, Nan Xiangwan mused to herself that this man always gravitated towards her whenever he had free time. Could he not find something else to occupy himself? However, after exhausting the 300 mini-games available, she tossed the controller aside, contemplating whether she should seek out more engaging activities, as the boredom was palpable. Previously, she had been too busy to play, and now, with an abundance of time, she felt like a walking contradiction. That moment, there was a knock at their door. Zhang Xiyu rose to answer it, finding Mosey on the other side, who inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Yes, someone has discovered the whereabouts of Zhou Muyang." Upon hearing Zhou Muyang's name, Nan Xiangwan rushed to the door and asked, "Is the information accurate?" "Yes, but only a vague trace, as most people are too wary to approach Zhou Muyang due to his abilities." "Come in, and let us discuss the details." The couple stepped aside to allow Sidhu Mo to enter. Nan Xiangwan brewed a pot of tea, and the three of them shared sips while conversing. "Mosey, share everything you know, and we shall analyze where this person might be hiding." The sister-in-law, "Our information is also gathered from other bases that to ascertain the truth. We must send our own people to investigate." However, as for Zhou Muyang's combat prowess, I am uncertain whom we should dispatch. If we inadvertently expose ourselves, the person sent may never return. So what do you think? Nan Xiangwan pondered, delaying her response. Such a convoluted matter was indeed challenging to navigate. Currently, aside from her husband, who would likely be safe in his encounter, it was difficult to guarantee anyone else's safety. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet if they refrained from sending someone, they could not ascertain the information's accuracy. Given the current situation, it seemed many in the capital were on the hunt for Zhou Muyang, that if they sought to capture him. She could hardly believe that their motives were altruistic. They were likely coveting the coveted crystal core. Just moments ago, she had dismissed the idea of venturing out due to the cold, only to find herself faced with a contradiction. She sighed and said, "Darling, I believe we should go ourselves. At the rate things are progressing, Zhou Muyang will inevitably be claimed by someone else. Rather than risk that, it is better to act swiftly." "But you just said it was too cold. Should we not wait?" "No. That dazzling crystal core is beckoning to me. It must be mine, and no one else can lay claim to it. Therefore, we shall set out tomorrow to find him. For the sake of the crystal core, I shall endure." Zhang Xiu found his wife's forlorn expression amusing. All for a mere crystal core, she was so determined. Realizing they must indeed embark on this journey, he rose and accompanied Mosey to the meeting room to finalize the arrangements. After all, he could not predict how long they would be away, and it was prudent to ensure that everything at the base was in order. He certainly did not wish to return to find the base in chaos. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan retreated to her space to find Dahua, eager to take it along for some fun. Perhaps it might even manage to find a mate of its own. "Dahua, tomorrow we shall venture out together. Are you excited?" Ing. So excited. Whether or not Dahua would find a mate depended on its own efforts, and the success of her carnivorous plant army also hinged on its performance. "So, you must strive to do your best, understand?" Upon hearing this, Dahua waved its leaves in dismay. Did it really want a mate just to have offspring? Ing. I desire a world for two, not to raise young. Seeing it bargaining, Nan Xiangwan chuckled. "You need not worry about raising offspring. I can assist you with that. Thus, your world for two is not mutually exclusive, so be obedient, and I assure you will not suffer." Feeling wronged, Dahua lamented that it was still a baby, and its owner was being rather overbearing. Could it not refuse to eat? However, its thoughts were inconsequential, as Nan Xiangwan had already made her decision. Ultimately, under her firm persuasion, Dahua acquiesced. Thus, having reached a certain agreement, Nan Xiangwan rewarded Dahua with a plump, fat pig, for one must ensure that the horse is well fed before it can work effectively. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast, the couple set off in their exclusive vehicle, heading towards the small town to the north. It was entirely plausible that Zhou Muyang was still lurking in that vicinity. Given that their base was originally situated to the north, the question remained as to where he had concealed himself. For high-level zombies, some semblance of cognitive ability persisted. After all, she and her husband had witnessed zombies capable of speech in their previous life. Although only a pitiful two had existed, their journey northward was relatively uneventful. As they neared the small town, they parked the car and proceeded on foot, having detected the presence of many unfamiliar individuals. It appeared that substantial resources had been allocated to gather intelligence. Nonetheless, for the couple, no number of intruders could disrupt their pursuit of Zhou Muyang, as his head had already been marked for them since her previous life. Chapter 150. Into the mountains in search of Zhou Muyang. After finding a secluded house, the couple settled in, maintaining their vigil throughout the bright daylight, untroubled by the prospect of unexpected occurrences. Nan Xiangwan produced a smokeless coal stove to keep warm, wishing she had a small son to ward off the cold, especially with the necessity of a large sofa for their comfort. Thus, they leisurely passed the day, yet Zhou Muyang remained elusive. Unbeknownst to them, the individuals they were monitoring were engaged in honing their abilities within a cave. During the day, he excavated numerous zombie crystal cores in the vicinity. Even though he appeared neither fully human nor fully ghostly at the moment, he understood the significance of strength. Thus, he lingered in the cave for 3 days before finally descending the mountain. The individuals below, who had been searching for him, finally caught sight of the figure they sought. However, Zhou Muyang's speed was astonishing. Every time he descended, he would quickly procure what he needed and retreat. Yet, Zhang Ziyu and Nan Xiangwan were not inclined to relinquish the rare opportunity of encountering him. After following him, they discovered that he had been evading them atop the mountain all along. Observing the withering flora of the winter landscape, they pondered that if they did not venture into the mountain now, it would become even more difficult to enter once the season changed. Consequently, Nan Xiangwan found an unoccupied spot and took Zhang Ziyu into the spatial realm. Upon entering, she inquired, "Darling, do you think entering the mountain now would pose any problems?" That is truly difficult to ascertain. After all, since our arrival in the capital, we have not kept track of the conditions within the mountain. So if we wish to ascend, there are indeed many uncertainties, he replied. What do you propose we do? If he does not descend, we can only wait indefinitely. We cannot simply stand outside in this frigid weather, can we? Let me think. Do not rush me that we already know where he is, so let us rest for a while. Very well, take your time. Regardless, we must resolve this matter swiftly. Otherwise, if those from the base act together, acquiring the crystal core will prove troublesome. Rest assured, I am aware of the situation that I will first check the weaponry storage and refine my skills. Go ahead. I will take a short nap. Wake me when you have made up your mind. All right. Nan Xiangwan returned to rest, while Zhang Ziyu proceeded to the spatial armory. His mind was racing, contemplating what kind of weapon could harm the mutated plants without causing too much noise. He desired to discreetly resolve the matter with his wife, ensuring that no one would discover who had taken Zhou Mu Yang's crystal core. However, after searching for some time, he realized that, aside from tranquilizer darts, all other weapons would create a commotion. He thought, could it be that he would have to rely solely on his supernatural abilities this time? Reluctantly, he searched once more before returning to his room, contemplating that perhaps they should just head straight up the mountain, taking each step as it came, especially since the winter flora was dormant. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and rushed to the back mountain, calling out, "Dehua, come out." The playful Dehua, upon hearing its masteress call, instantly appeared before Zhang Ziyu, tilting its large head in curiosity, as if to ask, "Do you need something?" Zhang Ziyu, taken aback by the size of his wife's pet and its adorable demeanor, twitched his mouth and said, "I have a task that requires your assistance. Can you help?" Woo woo woo. What is it? Zhang Ziyu nearly forgot that this creature could only be understood by his wife, rendering him unable to communicate. He sighed and said, "Perhaps it is better for you to converse with your owner. Go play." He then turned to find his wife, intending to send the man-eating flower into the forest for reconnaissance. If all went well, he would then bring his wife along, minimizing unnecessary risks. Once Nan Xiangwan learned of her husband's intentions, she promptly communicated with Dehua and decisively expelled it from the spatial realm, instructing it to return the following day. Outside the spatial realm, Dehua stood alone, bewildered by its abandonment. Am I being forsaken? So cold. After contemplating for a minute, it darted into the mountains, thinking that since its master had neglected it, it might as well entertain itself. However, the moment it entered the mountain, it immediately caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Its eyes brightened as it eagerly maneuvered its vines in pursuit. When Nan Xiangwan emerged from the spatial realm the next day, she was startled to find her little pet had not returned. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, she attempted to establish a mental connection, but was met with silence. Bewildered, she muttered, "Could that troublesome flower have gone mad? And I can't even reach it. What if something has happened?" Shaking her head, Nan Xiangwan replied, "No, if something had occurred, I would know that I believe it must have discovered something amusing, which is why it hasn't returned at the appointed time. It seems we cannot rely on that flower. We must arm ourselves and proceed." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhang Ziyu felt a twinge of frustration. He had hoped Dehua would gather some intelligence, but now it had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the couple had no choice but to fully equip themselves and venture into the mountains. However, just as they entered, another group of individuals arrived, entirely comprised of supernatural beings. The team leader surveyed the dense forest and waved his hand, leading his team into the depths. After traversing for a while, both groups sensed something amiss. The mountain was eerily quiet, devoid of any living creatures. Even the mutated plants were unnaturally still, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Yet, neither party sought Zhou Mu Yang, as it seemed he was well hidden. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan remained unperturbed, focusing instead on locating her lost pet. Upon seeing De Hua tending to a young man-eating flower seedling, she finally understood why it had not returned. She approached and asked, "Is this your newfound kin?" "Woo woo woo. Master, it is in dire straits. Can we save it?" After examining the small flower, Nan Xiangwan discovered its roots were beginning to rot. Had she arrived any later, it would surely have perished. With a wave of her hand, she placed them into the rear mountain of the spatial realm, reassuring De Hua, "It will be fine. Just take care of it." She then resumed her search for Zhou Muyang. However, as night fell, they had yet to locate him. Finding a concealed spot, they decided to rest in the spatial realm, planning to continue their search the next day. After all, they had already come so far, and there was no point in rushing. The mountain was vast, and it could take days to explore thoroughly. Patience and luck were their only allies. Just as the couple was about to rest, Nan Xiangwan suddenly sat up and said, "Put on your clothes. There's a commotion outside, and it's quite significant." Seeing that his wife was not joking, Zhang Siyu quickly donned his clothes and exited the spatial realm. Before he could steady himself, they spotted a blaze rising from a remote area of the mountain. "Hurry, look! There's something happening over there. Let us go see," Nan Xiangwan urged. "All right, but be cautious. We have no idea what reckless individuals might have intruded. The allure of that 7th-tier crystal core is indeed substantial. Ha. If it truly is Zhou Muyang, we can simply wait and reap the benefits. Let us go, lest someone else snatch it from under our noses." Thus, the couple swiftly navigated through the forest. Upon reaching the area ablaze with light, they witnessed more than 20 supernatural beings attacking a zombie, were it not for the electric bolts emitted by the creature. Nan Xiangwan would have doubted whether they had indeed found the right target, for Zhou Muyang appeared to be handling them with ease. "Darling, let us conceal ourselves and observe. Zhou Muyang is unlikely to fall so quickly. After all, calamities persist for millennia." "Agreed. Let us wait and see." Finding a sturdy tree, they settled in to watch the spectacle unfold. As they observed, Nan Xiangwan mused, "Do you think these individuals are from the National Security Agency? After all, I find it hard to believe those two could cultivate so many 6th-tier supernatural beings." Zhang Siyu, engrossed in watching his wife, tightened his embrace around her waist, playfully admonishing, "They must certainly be sent by Jiang Tao. His ambitions are vast. How could he not covet that crystal core? I just hope these individuals are up to the task. I doubt it. Once they are all dispatched by Zhou Muyang, it will be our turn to step in." "Really? You hold Zhou Muyang in such high regard?" Zhou Muyang's lightning abilities are inherently formidable, and he has devoured numerous lightning-type supernatural beings' crystal cores during his training. Those are far more potent than ordinary crystals. Coupled with the enhancements from his zombified form, he is akin to an impenetrable fortress. For this group to kill him, they would need to be 7th-tier supernatural beings. Or else it would be nothing more than a futile endeavor. Nan Xiangwan leaned forward, intrigued. "Then it seems we may soon acquire an abundance of additional crystal cores. They're all 6th tier. After all, if Jiang Tao learned of this, do you think he would be furious? Not at all. Despite appearing to be an ordinary person, he possesses supernatural abilities. It's just that no one is aware of them." "What?" Nan Xiangwan exclaimed, astonished. "How do you know this?" "Fool, in my past life, I was the war god of the National Security Base. How could I not know? Quickly tell me, what is that old man's supernatural ability? How could he disguise himself so effectively?" Zhang Siyu adjusted his cloak and replied, "The person from my previous life was similar to Wang Hao. He was of the dark type. Those who knew his true identity are now deceased, which is why no one is aware of his background. I, too, only discovered the truth at the moment of my demise. So, unless something unexpected happens, he remains that same dark old fellow. Otherwise, why would he harbor such grand ambitions? If you were an ordinary person with little time left, would you still engage in such antics? Thus, we have been deceived by him. He is truly a master manipulator." Nan Xiangwan, taken aback by the revelation of the National Security Agency's formidable figure, could only think that experience truly counted for something. Meanwhile, as the couple exchanged whispers, the battlefield ahead had already incurred heavy casualties. Zhou Muyang, the newly transformed zombie, was easily overpowering this group. "Captain, we should retreat. He has completely evolved now. We are no match for him at all. If this continues, We will only face total annihilation. Captain Zhang Yiming's eyes were red. He never expected that a simple mission would cost them so many lives. These were the elites of the team, and over 20 of them couldn't even take down a single zombie. What fate would they have to confront their superiors upon returning? Even if he were to die today, he would stand till the end. For as long as the zombies lived, they would pose a threat to their base. As the nation's honorable captain, he believed that death in battle was the only honorable end. He then bellowed, "No one is allowed to flee. Today, it is either him or us. Charge forward." The other team members, witnessing their captain's madness, could only brace themselves to confront the zombies. After all, since the captain had decreed not to retreat, they could not take it upon themselves to abandon the fight, lest they face dire consequences upon returning. Just the thought of that terrifying laboratory made everyone shudder involuntarily. They figured that rather than returning in failure to end up on the experiment table, they might as well fight with all they had at least if they truly died, it would be a form of liberation. After all, no outsider would ever know what they had endured. Subsequently, fueled by adrenaline, they recklessly unleashed their abilities. Remarkably, Zhou Muyang was indeed injured by their onslaught. Staring at the severed arm on the ground, Zhou Muyang remained motionless. He struggled, yearning to escape this place, but his body refused to heed his commands. He was now consumed by a thirst for blood, intent on annihilating those around him, and he was in agony. Despair enveloped him. He was no longer whole, just when the silence lingered for less than 2 minutes. Zhou Muyang erupted into a frenzy. As if triggered, he engaged in mindless slaughter. Nan Xiangwan, witnessing the scene, clicked her tongue and remarked, "How pitiable indeed." Yet, those who are pitiful must also have their detestable traits. Thus, the battle concluded at the break of dawn. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a testament to the ferocity of the previous night's conflict. Zhou Muyang, utterly exhausted, collapsed in that moment. Clarity returned to him. When Zhang Siyu and Nan Xiangwan emerged, he hoarsely inquired, "Who?" This sudden utterance startled Nan Xiangwan. How could he suddenly speak? During the battle, he could only grunt. So what was happening now? Was she imagining it, or was Zhou Muyang genuinely speaking? However, Zhang Siyu seemed unfazed. He stepped forward first, asking, "You can still hear us, can't you?" Upon realizing it was Nan's leader, Zhou Muyang replied, "I can." Surprised that he could still speak in such a state, Zhang Siyu remarked, "It's a miracle you can still talk. But you must be in immense pain now, right? Given our fateful connection, why not share any final words you have? Honestly, in your current condition, it might be better to let go. Living is merely suffering. Perhaps an early reincarnation could grant you a better life, so speak up." Listening to Zhang Siyu's ramblings, Zhou Muyang thought that today would indeed be his last. He was undeniably weary, and, as Zhang suggested, perhaps death was the true release. Coming to this realization, he spoke again, "Cremate me. Thank." Witnessing his torment, Zhang Siyu felt a twinge of sympathy that if the roles were reversed, he doubted he would possess Zhou Muyang's fortitude. He then raised his hand, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning. When Zhou Muyang saw this, he smiled and closed his eyes, numerous images flashing through his mind until the moment of his demise, when he understood that he and she had once been friends. Chapter 152, No Return Without Inebriation. As Zhang Siyu turned Zhou Muyang into a pile of ashes, he thought, "Wasn't it supposed to be cremation?" "You liar." Zhang Siyu remarked, "Apologies, my friend. Neither I nor my wife possesses fire abilities, so this is how it must be. After all, ashes are ashes, regardless of how one dies." He then picked up a purple crystal core, the size of a night pearl, and approached his wife. "Here, your spoils. This person is no more." Nan Xiangwan accepted the crystal core, murmuring, "Once we fought side by side. Now we have no further connections. That I hope you find goodness in your next life and happiness for eternity." She then turned and began to extract the cores of the others before quietly departing. Zhang Siyu had originally anticipated a fierce battle upon this outing, but ended up with an unexpected boon. One could say that fate was particularly kind to him. Upon returning to the base, Nan Xiangwan went to the space without including Zhang Siyu. She needed some solitude. Seeing her in this state, Zhang Siyu could only let her be. Some matters required personal contemplation. After a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he headed to the conference room. With his wife absent, he could only shift his focus to other tasks. When Xiao Jing saw him return, he inquired eagerly, "Did he die?" As Zhang Siyu prepared his coffee, he replied, "Yes, he is gone. This world will no longer know him." "Wow. You two are quite impressive, surviving a 7th-tier lightning zombie and returning unscathed. I'm in awe." "Huh. We merely reaped the benefits of a fortunate circumstance. There's nothing to be in awe of." Upon hearing that there were more juicy details, Xiao Jing pressed, "Come on, tell us what happened." At that moment, others entered the room. Zhang Siyu, taking his seat, casually stated, "National Security dispatched over 26-tier abilities users, and my wife and I witnessed a grand performance. When all those abilities users fell, Zhou Muyang succumbed as well. And we naturally resolved him, which is why I returned without a scratch." The others were taken aback by this revelation. Realizing the formidable strength of national security, they had not anticipated the deployment of so many skilled individuals. However, imagining the fallout from such a debacle, they could only wonder what expressions their superiors would wear upon learning the news. Perhaps a look of constipation would be in order, as it turned out. They were indeed spot on at that moment. Jiang Tao, upon learning the outcome, was furious, smashing everything in the room that it was merely a zombie, and not only had he failed to obtain what he desired, but he had also lost both his soldiers and his wife. Most infuriating was that the cores of those cultivated soldiers ended up benefiting others. The thought of it made him wish to obliterate everyone. His secretary trembled at the door. Who could have imagined such a flawless plan would fail? It was impossible not to be enraged. After all, those individuals had been cultivated at great expense. The first mission had ended in failure. Anyone would find that intolerable. Once Jiang Tao had vented his frustrations, he instructed, "Find out who took those crystal cores and report back to me immediately with the results." "Yes, I will notify them right away." The secretary quickly exited. Returning to Zhang Siyu, after discussing the matter, he added, "Starting tomorrow, when there's nothing to do, let those abilities users focus on honing their skills. They can't just eat and sleep. When terrifying creatures appear, we can't bear the burden alone. After all, I'm not their parent. They must grow strong enough to protect themselves and their families." "Understood. But don't you have something weighing on your mind that you haven't shared with us? It feels like there is something bothering you." "Yes, we're all brothers. If you have something on your mind, we could discuss it together. Don't shoulder everything alone, making us seem useless. Exactly, we're brothers. You could trust us." Seeing them rallying around him, Zhang Siyu helplessly pressed his forehead and said, "Do you really want to know? Once you learn some things, you might not sleep as soundly at night." "Go ahead. We can handle it. We share fortune and adversity. Right, we face it together. Hao Chun, you guard the door and don't let anyone in a brother-in-law. I want to know too, I'll tell you later. Just guard the door for now. Be obedient." "All right." After Nan Hao Chun awkwardly left, Zhang Siyu began. "The head of national security, Jiang Tao, has conducted many inhumane experiments in secret. For what I know, they not only cultivate zombies and forcibly enhance abilities users, but have also nurtured the existence of zombie kings. They intend to control the world and reign supreme. So, are you afraid? What we face in the future is not just zombies, but also Jiang Tao, that ultimate boss, a dark abilities user more terrifying than Wang Hao's dark abilities. He represents destruction." The room fell silent as the others absorbed this information. They had always believed that confronting zombies and mutated beasts was their only challenge. Little did they know that their greatest threat would come from their own kind. The head of national security had hidden himself so deeply that if Zhang Siyu hadn't revealed it, who would have suspected? No wonder he said that knowing the truth would make it hard to sleep at night. If one could still sleep soundly, they must have a heart of stone. Seeing their stunned silence, Zhang Siyu continued, "You don't need to dwell too much on this. After all, we're in an apocalypse. Every day we survive is a blessing. If that day comes, we can always choose to go down together. After all, we've all died once, so there is nothing to fear." Hearing his comforting words, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. Indeed, at worst, it would just be death. What was there to fear? Dragon Yihua was the first to speak. "We brothers may not be born on the same day, but we can certainly die on the same day. I am content with that. TCH, what if we team up to take down that old bastard?" Xiao Jing scoffed. He could hardly believe that so many people couldn't bring down an old monster. If they were truly that incompetent, they might as well perish. He couldn't afford to lose face. Upon hearing this, everyone else burst into laughter. Indeed, who decreed that they couldn't defeat him? What if they emerged victorious in the end? Therefore, they decided to let things unfold naturally. Zhang Xiyu, encountering such self-comforting individuals, couldn't help but chuckle. Tonight, I'm treating everyone a hot pot. Let's revel in this moment. After all, if we can live lavishly for a day, we should seize the opportunity. Don't you agree? He then raised a toast to Zhang Laoda's contribution, proclaiming, "Tonight, I shall drink until I am inebriated." Yes, until inebriation. Chapter 153. Stealing a moment of leisure amidst busyness after the meeting. Zhang Xiyu returned to his room. Upon entering, he found his wife snacking on sunflower seeds while watching a movie, pondering how quickly she had recovered. Indeed, a woman's emotions can be fleeting, but he settled on the sofa and inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling better?" Nan Xiangwan smiled upon seeing her husband return and replied, "I'm fine now. I just got a bit caught up in my thoughts." Zhang Xiyu embraced her gently, saying, "I just informed them in the conference room about the current situation." And then, she asked, "They said if we don't take down Jiang Tao together, we'll all have to go find the king of hell for tea." Nan Xiangwan couldn't help but chuckle. This group of people spoke so audaciously about finding the king of hell for tea. It seemed that after the apocalypse, many had grown indifferent to life and death. However, sometimes the truly reckless are the most fearsome. She continued to ask, "What else did you discuss?" "Not much, just recounted how Zhou Muyang met his demise. Then I spontaneously decided we should have a hot pot dinner tonight. The boss is indeed generous. Do you need any spare parts for your legs?" Zhang Xiyu, catching his wife's playful jab, replied with a somber gaze, "My legs are fine. It's just that the bed lacks a warm companion, and why, dear wife, I haven't had meat in days. Please let me have a bite. I'm craving it." He leaned down and kissed her enticing red lips. Nan Xiangwan thought to herself, "Why aren't you following the usual script? I haven't even agreed yet." However, as they kissed, they rolled onto the bed, and the room began to heat up, creating ripples of intimacy. When the sun set, they finally awoke from their slumber. Nan Xiangwan shot a disgruntled glance at the man beside her. Indeed, men are like wolves, unwilling to relent until they are fully sated, she lamented. "Look at what you've done. Are you a vampire? If you tempt me with strawberries again, I shall make you sleep alone. Thankfully, it's winter. The high collar of my sweater saves me from embarrassment." Zhang Xiyu, feeling a bit guilty, rubbed his nose, thinking it was because he hadn't had meat in several days. If he could feast daily, he wouldn't find himself in such a predicament. He could only blame his prolonged hunger. Noticing his silence, Nan Xiangwan decisively slipped into the space for a shower. Upon realizing his wife had left him behind, Zhang Xiyu sighed and headed to the bathroom himself. By the time they both dressed and stepped out, an hour had passed. Nan Xiangwan, seeing his sister and brother-in-law finally emerge, hurried over and asked, "Brother-in-law, what time are we starting?" Zhang Xiyu, amused at his brother-in-law's eagerness, replied, "We can start as soon as we're ready." "What are we waiting for? Let us head to the conference room now. My stomach is already growling." "All right, let us go now. No more urging." The three then made their way to the conference room. Resuming their earlier activities, once everything was set, Nan Xiangwan opened the meeting room door and called out, "Dinner is served. Latecomers get soup." Then, the room filled with people rushing in. Nan Xiangwan thought to himself, "Are they drawn by the aroma? I've never seen such punctuality." Once everyone was gathered, Zhang Xiyu declared as per tradition, "Let's begin." "Indeed, let us uncork the wine and toast. Such a fine day deserves a drink." "Wouldn't you all agree?" "Yes, Zia Jingzi is right. We must partake. Come, everyone, fill your glasses." "Yes, fill them to the brim." Nan Xiangwan, seeing their exuberance, smiled and remarked, "Are you all preparing for the guillotine?" "Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. We're living for the moment. After all, who knows when our time will come? While we can enjoy good food, we must indulge fully to avoid any regrets. Right? Why are you all so pessimistic? Let me make this clear. As long as you don't wish to die, I can ensure you all live well. So, let us not overthink things. Let us live happily. Regardless, Jean and I are here to support you. Sister-in-law, you're mistaken. We're all brothers. We can't let you bear all the burdens. After today, we'll all cultivate our abilities and one tea hold you back. Yes, what Zia Jingzi said echoes our sentiments. After today, we'll strive together. This is our shared home. Indeed, let us not say anything more. If we're going to live, we live together. If we're to die, we die together. Cheers, cheers. Seeing the camaraderie among everyone, Nan Xiangwan decided to join in. After all, words held little weight at this moment. They then began to savor the hot pot in the frigid winter. Only fine wine and hot pot could uplift the spirits. Xiaojing, the comedic relief, even turned the drinking into a game. Everyone excitedly exchanged cups, drinking merrily. Even Nan Xiangwan's hand itched to join the revelry. In the end, the only sounds filling the room were the bubbling of the hot pot. One by one, the inebriated souls were lost to the effects of alcohol, utterly unaware of their surroundings. Even Tao Yao and Nan Xiangwan, the two women, wore expressions of confusion. The only one still somewhat sober was Zhan Xiu. Though he had consumed quite a bit, he found himself impervious to the effects of alcohol that night. He got up, turned off the power in the room, and hoisted his inebriated wife, swaying slightly as he made his way back to their room. The next day, as the sun hung high in the sky, the drunken revelers in the conference room were stirred awake by the glaring sunlight. Looking at the remnants of their previous night's debauchery, they mused that if they continued drinking at this rate, Zhan Xiu's little treasury would soon run dry. After all, they were aware that their current drinks were merely stockpiled reserves. Once everyone had left, Sid Mo pressed his throbbing head and called for someone to clean up. Meanwhile, a disturbance was brewing at the Danyang base. Qin Yun had united with the brothers below him and had surprisingly eliminated Lu Yunhe. This was unexpected for many, as despite Lu Yunhe's shortcomings, his combat prowess was formidable. Yet he was successfully dispatched by the second-in-command of the base, who then claimed his position. The very first opportunity, he altered the base's rules. From now on, those who idled would go hungry. If they wished to eat, they would have to work, or else they would starve to death. The infrastructure of the base awaited action, and if the new leader acted like Lu Yunhe, he would inevitably lead them to ruin. Therefore, whether they complied or not, the force of arms would ultimately prevail. Naturally, those unwilling could leave at any time, which would conveniently save on supplies, something he welcomed wholeheartedly. Chapter 154. Cole Fantian's second activation. The news of Zhou Mu Yang's death reached everyone that very day. Regrettably, those who went to investigate found no clues, as the scene had been thoroughly destroyed, leaving them clueless about who had committed the act. Some who coveted the crystal cores felt disappointed, while others were relieved that someone had finally dealt with him. However, Jiang Tao was the most furious among them, lamenting that he had nurtured such useless individuals who couldn't even uncover the truth behind a minor incident. He regretted underestimating the situation from start. Yet, compared to his anger, the lone wolves were elated. With Zhou Mu Yang gone, they no longer had to live in fear of his potential attacks. Ever since they arrived at Xianyang base, their nights had been fraught with anxiety, fearing that they could meet their demise at any moment. When Zhan Xiu received updates from the other three bases, his mind raced. This moment, Long Fantian entered the conference room and said, "Hey Zhan, do you remember when I was sent to the laboratory?" "Yes, what about it?" "Are you seeking revenge?" "Not exactly. My enemies are untraceable. I don't even know if they're alive or dead. What concerns me is that if the contents of that laboratory were ever released, we could face several Zhou Mu Yangs. Should we consider going there in the spring to blow up that laboratory?" "That is not out of the question," Zhan Xiu replied, turning to gaze out the window. "However, if we were to go, we should bring at least 60 people with us." Long Fantian, sitting in his chair with his eyes closed, pondered the previous circumstances before saying, "There aren't many people there, but they possess a drug that can render ability users unable to employ their powers instantly. However, I have developed some of that drug myself, so I believe we could manage with just 30 skilled individuals." Hearing this, Zhan Xiu was intrigued, as it was the first time anyone had mentioned such a drug to him, that he curiously asked, "Why haven't you mentioned this before? Was it also developed in that laboratory? I had previously forgotten to inform you that this potion was indeed developed by the old researchers from that laboratory. Initially, I assumed it was merely an anesthetic, but only after inadvertently reviewing the complete data did I grasp its true nature. Subsequently, I meticulously recorded all the information upon my arrival at the base. I completely overlooked this matter, Only recalling it later while researching other subjects, I then casually obtained some of it, thinking it might prove useful in due course. Zhang Xiu turned around, seated himself on the sofa, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Let us keep this matter confidential. We must not let too many people become aware. Also, return the potion you developed to me. It is rather unsafe to keep it within the experiment. Should it fall into the wrong hands, we could find ourselves in peril. Furthermore, I advise you to cease the development of such potions for the time being. Your safety is paramount. Remain vigilant regarding those around you. As they are not our brothers, should anyone be bribed, the consequences would be dire." Upon hearing Zhang Xiu's words, Lung Fantian felt a sudden chill in his heart. How could he have overlooked such critical considerations? If their secrets were indeed stolen and used against them, he would be the villain. He immediately sprang to his feet, declaring, "I shall retrieve the items for you at once." Observing his urgency, Zhang Xiu thought it prudent to accompany him, stating, "I will go with you. This way, we can mitigate any unforeseen incidents." Lung Fantian concurred, realizing this would alleviate his anxiety, for aside from his intellect, he was not particularly formidable in terms of physical strength. Suddenly, he inquired, "Do you think I should undergo a secondary enhancement of my abilities? Otherwise, I fear I may fail to protect myself." Zhang Xiu glanced at him and replied, "That is feasible, provided you are not averse to pain. I shall accompany you during the activation that he hoped for his brother to become stronger." After contemplating the current lack of pressing matters, Lung Fantian resolved to take the risk, stating, "Let us commence once I have gathered the items. I fear that should we delay, I might falter." "Very well. Let us hasten," Zhang Xiu urged. The two then made their way to the laboratory, where Lung Fantian entered his designated experimental chamber by inputting the code. This space housed the finished potions he had developed, many of which were based on data pilfered from others. For someone who once specialized in chemistry and pharmaceuticals, such a feat was indeed challenging. Zhang Xiu observed the array of bottles and jars, uncertain of their purposes, and simply said, "Please hand over everything you currently deem unnecessary and potentially dangerous. I will safeguard them for now. Additionally, during your experiments, exercise caution regarding those around you. Do not compromise the core data. Rest assured, I am well aware of this. Even regarding the previous vaccine, others are only privy to half of its components. The complete data resides solely in my mind." "That is reassuring. Let us begin packing," agreed. Once they had finished packing the items, the two departed from the laboratory. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadowy figure observed their exit before hastily lowering their head, a subtle action that went unnoticed. Upon returning to their residence, Zhang Xiu guided Lung Fantian to a soundproof room in the basement, a space previously occupied by Nan Xiangwan. After securing the door, Zhang Xiu plopped onto the sofa and inquired, "What ability do you wish to acquire?" Lung Fantian, seated on the bed, pondered for a moment and replied, "How about wood manipulation? Upon upgrading, it could also provide healing capabilities. It is both offensive and defensive, and I believe it suits me well." "Very well. If you have made your decision, prepare yourself." Zhang Xiu then produced a green crystal core from his spatial storage and handed it to him. "Upon ingestion, you must endure the activation of your abilities. Otherwise, I lack the means to provide you with a second chance." Lung Fantian chuckled. "Do not worry. I am not so feeble. Consider it an experience akin to childbirth." "Ah, that analogy suggests you have personal experience." Zhang Xiu teased that, "You wouldn't understand. I am about to begin. Guardian, keep watch over me." "Indeed. Best of luck." With that, Zhang Xiu watched as Lung Fantian closed his eyes and swallowed the green crystal core. Determined not to let his comrades down, he recognized this as the only path to strength. Even if it meant death, he was resolute. As time passed, Lung Fantian's body became unbearably hot, and he collapsed onto the bed. Trembling, Zhang Xiu, feeling a pang of sympathy for his brother, silently cheered him on, knowing that strength could not be attained without hardship. Their activities were known only to Mosey, who had encountered them earlier, while the rest remained oblivious to their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan, unable to locate her partner, assumed he was preoccupied with business and decided to seek out Tao Yao for amusement, feeling no concern as long as he was within the base. However, as evening fell without sight of the two, Nan Xiangwan sensed something amiss. Her partner rarely vanished for such extended periods, prompting her to inquire with Mosey about the situation. Mosey, not one to conceal information, promptly informed her that Lung Fantian was activating his abilities with Zhang Siyu's assistance. Upon learning this, Nan Xiangwan reflected on the immense pressure they must be under, lamenting that they could have led a tranquil life instead of forcing themselves into the role of warriors. Shaking her head, she retreated to her room, resigning herself to the chaos. Knowing her partner would not return that evening, she settled onto her soft bed and succumbed to sleep. Later that night, Mosey made a brief visit to the basement. Finding everything in order before returning to his own quarters, that it was not until midday the following day that Lung Fantian finally opened his eyes, weakly uttering, "Am I still alive?" Zhang Siyu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, replied, "Indeed, you are alive. Congratulations, huh? It seems even the king of hell despises me. Having flirted with death, he still won't take me, but I guess I shall continue to wreak havoc upon others." Zhang Siyu chuckled. "First, drink some water to recuperate before we venture out. It will serve as a delightful surprise for them. Let us hope it is not a fright. This exhilarating surge of energy feels quite pleasant. Had I known, I would have acted sooner. What a missed opportunity. It is not too late. This is merely the beginning." Lung Fantian considered this, for even the enemy plotting rebellion would require time to prepare. Once he felt physically capable, they ascended the stairs together. Upon entering the hall where others were sipping tea, the sudden appearance of the two sparked curiosity. "Where have you two been for an entire day? Surely you haven't been sneaking off to indulge in culinary delights." In response, Lung Fantian brandished a slender willow branch, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, and no wonder they had been absent for so long. They had evidently been occupied with significant matters. Dragon Yehua, grinning, exclaimed, "Congratulations, my brother, for finally acquiring your own weapon. Goodness, such a monumental event, and you two managed to pull it off quietly." Sitting down in resignation, Lung Fantian replied, "What monumental event? If you desire, you could do the same right now. You need only endure the pain." Xiao Jing waved his hand dismissively, jesting, "I believe I am quite content as I am, and see no need to burden myself further." Zhang Siyu, appearing fatigued, declared, "All right, everyone should return to their respective tasks. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. I have not rested a wink all night." Seeing Zhang Siyu's weary countenance, the others held their tongues and returned to their training. After all, with Lung Fantian exerting himself so diligently, they felt a sense of obligation not to slack off. Meanwhile, upon witnessing her partner's exhausted return, Nan Xiangwan felt a pang of concern and asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yes, quite successful. Why, dear wife? I am weary. Allow me to rest for a while. Just call me for dinner, of course. Sleep well." Recognizing his genuine fatigue, Nan Xiangwan waited until he was comfortably tucked in before finding a book to quietly keep him company until nightfall. When Zhang Siyu eventually opened his eyes once more, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of chicken soup, feeling grateful for his wife's care. However, just as he was about to savor the soup, a knock echoed at their door. Approaching to open it, he found Bai Minghao standing there, looking puzzled. There's something you need?" "Boss, 12 individuals have arrived seeking an audience with you. They're foreigners, and I was unsure how to proceed. Would you like to meet with them?" Zhang Siyu frowned at this news. Where had these foreigners come from? Sensing his hesitation, Bai Minghao stood silently, awaiting instructions. Take them to the conference room and serve them coffee. Have Xiao Jing entertain them for a moment, but remain vigilant. We know not their intentions or if they possess any dangerous items. Heighten security. I will join you shortly." "Understood. I will inform them." Once Bai Minghao departed, Zhang Siyu turned to Nan Xiangwan, who inquired, "What was that all about?" As he dried his hair, he explained, "Foreigners have arrived at the base, and I have no idea from where they originated. They wish to negotiate with me. Likely seeking resources, as our base's greenhouse is quite renowned." Nan Xiangwan responded, "If they wish to exchange resources, that is acceptable. We can trade for firearms and crystal cores. My supplies are nearly overflowing, so acquiring something different would be beneficial. However, the specifics of the exchange will rely on you. I shall contemplate this matter thoroughly. For now, I must change my attire." "Yes, do go ahead. Upon your return, we shall enjoy some chicken soup together, which I shall keep warm for you." "Very well." In the conference room, 12 foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes sat in silence, leisurely savoring their coffee. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had not indulged in coffee for quite some time. Thus, in appreciation of the beverage, they patiently awaited the arrival of the leader of Nan. However, Zhang Siyu had yet to appear, and instead, Xiao Jing entered the room. "Hello. Greetings to all. I am Xiao Jing, the diplomat of the base." Bai Minghao inquired. "You are a diplomat. But what of him?" The foreign individuals exchanged glances, and one who spoke Mandarin stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me, where is your leader? Why has the base chief not arrived? Does he hold us in contempt?" No. The base chief is currently attending to some matters and will arrive shortly to prevent you from becoming bored. I have been sent to engage you in conversation. However, I am curious about what you wish to discuss with us in Nan." Upon hearing a straightforward approach, the foreigners were momentarily taken aback. Were all individuals from Huagua not cunning and shrewd? Why was he devoid of unnecessary pleasantries and instead delving directly into the subject? Was this a sign of disinterest and wasting time on trivialities? Regardless of the situation, the foreign translator responded. "Can you make decisions?" Xiao Jing replied. "He can make decisions, I suppose. However, to ascertain whether he can, we must first understand what you desired." He smiled and continued. "That will depend on what you wish for and what you're willing to offer in exchange. After all, our base possesses many valuable items. If what you have to offer is not substantial, I would advise against presenting it, as it would only waste our mutual time." After the translator conveyed his words to his companions, they began to whisper among themselves. Observing their discussion, Xiao Jing remained unperturbed. After all, he was merely there as a vanguard to pave the way. Time was on his side. After a considerable while of deliberation, the translator finally spoke. "Mr. Xiao, we wish to exchange some supplies, as well as 10 doses of the zombie vaccine. Please inform us of your needs. Anything we possess can be considered." Xiao Jing's expression darkened upon hearing the latter part of the statement. He had not anticipated that the base's vaccines would attract attention so swiftly. It seemed there were issues within the management of the base that he then smiled and asked, "For whom do you intend to use the vaccines? Are you planning to return for research?" Upon hearing Xiao Jing's words, the translator's face grew awkward, thinking to himself how bluntly this individual spoke. Could he not be a tad more tactful? He mustered the courage to respond, "We intend to keep them for our own use. After all, you are aware that no one can guarantee their safety. Once infected with the virus, only your Nan's vaccine can save lives." Xiao Jing took a sip of coffee and continued, "The vaccines can be exchanged, but only 3 doses are available. I simply do not have more, that a significant portion of the original stock has already been utilized. And currently, the raw materials are exceedingly scarce. Thus, we can only offer this quantity, and each dose comes at a steep price. Are you able to afford it? Mr. Xiao, you must provide a price so we can ascertain whether we can afford it." The translator insisted. Xiao Jing did not respond immediately, instead contemplating how best to negotiate the exchange. Before he could finalize his thoughts, Zhang Siyu entered the room. The moment he stepped in, the foreign individuals sensed the formidable aura emanating from him. The translator promptly rose and courteously said, "Greetings, if I am not mistaken. You must be the base chief. That I am the accompanying translator, Parlo." Zhang Siyu scanned the group and replied, "Greetings. I apologize for making you wait. It is no trouble. One might say we have intruded. Had it not been for the time constraints, we would not have come to visit at this late hour. But we truly appreciate your hospitality." Zhang Siyu waved his hand dismissively, sitting down and stating, "May I inquire where you all hail from?" Parlo smiled and responded, "We come from the north. However, we received word that Nan possesses the zombie vaccine, which compelled us to hastily bring our people here. Otherwise, none of us would venture out into the cold." Zhang Siyu fell into contemplation after hearing his words. If locals had come seeking vaccines, he would find it quite normal. After all, many had utilized them, but it was expected that word would spread. However, the fact that news had traveled so far struck him as unusual. If there had been flights in operation, it would be understandable, but given the current dire conditions, he could not fathom how the message had reached such distances. What was the ulterior motive behind this? Even if they sought to undermine Nan, must they go to such lengths? He found many aspects perplexing. He then coldly instructed, "Xiao Jing, recount your earlier conversation to me, and I shall consider the matter further." Parlo understood that this visit would not be as straightforward as anticipated. So he returned to his seat and patiently awaited their discussion. After Xiao Jing had relayed the entirety of the previous conversation, Zhang Siyu began to calculate the potential implications of exchanging the vaccines. He harbored no fear of them conducting experiments with the vaccines, since the issue of raw materials was already a considerable headache. The crux of the matter was whether they genuinely sought to save lives. He realized that after his rebirth, matters were becoming increasingly intriguing, diverging significantly from his previous life. That he then spoke, "Mr. Parlow, it is getting late, but if you do not mind, you may stay at our base tonight, and we shall discuss matters further tomorrow. After all, we have never exchanged vaccines with others before, and I need time to deliberate on how to ensure a mutually satisfactory exchange." Parlow, recognizing the wisdom in Zhang Siyu's words, felt it inappropriate to demand immediate results. After all, negotiations should not be rushed. They had already traveled such a distance, so they would abide by the host's wishes and reconvene the following day. Moreover, they genuinely required rest, he replied. "We shall heed Mr. Zhang's suggestion. We appreciate your hospitality. It is no trouble. Guests are always welcome." Zhang Siyu then turned to Situ Mo and instructed, "Take them to the adjacent guest room to rest, and prepare some dinner for them. I leave their care in your hands." He even winked afterward. Situ Mo immediately grasped Zhang Siyu's intent and promptly stated, "My subordinates will make arrangements at once. Mr. Parlow, please follow me to the guest room." Parlow relayed the situation to those beside him before they all stood and followed Situ Mo. Once the guests had departed, Zhang Siyu turned to Xiao Jing, saying, "Call the others. Let us deliberate on how to negotiate an appropriate exchange." "Very well. Please wait for me. I shall return shortly." "Understood." Xiao Jing went off to summon the others, while Situ Mo called Liang Shuzhe to assist with the reception, ostensibly to monitor their every move. Parlow and his companions enjoyed a warm dinner under Mosey's arrangements, finding the Huabu cuisine somewhat unfamiliar, yet far preferable to the hard, stale bread they had endured. After ensuring that everyone was settled in their rooms, Mosey gathered his subordinates to discuss certain matters. This night was destined to be restless for many. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Zhang Siyu was engaged in discussions with his brothers about the exchange, particularly considering Long Fontain's suggestions, as he alone knew the specifics of the materials involved. If they were to incur losses in the exchange, Zhang Siyu would surely find it impossible to rest. Thus, Long Fontaine began to enumerate the precious medicinal herbs available, though he refrained from mentioning those that were not obtainable. For now, an estimation would suffice that if currency were involved, they would not need to engage in such convoluted negotiations. The key issue was that they were limited to barter, seeking to maximize their own interests. Once Long Fontaine finished speaking, Zhang Siyu and the others found themselves in a quandary. What exactly should they offer in exchange? Moreover, what could they procure? Would they be able to transport larger items? Problems abounded. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan, noticing that her partner had not yet returned, brought a large pot of chicken soup to the conference room. Upon entering and discovering the 6 of them present, she smiled and said, "First, let us eat. After that, you can continue your discussions. Nothing is more important than filling our bellies." Seeing his sister-in-law had prepared soup, Xiao Jing immediately ingratiated himself, saying, "Sister-in-law is the best. Thank you." Zhang Siyu, upon noticing that his wife had prepared soup for everyone, felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought of sharing. After all, it was his soup. However, seeing that she had filled everyone's bowls, with his being the largest, he felt somewhat appeased. "Please eat quickly, and perhaps someone could enlighten me about your discussions that I might have a solution." After all, men's perspectives differ from those of women. The men sipping chicken soup pondered her words, finding her reasoning quite valid. As the discussions continued, Nan Xiangwan soon realized their dilemma and felt a sudden headache coming on. Why must they exchange vaccines of all things? Was it so easy to trade? What gave them the confidence that they could indeed secure an exchange? Moreover, who was behind the information they received? How had they managed to reach so far? Many matters had become deadlocked, leaving her perplexed. The conference room fell into a contemplative silence, each individual lost in thought. The situation was undoubtedly convoluted. After a quarter of an hour, Long Fontaine spoke up first, suggesting, "Why not consider exchanging for some medicinal herbs they possess? We need not contemplate traditional Chinese medicine. They should have some Western medicine available. upon hearing the suggestion to exchange for herbs. The group pondered whether this could indeed work. This moment, Nan Xiangwan remarked, I fear they may not have any. In truth, their city possesses the most fuel. We could exchange some gas and oil. I'm merely curious about how they transport it. Are you not intrigued? Zhang Xiyu set down his bowl and replied, It is winter now. Vehicles can traverse the frozen river. Thus transportation is actually more convenient than in summer. After all, once the river thaws, the variables become significantly greater. Who knows if the marine life will mutate after enduring a winter? If the oceanic creatures do indeed mutate, would that not render our vessels incapable of passage? Indeed, it is precisely so. I suggest we adhere to my sister-in-law's proposal. 1 vial of reagent in exchange for 10 tons of oil or fuel, he concluded. Xiao Jing, you are quite audacious in your demands. 10 tons? Are you certain they can provide that? Bah, they can take it or leave it. We have already made our offer. Whether they accept is their prerogative. As for supplies, we can trade for thermal weapons instead. Let's procure more explosives. We could use them to obliterate a base, which would be splendid. The others contemplated this and realized it was indeed feasible, considering they lacked nothing but the thermal weapons, which had a high consumption rate. If that is the case, let us proceed with this arrangement. If they refuse, we can address it later. Very well. Tomorrow we shall negotiate according to Xiao Jing's suggestion, but if it doesn't work out, we shall discuss it then. It is too late now. Let us retire for the night. With that, Zhang Xiyu stood and took his wife's hand. Departing, he had no intention of allowing those foreigners to disrupt their rest. After all, there would be more opportunities to converse about this matter. Thus, the group concluded their discussion in solitude. Had they known, they might have simply sent Xiao Jing to handle it directly. However, once the foreigners arrived at Jiannan, the scouts promptly relayed the information back to their respective superiors. The leaders of the bases were left bewildered, pondering the origins of these individuals and why they had received no prior information about them. What could be their purpose for visiting Jiannan? That night, while the inhabitants of Jiannan slept soundly, the others found themselves unable to rest. The next morning, after Sima Mo treated the foreigners to a Western breakfast, their spirits lifted, for they could not enjoy the culinary delights of the Flower Nation. Naturally, they pondered how much material Jiannan possessed and how much they could potentially exchange. In truth, only Nan Xiangwan and Zhang Xiyu were aware of the true extent of Jiannan's resources. The base's warehouse was merely for show, as most provisions resided in another dimension. Particularly, Nan Xiangwan's space was virtually limitless. Yet, besides Nan Haochen and Zhang Xiyu, no one was privy to the fact that Nan Xiangwan possessed such abilities. She was adept at concealing her treasures. After finishing breakfast, Parlo inquired of Sima Mo, when will your esteemed leader discuss matters with us? I will check on that shortly. Given your abrupt arrival, we must allow time for consideration. Parlo conceded, acknowledging their own impudence with a smile. No worries, we can wait. We appreciate your understanding, Mr. Parlo. If you have no pressing matters, feel free to visit our library. Entertainment options are scarce at the moment. If that does not suit your taste, you may pass the time with card games. Sima Mo suggested. Upon hearing this, Parlo consulted with his companions and, after considering their suggestions, responded, they wish to learn about your country's card games and mahjong. Would it be convenient for your leader? Sima Mo, perceiving their interest in such activities, thought to himself, are they here on vacation? Nevertheless, he smiled and replied, certainly, I shall prepare for that now and have someone escort you there. Thank you for your assistance. Parlo expressed. After Sima Mo departed, he dispatched a message to Zhang Xiyu. Since they were so keen on amusement, they could indulge for a few more days. After all, it was they who were eager to exchange resources. When Zhang Xiyu learned of this, he readily agreed. Let them be. We shall address it when they are truly pressed. Understood. As Parlo departed, Nan Xiangwan chuckled. Do you think this group came for a vacation at our expense? They are living off our provisions without any shame. Zhang Xiyu, amused by his wife's remark, reassured her, do not worry, dear. I shall ensure we recoup every last bit. With interest, of course. Humph, that is more like it. I refuse to support these foreigners for free. It is a waste. All right, but do you think they might just be the first wave? What do you mean? Nan Xiangwan suddenly had a flash of insight and asked uncertainly. Could there be more coming? It is hard to say. I have an inkling that there is a hidden hand at play. Damn. If that is the case, surely others are on their way. What will the people at the National Security Base think? Might they assume we intend to betray our country? Bah, let them think what they will. After all, they are not virtuous either if they oppose us. We shall fight. Upon hearing her husband's words, Nan Xiangwan burst into laughter, taken aback by the adorable sight of him. His boldness in the face of conflict was indeed rare. Once her laughter subsided, she suggested, "Darling, since they do not regard us as equals, why not take this opportunity to play a grand game?" "What sort of game?" "Let us wait for 2 days. If no one else arrives at the base, we shall proceed as planned. However, if more individuals come, we will offer 8 vials of vaccine to the highest bidder." "What do you think?" Zhang Xiyu, with a hint of indulgence, responded, "Aren't you concerned that they might engage in conflict at our base?" "Not at all. If they have come here, they must be prepared for the worst. I only recognize tangible benefits. Everything else is negotiable. We need not extend courtesy to these foreigners. Securing our interests is paramount." "Very well. We shall proceed, as you suggest." Over the next 2 days, Zhang Xiyu had Mosey accompany the foreigners in their leisure activities. It was not until 3 days later that 2 additional waves of foreigners arrived at the base, confirming Zhang Xiyu's suspicions. Indeed, he had not miscalculated. Chapter 158. The Convergence of 5 Nations once all parties were assembled. The previous conference room proved insufficient to accommodate them. Zhang Xiyu instructed Mosey to escort everyone to the venue where the students had previously presented. With over 50 individuals in attendance, Mosey ensured everyone was properly seated before Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan made their entrance. As they entered, the foreigners were immediately captivated by the striking beauty of the couple. Their presence commanded attention wherever they went. Zhang Xiyu remained composed despite the scrutiny, but upon noticing the attention directed at his wife, his expression darkened, but he addressed the assembly coldly. "Ladies and gentlemen, since you have traveled great distances to reach our Zhangnan base, I hope you will not squander our time. Please state your intentions directly." Upon witnessing Zhang Xiyu's displeasure, the audience quickly averted their gazes and sent representatives forward to greet the couple. "Greetings, I am Maria, the accompanying translator from Eastern Country M.IT. Is a pleasure to meet you." Observing that the representative was a woman, Zhang Xiyu instinctively stepped aside, drawing his wife closer to him. He had no desire for any friendly interactions with the women present, fearing he might end up sleeping on the floor that night. Nan Xiangwan, ever mindful of her husband's feelings, smiled warmly. "Hello, Maria. I am Nan Xiangwan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Maria initially hoped for a charming encounter with the handsome man, but was left wanting. However, as an adept translator, she quickly adapted and responded with a smile. "Hello, Mrs. Zhang, we have come to discuss the exchange of several vials of zombie vaccine. Would that be agreeable to you?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan recognized their intent, replying, "We will discuss this in detail later. There is no rush at this moment." "Very well. We shall await further discussion," Maria agreed before returning to her seat. Following her, another attractive woman approached with a smile. "Greetings, Mr. and Mrs. Zhang. We are from Country W. You may call me Maineko. Our purpose is the same as theirs, seeking to exchange vaccines and also procure some food supplies." "Understood, Ms. Maineko. We have noted your requests. Shortly, I will announce our entire list of exchangeable items. As long as your offers are satisfactory, we can proceed with the trade." Maineko, sensing something amiss, maintained her smile before turning away to await the proceedings. Once all parties had introduced themselves, a knock echoed at the door once more. Xiao Jing approached to open it, finding Liang Shuzhe standing there, looking somewhat concerned. "Why are you here? Is there more company?" Liang Shuzhe cleared his throat and whispered, "2 more groups have arrived. Should I let them in?" "Wait a moment. I will consult Zhang." Xiao Jing turned to Zhang Xiyu, whispering the situation outside and awaiting his response. Zhang Xiyu, taken aback by the news of more arrivals, contemplated briefly before instructing, "As per our usual protocol, no lethal weapons are permitted within. You shall personally escort them in." "Understood. I will proceed at once." Meanwhile, the attendees below, noticing the silence from the front, began to murmur amongst themselves. It was not until Zhang Xiyu grasped the microphone that he addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with us. We have more friends joining us. Once everyone is assembled, We shall engage in discussion. Upon hearing of the additional arrivals, the audience exchanged glances, realizing that their task had suddenly become more daunting, as they feared the competition for resources would intensify. However, whether they can take their belongings back is no longer a concern for Jean Nan, as they have already devised their strategy. Once Xiao Jing's side has received the individuals and confirmed that everything is in order, only then will they escort the 30-odd individuals to the conference hall. Nonetheless, Jean Nan's actions today have already unsettled Jiang Tao from the National Security Bureau. After all, with so many foreigners present, no one knows what Jean Nan is planning. When Zhang Ziyu encounters the two factions once more, he muses to himself, are the black individuals here merely for amusement? Their nation is so impoverished. What could they possibly offer in exchange? Nevertheless, he remains courteous and greets them. Greetings, esteemed guests from afar. I am Pang Si, the representative from our side. Hello, I am Maurice, the representative from Country F. I am Zhang Ziyu, the base leader of Jean Nan. Welcome to our establishment. Please take your seats, and I shall subsequently inform you of the resources we can exchange and the specific items for trade. Thank you, Mr. Jean. After Maurice descends, he cannot help but cast a glance at Nan Xiangwan, surprised to find such a beautiful Eastern girl. If only he had encountered her sooner. What a pity. However, even if he had, she might not have taken a liking to him. He truly wonders where their confidence stems from. Of course, Zhang Ziyu, the seasoned jealous husband, notices this gaze. While they all recognize that foreigners tend to be more open, they cannot condone such blatant desire for another spouse. Nevertheless, they choose to overlook these minor incidents, remaining blissfully unaware. In any case, this couple has already resolved that if they wish to obtain something without investing significantly, they might as well forget it. Subsequently, Zhang Ziyu exchanges a glance with Long Yihua, who produces some documents. Ahem, everyone, I understand that your long journey here is primarily for our base's vaccine. However, our medicinal materials are limited. Initially, we could only offer 8 doses of the vaccine, but after further consideration, we can extend that to 10, as our supply is dwindling. I will soon provide you with a list of items available for exchange. Those who can accept the terms may proceed, while those who cannot will find us unable to assist. As Zhang Ziyu concludes, Long Yihua distributes the list in 2 languages. Once the representatives from the 5 nations receive them, they begin to peruse the contents. Upon discovering that a single zombie vaccine requires 10 tons of oil or natural gas, they collectively gasp in astonishment. They think to themselves that they are indeed bold to make such demands. Of course, they do not state that only fuel is required. There are additional items listed as well. For instance, 1 vaccine can also be exchanged for 1,000 4th-grade zombie cores or 50 armored vehicles, or 10,000 boxes of grenades. In any case, Nan Xiangwan has meticulously noted everything they require on the list. She does not believe these individuals to be completely destitute, as long as one person can make a trade. Their efforts will not be in vain. Naturally, the expressions of those present shift from dark to flushed, then to pale. No one appears particularly pleased. They're all struggling with Jean Nan's harsh conditions, which are undeniably ruthless. Chapter 159. Zhang Ziyu sells formulas thus. While this group passionately discusses amongst themselves, Zhang Ziyu's people patiently await. It is certain that negotiations will ensue. After all, one must haggle even for groceries. Fortunately, the prices for food are reasonable, but the cost of the vaccine is somewhat hard to accept. Of course, the steep price of the vaccine is justified, were it not for Nan Xiangwan's space. It is uncertain whether their base could have developed the vaccine at all. Had this been the past, the price would not have been so exorbitant. This moment, the representative from Japan, Mainai, rises first to inquire. Mr. Jean, is the price of your vaccine not a tad excessive? Upon hearing someone take the lead in questioning, the others fall silent, eager to hear the response. Zhang Ziyu then replies, there is a reason for the high price. Many of the medicinal materials within the vaccine have become scarce. We can only say that we are fortunate to have developed it. Otherwise, even with the information, we would be powerless. Hence, our price is not exorbitant at all, considering that a single vaccine can save a person in need. Mainai, still unable to accept this, asks, so according to your statement, even if we understand the components, we still cannot develop it independently? The crowd is taken aback. How audacious. However, Zhang Ziyu is unfazed and instead drops a bombshell. In truth, you need not rely solely on the vaccine. We are also willing to sell the formula, provided you can afford it. Zhang Ziyu's declaration sends a wave of astonishment through the crowd, and one anticipated that they would even sell the formula. Do they not fear that it might be sold to others? The reason Zhang Ziyu speaks so boldly stems from his confidence. The materials needed for the vaccine are not commonplace.De. They truly believe that the ingredients for the vaccine are widely available. Thus, rather than allowing others to scheme to steal and study the formula, it is better to share it and gain something in return. Moreover, they can acquire a batch of supplies in exchange. Why not? Once the crowd regains their composure, the representative from country M inquires. Then, Mr. Zhang, how will the formula be exchanged? 1,000 fourth-grade cores or 100 tons of oil? At the very least, 10,000 boxes of heavy weapons. Other resources are non-negotiable. You may choose from these three options. Upon hearing this, the representatives begin to ponder. After all, such a plethora of items makes it challenging to reach a decision quickly. Zhang Ziyu, understanding this, continues. You need not provide an answer today. I have arranged lunch for you. Take your time to consider, and we can discuss any questions tomorrow. However, we can only provide 2 days of complimentary lodging and meals. Any additional days will require you to exchange cores for your stay. He then gives Moz a glance, takes Nan Xiangwan by the hand, and departs from the conference room. After all, this group will not be able to come to a conclusion swiftly. It is better for him to rest. However, just as Zhang Ziyu hopes to rest, someone interrupts him. No sooner has he entered his residence than Liang Suzhi arrives with a report. Sir, the base leaders of Lone Wolf and Dongyang, along with a diplomat for national security, have arrived, specifically requesting to see you. You wish to meet with them? Zhang Ziyu rubs his aching temples. Contemplating the commotion these individuals are stirring, then replies coolly, take them to the second-floor conference room. I shall join you shortly. Understood, I will head there now. Once Liang Suzhi departs, Nan Xiangwan remarks, these individuals are quite prompt. They must have received news and rushed over. However, aside from national security, I truly cannot fathom what strength the other two bases possessed. Perhaps they simply wish to gather intel and observe the spectacle. Oh, let them watch. There is nothing of great importance in the base. Anything that could be moved has already been secured, and even the laboratory staff have been given leave, even if they wander about. It matters not to me. As for the greenhouse, I need not worry. Should they possess the ability to relocate it, I would admire their audacity. Seeing his wife adopt such a carefree demeanor, Zhang Ziyu finds it rather amusing. Who would have thought that their base is now little more than a shell, aside from the food stored in the warehouse? After Zhang Ziyu has rested sufficiently, he rises and states, you should continue to rest. I will go meet with them. All right, I will sleep first. I am so tired. Yes, sleep well. After drawing the curtain for his wife and tucking her in, Zhang Ziyu steps out to the conference room. As Liang Suzhi finishes serving tea to the guests, Zhang Ziyu arrives. Greetings, everyone. I am curious whether your visit today is to exchange resources or to gather information. Zhang will speak candidly with you. The representatives, taken aback by Zhang Ziyu's directness, feel a touch awkward. Truth be told, they are interested in exchanging resources, but aside from a national security base, which is relatively affluent, the other two are quite impoverished. It is a miracle their bases have not already collapsed. Otherwise, they would have fled to other locations long ago. Yet, one thing remains true. Once accustomed to being the elder brother, none wish to bow to others. At this point, it is the national security representative who speaks up. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am a national security diplomat. Wang Mingxiang. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Ziyu turns to the speaker and smiles. Since national security has sent you, may I assume that you can represent them in any decision? Wang Mingxiang is taken aback by the question. He is merely a minor official and cannot possibly make decisions on behalf of his superiors. Feeling somewhat awkward, he replies, I can convey Mr. Zhang's intentions. Understood. He then looks toward the other two, and Mr. Bai Lang, and this newly appointed base leader from Dongyang. Surely you are not merely here to spectate. Bai Lang, feeling awkward, responds, I wish to exchange cores for some food, and of course to observe the situation. Following suit, Qin Yun adds, Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Yun, the newly appointed base leader of Donyang. I'm also here to exchange some food, and like them, to observe. Since everyone is aware of each other's intentions, there is no need for subterfuge. It is better to acknowledge it openly, upon hearing their admissions. Zhan Siyu sneers. Do you think the commotion in Jiangnan is so delightful? Aren't you concerned that those individuals might go mad and inadvertently harm you? After all, those who have traveled such a distance to arrive here are not ordinary individuals. Ahem. We will depart once we complete our resource exchange. We shall not impede Mr. Zhan's business. Bai Lang, upon hearing Qin Yun's remarks, chuckled and responded, My thoughts align with yours. We shall procure the supplies and then depart. Only the members of the national security remained seated, silent and inscrutable, lost in their own contemplations, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Chapter 160. The demands of all parties naturally. Zhan Siyu is unconcerned with their musings. He stated bluntly, We can exchange supplies shortly, and I am not afraid to disclose that these individuals are here specifically for the zombie vaccine. Our base currently has a mere 20 doses in stock, and I have contributed half of that to facilitate this exchange. Therefore, the information you sought has been laid bare before you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you have further inquiries, please direct them to Mr. Liang beside me. I bid you farewell. With that, Zhan Siyu turned on his heel, offering no regard for their feelings, given his current status and strength. Even if they were dissatisfied, they could only endure it. After all, it was foolish for them to act so brazenly, as if they were oblivious to the dangers. Zhan Siyu could not afford to relax his vigilance around them. For one could never know if they might attempt to ransack the Jiangnan base for their own gain. That IT was truly a group of imbeciles seeking their own demise. After Zhan Siyu's departure, Bai Lang and Qin Yun seemed unfazed, while the expression of the national security personnel darkened considerably. However, Zhan Siyu paid no heed to their discomfort. He had divulged all they wished to know, and how they explained it upon returning was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Bai Lang and Qin Yun rose first, carrying the crystal cores to exchange for some supplies. After all, having spoken thus, it would be rather undignified to depart as though they had simply passed gas. The members of national security, however, chose to leave directly. Meanwhile, Moz and Xiao Jing arranged for those individuals to stay in a building, as it was more convenient for management and observation, as long as they did not engage in vandalism. The Jiangnan personnel would not interfere with their actions. However, foreign visitors wishing to observe the greenhouses were turned away by Moz, who stated that while they could come to see, only 2 representatives from each party could be allowed, as too many would risk damaging the crops inside. After this, discussions resumed. As night descended, the representatives from the 5 nations gathered to deliberate whether to purchase the formula or the vaccine, their voices rising in a cacophony of disagreement. They had journeyed here against great odds, and a misstep could mean they would not have the fortune to return again. Who could forget that the entire water blue star was currently enshrined in ice? And once the sea melted, they might have to wait until winter to return. Thus, the Jiangnan personnel endured a night filled with the sounds of their bickering, unable to comprehend their words. It was akin to the squawking of animals in conflict. It was not until the latter half of the night that the building finally fell silent. The national security base, Jiang Tao, wore a grim expression. He could not fathom how those individuals had gleaned such information. Even if national security was aware of the vaccine, they had not acted with such alacrity. After all, he reasoned that the Jiangnan personnel were compatriots, and sooner or later, the formula would be shared. Now, however, their plans had been thoroughly disrupted by those outsiders. Leaving him seething with frustration, he pondered that if Jiangnan successfully procured a substantial amount of supplies, national security would inevitably face threats from the Jiangnan base, which he could not allow. Lost in thought, he eventually succumbed to sleep, for even the sharpest mind could not devise a solution to this predicament. When the sun rose the next day, Moz had prepared breakfast for them, milk and bread, the standard fare for foreigners. He left someone to oversee the arrangements and returned to catch up on sleep, having been instructed by their leader to grant the visitors another day for consideration, with further discussions to ensue the following day. After finishing their breakfast, the representatives returned to their respective rooms to continue their discussions. Only Mineko, The representative from our nation wandered outside the building, seemingly lost in thought. It was during her stroll that she encountered Tao Yao, who was also not outside. Approaching with a smile, she inquired, "Hello, may I ask you something?" Tao Yao, sensing the other's approach, replied warily, "I know nothing. I am merely new here. You should ask someone else." She was well aware of the identity of this person and had no intention of divulging any information. Yet Mineko, undeterred, continued, "Madam, I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to inquire about the quantity of supplies at your base. I'm sorry, but I truly do not know. Please do not put me in a difficult position. The only one who knows the supply count is the base leader. You may ask anyone else, and they will give you the same answer. Besides, as long as we have enough to fill our stomachs. Who has the time to ponder such matters?" She added, "Furthermore, my meal is getting cold. You should ask someone else. Goodbye." Seeing that the other was genuinely uninformed, Mineko had no choice but to let her go. In truth, she was eager to uncover the depth of their base's resources, as only then could she ascertain how much she could negotiate for. Yet, aside from that man from yesterday, it appeared no one else possessed any knowledge. It seemed this man was indeed formidable, that if she could bring him back to her country, would it not mean an abundance of supplies? The more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. After all, such an outstanding man would surely be equally formidable in bed. She had a penchant for such vigor. Lost in her thoughts, she returned to her quarters with a lewd smile, contemplating how to abduct him. Should Nan Xiangwan learn of her intentions, she would undoubtedly scoff, for how audacious it was to covet another's man without consent. However, Zhang Siyu was no fool. Should Mineko dare extend her claws, the consequences would be dire. Regrettably, at that moment, Mineko was entirely ensnared in her own fantasies. Convinced that what she desired was already hers out of course, she was not the only one with designs. Morris, too, was fixated on the enchanting Nan Xiangwan. He shared Mineko's intentions of bringing her back to his homeland, but remained far more rational than she. The group continued their deliberations until nightfall, finally reaching a consensus. Only M-Nation sought both the vaccine and the formula. The others were content with merely the vaccine and some supplies. Thus, they prepared to negotiate prices with Zhang Siyu the following day, as returning without a satisfactory explanation to their superiors would be untenable. On the morning after they had finished breakfast, the representatives proceeded to the conference hall, ready to await the arrival of Zhang Siyu and his wife. After all, the complimentary lodging and meals would cease after today, prompting them to complete their tasks swiftly and return home. As the clock struck 9, Zhang Siyu, accompanied by his wife and brothers, leisurely entered the conference room. The cacophony within was somewhat overwhelming, prompting him to take up the microphone and declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The negotiations are about to commence. Representatives from each faction, kindly step forward to collect a microphone and return to your seats to await your turn." Upon hearing Zhang Siyu's words, the crowd hastily gathered their microphones and returned to their seats, awaiting the proceedings in silence. Once the room fell quiet, Zhang Siyu resumed, "We shall conduct our discussions in the order of arrival. First, I invite the representative from the northern region, Paro, to state your requirements." Upon learning they were first, Paro rose and addressed Zhang Siyu. "Mr. Zhang, we have decided to exchange for 2 doses of the zombie vaccine. However, 20 tons of fuel seems excessive. Might we negotiate for a lesser amount, as we also wish to procure some additional supplies?" Zhang Siyu pondered for a moment before responding, "I offer you the lowest price available, 8 tons for 1 vaccine. 15 tons for 2, and 20 tons for 3. If this does not satisfy you, I regret to inform you that we shall not proceed with the exchange." The audience, upon hearing his offer, recognized that it was indeed a significant reduction and felt it inappropriate to press further. Paro then continued, "We wish to acquire 10,000 pounds of flour and 500 pounds of lamb and beef. Is this feasible, Mr. Zhang?" "Certainly, but please note that the meat will be frozen," Zhang Siyu replied. "That is acceptable. As long as it is edible, we are satisfied. Since you have no objections, we can prepare the materials for trade immediately." Zhang Siyu mused that they must have come well prepared, likely accompanied by someone with spatial abilities, for who else would traverse with such quantities of fuel? He then stated, "As soon as your exchange materials are ready, we can conduct the trade at any time. My brother, Situ Mo, will oversee this transaction. You all know him." Once you establish a time and place, he will assist you that if there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Very well, we shall prepare now. Paro replied. Excellent, I look forward to our collaboration. Likewise, seeing how promptly the transaction had been completed, the representatives from the other 4 nations quelled their thoughts of further bargaining. Then Maria, from M Nation, stood and said, Mr. Jean, we require 1 dose of the zombie vaccine and the formula that we do not need anything else, but I would appreciate it if you could offer a discount on the formula, as we have limited fuel but have brought plenty of firearms. And we can also offer crystal cores as payment. What do you think? After a brief exchange with Nan Xiangwan, Jean C. replied, I can offer you a maximum discount of 20%. But that is my final offer. If you find this unsatisfactory, we will have no choice but to part ways. After Maria exchanged a few swift words with those behind her, she finally spoke. We agree and can await the transaction at any time. Very well, your representative will be Xiao Jing, and all transaction matters will be handled by him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing stepped forward with a smile, saying, I will take charge of all your subsequent transaction matters. Maria, seeing this, smiled and replied, Then we shall trouble Mr. Xiao. She then led her team out of the conference room, eager to complete their tasks and return home as soon as possible. Once the conference room was left with only the 3 parties, Minako did not rush to rise but allowed the black man beside her to continue. Pons also did not hold back, standing up and stating, We require 1 vaccine and 50,000 pounds of food. Split evenly between flour and rice. We propose to exchange everything with crystal cores and weapons. What do you think? Jean Siu, without a moment's hesitation, replied, Agreed. Your liaison will be Long Yahua. Ensure everything is prepared for the transaction on time. Long Yahua then stepped forward, smiling. I will be your liaison. Feel free to reach out to me with any issues. Pons and Long Yahua then left first, as they had the most resources this time. When only the representatives from Country R and Country F remained, none were in a hurry to begin negotiations. Jean Siu, noticing this, frowned in irritation, unsure of the intentions of these 2 nations, thinking that since they were not in a rush, he would take his time as well. After all, he had plenty of time and was in no hurry. After waiting for half an hour, Morris from Country F finally stood up and said, We only need 3 vaccines. Nothing else is required. For the exchange, we offer hot weapons and crystal cores. Jean Siu raised his gaze and replied, Agreed. Your liaison will be Xiangwan Yu that he will handle the subsequent matters. If there are no further issues, you may leave. Morris glanced at Nan Xiangwan beside him and shamelessly suggested, Could we have Madame Jean take charge instead? Upon hearing this, Jean Siu was about to explode when he was restrained by Nan Xiangwan, who smiled and said, Since Morris has made such a request, I shall take charge of your future liaison. Once you are ready, have Xiangwan Yu notify me. Morris, satisfied with the response he desired, smiled and departed amicably. Nan Xiang then leaned in to whisper something to Jean Siu, which improved his mood considerably. However, the thought of someone daring to covet his woman still left him feeling uneasy. Once only the representatives from Country Wa remained in the conference room. Minako finally stood up and said, Mr. Jean, we would like 2 vaccines and 20,000 pounds of rice. We propose to exchange these for our nation's advanced weapons, laser guns. How does that sound? Upon hearing laser guns, Jean Siu thought to himself, Isn't that a patent of Country M? How did it become their nation's advanced weapon? Could it be that the situation abroad is even more chaotic than at home? He then inquired, How many guns are we talking about? 1,000 guns in exchange for the supplies I just requested. Does that work for you? Nan Xiangwan, upon hearing this, almost laughed, thinking that such a paltry offer could exchange for so much. It was absurd. Before Jean Siu could respond, she interjected, Miss Minako, let's set aside the 2 vaccines for a moment. Regarding the 20,000 pounds of rice, your offer hardly seems sincere if you aren't genuinely interested in a fair transaction. There's no need to waste our time. Time is precious for all parties involved, so I suggest you come with a more serious proposal. It's important to note that food is currently the most scarce resource. No matter how good the laser guns are, they cannot fill one's stomach. Moreover, all of us possess special abilities, rendering hot weapons merely a luxury for us. You should return and discuss this with your team again. After hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, Minako's face turned sour. She had never been humiliated like this before. Nevertheless, realizing they were in unfamiliar territory, she could only force a smile and say, "Since Madame Jean has suggestions, I will consult with my teammates again, of course. We are in no rush. Take your time, Miss Maineko," was the response. Ultimately, unable to bear the sight of Nan Xiangwan's smug expression any longer, Maineko turned and retreated to her team for discussion. In truth, she merely aimed to test the waters, but was unexpectedly slapped in the face by the response. It was a miscalculation. However, the thought of soon being able to bring back the man she admired lightened her heart considerably. Chapter 162. Two madmen. Subsequently, after some chatter with her teammates, Maineko returned to say, "Mr. Jean, we will exchange 1,000 crystal cores for the food. This is the best we can offer. Surely this will suffice?" Jean Siyu, noting her haughty demeanor as if they were begging for supplies, felt a surge of irritation. Truth be told, were it not for the current exceptional circumstances, he would have preferred to ignore this group from Country Wa, as they were utterly detestable. Yet, under the current conditions, he could not afford to refuse the supplies. The battles ahead would only grow more intense, and to safeguard this base, he must suppress his annoyance. "Very well, let it be so. Nan Xiangwan will liaise with you, Mr. Jean. I hope you will personally oversee the handover this time." Nan Xiangwan nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Did they really want to court disaster? Could they not learn from others and complete their transactions gracefully? Since they wished to play, she had no qualms about returning the favor. With Jean Siyu visibly impatient, she stated, "I have agreed to Miss Maineko's request on behalf of my husband. As we have concluded negotiations, you may now proceed with your preparations." Maineko, perceiving Jean Siyu's displeasure, could only respond, "Then, I wish for a pleasant cooperation." "Indeed, a pleasant cooperation," Jean Siyu echoed, after Nan Xiangwan escorted them away. Nan Xiangwan remarked, "Since they wish to engage in petty tricks, we might as well indulge them. These days have been rather dull." Upon hearing his wife, Jean Siyu reflected that these two would need to be dealt with. Embracing his wife, he suggested, "One covets you, while the other covets me. I think we should eliminate them both. What do you say?" "That sounds good. I, too, find them displeasing. However, I wish to observe what schemes they are concocting. I have my space abilities, so I will be fine. But you, I worry they may employ some underhanded tactics against you. Rest assured, I will be cautious." Following this, the foreign representatives began scheduling transaction times and locations with their respective liaisons. Once Nan Xiangwan received all the messages, she began preparing the required supplies in her space. Watching the food supplies diminish by a third, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Thankful that they could still plant crops. Otherwise, it would truly be distressing. Who would have thought they would also trade for supplies? Thankfully, all parties involved had space abilities. Otherwise, in this dreadful weather, the supplies would have been lost before reaching their nations. After all the supplies were sorted, she instructed Jean Siyu to store them in his space so that he would merely need to set them out for the transaction the following day. Of course, the vaccines would be much simpler to handle, as they could be traded directly in the conference room. That evening, Jean Siyu, in a fit of jealousy, engaged in an exhausting battle with his wife, leaving Nan Xiangwan feeling utterly drained. Frustrated, she tossed him out of her space. Jean Siyu, realizing he had overstepped, sighed deeply and spent a restless night alone, thinking that he should avoid such behavior in the future. Otherwise, the consequences could be unfortunate. Thus, Jean Siyu, in a daze, hardly rested that night. At dawn, he headed to the cafeteria for breakfast, knowing he had numerous matters to attend to and wishing to see the foreign representatives off as soon as possible. Otherwise, should they stir up trouble, it would truly become a headache. Once all the brothers had gathered, Jean Siyu led them to their respective trading locations, fortunate that only 3 had significant quantities of supplies. After settling them, he left some people and space ability users to handle the transactions, unbothered by the potential for black market dealings, as long as they could ensure safe passage out of the area. However, during Jean Siyu's transaction with the representatives from Country R, Maineko could no longer contain her restless heart and finally seized the opportunity to make a move against him. Yet, at a critical moment, Jean Siyu's subordinate intervened. With a cry, the brother struck by the tranquilizer dart collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Jean Siyu unleashed a purple lightning net towards Maineko. Kashike. Jean Siyu showed no mercy. This woman deserved punishment for daring to target him. If he did not eliminate her today, he would not bear the surname Jean. The other representatives from Country R, witnessing this, quickly sent one of their own forward, chattering in a manner that conveyed their ignorance of the situation, pleading for Jean Siu not to hold them accountable and to deal with the woman as he saw fit. Although Jean Siu could not understand their words. Seeing their lack of intent to intervene, he roared, "Get out!" Upon hearing this word, even those from Country Wa, despite their usual arrogance, understood its meaning. They hurriedly gathered their people and supplies and fled in disarray. Though they often acted brazenly in their own country, they were outnumbered here. It would be foolish to confront Jean Siu directly. As Jean Siu watched them flee, he glanced down at the unconscious woman, then swiftly retrieved a controllability potion developed by Cold Van Tion and injected it into her. He thought to himself that he could not let this insufferable woman off easily. If she was so desperate for a man, he might as well deliver her to the lone wolf. Otherwise, her pretty face would be wasted. He only forgot to ask Van Tion how long the effects of this potion would last. After the person waiting for him arrived, he directly stated, "Send this woman to the lone wolf base, and while you're at it, give Bai Lang 100 crystal cores. Just tell him it's my order. It would be best to play her to death." Upon hearing Jean Siu's words, the younger brother shivered instantly, thinking to himself how foolish this woman was to provoke their formidable boss. However, while this matter seemed concluded, Nan Xiangwan's troubles were only just beginning. After sending away the people from M Country, she finally called Morris and his group over. She thought that if these individuals dared to act brazenly, she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all. Yet, as often happens, her expectations were thwarted. Throughout the transaction, Morris exhibited no hint of mischief, seemingly focused solely on completing the deal. It was only when they were at the gates of the base that something unexpected transpired. Nan Xiangwan could hardly believe her eyes when that scoundrel actually proposed to her in front of the base's soldiers. Furious, she thought, is Morris out of his mind? Who doesn't he know I have a man? What audacity! Enraged, she shouted, "Morris, you scoundrel! If it weren't for the sake of this transaction, I would have castrated you and turned you into a eunuch before I lose my temper completely. Get out of my sight. Scram, you trash." Chapter 163. Finally sending everyone away, seeing Nan Xiangwan's anger, Morris remained unfazed and shamelessly continued, "Miss Nan, I truly care for you that I don't mind that you are married. Our country has formidable weaponry. If you agree to leave with me, I promise to treat you well." The entrance of Jiangnan base. Onlookers regarded Morris as if he were a rare species, thinking to themselves that he must be dreaming to dare pursue their base leader's wife. Just then, before Nan Xiangwan could erupt again, Liang Suja scoffed, "Mr. Morris, our sister Nan will not be going with you. After all, you are neither as handsome as our Jean Siu, nor possess his formidable strength or capabilities. Moreover, what you have in your country, we have in abundance at Jiangnan base. And most importantly, we possess the zombie vaccine that none of you could develop. So, may I ask how you had the audacity to confess your feelings to Our Lady? Surely, you must still be hung over from last night." The crowd from Jean erupted in laughter at this. They couldn't fathom where he found the confidence to believe their lady would take a liking to him, a disheveled man. However, Morris ignored Liang Suge's remarks and turned once more to Nan Xiangwan, asking, "Are you really not considering this? Our country's facilities are indeed superior to yours." Nan Xiangwan, seeing that he was relentless, disdainfully replied, "What my brother just said represents my thoughts. So, Mr. Morris, I wish you a safe journey." Realizing she was genuinely uninterested, Morris could only express his disappointment. "Since you feel this way, I will no longer press the matter. I hope we may meet again in this lifetime. Farewell, my beautiful lady." Once Morris finally ceased his pursuit, Nan Xiangwan breathed a sigh of relief, fearing she might lose her composure and take drastic action. After Morris and his team left, she turned and headed home. However, just as she departed, an irate Jean Siu returned. Liang Suja, noticing Jean Siu's grim demeanor, refrained from mentioning the earlier incident, fearing he might take out his frustration on Morris, who had not yet left the vicinity. Thus, Jean Siu returned home, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. Meanwhile, outside the Lone Wolf base, Jean Nan's younger brothers approached Bai Lang with a bound woman in tow. Upon learning of their arrival, Bai Lang personally came out. Given Jean Nan's recent displays of strength, they were cautious not to offend her people. Upon encountering the scene, Bai Lang was perplexed to see a dozen of Jean Nan's subordinates delivering a woman. One of the younger brothers stepped forward, saying, "Hello, Mr. Bai Lang. Our base leader instructed us to bring you this woman. She has offended our leader, who said you may do as you wish with her. Ideally to the point of killing her. Of course, we won't trouble you without compensation. Here are 100 Tier 4 crystal cores as your reward. Please accept them." Bai Lang gazed at the box of crystal cores in their possession, wondering what misfortune this woman had brought upon herself to deserve such treatment. It seemed foolish to pass up such an opportunity. He replied with a smile, "We accept this deal, but I must inquire. Does this woman possess any formidable abilities?" "We need to be prepared," the Jean Nan representative responded. "We're not certain. We only know our leader has temporarily stripped her of her abilities. However, you should secure her with chains. And just so you know, she is from the Wokaku, so you need not feel any moral qualms. We have expressed everything we needed to say, so we shall not linger further. Farewell, Mr. Bai." "Very well. I appreciate your effort," Bai Lang responded. After the Jean Nan team departed, he turned his attention to the unconscious woman that if not for the chaotic state she was in due to the lightning strike, he would have found her quite appealing. He then addressed Chung, who beside him. "She is yours now. Make sure she doesn't escape. We cannot afford to disappoint our leader, Jean Nan, and take the 100 crystal cores. Distribute one to each of the brothers working hard. The rest must be delivered to my study." "Understood," came the reply. With the task assigned, Bai Lang headed back, contemplating that this connection with Jean Nan could prove valuable as long as they had crystal cores. Jean Nan supplies would always be available for trade. If they could just endure this winter, they wouldn't be so vulnerable in the future. Consequently, Miss Mei-Na-Zi was about to endure a hellish existence, all because she had fixated on someone she shouldn't have. Upon returning home, Jean Siyu found his wife visibly displeased. Recalling Morris, he inquired, "Wife, did that Morris upset you? Did you deal with him?" Nan Xiangwan, noticing his frosty expression, asked, "What about that Miss Mei-Na-Zi? What happened to her?" Jean Siyu shed his coat, sat on the sofa, and recounted the earlier events. After he finished, Nan Xiangwan remarked, "Is this person not mentally sound? Did he truly believe a single tranquilizer would suffice to whisk you away? What was he thinking? Who knows what was going through his mind? My team is unaware of this incident. So I sent them away. I also delivered her to the Lone Wolf base, and her future is predictable. So this matter is resolved. But Morris was much more rational. After his confession fell flat, he simply left with his people, albeit he did manage to annoy me a bit." Upon hearing that the scoundrel had dared to confess to his wife, Jean Siyu's expression darkened. Had he known earlier, he would have insisted on giving Morris a beating. Nan Xiangwan, noticing her husband's irritation, chuckled, "They're merely a bunch of clowns. Our supplies this time could be deemed a windfall. However, I'm curious about the intentions of those behind this. After this matter settles, we must prioritize reinforcing the base's defenses." Hearing his wife's words, Jean Siyu wrapped his arms around her waist, feigning a pout. "Wife, they're truly annoying that I just want to chase them down and retaliate." "Oomph, no more pouting. I'll tell you this. Sleep in the nude tonight, that if you dare to make any moves, I'll ensure you go a month without meat." She was still sore from earlier and feared for her health if he didn't restrain himself. After all, she would feel embarrassed to explain her demise in the afterlife. Jean Siyu, hearing his wife's ultimatum, felt utterly pitiful, resembling a neglected puppy, left to wallow in solitude. Chapter 164. National Security's Dark Dealings, however. Unbeknownst to Jean Siyu and his companions, those who had just departed were being tracked by the National Security Base. According to Jiang Tao's plan, they sought to execute a black deal. After all, he had received word that those individuals had exchanged a substantial amount of supplies. The mere thought of eliminating them for a trove of resources left him unable to sleep from excitement. Furthermore, he could easily shift the blame on a Jean Nan base. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts at discretion, a team was discovered. After all, Jean Siyu had assigned numerous individuals to monitor the movements of national security. Just as Jean Siyu was about to rest, news arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking, Nan Xiangwan had not yet risen when Jean Siyu opened the door. Seeing it was Situ Mo, he furrowed his brow. "What now?" "Boss, National security has sent people to pursue those foreigners that I'm worried they intend to engage in a black deal. Upon hearing this, Zhansi realized that Jiang Tao, that old fox, was indeed capable of anything. That he responded, "You need to send someone after them. If they haven't made a move yet, just intercept them. If they have, do your best to help them escape, but national security's actions must be known to them. After all, we at Zhannan cannot shoulder this blame." Situ Mo, upon grasping Zhan Siyu's intentions, swiftly departed to execute the plan. As Nan Xiangwan awaited her husband's return, she inquired, "What took you so long?" Zhan Si, having settled onto the bed, embraced his wife and replied, "The folks over at Goen have started causing trouble again. They aim to exploit those foreigners that I in disdain," Nan Xiangwan remarked. "That is all they're capable of. Jiang Tao, that cunning old fox, is capable of anything. Yet, our side is not to be trifled with. Once spring arrives, we shall fortify the defenses of our base. Even if the zombie king were to come, we would be unfazed. Agreed that if we run out of materials, we will venture out to procure some. While food is scarce, building materials are still available. Very well, let us rest. Musi will handle matters over there. Good night, my dear." Meanwhile, Sidomo organized 300 individuals into 5 teams for support. He instructed, "If you encounter the Japanese, ensure that you leave 2 breathing. Ignore the rest. Allow Goen's people to take action, given the temperament of the Japanese. They will undoubtedly hold a grudge against Goen. Just wait for the right moment to strike. Understood?" "Yes, we comprehend. We excel at stirring up trouble." Situ Mo shot a stern glance at the team leader. "Warning, don't mess this up. If we fail to shift the blame appropriately, we shall bear the brunt of it. Rest assured, we will accomplish our mission. Now, everyone, let us move out. Prioritize safety. If you cannot win, retreat. Remember, we are merely assisting, not offering ourselves as sacrifices." "Understood." With a wave of his hand, Situ Mo dispatched the 300 individuals. Observing his departing comrades, he turned towards the cafeteria, intending to remind the chef to prepare warm meals for their return, as it would be inconsiderate not to do so after a long, cold day of work. Upon hearing this, the head chef eagerly followed Situ Mo to the storeroom for ingredients. Once everything was arranged, Situ Mo finally returned to rest. The tracking teams, after 2 hours, managed to catch up with 3 groups of people. The frigid night left them wondering where the others had fled. Their sole responsibility was to ensure that not everyone perished in this place. At least one must return to report, as the first team located Parlo's squad. A clash erupted between the 2 sides. Aside from Parlo, they could not comprehend the words exchanged, which were certainly not pleasant. "Hua, should we assist?" inquired a man named Hua, who, using binoculars to survey the ongoing battle, calculated the time before responding, "We will engage in 10 minutes. Remember, do not fight to the death. Eliminate those you can, and detain the rest to allow Parlo to escape." "Understood. I will prepare a tea that moment." Parlo's original group of 12 had dwindled to 8, managing to exchange for lives for 8 casualties from the opposition. The squad leader from Goen was drenched in sweat, burdened by the daunting task he had been assigned. Failure would yield dire consequences upon his return. His contingent of 20 was now reduced to 12. Having underestimated the foreigners' combat prowess, yet, witnessing the enemy's struggle, he thought that if they could prolong the conflict, they might wear them down. After all, excessive use of abilities without replenishment rendered them no different from ordinary individuals. Parlo, aware of this, urged his comrades in their native tongue to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Securing the goods was paramount, even if it meant their demise would be in vain. Unfortunately, the enemy was tenacious, relentlessly pursuing them. "Are you not too despicable, people from Zhannan?" Parlo bellowed. The Goen troops did not comprehend his words and continued their barrage of weaponry. Had it not been for Parlo's protective treasure, he would have met his demise. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You bastards! Parlo, they are from Zhannan. They belong to the Goen base. If you must hurl insults, at least aim them correctly." Upon hearing this, both factions halted their actions. Parlo, recognizing the newcomers, exclaimed, "Brother, I know you. Are you here to rescue us?" "Indeed, our leader informed us that someone intends to exploit the situation and pin the blame on us, that we cannot allow that. So we have come. And I must say, your Goen base lacks integrity. Even if you wish to exploit, Do not drag Jean Nan into your schemes. Precisely, we from Jean Nan would never stoop to such despicable acts. Yes, your Goan cannot tarnish the dignity of Jean Nan. The Goan leader's expression darkened, nearly spilling with ink at their words. When did Jean Nan become so venomous in their speech? It was then that Parlo finally grasped the situation. Another base sought to exploit the Japanese and shift the blame onto their cooperative Jean Nan. Should the goods be seized, they would foolishly seek revenge against Jean Nan while simultaneously losing a valuable ally. This hidden adversary was truly shameless. Goan brothers, do you wish to continue? After all, we have 60 individuals, all capable of abilities. If you possess any sense, you will return whence you came. Otherwise, do not expect mercy from Jean Nan's brothers. The Goan leader recognized their numerical disadvantage, especially after recently concluding a battle. Yet, the thought of losing a prize weighed heavily upon him. The Jean Nan leader, however, remained undeterred. If you do not leave now, then stay. We were contemplating a fruitless return. If we can seize a few crystal cores, perhaps our leader will reward us. He then provocatively glanced at the Goan troops, leaving no room for misinterpretation. If they intended to exploit the situation, they would have to contend with them first. In this world, strength dictated the narrative. The Goan leader, grim-faced, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to oppose us?" Hoard retorted dismissively, "Shouldn't that be a question for us to pose to you? You seek to take advantage, and yet wish to trample on Jean Nan. Do you think us easy prey? And what of you? Goan, though you were once the nation's men, that is no longer the case. We from Jean Nan hold you in utter disdain, for your base actions are akin to those of beasts. Spare me your prattle. I grant you 1 minute. If you do not leave, do not expect to depart unharmed." Brothers, start the countdown. Seeing that they were serious, the Goan leader glanced at his companions, ultimately gritting his teeth and leading his men away. Even if they wished to fight, they lacked the strength. Only after the Goan troops retreated did Parlo and his team breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you, brothers from Jean Nan. Were it not for your timely intervention, we might have met our end." He glanced at them, advising, "You should leave quickly. No one can guarantee they lack further tricks. We will intercept them. So recover your abilities and depart swiftly. Once you are far enough, find a place to rest." Parlo conferred with his team and replied, "Then we ask you to hold the line while we regain our strength." Understood. Once Parlo's group had fully restored their abilities, they loaded their fallen comrades into their vehicle. Seeing them finally depart, took action against the remaining 8 adversaries. After all, why forfeit the opportunity for crystal cores? Their side fared well, and by dawn, they ensured the area was clear before returning home. Meanwhile, on the side of M Nation, the battle raged fiercely, yet neither side suffered losses, thanks to M Nation's formidable weaponry. Had Goan not sent 30 to face their 18, they might have been overwhelmed. Observing from a distance, the Jean Nan team remained watchful. "Captain Xian, shall we simply observe? They are evenly matched. There is no need to intervene unless M Nation falters. We cannot afford to expose ourselves prematurely, as it may lead to injuries without any benefit." Indeed, Captain Xian is correct. This mission bears little reward. As long as there are survivors, we shall be content. Yet, we must make an appearance to avoid bearing the blame. While they conversed and watched, Maria shouted amidst the fray, "Who are you? State your name." Boom! Dust engulfed Maria, infuriating her. "You bastards! I will make you pay for this. You dare not even reveal your names. It is evident you are not the good sort. Brothers, let us eliminate this trash." The Jean Nan team, meanwhile, munched on seeds while gossiping. "Captain Xian, how much longer will this take? The weather is quite cold. Can't they resolve this battle more swiftly? It is truly a pity to be so tall, yet utterly useless." Captain Xian spat out the sunflower seed shell from his mouth, saying, "I too wish to know when they will conclude their business, for I am feeling a bit chilly myself. Why don't we go over and stretch our limbs?" "I think that is a splendid idea. Let's encircle the back of Goan and launch a pincer attack. What do you think?" "Yes, I agree. Let us go cause some trouble, if we can scare them away." "That would be ideal. We must return the same way we came. Do you understand? I don't want to leave empty-handed and have my brothers suffer for it. Fear not. While we may not excel in many things, our prowess in fleeing is undoubtedly top-notch. Let us hurry and finish this, so we can return home to sleep. As they advanced, the Goan team, still engaged in combat, was unexpectedly ambushed from behind, resulting in the demise of 2 of their members. Captain M from Team M was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this was a rescue operation. However, he quickly rallied his team to retaliate, thinking, who cares about the details? If assistance has arrived, let us eliminate them first. At this point, every enemy counts. Only the captain of Goan, along with his men, swiftly sought cover. Before they could strategize, Qian from Nan shouted, "You little trash from Goan, are you trying to stir up trouble with us? Is this how you treat our esteemed guests? Do you truly believe we have no temper? If you have any sense, take your people and leave at once, or we shall not be polite." Upon hearing this, the Goan captain wondered how they had discovered their covert movements. Could there be a traitor among them? It was curious that they chose to strike just as the battle was heating up. It felt like a blatant slap in the face. Nan, this is none of your concern. If you do not wish to oppose us, it would be best to pretend you have seen nothing. Bah, these are our esteemed guests from Nan. If I were to return like this, it would be a slap in my own face. Since you are so ungrateful, let us dispense with the pleasantries and get to it. Brothers, grab your weapons, and let us eliminate them. The Goan members, witnessing the utter lack of respect from Nan, were immediately engulfed in rage. The brief lull in battle was swiftly reignited in the pitch-black night. As the gunpowder ignited, nearby structures caught fire, illuminating the surroundings as if it were day. Each faction refused to yield, sustaining numerous injuries, yet miraculously, none perished. The Nan fighters were taken aback by Goan's tenacity, realizing that under these circumstances, the end was nowhere in sight. Chapter 166. The Essence of Black Eating Black. Ultimately, Captain Qian of Nan whispered to his subordinates, "Find a way to evacuate the people, and we will cover your escape. Afterward, we just need to buy some time. Otherwise, those foreigners may linger too long, and we will inevitably run out of resources." His subordinate agreed, acknowledging the captain's wisdom. He gathered a few brothers and stealthily advanced. When Maria noticed their approach and was about to act, she was halted by them. "We are from Nan. Let us skip the chit-chat. We are here to draw fire. You must evacuate immediately, as far as you can. Those Goan superhumans are genetically modified that if you continue this stalemate, no one will gain anything. Time is short. You must hurry." Upon hearing this, Maria began to communicate with her companions. Soon after, she declared, "Brothers from Nan, we will remember you that if the opportunity arises, we shall treat you to drinks. But be cautious. We are leaving now. Yes, hurry. Farewell." Maria and her group slipped away unnoticed beneath the watchful eyes of Goan. It was only when the combatants from Nan and Goan were exhausted that the fighting ceased. "Are you not finished yet? They are not from your base. Why protect them so fiercely?" Captain Qian, puffing on a cigarette, replied loudly, "What do you Goan people intend to do? Do you truly believe Nan is uninformed? We cannot concern ourselves with black eating black, but if you wish to cast the blame upon us, you shall find no avenue for that. No, brothers, it's all a misunderstanding. We are not committing misdeeds under the Nan banner." Bah, if that were true, why did you not dare to reveal your identities when questioned? The Goan captain thought, who has ever seen a robber who willingly divulges their identity? He continued, "Let us do this. We only need them to surrender their goods. We can spare their lives, and this way both sides can return with a satisfactory explanation. What do you think?" Captain Qian extinguished his cigarette, declaring, "I do not find that acceptable. When did Goan become so shameless? They traveled a great distance to procure supplies, and you wish to take advantage of them? Have you eaten too much of Goan's food and lost your wits?" The Goan captain's face darkened at this blatant ridicule, although he was aware of some matters concerning their base. Being so openly disdained was hard to bear. He could only shout, "I do not know what you're talking about. We must take these people back today, otherwise it will be a fight to the death between us." The brothers from Nan laughed, pondering what these individuals had undergone to speak such foolishness. Had their intelligence diminished during their enhancement? Otherwise, how could they utter such absurdities? Yet, Captain Qian calculated the time and thought that the others should have escaped far by now. They genuinely did not wish to engage with these dim wits any longer. In all my days, I have never encountered such foolish individuals. After a brief silence, Captain Qian issued the order to retreat. They had delayed long enough, and if they had not fled far, it would simply be their misfortune. His responsibility had been fulfilled, and the task completed. The remaining matters were no longer of concern to him. Only when Nan departed did Goen sense something amiss. "Captain, why is that group of foreigners so quiet?" Upon hearing this, the Goen captain recognized the anomaly. They hastily moved to the location where the foreigners had previously lingered. To their shock, there was not a single trace left. Not even a hair remained. "Captain, we have been deceived. That group of foreigners fled long ago. No wonder Nan left so quickly. What should we do? Should we pursue them?" The Goen captain, infuriated, struck his fist against the wall, his eyes reddening with rage. He shouted, "Everyone, pursue them! Otherwise, we shall face punishment upon our return." Upon hearing this, the men trembled, then, without further thought, resignedly set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, the Nan members departed with an air of nonchalance that, of course, with both factions resolved, the situation remained calm on the side of the black man. Pangs, they were clever enough to navigate the harsh environment, making their way back through dilapidated paths. Especially upon realizing they were being followed, they concealed themselves as best as they could. Even Nan, having passed through, failed to detect their presence. Ultimately, they only crossed paths with Goen before making their exit. Not even Morris had the chance to act before Nan arrived. Under the cover of Nan, they successfully escaped at remarkable speed. Only the Japanese were left in the direst situation. The Nan captain, not only formidable in strength but also cunning, plotted his revenge upon realizing Goen had failed to secure their position. When they encountered the two factions in battle, he directly encircled them, fighting indiscriminately, ensuring that as long as the Japanese could still breathe, they would return empty-handed. The captain, Gong Jun, had already devised how to conclude the affair. He intended not only to engage in black eating black, but also to bring back supplies. While shifting the enmity onto Goen.it was the perfect resolution. Thus, when Nan arrived, the battlefield descended into chaos. Ultimately, Nan sacrificed two members to eliminate all adversaries that, of course, among the Japanese, to feign death. Gong Jun was aware they were still alive and intentionally remarked, "Once our brothers return to base, Boss Jiang will surely reward us handsomely." These Donyang folks are truly pathetic. They perished so swiftly. "Captain, such remarks are unwise. What does this have to do with us? It was all the doing of Nan. Moreover, it is quite cold. We should hasten to return if the information is correct. That person on the ground is a spatial ability user. We must bring them back for the researchers to examine." Seeing his subordinate so astute, Gong Jun continued, "Let us rest for a moment, then we will extract their cores and head back." "All right, Captain, but I should first carry that ability user over. If we lose them, our brothers would have sacrificed in vain." Gong Jun pondered and agreed. After all, their sacrifices should not be in vain. Only when the supplies were returned could their families live better lives. He instructed his subordinates to carry the injured. They had done what needed to be done. While they rested, two Japanese quietly slipped away. Once the Nan members confirmed everyone had finally escaped, they began to extract the cores. With their spoils in tow, they commenced their journey home. However, Gong Jun's actions inadvertently implicated Donyang Base as well. Chapter 167. Losing the lady and the soldiers in a fit of rage. He overturned the table, his countenance dark and terrifying. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Nan, you're quite the clever one." The commander, visibly unsettled, inquired timidly, "What shall we do next, sir?" After all, today, Team 5 had ventured out, with one squad completely annihilated and another failing to locate any personnel. The remaining 3 teams had sustained injuries, resulting in a substantial loss. The primary issue stemmed from Nan's meddling. Otherwise, those individuals would have long been within their grasp, especially considering the supplies exchanged with Nan, which were indeed valuable equipment that it would be impossible for the personnel for national security not to feel envious. Have the people within Nan acquire the vaccine formula immediately. I don't wish to wait any longer. Understood, I will arrange it right away. Also, keep an eye on Nan's scouts. Eliminate them all. Yes, sir. All right, you may leave now. This time, I shall not punish you. Upon hearing this, the several squad leaders finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, once punished, they would suffer greatly. This commander was not as gentle as he appeared. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan base, among those who returned, only Gong Jun had 2 casualties, yet he returned with spoils. Upon learning this, Nan Xiangwan directly ordered that the spatial ability user be dragged into their small black room. Observing the lifeless body, Zhang Siyu spoke first. Allow me to merge with this crystal core. After contemplating, Nan Xiangwan realized that her own space, being a jade pendant, was indeed less convenient than her partner's. Wait for me a moment. I will first purify it with spring water before you consume it. All right. With nimble hands, Nan Xiangwan excavated the crystal core and immersed it in the spring water within her spatial realm. Subsequently, her brother incinerated the body with hellfire. Sister, has my hellfire grown stronger? And it seems you haven't been slacking off lately. Sister, I have been diligently cultivating. Will you prepare a feast for me tonight? Seeing her brother's pitiful expression, Nan Xiangwan chuckled. Very well. Once my husband is done with his matters, I shall prepare a grand meal for you. For now, you have no business here. Step outside and wait. Aware that he had no further duties, Nan Haochen turned and departed. Once her brother left, Nan Xiangwan retrieved the crystal core. Here, take your time to merge. I will keep you company. Zhang Siyu accepted the crystal core and sat cross-legged on the bed, swallowing it. Nan Xiangwan was not the least bit worried. After all, this was merely a fusion of the core's essence, not an activation of abilities. Once the fusion succeeded, all the resources within would belong to them. Besides the supplies they had initially exchanged, she was also curious about what else those individuals had brought. After all, the space of their spatial ability user was so vast that it made her suspect it could rival her partners. In truth, the ability users who came this time were the most powerful spatial ability users from various nations. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to carry such an abundance of supplies. As for the Japanese, they suffered considerable losses this time. It was uncertain whether those individuals would seek revenge against the old rogue from national security upon returning. Afterward, Nan Xiangwan quietly sat to one side, watching her partner gradually refine the crystal core. However, as she observed, she inadvertently dozed off on the sofa. When Zhang Siyu opened his eyes again, he found his wife curled up on the sofa, sleeping soundly. After stretching his limbs, he carefully lifted her and carried her back to their room. Yet, as soon as they entered the room, Nan Xiangwan awoke, bewildered, and asked, "Are you done?" Zhang Siyu gently tidied her disheveled hair, affectionately replying, "Yes, I have completed it. Mental strength is formidable, so the fusion was swift. Would you like to know what else was in that person's space?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan instantly perked up. "Tell me, what good things are there?" Seeing his wife's delight, Zhang Siyu decided to tease her a little. Suddenly, a multitude of adult-rated books and CDs appeared before Nan Xiangwan, gazing at the plethora of explicit photographs. She was at a loss for words. Is this what you consider a treasure? Are you joking? With a dismissive wave of her hand, she banished them into her space, finding it rather unseemly. Had she not been married, she would have felt exceedingly embarrassed. Nevertheless, her cheeks flushed adorably. Observing his wife's reaction, Zhang Siyu instinctively swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he remarked, "I believe those are the perks of our marriage. Are you not curious if those positions are comfortable?" Without hesitation, Nan Xiangwan hurled a pillow at him. "LSP, let me tell you, tonight you sleep alone." Humph. Zhang Siyu caught the pillow, awkwardly rubbing his nose, pondering that it was perfectly normal for a man to have thoughts about his own wife. If he didn't, that would be abnormal. However, he dared not pursue the matter further, fearing he might go several days without any intimacy. Then, with a flicker of thought, Nan Xiangwan conjured a plethora of jewelry within the room, nearly blinding her titanium alloy eyes. "What on earth? Where did you rob this from? So many pink diamonds. Is your country this wealthy?" The truth was unknown, but the jewelry had indeed been found within that person's space. Presumably his personal stash. Nan Xiangwan picked up a fist-sized pink diamond, growing increasingly fond of it. Her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "Darling, once the apocalypse ends, I shall bear you a daughter, and this shall be the family heirloom. What do you think? Isn't it particularly beautiful? It's truly a delightful surprise. By the way, that fellow named Gong Jun, summon him tomorrow. I wish to reward him handsomely. He executed this task splendidly and has won my favor." Upon hearing his wife's fondness, Zhang Xiyu felt a twinge of jealousy at the mention of Gong Jun's name. Dear, allow me to reward Gong Jun on your behalf. There's no need for you to take action. Without a second thought, Nan Xiangwan replied, Then I shall trouble you, my dear. Is there anything else good? Hurry and show me, she urged. Seeing his wife's eager demeanor, Zhang Xiyu acquiesced, bringing out item after item for her to admire. Anything she liked, he allowed her to store in her spacious realm. After they had thoroughly examined everything, Nan Xiangwan remarked, Who would have thought a spatial ability user would hoard so many treasures? TK said, We have truly profited. Had I known earlier, I would have encouraged other squad leaders to do the same. Who knows, maybe those foreigners have good stuff too. Zhang Xiyu chuckled helplessly in response. You know, if we had killed them all, we might find ourselves in a situation where we couldn't explain ourselves. After all, not everyone is a fool. Therefore, capturing just one Japanese will suffice. Now, be good. All right, I shall go prepare dinner. You rest for a while. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Chapter 168. The invasion of the insectoids. Nan Xiangwan rose and headed to the kitchen, surveying its emptiness. She mused that it had been a while since she last cooked, and there was nothing to eat. Turning, she entered her space to rummage through her previous stockpile. After all, the myriad of delicacies she had purchased before the apocalypse had yet to be fully consumed. She retrieved a dozen dishes, commencing the heating process. As a result, the residents of the building caught wind of the delicious aroma. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Xiyu, who had been meditating, helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose and stood to answer the door. This always happened. The moment his wife lit the stove, that group with their keen noses would come seeking a meal. Upon opening the door, he found 8 individuals standing outside, indicating that the core members had all arrived. Xiao Jing, noticing Zhang Xiyu's stern expression, boldly declared, We've come to mooch off your food. Very well. Change your shoes. Haochen, summon Mosey and Haozi to join us. Understood, brother-in-law. Zhang Xiyu thought that since everyone was present, he might as well invite his 2 brothers as well. Once Nan Xiangwan learned of this, she retrieved even more dishes from her space. After all, these were all ready-to-eat meals. She merely needed to process them a bit. Who could resist such appetizing offerings? However, just as they were halfway through their meal, the entire building began to shake violently. Everyone inside immediately sprang to their feet and rushed outside. Even the survivors of the entire base emerged. Nan Xiangwan was the first to notice that something was amiss in the sky. Look, what is that in the sky? Upon hearing her words, everyone looked up, only to see a vortex in the pitch-black sky that was continuously enlarging, with objects emerging from within. This is bad. All ordinary people must retreat to the underground passages immediately. Hurry! Upon hearing this, everyone disregarded everything else and began to flee. Zhang Xiyu continued, All ability users, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. If we cannot withstand it, retreat underground immediately, quickly. At this moment, not only had Zhang Nan's people noticed the anomaly, but other bases had also detected the unusual occurrence. After all, such an unforeseen change left everyone unsure of what would transpire next. Meanwhile, a woman deep in the mountains wore a fearsome expression. Master, what shall we do? The heavens have changed. The heavenly laws intend to destroy all of Water Blue Star. Humph, if they think they can thwart my mission, they are sorely mistaken. In my past life, I could reverse time. This time, I shall show them that without my permission, no one shall disrupt my plans. You shall cast this object into the sky. Since the heavenly laws show no mercy, I can also enhance humanity's physique and leverage. Yes, I shall do so immediately. In an instant, the sky began to shower down blue snow. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left even more bewildered. As I pondered the harsh fate that seemed to befall them, I couldn't help but exclaim, Is this the will of heaven, determined to see them perish? What on earth is happening? Just then, an unidentified flying object, roughly the size of a car, hurtled towards them. Be careful. Bang! What on earth is this monstrous creature? Engage in battle, quickly, aim and fire. I want to go to the back. I'll handle this. No, I want to fight alongside you. With a sense of resignation, Zhang Xiyu had no choice but to issue another command. Use your powers to attack it. Now. Crackle, crackle, Squeak, squeak. The group gazed at the enormous being that had landed motionless before them, its wings reminiscent of fly. 3 eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs and bubbling skin. It resembled a creature that could only exist in the realm of film, yet here it was manifesting in reality, before they could deal with this one. Several more appeared ominously in the sky, each with a different appearance that IT was beyond the imagination of those who had never encountered such horrors. Even Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan found themselves swallowing hard. All personnel, take aim and commence the assault. Upon Zhang Xiyu's command, the entire base erupted in a flurry of supernatural abilities. Meanwhile, the blue snowflakes in the sky continued to grow larger. Only when the black hole finally sealed shut did the onslaught cease. However, in that brief moment, an unknown number of creatures had emerged, and now, the battle was just beginning. Everyone unleashed their unique skills, engaging in a widespread melee IT that moment. Long Fantan, momentarily distracted, was on the verge of being struck by the creature's tentacle when suddenly a shadow flashed by. With a muffled groan, Bai Yuan collapsed, blood spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Long Fantian, in a frenzy, attacked the insectoid behind him. Yuan, hold on. You can't die without my permission. Do you hear me? Lying on the ground, Bai Yuan gazed at the still dashing Long Fantian, as if recalling a distant yesterday. Since their last parting, he had not laid eyes on him again. He was unsure when his heart had become so tumultuous. He thought of him, and without a moment's hesitation, rushed to his aid when he sensed danger. He couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to him. After Long Fantian and the others dispatched the insectoid, he scooped up Bai Yuan and carried him indoors. Yuan, why are you so foolish? Open your eyes and look at me. I am Fantian. I will save you now. You cannot leave me. In that moment, Long Fantian resembled a helpless child, tears streaming down his face onto Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan, opening his eyes with great difficulty, said, "You don't cry, I won't die." Upon hearing this, Long Fantian immediately retorted, "Are you foolish? If you die, how am I supposed to live? Do you want me to bear the guilt every single day just to see you happy?" "Huh, you idiot. I will heal your wounds right now." Bai Yuan wished to convey that he would be fine with a little rest, that it truly was unnecessary to go to such lengths, that he had merely been struck. However, Long Fantian disregarded his words and unleashed his healing powers upon him. Seeing his obstinacy, Bai Yuan could only close his eyes and remain silent, allowing him to fuss over him. Initially, he thought he was doomed, but inexplicably, a strange energy surged within him, leaving him utterly baffled. Call it a supernatural ability seemed inaccurate. Regardless, he could not comprehend what this force was. Concurrently, Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan also sensed something amiss. Their heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy alerted them to the unexpected surge within their bodies, leaving them incredulous. Yet, with the insectoid threats still lingering, there was no time to ponder further. "Darling, hurry and eliminate these repulsive creatures. I sense something suspicious about this heavy snowfall. I have noticed as well. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Whatever it is, as long as we survive, that is what matters." Zhang Xiyu then intensified his lightning powers, unleashing a furious barrage. It took nearly an hour before they finally eradicated all the insects. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Only Long Fantian emerged, stating, "We must take these creatures to the laboratory for dissection." Chapter 169. The mutant, upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan replied, "Your laboratory likely lacks the space for all of them. We should transport them to the indoor sports arena instead." "Very well. We shall heed my sister-in-law's advice." At that moment, Xiao Jing, panting heavily, added, "Fantian, I suggest you quickly gather some of this blue snow. It feels like there is something valuable here. Indeed, it warrants investigation. All personnel, restore your powers immediately." The exhausted supernatural beings, upon hearing this, begrudgingly rose to their feet, knowing the battlefield needed to be cleared. They glanced at their fallen comrades, a wave of sorrow washing over them. No one had anticipated that those who had shared laughter and camaraderie would be forever separated in a single night. Zhang Xiyu, feeling a pang of grief, instructed the group to gather the bodies of their fallen brothers, to cremate and bury them together. They were heroes of the base, and even in death, They deserved a dignified resting place. After resting, the group donned gloves and dragged the bodies to the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan produced a multitude of buckets, initiating the collection of snowflakes. After all, the calamity and the snowfall had arrived under suspicious circumstances. Concurrently, the lone wolf base had been utterly annihilated by this disaster. With no survivors left, I end the final moments. Bai Lang closed his eyes, a look of relief gracing his features. He was weary, and such a death felt preferable to Donyang base. Qingyun gazed sorrowfully at the few remaining survivors. He contemplated leading them to seek refuge at Zhannan base. Even without power, at least there, he might find hope for survival. The calamity was compounded by a severe shortage of supplies. He could no longer sustain this struggle. He was not a god. Unable to save so many lives, he then addressed those around him. Tomorrow, I will head to Zhannan. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. Those who do not may go to Goan. I can no longer protect you. Brother, is it truly impossible to hold on any longer? Qingyun closed his eyes and replied helplessly, I have done my utmost. For survival, only Goan and Zhan offer hope. Understood. Point one by one. They turned and began to pack their belongings. Indeed, Donyang had been severely wounded, unable to endure any longer. In contrast, Goan had suffered the least losses. After all, its people were primarily former regular troops. And with a majority being supernatural beings, only about 50 had perished, although the insectoid casualties were significant. What they did not realize was that this was merely the beginning, for the insectoid invasion of Shui launching was just the tip of the iceberg. In the mess hall of Zhannan base, Nan Xiangwan, while eating, said to Zhan, we need to change our strategy. What are your thoughts? We no longer need to expand the base. We should construct an underground city instead. If my intuition is correct, living on the surface will soon become untenable. The others at the table paused, considering the implications. Did this mean they would have to endure a life akin to what they had seen on television? Yet if they did not build, no one could predict whether the unseen insectoids would become increasingly unmanageable. It was wise to leave themselves a retreat. Just then, Sidamo rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, Howsy has mutated. You need to come see. What happened? What kind of mutation? He is transformed into a monster, but his mind remains clear. He is crying right now. The group abandoned their meals and hurried to check on Bai Minghao upon arrival. They found him sitting there, perfectly fine, with no sign of any monster. Sidamo approached, bewildered, and asked, Are you all right? Upon seeing everyone gathered, Bai Minghao began to weep again. Wah, I'm no longer human. I'm a monster. I don't want to live. Zhan Siyu, feeling a headache coming on, urged, Stop crying for a moment. What exactly happened? I'm not sure. Suddenly there was this energy swirling within me that I couldn't contain. And I grew a pair of black wings and 6 tentacles. I was terrified, and then it just disappeared. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan recalled a novel she had read, which describes such a phenomenon as a mutation, an alteration in the genes of a supernatural being. However, she had only encountered it in fiction before. Unsure, she asked, Can you meditate again and see if it happens once more? Bai Minghao tried to visualize the earlier experience, indeed transformed again, sprouting wings and tentacles. The onlookers stared in disbelief. What is happening? This is so cool. Bai Minghao, seeing their lack of fear, was momentarily perplexed. Aren't you scared? Nan Xiangwan, instead of being frightened, was rather excited, proclaiming, if I'm not mistaken, you've become a mutant with a composite insect form. Not only does it enhance your physique, but it also boosts your combat abilities. However, the drawbacks remain unknown. I've only encountered this in literature. The others, upon hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, began to ponder the possibilities. Could they also experience evolution and mutation? What might they become? The thought stirred a sense of anticipation within them. That moment, Bai Yuan, who was beside Lung Fantian, suddenly began to feel unwell. Brahma, I feel an energy within me beginning to surge. Please assist me over there. Upon hearing this, the others pondered whether yet another activation was imminent. Silence enveloped the group as they awaited the next miracle. Should this indeed be the case, their newfound strength would render them unafraid of those flying insects. As time passed gradually, a transformation finally occurred in Bai Yuan. 9 white fox tails sprouted from behind him, and even his fingernails elongated and sharpened unexpectedly. The onlookers regarded this phenomenon with the same wonder as discovering a new continent. Upon opening his eyes and observing his transformation, Bai Yuan sighed deeply, exclaiming, "What species am I now? Surely, I cannot have turned into a mutated fox." Only Lung Brahma, witnessing this, was utterly delighted. "What an adorable little fox you have become. Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to communicate, as we have entered a new phase of mutation and upgrade, and none can predict what complications may ensue." After listening to Nan Xiangwan's words, Lung Brahma's earlier joy dissipated, replaced by concern as he inquired, "Sister-in-law, did the book you read mention any drawbacks regarding such situations?" "Yes," she replied, "but those were merely fictional accounts and should not be taken seriously." Chapter 170. Consecutive Mutations. Sister-in-law, please share what you know. At least it will provide us some reassurance. With everyone's gaze fixed upon her, Nan Xiangwan reluctantly began, "The book I previously read provided a brief overview, stating that only those with abilities could undergo upgrades to become mutated, and that there are levels within this system, such as S, SS, SSS, and so forth. The higher the level of mutation, the greater the combat prowess, akin to the correlation between the level of one's abilities and their strength. However, it is said that mutated beings are prone to energy surges, which can apparently be suppressed with some sort of reagent. Although the specifics of this reagent were not disclosed, all I know is this. We must proceed with caution and observe closely that I suspect this latest mutation is linked to that blue snowstorm." Upon hearing this, the others recalled that indeed, the mutations had occurred following that university incident. After all, the previous upgrades of abilities had also coincided with heavy rain and snowfall, rendering this latest mutation somewhat unsurprising. Yet, the prevalence of animal forms in these mutations raised questions. Would everyone eventually take on such shapes? Just as the group contemplated this, Liang Shuzhe hurriedly rushed in. "Boss, trouble. Many people in the base have mutated, and they are terrified. You must come quickly." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan immediately reassured, "Stay calm. It's normal and not dangerous. That we'll go check it out right now. Also, Situ-Mo, please issue a broadcast stating that these are powerful mutated beings resulting from an upgrade in abilities. We must prevent panic among the base personnel." "Understood, sister-in-law. I'll go right away." "Well then, let us see what has transpired. We must ascertain whether all the mutated beings have taken on animal forms." "Indeed. Let us go observe. I am quite curious." Upon returning to the dining hall, the scene was one of chaos, particularly upon seeing the boss. Wang Ming tearfully exclaimed, "Boss, you must see me. How have I turned into a robot?" Zhang Xiyu, confronted with Wang Ming's golden iron physique, felt as though he were witnessing a scene from Transformers. "Boss, me too. Lu Yun here. I've become covered in branches, resembling a giant tree. And boss, how have I turned into a werewolf? And I, Zhang Xiyu surveyed the array of bizarre mutations and felt a headache approaching. He then shouted, "Silence. Listen to me. You are not monsters. This is a divine gift, a new skill, a mutation. All ability users have the potential to mutate at any time. But what form this will take remains unknown. For now, we can only observe. You all witnessed those extraterrestrial beings yesterday. After these mutations, we need no longer fear them. Thus, your primary focus should be on mastering your new abilities. Should you feel any discomfort, report it immediately to Situ-Mo, and we will investigate further." "Yes, understood. Now, attempt to retract your mutated forms." Upon hearing Zhang Xiyu's instructions, the group realized they could revert their transformations and immediately began to try retracting their exteriors. "Oh, it actually worked. I've returned to being human. Huh. Me too. This is wonderful. I can finally sleep in my bed again. All is normal now. Otherwise, I would have cried." The group sighed in relief upon witnessing that they were not monsters. And at that moment, Situ-Mo's broadcast echoed throughout the base. After hearing the announcement, the base's survivors also breathed a sigh of relief, as they were genuinely fearful of turning into monsters that might harm their own. The memories of the initial zombie outbreaks were still fresh. Just as they returned to their quarters, Nan Xiangwan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Nan Xiangwan quickly led her brother to the conference room. "Sister, I feel an energy surging through my body. It is quite uncomfortable. Nan Xiangwan urgently replied, quickly sit down and try to calm it. This may indicate an impending mutation. What? Am I to mutate so soon? But I do not wish to turn into something so ugly. Be calm. Think of your favorite character and focus on that. Perhaps it will help manifest your desired form. All right, I will try. I do not want to become an animal. Nan Xiangwan settled on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. As he did so, Nan Xiangwan began to feel discomfort as well. Darling, I believe I may also be starting my transformation. Please keep watch for us. Zhan Xiyu, noticing the cold sweat on his wife's forehead, asked with concern, Are you all right? What feels uncomfortable? Nan Xiangwan, enduring the energy surges, smiled and replied, I am fine. This was bound to happen. I will take a moment to assist you. Please guard the door. Yes, I will watch over you. Do not speak. Just focus on calming yourself. I could see this moment. Nan Xiangwan found it increasingly difficult to suppress her energy and began to meditate with her eyes closed. She had always had a fondness for winged beings, but the fangs and antennae were rather hard for her to accept. She envisioned an angel with a pure and flawless visage, and in that moment, no one knew what form they would ultimately take. Thus, bold imaginings were encouraged. As time passed, Zhan Xiyu grew anxious, for neither of them had shown any signs of transformation. Was it possible that their mutations had failed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Nan Xiangwan was the first to undergo a change, letting out a fierce roar as a purple transformer emerged, its shell gleaming so brightly that it nearly blinded him. Upon opening his eyes and beholding his freshly minted mutated form, Nan Xiangwan burst into laughter to brother-in-law. I have indeed transformed into the form I desired. How splendid! Zhan Xiyu, gazing at the towering figure of 2 meters, felt his jaw twitch. You had best refrain from jumping around. You might bring the house down. It would be wise for you to revert to your original form, if you wish to train. Either do so in your sister's space or outside. In here, it is simply not feasible. Point one punch from you, and we would be without a place to rest. Hearing his brother-in-law's admonition, Nan Xiangwan pondered the truth of it and, with a mere thought, returned to his former shape. Wait, is my sister also about to mutate? Yes, she began to feel unwell shortly thereafter, but has not reacted yet. I am uncertain why, but I dare not disturb her lest I disrupt her focus and cause unforeseen consequences. Brother-in-law, did you not notice that my sister is radiating white light? Upon hearing this, Zhan Xiyu scrutinized his wife closely. Indeed, he could discern a subtle difference. What character does your sister favor? Chapter 171. The anxious Zhan Xiyu chuckled in disbelief at his brother-in-law's ignorance of his own sister's preferences. You do not even know what character your own sister likes. What kind of brother are you? Nan Xiangwan, pouting, retorted, You are her husband, yet you are equally clueless. Zhan Xiyu shot him a disapproving glare. That is hardly comparable. We have been together for a short time. You and she have been together far longer. Humph, brother-in-law, you are just being evasive. Just as the two appeared ready to quarrel, Nan Xiangwan suddenly stood up, whisking both bickering men into her space. Moments later, a blinding white light emanated from her, intensifying as she began to transform, but a pair of vibrant, multicolored wings materialized behind her, captivating in their beauty. Her form became enveloped in a layer of armor. A pristine white adorned with colorful wings, leaving the 2 men utterly bewildered. What kind of character is this? An angel? A warrior? Never had they encountered such a being. Even Nan Xiangwan, an avid enthusiast of anime, failed to recognize this character. That moment, Nan Xiangwan opened her eyes, gazing at her transformation. A slight smile gracing her lips, it seemed her meditation had indeed allowed her to alter her appearance as she wished. Testing her new wings, she flapped them and took flight. Darling, do I look beautiful? Indeed, you look like an angel. After listening to Nan Xiangwan, she joyfully took a flight around before landing and approached Zhan Xiyu, saying, Darling, when you mutate, just think of me, but make it black. This way, even if we both mutate into warriors, others will immediately recognize us as a couple. What do you think? Zhan Xiyu affectionately patted her head and replied, All right, I will listen, Wan. He mused to himself that having the same equipment as his wife indeed seemed quite appealing. Then Nan Xiangwan turned to her younger brother and inquired, What is your form? Her brother confidently stated, "Watch closely, sister. I will transform for you now." In an instant, Nan Xiangwan beheld her brother transforming into an Iron Man. This Iron Man. She scoffed, "No, I am a transformer. Even without wings. I can still fly." "Impressive," she exclaimed. "This is indeed my favorite model, although it does have some differences. It cannot be replicated one-to-one. Nonetheless, I am satisfied. Enough with the humble bragging. If you still complain, how will those who have transformed into animal hybrids survive?" "Indeed, you are right, sister. Allow me to demonstrate," her brother declared, soaring into the sky, showcasing his impressive form, which made Zhang Xiyu a tad envious. "Wife, everyone has mutated. Why have I not shown any signs yet?" Nan Xiangwan, sensing his anxiety, comforted him. "It is better to mutate later. At least we are currently unaware of the changes that may come with our new bodies. If the energy truly goes berserk, I would prefer you not to mutate. Wife, how can you abandon me? Even in pain, I wish to accompany you." "All right, now is not the time to fret. Perhaps your turn will come soon," Zhang Xiyu agreed, realizing that since everyone else had mutated, it was only a matter of time for him, so he decided to wait patiently. However, as time passed, he became the last among the entire base to undergo mutation. The next day, upon witnessing that the entire base was filled with transformed beings, he began to doubt his very existence. "Wife, am I the one overlooked by fate?" Nan Xiangwan, understanding her husband as concerns, reassured him, "Do not worry. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will straighten itself out. Perhaps heaven has reserved the best for you." "Let us hope," she replied. "If you think about it, aside from increased combat prowess, there are not many benefits to being a mutant. Just look at Lung Fantion. I cannot fathom his thoughts in transforming his mutant form into a hermaphrodite. The sight of his post-mutation form makes me dizzy. I truly do not understand his intentions." Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhang Xiyu recalled Lung Fantian's mutated appearance and couldn't help but shudder. After his mutation, he is more feminine than any woman. And even his voice exudes a mature charm that it seems he is truly invested heavily for by Yuan. Indeed, that moment, Lung Fantian, who was being discussed by the couple, was entangled with Bai Yuan. After a passionate encounter, Bai Yuan gazed at the incredibly alluring woman beside him. Feeling somewhat surreal, he could no longer distinguish whether he was with a man or a woman, while Lung Fantian looked at him with satisfaction. "Bai Yuan, I didn't expect you to have such stamina." He then glanced downwards, resembling a seductress intent on draining his essence. Bai Yuan sighed. "Tian, are you really all right like this? And why did you transform into this?" "I genuinely do not mind that you are a man. I've come to terms with that in my heart. There's truly no need for you to go through so much for me. It is not worth it." Upon hearing this, Lung Fantian instantly reverted to his original form, visibly displeased as he replied, "I simply do not want you to feel uncomfortable, and I quite enjoy my transformed appearance. Moreover, it does not affect my combat abilities. There is no question of worth. As long as it brings you joy and satisfaction, I am content to you not like my transformed self." Bai Yuan, recalling the earlier scene, felt his face redden again. Although he had never been with a woman before, the enchanting sensations he experienced awakened something within him. Seeing this, Lung Fantian chuckled. "It seems my little Yuan misses his sister." He then instantly transformed back into a woman, and upon seeing this, Bai Yuan could not help but swallow hard. "Tian, you are so beautiful. From now on, you can only be mine." He then leaned down to kiss her slightly cold lips. Following this moment, Bai Yuan completely fell in love with the sensation, desiring more. Lung Fantian also cherished the delightful feelings. Realizing that such experiences were unattainable as a man, he had no regrets about transforming into a woman. For he deeply loved Bai Yuan and wished to give him the best of everything. Hence, he had never regretted it. He even felt grateful for this mutation. Otherwise, they might still be dancing around each other before finally coming together. It was only at this moment that the people in the base realized that Lung Fantian had always been fond of men. Thus, love truly knows no gender. What matters is the feeling. This unexpected turn of events marked a significant advancement for the Zhangnan base. However, in the National Security Laboratory, Professor Wang's condition was even more frenzied than before. After all, unknown genes hold more research value than zombie viruses. Who knows, he might develop a counteragent for mutants one day, that if there was any blame, it was that he was not a superhuman. He could not partake in those wonderful experiences, so every quiet night, he pondered how to cause destruction that, of course, he acted discreetly, and no one had yet discovered his issues. Chapter 172. The Unknown Insectoid Crystalline Sphere. When Jiang Tao and his team arrived at the laboratory, they found Professor Wang dissecting the corpse of a bug monster, the stench of blood making Jiang Tao frown. Old Wang, have you made any progress here? Professor Wang, hearing the voice, responded impatiently. I am in the midst of an experiment. If you have nothing important, it would be best for you to wait outside. It would be unfortunate if your clothes got stained. Jiang Tao frowned and replied, I was just asking. You know that many people have become unrecognizable. I'm just anxious to know if there is any danger. Professor Wang continued his work while responding. Aren't those people able to control themselves? As long as their brains are still functioning. It means there is no danger, unlike zombies, which are mindless beings. Jiang Tao considered this, realizing he himself had mutated, but no one knew. After all, once people discovered it, his identity as a superhuman would be exposed. If ordinary people could mutate, he wouldn't have to hide so thoroughly that he glanced at the experimental specimens on the lab table, but chose not to ask further and turned to leave. He was merely curious about the changes in the human body post-mutation, as this sudden turn of events had caught many off guard. Remembering the unidentified flying object from that day, he headed to another lab. There, he saw the bug monster had been reduced to mere parts. Observing a marble-sized sphere, Jiang Tao curiously asked, Is this its crystalline core? Professor Zhu, hearing Jiang Tao's question, replied, What it is remains unclear. This was extracted from its heart. I do not think it is a crystalline core, that I plan to find a superhuman to see if it can absorb it. If it cannot, we will need to investigate further, as we must be cautious about the energy it contains. Yes, you are correct. What you say makes sense. These unknown creatures have appeared suddenly. Caution is warranted. Would you like to take one to examine? We have enough since we eliminated quite a few. Jiang Tao looked at the spheres in the glass case and pointed to a black one, saying, I would like that one. I prefer black. Consider it a keepsake. Professor Zhu, surprised by his preference for black, did not overthink it and handed him the black crystalline sphere. Here, keep it safe. Jiang Tao accepted the sphere, carefully placing it in his pocket before departing with a smile. He then instructed those around him, Go deliver this crystalline sphere from Professor Wang to me. He was genuinely concerned about that old madman. That very night, the capital once again faced an onslaught from the insectoid creatures, with their numbers exceeding the previous attack. However, no one knew from where they had come. Yet, since humanity had mutated, they no longer feared these beings. After all, many of them could now fly, making it hard to determine who was stronger. The most excited were the brothers of Zhan Nan. Ever since their mutations, they finally had room to unleash their abilities. Thus, the battle between the insectoids and humans commenced anew. Zhan Siyu watched his brothers fighting valiantly, feeling increasingly exhilarated. It was like witnessing a grand spectacle from a television show come to life, far more interesting than slaying mindless zombies. Zombies, are you not polite? You are the foolish one. Especially for Nan Xiangwan, who was incredibly fired up at this moment. Not only could they battle the insects in the sky, but they could also fight them on the ground. It was exhilarating beyond measure. Brothers, let us take them down and feast when we return. Yes. After 2 hours of fierce combat, the battle finally came to an end. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Zhan Nan's brothers felt a headache coming on, thinking that next time, they would ensure to lure these creatures outside the base before engaging in battle, as they truly did not want to deal with the cleanup of this moment. Long Fan Tian spoke up. You should extract the pearls from the hearts of those insects and burn them. But I strongly advise against hoarding those pearls. After all, they are not crystal cores, and we have yet to ascertain the energy contained within if anyone succumbs to greed and meets their demise. We shall not come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, realizing the truth in his words that if they were indeed crystal cores, a few secret stashes would pose no issue. However, given the uncertainty surrounding these unknown entities, they dared not gamble with their lives, having fought so hard to survive until now. Over 100 insect creatures were subsequently dissected for their hearts. Yes, they worked The individuals murmured, "Finally, we don't have to deal with brain matter this time." Indeed, they had swapped positions, and now they could indulge in tofu pudding instead. Who could argue otherwise? After dealing with zombies for so long, I can hardly stomach milk anymore. Listening to their complaints, those nearby empathized. Fortunately, the cafeteria staff understood their plight and seldom prepared dishes resembling brain matter. Otherwise, they would surely go hungry. Once Jean Siu had collected all the crystal spheres, he turned to leave. Upon returning home, he sensed an unusual change in his body and promptly said, "Wife, take me to the space. I feel I am about to mutate." Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Xiangwan took him to the space. As soon as Jean Siu entered, he disregarded his surroundings and sat down on the floor, attempting to suppress the chaotic energy surging within him. Nan Xiangwan found a chair, seated herself nearby, and patiently waited. Her husband was finally on the brink of mutation, and the thought excited her. As dawn broke outside, Jean Siu showed no signs of reaction, while Nan Xiangwan had already fallen asleep on the ground out of sheer boredom from the prolonged wait. It was not until the sun began to rise that Jean Siu finally stirred. With a muffled grunt, he shot up into the sky, just as Nan Xiangwan awoke and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She caught a fleeting glimpse of shadow, blinking away her drowsiness and realizing her husband was missing. She quickly looked up, only to be utterly stunned. What on earth is that? How could it be so magnificent? After soaring through the sky, Jean Siu returned to stand before Nan Xiangwan. "Wife, what do you think? Am I not dashing? Wow, is that a combination of styles?" Jean Siu gazed down at his suit of armor. Chuckling, "I suppose it is a combination. After all, I merged all my favorite characters into one. I had no idea if it would succeed. Overall, I am quite satisfied, though I regret missing a few elements. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. Indeed, my husband is a genius. So, the mutation has its advantages after all. At least you have absorbed the essence of this world. Haven to you? Yes, you are right, wife, but my wings are black. Resembling a crow that not unattractive? No, they look splendid. I am colorful, and you are black. We make a perfect pair. Don't you want to be a couple with me? No, it is an honor to be like my wife." Nan Xiangwan tiptoed and planted a kiss on Jean Siu's cheek, smiling. "In light of your impressive transformation, I will forgive you. Now, let us go have lunch. I am starving." "All right, I will feed my wife first before I eat." Chapter 173. The Spring Conference. As days passed in the relentless battle against the insect creatures, spring soon arrived, in a world untouched by apocalypse. This season would herald the revival of all living things. Yet now, apart from mutated plants, only weeds seemed to thrive normally. One day, Nan Xiangwan and Jean Siu convened a lengthy meeting in the school auditorium, addressing all the high-ranking officials and squad leaders of the base. The people of Jiangnan were acutely aware that the current situation had become increasingly tense. To survive, they had to unite as one. Once all core personnel had gathered, Jean Siu took the microphone and began to speak. "Today, I have assembled you all to discuss our future plans. Once I finish speaking, if you have any questions, please raise your hands. That N01 is permitted to speak out of turn. Did I ask that clear?" From the crowd came a resounding yes. Jean Siu surveyed the audience before continuing. "This winter has been far from easy for us. With the zombies not entirely eradicated, new species have emerged on Water Blue Star, and humanity has undergone yet another evolution. These entities pose a significant threat to our survival. None of us knows how long we can continue to live above ground, so the foremost task as spring begins is to construct underground cities. I understand that this is a daunting task. The machines and materials required are vast and may even seem like a bottomless pit. However, no matter how challenging it is, we must forge ahead, for we all desire to live. Therefore, starting next week, half of the ability users at the base will venture out daily to search for supplies, and we must acquire everything usable and transportable. The remaining half of the ability users and ordinary citizens will commence construction. I hope everyone can give their all. Can you do this?" The crowd responded in unison. "We can do it." "Excellent. We of Jiangnan are all warriors that I believe that united, we will eventually see the dawn. So let us persevere." Next, he addressed the second matter. "All existing ability users at our base have evolved into mutated forms, yet each possesses unique strengths. Many skills within each squad overlap. So moving forward, I will rearrange all squad members and redistribute them, ensuring each group has a distinct skill set. This way, we can complement each other's weaknesses during combat. Of course, squad leaders need not worry. You may exchange members with other squads as needed until you are satisfied. However, this must be consensual. No one may be forced. If anyone in John discovers incidents of infighting, I will show no mercy. Any of you have objections? One voice rose, "Boss, I do." Zhang Xiyu glanced at the person who had raised their hand and asked, "Is that you, Gong Jun?" Surprised that the leader remembered him, Gong Jun smiled and replied, "Yes, it's me. May I ask if my current squad members can select those they wish to keep first? I assure you there will be no skill overlaps. And then you can redistribute the remaining members. Would that be acceptable?" Other squad leaders expressed their agreement. After all, they needed to retain a few trusted allies. Otherwise, sending unfamiliar individuals on missions would be risky. Zhang Xiyu grasped the implication of Gong Jun's question and replied, "That is acceptable as long as there are no skill overlaps. You may keep as many as you wish, and the rest will be shuffled for redistribution." The crowd sighed in relief upon receiving this confirmation, grateful they would not have to start anew with entirely new teams, which would be a waste of time. "Thank you, boss. We will cooperate fully. Are there any other questions? If not, I will continue." Gong Jun replied, "None. Next, let us talk about the crystal spheres from the insect creatures. Following extensive experimentation by Mr. Lung Fantian, we have discovered that the energy within these spheres can heal the energy surges generated by our mutated forms. However, currently, only the healing chamber can be utilized in conjunction with them. Therefore, if anyone experiences an energy surge, please head to the laboratory for treatment. Thus far, only 2 individuals at the base have displayed energy surges. So, I urge you all to remain vigilant regarding your bodies. You may trigger an explosion if you are not careful. Keep this in mind. Additionally, while you are out, please try to bring back as many green plants as possible. Mr. Lung wishes to study the current state of human test tube babies, but we cannot simply wait idly. Without the birth of new infants, humanity faces extinction. This is a matter of utmost importance that I will publish a list of needed items on the mission board, and you may select tasks as you see fit. Remember, life is the most precious. Materials can be replaced, but you must ensure your survival." The crowd responded, "Understood. I hope that through our continuous efforts, we can welcome the birth of new life and overcome all obstacles to thrive in this world. I've said all I need to. Now, I will hand the microphone over to my wife, who will share a few words." As Zhang Xiyu finished, he passed the microphone to Nan Xiangwan and stepped aside. She took the microphone and spoke directly. "Starting next week, anyone going out to gather supplies who can hunt mutated beasts should strive to bring back their catches. The cafeteria's meat supply is limited each day. Although our base's greenhouse and chicken coop have started to yield produce, it is still insufficient for our needs. Therefore, for the sake of everyone's future rations, you must all put in the effort. Additionally, I urge everyone to stick together when venturing out. Do not go solo. We have already severed ties with the National Security Agency, and while our current situation is one of mutual non-interference, we cannot rule out the possibility of them plotting against us. That if you encounter such a situation, do not hesitate. Eliminate the threat immediately. In Mr. Lung's laboratory, there is now a pressing need for ordinary individuals to serve as samples for experiments aimed at awakening extraordinary abilities. However, we are not demons. Thus, we welcome any ordinary person who wishes to volunteer. You may also communicate with those around you who are ordinary. For those reluctant to take on challenges, they may live quietly until their natural demise. For those yearning to transform their lives, proceed to report to the laboratory. After all, should the attempt to awaken abilities fail, the outcome is akin to a state of mindless existence. Consider your decision carefully. Afterward, I have nothing more to convey. In essence, the underground city is of utmost importance at present. Chapter 174. Qingyun's persistence. As Nan Xiangwan concluded her speech, she once again handed the microphone to her partner and descended from the podium. Zhang Xiyu then addressed the audience. "Do you have any further questions or suggestions? If so, please raise your hand. We are a democratic family, and any suggestions that can assist in the development of our base will be welcomed." Upon hearing Zhang Xiyu's words, the audience began to murmur among themselves. After all, in such a democratic meeting, everyone had questions they wished to voice. Soon, someone raised their hand, indicating they had something to say. Mosey handed him a microphone. The team leader took the microphone and inquired, "May I ask how long our food supplies will last?" The crowd collectively sighed, faces etched with disbelief. "Brother, surely you must be joking? This is a matter of base confidentiality. How could you dare to ask?" Some speculated he might be a spy from the national security. However, Zhang Xiyu calmly responded, "I cannot say how much we have, but it should suffice until death." The audience was left speechless by such an answer. "Are there any further questions?" "I have one." The microphone was passed to another individual, who asked, "I wish to know what our current life expectancy is." Zhang Xiyu looked towards Lung Fantian, who was equally uncertain. Lung Fantian then stood and stated, "Based on my current experimental data, a lifespan of 200 years is achievable, as for whether it could be more. That remains to be seen through further experimentation." Upon hearing this, the crowd was astonished at the prospect of living so long, relieved that they wouldn't perish before experiencing the light of day. "Is there anything else?" Once again, silence enveloped the audience. That it seemed all matters had been addressed, and now it was time for action. After all, overthinking only burdens the mind. Mere soldiers, their duty was to work and eat. Seeing no further inquiries, Zhang Xiyu declared, "Since there are no more questions, let's adjourn the meeting." Thus, the first meeting of the new spring came to a close, upon returning to their small conference room. Zhang Xiyu proceeded to allocate tasks to his brothers, as one person bearing too much responsibility could indeed be exhausting. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, deep within the mountains, the insectoids began to proliferate. Even the zombies kept their distance. The zombie king unleashed by the national security had proven formidable, yet upon encountering the grotesque insectoids, they realized the latter were far more threatening. Thankfully, the zombies had not evolved into mutant forms. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Observing the reproductive capabilities of the insectoids, even the intellectually astute zombie king found himself at a loss. The sheer number of eggs laid was astounding, leaving one to wonder what the water blue star would resemble once those insects matured. The only solace was that the sentient flora in the mountains were not easily trifled with. The insectoids, which humans fought valiantly against, found themselves drained of vitality when confronting these superior plants, which absorbed them as nourishment. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to breed in the depths of the mountains. In truth, these insectoids were brought forth by the malevolent force of the cosmic order from the interstellar realm. After all, during the interstellar era, humanity had to contend with these insect races continuously. The cosmic order held little faith that the water blue star could withstand such trials, once it was thoroughly ravaged. This cosmic order could finally retire. The relentless destruction wrought by humanity had severely impeded its cultivation, prompting such ruthless actions. Yet, the higher powers remained blissfully unaware of this situation. The myriad worlds in the hands of the creator deity regarded the water blue star as merely an ordinary continent. It is likely that no one would notice its disappearance until the very moment it vanished, save for the deity capable of reversing time and space. Regrettably, many events are predestined, and her only recourse is to strive to restore vitality to the water blue star. Only by returning it to its former state can her mission be deemed complete. Had her divine powers not been so severely suppressed, the reincarnation of those individuals might have been averted. After all, the fated child of fortune from the previous life had perished, and despite her desires to intervene, altering the already established trajectory proved exceedingly difficult. Thus, in this life, she must accomplish her mission and return to her divine realm. Shifting the focus back to the Zhan South base, Sidu Mo observed Qingyun's repeated visits with an air of foreboding. Despite his numerous refusals to accept them, this individual clung to the base like an unyielding adhesive. "Mr. Qingyun, you have come several times now. It is not that we refuse to shelter you. Rather, I fear that the reputation of your base is rather unsavory, that I worry that if we take you in, those under your command may not adhere to regulations, and I shall be the one to bear the burden." Qingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. The prior misdeeds were primarily the result of Lu Yuna's actions. Since assuming control of the base, he had already eradicated those vices. With a bold demeanor, he replied, "Look, Brother Mo, could you possibly allow me to speak with Mr. Zhan? What if he agrees? Although the actions of our base have indeed been less than admirable, I had no part in them. Since I took charge, those issues have ceased. Therefore, I ask for your leniency. Grant us an opportunity. After all, a wayward son returning home is priceless. Situ Mo, hearing this, began to question the rationale behind a base leader's words. A wayward son returning home? Can it be interpreted in such a manner? Nevertheless, considering the sincerity in Xingyun's demeanor, he rose to inquire about Zhang Siyu's thoughts. When Zhang Siyu received the news, he turned to his wife and asked, "Do you think we should accept them?" Nan Xiangwan, munching on chicken feet, replied indistinctly, "I believe it is permissible. However, upon entering the base, we should first allocate them to a single dormitory for observation. They have very few survivors left. And our underground city is in need of manpower. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, we shall simply expel them." "Very well. I shall discuss matters with Qingyun. They must be at their wits' end to seek us out." Nan Xiangwan spat out a bone and chuckled. "At least he has some discernment in choosing us. Had he approached the national security, I would have lost all respect for him. All right, take your time eating. I shall go and assess the situation. If all goes well, we will have them come by tomorrow, and once the ground thaws a bit more, we shall commence our work. Indeed, proceed as you see fit with Qingyun. As for the others, they shall receive no special treatment." "Understood." With that, Zhang Siyu rose and made his way to the reception hall in the front courtyard. Upon seeing Zhang Siyu finally arrive, Qingyun felt a glimmer of hope. It seemed there was potential for negotiation. He promptly stood and greeted, "Mr. Zhang, it has been quite some time." "Indeed, it has been a while. Let us sit and discuss at our leisure." He then turned to instruct, "Mozi, please bring us a pot of tea." "Yes, it will be here shortly." Chapter 175. Qingyun's wishes fulfilled. Once the tea was served, Zhang Siyu began, "I am aware of your intentions for coming here. I would like to know your thoughts and what benefits you desire upon joining our base. Please share openly." Qingyun was taken aback by Zhang Siyu's directness. Feeling somewhat bashful, he replied, "In truth, I have no particularly grand demands. When I first met Lu Yunhe, he was not the person you know him to be now. He changed following the apocalypse that I urged him multiple times not to take that path, yet he refused to listen. The reason I ultimately ended his life was to grant him a semblance of dignity in death. I, too, am merely a person seeking to survive. Had it not been for the invasion of those insects, I might have endured for a while longer. However, we face not only the issue of food, but also the pressing concern of safety. You may not realize it, but we have been living in basements lately. As the structures above have been obliterated, if it were just me, it would be bearable, but I cannot stand idly by while so many of my brothers perish tragically. After all, half of them have never committed any wrongdoing. Therefore, I implore you, Mr. Zhang, to grant them a chance to live. As for those who have strayed from the path, I will ensure they seek refuge at the national security base. That I shall not be a burden to you. I am willing to serve as a combat squad leader, which would also facilitate my management of my brothers. What do you think?" Zhang Siyu tapped his fingers on the teacup, contemplating Qingyun's credibility. He had never encountered this individual in his past life, not even hearing his name before. Nonetheless, Qingyun's willingness to lower himself for the sake of his brothers warranted some respect. After all, Zhang Siyu detested those who disregarded the lives of their comrades. Noticing his silence, Qingyun refrained from pressing further, understanding that Zhang Siyu needed time to deliberate over the prospect of integrating so many individuals into his ranks. Moments later, Zhang Siyu finally spoke. "I can offer you shelter. As you mentioned, we do not accept those of poor character in our base. After all, should anyone become unruly, they will be promptly expelled. Therefore, when selecting individuals, it is advisable to avoid such elementary mistakes, which would benefit us both. Additionally, all the supplies you bring will be confiscated, though the crystal cores will remain yours. Our base's cafeteria operates on a points exchange system, which requires crystal cores for recharge. Once you arrive, you can visit the service hall where staff will guide you on the procedures. Furthermore, upon your arrival, your team must adhere strictly to the base's orders. Of course, in the absence of extraordinary circumstances, you may act freely. However, given the numerous tasks we currently face, you must follow our directives. If you cannot comply, it would be best not to come at all. We're not equipped to cater to those who disregard protocol. We have neither the time to train disobedient individuals nor to deal with trivial matters, as we are all exceedingly busy." Qingyun, curious, ventured to ask, "Are all individuals in the base treated the same?" Zhang Siyu raised his gaze and replied with a smile. Rest assured, I will treat you no differently. What others possess, you shall also have, provided you follow the orders. Life will be quite satisfactory for you. After all, our base is plentiful in resources. Qingyun offered an awkward smile, contemplating that he had indeed come for the benefits of their base. Despite the vastness of Goan, the food situation was dismal, with Jiang Tao being notoriously stingy, sufficient only to keep people from starving, a mere facade of provision. It baffled him how others could accept such treatment, remaining complacent despite the upper echelon's unprincipled behavior. However, he was not foolish. In this era, a place that could ensure full bellies and safety was rare, and there was none more fitting than Zhang Nan. Noting Zhang Siyu's silence as he sipped his tea, Qingyun decided not to interrupt, recognizing that there was still time before work commenced. After a considerable wait, Qingyun finally stood and stated, Then I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Mr. Zhang. Very well. From now on, we are like family. I hope you do not disappoint me, Zhang Siyu replied. Qingyun assured him, I, Qingyun, will certainly not speak against myself. Good. You may now return to gather your supplies. We await your arrival at any moment. I will ensure that Situ Mo arranges your accommodations. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek him. Then I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again. Indeed, until we meet again. Mosey, see them out. As Qingyun stepped outside of the Zhang Nan base, he took a deep breath, reflecting that he had finally persuaded Zhang Siyu. He had prepared for the worst. Had they refused to accept them, he would have had no choice but to return to Goan, for survival was paramount. Fortunately, patience had led to clarity. Waiting outside the base, the Donyang brothers approached Qingyun as he emerged, eager to inquire. Brother, how did it go? Were we successful? Qingyun, relieved, smiled. Success. We shall return to gather our supplies and aim to come tomorrow. Their base facilities are truly commendable. I cannot bear to see my brothers perish again. The others rejoiced at the prospect of finally moving to Zhang Nan. It was indeed wonderful. Meanwhile, Zhang Siyu stood atop the high building, observing the expressions of those outside the base, hoping he had not misjudged the situation. He then turned and departed. That night, Donyang base was destined for sleeplessness. Upon returning to their base, Qingyun began to dismiss those who had been dishonest, offering supplies as severance pay to anyone willing to leave. The departing individuals understood that Donyang base's time had come to an end, and they did not make things difficult for Qingyun, gathering their belongings amicably. Of course, some were reluctant to leave, hoping to cling to Qingyun, oblivious to the dangers that lurked outside, where zombies and insects awaited. Yet Qingyun showed no leniency. He knew these individuals were not trustworthy, and he feared that, upon reaching Zhang Nan, they would disrupt everything before he could even establish a foothold. Firmly, he packed those unwilling to depart along with the regulars and sent them off to Goan, leaving their acceptance in the hands of fate. He had painstakingly found a promising refuge for himself. Whether deemed selfish or heartless, he was resolute in bringing only his own people. Thus, he stood with over 100 individuals, all capable of extraordinary abilities, yet also the only ones with a sense of integrity. He could only hope that this choice would prove to be the right one. Chapter 176. Residing in Zhang Nan the following morning, Qingyun, accompanied by his carefully chosen group of over 100, made their grand entrance into Zhang Nan. Upon learning of their arrival, Situ Mo promptly went to personally assist this former base leader with the check-in process. Brother Qingyun, is this all your group? As they made their way to the dormitory, Qingyun explained with a hint of bitterness, these are all upstanding individuals. Those with ill intentions have been sent to Goan. Goodness, if the folks at Goan find out about this, they might just choke in disbelief, Situ Mo remarked. Qingyun shrugged nonchalantly. I can't concern myself with that. There are currently only 2 safe bases in Jing City. If Zhang Nan refuses them, they must go to Goan. With over 100,000 people, they one team miss a few hundred. Well done. After all, we have already severed ties with them. Even if they find out, it matters not. Though we may lack their numbers, we possess superior weaponry, and more importantly, we are united. Should they dare to create trouble, we will not accommodate them. Qingyun was well aware of Zhang Nan's advanced equipment, as those foreigners were not merely here for leisure. Brother Mo, May I inquire how meals are managed at our base? Do we exchange supplies to cook for ourselves? No need for that. We have a cafeteria. Those with better conditions may cook for themselves. And how does the cafeteria system work? You will first settle in your dormitory, and then I will take you to obtain your base's points cards. Initially, you will have to exchange crystal cores for points. But do not worry. You will soon receive tasks, and once you accomplish them, food will be the least of your concerns. I see that it appears Mr. Zhang's management system is quite effective. Actually, Mr. Qingyun, you have misjudged. The points exchange for goods and meals was my sister-in-law's idea. Upon recalling the brief encounter with that formidable woman, Qingyun mused that indeed, strong alliances were invaluable, and he wondered why he had not encountered such a remarkable woman himself. Perhaps if he had, his circumstances would not be so dire. Soon, Situ Mo escorted them to the dormitory building. Once all the new arrivals had gathered, the building manager began registering them and distributing room keys. Generally, single men and women shared rooms of 4, though those desiring double or single accommodations could arrange for them, provided their points sufficed. However, Qingyun was afforded single accommodations, as he had once held a significant position, as everyone collected their keys and room numbers and ascended with their belongings. Only Qingyun was personally escorted by Situ Mo. Arriving at the door of a 6th-floor apartment, Situ Mo announced, "This is the one that this entire suite is designated for your team leader, with each room being a single. Fully furnished for immediate occupancy. Should you require anything else, feel free to exchange points at the store." Upon entering his new abode, Qingyun found it immaculate, reminiscent of a hotel from the pre-apocalypse era, equipped with all the essential amenities. Reflecting on this room in contrast to their previous base, he realized that without comparison, one could not appreciate the difference. Indeed, Zhang Nan was affluent, confirming his decision was wise. After placing his backpack, he turned to Situ Mo and said, "Let's proceed to obtain the points cards. It will save me from searching for you later." Situ Mo agreed, deciding it best to arrange everything at once, and led Qingyun to join the others in acquiring their points cards. Upon reaching the administration hall, they found Liang Xiuzha on duty that day. Recognizing that Situ Mo had brought the Dongyang group, he promptly retrieved a stack of forms for them to fill out with their basic information. Point 2 registration staff members began inputting data on their computers. "Brother Mo, will they all exchange crystal cores for points?" Liang Xiuzha inquired, turning to Qingyun. Qingyun smiled and replied, "We are new arrivals, so we will start by exchanging crystal cores for points. How much do you think we will need?" To put simply, a first-tier crystal core is worth 5 points, while a 4th-tier core is worth 20. A meal in our cafeteria costs 5 points per person, which is quite filling, and you can eat as much as you like. However, please do not waste food. Those caught wasting will face penalties in points, and in severe cases, be expelled from the base. Thus, you should decide wisely how much to exchange. After Liang Xiuzha finished speaking, he glanced at the task board on the wall and continued, "The task hall is right behind you. If you're short on crystal cores, just take on more tasks. Additionally, not far from here is a store. With enough points, you can exchange for anything, including beverages and cigarettes. So, as long as you have sufficient points, you can obtain whatever you desire." Qingyun was astonished at the wealth of resources Zhang Nan possessed. Even his brothers behind him were struck by the disconcerting illusion that they had stumbled into the wrong place. They pondered, is this truly the operational model of Zhang Nan? A place where one can eat well, sleep well, and even find items thought to be extinct. It's nothing short of a paradise in the apocalypse. They then began to tally their crystal cores, contemplating that every bit they could exchange would be advantageous. Only Situ Mo remarked, "You need not rush to exchange so many. Points can be redeemed at any time. In just a few days, the base will require manpower for a major project, as long as you all contribute. Points will accumulate daily. After all, our cultivation of special abilities still necessitates crystal cores. Recently, there have been no zombies around for quite some time. I suggest you keep some in reserve." Upon hearing this, Qingyun and the others reflected on the wisdom of his words, and each exchanged 100 points for the time they completed their point cards. It was already noon. Situ Mo then stated, "It's time for lunch. You might as well join me, and I'll explain the cafeteria rules." "Thank you, Mr. Mo," they replied. "It's no trouble at all, just a matter of convenience. Moreover, we are all family now, so there's no need for such formality." "All right then, I shan't be so polite. When Sidhu and Mo led them to the cafeteria, many individuals were already queuing for their meals. Noticing that they were newcomers without utensils, Sidhu and Mo shouted to the kitchen, "Bring me over 100 plates. We have newcomers." The head chef immediately instructed an assistant to transport the prepared plates using a cart. Qingyun and brothers, since this is your first meal, you'll have to make do with temporary utensils. Next time, you'll need to bring your own. Thank you for your trouble, and no need for thanks. It's the least I can do. Just remember to queue for food. No one is allowed to cut in line. And fighting is strictly prohibited here. Anyone who breaks the rules will have to leave Nan. We are not a den of ruffians, understood? Yes, we understand. Then let us queue up. We can chat while we eat. Sounds good. Chapter 177. Commencement of work. Just as they finished their meals, Nan Xiangwan and his wife arrived. With nothing to do that day, and with Nan Xiangwan not wishing to cook, they decided to dine at the cafeteria, where the chef's skills were quite commendable. While searching for an extra table, they spotted Mosey and Qingyun dining together. "Mosey, are you also here for a meal?" Upon seeing the leader and his wife, Mosey quickly stood up and said, "Leader, please sit over here." Qingyun also rose, smiling. "Mr. Zhan, what a coincidence. When did you arrive?" "We came early this morning." "Quick work, then. Let us sit down and eat." After taking their seats, Qingyun cheerfully remarked, "I didn't expect the food at our base to be so good." "Thank you, Mr. Zhan, for your hospitality, that I'm glad you like it. How many of you have come in total?" "Including myself, there are 116 people, all of whom are ability users." "Very well. Subsequently, select 30 capable individuals as your core team. The rest will need to be restructured before you can take on missions." "Understood. I will follow your guidance." Mr. Zhan, a few days later, the land that had been frozen for an entire winter was finally ready for work. Early that day, Zhan Siyu found a suitable location and instructed all available personnel at the base to begin digging, even deploying advanced excavators. Xiao Jing, seeking some excitement, joined in and inquired about the depth they needed to excavate. Zhan Siyu replied, "At least 500 meters. The deeper, the better. This will ensure greater safety, and we can install elevators later. I've already tasked the research department with developing a generator that guarantees advanced and durable quality." "That sounds good. For the defense above, we only need to secure the emergency exits." "That's my thought as well. I plan to go out with Wan tomorrow. I might be gone for a few days. While I'm away, I leave this project in your capable hands. We must not cut corners, or we risk burying everyone underground. Rest assured, I will oversee this crucial project diligently." AS machinery began to operate. They had already excavated over 100 meters on the first day, but this was merely the beginning. Digging a space capable of housing tens of thousands of people was the true challenge. They had to excavate while simultaneously sourcing materials for support. Otherwise, a single earthquake could lead to collapse. The following morning, not only did many teams set out to gather resources, but Zhan Siyu and Nan Xiangwan also drove a jeep to a nearby city. They had ventured far all winter, and were unaware of the current state of the outside world. Considering the population of over 1 billion, it was impossible that only the tens of thousands in Jing City had survived. This time, they sought not only resources but also aimed to bring back a group of survivors, as the scale of their project was immense, and they were particularly short on labor. As long as the individuals were trustworthy, they would be accepted. Naturally, if not for his wife's ample storage space, he wouldn't have had such confidence that it was well known that the larger the population, the greater the consumption of food. However, barely beyond the safety zone, they encountered a long-absent horde of zombies. Upon catching a whiff of the foul stench emanating from the zombies, Nan Xiangwan nearly retched her breakfast. She quickly produced 2 masks and handed one to Zhan Siyu. "Dear, these zombies are at least level 3, and I estimate there are about 200 of them. How about we split them evenly and tackle this swiftly? Didn't those people from the island nation give us a batch of laser pistols? Let us use those to see how effective they are." Nan Xiangwan agreed and promptly retrieved 4 laser guns. 2 for each of us. "Let us get started." Agreed. The couple parked the jeep to the side, disembarked, and began clearing the zombies obstructing their path. Having never used a laser gun before, Nan Xiangwan raised her hand, and the zombies were instantly reduced to mere fragments. Observing her handiwork, she thought, "This tool is incredibly effective. Had I known, I would have used this against those giant flying insects." Zhan Siyu also recognized this, and mused about those foreigners, wondering when they might return. Their base could exchange weapons with them. It was truly enlightening, a revelation that left one astounded. Soon, the couple entered into a rhythm of dispatching the zombies. They were surprised to discover how easily the zombies fell to their assault. Had the zombies weakened, or had they grown significantly stronger? Compared to those giant insects, the zombies were remarkably fragile. In only a short while, a small horde of zombies was entirely eradicated. Nan Xiangwan skillfully produced a barrel of gasoline and began incinerating the remains strewn across the ground. Only through burning could they swiftly collect the crystal cores. She had no desire to extract cores one by one. It was not only disgusting, but also emitted a foul odor. After all, she was no longer the novice she once was. A formidable individual must possess formidable methods. Once she had doused the area in gasoline, Zhang Xiyu tossed in a spark, igniting a roaring blaze. As thick smoke billowed into the air, she reveled in the satisfaction of the moment. Dear, have you noticed that these zombies seem to have no mutations? They are entirely unlike us ability users. Could it be that those blue snowflakes specifically target us? Perhaps. Those external creatures are already troublesome enough. If zombies turn out to be like us, I fear we would have no choice but to battle them daily. When will this end? Why are all these things that didn't exist in the past now emerging after our rebirth? Is the butterfly effect we brought about truly so significant? Seeing the troubled expression on his wife's face, Zhang Xiyu smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. Since we've been given a second chance at life, there must be things we don't yet understand. For now, let us just take it one step at a time." Sigh. It's so frustrating. Why can't we just live peacefully? I think heaven must be ill, and quite gravely so. Just look at this once thriving city, now reduced to ruins. Enough with the melancholy. Regardless of the situation, it is what it is. Look, the zombies are nearly incinerated. Let's collect the crystal cores and continue on our way. Nan Xiangwan gazed at the ash-covered ground, where the crystal cores shimmered enticingly. She mused that crystal cores were indeed capable of alleviating her agitation. Soon, the couple amassed over 200 crystal cores and continued southward in search of resources. Thus, the pair busied themselves for an entire day, gathering a substantial amount of supplies. Regrettably, they encountered not a single survivor, leaving them uncertain whether the area was devoid of life or if all had perished. It was, after all, an expanse of desolation, as forlorn as could be. Chapter 178. The emergence of a dishonorable father. Of course, as spring approached, not only was the Jiangnan base bustling with activity, even Jiang Tao from the National Security Bureau, upon learning of Jiannan's plans, began to construct an underground city. He did not believe that the leader of Jiannan was merely seeking trouble. He felt certain that aligning with Jiannan's rhythm would yield no losses. Subsequently, every team leader within the National Security Bureau began leading their teams into the field to search for resources. However, the situation at this time was that not everyone who set out would find something. Nor was it safe for all, not to mention the new wave of zombies emerging. Even the insectoids occasionally ventured out to hunt. In any case, one could be assured that the journey would not allow humans to venture out safely. At this moment, on the Azure planet, not only is the Flower Kingdom suffering from anomalies, but even the inhabitants of other nations are undergoing transformations into aberrant beings. In the past, those foreigners who ventured forth to exchange resources barely survived the ordeal before finally returning to their homeland. Although they secured the zombie vaccine, the emergence of the insectoid species has brought forth a new crisis, particularly for the two fortunate individuals from Wasteland. Upon returning to their country, they find themselves clinging to life by the thinnest of threads. Once they learned that this was the handiwork of the National Security Agency, they began to covertly devise plans for revenge, vowing to settle the score as soon as their spacecraft is successfully developed. After all, not only did their nation incur substantial losses of resources, but they also failed to bring back the zombie vaccine. The frustration is enough to make one blood boil. However, the troubles of other nations are of no concern to the people of Jiangnan. Their tracks have been meticulously covered, leaving no room for fear of retaliation. Moreover, seeking vengeance would require them to traverse the ocean first. After all, with winter past, the sea has long since thawed, and the creatures within are utterly defenseless. Thus, their options are limited to flying across or waiting for winter to return. In truth, the people of Wasteland had already perished during the earthquake. The mere existence of survivors can be attributed to the swift action of their leaders, who arranged for all the survivors to board prepared aircraft the moment the calamity struck, seeking refuge in other nations. In this apocalyptic era, finding a habitable territory is hardly a daunting task. Meanwhile, leading the expedition, Nan Xiangwan serendipitously encounters his unworthy father, who remains alive. Observing him in his smug and radiant state ignites a seething desire to strangle him on the spot. The mere thought of his mother and sister's tragic deaths, all due to this man's actions, causes his eyes to blaze with fury. Accompanying him, Xiangwan immediately attempts to soothe his brother's anger, saying, "Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Now that we have located our enemy, we have the opportunity for revenge. Do not allow your emotional turmoil to unleash your energy recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril before achieving vengeance." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan begins to rein in his emotions. He cannot afford to perish. He must ensure that his despicable father meets a gruesome end. If his suspicions are correct, this man must have been sheltered within a national security base, or he would not be alive and thriving now. Certainly, the third party involved has also survived, and he intends to settle accounts with them as well. Who knows when he might encounter them again? He turns to Xiangwan and says, "Brother, their numbers are comparable to ours. I do not wish to wait any longer. Let us find a suitable location and strike. I must personally eliminate him." Xiangwan, however, expresses his dissent, saying, "Allow me to handle this one. After all, the act of patricide carries a notorious stigma." What does it matter? I care not in the least, as long as I can avenge my mother and sister. I do not mind if the whole world despises me. Realizing that he cannot sway his brother, Xiangwan contemplates that if it comes to it, he will act first. After all, killing a stranger is far better than allowing his brother to slay his own father. He is indifferent to his own reputation, but he cares deeply for his brothers. Meanwhile, the elder Nan Xiangwan remains oblivious to his son's intentions. Do you think your two children have perished after all this time in the apocalypse? Nan Xiangwan, embracing his beloved woman, scoffs disdainfully. "If they are dead, then so be it. I've long been weary of them. Had it not been for that woman's parents pressuring me, I would not have lived such a constrained life. But those two children are your flesh and blood. Do you not feel even a twinge of sorrow?" At the mere mention of his son, Nan Xiangwan's expression darkens. That he thinks to himself, "Is that boy truly my son? He never once regarded me with respect. Aside from that woman and my daughter, he is nothing but a thankless wretch. Had I known, I would never have fathered them. Fortunately, I have other women outside. They remain blissfully unaware, or else I would have likely faced divorce long ago." He had initially contemplated gradually draining the company dry before proceeding with the divorce. But before he could act, the apocalypse struck. Unable to restrain the beast within, he directly poisoned the woman. Had his son not fled quickly and his daughter not been away, he would have certainly strangled them all with his own hands. At this moment, the woman beside him asks once more, "What if they are still alive? Do you think they would come seeking revenge?" "Humph, if they dare to approach, then we shall eliminate them together. Rest assured, my heart holds space only for you and our daughter, Jiao." "Humph, how dare you mention her? Were it not for your position, she would not have deigned to be with an older man. Each time I think of the injustices she has suffered, my heart aches unbearably." Hearing her words, Nan Xiangwan, feeling somewhat guilty, attempts to comfort her. "Do not be disheartened. Our daughter has sacrificed so much, all to ensure we do not suffer. Let us gather more valuable items for her. It can serve as a form of compensation." "Humph, following you before the apocalypse, we lived in constant trepidation, only to see our good days cut short. Our poor daughter has sacrificed herself for us. Do you think I can bear this? If only you'd been stronger back then, we would not have ended up in this predicament." Each time he reflects on this, he is overcome with distress, all of which he attributes to Nan Xiangwan. Standing aloft, listening to their conversation through the listening device, Nan Xiangwan's expression darkens to the point where he could kill. He had never anticipated that they possessed another daughter. How well they have hidden that. Had it not been for the listening device, he he would have likely remained ignorant of this hidden foe until his dying day. However, from their conversation, it seems that the spawn does not have a particularly good life. Since they are struggling, he shall not intrude. After all, the most pressing matter remains: how to eliminate these two bothersome enemies, which is what he intends to pursue. Chapter 179. Nightmares. The night in Ning City is eerily tranquil. Upon receiving the desired information, Nan Xiangwan returns to rest, for their current position is not conducive to action. Observing his brother's dismal mood, Xiangwan Yu refrains from offering excessive consolation, choosing instead to silently accompany him. That night, Nan Xiangwan is plagued by dreams, visions of his mother's lifeless eyes, his sister's unseeing gaze, and his own impotence in saving his beloved kin. He roars, filled with rage and wrath, demanding vengeance, craving retribution. Upon awakening the following morning, Xiangwan Yu notices Nan Xiangwan's grim countenance and calls out to him repeatedly. Yet he remains unresponsive. Consequently, he resorts to delivering a swift slap. In the next instant, the disoriented Nan Xiangwan jolts awake. What happened? Xiangwan Yu, feeling a pang of sympathy, sighs. Did you have a nightmare? I called your name several times, but you did not wake, so I had no choice but to rouse you. Does your face hurt? Grasping his left cheek, Nan Xiangwan realizes the source of the fiery sensation. It was indeed the handiwork of his brother. He then grumbles, could you not have slapped my backside instead? If I end up disfigured, who will take my place? Bah, dream on. Now that you're awake, wash up, that we must accompany your despicable father on an outing. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan immediately becomes alert, his eyes flashing with intensity. Fetch me some breakfast. We depart as soon as we eat. Sure, I will be right there, just as the individuals for Jean are preparing to set forth. They suddenly hear the sounds of combat. A moment later, a brother rushes back, exclaiming, Brother Chun, Brother Yu, the National Security Agency has encountered the insectoids while foraging. The battle is fierce. Just a few insects? Nan Xiangwan inquires. Yes, Brother Chun, 2 of them, and they have attracted quite a number of zombies nearby. Should we leave or wait and seize the opportunity? Of course, we shall seize the opportunity. Let's find a safe spot and wait until they have dispatched those insects and zombies before we make our move. At this moment, a younger brother speaks up. Brother Chun, would this not be inappropriate? Although we have severed ties with the National Security Agency, is it not a bit brazen to rob them so openly? Nonsense. Today, not only will I plunder from them, but I shall also eliminate them. Prepare yourselves. Today, Nan Xiangwan seeks vengeance. The brothers, unaware of the situation, grasp the implications of his words. It seems those among them harbor grievances against their brother Chun. Since the elder has spoken, they are bound to comply. Consequently, the people of Nan begin to settle in for a spectacle. Even more audaciously, the spatial ability wielder produces 2 bags of sunflower seeds. Munching away while watching the unfolding drama. Let us leave this place quickly. Those insects are too difficult to kill. We have only 30 men here, and continuing to bear this pressure will surely result in casualties. Nan Xiangwan, irritated by his partner's lack of understanding, snaps back. Just yesterday, she criticized him for not being capable of providing her with a good life. Now, he wishes to prove himself, yet she urges him to retreat. Once fond of her, he now finds himself growing resentful of her incessant back and forth. Nan Xiangwan possesses abilities and is also a mutant. If he cannot handle this minor threat, how can he lead his own team? Half of the combat personnel he brought along were sent by his daughter on a whim. Were it not for the influence of the base, those individuals would never have heeded his command. After painstakingly seizing an opportunity to establish his authority, his daughter now hinders his progress. With a scowl, he retorted, If you're afraid, then just hide. I shall deal with these pests and zombies myself. However, there are no buts. Nan Xiangwan interrupted her. Have you not seen the fierce battle unfolding ahead? Your hesitation is utterly exasperating. Ignoring the woman beside him, he strode forward to join the fray, though he was somewhat older than the younger fighters. His fire-based abilities were still quite formidable, yet his mutated form was undeniably terrifying. Even from a distance, Nan Xiangwan was taken aback. Is that a spider demon, right? It should be, I suppose, but your scoundrel of a father's mutation is truly grotesque and repulsive. Indeed, It's evident he harbors dark tendencies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have transformed himself in such a manner. Look at that. He can even spit silk that I'm utterly speechless. Although the mutation had granted him additional skills, this particular form was a first for them. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they might have assumed a boss from the insect race had emerged. Even the other brothers of Jean Nan were left dumbfounded. While they had encountered numerous mutated creatures, this spider was indeed a novel experience. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. They had certainly gained knowledge. Upon returning, they would have ample fodder for boasting. With a resounding bang, all eyes turned to Nan Xiangwan, who, inexplicably, had been thrust into the adjacent building by a forceful push from Creature. The already precarious structure collapsed in an instant. Had it not been for the thickness of his mutated skin, he might have been buried alive. Witnessing this, others quickly sent for help. After all, he was their squad leader from the national security. Should he perish, his daughter would undoubtedly make their lives intolerable. Unfortunately, despite Nan Xiangwan's prowess, he emerged from the rubble with 2 broken ribs. Upon seeing her husband injured, Madame Nan Xiangwan rushed to his side. Helping him up, her voice tinged with irritation. Honestly, at your age, why must you still act so recklessly? Could you not just take on the role of a leader quietly? Look what you've done. Your injuries are severe. And now a healer must tend to you. Nan Xiangwan, somewhat displeased by his wife's incessant nagging, replied, "Enough of this chatter. Just take me home. This place is unsafe." The national security personnel, ignoring Madame Nan Xiangwan's protests, lifted him into their transport vehicle and immediately returned to the battle. They understood that until the creatures were eradicated, escape was impossible. They had learned that encountering insectoid monsters meant only one option: to fight. Fleeing was futile, as the creatures would relentlessly pursue and kill until their enemy was vanquished. Thus, their misfortune lay in this encounter. As time passed, the national security team finally dispatched all the monsters. But their losses were devastating. N01 had anticipated that confronting 2 insects and a horde of zombies would reduce a squad of over 30 to merely 16. The toll was nothing short of catastrophic. Chapter 180. Subversion. Yet, the more tragic the circumstances, the more exhilarated Jean Nan became. Particularly Nan Xiangwan, who believed this was the perfect moment to strike, as the soldiers had just emerged from battle. Making them vulnerable to a renewed assault, he turned and descended the stairs, intent on his revenge. Once Nan Xiangwan was healed, he surveyed the wreckage with a grim expression. Half of his team had perished before he could complete the mission, and he was at a loss for how to report this to his superiors. Just then, Nan Xiangwan approached with his team, leaving him stunned. "Oh, what a coincidence! Isn't this my scoundrel of a father who poisoned my original mother? What is this? Does the scoundrel not recognize me? Well, it's true that had I not fled swiftly, I could be on my way with my mother now." Nan Xiangwan, trembling as he pointed at his son, struggled to comprehend the sight before him. Madame Nan Xiangwan looked equally incredulous. This man had somehow survived. It was indeed a stroke of luck. Nan Xiangwan glanced at the woman beside his father and mocked. "So, this must be your mistress, right? Not much to look at, is she? She doesn't even compare to my mother. I never imagined you had such taste. If I'm not mistaken, your name should be Li Zhao. Clearly raised in a family that favors sons over daughters. Upon hearing her name, Madame Nan Xiangwan's expression soured. It was a name she despised, a reminder of her parents' disdain for her, prompting her to become a mistress. After years of enduring, fate had conspired against her, and just as she had begun to carve out a life for herself, the apocalypse struck. She had even changed her name to Li Huirong to escape her past. But now this wretched child had reopened old wounds, an unforgivable act. Little brat, what of it? Even if you survive, at least I managed to kill your mother, and your father did the deed himself. Aren't you furious? Don't you long to kill us? Shut your mouth, Nan Xiangwan shouted, glaring at both of them. You deserve death. Today, I shall avenge my mother and sister. You will join them on the path to the underworld. Nan Xiangwan scoffed. Do you truly think you're worthy? Well, we'll find out once we fight, he retorted, turning to his brothers. Clear out the rest. Those who don't wish to die may consider joining us. After all, anyone capable of subverting national security could be of use to us, and free labor is always welcome. Everyone has surprise. The first to speak up was a spatial ability user from national security. May I join you? I've had enough of these people. Had I any combat abilities, I would have fled long ago. Rest assured, I possess plenty of supplies in my space, as a gesture of my sincerity. Nan Xiangwan, enraged by the betrayal of someone so close, bellowed, "How dare you? Humph, what is there to be afraid of? You leaders feast while we're left to starve on vegetables and buns. Who would want to continue working for you?" His words resonated with the others, who felt a pang of bitterness. They fought tirelessly, yet could only afford meat once a month. When the mutated beasts had descended, they had never had the chance to feast. The thought was increasingly disheartening that moment. Xiangwan Yu chimed in, "Is national security really that impoverished? In Jiangnan, we at least have meat every day. You only get it once a month? Just vegetables and buns?" Tsk. I would have fled long ago. Even foraging for food outside would be better than this. The other members of Jiangnan expressed sympathy for their national security brethren. Without comparison, there was no pain. Was this truly living with such treatment? Was it worth risking their lives? If they all joined Jiangnan, would they face rejection? Seeing his remaining subordinates voice such concerns, Nan Xiangwan felt the situation spiraling out of control. Angrily, he said, "Li Zhuang, you dare betray me too?" Li Zhuang shrugged nonchalantly. "This isn't about betrayal. We've simply had enough of this life. Every time we scavenge for supplies, you take everything for yourself, leaving us with nothing if it weren't for your daughter's utility. Who do you think you are? Yes, we've had enough. You two enjoy lavish meals while we're left to scrape by. We refuse to continue this way. If Jiangnan will take us in and provide us with meat, we'll gladly join. Indeed, we simply wish for better sustenance." Xiangwan Yu, surprised by how easily everyone had been swayed, thought, if national security members are so easily turned, perhaps I should try with others in the future. After all, their base is truly in need of manpower. Since you all have such discernment, I shall decide to take you in for Jiangnan as chief. As long as you abide by our rules, anyone can live comfortably here. We guarantee honesty. Really, you have the authority to do that. Indeed, my brother is the head of Jiangnan's base, so I certainly have the authority. Then it's settled. Brothers, let us cease fighting. Those two old fools can serve whoever they wish from now on. With that, apart from Nan Xiangwan and his wife, the remaining 14 joined the ranks of Jiangnan. Upon seeing only his enemies left before him, Nan Xiangwan finally smiled and said, "Nan Xiangwan, do you feel despair now? Do you regret venturing out this time? Truthfully, I thought you perished long ago. Who would have expected you to survive until now? I must thank the national security personnel for granting me this opportunity for revenge. Do you have any last words? I might show mercy and let you both die together." "Ha! I never imagined my son would turn against me. You truly are as cold-blooded and merciless as I am. All of you for Jiangnan, take a good look. This is his true nature." Nan Xiangwan listened to his father's words with a face devoid of any emotion. Regardless of what he said today, he was determined to avenge his mother by killing him. "Have you said enough? If so, let us prepare to set forth. You rebellious son, how dare you?" Chapter 181. The unworthy father receives his due. He may not dare, but I do. Nan Xiangwan glanced coldly at the people beside Nan Xiangwan and scoffed. "What concern is it of yours?" Xiangwan Yu did not respond to him, but addressed Nan Xiangwan instead. "You go kill that woman. I shall deal with this worthless father." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan smiled bitterly and replied, "There is no need for you to go to such lengths to kill my mother. My vengeance is justified. What if others have opinions? I simply do not care. Yes, Brother Chun, our comrades stand with you in your quest for vengeance. If we were in your shoes, we would do the same. Rest assured, none of us will speak out of turn. Anyone foolish enough to gossip will find no mercy from us. Indeed, we all support you in avenging your mother. Kill him." Nan Xiangwan wore an expression of disbelief. Had this group truly lost their minds, supporting his son and killing his own father? Do you see? My brothers are all on my side, so prepare to meet your demise. As Nan Xiangwan finished speaking, a ball of flame shot forth. However, Nan Xiangwan reacted swiftly, pulling Li Zhaodi aside. With a dark expression, he looked at Nan Xiangwan and said, "Humph, had I known you were this sort of person, I should have suffocated you at birth. Enough of your drivel. I wish not to hear another word from you." Prepare to face your fate. Seeing that his son was serious, Nan Xiangwan had no choice but to push the woman beside him away and instantly transformed into a spider-like creature. Nan Xiangwan followed suit, manifesting his own mutated form that a streak of crimson light flashed, revealing a colossal red bird soaring into view. This was the first time Nan Xiangwan unveiled his mutated form before his comrades. He ascended into the air, unleashing fireballs upon Nan Xiangwan. The battle between father and son was fierce and unyielding. Meanwhile, Li Zhaodi discreetly prepared to flee. Yet Xiangwan Yu would not allow the enemy to escape. With a glance at his brothers, he encircled the fleeing Li Zhaodi. "What do you intend to do, Madam Nan? Your husband still lives, yet you're so eager to flee. Truly, the bonds of marriage are unreliable. In times of crisis, one scurries away. Silence. What business is it of yours? TSK. How pitiful for your husband." You, seeing her escape thwarted, Li Zhaodi's face turned pale. She did not wish to die. She had a daughter to protect. In a fit of anger, she too transformed. Xiangwan Yu regarded the flower-like monstrosity that was Madame Nan and mused to himself that this family was nothing but a collection of wretches. He promptly ordered his brothers to subdue her. Meanwhile, Nan Xiangwan, filled with rage, unleashed his abilities with reckless abandon, mercilessly attacking his unworthy father. Nevertheless, Nan Xiangwan, despite his age, managed to endure until he was once again thrust into a house. With a resounding crash, the structure collapsed upon him. Nan Xiangwan landed. Reverting to his original form, he gazed at the buried figure of his father with an expression as tranquil as water. On the other side, Li Zhaodi, besieged by the onslaught, reverted to her original form, spitting blood. Observing this, Xiangwan Yu approached Nan Xiangwan and inquired, "How shall we deal with these two? Shall I extract their hearts or perhaps their lungs?" Nan Xiangwan cast a sidelong glance at him that I wished to blow off his head and extract the crystal core. "Very well, I shall assist you. This is within my expertise. Let my brothers have a chance to showcase their skills." Nan Xiangwan understood his intent. He wished to shield him from the blood of his kin. While he himself was indifferent, he appreciated his brother's goodwill. He replied coolly, "I shall extract that woman's core." "You can handle him." Agreed. Xiangwan Yu felt relieved that his brother was not overly fixated on the matter, for he genuinely did not want his comrade to be tainted by the blood of such scum. Subsequently, Xiangwan Yu ordered for Nan Xiangwan to be unearthed, intending to personally avenge his brother. As Li Zhaodi lay on the ground, she watched Nan Xiangwan approach her. Realizing her escape was futile, she understood he would not spare her and weakly pleaded, "I implore you, spare my daughter. She knows nothing." Nan Xiangwan looked at the enemy who had caused his mother's death and mockingly replied, "As long as I do not encounter her, she may survive. Should we meet, then it is merely fate. No, please, I beg you, spare her. She is your sister." What right does she have to claim such a title? She is but a wretched spawn. My true sister is already dead, and I have no sister left. Thus, she can only pray to avoid me. Otherwise, I shall personally send her down to join you. You will meet a bitter end that I care not. It is time for me to send you on your journey. In your next life, should you see me, be sure to take a different path. With a thrust, a gleaming dagger pierced Li Zhaodi's brow, her eyes remaining wide open in death. However, Nan Xiangwan felt no fear. He not only extracted her crystal core, but also discovered a crystalline orb form from her mutated heart, albeit small, akin to a marble. With his enemy's trophies in hand, Nan Xiangwan rose and walked towards Xiangwan Yu. Meanwhile, Xiangwan Yu had yet to act, having just unearthed the remains of Nan Xiangwan, whose ribs were shattered and body bloodied, a truly pitiful sight. Remarkably, he had not been killed by the collapse, demonstrating an unusual resilience. Alas, today marked his destined encounter with Yama, the king of hell. Of course, as Nan Xiangwan clung to life, he glared hatefully at Nan Xiangwan, unable to utter a single word. He reflected on his life. Having married at the prime of his youth, once filled with love, yet he could not pinpoint when he had transformed into this wretched being. He had experienced glory, love, and hate. He had no regrets. Before Xiangwan Yu could act, he bore witness to Nan Xiangwan closing his eyes, inhaling his final breath. Nan Xiangwan thought, "So be it. It is all over. Nan Xiangwan beheld the man responsible for his mother's demise breathe his last. His expression remained inscrutable. He raised his gaze to the cloudless sky, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. Mother, sister, may you now rest in peace. Xiangwan Yu then personally extracted the crystal core and orb, ordering the incineration of both bodies. After all, they had promised to turn them to ashes, and they would honor that vow. Soon after, the group departed from the site point 2 days later. Zhang Siyu and Nan Xiangwan still had yet to encounter a single soul. They were uncertain whether they had taken the wrong path or if all had perished or left the area. Regardless, they had not seen a single shadow. However, they did come across numerous zombies, even slaying 5 or 6 giant insects while foraging for supplies. The only consolation was the abundance of resources they could still find. Yet, their primary objective this time was to gather construction materials and technological research supplies. With Nan Xiangwan's space capabilities, food was not a concern. What they lacked was the materials for technological research, as the underground city would require numerous high-tech products to be established. Chapter 182. Finally encountering survivors. On the 4th day of their journey, the couple finally encountered survivors in Wancheng, a brother and sister duo. Observing the desolate town, Nan Xiangwan thought to herself that it had indeed been thoroughly scavenged. The mere fact that these individuals managed to survive in such changing weather was indicative of their strength. Brother, look, someone is getting out of that car, and that sister is quite lovely. While searching for supplies, Li Fu heard his sister's words and looked up, indeed spotting a strikingly beautiful woman. Brother, do you think someone as clean as her must be a formidable person? Shue's stomach growled. Li Fu glanced down at his sister, realizing he too was hungry. They had barely survived the harsh winter, but now in spring, finding supplies had become exceedingly difficult. They had not eaten for 2 days. Just then, Nan Xiangwan approached and inquired, "Hello there, may I ask if there are any other survivors here?" Li Fu instinctively pulled his sister behind him, eyeing her warily. "What do you want?" Noticing the boy's suspicion, Nan Xiangwan was unperturbed. After all, a healthy sense of caution was beneficial in the apocalypse. She smiled and replied, "Greetings. We are from the Jiangnan base in Jing City. We have come primarily to rescue some survivors, as we possess advanced weaponry to combat zombies and insectoids, far better than your current situation. Moreover, as long as you work at the base, you will never go hungry. Would you consider it?" "Really?" Li Fu expressed skepticism. "Of course, if that is not to your liking, you may leave. We will not force you." However, previously, some individuals claimed to be from a base. Yet after they left, we received no further news. They were clearly not good people. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan furrowed her brows, seemingly aware of whom he spoke. She then asked, "Did those individuals wield weapons?" "Yes, and they were quite fierce, claiming that it was an honor for us to be taken by the base. One of my older brothers did not wish to go, and they forcibly took him away. Regardless, I do not trust them to be good people. However, you two do not seem like bad individuals. If you were truly malicious, you would not be alone." Nan Xiangwan chuckled softly. "The essence of evil does not hinge upon numbers. Our quest for survivors this time is driven by necessity. Our base is in the process of constructing an underground city, which requires a substantial workforce. Rest assured, once you join us, your sustenance will be well taken care of, 3 hearty meals a day, with an additional serving of meat. So, what do you think? Brother, Schwer is hungry. Sister is a good person. Let us go with her, shall we?" Li Fu felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing his sister's words, and sheepishly replied, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but we haven't eaten in 2 days. The supplies here have been nearly exhausted, and even the materials for warmth have been burned up." Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan promptly retrieved 2 loaves of bread and 2 cartons of milk from her backpack and handed them to them. "Eat up, fill your bellies first, then we can discuss other matters. You can also share with me the situation here." Li Fu, gazing at the food in her hands, hesitated to take it, contemplating whether to accept the offerings from a stranger. What if, after consuming it, he were to be abducted? However, Li Shui was less apprehensive, her eyes fixed on the food, swallowing hard. Noticing her brother's silence, she urged, "Brother, I'm hungry. I believe sister is a good person, and even if I were to die, I would prefer to die with a full belly." After reflecting on his sister's words, Li Fu thought, Indeed, if we do not eat, we will surely perish. It is better to die satisfied, with a resolve akin to embracing death. He reached for the food Nan Xiangwan offered. Her amusement was palpable. Fear not. Should I have sinister intentions, I could simply carry you away without offering food. Why waste such provisions, right? Li Fu contemplated her words and realized the truth in them. He fell silent and began devouring the food alongside his sister, their hunger overwhelming. Concerned that they might not be satiated, Nan Xiangwan fetched 2 chicken legs from her backpack, presenting them with, "Here, take your time eating." If it's not enough, there is more. Li Shui's eyes lit up at the sight of the chicken legs. Having not tasted meat in ages, she eagerly snatched one, tearing into the packaging and exclaiming, This is delicious. Brother, you must try it. The meat is so fragrant." Seeing his sister's delight, Li Fu smiled indulgently and followed suit, unwrapping his chicken leg. Observing the siblings eat, Nan Xiangwan stood by patiently, while Zhan Siyu leaned against the front of the vehicle, smoking a cigarette. Once they finished, Li Fu spoke up, "We have several survivors here, divided into 3 groups. One group is quite formidable but unscrupulous, often stealing our food. The second group consists of generally decent folk who neither bully others nor allow themselves to be bullied. The third group is like us, a mix of special abilities and ordinary people, including the elderly and children, who are often victimized for their supplies. Had we not been wise enough to hide some provisions, we surely would not have survived this winter." "And where do you reside during this winter?" "We stay in the basement of a large building. It is relatively safe there. IC. Would it be possible for you to check with them if they would like to join us? We can drive you back, but let me be clear. Everyone, regardless of age or gender, must contribute to the work at our base. Of course, you can contribute as much as you are able, as food is scarce, and we cannot afford to support idleness. If anyone is unwilling to leave, we will not force them." Li Fu pondered for a moment before responding, "Our dwelling is just behind. Would it be all right for you to wait outside while I consult with them? I am concerned that some may doubt my words. Of course, I will follow your lead." She then turned to Zhan Siyu and instructed, "Darling, put the vehicle away and accompany them." Zhan Siyu complied without hesitation, securing the vehicle and joining them. Observing their strength, Li Fu felt as if fate had smiled upon them. They were saved. He took his sister's hand and headed back. Determined to leave this place where food was no longer available, staying would only lead to starvation. Relocating was no trivial matter, given the hordes of zombies and monstrous creatures lurking outside. Those without skills would hesitate to journey far, as ill fortune could turn them into fodder for the very beasts they feared. He was resolved to seize this rare stroke of luck. Both he and his sister must survive. Chapter 183. Seeking survivors. When Nan Xiangwan and the others arrived at the siblings' dwelling, she instructed them to go inside first. After all, the sudden appearance of 2 strangers might frighten the others. "Darling, if there are many people, should we return first and then venture out again? The risks along the way are unpredictable, and we cannot constantly protect them. It would be safer to escort them back to the base." "Yes, I was thinking the same. Furthermore, it will take us 2 days to return if all goes smoothly. I will fetch the bus. It can carry more people." "Perfect. We can get back in time to work." Nan Xiangwan then considered the other 2 groups, saying, "Should we also check on the neutral group? If they're decent, we should try to bring as many back as possible. As for the bandits, they can be left behind." Zhan Siyu chuckled. "Whatever my wife decides, I will follow." Indeed. Meanwhile, back at the dwelling, Li Fu and Shui'er found the older brother inside and relayed Nan Xiangwan's proposition to Hunan. The older brother began to ponder. Though their current situation was dire, this was their home. Leaving for an unknown location was one thing for the young. But the elderly might resist. Some traditional-minded individuals would prefer to perish at their doorstep. He inquired, "Are they waiting above?" "Yes. I asked them to wait. I am uncertain if everyone will agree, but my sister and I have decided to go with them." "Very well. Lead the way. I will assess the situation. If they are truly kind-hearted, I will do my best to persuade everyone to leave. We are indeed running out of food and supplies here." "All right, then please follow me." Turning to his sister, he instructed, "Go gather our things. I will return to fetch you." "Okay, brother, I will do that now." Just as Nan Xiangwan was beginning to grow impatient, Hunan finally returned with her. He regarded the striking duo with respect, asking, I hear you're searching for survivors. Indeed, we're the overseers of the Jing City Jianan safety base. I am Nan Xiangwan, and this is my partner. Zhan Siyu. Greetings, I am Hunan. Hello, I hope he has briefed you on the situation. He has, but would like to confirm a few details. Understanding his intent, Nan Xiangwan smiled. Our base is quite humane. Whether one is an ability user or an ordinary person, as long as there is work to be done, no one will go hungry. The elderly typically engage in agricultural work within our greenhouses, which is not taxing and allows for self-sufficiency. Those with abilities are assigned to various teams for missions. Furthermore, our dormitories accommodate 4 people each, with an excellent living environment. This winter, we even have self-sustained heating. Thus, your concerns are unfounded. We do not accept those of poor character. We have already rid our base of such individuals. I advise against bringing along any lazy or unproductive members, as they would only burden the community. Do you have any other questions? Upon hearing her words, Hunan contemplated the favorable conditions she described, which indeed surpassed their current plight. Though they enjoyed some freedom now, a lack of resources would ultimately lead to their demise. After all, no one wished for death, but he inquired further. If we all decide to go, can your base accommodate us? How many individuals do you have? Hunan calculated and replied, approximately over 100, half of whom possess abilities, while the rest are ordinary people. That poses no issue. We can manage to in that case. We shall depart for the base tomorrow. However, I intend to visit the other survivors' location first, as it would be prudent to gather as many as possible. Who knows when we might return? Li Fu interjected, Sister, I know where they are, but could you please refrain from bringing those thieves who pilfer our supplies? They are truly wicked, of course. I will heed your advice. I too harbor no fondness for wrongdoers. Since Miss Nan still wishes to explore other areas, I will return to make arrangements, Hunan stated. Yes, I shall come by in the morning. Turning to Li Fu, she asked, would you like to inform your sister about joining us? No need. Just let Hu go tell my sister. Right? You all go about your business. I will take good care of Li Shui. Once assured that there were no issues, the trio departed. Li Fu led the way, skillfully dispatching any zombies that crossed their path, his adept movements revealing a familiarity with such encounters. However, upon reflection, it is quite evident that without a modicum of capability, one would have succumbed long ago in this apocalyptic world over the past 2 years. The trio continued their journey for over half an hour before Li Fu finally halted at the entrance of a supermarket building. Sister, this is the place that I'm acquainted with some of the people here. Allow me to seek them out for you. Please wait a moment. All right, we are in no rush. Take your time, she replied, and he then stepped inside. Once the others had departed, Nan Xiangwan curiously remarked, how is it that in such a small city, there are 3 factions present? Could it be that all the nearby inhabitants have congregated here? After all, we have seen so many survivors on our journey. Zhan Siyu pondered for a moment and sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it would not be unusual for a single group of survivors to gather. But 3 factions seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, they had scanned the area with their mental prowess throughout their journey and detected no anomalies. Perhaps they were overthinking the situation. Perhaps the initial conditions here were relatively favorable. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how so many survivors could be present. Never mind. Let's focus on safely escorting the individuals back to the base. It would also be a good opportunity to check on the progress of our projects. MHM. Upon entering the building, Li Fu made his way directly to the entrance to seek out someone at that moment. A staff member on duty noticed his arrival and approached him. Who are you looking for? Brother, I'm searching for Brother Li Hong from your base. I have matters to discuss with him. Could you please help me summon him? Looking for Li Hong. Are you? What is your name? Brother, I am Li Fu. Once you mention my name, he will come to see me. Thank you for your assistance. The gatekeeper, recognizing the sincerity in his demeanor, replied, Wait here. I will send someone to call him. Thank you, brother. Chapter 184. Another batch of individuals deceived meanwhile. Li Hong, who was still groggy from sleep, stirred upon hearing that someone was looking for him. Who is seeking me? A boy named Li Fu mentioned he needed to see you. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hong recalled the name and responded, Thank you for the notification. Brother, I shall go to him at once. That you're welcome. I shall take my leave now. Very well, I Hong dressed hastily, grabbing a bag of snacks as he ascended the stairs. Pondering that the young man likely had run out of food, or he would not have sought him out. In light of the fact that he had previously saved him, he resolved to offer him some food. Meanwhile, Li Fu remained stationary, waiting for Li Hong's arrival. He felt somewhat uncertain about whether the man would meet him, given that it had been quite some time since their last encounter. When Li Hong finally appeared before him, he greeted him with a smile. "Brother Li, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a while. What brings you here today? Have you run out of provisions? Here, brother, I do not have much to offer." Upon seeing the food in Li Hong's hands, Li Fu realized there had been a misunderstanding and quickly clarified. "Brother, I did not come to ask for food. I have other matters to discuss with you. Could we perhaps step aside to converse? I assure you it will not take too long." Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Li Hong acquiesced and moved aside to discuss matters. "Brother Li, I came to see you regarding." Li Fu then recounted the message from Nan Xiangwan to Hunan. Upon hearing this, Li Hong furrowed his brow. The mere thought of the base brought back memories of his past experiences there. He recalled that none of the upper echelons had been trustworthy. Otherwise, they would not have been forced to endure such a dismal existence. After all, who would choose to struggle for survival in such dire circumstances if there were better options? He then inquired, "Where are they?" "They are waiting outside the building. If you have any concerns, you may ask them directly." After contemplating, Li Hong decided it would be prudent to meet them. After all, they could potentially be good people, and it would be a shame to miss such an opportunity, especially considering their own precarious situation. Fu led Li Hong outside the door, where Zhang Xiyu, a rather handsome man, approached them before his wife could speak. He stepped forward and asked, "Are you the person in charge here?" Li Hong, seeing the righteous demeanor of the newcomers, felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Hello, I am not the person in charge, but the person in charge is my cousin my name is Li Hong. May I inquire your name, sir?" "I am Zhang Xiyu, and this is my partner, Nan Xiang." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback by Nan Xiangwan's beauty, but quickly regained his composure and continued. "Li Fu has informed me of your circumstances. I would like to ascertain whether what he said is true. You will not deceive us into returning only to subject us to inhumane experiments, as was the case in my previous base." Zhang Xiyu responded calmly, "We would not do such a thing. Our base is legitimate. We have 2 secure bases in Jing City, and all of us from Jiangnan are honorable individuals who disdain such actions. However, I must mention that the National Security Base does indeed have laboratories dedicated to researching zombies and mutated beings." Li Hong raised an eyebrow, uncertain. "You truly do not intend to deceive us?" "Indeed, we are not in the habit of venturing out simply to capture people. If we were truly seeking experimental subjects, would anyone be foolish enough to bring back hundreds at a time?" Li Hong found himself at a loss for words. He then pressed on. "If we come with you, what will our accommodations be?" "The captain's quarters are free single rooms. The rest will be shared 4 to a room. However, if you have sufficient crystal cores, you may choose to upgrade your room." And then Zhang Xiyu frowned, as if questioning what more he wanted. "If you have specific requests, feel free to ask. We will accommodate what we can. But I cannot favor some over others, given that our base has thousands of people." "So, you're saying you have full authority to make decisions?" "Yes," Li Hong then stated. "Our group is not large. Only 82 individuals. 20 of us have no abilities, and our supplies are quite limited. We have no demands aside from not starving and not being bullied. That is agreeable. There will be no issues in that regard. However, our base does not support idlers. Those who do not work will not receive rations. Food is scarce, and it is better to provide for combat personnel who can ensure the safety of the base. Would you not agree?" Li Hong found the man's straightforwardness refreshing. He appreciated the lack of superfluous words. After contemplating, he continued, "I must discuss this with my cousin. Please wait in the resting area inside the building. It will be tiring to stand outside." "Very well. We can wait for up to an hour." "Agreed. I shall go now." Li Hong arranged for them to wait in the resting area while he sought out his cousin. Given the gravity of the situation, it was crucial to confer with his comrades that a single misjudgment could result in the loss of their last opportunity for a better life. After an undisclosed amount of time discussing with his cousin, Li Hong returned to Zhang Xiyu with 2 additional individuals in tow. "Mr. Zhang, this is my cousin Jia Hongtu, and beside him is my younger cousin Jia Hongtao. Greetings, I am Zhang Xiyu, and this is my partner Nan Xiangwan." Upon meeting them, Jia Hongtu confirmed their sincerity, which stood in stark contrast to those deceitful individuals he had encountered before, and he responded with a smile. I have heard about your conditions. We are willing to return with you. But do you have transportation available? Currently, we only have 2 vans that cannot accommodate everyone. You need not worry about that. We will make the necessary arrangements. All you need to do is bring your belongings and depart. However, we may require several drivers, as we have many people and vehicles, and we need to travel back swiftly due to safety concerns. Upon learning of their preparations, Jia Hongtu inquired, when does Mr. Zhan intend to leave? I would like to prepare accordingly. Tomorrow morning would be ideal. This way, we can return to the base within 2 days. Very well. We shall await Mr. Zhan's arrival tomorrow. Yes, we will depart promptly at 7 a.m. Farewell. Once Zhan Xiyu had concluded his discussions, he returned with his wife and Li Fu. The couple then took a leisurely stroll before finding a suitable place to rest, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the following day. Chapter 185. The return journey. The next morning, Zhan Xiyu rose early, lovingly preparing breakfast for his wife. During their time away, they had been living in a confined space, but with a large group of people to accommodate on the road. They would have to share living quarters as Nan Xiangwan awoke. She was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of breakfast. Her stomach rumbled in response, signaling that it was time to eat. She quickly dressed and began her morning routine. Just as Zhan Xiyu placed the breakfast on the dining table, he noticed his wife descending the stairs. Why are you awake so early? You could have slept a little longer. Nan Xiangwan took her seat at the table, saying, I couldn't sleep anymore. We need to get ready to pick up the others soon, so it's best to prepare early. Indeed, the timing is perfect. The food is just ready, so let's eat while it's hot. You should eat too, of course. Once both spouses had finished their meal, they exited their spatial realm and sought an open area. From within, they retrieved 2 long-distance buses, calculating that, along with a smaller vehicle, they would have sufficient capacity to transport everyone. Each took the wheel of a bus and made their way to the residence of Li Fu and his companions from the previous day. Meanwhile, Li Fu had risen early, anxiously awaiting their arrival. He feared that the sister from yesterday might not come to find him, leaving him and his sister to face starvation. Fortunately, Nan Xiangwan and her party arrived punctually at 6:30. As they needed to pick up another group at 7, hot upon the buses halting at the entrance, Li Fu hurried over, joyfully exclaiming, Sister, good morning. I thought you might not come. Nan Xiangwan, smiling, replied, How could I not? I would never go back on my word. Have you not had breakfast yet? Li Fu lowered his head in embarrassment. They had been unable to procure any supplies, leaving no extra food for breakfast. Had it not been for the bread and chicken leg they managed to eat yesterday, he doubted they would have even had the strength to rise today. Observing his discomfort, Nan Xiangwan continued, There is no need to feel shy. I have prepared plenty of food for you all in the vehicle. Go back and gather everyone. Once you are ready, I still need to pick up Li Hong and the others. Time is of the essence, so please hurry. All right, I'll go now. Sister, please wait for me. I'll be back shortly. With that, he turned and dashed back to his residence. Meanwhile, Hunan had already made the necessary preparations. After his efforts and persuasion yesterday, he successfully convinced all the members to comply, promising that as long as they behaved and did not cause trouble, they could all enjoy better days ahead. He warned that anyone who dared to create disturbances along the way would not be his concern. Although they had been together for some time, lacking blood relations meant he would not meddle in their affairs. After all, in these times, merely ensuring one's own survival was a significant achievement. Once Li Fu returned with the news, Hunan promptly led the group out, anxious not to be perceived as dilatory. Truth be told, Nan Xiangwan and her companions had arrived just in time. Had they delayed a few more days, it was likely that many would have perished from hunger. Good morning, Miss Nan, Hunan greeted. Good morning, Brother Hu. Who among you is a skilled driver? Have them take the wheel and follow us. We have prepared food in the vehicle. Please distribute it among everyone so we can all have a little sustenance on the way. And we can have a proper meal back at the base. Upon hearing about the provisions, the eyes of Hunan's companions sparkled with anticipation. They were indeed starving. Nan Xiangwan noticed their expressions and added, Brother Hu, let everyone board the vehicle first, and then distribute some food. Anyone who dares to snatch food will be thrown out. We have no tolerance for shameless individuals here. Understanding her meaning, Hunan chuckled. Rest assured, If anyone fails to follow orders, I will handle it without you needing to intervene, that I will not allow any trouble. Here is the vehicle for you to oversee. Please take good care of it. This is a walkie-talkie. Call me if any issues arise, and also if fuel runs low. After Hunan took the walkie-talkie, he began directing his companions to board the vehicle, prioritizing the elderly and children, as respecting them is a traditional virtue. Once everyone was settled, Zhang Xiyu drove the other vehicle ahead toward the supermarket. Checking the time, he noted it was 5 minutes to 7, estimating they would arrive a few minutes late. Li Hong had also been waiting outside the supermarket, dispatching a few stray zombies in the meantime. However, when 7 o'clock arrived without any sign of the others, he furrowed his brow, wondering if they might not come after all. Just then, Jia Hongtu emerged and inquired, "Have they still not arrived? It's already 7. Let's wait a little longer. Perhaps they were delayed by something. If they haven't shown up by 7:30, then they likely won't come." Li Hong replied. Seeing his cousin's disappointment, Jia Hongtu comforted him, "Don't overthink it. I doubt they're the sort to leave us hanging. Perhaps they went to Li Fu's place first. Let us give it some time." "All right, I'll trust you, cousin." The two then stood at the entrance, smoking as they waited. Fortunately, their patience was rewarded when they finally spotted Nan Xiangwan's vehicle approaching. Zhang Xiyu, from inside the car, immediately recognized the two waiting figures. The vehicle came to a stop in front of Li Hong and his companion. As soon as the vehicle was parked, Nan Xiangwan was the first to speak. "I apologize for the delay in picking you up. Are you all ready? If there are no issues, you may board. Drive your two vans up as well. If you're short on fuel, my husband has reserves in his space." Upon hearing her explanation, Jia Hongtu and Li Hong exchanged smiles and replied, "We indeed have no extra fuel for the journey. If Mr. Zhang can spare 2 barrels, I can fill up." Without a word, Zhang Xiyu waved his hand, producing 2 barrels of gasoline before them. Li Hong, seeing the man's spatial abilities, was not surprised, as 2 members of their own team possessed similar powers, though their combat capabilities were lacking. However, he did not underestimate the man before him, knowing that one could not travel such a great distance from the capital without possessing some skill. He grinned and said, "I'll inform my cousin to go refuel. I'll notify the others to board. Please do so quickly. We have a long journey ahead. Have your people find a few more drivers to take turns at the wheel." Understood. Zhang Xiyu then retrieved the couple's vehicle, ensuring they would not have to endure any discomfort. Those in the vehicles behind them looked on with envy at the man's strength, wishing they too possessed a spatial ability to hoard food and avoid hunger. Unfortunately, spatial ability users were scarce, and many lacked combat prowess, relying on others for protection. Thus, while convenient, their situation remained precarious. As time approached 7:30. All personnel had been properly accommodated. Zhang Xiyu had arranged for them to lead the way, with 2 buses following closely behind, and their 2 smaller vans bringing up the rear, should any danger arise. They were instructed to use the walkie-talkies to alert the lead vehicles. The 5 cars then started their engines and set off from the capital. Yet before they could even leave the town, they were intercepted by a group of armed men. Zhang Xiyu assessed the situation, recognizing the group as the last batch of survivors from the town, the very bandits Li Fu had mentioned. He pressed the brake, exited the vehicle, while Nan Xiangwan remained inside, patiently waiting. "Brothers, where are you off to in search of fortune?" One man inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "If it weren't for someone notifying us, we would have had no idea someone was coming to rescue you. Oh, tell us, why take only the disabled and leave us behind?" Zhang Xiyu, unfazed by their demeanor, retorted coldly, "Who we choose to take is none of your concern, as we are not acquainted." The leader of the group, Bai Ming, darkened at Zhang Xiyu's words that if you wish to leave, you must first ask for our permission. If you're sensible, take us along to enjoy the good life. Otherwise, none of you shall pass. Are you still asleep? We have 200 people, over 100 of whom possess abilities. If it comes to a fight, who do you think will prevail? You with your mere sticks? Stop this nonsense, before I lose my temper. You would do well to clear the way that I did not arrive here alone for nothing. Bai Ming recognized that Zhang Xiyu was formidable but could not swallow his pride. Why should those chosen get to live in the safety of a base while they remained here to struggle for survival? If they did not seize this opportunity for a ride, they might not last much longer. He then said, "Brother, cut us some slack. We just want to survive. We mean no trouble. You can see the conditions here. Staying means waiting for death, that we are all compatriots. Don TB so heartless. Jean Siu remained silent, contemplating how to resolve this without conflict, for a fight would only lead to injuries and delay their journey. Suddenly, he recalled the national security base and suggested, "We no longer have space to accommodate you at our base, but if you're willing, you may follow our convoy to the capital. The national security base can take you in. After all, it is a government facility. What do you think? If you're unwilling, then I have no alternative." Bai Ming pondered this proposition, then replied, "Wait a moment. I need to discuss this with my brothers." "Very well, but please hurry. We are pressed for time." Bai Ming returned to his small group and began to confer. "Big brother, I think this is a good idea. As long as we can leave this wretched place, I see potential in that man. Traveling with him should protect us from zombie ambushes. Besides, he mentioned a secure base in the capital. Surely that is safer." "Exactly, big brother. Since their base cannot accommodate us, we shouldn't push our luck that if a fight breaks out, we won't gain anything, and the base may not even let us in. Right, let us drive our own vehicles and follow them. Reaching that place will be better than remaining here. This town has become a ghost city." Indeed, we have also agreed to depart from this place in accordance with their convoy. Upon hearing his brother's opinions, Bai Ming contemplated the necessity of leaving this location first. Without a guide, not only would finding the route to the capital be uncertain, but the dangers along the way would also remain an enigma. After arriving at this conclusion, he promptly returned to Jean Siu and stated, "We concur with your suggestion. We shall drive ourselves and follow closely behind you. Once we reach the capital, we will take our leave without causing you any trouble." Jean Siu raised an eyebrow, thinking that such swift agreement indicated that their situation here was indeed desperate. "Very well. I shall wait for you for half an hour. If you are late, I will not wait." "All right, we shall set off to drive now." Noticing their quick movements, Jean Siu chose not to say more. After all, once they arrived in the capital, it would be a headache for the national security personnel. He thought to himself how generous he was, not only recruiting people for his base, but also conveniently delivering some to them. He could only wonder if these individuals would regret their decision upon entering. He then turned and returned to the vehicle to await their arrival. Nan Xiangwan, seeing her husband return, chuckled, "I've noticed you're becoming increasingly cunning. Sending this unruly group to national security is tantamount to sending them to their doom, isn't it? I can already envision their desperate faces being dragged into the laboratories. What a vivid imagery." Jean Siu kissed his wife's cheek and replied with a smile, "After all, they are nothing but pests. If they perish, so be it. It's not as if we are the ones doing the deed. So I bear no psychological burden whatsoever. Does that count as using a knife to kill someone? If you say so, as long as they behave themselves on the road, I will guide them upon our arrival in the capital without any hesitation." "Ha ha! You are so wicked, darling. I like it, hee. As long as you like it." When everyone had arrived, Jean Siu finally started the vehicle. With the arrival of spring, the roadside and rice fields were already lush with tender green grass. A sight to behold. It was a pity that after the apocalypse, those fertile lands had been abandoned. Besides grass, nothing else could grow, save for the mutated plants on the mountains. Humanity had undergone numerous mutations. Surely those plants had become extraordinarily formidable as well. One could only hope those things would remain there forever and not emerge. This moment, the large flower in the space spoke to Nan Xiangwan. "Master, my little companion has recovered. Would you like to form a contract with her as well?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled, and she replied, "Let us discuss it after we return to the base. It's not convenient now. Please take good care of her, all right?" "Understood, Master. I will certainly take good care of her, as she will be my wife in the future, as long as you are happy. Go and play." Nan Xiangwan cheerfully told her husband, "It seems my army of carnivorous plants is on the right track. Now we just wait for them to breed." Is that so? Then I must congratulate you in advance. We have gained another trump card. I will take you to see them once we return to the base. Good. Chapter 187. Return to the base as the sun set. Darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Jean Siu, following the mental map in his mind, located a manor they had passed earlier. Given the urgency of their journey and the fact that traveling at night was perilous, they could not proceed any further. With just himself and his wife, it might not have been so concerning, but bringing a group along rendered him uneasy. After Hunan and Jiahongtu, the two captains, disembarked, they began to arrange accommodations for the others. The weather was warm enough that a makeshift overnight stay would suffice. Bai Ming also sent his team to rest in the adjacent building. Subsequently, Zhang Xiyu brought out several large pots and a gas stove to prepare porridge, while also stewing a pot of cabbage and pork for dinner. The survivors, upon seeing Zhang Xiyu produce such a quantity of pork, could hardly contain their salivation, as they had not had meat in quite some time. It would be strange if they did not yearn for it. A flurry of activity ensued as everyone busily prepared dinner. Like tea that moment, Zhang Xiyu suddenly noticed something moving towards them. Closing his eyes, he discovered that 4 large insects were flying in their direction. He immediately stood up and called out loudly, "All ability users, step forward. We have insects approaching, and we cannot allow them to approach here. Follow me outside to eliminate them, quickly." Hunan and Jiahongtu promptly organized their teams to step out and wait outside. Zhang Xiyu also called for Bai Ming and his group to come out, as they could not afford to let them remain idle until they reached the capital. However, Bai Ming said nothing. After all, they were currently without a voice in the matter and could only comply obediently. Zhang Xiyu left Nan Xiangwan to guard the area while he and the ability users rushed towards the approaching insects. As night fell, the dim sky illuminated by the insects' glowing eyes resembled light bulbs. Had one not known better, they might have mistaken them for monsters. The leader of the insect swarm, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the crowd, became instantaneously excited and charged towards them without hesitation. Let the battle commence. With Zhang Xiyu's command, everyone unleashed their powers to attack the insects. The insects, upon being struck, became agitated, but the attacks fell to them as mere tickles. Insignificant yet highly insulting. Zhang Xiyu was well aware of this, and he was the first to undergo mutation. As the others witnessed his transformation, they quickly followed suit, and in an instant, over 100 monstrous figures emerged, each one more peculiar than the last, drastically increasing their combat prowess. With the sounds of cracking and explosions echoing, the insect swarm finally sensed the imminent threat and attempted to flee. However, Zhang Xiyu would not allow them to escape. He led his people to intercept them, declaring, "Close the gates and unleash the hounds." What followed was a thorough beating. In due course, the 4 insects met their demise. Looking at the chaotic scene, Zhang Xiyu addressed his team. "You may return to your meal. I will burn these remains before I come back. Mr. Zhang, may we assist you?" "No need. Just leave 1 fire-type ability user behind that I will return shortly. You all should remain vigilant of the surroundings. It is unsafe at night." Seeing his insistence, everyone turned to leave, eager not to miss out on the stew simmering away. Once everyone had departed, Zhang Xiyu instructed the remaining person, "Go gather some wood, and we shall burn them. It will be easier to incinerate them that way." The individual complied without further inquiry and set off to find something to start a fire. Only then did Zhang Xiyu produce his dagger, cut open the insects' hearts, and retrieve the crystal orbs. Generally, such items would be of no use to the average person, but after a battle involving over 100 individuals, the spoils from these were not easily divided. Thus, he had cleared everyone out to extract the items. Since mutating, he and his wife had lost much of their previous sensations, and currently, only the 2 of them had exhibited signs of energy surges within the base. Healing energy surges could only be managed with the crystal orbs, so he always attempted to stockpile as many as possible to ensure the base's supply. After the others returned, he immediately incinerated the corpses, at least to keep their actions concealed for the time being. Were it not for the laboratories at the base, no one would have suspected the existence of anything within the insects' hearts. Once Zhang Xiyu returned, dinner was already underway. "Make sure to serve a bowl to my brothers beside me. Once we reach the base, there will be no need to be so stingy, as there will be plenty of meat and dishes to enjoy every day." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. We understand." "Darling, over here. I prepared your meal. Come eat." Hearing his wife call him, Zhang Xiyu turned and walked towards her. "First, wash your face and hands, then we can eat." All right. That night, apart from the 4 insects, no other incidents occurred, and they peacefully awaited the dawn. After 2 days of hurried travel, they finally spotted the road signs leading to the capital by the time the sun set on the 2nd day. Once the vehicles entered, Zhang Xiyu parked and approached Bai Ming's car, saying, Follow this road straight ahead, and you will soon see the national security base. After all, theirs is the most magnificent and largest. We will not escort you any further. Best of luck. Bai Ming glanced at the road ahead and gratefully replied, Thank you for your care these past 2 days, Mr. Zhang. We shall take our leave now. Farewell. Farewell. Zhang Siyu watched their departing vehicles, pondering whether this would be the last time they crossed paths. He then turned and returned to his vehicle, heading towards his base. As darkness completely enveloped the sky. He finally returned to the base. Who is it? Check the vehicles. Zhang Siyu saw that the duty officer today was Zhang Lu, and upon opening the car door and stepping out, he asked, Why aren't you out on patrol? Zhang Lu, upon seeing his leader's return, smiled and replied, I just got back today. It happened to be my turn to stand guard, so I came over. Boss, the vehicles behind you aren't all people. Are they? Yes, they're survivors. Arrange for them to register and find accommodations. All right, I'll take care of it right now. Zhang Siyu waved to Hunan and Jia Hongtu, who then stepped out of the vehicle. Both of you, accompanied by your respective teams, will proceed to register, after which they will lead you to your accommodations. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to find you and then teach you the rules of the base and how to dine here. Do you understand? Good. We are aware. Well, make sure to rest well. Do not wander aimlessly within the base at night, that if someone mistakes you for an enemy, I will not take responsibility for the consequences. Yes, thank you for the reminder, Mr. Zhang. Subsequently, Zhang Lu will arrange everything for you, and I shall take my leave now. That if you have any matters to discuss, you can find Sidu Mo. Everyone in the base knows him. All right, Chapter 188. Arranging the newcomer Zhang Siyu organized the group he brought back, and then returned home with his wife. After all, they had been away for several days, and he was indeed quite fatigued. Had it not been for the urgency to return to the base, he and his wife would not have been so worn out. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu had also arranged for 5 individuals to register. Both team leaders were assigned single rooms, while the ability users were accommodated in 4-person quarters, and ordinary individuals were placed in 8-person dormitories that, of course, those with more crystal cores could opt for a single apartment. However, since this group had just arrived, they complied with the base's arrangements. After all, being newcomers, they needed to understand the specific circumstances before taking the next step. Crystal cores have become increasingly difficult to acquire nowadays. When Jia Hongtu and Hunan were escorted to the team leader's apartment, they realized just how favorable Zhang Nan's conditions were. It was akin to standard hotel accommodations, with even running water available in the restroom. Those unfamiliar might mistake this place for paradise. Although Jia Hongtu had a single apartment, he still summoned his younger brother to join him. He couldn't shake off the unease of not being with his sibling. As for Li Hong, he shared a room with his good friends, evoking nostalgic feeling reminiscent of school dormitories. Zhang truly had an eye for suitable locations. This ready-made student dormitory and teachers' apartments could accommodate quite a number of people. However, it remained uncertain what the meals would be like the following day, which piqued some anticipation. By the time Zhang Lu had settled everyone in, it was already 10 o'clock. Glancing at the list in his hand, he decided to report tomorrow, fearing that disturbing his elder brother's rest would be a grave offense. Zhang Nan's personnel had organized everyone in a systematic manner. However, the situation at the national security side was far from tranquil. Bai Ming, following Zhang Siyu's instructed route, circled several times before finally locating the legendary national security base. Yet as soon as he approached the entrance, he was stopped. Get out of the car and present her pass. What pass? We come from another city and heard that you are accepting people here, right? Just look at us. Can we enter the base? We are all ability users. The soldier on duty replied, Please wait a moment. I will inquire with the captain. Bai Ming understood that large bases required procedures, so he replied, Thank you. We are not in a hurry. As they waited outside the base, onlookers from within shot them bewildered glances, as if they were witnessing a group of fools. Little did they know, once they entered the base, they would surely regret their naivety. Eventually, the captain from National Security emerged. Are you the new ability users? Seeing the captain in formal attire, Bai Ming wondered if these second-rate individuals had gone astray. Was it too late to leave? However, recalling Mr. Zhang's words that there were only 2 bases here, and the other was full, he steeled himself to say, Hello, we fled here from another city that we heard this is a national base, so we came to seek refuge. May I inquire about the requirements for entering the base? How many of you are there? How many ability users? There are 108 of us with 70 ability users. The young captain noted the considerable number of ability users and said here, the treatment for ability users is quite favorable. Ordinary individuals must work to receive daily provisions. Otherwise, they will not have food. Moreover, to enter the base, each person must surrender 2 4th-tier crystal cores to be assigned accommodations. This is essentially how it works. If you cannot accept this, then I am sorry. Upon hearing the requirement of 2 crystal cores per person for admission, Bai Ming found it acceptable. However, he frowned at the thought of ordinary individuals also needing to provide such a quantity. Realizing that few among them possessed these cores, he asked, "We ability users can accept this, but for ordinary individuals, could you please make an exception? They are not ability users and do not possess these cores." The young captain, somewhat displeased, replied, "1 crystal core per ordinary person is the minimum that if they do not have it, I have no way to accommodate them. After all, I am merely a subordinate, and if higher-ups inquire, I will have no explanation to provide." Seeing that the captain had already lowered the requirements, Bai Ming felt it futile to haggle further. He discussed with his comrades, deciding that he would take responsibility for his relatives. For the remaining 9, he, as the leader, would cover the cost. After all, he could not simply abandon them. He decided to consider this as one last act of assistance, as they were already at the base. Whether they would eat in the future would depend on their own efforts. He smiled at the young captain and said, "We have come to an agreement and accept your terms. Can we proceed to enter now? Also, may we continue to use our vehicle in the future, as we need to venture out for supplies?" The young captain glanced disdainfully at their dilapidated vehicle and replied, "Yes, just park it in the eastern parking lot." "Ah, thank you. Thank you." Bai Ming then led his comrades to begin the registration and health checks. Once they were all cleared, they were escorted to their accommodations, upon discovering that the rooms were shared among 8 individuals. Bai Ming felt somewhat discontented. After all, he had always had his own room, and now sharing it with his comrades felt slightly embarrassing. However, realizing that ordinary individuals were placed in 12-person dormitories, he refrained from voicing any complaints. He planned to inquire about the base's regulations the following day before proceeding further. Although he was not particularly clever, he was no fool. Causing trouble right after arriving would undoubtedly lead to negative consequences. Consequently, they all climbed into bed without even washing, slipping on their slippers. After all, they were all grown men, and there was no reason for anyone to look down on the others. Upon returning, Nan Xiangwan immediately entered the space to rest alongside her husband. The most relaxing way to unwind was to indulge in a luxurious pedal bath. Activating the massage feature, Nan Xiangwan sighed, appreciating the comfort of the space. The past 2 days of travel had left her achy and fatigued. At that moment, Zhang Siyu entered the bathroom and asked, "Do you need a back scrub? It's on the house." Nan Xiangwan shot him a glare and replied irritably, "I'm telling you, I'm sleeping in my birthday suit tonight. I am so tired. If you dare to misbehave, I'll throw you out." Humph. Seeing his wife's fierce expression, Zhang Siyu sighed helplessly. "Dear, look, little John misses you. Can't you let your husband have a little meat just this once? If I ask again, you could throw me out, okay? Humph. A man's words are deceitful that I won't fall for your tricks. Get out. Wife, go. You go out first. After I finish bathing, we could talk. If you keep whining, you'll be sleeping on the floor." Zhang Siyu, sensing a glimmer of hope, immediately stepped out of the bathroom. After all, the night was long, and he had plenty of time to wait. Chapter 189. The chick hatches as the sun rose the next day. Nan Xiangwan was the first to knock on his sister's door. He had missed her during her several days away. Unfortunately, after knocking for a while, no one answered, likely because she was still asleep. Perhaps even in the space. Disheartened, Nan Xiangwan returned to his room. Only Situ and Mo, who was already at the base, began his busy day early. With so many newcomers arriving, he needed to personally ensure that everyone was arranged properly for the safety of the base. In the administration hall, Jia Hongtu and Hunan looked at Situ and Mo in front of them, somewhat perplexed. They had barely woken up when they were summoned here. Fortunately, Situ and Mo got straight to the point, saying, "Hello, I am Situ and Mo, the manager of this base. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to approach me. The reason I called you here is to issue you your base's point cards, as they serve as your salary cards. Once they're ready, you can bring your own bowls and utensils to the cafeteria to eat. After hearing Situ Mo's explanation, the group understood that the base operated on a point system. Once everyone was clear on this, Zhao Hongtu asked, "What about ordinary people without crystal cores?" Ordinary individuals can borrow up to 50 points. Once you start working tomorrow, you will earn points, and when you accumulate enough, you can pay off your debts within a month. Anyone attempting to default on their debt will not be permitted to stay in the base any longer. Additionally, this point card also acts as your pass for entering and exiting the Zhannan base. Please take good care of it. If lost, report for a replacement as soon as possible. Are there any questions? None for now. Let us leave it at that, Zhao Hongtu replied, having no further inquiries. Situ Mo then turned to Hunan. Do you have any questions? Feeling a bit awkward under the scrutiny, Hunan scratched his head and said, I would like to know what kinds of jobs we have in this base. For basic tasks, you can find them in the task hall behind you.as for you ability users. Each team leader can only have 30 subordinates. The rest will be reorganized, so if your numbers are large, you can decide whether to reorganize yourselves or let the base arrange it for you. Then starting tomorrow, you will also take turns going out to search for supplies as for what to look for. You can check the mission hall later. Especially, fighting is strictly prohibited within the base. Any grievances must be resolved outside the base. Do you understand? Good. We are all clear now, and there are no further questions. Well, then let us line up for registration. Once registered, you may go to eat. Today is your last day off. All right, thank you for the notice. The new arrivals officially joined the Zhannan base, becoming part of this community. At that moment, the poultry caretaker approached. Boss Mo, you must come see. The chicks in the coop have hatched. It's a success. What? Really successful? C2MO asked with excitement. Yes, absolutely true. We didn't expect it to succeed on the first try. Would you like to take a look? C2MO stood up, intending to follow, but suddenly remembered that his boss had returned, and he paused, saying, You go back first. I'll come over later. All right, then I'll head back. After reporting, the caretaker turned and returned to the coop, leaving only the newcomers who were quite curious. They wondered about what the caretaker had just said. The base can hatch chicks? Does that mean there's actually a chicken coop here? It seems they truly have good fortune this time. After all, in these times, not to mention grain, even poultry has become an extinct species. But unexpectedly, there are chickens here, of course. C2MO paid no mind to their thoughts, instructing his subordinates to handle the matters here before leaving to find his boss. After all, the chicken coop was established by his sister-in-law. And such great news must be shared with his boss and sister-in-law. Upon returning to the apartment, he happened to see Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan coming down the stairs. Followed closely by a little shadow, Nan Hao Chun. Boss, sister-in-law, Nan Xiao. Good morning, good morning. Nan Xiangwan looked at the excited Mo Z and asked, Is there something good happening? You seem so happy. Sister-in-law, the chicks in the coop have hatched. We succeeded. Do you want to go take a look? Upon hearing that the chicks had hatched, Nan Xiangwan smiled and said, Let us go right now. I can't believe we can actually hatch chicks. This means we can expand our scale in the future. We won't have to worry about not having chicken meat and eggs to eat. Zhang Xiyu, noticing his wife's joy, thought that breakfast was now out of the question, so he had no choice but to accompany her to the chicken coop. Once they arrived, Nan Xiangwan was the first to put on a mask, as the smell in a poultry area could be quite overwhelming. The others quickly followed suit, donning masks as well. When the caretaker saw the base leader and his wife, he hurried over, saying, You finally made it. Come quickly. The chicks have hatched. They're absolutely adorable that you've worked hard. There will be rewards for everyone later. Hearing the wife's words, the caretaker's smile widened even more. He immediately led them to the hatching machines. When Nan Xiangwan saw a bunch of chicks in various colors, she was utterly charmed. They were indeed adorable. Why do they not stay cute when they grow up? If you all remain this cute, would you still need to end up in the pot? She casually picked up a chick to examine it. Good. Keep up the good work. Strive to expand the scale and set up another coop. After all, chickens are still a bit scarce. What if I manage to get you a batch of ducklings? Can you raise them? The caretaker, upon hearing this, thought to himself that the lady could even procure ducklings and replied with a smile. Of course. We just need to build an indoor pond. Well then, let us build one to MOZ. Go find someone later to set up a duck coop in the vacant lot next door. Soon we can enjoy roast duck. All right, sister-in-law, I'll arrange for it right away. Since this side has succeeded, you all just need to take good care of them from now on. Yes, we will definitely take good care of them. Then Nan Xiangwan said to Zhang Siyu, "Honey, give each of them a bottle of wine and a pack of candy as a reward." "All right," with a wave of his hand. A pile of prizes appeared on the ground, making the caretaker smile broadly. "All right, make sure to distribute the rewards and don't be greedy, understand?" The caretaker quickly replied, "Yes, I will ensure everything is handled properly. And I won't take anything for myself." "Well, you get busy, and if there's anything, find C2MO, we'll take our leave now." "Okay, you take care." Chapter 190. Before heaven came, hell arrived. John Nan's joyful events have been coming one after another recently. And even the underground city is progressing rapidly. Only Jiang Tao from the national security remains troubled. Their numbers are increasing day by day, and no matter how many are killed in the laboratory, there are always new survivors arriving. It's one thing to support ability users, but nearly 30,000 ordinary people is an utter waste of resources. If the numbers were small, he could manage it without much fuss. But if all 30,000 were executed, he would truly be at a loss. Just thinking about the dwindling supplies in the warehouse gives him a headache. 2 years into the apocalypse, the food that can be found has basically been scavenged clean. Even those residential areas have been thoroughly searched. Now, to find supplies, one must go to other cities. After all, the capital is now an empty shell. At this moment, his secretary knocked and entered, saying, "Chief, there are no more experimental subjects in the lab. Who do you think should be sent this time?" Jiang Tao closed his eyes to ponder for a moment, then opened them and said, "Wasn't there a group that arrived yesterday?" "Yes, over 100 people, all from out of town." "Then let us use them. Just say a special mission requires some of them. Arrange for 20 of them, but be cautious, as mutated subjects are not easy to handle." "Yes, I will take care of that." Bai Ming never imagined that just after entering the base, they would already be targeted. They had left so cheerfully, only to end up in utter despair. Who told them to provoke the wrong person? Otherwise, why would they willingly walk into a trap? This is a classic case of being sold out while still counting the money for others. Meanwhile, at Zhangnan base, everyone was diligently engaged in their work. This gave them hope in the apocalypse. Although survival on the surface is becoming increasingly difficult, with human ingenuity, they are bound to survive. After all, if greenhouses can yield crops and chicks can hatch, then other miracles will surely follow. For now, they think of nothing else, simply doing whatever the base leader instructs. The teams that had gone out began to return one by one. Nan Xiangwan and Shangguanyu not only avenged themselves, but also brought back quite a number of ability users for national security. It was a tremendous harvest. Upon learning this, Zhang Siyu sought them out, saying, "You two really did well. You managed to recruit national security people. How did you manage that?" "Oh, don't mention it. We never intended to bring them back, but before we could act, they directly said they wanted to come with us. They were fed up with national security-esque conditions. Rather than live and worry day after day, they'd rather change places. Anything is better than living on a vegetarian diet." Zhang Siyu raised an eyebrow, surprised that such a large base as national security had such poor food quality. However, thinking of the population in their own base, he understood. After all, with over 100,000 people to feed, it's commendable that they can even get a meal. He then said, "Since that's the case, let us have everyone do the same when they go out searching for supplies. The more ability users, the better our base has security. Aren't you worried about spies infiltrating? Haha, I don't believe that after enjoying a better life, they will want to go back to eating chaff. Tiske. As for cunning, you take the cake. This is preparing to rot them from within. I assent it. Pretty much. Now tell me about the spoils from this trip." As soon as Nan Xiangwan heard his brother mention the supplies, he excitedly began to describe their haul, even mentioning how they dealt with their worthless father. Shangguanyu chimed in occasionally. Overall, they were quite lucky this time. They ended up with so much that after filling their space, they found a truck to bring everything back. After listening to their accounts, Zhang Siyu chuckled. "Let us celebrate when Xiao Jing returns. We'll have a barbecue this time. Great, finally not hot pot. What's wrong? You're tired of hot pot. If that is the case, I want to take you along for hot pot in the future." Nan Xiangwan, hearing this, said ingratiatingly, "Don't, just consider it me letting one rip. Ahaha." Shangguanyu noticed that ever since his brother avenged himself, he had become increasingly lively. If he weren't so familiar with him, he might have thought he had been swapped out. Although Xiao Jing and his wife had not returned yet, they couldn't resist Nan Xiangwan's enthusiasm. That evening, she took out a plethora of delicacies from her space to reward everyone. Considering they would need to go out again after a few days of rest, it was only right to treat them. After all, she was not lacking in these things. Hao Chun, go call the others. And remember to bring Wang Hao along. Hurry. Nan Hao Chun gazed at the table laden with food, swallowed, and then silently turned to leave. The temptation of such delicacies was quite overwhelming. When all the brothers gathered, they stared wide-eyed at the feast before them, especially Bai Yuan beside Lung Fan Tian, who hadn't seen such an abundance of food in ages. Fearful of bringing shame to her man, she resolutely turned her face away, refusing to look. Upon noticing this, Lung Fan Tian chuckled and remarked, "Are you hungry? The meal will be ready shortly. There's no need to feel embarrassed. It's not just you who's eager for food. We are all quite ravenous." Considering that only Azan possesses such delectable culinary delights. After all, he was the first to awaken his spatial abilities, and the abundance of stored delicacies we've enjoyed has yet to be exhausted. Bai Yuan, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Despite being a spatial ability user himself, he found himself overshadowed by a true champion, while he felt like a mere novice. Indeed, the comparison between individuals can be quite stark. One's worth can often be measured against another. It was not until Zhang Siyu returned with Mosey that they finally gathered around the table. Come, everyone, let us eat heartily today. We only have beer to drink, as this is a critical period, so let us keep it to a minimum. We wouldn't want anyone to end up in a state of utter inebriation, as that would certainly complicate matters should an emergency arise. Indeed, we shall heed your advice, sister-in-law. As long as there's beer and meat, we will be content. Yes, we can't afford to drink to excess like before. If a night raid were to occur, we'd be in dire straits. Right? Let us say no more. We simply need to fill our stomachs. As Zhang Siyu chatted with his brothers, his gaze remained fixated on the spread before them. With a resigned smile, he said, "Stop staring and start eating. It will lose its appeal if it gets cold." "All right, we were just waiting for you to say that. By the way, that pig trotter is mine. Don't even think about taking it. Out of the way. Whoever grabs it first gets it." Nan Xiangwan found their childlike enthusiasm amusing. Who would have thought that these formidable figures, capable of commanding storms outside, would revert to such whimsical behavior at home? Yet, it is precisely their lack of greed that fosters a lasting bond of friendship. Chapter 191. The laboratory was burgled. Joyful evenings always seemed to pass swiftly. By the time dinner concluded, the table was completely cleared of its delectable offerings. Were it not for the preservation of their dignity, Nan Xiangwan would have suspected they might lick the plates clean. Once they all returned, their bellies full, they found it challenging to lie down, having indulged a bit too much. Even Zhang Siyu and his wife engaged in some exercise to alleviate their overindulgence. The next day, Lung Fan Tian rose early and headed to the dining hall to fetch breakfast. Since being with Bai Yuan, he had taken exceptional care of him, fulfilling his every request. He even personally prepared breakfast for both of them to enjoy together. Bai Yuan, not taking this for granted, would assist him whenever he visited the laboratory, particularly massaging him when he was fatigued. One could say their relationship was more affectionate than that of an ordinary couple. After finishing breakfast, Lung Fan Tian took Bai Yuan to the laboratory as usual, only to discover that his door had been forced open. His expression darkened immediately. Although he was aware of a mole among them, he had chosen to ignore it, thinking that life here would eventually assimilate him. However, it seemed that action had finally been taken against him, had he not been in the habit of placing important items in Bai Yuan's spatial storage. The loss could have been catastrophic, potentially endangering their base. Bai Yuan, observing Lung Fan Tian's demeanor, noted the flicker of cold light in his eyes, realizing that some individuals had indeed lost their sense of shame. "Yuan, please check the surveillance footage to see who has been here while I inspect the laboratory." "All right, I'll do that. Don't be upset. Your experiments are safe with me, so there won't be any losses." I know. Go ahead." Bai Yuan turned to head to the surveillance room, only to find that the power was out. He thought to himself that the intruder had managed to cover their tracks quite well, and it would likely take some time to identify them. With no results from his search, he returned to Lung Fan Tian. Reflecting on the theft from the previous night, he decided it would be best to have the security personnel monitor any recent departures from the laboratory. Of course, there was also the possibility that the thief had met with someone.B while remaining passive. They would not raise any suspicions. The agents from a National Security Bureau were indeed bothersome. Meanwhile, after inspecting the premises, Lung Fantian found that only a few documents had been taken. Fortunately, they contained only basic research data, so the loss was not significant. He then checked the equipment, confirming that nothing had been tampered with, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fantian, the surveillance room has lost power. I had suspected as much that I doubt only one person came here, and I'll inform Mosey to have someone keep an eye on this situation. If we don't catch this individual, information will continue to leak from our base, as evidenced by the vaccine incident. All right, you focus on your tasks. I'll notify him. Be quick about it. I need you here. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuan's face flushed instantly, and he playfully shot a glare at him before hurriedly leaving. Although they had crossed certain boundaries, Lung Fantian's teasing still left him feeling somewhat flustered. It is often said that the submissive partner is the most bashful, yet they were quite the opposite. He always ended up blushing for being teased. Seeing him run off, Lung Fantian laughed heartily. But his expression soon darkened. He reflected that while most of his brother's enemies had already perished, his own nemesis remained elusive, as if he had vanished without a trace. Yet, deep down, he felt certain that this foe would not succumb so easily and was likely lurking, awaiting the moment to confront him directly. That moment, the individual whom Lung Fantian was concerned about was in the very laboratory where he had once been imprisoned. A man clad in black, with sunglasses obscuring his eyes, was scrutinizing a vial of experimental serum in his hand. He was the very adversary Lung Fantian sought, Ling Shang. Ling Shang gazed at the latest concoction with impatience. Eager to find a subject for testing, he coldly commanded, "Bring me a regular person, now." Understood. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s was brought before him by the laboratory guards. He was injected with the serum. The professor, without a moment's hesitation, administered the injection. The middle-aged man, having long grown accustomed to such treatment, displayed a vacant expression. Perhaps the sight of his companions meeting grim fates had left him devoid of hope. Even as the serum was injected, he remained motionless, kneeling in silence. Once the serum was completely administered, the professor ordered that the man be chained, and one knew what transformations might occur in him. Should the results exceed expectations, swift action would be required to eliminate him. While they awaited the outcome, Ling Shang coldly inquired, "Since that man escaped, we have had no further leads, correct?" "Indeed, boss. That individual was exceptionally cunning. We searched for quite some time without success. However, I suspect that without abilities, his chances of survival outside are slim." "Humph. A bunch of useless fools. Do you think he lacks abilities? I believe you are simply foolish. Send someone to search for him again. He is the child of my enemy, and I shall not rest until he is dead." Understood. That moment, the man who had just been injected began to convulse violently, dark veins threatening to burst forth from his skin. The professor's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Hurry and eliminate him. Burn the body." Ling Shang glanced at the recent test subject before rising in disappointment to leave. It seemed that developing such a serum would not be an easy task after all. He exited the laboratory, leaving behind just one of many in his collection of experiments. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan had found Situ Mo and recounted the events that transpired in their laboratory. Situ Mo was taken aback by the significant oversight that had occurred the previous night. With a grim expression, he grabbed the intercom and summoned the patrolling guards from the night before. Although the surveillance had yielded no evidence, he was certain that at least one person had noticed something amiss. When the patrolling guard arrived, Situ Mo questioned, "Did any of you see anyone entering or exiting the laboratory last night?" The dozens of patrolling personnel exchanged glances, pondering that it was quite normal for individuals in the laboratory to come and go. Only the captain seemed to have an inkling of the situation and replied, "During our patrol, we did not see anyone. It was quite late, and the base has rules against wandering at night. So aside from us, there were genuinely no other individuals." Situ Mo and Bai Yuan exchanged worried glances, and Bai Yuan suddenly had a realization. "Brother Mo, let them go back. I believe I understand the situation." "Really?" Chapter 192. Continuing the duck-raising enterprise. Seeing Bai Yuan's serious demeanor, Situ Mo instructed the guards to return. Once they had cleared out, he asked, What have you discovered? In truth, we initially misdirected our focus. The person who forced the door may not necessarily be from the laboratory. The patrol team had a great deal of freedom in their movements, and it would not be unusual for them to be anywhere. Therefore, I suspect that the culprit is among the recent group of patrollers. Mo considered by Yuan's insight and found it quite reasonable. If that is the case, I'll have someone monitor who leaves the base in the coming days. That is a good idea. However, we cannot rule out the possibility that this person may hand off the stolen items to someone else. So it will take time to catch them, that we must proceed cautiously. Indeed, that is the only course of action. Since there is nothing more to discuss here, I shall take my leave. All right, should any news arise, I will inform you. Thank you for your assistance. With that, Bai Yuan stood and returned to the laboratory, while Nan Xiangwan also rose and accompanied Zhang Siyu to the back mountain to check on the blooming flowers. She almost forgot about the contract. When she saw Dahua playing with a little flower, a sudden thought struck her. Could this be considered a child bride? Woe is me. Why did it take you so long to visit me? Master, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot. After all, you didn't remind me in time, did you? Whoa. Master is being naughty. Dahua no longer likes you, all right? I won't tease you any longer. Let me see how your little bride is doing. Upon hearing this, Dahua stepped aside, revealing the little flower behind her, who was whimpering softly. She thought to herself, how small she is. When will she be able to bear offspring? Why is it so challenging for her carnivorous flower army? Yet, hope remains. It's merely a matter of time. Then she smiled and said, little flower, shall we make a contract? That way, we will be a family from now on. Whoa. Master, the little flower agrees. Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan, without a moment's hesitation, drew her finger across her skin and let a drop of blood fall. Instantly, a thread of spiritual energy connected the little flower and her. Meanwhile, when Zansu saw his bride's injured finger, his expression darkened, that he promptly produced a band-aid and applied it to her finger. Seeing this, Nan Xiangwan chuckled. In a moment, there will be no injury at all. There's no need for such fuss. What if it gets infected with a virus? You know our current situation. We cannot afford to be injured lightly, or it may lead to an unknown virus entering our bodies. Why then, there will be no place to weep. Nan Xiangwan, unable to argue with him, acquiesced. She then turned to Dahua and the little flower and stated, from now on, I will provide you with a living creature each day for you to hunt, if you run out of food. Just contact me. Also, do your best to give me more little flowers. One day, I will take you out to deal with the scum. Whoa. Understood, master. With no further matters to attend to, Nan Xiangwan exited the space with Zansi. After all, there were numerous tasks to arrange back at the base. After seeing Zansiyu off, Nan Xiangwan returned to the space to prepare ducklings. This time, she decided not to raise too many, starting with 30 to see how it goes. If the results were unsatisfactory, there would be no need for excessive effort. She then found a cardboard box, packed the ducklings, and headed to the breeding area. Upon seeing the lady carrying something, the manager immediately approached and asked, "Is this for us? Let me carry it for you. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself." "Yes, I'm delivering 30 ducklings. That's all, so make sure not a single one dies." Upon hearing that it was ducklings, the manager's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected the lady to be so resourceful. Just mentioning raising ducks led to the arrival of ducklings. He couldn't fathom where she had procured them. He increasingly believed that their lady was truly extraordinary. She could procure anything. If she ever mentioned raising pigs, he would certainly believe she could manage to acquire piglets. The manager found a vacant spot and released the ducklings from the box, also asking someone to bring a basin of water. "Madam, these ducklings are full of spirit. As long as there are no accidents, they should survive. When we raised chickens before, too many chicks were neglected, leading to some deaths. However, with so few ducklings, if a few more were to die, it would indeed be quite a loss. That I will ensure they are well looked after." Nan Xiangwan's lips twitched at this, thinking it unnecessary. You needn't feel such pressure. If any die, it simply means we are not suited to raise them at this moment. Take care of them freely. All right, understood. If you have nothing else, you should head back. The smell here is quite strong, and I wouldn't want your clothes to absorb it. Okay, reach out if anything comes up. I will return now. Understood. After Nan Xiangwan departed, feeling somewhat aimless, she decided to visit the warehouse. she intended to replenish the stock that had been consumed today. The population at their base was currently consuming resources at a reasonable rate, not facing the dire situation over the national security side. Of course, her confidence stemmed entirely from the contributions of her space. Otherwise, she would never have been so extravagant with her consumption. Gazing at the well-stocked warehouse, she concentrated, and instantly, for well-prepared goats appeared. She then pushed a cart leisurely toward the cafeteria, as she was in the mood for goat soup today. However, she didn't wish to prepare it herself, so she would let the cafeteria staff assist her. Naturally, she wouldn't be greedy, while large chunks of meat might be scarce. Minced goat soup could certainly be provided for everyone. Thus, she pushed the goat meat through the base, catching the eyes of those around her, who lit up in excitement. They thought to themselves, the lady must be heading to the cafeteria. It seems they will have goat meat for lunch. It had truly been a while since they had enjoyed goat meat. Looking at the 4 pitiful goats, they wondered if they would even get taste. Shortly after Nan Xiangwan stepped into the cafeteria, everyone in the base was already aware that goat meat would be served for lunch. The news spread with remarkable speed. If one didn't know any better, they might think it was a mass text. However, when Nan Xiangwan realized this, she smiled and remarked to those nearby that she was finally experiencing the gossipy nature of rural Andes upon seeing the arrival of the chef, followed by the delivery of the food. His face was also filled with smiles. Here, let us turn these into goat soup for lunch. Simmer them well to ensure everyone can enjoy a bowl and replenish their strength. I understand, it has indeed been quite a while since I last had goat soup. The lady truly cares for us. Puffed. Stop your nonsense. Once it's ready, send our portions to the main building. I'm off. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. Observing the chef's demeanor, Nan Xiangwan thought that perhaps they had been living too well lately, as everyone seemed to be letting loose that IT was almost an eyesore. Chapter 193. The emergence of mutants. In truth, many individuals in the base currently maintained a positive mindset. After all, with good food and restful sleep, what grievances could arise? As the time approached noon, the chef personally delivered the simmered goat soup to the main building before returning to prepare his own meal. However, upon returning to the cafeteria, he was taken aback. The line for serving food extended far beyond the horizon. He thought to himself, the allure of goat soup is indeed substantial. Not daring to wait further, he began to serve. Upon returning to the main building, Zenza hadn't even entered when he caught the scent of goat soup. Without needing to guess, he knew it was his wife's handiwork. To be honest, this dish was not something men should indulge in excessively, as it could lead to heatiness. When Nan Xiangwan saw him return, she brought out the lunch dishes. Nan Xiangwan, seeing that his brother-in-law's soup bowl was larger than his own, immediately made a face and asked, "Sis, do you not love me anymore? Why does brother-in-law get more than I do?" Upon hearing her brother's words, Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes and replied, "It is precisely because I love you that I served you less. Have you not read enough books? What a foolish question to ask." How could he forget? How embarrassing, realizing the flaw in his reasoning. He finally fell silent and quietly enjoyed his lunch. Delicious, this is the right flavor. Zansu, noticing his wife's adorable expression, couldn't help but smile affectionately. "If you enjoy it, we can make more in the future." Nan Xiangwan swallowed her soup and replied, "Having it occasionally is sufficient. It's too nourishing, and I can't handle it." True enough, Nan Xiangwan, witnessing their display of affection, felt so full from watching that he could hardly swallow his soup. Life had become unbearable. The 3 of them enjoyed their lunch warmly, while in the cafeteria, everyone slurped down their goat soup. Even Lung Fantian and his brothers, gazing at the goat soup before them, couldn't help but lament that their sister-in-law was indeed extravagant. She talks about making it without a hint of hesitation. "This goat soup is truly delightful. Why didn't we arrange for it sooner? It's best enjoyed in winter, and now I'm sweating profusely. I'll have to shower and change afterward." Upon hearing Ningongchen's words, Xiangwan, you shot back. "Be grateful for what you have. At least you have food. Don't be picky about timing. Why don't you just fly up to the heavens? Little you, I've noticed you become increasingly unlovable lately. I'm going to cut ties with you for 3 minutes. Humph." Xiangwan Chun, rolling your eyes, is quite childish. Just as they were finishing their lunch, Xiao Jing, who had been away for several days, finally returned. However, he came back in a rather disheveled state. Their team, originally comprising 32 members, returned with only 18. Xiao Jing was injured, and the others were not in much better condition. Upon receiving the news, Zanxiu immediately ordered everyone to be sent to the medical room. Once the brothers had all arrived, he anxiously inquired, "How are you all? How could you be injured so severely?" Xiao Jing, weary, replied, "This time we encountered a group of individuals even more formidable than zombies and insects. They were like Iron Men that we exerted tremendous effort but managed to take down only a FEW. In the end, our brothers covered for us as we fled, and they all perished. How could this happen? Where did you encounter them?" "When we set out, there were no issues. It was on the return journey that we encountered them. Only about 100 kilometers from our base. You think those people might be experimental subjects?" Upon hearing this, Lung Fantian believed it was highly probable that they were indeed the products of the laboratories. The fact that they encountered them could only be deemed unfortunate at this moment. Tao Yao also spoke up. "Those individuals are incredibly difficult to deal with. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost half our brothers. Our mutated forms were not particularly effective against them, but in the end, it was Xiao Jing who used a laser pistol to cut down some of them. But there were simply too many, and we struggled to escape." After hearing Nan Xiangwan's words, he noticed her deep wounds and furrowed his brow, saying, "You all should focus on recuperating. We will discuss everything else later. For those brothers who have passed, if they have families, I will ensure arrangements are made. Your priority now is to heal. Yes, I am indeed quite fatigued. Rest. We have returned home. We are here for you." Once everyone had finished their tasks, only the healing doctors remained inside, as the others filed out. Subsequently, the group proceeded to the conference room in the main building. After preparing coffee for everyone, Nan Xiangwan finally spoke. "Let us discuss your thoughts on this matter." Lung Fantian, the first to respond, stated, "In my opinion, they are genetically mutated individuals. Please elaborate." Zhan Xiu prompted. "It is quite simple. The drugs have obliterated their original genes, and then the agents have restructured them." "Are you suggesting that if you had a person, you could recreate this?" "Yes, it is merely a matter of time. However, such experiments are morally reprehensible, and I am reluctant to proceed." The others murmured in agreement. Acknowledging the ethical implications, though the modification is one matter, you might develop agents that could disrupt their bodily equilibrium, that if we encounter them again, capturing one for thorough research would be prudent, Zhan Xiu suggested. Indeed, having a subject for research would facilitate our understanding. But where would we find such individuals? Those people are unlikely to emerge alone. They have become akin to vegetative states, their minds devoid of memory, save for commands. Capturing one would be quite challenging. Silence fell over the conference room as they contemplated the situation. Setting aside the feasibility of capturing such individuals, they were primarily concerned about the implications of this new breed. Those who had intended to venture out in the following days now found themselves lost in thought. They feared not the zombies or the insectoids, but the unknown entities. After all, without understanding, they could not discern their vulnerabilities. At that moment, Zhan Xiu recalled Tao Yao's mention of laser handguns capable of cutting through targets and said, "Here is the plan. Tomorrow, Wan and I will venture out to verify something. I will leave 100 laser handguns with Haochen. Each of you should carry one. Should those creatures approach the base, you will be prepared." Lung Fantian inquired, "Are you intending to investigate those creatures?" "Yes, but rest assured. Wan and I have our own safety protocols. If the situation turns dire, we shall withdraw promptly. Furthermore, upon our departure, the base will be sealed, and all personnel must expedite the construction of the underground city. Since you have made up your mind, we will ensure the rear is secure," Lung Fantian replied. Shang Guanyu added, "Well, my brothers have little to say, aside from your unparalleled combat prowess. There truly are no suitable candidates." Nan Gongchen remarked, "We await your good news." With that, the meeting adjourned, and Zhan Xiu and Nan Xiangwan returned to their quarters. The following day, the couple set out from the base, following the directions provided by Xiao Jing. As they drove, they noticed an increasing number of zombies, and with the rising temperature, the stench of decay became more pronounced. Once familiar faces had now become grotesque forms. Suddenly, they spotted a horde of zombies feasting on something ahead. Curiosity piqued, they drove closer, only to discover the remains of insectoids. The gruesome scene was quite bloody. It was peculiar how those airborne insects had managed to defeat this group of zombies. Shall we eliminate them? Our supply of crystal cores has been dwindling, Nan Xiangwan suggested. Indeed, as one's abilities advance, the demand for crystal cores increases. That we are running low, Zhang Xiyu agreed. Had we not ventured out today and witnessed this surge of zombies, I might have thought they were on the brink of extinction, she mused. Let's get to work. With that, the couple brandished their laser guns, swiftly dispatching the zombies' heads with ease, as if slicing through watermelons. Once they had finished, they noticed a solitary zombie standing motionless across from them, seemingly reluctant to greet an old acquaintance. As they locked eyes, neither made a move, just as Zhang Xiyu prepared to strike. The zombie spoke. In the mountains, many insect eggs. Be cautious. Having encountered speaking zombies before, Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan were not overly surprised, though the message was alarming. The presence of insect eggs indicated that those creatures were nesting in the mountains. If what the zombie said was true, once those eggs hatched, a swarm would inevitably descend upon them. A troubling prospect indeed. Thank you for the information. Do you require assistance? Zhang Xiyu inquired. Assistance. Farewell, the zombie replied before disappearing into the distance. Nan Xiangwan regarded its retreating figure with a sense of familiarity, though she could not place it. Shaking her head to dispel the confusion, she began collecting the crystal cores scattered on the ground. Once they had cleared the area of zombies, they were about to return to their vehicle when two foraging insectoids appeared. With their 3 glaring eyes and drooling mandibles, Nan Xiangwan thought it preferable to encounter them at night when visibility was limited. The sight of them in broad daylight was unsettling. Indeed, Zhang Xiyu transformed into his mutated form, and Nan Xiangwan followed suit, understanding that lower-tier abilities would be futile against these creatures. Thus, they decided to engage in their mutated forms upon encountering any insectoids. As they soared through the air, they fixated on the insectoids before them. With a surge of lightning energy, Zhang Xiyu unleashed a powerful attack, and the battle commenced. Boom! Crackle! Light binding! Go! With their formidable abilities, the couple swiftly brought the 2 insectoids crashing to the ground. Their wings singed beyond recognition. They gazed down at the sizzling insectoids. Nan Xiangwan mused on the potential chaos that could ensue if these creatures took to the skies en masse. A trip to the mountains seemed necessary, though the current conditions remained uncertain. Once the 2 insectoids were vanquished, the couple landed and resumed their human forms. Have you noticed a pattern? After each transformation, I feel utterly drained, as if my strength has been siphoned away. Do you experience this as well? Nan Xiangwan inquired. Zhang Xiyu considered her observation and felt a slight weariness himself, though it was manageable. It seems we should minimize transformations in the future. Once we return to the base, we should consult Long Fantion about this. Agreed. Let us continue our work. After extracting 2 crystal cores, they resumed their journey. Little did they know that their departure had not gone unnoticed. The very zombie that had spoken earlier was leading a horde towards the remains of the insectoids, eager for a feast. As the sun reached its zenith, the heat intensified. The couple had spent the day without encountering a single mutated individual, but had dispatched numerous zombies and insectoids. Now, fatigued, Nan Xiangwan dozed off in their space, while Zhang Xiyu, having fought continuously, was also feeling the toll. Fortunately, they could rest and recharge whenever needed. Otherwise, such a state could prove perilous. They skipped lunch in favor of a midday nap. Meanwhile, at the experimental base for mutants, an old acquaintance of Nan Xiangwan was indulging in a cigar. This person was Yiming, who had vanished after the incident at the villa. Brother, Professor Chang has completed the installation of the mutants' chips. Would you like to take control personally? Yiming exhaled a puff of smoke nonchalantly and replied, You may proceed as you see fit. Remember, this is not the time to reveal ourselves. If we attract attention, we will become targets, especially for that old fox for national security. If I had not been clever and swift, I might already be playing chess with God. Brother, that old dog is exceedingly cunning, and their experiments are even more radical than ours. Fortunately, we occasionally rescue some of their subjects. Otherwise, we would not have such a safety net out, of course. It is thanks to your brilliance that we have developed such a formula. Enough with the flattery. I have yet to address the previous incident. You released so many mutants, and we lost over 20. The key is, we have no idea who they were up against. What were you all thinking? One of the chastised subordinates mumbled, the nearest bases to us are either national security or those from Jean Nan's faction. Who else could it be? Moreover, they do not conduct human experiments, so even if they knew, what could they do? I think you are worrying unnecessarily. He Ming listened to his subordinate's ramblings, his gaze darkening as he thought of the seemingly righteous Jean Nan base that he pondered in this apocalypse. Does true righteousness still exist? Why is he so incredulous? Chapter 195. The Stealthy Mutants. Indeed, He Ming's words are not without merit. In this apocalyptic world, humanity has become increasingly selfish and self-serving. Yet, to rephrase, if all of humanity were to adopt such a mindset, the ultimate cause of extinction would not be the onslaught of alien beings, but rather humanity's own self-destruction. Fortunately, under the guidance of Zhang Nanshu and Nan Xiangwan, humanity has not been led to annihilation. Meanwhile, the couple slumbered through the afternoon until nightfall. Upon awakening, Nan Xiangwan stretched her limbs, feeling considerably more rejuvenated. After drinking a glass of spring water, she finally felt revitalized. She increasingly suspected that the mutants bore aftereffects. It seemed imperative to have Lung Fantion conduct a thorough examination upon their return to the base, at the very least to ascertain the underlying causes. Habitually, she preferred to make preparations for the unknown. Exiting the spatial realm, she gazed at the night sky. Aside from the fragmented moon hanging above, not a single star graced the heavens. It appeared that since the day of the apocalypse, the stars had vanished without a trace. Returning to the spatial realm, she began to prepare dinner. Zhang Xiu, turning over, noticed the absence of his wife. Instantly awakening and glancing at his watch, astonished by the duration of his slumber, he rose to search for her. At that moment, Nan Xiangwan was in the kitchen, diligently preparing their evening meal. Hunger gnawed at her. If her stomach permitted, she would have devoured an entire cow. Skillfully, she seared the steak in the pan. Reflecting on the past, she felt proud of her foresight in stockpiling gourmet provisions, for after the scorching weather, sustenance would have been scarce. Following the enticing aroma, Zhang Xiu entered the kitchen, observing his industrious wife, and inquired, "Have you awakened?" Smiling, Nan Xiangwan responded, "Yes, I just woke up feeling quite famished. What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it for you." "Anything is fine, just something simple. It seems tonight we won't accomplish much." "The night has enveloped us," he replied. Nan Xiangwan, flipping the steak, remarked, "No matter, we're simply relying on luck. I trust the mutants will emerge again, and if boredom strikes, we can search house to house for supplies. I noticed many residences in Jing City have been thoroughly scavenged by the national security personnel. Thus, I wouldn't mind engaging in a similar endeavor. The more supplies we gather, the more secure we will be." I initially planned to have those skilled in weaving procure some fabric. Otherwise, many will find themselves without clothing, especially during battles, where clothing tends to become tattered. Zhang Xiu was taken aback that his wife had even considered their attire. In truth, they had ample stock, and there was no need for concern. However, he worried that prolonged dependency on the base's resources could foster a sense of reliance. It appeared that his wife's suggestion warranted consideration. "All right, you take the steak out, and I'll boil some noodles for dinner," he concluded. Understood. After finishing their meal, Nan Xiangwan found herself restless and dragged her husband to the fields to harvest wheat, although the land yielded quickly. Both planting and harvesting required manual labor. Fortunately, humanity had developed harvesters and seeders. Otherwise, reverting to the methods of decades past would have rendered her utterly complacent. Thus, throughout the night, the couple toiled diligently. It was only in the early hours that they returned to their quarters to rest. As dawn broke anew, Zhang Xiu drove while they aimlessly wandered. Wherever they traversed, the landscape bore the scars of desolation, devoid of life. Yet, after several days of aimless searching, they encountered not a single soul, let alone any mutants. Initially intending to return, the elusive mutants finally made their appearance. However, they remained hidden, employing their mental prowess to observe the situation. They needed to ascertain the number of mutants present before taking action. To their dismay, they discovered that their town was surrounded by at least 100 individuals, methodically scouring for supplies like automatons. It appeared that these individuals were in dire need of resources. "Darling, let us capture a straggler. Our primary goal is to secure a specimen for experimentation. There is no need for direct confrontation. If we draw attention, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation, Zhang Xiyu suggested. After some contemplation, he added, Wife, let us act swiftly. You should immobilize him and transport him to our space, where we can subdue him. Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled with realization. This approach would keep them concealed. Then let us strive to capture a few more individuals. Should one specimen prove inadequate, we shall have backups. Agreed, let us proceed. Safety is paramount. After all, we will merely be slicing them upon our return. He replied, Could we refrain from such macabre language? Slicing, as if we were filleting salmon, she retorted with a chuckle. Just a metaphor, my dear. Now, let us hasten, for I fear those individuals may soon be summoned back. Indeed, let us go. The couple stealthily approached the solitary mutant, prepared to avoid confrontation and make a swift escape post-capture. Even if they bore tracking devices, entering their space would sever all connections in an instant. Fortunately, these individuals lacked independent thought. Otherwise, even the slightest sound could betray them. Zhang Xiyu and Nan Xiangwan neared the mutant. He remained oblivious, engrossed in his search for supplies. With a swift sprint, Nan Xiangwan reached out. And instantly, the individual vanished from sight. Witnessing the efficacy of this method, she proceeded to seek another isolated target. In this manner, they captured 5 individuals, who were promptly transported back to their space. Nan Xiangwan recognized that the loss of 5 individuals would undoubtedly prompt an investigation on the part of their pursuers. It was prudent to remain concealed within their space for a while, given the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. Meanwhile, the commanding officer, noticing the discrepancy in the returned numbers, immediately ordered a search. They deployed a device to locate the missing 5. Only to find that their coding chips had seemingly vanished without a trace. It was perplexing. Even if they had encountered resistance, there should have been signs of struggle. After several thorough searches yielded no results, they concluded that the individuals were indeed lost. Professor, you must devise a solution. These individuals have inexplicably vanished, and if the higher-ups learn of this, there will be repercussions. We have already suffered considerable losses. What are we to do? Professor Chong, holding the device, was equally confounded. The individuals had long since lost consciousness, making escape impossible. Even the tracking chips had lost their signal, and no matter how astute he was, he found himself at a loss. Chapter 196. Researching the mutants. The mutants he had created were implanted with tracking chips in their brains. Even if they were captured, the chips would not be discovered immediately. Regardless of how he pondered the situation, the disappearance remained a mystery, akin to vanishing into thin air. After conducting a few more searches, they were forced to return to base. It seemed prudent to venture out in groups for safety in the future. Meanwhile, within their space, the couple observed the 5 captured individuals, who stood motionless, as if frozen in time. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one might assume they were lifeless. What is happening, dear? Why do they remain so still after being brought here? Nan Xiangwan inquired. Zhang Xiyu pondered the situation as well. Do you think they possess any tracking devices? After all, controlling those devoid of consciousness would likely require additional measures. You raise a valid point. Their lack of response might stem from a severed connection to their controllers. As for whether they possess any devices, we can ascertain that shortly. Allow me to retrieve a metal detector, she replied. With a thought, she transported herself to the storage area. She recalled having such a device, though it had become misplaced over time. Indeed, possessing too many items could be a burden. Fortunately, she had organized many of them. After half an hour of searching, she finally located the metal detector. Given that the chips contained metal components, she was confident it would yield results. Returning with the device, she presented it to Zhang Xiyu. Here you go. Quickly check for any devices that if they do possess chips, we must extract them. Otherwise, once we return to the base, releasing them will undoubtedly trigger alarms. Zhang Xiyu accepted the detector and replied, All right, I will investigate immediately. Just be cautious. We cannot ascertain whether these individuals are truly in a vegetative state. Rest assured, dear, I will exercise caution. After all, this is your domain. If anything goes awry, I can simply transport them out with a thought. Indeed, go swiftly. Zhang Xiyu approached the 5 individuals, Maintaining a safe distance initially, he noted their vacant stares, devoid of any reaction. As he closed the gap, they remained utterly still. Gathering his courage, he boldly approached and tapped one of them. Still, they did not stir. "Wife, it's safe," he called out. Nan Xiangwan rushed over, scrutinizing the mutants. "Quickly, check for any devices." "All right, let us see." Zhang Xiyu activated the metal detector, scanning the individuals from head to toe, but the device remained silent. As Nan Xiangwan furrowed her brows, she pondered whether she had misjudged the situation. "Darling, could you scan the back of his head?" Upon hearing her request, Zhang Xiyu promptly activated the scanning device, which suddenly emitted a series of beeps. Beep beep, beep beep beep. Nan Xiangwan's eyes sparkled with realization. Her intuition had indeed been correct. Yet, she remained uncertain about the precise location of the chip within the brain. "Sweetheart, are you familiar with the codes for the ultrasound and CT machines? If we had a manual, I might be able to give it a try. Otherwise, I must admit I am at a loss. We actually have a brand new machine in the space. Since we have some free time, why not explore it? After all, once this individual is released, he will be activated, and we must resolve this issue within the confines of the space, that if we do not, we cannot allow Lung Fantion to enter after we return." Zhang Xiyu sighed, almost having forgotten about this matter. His wife's space was their ultimate trump card, and he would never permit anyone to enter unless absolutely necessary. Not even for a brother. "Let us go find the manual first. We can discuss everything else afterward." "That sounds good. I'll accompany you to take a look." All right. The couple then began to peruse the manual. Perhaps it was indeed a gift of the weather, for they swiftly grasped the essentials and proceeded to unpack a brand new machine, assembling it with great efficiency. Subsequently, the mutant was placed within the device, and they began to examine the structure of the mutant's brain. "Darling, do you think that tiny black dot the size of a fingernail is the chip?" Upon hearing this, Nan Xiangwan also scrutinized the area intently. They were quite unfamiliar with the brain structure and felt somewhat overwhelmed by the situation. "Honey, should we perhaps seek out a book on brain anatomy? Who knows what could be lurking within? If we make a mistake, we could endanger this person's life. Perhaps we should? After all, we have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush." "Indeed, that's a valid point. Let us go now. We ought to familiarize ourselves with the brain structure." Although this individual is essentially a vegetable at this point, it would still be a moral transgression to end his life with a careless incision. It's better to be cautious. The two then made their way to the library within their space. Quickly locating relevant medical text to delve into .as they read, they became utterly engrossed, fascinated by the complexities of human anatomy. Before they realized it, the sky outside had darkened. Zhang Xiyu set down his book, yawned and stretched, saying, "I've finished reading. How about you?" "Sure, I'm almost done." Seeing his wife so absorbed in her reading, Zhang Xiyu decided to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, understanding that one must fill their belly before engaging in labor. By the time dinner was ready, Nan Xiangwan had finally concluded her reading. She rose to return the book to its rightful place, her neck sore from the prolonged posture, reflecting that she ought to be more mindful of time while reading. Her neck felt stiff and uncomfortable. Upon returning to their room, she found her husband had prepared dinner. With a smile, she remarked, "I truly found myself a wonderful husband. Just look at how capable you are." Zhang Xiyu chuckled at her words, replying, "You should consider who I am. I'm the all-around husband. Marrying me only speaks to your good taste." Nan Xiangwan rolled her eyes, "You're just saying that because you're feeling proud." "Hee, my wife is equally exceptional. Now go wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Afterward, we must continue our research on those individuals." "Understood, my capable husband." The couple quickly finished their dinner and returned to the experimental room. There, they discovered that the individuals they had positioned earlier remained in exactly the same state, utterly unchanged. Indeed, they were very much like vegetables,